nearly 100 years after my death, I actually awakened an SSS-level zombie system in my grave, reshaping the flesh. Just wanted to step out for some fresh air, only to find my unfilial descendants had even misspelled my epitaph. Had no choice but to personally pick up a stone and correct it. Little did I know, my great-granddaughter was live-streaming her late-night ancestral worship at the grave. You've caught me red-handed. Faced with my great-granddaughter, scared out of her wits and whimpering, and the barrage of explosive comments, I calmly admitted my identity, and even managed to gain some popularity points in the process. Yin-yang eyes. Well, this is just great. We haven't even started comparing the photos of the old house at the foot of the mountain yet, and I can already see. This mountain is far from being as deserted as just the two of us. Chapter 1, Ascending the Mountain. As the sun set halfway down the mountain, a gentle evening breeze began to blow. Jiching, somewhere on the mountainside. Amidst the lush and thriving grass, Xiaoxi walked through, barely revealing half of her head. Holding a selfie stick in one hand and leaning on a trekking pole with the other, I trudged upward slowly, each step a struggle. Gazing at the mountain peak, I exhaled hot breath, my cheeks flushed red from exhaustion. Though it was the 12th lunar month nearing year's end, Jicheng's temperature remained as reliably stable as ever. The daytime high reached a sweltering 27 degrees. People in short sleeves and shorts, with ice pops in their mouths, can be seen everywhere on the streets. I should have set more alarms. At this rate, I won't even finish sweeping the tombs before it gets dark. Xiaoxi sighed. As the new year approaches, some local customs require people to go up the mountain to worship ancestors and tend to graves. Some are on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and some are at the end of the Old Year, also known as inviting ancestors to celebrate the New Year. Originally, Xiaoxi had already returned to her hometown in Jicheng yesterday. She planned to wake up early today to go up the mountain and pay respects to the ancestors. Unexpectedly, she had already slept for 3 or 4 hours during the flight and car ride yesterday. Yet today she still overslept and couldn't get up in time. When she woke up and checked her phone, it was already 3 p.m. By the time she makes it halfway up the mountain, it'll probably be around 5:30. The sky is gradually darkening. It probably won't be long before it's completely dark. On her phone screen, clipped to the selfie stick, her face is reflected, with bullet comments continuously scrolling and refreshing. Heard this contestant couldn't wake up even with 6 alarms. Hard to judge, haha. As the saying goes, quick as a rabbit when moving, dead like a pig when sleeping. That must be referring to Xiaoxi, right? Accurate and straight to the point. All fun and games aside, it's really dark out there right now. Be careful, streamer. Xiaoxi is currently in her senior year internship, because I still hadn't found a suitable job. So following a friend's suggestion, I tried starting live streaming. Although she doesn't have any particular talents, she is really good looking, with delicate facial features, fair skin, and a striking figure. This also gave Xiaoxi a modest amount of attention. Every day, she would stream for 2 hours, chatting with her online friends. Her earnings were slightly higher than those of an average office worker. At that moment, there were over 200 viewers in the live stream. Got it. Watch the road. Xiaoxi responded. This daily livestream duration needs to be completed. Otherwise, you won't be able to receive the platform's subsidy rewards. Plus, Xiaoxi was scared to go up the mountain alone to visit the graves, so she kept the live stream on, watching the scrolling bullet comments to feel a bit more at ease. Actually, the location of the ancestral graves. Xiaoxi's memory had grown somewhat hazy. She was probably moving forward by instinct. Over the years, she had been attending school away from home while her parents worked as migrant laborers. Sometimes she could only return once every 2 or 3 years to visit the ancestral graves in the mountains. This year, my parents were too busy with work, so, seeing Xiaoxi lazing around at home, they asked her to go out for a walk. They entrusted her with the honorable task of returning to the hometown for ancestral worship this year, carrying a backpack full of incense, candles, offerings, and joss paper. After another arduous half-hour climb, Xiaoxi finally caught sight of her great-grandfather's tomb in the distance, because according to her memory, a longdan tree grew beside her great-grandfather's grave, so it was relatively easier to recognize. Finally made it. Oh my goodness, if I have to climb up again, this old body of mine definitely won't hold up. Xiaoxi let out a long sigh of relief. She reached out to rub her lower back, acting just like an old person. This is what happens when you don't exercise regularly. A 22-year-old fossil, how ridiculous. It's so dark now, don't you feel the mountain is eerie? I can sense the chill even through the screen. Just look at what month it is now. Even if Jicheng is usually hot, it's bound to get cold at night. And this is still up in the mountains, surrounded by trees and grass, and graveyards. No wonder it feels so chilly. With the barrage comments pointing it out, Xiaoxi first tightened her clothes around her. Then she glanced around and indeed felt like the surroundings were eerily cold. But there's no other choice now that we're already here. Who told her to sleep like a log during the day and couldn't even wake up? We'll just have to grit our teeth and finish the ancestral worship before heading back. Still, even in this situation, Xiaoxi just had to stubbornly talk back. Damn, what's there to fear? Afraid of ghosts? My ancestors are buried right here. One against our whole family. Who's afraid of whom remains to be seen. Besides, my great-grandfather was a martyr who fought against Japanese invaders. What ghost would dare act up in front of him? After Xia Xiaoxi finished speaking, her body trembled uncontrollably from the cold twice more. She brushed past the grass, heading towards the longan tree not far away. But as she approached, it seemed like some sound was coming from ahead. Xia Xiaoxi pricked up her ears, only to faintly hear from ahead, crack, crack, crack. The closer the footsteps, the more distinct the sound becomes. However, due to the dense weeds blocking the view, Xia Xiaoxi couldn't see what exactly was making the sound. She could only tread lightly and approach slowly. Snap, snap, snap. The sound was getting closer. Xia Xiaoxi swallowed hard, growing increasingly nervous. She tried to comfort herself, thinking it must be some small animal on the mountain making such eerie noises. The priority was to finish the ancestral worship quickly and get down the mountain as soon as possible. Xia Xiaoxi nervously parted the grass bit by bit with her hiking pole. Her heart was in her throat. The hiking pole trembled incessantly from her shaking hands. At the same time, the livestream audience held their breath, even through the screen. But this innate fear of the unknown, of ghosts and spirits, runs deep in the heart. Even the barrage refresh slows down noticeably. Xia Xiaoxi squinted her eyes slightly. The person had already reached under the longan tree. The obstructing thicket before their eyes had also thinned out. Xia Xiaoxi didn't know where this sudden burst of courage came from. With one decisive motion, they pushed aside the final clump of grass. The next scene that came into view completely shattered Xia Xiaoxi's already hanging heart. Right in front of Xia Xiaoxi's great-grandfather's grave, there was actually a hunched figure, bent halfway, holding something that looked like a stone in its hand, continuously chiseling at the great-grandfather's tombstone. Eerie, chaotic clicking sounds echoed. At this moment, Xia Xiaoxi's mind went completely blank. Though she had been scared earlier, she never imagined someone would actually be in front of the grave. His face instantly turned deathly pale, his pupils dilating noticeably. He stood frozen for a long moment before finally managing to let out a scream. Go, ghost! After shouting this, Xia Xiaoxi's body seemed to have all its strength drained away. His legs went weak, and he half knelt on the ground. As if his feet were beyond his control, he couldn't even stand up again no matter how hard he tried to run. He could only watch helplessly as the figure in front of the gravestone slowly turned around. Chapter 2, You want me to kneel to myself? Me? The man stopped his movement and looked at Xia Xiaoxi. The deep voice gave no hint of his approximate age, carrying a masculine resonance. The silence was manageable. But the moment he spoke, Xia Xiaoxi was so frightened that she couldn't control her tears. She collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Imagine this, in the pitch-black night, a man was standing right on top of a grave. The rustling of grass and trees carried by the wind around them sent chills creeping in. How eerie must such a scene be? Holy shit, why is there someone on a grave mound in the middle of the night? It's a bit dark, but it looks like a man? Is this for a live stream effect or did I actually encounter a ghost? Don't scare me. I'm alone in the bathroom right now. The streamer is literally crying from fear. Must be for show, right? Otherwise, why would someone appear at a gravesite at this hour? Not just Xia Xiaoxi. The viewers in the live stream were also startled by the sudden appearance of the man. However, they quickly realized, it's a live stream. Some streamers hire actors to create unexpected situations to boost popularity. This is actually quite common. But they had never seen a script involving ancestral worship and ghost encounters before. A brief few seconds. Countless thoughts flashed through Xia Xiaoxi's mind. A gravekeeper? Or a grave robber? But surely there couldn't be gravekeepers here? Then that would mean, grave robbers? Don't be afraid. If it were really a ghost, how could it be seen so easily? Xia Xiaoxi pondered silently in her heart. Then she spoke up and questioned, who on earth are you? Why are you in front of my great-grandfather's grave? Are you here to rob tombs? You'd better leave now, or else I'll call the police. Xia Xiaoxi's warning voice trembled uncontrollably. It sounded anything but intimidating. His eyes were fixed intently on the man before him, ready to dial the police at any moment. The light fell on the man, finally revealing his face clearly. The man was dressed in plain clothes that didn't seem like modern attire. His temples bore a few streaks of gray, yet his face appeared remarkably youthful. Judging by his face, he looks to be in his early 20s. His eyes were dull, his features handsome, clutching a sharp stone in his hand. He left scratches on the tombstone with each strike. The strange clicking sound from earlier must have been the noise of him chiseling at the tombstone. Though she didn't recognize him, Xia Xiaoxi unexpectedly found his appearance somewhat familiar. It seemed as if she had seen him somewhere before. Don't be afraid, I'm neither a ghost nor a grave robber. It's because they wrote my epitaph wrong. I just came out to make corrections. The man replied. Oh, I see. As soon as the words were spoken, Xia Xiaoxi's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, Huh? The inscription was wrong. You came out to fix it? Where did you come from? Xia Xiaoxi instinctively turned her gaze toward the grave mound. Could it be that this man meant, did he come out from inside this grave mound? But isn't this grave my great-grandfather's tomb? He couldn't possibly be my great-grandfather, could he? It's been nearly a century since my great-grandfather sacrificed himself. Ha, my brain is overheating. Wait, why come out? He's speaking Chinese. How come I can't understand? Did he just crawl out of the grave? Is this a script? Don't scare me like this in the middle of the night. This guy is so handsome. What a shame if he were a ghost. Wait, he seems to have a shadow. Not just the netizens noticed. Xia Xiaoxi also noticed. Under the glow of the light, the man's feet cast a shadow. How could a ghost have a shadow? At the same time, the man continued to quietly revise the epitaph on his own. Add the missing middle stroke to the character hang on the spirit tablet of the late father, Lord Xia Heng. Only then did he put down the stone in his hand. It seems my son's education is still lacking. Xia Heng shook his head. After all, when he sacrificed himself back then, his son was only about 10 years old at the time, so his education level must have been quite limited. His gaze then turned to Xia Xiaoxi. Before his eyes, there was actually a system panel that no one else could see. Below, there is a string of basic information. Host name, Xia Heng. Age, at time of death 32. After being dead for so many years, I thought everything had long since turned to dust. But Xia Heng never expected. Just 2 days ago, when only a pile of dry bones remained in the grave, he actually awakened a zombie system. And with the system's help, he reconstructed his physical body. And most importantly, a brain. Became a zombie with a brain. After his body was completely reshaped, Xia Heng wanted to come out for some fresh air, only to find his unlucky son. The inscriptions on the vertical monument were all written with mistakes, so he picked up a stone, ready to make corrections for himself. But unexpectedly, his great-granddaughter came up the mountain. Through the system's detection, it was confirmed that the great-granddaughter and he were connected by blood. Phew, Xia Xiaoxi let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a ghost, it was fine. His nostrils flared, his eyes rolled, and his pig brain started thinking. He took another good look at Xia Heng. She had heard her mother mention it before. It seems that great-uncle left home when he was young and ventured to Southeast Asia to make a living. For many years, there had been no news from him. But just over a month ago, he suddenly got in touch with her family. He said he had made a success abroad and was planning to bring his children and grandchildren back to visit their hometown. Maybe this man is the child from second grandpa's family. He came back early and is playing a prank here. The more Xia Xiaoxi thought about it, the more she felt this was the most likely possibility. She secretly made up her mind. Alright, just got back and already pulling this crap to scare people, huh? See if I don't finish you off for good. Do you even realize how disrespectful your tantrum is to our ancestors? Get over here and kowtow twice to apologize. Xia Xiaoxi lit 3 incense sticks and knelt in reverence. After standing up, she scolded Xia Heng with a pout and muttered angrily, "Am I kneeling to myself?" Xia Heng was also amused. Although Xia Xiaoxi looks a bit silly, her silliness is still adorable. Damn, still acting. Xia Xiaoxi lost her patience and reached out to pull Xia Heng. But when she grabbed the corner of Xia Heng's clothes, she found she couldn't pull him no matter how hard she tried. Looking at Xia Heng's feet again, they seemed as if cast in concrete on the ground, completely unmoving. The live stream viewers were utterly stunned. For a moment, they couldn't figure out why Xia Xiaoxi had suddenly become so fierce, daring to pull and tug at Xia Heng like that. Fake ancestor? Could it be that the prank was discovered by Xiaoxi? The netizen hadn't figured it out yet. They saw Xia Xiaoxi exerting all her strength. Her fingers failed to hold onto Xia Heng's clothes. With a slippery slide, the whole person tumbled like an egg roll to the edge of the grave. Xia Xiaoxi was baring her teeth, ready to get up, but she accidentally caught a glimpse behind the grave. Under the longan tree, there was indeed a hole large enough for a person, dug open. A cold wind blew past. In the flickering candlelight, Xia Heng's figure appeared increasingly eerie. You really came out of the grave? Chapter 3. The mountain was buzzing with activity. Xia Xiaoxi felt as though thousands of ants were crawling across her face. Every hair on her body stood on end. If this really was a prank, then what about the hole in the tomb? I get it now. She thought it was a prank, but then she found a real hole in the tomb? Is it a person or a ghost? If it's a ghost, why does it have a shadow? Ghosts don't cast shadows? That's just what they say on TV. Who knows if it's true? Just keep the live stream going. No need for all this dramatic tension. Grave robbers? Mountain bandits? No way, my heart can't take this. Netizens erupted in chaos. No matter how you look at it, a hole in a tomb is genuinely terrifying. What else could it be? Xia Heng chuckled. Back in the army, he was famously straightforward. He always called a spade a spade. Because of this chain of reactions, the livestream's viewership began to rise steadily. The streamer, who usually hovered around a dead stable 200 plus viewers. At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi's livestream began to surge. The number of online viewers broke through the 500 mark. Simultaneously with this data shift, the system panel before Xia Heng's eyes changed. Ding! Host's attention rating increased to 500. Received 1 random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained yin-yang vision. Increased attention gets me rewards? Xia Heng murmured curiously under his breath. He had previously wondered what purpose the attention bar served. It seemed this was the channel for his progress. As for how to increase that attention? Xia Hang's gaze shifted to the phone stand Xia Xiaoxi had propped up beside him. The scrolling bullet comments and the graveyard images. After all these years, Xia Hang could roughly guess. This contraption must be some kind of device for transmitting images. The scrolling comments resembled telegrams. The number 521 in the upper right corner was likely the 500 follower count his system had just alerted him to. It must be said, the system's newly restored brain worked like a charm. But Xia Hang was now nothing more than a hollow shell, a zombie devoid of soul. That can't be a good thing in any era, right? Yet he needed to boost his follower count to earn rewards. And only by obtaining rewards could he improve his survival capabilities. This requires careful maneuvering. He couldn't gain too much attention too quickly. Yet he must also subtly secure more rewards. Only then can the path be sustained for the long haul. Bro, you're really freaking me out. Just don't hurt me, and I'll hire someone to restore my ancestors' graves myself. This desolate mountain peak is terrifying. You should leave quickly too. Xia Xiaoxi was completely flustered. She gathered her things and prepared to leave. She hadn't even burned the joss paper yet. Xia Hang had just received the yin-yang vision reward. Glancing around, he shook his head in protest. Hey, wait, it's not empty at all. It's bustling with activity. He shouldn't have said that. The moment the words left his mouth, Xia Xiaoxi's hair stood on end from the soles of her feet to the tips of her hair. Her face went pale as she sucked in a sharp breath. I am indeed your great-grandfather, Xia Hang. But this mountain isn't safe. Come on, I'll escort you down first. Xia Hang continued. Having been dead for nearly a century only to suddenly awaken, and now with the system activated. No matter how he thought about it, Xia Hang couldn't possibly stay on the mountain any longer. Gulp. Xia Xiaoxi swallowed hard. She thought to herself, being sent down the mountain by this old man would be even less safe. He kept insisting he was her great-grandfather. But whether he was human or ghost remained unclear. Since you keep insisting you're my great-grandfather, do you dare come back to the old house with me? There are photos left behind by my great-grandfather at the old house. Only by comparing them then can I believe you. Xia Xiaoxi forced herself to speak bravely. Regardless, she had to play along with him for now and get down the mountain first. Once back at the ancestral home, there would be other villagers to turn to, no matter what happened. If Xia Hang really was a grave robber, they could still call the police or something. Fear hadn't yet robbed Xia Xiaoxi of all reason. All right. Xia Hang nodded indifferently. Vocal, he really dares. He wouldn't actually go through with it, would he? Gotta get some views here. Even if it's scripted, I need to see how this plays out. Are streamers this competitive nowadays? The effects are so well done? It's just a bit disrespectful to ancestors, literally digging a hole on the grave. What if it's real? Stop talking, I'm getting goosebumps. The viewers in the livestream were stunned by Xia Hang's calm demeanor. The fear they felt upon first seeing Xia Hang had already faded. The only thing that never dies is curiosity. Hearing Xia Xiaoxi say this, they instantly perked up with interest. They all waited to return to Xia Xiaoxi's old house to see the photos. Xia Xiaoxi used earth to partially cover the graves pit. She then respectfully pressed her palms together and bowed. Only then did he pick up his belongings and stand up. Clutching the phone mount in her hand, the camera lens remained fixed on Xia Hang. This way, even if Xia Hang suddenly made a move along the way, he would think twice. After all, the live stream had already captured his face. If trouble arose and an investigation followed, he wouldn't be able to escape. Of course, in reality, Xia Hang would never attack his own great-grandchild. On the way down the mountain, Xia Xiaoxi mentally replayed the events. The more she thought about it, the more Xia Hang's appearance felt utterly bizarre. But it was fine. As long as she made it back to the village, being among people would keep her safe. Going up the mountain was easy, but coming down was a bit of a struggle. The final stretch had a steep incline. Compounded by the darkness and poor visibility, she struggled to find footholds. Even with Xia Xiaoxi being as cautious as possible, using her big butt to increase friction, she still lost her grip and slid down. Hey! Help me! Xia Xiaoxi tumbled down the slope, her butt nearly sparking sparks against the dirt. She turned pale with fear, her eyes rolling back in her head. If she fell from this height, she'd probably be flat as a pancake even after healing. No way! Wasn't this supposed to be a suspense livestream? Why did it suddenly switch to stunts? No way! The streamer actually fell. Holy crap, that's so high. My legs are shaking just watching it on screen. Call the cops or an ambulance first? Viewers were stunned, never expecting such a live streaming accident to occur. As Xia Xiaoxi tumbled down, the camera spun and blurred. Help me! Xia Xiaoxi kept her eyes tightly shut, still screaming for help. By now, she had already tumbled down. Even if someone came to rescue her, they'd have to wait until she hit the ground. Yet, just as Xia Xiaoxi was about to crash into the ground, her vision blurring, she felt as though a cold, giant pair of pincers had clamped onto the back of her neck. Her body stopped falling and her vision cleared, though her head still spun. Instinctively looking up, she realized she was being held like a little chick in Xia Heng's hand. Chapter 4, Grandpa Zheng's photograph. They landed steadily, as if nothing had ever happened. Xia Xiaoxi stared at Xia Heng in disbelief. She glanced back at the steep slope they'd fallen from, still feeling a chill run down her spine. That height. Not only did Xia Heng jump straight down from up there, but he also managed to grab her? What kind of absurd physical prowess was this? No normal human could possibly do that, right? Watch where you're going. Xia Heng snapped impatiently. Thank goodness he was following behind her, otherwise something bad would have definitely happened. Xia Xiaoxi was still reeling from the shock. Faced with Xia Heng's scolding, she could only nod reluctantly. The startled pig-headed guy cowered to the side. Holy crap! Did that guy just jump straight down from that height? This is practically like the lightness kung fu from wuxia novels, okay? So freaking cool. Total boyfriend material. Hey, tone down the fangirling. That's the streamer's great-grandfather. You're drooling over him? Damn, I still think it's scripted. Xiao, she must be doing well to get such a hottie to co-stream with her. Am I the only one who noticed that great-grandfather's body seemed kinda stiff just now? Even when he landed, his knees were locked straight. Whoa! Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. The livestream was stunned by Xia Heng's leap, erupting in heated discussion. After all, even those who do street parkour can jump down from great heights. They still need to know how to absorb the impact and minimize the force on their bodies. But just now, Xia Heng didn't just jump down himself, he was carrying Xia Xiaoxi. There wasn't a single extra movement to absorb the impact. His entire body was rigid, like a zombie straight out of a movie. It was undeniably cool, but the scene was also inexplicably eerie. The reason? Xia Heng's current state was indeed zombie-like. On the surface, his body appeared no different from a normal person except for its pallor. In truth, no blood circulated within his veins. Thus, his body remained rigid, incapable of the flexibility of a living person. He could barely manage a slow walk. If he needed to pick up speed, he'd have to resort to hopping. No slouching at your age. Xia Heng patted Xia Xiaoxi's back as he lectured. Xia Xiaoxi looked at Xia Heng, still harboring deep doubts about his identity. But whether it was his demeanor or the feeling conveyed in his words, gave Xia Xiaoxi the distinct feeling that this man was indeed her own family elder. Despite her unease, a faint sense of reassurance crept in. Guided by Xia Xiaoxi, after walking for over an hour, they finally reached the village where the old residence stood, Xia Village. To Xia Heng's surprise, he had assumed that after so many years, a place like Shijia Village, which had been a remote and impoverished area back then, the villagers should have long since moved away. To his surprise, the place was still brightly lit, with many households still occupied. However, Xia Xiaoxi explained that while there were indeed villagers, most were elderly folks and a few left behind children. The young people with real drive had almost all left to find work elsewhere. Jiqing was a small city to begin with, and Shijia Village was its outskirts. So for young people to stay here, there's naturally no future. Nowadays, we're the ones who feel more like the year beast. We come back for the new year, and once the firecrackers go off, it's time for us to leave. Xia Xiaoxi tilted her head back, gazing at the night sky and letting out a long sigh. Earlier on the mountain, the sky had been completely obscured, but now the moon had reappeared. But you don't have a job yet. Why make it sound so bleak? What are you pretending? Xia Heng's mouth twitched. He'd overheard on the way that Xia Xiaoxi was currently unemployed. She made a living by live streaming and entertaining online audiences. To someone with old-fashioned views like Xia Heng, that wasn't a real job, she was nothing but a street hustler. He. Why be so blunt? New viewers join my livestream every minute, spare me some dignity. Xia Xiaoxi pouted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she protested shyly. Just then, a low battery alert popped up on the phone screen. Damn it, it's almost dead. Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly picked up her pace, dragging Xia Heng toward the old family home. Xia Heng's ancestral home sat deep within the village, occupying the largest plot of land. Its architectural style resembled the traditional courtyard houses of Beijing's Forbidden City, also known as 4 Points Gold. 2 large lanterns hung at the entrance, their light illuminating the characters' peace and good fortune on the paper shades. The heavy wooden door stood firmly shut. Xia Xiaoxi rushed forward, flung it open, and dashed inside in a flash. For today's youth, a dead phone battery is practically the end of the world. Xia Xiaoxi dashed into the room and plugged her phone into the charger. But she was still a step too late. In just those few steps, the phone had already shut down automatically. If I buy another fruit brand phone, I'm a dog. This battery is so damn unreliable. Xia Xiaoxi cursed. But since the livestream had already been interrupted, it was interrupted. She'd streamed long enough today anyway, definitely more than necessary. She plopped down on the chair, taking a moment to rest and clear her mind. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi realize where had great-grandpa gone. She hurriedly dashed back out into the courtyard. Xia Heng stood there with his hands behind his back, surveying the long-abandoned mansion. After so many years, the old house had fallen into disrepair, barely habitable. But to Xia Hong, it felt more like he had just woken up from a nap. Upon waking, everything had changed beyond recognition. Even Xia Hong felt a pang of melancholy. Has the house changed much? Xia Xiaoxi asked, gazing at Xia Hang's profile in the moonlight. A lot, yet not much. Xia Hong replied. If measured by the normal span of 100 years, the changes were indeed minimal. Thank you for saving me earlier. The livestream is off now. It's just the two of us. I can tell you're not a bad person, but can you tell me who it really is? Xia Xiaoxi took a few steps forward. Today's livestream was a huge success. It felt like a complete turnaround. It might even match the earnings from the past 10 days or so. But only Xia Xiaoxi knew the truth. Xia Han wasn't some random co-streamer she'd hired for the show. How much would it cost to hire such a tall, handsome co-streamer? How could a minor streamer like her possibly afford it? No matter how many people are watching, you're still my great-grandfather. No doubt about it. Xia Hong chuckled. Xia Xiaoxi. She'd seen plenty of people online trying to score freebies by claiming someone as their dad or grandpa. But someone like Xia Hong, who jumped straight to claiming to be someone's great-grandfather. That was a first. A great-grandfather who crawled out of his grave to carve his own epitaph and she just happened to catch him? Who would believe such a story? Didn't you say you had photos from back then? Just show them and we'll see. Xia Hong prompted. Chapter 5, Perfectly Identical. This remark suddenly struck a chord with Xia Xiaoxi. She had just been about to go back to the ancestral home to look for photos of Grandpa Zhang from back then. Xia Xiaoxi vaguely recalled that when she was a child living in her hometown, her father had shown her photos of great-grandfather Xie. He proudly declared that back in the day, the Xie family ancestors were among the most prominent in Jiecheng. However, after great-grandfather Xie fought against the Japanese invaders and made the ultimate sacrifice, things took a turn for the worse. Still, it was something to be proud of, reminding Xia Xiaoxi never to forget the sacrifices of her forebears. It was precisely because of the blood shed by their forebears that they could enjoy such peaceful days today. I'll go look for it. Xia Xiaoxi turned and ran back to the room where her parents used to live. Relying on childhood memories, she began searching. Time had blurred the details, and Xia Xiaoxi couldn't recall much clearly. Fortunately, after searching for a while, she found a photo of her great-grandfather in an old album tucked away in a drawer. The photo had long since yellowed and blurred, yet even in its imperfect clarity, one could still sense the sturdy features and upright character of her great-grandfather. Found it! Xia Xiaoxi clutched the photo and hurried back to the courtyard. Xia Hong remained standing in the same spot, moonlight spilling over his shoulders. His already pale skin glowed with an almost unnerving brightness. Some novels or TV dramas occasionally depict scenes of zombies worshipping the moon. It was said that on full moon nights, when yin energy was at its peak, zombies would climb mountains or ascend tall buildings. These were the places they believed brought them closest to the moon. There, they would bow their heads to the moon, absorbing its yin energy. For zombies, it was like consuming a powerful tonic. Xia Hong stood there, feeling quite content. His eyes were half closed, as if he were asleep, his thoughts gradually drifting into emptiness. Xia Xiaoxi clutched the photograph in her hand, holding it before her face to compare it with Xia Hong. The face was identical. Even the aura and expression showed no difference whatsoever. Except, even someone like Xia Xiaoxi, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, could tell that compared to the lifeless photograph, the living person before her seemed to lack a certain vitality. Could it be, he really is my ancestor who crawled out of the grave? Xia Xiaoxi's eyes widened as she instinctively swallowed hard. Now she was utterly at a loss. Her heart, which had just calmed down, began pounding wildly once more, recalling Xia Hang's various behaviors on the mountain. Which meant the person before her might very well not be human. But Xia Hong had a shadow. He was tangible and visible. What on earth is he? Surely his great-grandfather couldn't still be alive, having slept in the grave all these years? But he couldn't possibly be this young. Countless thoughts raced through Xia Xiaoxi's mind. Like countless threads tangled together, they instantly overwhelmed Xia Xiaoxi's pig brain. Over there. Xia Hong opened his eyes slightly, his expression a mix of amusement and amusement as he looked at Xia Xiaoxi. Do you believe me now? I didn't lie to you, did I? Xia Xiaoxi forced a trembling smile, one uglier than crying. You really are my great-grandfather? Then, how is it possible that you're still out here? Xia Xiaoxi asked. It's a long story. Xia Hong couldn't very well tell her it was because he'd awakened a system that allowed him to reshape his physical form and leave the graveyard, could he? If he did explain, even the storyteller wouldn't know whether to classify it as supernatural or science fiction. Seeing Xia Hong had no intention of explaining further, Xia Xiaoxi dared not press him. Now she looked at Xia Hong with profound reverence. When they returned to the hall, Xia Xiaoxi's stomach growled loudly. She cooked 2 bowls of instant noodles, but when she brought one to Xia Hong, he said he'd already eaten his fill on the mountain. Grandpa Zheng's words always left Xia Xiaoxi baffled. She couldn't tell which words were jokes and which were serious. But every time, Xia Hang's words scared the living daylights out of her. While eating the instant noodles, Xia Xiaoxi started searching for videos to watch while eating. She was the type who simply couldn't eat without finding the right video to accompany her meal. Seeing Xia Hang's puzzled gaze beside her, she couldn't tell if he genuinely didn't understand or was just pretending. So she proceeded to explain all the electronic devices scattered across the table to Xia Hang. Phones, tablets, laptops, and so on. This thing is just like an encyclopedia. Whatever you want to know or see, you can search for it and find it. How about it, Grandpa Zhang? Pretty cool, huh? Xia Xiaoxi slurped a mouthful of noodles as she spoke. It is. Let me borrow this for a bit. I'll return it tomorrow morning. Xia Hang picked up the tablet in the middle and got up to leave. The phone screen was too small and the laptop was rather bulky, so Xia Hang ultimately chose the tablet. It could be held with one hand, the screen was large enough, and it was comfortable to use. Fine, but that room used to be Grandpa's. Would you like to switch rooms? Xia Xiaoxi reminded him. It's fine. I gave birth to him in this very room. Xia Hang waved his hand dismissively and walked into the main room adjacent to the hall. Typically, this main room was reserved for the head of the household. But after grandfather passed away, Xia Xiaoxi and her parents left Xia village, and no one had lived in that room since. That was why she instinctively reminded Xia Hang. You gave birth to my grandfather. Xia Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue. Daring not to ask more, she went back to slurping her noodles. Today had been filled with far too many strange occurrences. She hurriedly finished her meal, brushed her teeth, and went back to bed, hoping that when she woke up tomorrow morning, it would all be a dream. After tidying up, Xia Xiaoxi returned to her room and closed the door. Perhaps because she'd slept too much during the day, she tossed and turned restlessly in bed, unable to fall asleep. She glanced at the clock. It was only 10 o'clock. For young people these days, the nightlife was just getting started. So she picked up her phone, found her mother Li Lan's number, and dialed it. Xia Xiaoxi, hello, Mom? Are you asleep? Li Lan, why aren't you asleep at this hour? Did you finish sweeping Grandpa Zhang's grave? You didn't oversleep again, did you? Xia Xiaoxi, finished. I even brought great-grandpa back. Li Lan, have you lost your mind? Don't talk nonsense. Do you know that's disrespectful to our ancestors? Xia Xiaoxi, ahem. Xia Xiaoxi almost blurted out an explanation to Li Lan. But then she thought about it. This kind of thing would be hard for a girl in her 20s to accept. Let alone Li Lan, who was already in her 50s. She didn't want to keep her up all night worrying. So she held back and didn't say more. Just kidding. I was wondering about what you mentioned earlier when my second grandfather and the others are coming back to the village? Should I wait for them in the village and see if I can run into them? Xia Xiaoxi paused before adding, also, could it be my cousin or someone like that who came back early without telling you? And maybe he looks a lot like great-grandpa? Chapter 6, I used to carry you when you were little. On the other end of the line. Li Lan's voice trailed off for a long moment. Xia Xiaoxi thought she was pondering. But after a long while, Li Lan suddenly spoke up, Child, you didn't run into anything unclean up in the mountains, did you? Why are you always talking about your great-grandfather? Your second grandfather says he won't be able to come to the village until the beginning of the year. When he arrives, you'll be responsible for taking them to the ancestral graves. Bring them back to our place for a family gathering while you're at it. As for whether your cousin will be there, or who your second uncle brings back with him, your dad and I don't know yet either. Hearing her mother was equally uncertain, Xia Xiaoxi could only let it go. Fearing Lan would worry, she quickly added that she'd probably just been sleeping too much lately. Her mind was a bit foggy, and she was curious about Grandpa Zhang's affairs, so she blurted out a few extra words. Later, Li Lan suggested that if she was curious about great-grandfather Zhang, she could ask second uncle once he returned. As the second son, second uncle would surely know more about Grandpa Zhang. She chatted a bit more before hanging up. Xia Xiaoxi then said she was tired, hung up the phone, and started scrolling through short videos. Scrolling through videos before bed had long become a habit. Opening the back end of her live streaming platform account, she was surprised to find today's gifts and donations exceeded her expectations. A whopping 1,100 yuan. Normally, Xia Xiaoxi streamed for 2 or 3 hours a day, barely scraping together 100 yuan at most. Seeing the gift income, Xia Xiaoxi's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. After quickly cashing out the money, she fell into a blissful sleep, teeth bared in a wide grin. Early the next morning, Xia Xiaoxi was roused by the village roosters crowing. She rubbed her eyes, about to roll over for more sleep, when a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door, she was surprised to see old man Xia Weiquan from the village head. Leaning on his cane, Xia Weiqiang stood hunched over in his long robe. His graying beard and glasses gave him a slightly artsy, elderly vibe. He had taught in the village years ago and was now around 90 years old. Yet he seemed remarkably spry, with few ailments. At his age, he belonged to the highest generation in the village. Combined with his education, his words carried considerable weight. Sometimes, the villagers of Shijia village listened to him more willingly than to the village chief. Grandpa, what brings you here so early? Come inside and sit down. Xia Xiaoxi politely stepped aside, gesturing for Xia Weicheng to come inside to talk. At his age, it would be rude to make him stand at the doorway to talk. I won't come in, girl. Your parents haven't returned yet? Xia Weicheng glanced around the house. It was quiet and still, showing no signs of other people. No, I'm the only one back this year. Xia Xiaoxi shook her head. That's fine. I've already had someone contact your parents. You probably know about it too. It's about the city officials who came to our village for an inspection a few months ago. They said they're going to build a factory complex around here, apparently in partnership with some Germans. Anyway, it's a major project. Xia Weicheng stroked his beard as he spoke. Xia Xiaoxi had indeed heard about this matter. It meant Shejia village was facing a massive collective relocation. They were going to tear the place down. As a street-smart girl who'd been hustling around, Xia Xiaoxi was practically becoming part of the demolition's second generation. But in reality, this project wasn't being developed by the government. Instead, it was being undertaken by a major real estate group in the city in partnership with some Germans. I heard about it, but my dad said most villagers aren't too keen on it. Xia Xiaoxi asked. As mentioned earlier, most of the people still living in the village. Most were elderly men and women, along with some children being raised by their grandparents. If these elders were willing to leave their homes, they would have moved to the city with their children long ago. They wouldn't have stayed in this village all these years. The older generation believes that no matter how luxurious a place may be, it can never compare to the comfort of their own home. Having been born and raised here, having lived here for so many years, and now seeing their days drawing to a close, they'd rather spend their twilight years here in peace. Compensation is offered, but asking them to uproot themselves again is clearly something they're unwilling to do. Another point is, I heard that although the project isn't government-owned, it belongs to a real estate company. By all accounts, the compensation should be relatively generous. But the compensation offered by this project is far from satisfactory. For such a small sum, making the elderly folks at home go through all that trouble isn't something the younger generation living away from home is willing to accept. Therefore, despite months of investigation, the project has yet to gain traction, and it's been delayed until now. Yeah, I'm practically ready for the ancestral hall now. No one wants to go through the hassle. At my age, where else could I possibly go? Xia Weicheng sighed and said with a wry smile. As for Xia Weicheng, he never remarried after losing his wife in his early years. His son went to the city for school and ended up marrying into another family. He'd been alone ever since, a rather lonely life, really. I came to see you mainly to ask for your family's stance on something. After all, your great-grandfather's reputation back then was truly formidable, renowned even in the city. So your attitude as his descendants matters greatly. It carries significant weight with the villagers. Xia Weicheng continued. That was true. Even in her generation, her parents hadn't amounted to much. But because of her great-grandfather, the villagers treated her with great kindness. When she was little and went out to play, walking from one end of the village to the other, her tummy would be stuffed round and round with snacks. My parents' stance is to follow the majority opinion. Xia Xiaoxi replied. Xia Weicheng smiled and nodded upon receiving the reply, then said, Alright, since that's settled, there's nothing else to discuss. The weather's been lovely these past few days. Now that you're back in the village, my girl, you should get out and about more. Don't just stay cooped up at home. Come over to Grandpa's place for tea sometime. Xia Xiaoxi smiled and agreed. After finishing his words, Xia Weicheng turned to leave, leaning on his cane. Xia Xiaoxi thought about it. Grandpa Xia was right, she should get out and explore. She pulled out her phone and started a live stream, preparing to broadcast her stroll around the village. Just then, the door to the inner room opened and Xia Hong emerged. Hearing the movement, Xia Xiaoxi's expression stiffened. Still half asleep, she'd nearly forgotten her great-grandfather was still in the room. What happened yesterday wasn't a dream after all. And this is, your boyfriend? He's quite handsome, isn't he? Xiaoxi, Grandpa has to say a few words to you. You brought your boyfriend back to the hometown, yet you didn't introduce him to me earlier. Afraid I'd embarrass you? Xia Weicheng heard the voices, stopped in his tracks, and turned to look at Xia Hong. A smile spread across his deeply lined face. He had assumed Xia Xiaoxi was too shy to introduce her partner to her elders. But it wasn't just Xia Weicheng observing Xia Hong had also noticed Xia Weicheng. He looked Xia Weicheng up and down before speaking. Is that you, Xianzi? Hearing this, Xia Weicheng's cloudy eyes went blank for a moment, unable to believe Xia Hong was addressing him. Don't you recognize me? I used to carry you around when you were little. Chapter 7, To Leave Purity Behind in This World. Ha? You, what did you just call me? 2 sentences, and the old man's host machine started smoking. His drooping eyelids snapped open, eyes widening in shock. This young man looked to be in his 20s. How dare he just blurt out Xianzi? How many years had it been? Decades, easily. No one in the village called him by his nickname anymore. For a moment, Xia Weicheng even felt a surge of anger. After all, at his age, being called by his nickname by a young man. Whether it was a joke or for some other reason, it was simply too impolite, too disrespectful to an elder. Cough cough cough, clack. Xia Weiqian coughed so hard he dislodged his dentures, sending them flying onto the floor. Holy crap! First thing in the morning. Is the host this entertaining already? Ha ha ha. This line from Qiangzi had me laughing so hard my head split. Grandpa Zhang is such a character, he should go solo. Seriously, spitting out dentures? That's wild. Why do I feel like the old man is genuinely angry? Is his acting that good? After Xia Xiaoxi went live, a flood of netizens rushed into the livestream room all at once. After yesterday's stream, Xia Xiaoxi gained a ton of new followers. Today's traffic was even heavier. Shortly after going live, the viewer count surged past 800, shattering all previous records. Uncle Xie. Xia Xiaoxi was too preoccupied to pay attention to the chat at that moment. The old man's dentures had flown out of his mouth. He scrambled to pick them up from the floor. The overwhelmingly pungent, heady scent of old age nearly made Xia Xiaoqi faint. Hey, Xiangzi. It's me. Take a good look. Xia Heng couldn't help but laugh at Xia Weiqian's reaction. Seeing this familiar old friend again stirred up complex emotions within Xia Heng. He remembered the last time he'd seen Xia Weiqian. The boy had been just a kid back then. Xia Weiqian, stubbornly holding his breath, actually took a few steps forward and drew closer to Xia Heng. As the distance closed, Xia Heng's face grew increasingly clear within Xia Weiqian's line of sight. The moment Xia Weiqian fully recognized Xia Heng's features, his aged body trembled violently, his brows furrowing tightly as he struggled to believe his eyes. Uncle. Uncle Hong? Xia Weiqian's trembling voice broke the silence. That old man must be in his 80s or 90s. Calling him uncle? Holy crap. He actually recognized him? He was so angry just a moment ago. No way. Is Grandpa Zhang the real deal? How did they convince such an old man to call him uncle? How much did they pay him? Oh no, guys. The more I watch this, the less like acting it seems. The viewers were laughing just a moment ago, but the next second, Xia Weiqian's single word uncle left them all speechless. Xia Hong, though appearing youthful, standing beside Xia Weiqian, he radiated an air of authority even through the screen. Ha, no. Xia Weiqian froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. He patted his head and turned away. Muttering to himself, he blamed his own advancing age for the confusion. Uncle Xia Hong had sacrificed his life fighting the Japanese pirates years ago. It was common knowledge. How could he possibly still be appearing in Xia village now? I'm getting senile. Xia Weiqian didn't even dare to glance back at Xia Hong, terrified that if he did, Xia Hong might actually still be standing there. He absolutely had to go back and lie down for a while. Xia Xiaoxi tugged at Xia Heng's sleeve. Xia Hong knew his limits. He had indeed been moved by seeing an old acquaintance, but he didn't call out to Xia Weiqian again. At his age, it was best not to startle him. If his heart couldn't handle it, it would be too dangerous. Take care, sir. Drop by again sometime. Xia Xiaoxi felt uneasy and added another sentence. But that extra remark proved ill-advised. The moment the words left her mouth, Xia Weiqian discarded his cane. He picked up his bag and walked away, his legs moving as swiftly as Xia Xiaoxi's. Watching Xia Weiqian walk away, Xia Xiaoxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She closed the door and returned to the living room with Xia Heng. After pondering for a moment, she decided she should tell Xia Heng about the relocation. So she repeated everything Xia Weiqian had just said to Xia Heng. I never should have come back. How the land and house are handled is entirely up to you descendants to decide. As the saying goes, children have their own blessings. I'll just enjoy mine. I won't interfere or voice any opinions. Xia Heng replied. Though revived as a zombie through the system, Xia Heng remained fundamentally not a living person. What use was it to guard the estate or the wealth? How to prioritize and arrange matters that was for his descendants to decide. In life, he'd given his all to protect his home and country. Now that he was dead, what did it matter? Grandpa Zhang, you're the real deal. Your words are straight out of the Bible. I'm copying this down right now. It hits the nail on the head. Ha 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 ha. Love Grandpa Zhang's laid-back attitude. Exactly. He just casually stole my heart again. Princess Coriander sends 2 super rockets. Xia Xiaoxi pursed her lips and prepared to make some breakfast. After eating, she figured she might as well make use of the free time. Following the original plan, she took Grandpa Zhang out for a stroll to see if there was anything fun to do. It seems like quite a few street vendors have come to the village for the new year, so it should be pretty lively. As long as he didn't run into someone as old as Xia Weiqian, Grandpa Zhang's face shouldn't cause too much of a stir. Seeing Xia Xiaoxi about to leave, Xia Heng called out to her, You're a streamer, why aren't you thanking people for their gifts? Didn't you see someone sending you rockets? Xia Xiaoxi immediately glanced at the livestream chat. Glancing at the gift leaderboard, there were indeed 2 super rockets. Xia Xiaoxi nearly shed a little pearl of joy. In all her time streaming, she'd never seen such extravagant gifts. Thank you so much for the gifts, boss. Holy moly! I'm so full, so full. Xia Xiaoxi gushed with gratitude. But the moment she finished thanking him, her brows furrowed. She then shot Xia Hong a sly, knowing smile. Finally showing your true colors, Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. Just yesterday, Xia Hong had seemed completely clueless about modern society. He didn't even know how to use a tablet, yet today he remembered to remind her to thank the gift giver? Clearly, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. What slip up? Oh, right, here, take this back. It's a great device. The book has tons of information. I really learned a lot. Xia Hong paused before handing the tablet back to Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Xiaoxi opened it suspiciously, the screen still displaying the novel app interface. The next second, Xia Xiaoxi's pupils began to dilate in shock. You read every single book in my collection? Xia Xiaoxi gasped, her ears flushing bright red, as if they might bleed. Seeing Xia Hong nod, Xia Xiaoxi felt like dying. Which meant Grandpa Zhang had read her entire embarrassing reading list overnight? After our secret marriage, the CEO spoils me rotten, 87% read. Domineering love, the CEO's disguise falls, 91% read. Forced kiss at the start, senior is too shy was a staggering 99% complete. Glancing again, Xia Xiaoxi had already dashed straight to the kitchen, as if to fetch money for Xia Hang. At that moment, she felt that as a human being, one should at least preserve one's virtue in this world. Chapter 8, Are You a Zombie? After fiddling around in the kitchen for ages, Xia Xiaoxi finally finished cooking. If she'd been alone, given her lazy nature, she would have settled for some snacks or instant food. But with elders present in the house now, she felt she should at least prepare a decent main dish. Otherwise, she'd risk getting scolded by Xia Hong again. After spending the entire night reading through the embarrassing bookshelf list given to her, her great-grandfather wasn't the same old-fashioned relic from yesterday. He knew everything now and couldn't be fooled. Dinner's ready. Come taste my cooking, Great-Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi rushed out of the kitchen carrying a large pot of rice and placed it on the dining table. Seeing that Xia Xiaoxi could cook, Xia Hong smiled with satisfaction. Though in his current zombie state, he didn't need to eat and lacked a digestive system. But since the younger generation had gone to the trouble of preparing a meal, he couldn't dampen their spirits. At the table, Xia Xiaoxi served Xia Hong rice into an exquisitely crafted small bowl. What about you? Come eat with us. Xia Hong glanced at the table in curiosity. Why did this little girl only get him a bowl? Wasn't she going to eat? Me? I'm fine with whatever, hee hee. Xia Xiaoxi said, then somehow produced a large metal basin from behind her back. With a clang, it landed on the table. She then scooped every last grain of rice from the pot, plopped down, and began chomping away. Watching this scene, Xia Hang's mouth twitched involuntarily, momentarily at a loss for words. Alright, fine. A child with a healthy appetite is a blessing. Xia Hong paused before speaking. Ha 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 ha. What kind of appetite is this? This redefines the phrase whatever works in just 4 words. That bowl's bigger than my pig trough. Holy crap. Who was it saying they wanted to marry a girl as gorgeous as the streamer? Come on out now and face the music. Nonsense. You new fans might not know, but the streamer doesn't usually eat this much. Today's a special case. Right. I can vouch for it. She doesn't seem to have much of an appetite today. By the way, did you hear any noises last night? Whose baby kept crying? You know what I mean? Xia Hong was just about to start eating when he suddenly remembered this. Late into the night, he kept hearing a child's crying from the main house. But it probably wasn't very close. In a place like Xia Village, once it passed 9 o'clock at night, virtually everyone had already fallen asleep. The village fell into an eerie silence at night, where even the slightest sound carried clearly. Was it there last night too? Xia Xiaoxi froze for a moment. In the wee hours, she'd been out like a light, clueless how long she'd been asleep. She hadn't heard a single sound. Then she added, but I did hear something the night before last. It was a baby crying. It scared me so much I couldn't sleep for ages afterward. No wonder I couldn't get up yesterday morning. I asked around. It's the grandson of Aunt Wang from over there. He's barely a month old, still so young. He cries often in the middle of the night, nearly driving his mother to exhaustion with all the nursing. Xia Hong understood. He didn't know Aunt Wang personally. She probably wasn't much older than him, and since she'd married into the family, he hadn't gotten to know her well. It was normal for a newborn to be fussy and cry at night. Xia Hong had only asked out of curiosity and didn't dwell on it. After telling Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi resumed shoveling food into her mouth. Before long, the mountain of rice in her bowl had been flattened. Honestly, this girl still hasn't figured out her calling. She'd make a great food vlogger. Seeing Xia Xiaoxi eat with such relish brought Xia Hong genuine joy. From his perspective back then, as an elder, nothing brought greater joy than seeing one's children and grandchildren well fed and warmly clothed. Hurry up and eat. Great-grandpa, try it and see if it's good. Xia Xiaoxi urged. Xia Hong nodded, picking up a mouthful of rice and shoving it into his mouth. But the very next second, Xia Hang's expression froze. His eyes grew increasingly unsettled as he looked at Xia Xiaoxi with confusion. Caught in Xia Hang's gaze, Xia Xiaoxi froze, unable to move her chopsticks. She quickly stood up. Put. Immediately, Xia Hang spit out every grain of rice in his mouth. This, glutinous rice? Xia Hang asked. Yes. It's the glutinous rice Aunt Wang brought over. Why are you freaking out so much? Are you a zombie or something? Xia Xiaoxi asked in surprise. I am. Xia Hang replied irritably while wiping his mouth, showing no hesitation. The rewards offered by the system inherently require greater attention to obtain. Live streaming is an excellent medium on the internet. As for attracting more attention, standing out in the vast sea of live streams, sufficient curiosity can be a huge advantage. But Xia Hang never imagined he'd nearly been ambushed by Xia Xiaoxi right here. Had he actually swallowed that glutinous rice ball whole just now, he'd probably have kicked the bucket on the spot. He'd barely crawled out of the grave yesterday and now he'd have to crawl back in. So what if he read a few of her scandalous novels? Did she really want to silence him forever? That's going a bit far. And this twist, ha ha ha. So Grandpa Zhang was actually a zombie all alone. Promoted, streamer. Such a handsome zombie, hurry up and drop the link? This is killing me with filial piety. Zombie Grandpa Zhang nearly choked on his good granddaughter's glutinous rice. Well done, well done. Give me a big reward. No wonder the self-media industry is so cutthroat these days. This kind of show, you wouldn't even see it on the Spring Festival Gala back in the day. Forget the Spring Festival Gala this year, I'm watching the streamer's live show. Viewers were rolling on the floor laughing. They were all blown away by the grandpa-granddaughter duo's outrageous antics. Still, a few netizens sensed something was off. Based on the current consensus, Xia Hang wasn't a ghost, he had a shadow and could crawl out of his grave to inscribe his own tombstone. But his body is stiff even after jumping off such a high slope, his knees didn't bend. And now he's even afraid of glutinous rice? Though everyone watching the live stream believes Xia Xiaoxi was just putting on a show. But what if it's real? The thought alone sent chills down many viewers' spines. Yet human curiosity drove them to keep watching the live stream. Zombies. It wasn't just the netizens. Even Xia Xiaoxi, who is usually pretty laid back, started to connect the dots. If Grandpa Zhang was now a zombie, it all seemed to make sense. Given Xia Hang's extreme reaction to the sticky rice. Perhaps what Grandpa Zhang said was never a joke at all. Which meant, last night, she had brought a zombie down the mountain and back home? The more Xia Xiaoxi thought about it, the more chilling it became, sending a chill down her spine. Chapter 9, New Rewards Issued. Lost in thought, she drifted off for a while before snapping back to reality. But whether it was the living or the dead, zombies or ghosts, she'd been around them for so long now and they were her own ancestors. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't nearly as terrified as she had been the night before. When confronted with such strange occurrences, one could only proceed step by step. Before Xia Hang's eyes, the system panel automatically popped up once more. Ding! Host's attention rating has increased to 1000. Reward distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 years of Taoist cultivation. Note, protected by Taoist energy, host may walk freely in broad daylight without needing to shield from sunlight. Already over 1000? Xia Hang hadn't expected that bowl of glutinous rice to go to waste. The dramatic effect had worked, the live stream audience had surged to 1000 viewers. But, why is this reward so ridiculous? Wasn't it supposed to be the zombie system? Last night it gave me yin-yang vision. And today it's some Taoist cultivation? What's the point? I've never heard of a zombie being skilled in Taoist arts. Xia Hang grumbled inwardly as the interface displayed 10 years of Taoist cultivation loading. Taoist cultivation loading, 10%, 20%, 99%. In just those few seconds, countless Taoist techniques flooded into Xia Hang's mind. From street-level tricks and minor spells to advanced exorcism techniques for capturing ghosts and banishing demons, everything was there. This decade of cultivation was surprisingly substantial. This was absolutely not comparable to the 10 years of some charlatan in the mountains. Rather, it represented the absolute pinnacle of what a legitimate Taoist master could master in a decade. Not to mention the Taoist energy now radiating from Xia Hang's entire being. No wonder he didn't need to hide from sunlight, he could walk freely in broad daylight. After that, Xia Hang naturally couldn't enjoy the glutinous rice himself. Instead, it went to Xia Xiaoxi, who happily polished it off. It was hard to believe that this slender young girl could polish off an entire pot of glutinous rice stew in one go first thing in the morning. Such an appetite was downright astonishing, even to Xia Hang. Back when they fought against the Japanese invaders, a meal consisted of just 2 or 3 course steamed buns. After polishing off every last morsel, Xia Xiaoxi tidied the dishes and returned them to the kitchen. Then she grabbed her phone mount, ready to take Xia Hang out for a look around. Guys, follow me. Today's still an outdoor broadcast, burp. Xia Xiaoxi let out a satisfied burp as she spoke. Hey, don't burp at me. I can smell it through the screen. Did you put garlic in the rice? New Year's already? Another outdoor stream? Been following this streamer for half a year and always thought she was bedridden. Oh. So she's not. Almost donated money to the streamer. It really is New Year. Back in the village, we get outdoor content every day. So awesome. More shots of Grandpa Zhang, please. Much easier on the eyes. Can you stand farther away, streamer? Ah, damn it. What do you guys mean by that? Reading the comments, Xia Xiaoxi's mouth twisted in frustration. Calling her a cripple was bad enough, but now they all wanted more shots of Grandpa Zhang. She was the streamer, the star of the show, damn it. If everyone just wants to see Grandpa Zhang, then what's the point of her streaming? Soon, Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi arrived on the street. Just as Xia Xiaoxi had said, with the new year approaching, many young people had returned to the village, boosting purchasing power and attracting numerous vendors. Food stalls, toy vendors, New Year goods, everything imaginable was available. The small village was bustling with activity. Wow! So much food! Xia Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled at the sight of all the food. Xia Hong and the thousands of viewers in the livestream watched with furrowed brows. They silently shook their heads. No way, this woman is hopeless. She can eat like a horse. She just finished a huge pot of glutinous rice stew at home. Now she's drooling over these snacks. Xia Hong began to suspect his grandson had given birth to a wild boar. Though she walked on, Xia Xiaoxi's gaze remained fixed on one particular stall. Want some? Go buy it then. Xia Hong followed her gaze. It was just a cotton candy stand, wasn't it? MHM. Xia Xiaoxi nodded, then shook her head. No, I won't buy it. I do want it, but that cotton candy is just a bit of sugar. Spending $5 on it feels like such a ripoff. Forget it, let's save some money for the new year. I'll just eat a couple more bites at home later, hee. Xia Xiaoxi's words caught Xia Hong off guard. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so sensible, knowing the importance of thrift and household management. Oh come on, don't say that. Eat. Eat heartily. I'll just keep swiping, okay? Girls like streamers are rare these days. Just look at Grandpa Zhang, a pioneer in resisting Japanese invasions. His descendants must be exceptional too. That's what you call a wholesome family legacy. Life is but a few short decades, sometimes even less. I've barely lived 32 years. If you subtract those years of childhood innocence and the time spent sleeping each day, how much time is left? Seizing the day to enjoy life, isn't that a more meaningful way to live? Xia Hong remarked indifferently. Xia Xiaoxi looked as if she half understood, then broke into a sly grin. Well then, how about buying one for your adorable great-grandchild? Xia Hong, that won't do. Xia Xiaoxi. Online friends, ahahahaha. Before the laughter died down, Xia Hang added, would you dare spend the money I give you? This statement instantly snapped Xia Xiaoxi back to reality. Grandpa Zhang had literally crawled out of his grave. What kind of money could he possibly offer? She shivered in the sunlight, terrified. She whined obsequiously, no way. How could I possibly use your money? I'm gonna die laughing in this livestream. Grandpa Zhang, take it. Go ahead and take it. Though this money might not be usable in the mortal world, you'll need it down below. Xiao Shi is truly like an ancient Greek god of abstract concepts. Why don't I have a grandfather like that? Where's mine buried? I'm going to pay my respects. Just as the grandfather and granddaughter were joking around, a voice came from behind. Xiao Shi? You're out wandering too? Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi turned to look. A young man in his 30s approached them. He sported a crew cut, rolled up sleeves and pant legs, and was drenched in sweat. Yep, brother Binzi. This is my cousin. He just returned to the village. Where are you rushing off to? Seeing that the other person had noticed Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi quickly introduced him. Xia Wenbin smiled, politely nodding to Xia Hong before replying, I'm heading to the village chief's house. He said there's something he needs to discuss. I just happened to see you and wanted to say hello. You probably haven't met your sister-in-law yet. My baby just had her full month celebration a few days ago. Since you're back so rarely, you should come over to my place sometime when you have time. We should get to know each other. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Xia Hong glanced at Xia Wenbin from the side. The young man had a simple, honest look about him, dark skin and a lean, muscular build. He must be the type who works with his hands. That is, through his yin-yang vision. Xia Hong noticed a dark aura lingering on Xia Wenbin's face, not a good sign. Chapter 10, Unclean Things. Listening to their conversation. This young man must be Aunt Wang's son. His family had just welcomed a newborn a month ago. The infant's cries Xia Hong had heard throughout the previous night belonged to Xia Wenbin's child. Typically, newborns possess weak yang energy, making them susceptible to attracting unclean entities. Add to that the baby's persistent midnight crying these past 2 days. And with the faintly visible dark aura around Xia Wenbin's face, it was almost certain something had taken up residence in their home. Such occurrences are quite common. Especially in remote mountain villages, where a household might appear to be just a couple, yet who knows how many entities might be residing within. However, the situation in Xia Wenbin's household seemed slightly more severe. I'll head over to the village chief's place first. We'll talk later. If you have time, come over with my cousin. I'll have my mom cook you a nice meal and give you a proper welcome. Xia Wenbin said warmly. After exchanging greetings, he quickly departed, looking rather hurried. Watching Xia Wenbin's receding figure, Xia Xiaoxi murmured, Brother Bin is a really good guy. He always looked out for me when we were kids. Too bad he's too honest for his own good, still hasn't found a wife. But now he's got it all, a wife, kids, and a warm bed. Life's perfect. In the village, early marriage and family were encouraged. Xia Wenbin didn't marry until his late 30s, which wasn't exactly ideal. By the time Xia Hong was in his 30s, both his children were already over 10 years old. Hearing Xia Xiaoxi speak this way, it seemed she had a good relationship with Xia Wenbin, who was also known as an honest young man in the village. She said, earlier, I noticed his complexion wasn't good, dark lines between his eyebrows. Plus, with the new baby at home, things haven't been very peaceful. Before we head back, go buy some things. Once I'm done, you take them over to his place. Xia Xiaoxi listened, utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, she finally asked, Grandpa Zhang, you can actually tell that? Are you implying that something isn't quite right at Brother Bin's house? Just hearing that made Xia Xiaoxi's hair stand on end. Xia Hong said nothing more, merely nodding. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't stupid. When she'd spoken with Xia Wenbin earlier, she had indeed sensed that Brother Binzi didn't seem quite himself. Plus, the baby had been crying incessantly every night for the past 2 days. If they really had attracted something unclean, it would explain everything. What puzzled Xia Xiaoxi, however, was that Grandpa Zhang possessed such insight, even noticing the darkening of Xia Wenbin's forehead. So what should we buy? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Is there a funeral shop or a store selling religious offerings in the village? Xia Hong inquired. Xia Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly, saying she remembered the village chief's family seemed to run a shop selling religious offerings. The village chief's family was selling them? This came as quite a surprise to Xia Hong. But it didn't really matter as long as they could get what they needed. You'll see soon enough. Xia Hong chuckled. The village chief actually runs a shop. This is the first I've heard of it, haha. Well, you wouldn't know that. Over in Jiecheng and those parts, they really go all out for every holiday. They even worship the gods on the 1st and 15th of every month. The demand for those ritual items is huge. It's definitely a crucial business. Usually, those who can open such shops in the village are the big shots around here. Exactly. Ordinary folks can't just open one like that. It's a money maker. Some netizens were confused, but others quickly stepped in to explain. Folk customs vary by region, and once this was pointed out, they understood. But how does Grandpa Zhang even know how to do this? Is it reading faces or what? That's insane. What exactly are we buying? I'm curious too. Netizens were also quite intrigued by Xia Heng's words. But Xia Hong paid them no mind, continuing to browse with Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Xiaoxi was just as curious as the netizens. She knew she had to respect Grandpa Zhang's wishes. Since he wasn't saying anything now, she couldn't keep asking. As they strolled along, the grandmother and granddaughter approached a slightly larger stall. Grandpa Zhang, look! That jade dog is so cute. Xia Xiaoxi pointed at the large stuffed toy hanging on the stall, excitedly wrapping her arm around Xia Heng's. Xia Hong looked over. Wasn't that white plushie just a big-eared dog? Xia Xiaoxi, who's as greedy as they come, wasn't even this excited when she saw cotton candy earlier. It's cute, sure, but this balloon popping game is such a rip-off. The gun isn't even accurate, you're bound to spend a fortune to get anything. Xia Xiaoxi quickly regained her composure. Cute as they were, these plushies weren't for sale. Instead, you had to use the vendor's gun to shoot balloons on the wall. The number of balloons you hit determined how many plushies you could exchange for. Xia Xiaoxi glanced over to get that cinnamon-colored dog plushie. She'd have to pop 50 balloons. Each shot cost 1 yuan. If every shot hit, it would be 50 yuan. $50 for that cinnamon dog was actually a pretty good deal. But even someone as clueless as Xia Xiaoxi knew that at a stall like this, you couldn't possibly hit every shot. When you see a shooting gallery like this, don't hesitate, run. Usually the guns have been rigged by the stall owner, there's no way you'll hit anything. Exactly. Even a player with my FBX Academy level skills ends up running away with their pants down. You need to pop 50 balloons? Even with steady aim, that LL easily cost you $100. If you like it, give it a shot. Don't be so uptight. Xia Hong sensed the longing in his great-granddaughter's eyes. He wasn't the type of elder who'd dampen a child's spirits during outings. With the comments hyping it up so much, Xia Hong actually felt quite tempted to try it. Ah, never mind. Xia Xiaoxi tugged at her great-grandfather's hand, ready to leave. But two figures approached nearby, a man and a woman arm in arm, looking utterly sweet together. Boss, give us 100 yuan worth. Honey, you want that jade dog, right? I'll get it for you right away. The man said. The woman nodded happily, and her gaze happened to meet Xia Xiaoxi's. The two girls recognized each other instantly. Xia Xiaoxi? You hui hui. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? They exclaimed in unison. Though they knew each other, their tone didn't suggest they were particularly close. Instead, there was a palpable tension between them, the kind of tension that often flares between women. Why wouldn't I be here? I'm bringing my fiancé home for the new year. Let me introduce you, this is my fiancé, Chen Liang. He's a veteran and now works as a manager at Hangyuan Real Estate in the city. Yu Huihui seemed intent on stealing the spotlight, deliberately detailing her fiancé's entire career. Her words flowed, but her eyes never left Xia Hang. Inside, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. She never imagined that after all these years, Xia Xiaoxi had gotten so well fed. She actually managed to snag such a hottie. Chapter 11, The Veteran. Beside them, Chen Liang smoothed his cuffs and collar, tilting his chin slightly upward. With a confident smile, he nodded. Hello, I'm Huihui's fiancé. Chen Liang responded. This gentleman is my cousin. He just returned from abroad and works in overseas trade. Xia Xiaoxi could only grit her teeth and make the introduction, then turned her face away. She avoided eye contact with Xia Hong, clearly feeling a bit guilty. What else could she do? When traveling, one defines their own identity. Besides, she couldn't tell the truth. She couldn't very well introduce him as, this is my great-grandfather, a zombie who just crawled out of his grave yesterday, right? Oh, so he's your cousin. Ha ha ha. Yu Huihui's smile instantly brightened. Just moments ago, she'd assumed Xia Hong was Xia Xiaoxi's boyfriend, and the thought had made her teeth itch with anger. Hearing it wasn't the case, she felt much better. Brother Liang looks pretty mature. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't about to be outdone. Yu Huihui's smug expression was grating on her nerves. In the rivalry between women, neither side was likely to back down first. Yu Huihui was the same age as Xia Xiaoxi this year, just over 20. But her fiancé, Chen Liang, didn't seem particularly young. Xia Xiaoxi had to find a way to gain the upper hand. She couldn't let herself be outspoken. Unfortunately, Xia Hong was her own flesh and blood. She couldn't offend him. Otherwise, she would have simply claimed he was her boyfriend to save face. Well, men tend to develop a more mature aura as they gain life experience. My fiancé is the kind who grows on you. Yu Huihui's lips twitched as she replied. Huihui's right. It's good for men to be mature and steady. I'm only 23 this year. And you, brother? How old are you? Chen Liang added. Xia Hong, 32. Yu Huihui and Chen Liang. Xia Xiaoxi, pfft. Ha 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 ha. Holy crap. Grandpa Zhang's 32 looks way more youthful than this guy's 23? This guy's actually quite handsome, but I'm not really in the mood to look right now. No comparison, no hurt feelings. The streamer's got some serious swagger that smirks harder to hide than an AK-47. Inside the livestream, viewers' perspectives were even more direct. Compared to Xia Hong, Chen Liang does look weathered, as if his age was reported backwards. I remember you like cinnamon dogs too, Xiaoxi? But sorry about today, my boyfriend's a veteran. Shooting these balloon guns is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yu Huihui changed the subject, pointing at the hanging Yugui dog. Chen Liang patted his chest, assuring her this was a piece of cake. With $100, there's no reason he couldn't hit at least half of them, right? He then ignored Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi, motioned for the vendor to step aside, and began loading the gun. Xia Xiaoxi glared at Yu Huihui, her voice low as she whispered to Xia Hong, Yu Huihui is from our village too, but she takes her mother's surname. She was in our class back in school. We never got along since we were kids. She'd constantly compare herself to me for no reason. She always had to outdo me in everything. Back in school, she gave me no end of trouble. I never thought she'd still be like this after all these years. Just seeing them annoys me. Grandpa Zhang, let's go. The tension was palpable, plain as day. But since they'd run into each other, how could Xia Hong, as Grandpa Zhang, not help Xia Xiaoxi vent her frustration? With him by her side, how could Xia Xiaoxi be pushed around again? No rush. Didn't you like that big-eared dog? Just wait and see. Xia Hong patted Xia Xiaoxi's pig-like head, signaling her to wait patiently. Boom! Boom! Bang! Chen Liang fired several shots in quick succession, his ammunition dwindling rapidly. Yet he had only managed to pop over 20 balloons so far, and his expression darkened. He fired several more shots, but they all missed. 100 bullets, and Chen Liang had only managed to pop 31 balloons. Furious, he slammed the gun back onto the stall and cursed, "What kind of junk gun is this? The crosshairs are as fake as can be. Aim east, hit west. Can't hit a thing. You're ripping people off." The hothead nearly lost his temper. If not for Yu Huihui holding him back, he would have stormed straight into the stall. The vendor chuckled and tucked the gun away. Bro, don't get mad. We're just small-time vendors, gotta make a little profit somehow. If you hit every shot, I'd go broke. Want to keep playing? If not, you can exchange the 31 balloons for other prizes. The owner was lean and wiry, arms crossed in front of him. He'd seen this kind of scene countless times. Oomph. Why would I play with a gun like yours? You'll need some real skill to keep making this dirty money. Chen Liang grumbled. The owner packed up his things and directly exchanged another prize worth 31 balloons for Yu Huihui. No need to trouble yourself. And you call yourself a veteran. The shopkeeper nearly burst out laughing. At that, the face-conscious Chen Liang flushed instantly. What did you say? Xia Xiaoxi quickly stifled her laughter and stepped forward to shield Yu Huihui. When it comes to their women, men have an extremely low tolerance for embarrassment. The boss's laugh was pure mockery. Ha 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 ha. Boss, give me 50 shots. Xia Hong stepped up to the stall. Bro, you want this plushie too? You saw it, right? 50 shots probably won't be enough. Make it 100 shots. The vendor said while loading the bullets for Xia Hang. No, just 50 rounds for now. Xia Hong shook his head. The owner didn't press the issue, he'd make money either way. Chen Liang and Yu Huihui, hearing that Xia Hong was going to try too, walked over. Dude, even I can only hit 31 out of 100 shots. You want to try too? Chen Liang sneered. Of course, he wasn't trying to dissuade Xia Hong from wasting his money. But since he himself had just missed and Xia Hong still wanted to try, it meant he didn't take him seriously. Thinking he was better than Chen Liang? That was unbearable. He had to come over and mock him first. But exactly. You couldn't even hit my bro Liang cleanly, and you want 50 shots? Yu Huihui shot Xia Xiaoxi a look of contempt. In their eyes, Xia Hong was just putting on airs. Fine. Today they'd see how Xia Hong made a fool of himself. If he couldn't even hit 10 balloons with 50 shots, that would be a complete joke. Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi was about to speak up before the payment was made, signaling Xia Hong to back out. It was one thing for him to embarrass himself, but to bring shame upon such a venerable elder would be a grave offense. But Xia Hong paid no heed to Xia Xiaoxi. He measured the gun size and weight with his thumb and index finger. The next moment, he fired a rapid burst at the balloons on the wall. Bang! 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 The 3 balloons in the center burst simultaneously the instant the shots rang out. Chen Liang, how is that possible? Not only Chen Liang, but even the stall owner was stunned. Xia Xiaoxi, still in shock, quickly chimed in. I forgot to mention, this guy used to be in the military too. And he's a veteran. Chapter 12, instantly eliminated upon appearance. Chen Liang and Yu Huihui were both dumbfounded. They scrutinized Xia Hong up and down, utterly unable to fathom that this slender man had also served in the military. And a veteran at that? You stayed on after your initial service? Chen Liang asked. You could say that. Xia Hong chuckled. But even if you did stay on, this toy gun is worlds apart from the real thing in the military. They've clearly been tampered with, the sights are completely off. Chen Liang snapped angrily. Toy guns and military-issue firearms were worlds apart. During the time he'd been dating Yu Huihui, he'd bragged endlessly about his marksmanship and how outstanding his performance had been in the military. Now, he couldn't even hit a balloon at a street stall. Where was his pride? For a man, the worst thing is to lose face in front of a woman. Back in the war, we were just issued crude rifles, how could they have sights? When facing the enemy on the battlefield, with such little time, the bottom line is, if you don't hit him, he'll hit you. Xia Hong shook his head. At this distance, aiming was unnecessary. Gripping the toy gun's barrel, he raised his hand and aimed wherever the balloon was. All it took was instinct. Grandpa Zhang, aim? What's that even mean? So cool. 1 shot, 1 kill, not a single tremor. This marksmanship needs investigation. Strongly recommend investigation. What's there to investigate? Grandpa Zhang is a veteran of the War of Resistance, isn't he? Chen Liang, trouble. Cheating. There's something fishy going on. He's totally trying to show off in Grandpa Zhang's territory. Xia Hang's marksmanship left netizens utterly dumbfounded. They'd been worrying about him, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Holy. Xia Xiaoxi's mouth fell open, her excitement impossible to hide. Boom. 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 One by one, the balloons on the wall burst. The number of balloons needed to redeem the Kasha dog grew closer and closer to 50. But halfway through, Xia Hong suddenly stopped. He stared at the long-handled toy gun in his hands, glanced at the balloon's positions, and shifted his feet slightly to the side. No one could figure out what Xia Hong was up to. It wasn't until Xia Hong reloaded and fired again that the shopkeeper gasped in surprise. Boom! Pop! 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 With just 1 shot, 3 balloons on the wall burst simultaneously. The bullets were made of soft rubber, possessing some elasticity. Xia Hong shifted his stance, now facing the balloons at an angle. This way, after the soft rubber bullet popped 1 balloon, it would bounce off the wall and hit another nearby balloon, achieving the effect of bursting 2 or 3 balloons with a single shot. Whoa. Buddy, you can't play like that. If everyone played like you, I'd go broke paying for all the bitter tea seeds. The boss quickly stopped Xia Hong. Why not? We're not breaking any rules. You never said 1 shot couldn't pop multiple balloons. Now that we've popped more, you suddenly say it's not allowed? So business only counts if it makes you money, huh? This gun isn't even accurate. We won't accept this without prior notice. Xia Xiaoxi immediately stepped forward, blocking Xia Hong and confronting the owner. Running a business means making money when customers are inaccurate and taking a loss when they're skilled. What's so unusual about that? Why should you always have to let the other side profit? Xia Xiaoxi was just that kind of person when it came to matters of principle. She wouldn't budge an inch. And this was outright bullying her great-grandfather, utterly intolerable. Fine, fine. The boss shot Xia Hong a glance. Seeing that Xia Hong showed no sign of backing down either. A veteran who'd served in the military, now doing overseas trade. No matter how you looked at it, he wasn't someone to mess with. If things got heated, today's business would be ruined for sure. Just then, all the balloons on the wall had been popped. The owner turned and retrieved a large bag of balloons he'd prepared at home earlier. He intended to place the balloons in the farthest corners of the wall panels. He deliberately placed them unevenly, trying to make the game harder for Xia Hong. Why are they so far apart? It's different from before. Xia Xiaoxi demanded indignantly. That's the distance, young lady. If you can hit them, go for it. If not, I'll give you a refund. The shopkeeper declared triumphantly. With new balloons, he naturally made the rules. But before the balloon in his hand could be secured to the rubber band on the wall, suddenly, there was a loud pop. The balloon exploded right in the boss's hand. Looking over, it turned out Xia Hong had fired the gun. Very well, very well. So you're that accurate, are you? The boss grabbed 2 more balloons and tossed them out. Pop. Pop. The moment they left his hand, the balloons exploded mid-air. The owner refused to believe it, repeating the action several times. But without exception, every balloon was shot down the moment it left his hand. They didn't even get a chance to float away. The owner even suspected that the toy gun he'd tampered with was broken. He had personally tested it himself. A gun like this couldn't possibly be that accurate, even if an Olympic champion tried. This is bad. He should have known better than to set up shop today. He'd hit a brick wall. It wasn't just the boss who was stunned. Yu Huihui was speechless too. She couldn't help but shoot a reproachful glance at her fiancé Chen Liang beside her. As if to say, look at him. How come he can shoot so accurately? It's the same gun, there's no way it could be different. Failing to redeem the Yugui dog was a minor setback. The real blow was losing face in front of her arch-rival Xia Xiaoxi. That was the real disaster. I'm stunned. You can play like this? Unthinkable. Imagine how terrifying it'd be if Grandpa Zhang had an AK instead? Instant kills on exposure. Tell me this isn't cheating. Area damage, headshot lock, 0 frame startup anim. He must be banned. The boss's face is uglier than eating. Ha 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 ha. Yes. That's the spirit. Teach that greedy boss a lesson. Viewers excitedly flooded the chat with comments. Soon, Xia Hang's 50 rounds were all spent. Xia Xiaoxi hadn't been idle either, meticulously recording exactly how many balloons Xia Hong had shot. The final tally showed that 50 rounds had actually popped a whopping 67 balloons. Boss, let's redeem that big-eared dog first. Xia Hong said. The shopkeeper promptly retrieved the cinnamon dog plushie, forcing a smile as he handed it to Xia Xiaoxi. Additionally, the remaining 17 balloons could be exchanged for some small accessories and snacks. You're so awesome. Xia Xiaoxi hugged the plushie, excitedly pulling Xia Hong. What a steal. What a steal. She never imagined she'd ever walk away smiling from a stall like this. Grandpa Zhang's marksmanship as a veteran of the War of Resistance was no joke. Seeing Yu Huihui's face contorted in frustration brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Chapter 13, Face Saved. They say an old person in the family is like a treasure. Grandpa Zhang's move had won her over completely. Grandpa Zhang, are we still shooting? Xia Xiaoxi asked eagerly. No more fighting. We'll just listen to the sound. We've got things to do. Need to go buy supplies. Xia Hong shook his head. Hearing this, the shop owner's expression relaxed, and he visibly let out a sigh of relief. Right. Your shooting skills would never fly at my little stall. Games need a bit of challenge to be fun. Hitting every shot like that? Where's the fun in that? The owner chuckled, flattering him relentlessly. He was afraid Xia Hong might change his mind and want to keep shooting. This kind of small stall barely makes any money in a day. If they kept playing, these 2 days would be a total loss. Chen Liang's fists clenched tightly in his trouser pockets. What else could this be but showing off? And what's worse, he did it so casually, without a trace of pretense. Baby, let's go. This Thai stall is bound to go under sooner or later. Chen Liang pulled Yu Huihui toward the exit. But how could Xia Xiaoxi let such a golden opportunity to get back at Yu Huihui slip away? She immediately called out to Yu Huihui, Hey, Huihui, leaving already? Aren't you going to play a little longer? Yu Huihui and Chen Liang's faces turned ashen. As if they hadn't heard Xia Xiaoxi, they walked away without looking back. Xia Xiaoxi stuck her tongue out in their direction. Then she turned to look at Xia Hong with gratitude. Thank goodness Grandpa Zhang was here to smooth things over today. Yu Huihui, ever the prideful one, had found a well-off boyfriend and immediately brought him back to the village for the New Year celebrations. And she just happened to run into Xiaoxi. If Xia Hong hadn't been here, Xiaoxi would have definitely been subjected to a major show-off session from the two of them. Awesome, Grandpa Zhang. Blackie, bark for me. The host is so proud, his smile stretches from ear to ear. His boyfriend vibes are off the charts. With a grandpa like Zhang, who needs a boyfriend? Sorry to ask, but is Grandpa Zhang married? Nope, the streamer was found in a ditch. Why are you staring at me? Pay up. Xia Hong snapped at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi finally snapped out of it and quickly scanned 50 yuan to the stall owner. She happily hugged the stuffed animal, nibbling on snacks. She followed Xia Hong around, bouncing along happily. The live stream's viewership, which had started just over 1,000, slowly climbed past 1,500. The streaming quality wasn't great, but it was stable. Viewer retention was exceptionally high, with most viewers staying in the stream for over 20 to 30 minutes on average. In today's fiercely competitive live streaming industry, was absolutely explosive. If these numbers can be sustained, Xiaoxi's account weight will gradually increase. At that point, the stream's reach will significantly expand. For now, however, the promotion is still mostly localized within the same city. After wandering around the village for a while longer, they saw nothing else worth exploring. Xia Hong then asked Xiaoxi to lead the way to the village chief's shop. The shop wasn't large, appearing to be about 40 square meters. Out front, incense, candles, red lanterns, and other items for worshipping deities were displayed. There were even items for funeral rites, making the selection quite extensive. Village chief, I'm here to buy something. Xiaoxi spoke first. Xia Wenbin must have left by now. Only the village chief remained seated inside the shop. He glanced up at Xiaoxi, his expression sour. He merely gave a slight nod before asking in a low voice, "What do you want to buy?" The village chief looked so fierce when I was little that I hardly dared speak to him. "Grandpa Zhang, what should we buy?" Xiaoxi whispered, lowering her voice. Xia Hong didn't care whether he was fierce or not. He was here to shop as long as he could get what he needed, that was all that mattered. A stack of yellow paper, a stack of red paper, 7 offering lamps, vermilion red string, and about 10 to 20 old coins. Xia Hong listed the items he needed. But he couldn't help but wonder if the shop even carried such items. While these items were relatively common, it was, after all, just a small village shop selling religious offerings. He'd ask first if they weren't available, he'd find alternatives. It wasn't as if these were absolutely essential. The village chief heard the list and glanced up at Xia Hong again. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of puzzlement. However, he didn't press further. Rising silently, he left with a simple wait here before climbing the wooden ladder upstairs. Soon, sounds of rummaging echoed from above. The village chief descended the wooden ladder, now carrying a black bag. Only 3 oil lamps left. Lots of people buying them lately for the new year. The rest are all in here. 230 in total. The village chief set the bag down and motioned for Xia Hong to check the contents. Xia Hong opened the bag and scanned its contents. Everything was indeed what he had requested. He then instructed Xiaoxi to scan the money over. Xiaoxi pouted, surprised that such a small amount of goods cost over 200 yuan. She felt a slight twinge of pain. Still, she quickly scanned the payment to the village chief. Xia Hong picked up the bag, ready to leave, but the village chief couldn't resist speaking up. "Young man, what are you going to do with all these things?" Xia Hong had assumed the village chief was playing it cool and wasn't curious at all. But he ended up asking them anyway. "I just returned to my hometown recently. The house feels a bit damp and cold, so I thought I'd clean it out." Xia Hong replied calmly. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Judging by their appearance, young people like Xia Hong and Xiaoxi clearly didn't reside in the village often. The village chief's shop sold these items, so he probably knew a thing or two. Placing some old coins in the corners of the house to ward off evil spirits and dispel gloom was perfectly reasonable. The village chief paused, then scrutinized Xia Hong once more. "Seems you've picked up some skills out in the world. Still, it's best not to meddle too much in village affairs lately. Your own safety is paramount." The village chief's voice was dark and low. Just from the tone alone, Xiaoxi felt as if the village chief were issuing a threat. Mind your own safety? Even Xia Hong found the village chief's words puzzling. What did that mean? Could there be trouble brewing in the village besides Aunt Wan's household? Still, others might be frightened by such words. But Xia Hong was a zombie who had already died once. What danger could possibly threaten him now? After acknowledging the village chief, Xia Hong led Xiaoxi back toward the old house. Inside the shop, the village chief watched their retreating figures from afar, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "Jihao and Li Lan's daughter? But who is that man?" His footsteps were so heavy, each step landing like a flat palm on the ground. His complexion is deathly pale, devoid of any sign of life. And then there were his things, items that had sat unsold in the shop for centuries. The more the village chief thought about it, the more unsettling it felt. Chapter 14, The Warm Corpse. Xia Hong and Xiaoxi returned to the old house. It was nearly noon, and the sun beat down mercilessly. Though it was the 12th lunar month, Jia City remained sweltering, especially in the days leading up to the new year. Daily temperatures hovered around 20 degrees Celsius. Even with Xia Hang's protective aura, such heat was still somewhat uncomfortable. Phew! It's much cooler inside. I was careless I didn't even apply sunscreen before heading out. Are you hot, Grandpa Zhang? Xia Xiaoxi's little face was flushed red from the sun. She'd inherited quite a bit of the Xia family's genes sticking out her tongue. She looked utterly adorable. Hot. The corpse is warm. Xia Hong replied. Xia Xiaoxi. Stop scaring me all the time. Ah, Grandpa Zhang is so adorable. This deadpan humor is absolutely priceless. Honestly, if all zombies looked as good as Grandpa Zhang, who in the world would be scared of them? I still can't tell if Grandpa Zhang is real or fake. As long as he's handsome and likable, right? If he is, that's fine. If not, even better ba ba ba. Hey upstairs, wipe your drool off my screen. Xia Xiaoxi returned to her room to change into a pair of baggy pants, a loose white tee, and flip-flops. Not a trace of the grace expected of a young girl. For her, feeling comfortable was the absolute priority. Even during live streams, she never bothered with image always looking like a beggar. But Grandpa Zhang, I'm curious. Why is it so hot outside, yet the moment you step inside, it suddenly feels so much cooler? Even if the house is insulated, it shouldn't be this cool, right? You don't even need air conditioning. Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. The moment she stepped inside, a chill swept over her entire body. Did you pass by the graveyard? Isn't it always cool there, no matter how hot it is outside? Xia Hong countered. Xia Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. It was indeed true. Because graveyards are where the dead are buried. Yin energy gathers there, though people can't see it. So you only feel the chill. The same goes for those old, abandoned houses in the village. Without human activity, wandering spirits and ghosts will occupy the space to dwell. Over time, the yin energy grows heavier, and where yin energy is heavy, it naturally feels cooler, right? Xia Hong explained. Huh? What are you saying? Xia Xiaoxi's eyes widened in shock as she clung to Xia Heng's arm. Her eyes blinked rapidly as she scanned the surroundings. Though she couldn't see anything, a chill ran down her spine. Don't worry. You're the original owner of this house, and you've been back for 2 days now. Even if anything was here, you'd have scared it away long ago. There's nothing here now, just some lingering Xia Hong continued. In the past, travelers passing through would sometimes need shelter at night. They'd stay in abandoned old houses or dilapidated temples. Even knowing no one lived there, they would still knock 3 times before entering. Not to alert people, but to alert the spirits. If there was no sound from within, they could enter. But if strange noises came from inside, that place was deemed uninhabitable. If they insisted on staying, trouble would surely come that night. This wasn't something Xia Han learned from the 10 years of Taoist cultivation granted by the system. Rather, it was passed down from the older generations. Back then, people often faced famine and had to flee their homes, sometimes even crossing borders. Thus, they inevitably trekked long distances, ending up in desolate places. This was a rule passed down orally. Upon hearing Xia Hong say the room was empty, Xia Xiaoxi finally relaxed, patting her flat chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. Learned something new, gotta jot this down. Bookmarking this might come in handy if I ever become a vagrant. My hair just stood on end. From now on, I'll knock before entering my family home. If those things inside don't leave, doesn't that mean we're living together? You could say that. Maybe your double bed could end up with 7 or 8 people sleeping beside you at night. Ah. Stop talking, damn it. The live stream atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Thankfully it's daytime now, otherwise some timid viewers would definitely be having nightmares. So Grandpa Zhang, is there any trouble with the yin energy in the house? Could they be marking the location to return later? Xia Xiaoxi's mind raced as she voiced her doubts. Xia Han looked up at Xia Xiaoxi, his expression tinged with disbelief. With a complex look, he patted her pig-shaped head. This shouldn't be possible. How did your brain come up with that? Xia Xiaoxi. As you said, as long as the yin energy remains, once the house is empty of human activity, they'll definitely return. You're a girl, and you're all alone. They might come back to see you tonight. Xia Hong said deliberately. Xia Xiaoxi, then, aren't you human? Xia Hong, I'm a zombie. Xia Xiaoxi, wah. You're doing this kind of thing? This time, Xia Xiaoxi was so terrified she let out a pig-like squeal. She immediately begged Xia Hong, asking if there was any way to deal with it. This vague, ever-present feeling that another pair of eyes might be watching her from somewhere in the room was utterly terrifying. It was scarier than if they'd just appeared. Xia Hang added, it's so hot outside. A bit of cold energy in the room actually feels refreshing. Xia Xiaoxi shook her head like a rattle. She'd rather be baked alive by the heavens than scared to death. Xia Hong smiled as he walked back to the main hall. He took out the items he'd just bought from the village chief's house and laid them out on the table one by one. Don't worry, Xia Hong said. He picked up the red string, then gathered 8 old copper coins from the Qing dynasty. Most were jiaqing, yongzheng, or xianfeng tongbao coins, commonplace items found in nearly every household with elders. Households with elderly members usually had a few of these lying around. They weren't worth much. Xia Hong gripped one end of the red string and began winding it around the 8 coins to string them together. It wasn't a simple stringing together, but a complex technique involving twists and turns. Neither the viewers in the livestream nor Xia Xiaoxi could make out the details. They only sensed the red string and coins clinking together in Xia Hang's hands as he swiftly strung them. He bought about 20 coins in total, leaving a dozen or so for Xia Xiaoxi to keep as spares. Grandpa Zhang, what does stringing them like this mean? What's the point? Xia Xiaoxi asked with wide-eyed curiosity. This is the most fundamental copper coin array in Taoist practice. Paired with the incantation, it can transform into myriad forms to handle any emergency. Quite practical. Xia Hong explained. Words alone weren't enough to convey its essence, so he proceeded to demonstrate it briefly. Xia Hong wrapped red string around the copper coins, murmuring incantations at breakneck speed. No one could make out the words. As the final command fell from his lips, the coins that had been scattered in his hand suddenly stood upright on their own. What the? The coins moved on their own? Chapter 15, 5 Emperor Coins. No one touched the coins. How could they move on their own? A netizen gasped in astonishment. But it didn't stop there. The 8 coins strung together with a red cord in Xia Hang's hand seemed to come to life. In the center of Xia Hang's open palm, they rapidly transformed into a palm-length copper coin sword. Netizens began to doubt their own eyes. Weren't the coins just scattered moments ago? How did they suddenly become a coin sword? Is this even possible? Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed. She suddenly understood what Xia Hong meant when he said the copper coin formation could take on myriad forms. Simply by chanting a few words, it could reshape itself? That's just too incredible. Grandpa Zhang, what exactly did you chant? Why did the coins change shape on their own? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. Xia Hong had recited it far too quickly earlier for her to catch a single word. Didn't I tell you? The copper coin formation requires a chant to activate it. Xia Hong replied. He opened his palm once more, revealing the small copper coin sword. He addressed his great-granddaughter. Listen carefully. Let's see if you can remember it. 8 directions, dreadful and fearsome. Light shines upon the mysterious darkness. 10,000 rays of golden light illuminate the 4 corners. Thousands of gods and 10,000 saints protect my true spirit. Demons and evil spirits retreat. The path of righteousness endures forever. 5 heavenly demons and devils perish and vanish. Wherever I go, 10,000 gods pay homage. Swiftly, swiftly, as the law demands. A string of incantations fell, and the copper coin sword in Xia Hang's hand seemed to shimmer with golden light. It shot from his hand, hurtling toward the wall at breakneck speed. Boom! The sound of metal striking stone echoed through the room. Xia Xiaoxi looked again. The blade of the copper coin sword was now embedded in the wall. What the? Xia Xiaoxi's mouth fell open. For a full 10 seconds, she couldn't react, her mind frozen like a system crash. What the hell was that? A copper coin sword? Flying through the air and then cutting a hole in the wall? How on earth did that happen? That's impossible. Xia Xiaoxi timidly approached the wall, where the copper coin sword remained embedded. The most terrifying part was the fly's corpse lying peacefully between the wall and the coin sword. I must still be half asleep. Xia Xiaoxi slapped her own face hard. The stinging pain brought her even more sharply to her senses. Holy crap! What kind of mystical Eastern power is this? Holy moly! I've seen flying cards slice flies, seen toothpicks pierce flies, but a copper coin chopping a fly? That's a first. But Grandpa Zhang clearly didn't do anything just now. He just recited some obscure incantation, and the coin sword flew out on its own? That accuracy. That power. We're done for. From now on, carrying copper coins out in public will require official registration. Could it be special effects? The streamer only has a few thousand followers. No way they have that kind of budget. Grandpa Zhang promised it was about zombies. What the hell is this terrifying Taoist magic? Xia Xiaoxi trembled in place, too scared to move. Did you memorize the incantation? Xia Hong lifted the copper coin sword from the wall. The moment he pulled it off the wall, the coin scattered again, landing in Xia Hang's palm. Xia Xiaoxi shook her head repeatedly. Who could possibly remember that? It was such a long string of words, and they were all incomprehensible terms. Grandpa Zhang, are we really zombies? Couldn't you be the Taoist master instead? Xia Xiaoxi hesitated for a long moment before daring to ask in a low voice. Who says zombies can't practice Taoist arts? Xia Hong snapped irritably. Just a few hours ago, he'd harbored the same doubts. But as the saying goes, the more skills you have, the better. There's nothing wrong with that. Xia Xiaoxi sulkily retracted her pig-like snout. Then, Grandpa Zhang, what did the incantation you just recited mean? It actually made the copper coin sword fly out on its own. And with such power. Just like the flying daggers in those old martial arts novels. Could you teach me too? He. Xia Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She couldn't imagine how cool she'd be if she mastered such a skill. Hidden weapons from martial arts stories can't slay ghosts or exorcise evil spirits. The incantation you just heard consists of two parts, the Taoist ghost banishing chant and the golden light chant. Copper coins are inherently made of refined metal and have circulated through countless hands in the marketplace, carrying potent yang energy. Yet they require consecration to unleash their true power. Therefore, I incorporated the golden light mantra to complement the ghost exorcism chant. If you wish to learn, I'll teach you in detail when we have time later. Xia Hong explained patiently. Perhaps it was because Xia Xiaoxi was the first relative he had seen since his revival. Xia Hong felt an immediate connection with this great-granddaughter of his. She was a little rascal, with a bold and spirited demeanor, but her charm and endearing nature won people over. If she genuinely wanted to learn some Taoist arts for self-defense, that was perfectly fine. Yay! Great-grandpa, you're the best. Xia Xiaoxi nearly jumped for joy. Wait, he's really teaching her? Wah! I'm so jealous I can't even speak. Why can't I have a great-grandpa like that? Am I just a pathetic person? Why am I even jealous of someone else's ancestor? Jealousy, feeling so bitter. Who's gonna randomly give me 10 million? No 10 million, but I can slap you out of nowhere. Then, Xia Hong thought for a moment and picked out 5 different copper coins from the remaining pile. He selected 5 distinct coins, Xuanji, Kangxi, Yangzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing. He planned to string them together with red thread as well, intending to make a bracelet for Xia Xiaoxi after blessing them. Wearing coins from 5 emperors not only attracts wealth but also ensures safety. Afterward, Xia Hong took out several sheets of yellow and red paper. He began drawing on the paper with cinnabar. Grandpa Zhang, are you drawing talismans? Xia Xiaoxi asked softly. Xia Hong acknowledged her question but did not respond, continuing to draw several talismans in succession. There were 4 types, the mind-purifying talisman, the house-protecting talisman, the spirit-calming talisman, and the shadow-banishing talisman. The mind-purifying, spirit-calming, and shadow-banishing talismans were drawn on yellow paper, while only the house-protecting talisman used red paper. Xia Hong took out a demon-banishing talisman, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. He silently chanted, "Heaven and earth, natural and pure, disperse the foul energies. The mighty deities of the 8 directions, grant me your power." The divine command of the sacred talisman, proclaimed throughout the 9 heavens, may all evil and impurity vanish, and the Tao's vital energy endure forever. Swiftly, as the law commands. As the incantation ended, the talisman between his fingers flared into flames with a crackle. This was the main hall, the very heart of the old residence. Using the talisman here yielded the strongest effect. However, as a dead man, a zombie, reciting such righteous Taoist incantations felt somewhat awkward to Xia Hong. It's burning. Xia Xiaoxi rubbed her eyes, she hadn't even blinked. She couldn't figure out which step she'd missed. How had the freshly drawn yellow talisman spontaneously ignited in Grandpa Zhang's hands? Before she could ask, sweat began beading on her forehead. The room's temperature seemed to spike the instant the talisman ignited. Chapter 16, Where are the ghosts? It really feels like it, that chilling, eerie sensation is gone. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise. She even doubted it was her imagination, but the steadily rising temperature couldn't be deceiving. Xia Hong said nothing more. From his perspective, the yin energy that had gathered in the mansion was slowly being driven out by the talismanic flames. Xia Xiaoxi naturally began to feel the heat. Take these 3 talismans to Aunt Wang's house. Tell them you obtained them from a temple in the city. Xia Hong instructed. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't stupid. Since Xia Hong had given the order, she obediently nodded and did as she was told. Saying they were obtained from a temple in the city might make Aunt Wang believe it a little. She couldn't very well say they were talismans freshly drawn by her great-grandfather. That would scare Aunt Wang to death. Not to mention whether she'd dare use it. Xia Xiaoxi tucked away the 3 talismans, 1 red, 2 yellow, and scampered out of the house. She dashed toward Aunt Wang's house. Outside in this sweltering heat felt like a toxic zone, better get there and back quickly. With nothing pressing now, Xia Hong returned to his room on his own. If the village was to be collectively relocated, then this old house would definitely be uninhabitable. As a zombie transcending the 5 elements, Xia Hong's sole reliance now was the system. He could only proceed step by step, leaving things to fate. According to Xia Xiaoxi, his second uncle who had emigrated overseas, that is, Xia Hong's second son, would be returning to Xia village soon. He would meet him then. After all, he was his own son. Xia Hong couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Sitting back on the bed, Xia Hong suddenly remembered something. His gaze fell upon a section of the bedroom floor. Ah, yes, there's still this thing. I nearly forgot. Xia Hong muttered to himself. After about 10 minutes, Xia Xiaoxi's footsteps echoed from outside. Seeing Xia Hong shut in his bedroom, She called out from outside, "Grandpa Zhang, Aunt Wang's place is empty." The neighbors said they went to visit relatives in the next village early. They might not be back until tonight. I'll stop by later tonight. Xia Hong gave a brief reply. It was quite common in Jiecheng village for people to start visiting relatives before the new year. Come the new year, there were temple processions, guests arriving at home, and if there were little ones in the house, it was all very busy. Visiting relatives early allowed them to relax a bit later on. Xia Xiaoxi collapsed in the main hall. Earlier, Xia Hong had dispelled the lingering gloom. Xia Xiaoxi now regretted it a little, as the entire house felt several degrees warmer. Relatively speaking, the main hall was more ventilated and cooler. She turned on the huge iron ceiling fan that hadn't been used in centuries and stretched out comfortably on the wooden sofa. "Ha? Where's Grandpa Zhang?" Host. "Without Grandpa Zhang in the shot, what the hell are you even streaming for? You've got no reason to keep going, got it? Who hung that chunk of cured pork in the live stream room?" Seeing Xia Hong disappear from the stream, the viewers started clamoring one after another. They'd grown accustomed to Xia Hong's presence without Grandpa Zhang. The show lost its charm. The chat room, which had nearly reached 2,000 viewers, started rapidly losing people. "Damn it! What's with that pork head meat comment? If you've got a problem, come out and fight me one-on-one. Official. Official. I'm the streamer here. Look closely. The stream should recognize my face. My great-grandpa isn't the streamer, you know." Xia Xiaoxi shouted, her mouth twisted in frustration. But her shouting didn't make a difference. The numbers kept dropping relentlessly. Just as the numbers were about to drop below 1,000, they finally began to stabilize. "For now, I'll just stream some casual chatting and PK battles for you guys. Let my great-grandfather rest a bit." Xia Xiaoxi murmured softly. She didn't know whether Xia Hong actually needed rest or sleep. But she couldn't keep disturbing the old man. If there were fewer viewers, so be it. She couldn't drag great-grandpa into streaming just to scrape together a few extra bucks. Xia Xiaoxi might be a bit of a penny pincher, but she wasn't that inconsiderate. Alright, I've followed the streamer. If Grandpa Zhang ever goes live, give me a nudge. He really should get some rest. Grandpa Zhang was shooting guns and drawing talismans earlier. He must be exhausted. Isn't Grandpa Zhang's character supposed to be a zombie? Aren't all zombies in movies sleepy during the day and active at night? Exactly. Why didn't I think of that earlier? The streamer's being sloppy. How could a zombie even see sunlight? Are you guys dumb? Grandpa Zhang is no ordinary zombie. He's a veteran of the anti-Japanese war. He's full of righteous energy. What's he got to fear from the sun? Exactly. The host should do more PK battles. Seriously? Xia Xiaoxi pondered. It wasn't out of the question. She was bored anyway, and there were still a few people left in the livestream. Might as well make a little cash, ha. Guaranteed win, guys? Xia Xiaoxi asked skeptically. Of course it's a sure win. Don't you trust us? Just topped up my coins, ready to play. Xia Xiaoxi didn't quite buy their claims. Because every time they'd gone into a PK match before, the viewers in the livestream chat had said the same thing. But when it came down to the crunch, they'd all vanished without a trace. Still, with Grandpa Zhang's lingering influence boosting these past 2 days streams, maybe this time it'll be different. Fight. Then let's do it. Xia Xiaoxi mustered her courage and clicked the random PvP match button. The platform began automatically matching Xia Xiaoxi with a streamer. Within just 3 or 4 seconds, she was indeed connected to a male streamer. The man had fairly delicate features and looked quite proper. Xia Xiaoxi politely greeted him first. "Hi, wanna play a match?" The male streamer on the other end gave Xia Xiaoxi a once-over. The expression in his eyes gradually shifted, growing increasingly lecherous. He deftly pulled out an eyebrow pencil and drew a small mustache on his philtrum. Whoa! Finally hooked up with a pretty lady. The thick, over-the-top vibe nearly made Xia Xiaoxi spit out her drink. Ha. Oh no! I connected with a major. Check their profile, seems like they're a Japanese studies major. Holy crap! I knew it felt too professional. 1 second ago, I thought this guy was kinda decent looking, maybe even a bit attractive. Next second, oh crap! He's Imperial Japanese Army. He's the one. Xiaoxi, take him on. You'll win for sure. We're ready. Seeing the positive reaction in the comments, Xia Xiaoxi continued, "So, what should we play? Let's play for punishment. How about 50 squats each for the loser?" The punishment wasn't too harsh, and judging by the chat, the sure win group was already primed. She accepted the challenge immediately. "Flower girl, you're really daring to accept? You can still surrender now and only lose half." At that moment, Colonel Fan suddenly struck a pose, casually wiping his small carrot knife as he remarked, as the ancient Chinese saying goes, "Those who master Western affairs are true heroes." I'm confident the various torture devices in my livestream room will quickly pry open your mouth. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous boom echoed. The bedroom door burst open. Xia Hong burst in, radiating murderous intent. Where's the Japanese bastard? Chapter 17, Japan? A tiny speck of land. The sudden commotion. Xia Xiaoxi froze in terror, her hand shot up high, her double chin jutting out. It's not me. I'm not a Japanese soldier. Xia Xiaoxi shrieked. Pwa ha 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 ha. Oh no, oh no. The Major's Grandpa Zhang has been startled awake. Even Grandpa Zhang thought it was a real Japanese soldier. I suggest the other streamers should conduct a thorough investigation of their entire family tree. Fake Imperial Army meets our real Red Army. If they can startle our Grandpa Zhang, it proves the opposite streamer is acting incredibly convincingly. That creepy look of his? Couldn't be more spot on. Ha 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 ha. And Xiaoxi, her face went completely blank with fright. Xia Hong scanned the main hall thoroughly but found nothing. Strange. He had clearly heard some familiar non-human sounds earlier. Xia Hong followed the scent and burst in, kicking the door off its hinges. Why couldn't he see it once he got out? Finally, Xia Hang's gaze settled on Xia Xiaoxi's phone. Who is this guy? The streamer on the other side was clearly startled too. His stutter faltered, and the lecherous expression on his face quickly vanished. My great-grandfather. A veteran of the War of Resistance. Your costume might be a bit risky. Xia Xiaoxi murmured. Great-grandfather? A veteran of the War of Resistance? The streamer across from her rubbed her eyes, studying Xia Hang's appearance. He looked to be in his 20s. How could he possibly be Grandpa Zhang, let alone a veteran of the War of Resistance? Veterans from that era would be at least 100 years old now. Is this a persona? Or a script? When did the live streaming industry get this competitive? But for some reason, even though it's hard to believe, he still dared not relax. Because even through the screen, he could feel Xia Hang's surging killing intent. It was terrifying. A single glance from him could wipe him out at any moment. This aura felt exactly like a real veteran facing the enemy. The rage was written all over his face. Was that you speaking just now? Xia Hong took 2 steps forward, his stern face filling the camera frame. His tone brooked no argument, leaving the opposite streamer trembling as he nodded. Bro, I'm not some Japanese soldier. I'm just a Japanese language major. I don't know how to make Douyin videos, I was just messing around. I won't do it again. The opposite streamer hastily wiped away the tiny soul mustache from his face. Without pausing to think, he rushed to explain everything to Xia Hong. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he'd explained it a moment later, he might genuinely be mistaken for a Japanese soldier and killed. Japanese studies? What's the point of studying that? Japan's just a tiny speck of land. It's useless. Get off the stream and switch majors immediately. Did you hear me? Xia Hong snapped coldly. Yes. I'll switch majors right after this call. Bro, gotta go now. The streamer on the other end didn't even dare linger for a few extra seconds. After uttering those few words, he immediately hung up the call, terrified that Xia Hong might follow the network cable over to beat him up. Ha ha ha, Grandpa Zhang is cracking me up. What an overwhelming presence. He practically made someone switch majors on the spot, ha ha ha. So true. Japan's just a tiny speck of land, what's the point of learning from them? The other streamer hung up and went offline immediately, he's too scared to even stream now. Grandpa Zhang shows up and instantly steals the show. Xia Hong exhaled a long, heavy breath. It was all this young man's fault, he couldn't help but recall some events from years past. Grandpa Zhang, you're not upset, are you? Xia Xiaoxi hesitated before approaching, giving Xia Hong a firm shoulder massage. Her awkward, sheepish grin betrayed her surprise. She'd wanted to make some quick cash in the PK circle, but the first random match was against a major. And it even brought Grandpa Zhang out. Xia Hong shook his head. As long as it wasn't a real enemy, he wasn't angry. Before she knew it, time had slipped away indoors. The sky had grown dark. The day spent playing and fooling around with his great-granddaughter had flown by. Xia Hong was about to head back inside when something suddenly occurred to him. He turned to his great-granddaughter and asked, "Oh, I never did ask. What kind of work are your parents doing now?" Xia Xiaoxi explained that yes, her parents were ordinary office workers in the city. And she was their only daughter. They weren't poor, but they weren't wealthy either. They were still a bit short of being considered well off. Xia Hong nodded. That made sense. If Xia Xiaoxi's family were wealthy, this female pig-headed broad wouldn't be streaming this dead man's livestream every single day, happily broadcasting to 100 or 200 viewers daily. Given that, as an elder, he ought to do something. Want wealth? Xia Hong asked in a low voice. Ha? Xia Xiaoxi's ears seemed to pick up the key words, and her eyes instantly lit up. Of course I do. But the moment the words left her mouth, she sensed something was off. She waved her hand dismissively. You're not going to say, go find it, I've hidden all my treasures there, are you? Then trick me into going to see? Xia Hong. Trying to make things awkward, huh? He turned and walked away. If future generations starve to death, so be it. Little cutie. Even if you gave them money, they probably wouldn't know how to spend it. Hey. Grandpa Zhang, I was just joking with you, hee. I want it. Look at me, do I have what it takes to be a rich kid? Xia Xiaoxi grabbed Xia Hang's arm and grinned shamelessly. Afraid Xia Hong might change his mind and leave. Come to think of it, back in the day, their family was said to be highly respected throughout the entire city. Who knows, maybe great-grandpa really did have some hidden ace up his sleeve. While others leached off their parents or grandparents at most, Xia Xiaoxi was already primed to leech off her great-grandfather. Xia Hong smiled, pulling a mottled, yellowed envelope from his pocket, one that clearly bore the weight of years. He placed it before Xia Xiaoxi. Here's your choice. Use this envelope. In exchange for you serving me faithfully for the next 10 years, do as I say, whether I tell you to go east or west. Everything from eating, drinking, and entertainment to clothing, food, and shelter will be paid for by you, old man. Are you willing? Xia Hong held the envelope between two fingers, watching Xia Xiaoxi with keen interest. He was curious to see how the penny-pinching Xia Xiaoxi would decide. After all, she had no idea what was inside that envelope. Nor did she know how much spending power Xia Han would wield over the next decade. But to Xia Hang's surprise, Xia Xiaoxi gently pushed away Xia Hang's hand holding the envelope, her expression unusually displeased as she said, "Come on, great-grandfather. This time, you seem to be underestimating me. Since you are my great-grandfather, the very source of my bloodline, it is only right that I do my utmost to honor you. 10 years, 20 years, even 100 years, it's only right. Whether there's anything in the envelope or not, whatever it is, it's none of my business." This response was somewhat unexpected for Xia Hang. It clearly didn't fit her money-grubbing persona. She'd expected Xia Xiaoxi to haggle for a few years. Instead, she didn't haggle at all. She didn't even want the envelope. Take it then, since you're so devoted to filial piety. Just don't open it until you really need it. No matter how great the hardship you face, it will help. Xia Hong placed the envelope into his great-granddaughter's hands. Chapter 18, Someone's Dead? Xia Xiaoxi carefully caught the envelope, her nostrils flaring as her hands trembled. After all, great-grandfather Xia had seen it all. For him to utter such words, what kind of treasure must be inside that envelope? It can help with any difficulty, no matter how great. Xia Xiaoxi didn't think Grandpa Zhang was joking. She carefully tucked the envelope away. Though she might be a bit scatterbrained normally, she knew when to be serious. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. I'll remember this," Xia Xiaoxi said, deeply moved. The fact that he entrusted her with something so important showed just how much he cared for her. What an old envelope. What could be inside? I'm so curious too. I really want to know. It sounds like something amazing. Grandpa Zhang is so kind to the streamer. But since it's so important, the host probably can't show it yet. Xia Xiaoxi placed the phone stand on the table. She scampered back to her room on her little legs, presumably to hide the envelope. Then she came bounding back out. By now, night had fallen, and Xia Xiaoxi's stomach growled loudly. It was time for dinner. She told Xia Hong to rest a bit longer. After the glutinous rice fiasco last meal, she was determined to redeem herself tonight. Xia Xiaoxi was usually a bit scatterbrained, but when it came to cooking, she had a knack for it. Her online friends all praised her efforts. After clattering around in the kitchen for a good hour, a steaming hot meal of 3 dishes and a soup was finally served. Xia Hong finally got to taste Xia Xiaoxi's cooking. And honestly, it was quite commendable. After all, Xia Hong didn't need to eat. Food entering his stomach would only add to the burden of digestion. So he merely sampled a little of each dish. As for Xia Xiaoxi, she devoured everything in a whirlwind, clearing every last scrap from the table. After dinner, the grandmother and granddaughter each found a comfortable spot in the main hall to lounge. With their bellies full and the evening chill settling in, an indescribable sense of contentment washed over them. "Great-grandpa, I keep feeling like there's something I haven't done yet. But it feels so good right now, my brain just doesn't want to work," Xia Xiaoxi murmured, patting her belly, which was as round as if she were pregnant. "Xia Hong, when has your brain ever been willing to work?" The air itself seemed to grow still and serene. After another moment, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. "Oh no, I forgot. I haven't given Aunt Wang the talisman you gave me yet. It's so late now, they must have gone home already," Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly exclaimed. She slid off the sofa, slipped her feet into her flip-flops, and dashed out the door. Grandpa Zhang said it best. "When did your brain ever choose to work? Spot on. Right to the point." Grandpa Zhang didn't even lift his eyes. He seemed completely accustomed to Xia Xiaoxi's impulsive nature. The village roads were lined with weathered streetlights. Not only dim, some flickered on and off. Armed with the knowledge Grandpa Zhang shared earlier that day, Xia Xiaoxi quickened her pace considerably. Soon she arrived at Aunt Wang's house. But Aunt Wang's door remained tightly shut, and no lights were on inside. Could she still be out? It's already past 9, almost 10. How could they not be back yet? Xia Xiaoxi wondered aloud. Usually, villagers wouldn't stay out so late even if they went out. By 9 or 10 o'clock, many of the village elders might already be fast asleep. Looks like we'll have to come back tomorrow. Go check it out. Someone's in trouble by the river at the village entrance. Hurry. Xia Xiaoxi had barely turned to leave when she heard distant sounds coming from the east. Looking again, she saw several more people running over and gathering together. They were shouting something as they ran. Xia village was backed by mountains, with a protective village moat running in front, connecting to the two neighboring villages. Before the days of running water, the villagers of all three settlements depended on this river for their livelihood. The direction of the protective village river was to the east. Is there some event happening before the new year? Why is it suddenly so lively? Something's off. This doesn't feel like an event. They look kind of frantic. Something's off. Way off. Like, seriously off. Xiaoxi, go check it out. No need for netizens to say anything. Xia Xiaoxi, with her innate curiosity, had already followed the others over. After jogging for about 5 minutes, she reached the riverbank at the village entrance. The area ahead was already completely blocked off by villagers. Through the crowd, Xia Xiaoxi could faintly hear wails of anguish. And the voices sounded strangely familiar. Pushing her way through the gaps in the crowd, Xia Xiaoxi saw only an elderly woman and a young woman kneeling by the riverbank, weeping bitterly. The woman held an infant in her arms. The elderly woman wailed heart-wrenchingly, while the younger woman sobbed uncontrollably. Before them lay a body that had just been pulled from the river. Though partially obstructed, Xia Xiaoxi instantly recognized the deceased's face. It was Xia Wenbin. Xia Wenbin, whom she had seen in the village that very day. Brother Bin. The elderly woman and the woman were Aunt Wang and Xia Wenbin's wife and child. How? Xia Xiaoxi's mind went blank for a moment, her eyes widening in shock. She stared at the scene before her in disbelief, one hand clamped tightly over her mouth. Everything had been perfectly normal just this morning. How could this? It was too sudden. Xia Xiaoxi had never witnessed anything like this in her entire life, and every hair on her body stood on end. No one touched the body. Back up. Everyone step back. Wait for the ambulance to arrive, and call the police immediately. The village chief arrived at the edge of the crowd, his stern voice barking orders at the gathered villagers to step back. Even Aunt Wang, kneeling on the ground, and Xia Wenbin's wife were ordered to step back a safe distance. Though we're still waiting for the ambulance to arrive. But it's probably just a matter of waiting for them to confirm the death and issue a death certificate. A quick glance showed he'd been gone for a while. Aunt Wang, her daughter-in-law, and the child were all soaking wet. Given their location by the river, it seemed all of them had fallen in earlier. Ironically, it was Xia Wenbin, the youngest and strongest among them, who met his end. Mrs. Wenbin, sister-in-law Wenbin, don't cry yourselves sick. This happened so suddenly. The most important thing now is to take care of yourselves. Wenbin is gone now, but the child still needs your care. Old Master Xia Weiqiang hurried over, supporting the distraught Aunt Wang as he guided her back. He sighed deeply and whispered words of comfort to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Wenbin! Wake up! Look at your mother, please. Aunt Wang still couldn't believe her son was gone. He had just married and brought a new life into the family before passing away. She tried to rush forward and shake Xia Wenbin awake, but the village chief held her back. It wasn't that he was heartless, but the police and doctor hadn't arrived yet, and they tried to avoid letting anyone touch the body. Xia Xiaoxi hadn't yet recovered from the shock. In a daze, she thought she saw a dark shadow darting across the shimmering river surface. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. But she collided with a sturdy arm. Grandpa Zhang? Chapter 19, responding to the call. Xia Xiaoxi turned around and looked up, only to see a familiar face. Xia Hong stared at the corpse nearby with a slightly grave expression. After his body had been reshaped by the system, his vision was significantly sharper than that of ordinary people. Especially in the dim light of night, he could see clearly at distances where ordinary people struggled to make out anything. Something's not right. Xia Hong patted his great-granddaughter's shoulder. They had seen Xia Wenbin at noon. Even then, Xia Hong had noticed the dark aura gathering around his face. That's why he specifically drew several calming talismans and house-protecting talismans, instructing Xia Xiaoxi to deliver them. However, according to Xia Heng's assessment, it wasn't really a major issue. It was merely a period of bad luck and misfortune, during which minor physical issues might arise. It certainly wouldn't be life-threatening. How could something have already happened to him in just one afternoon? No matter how she thought about it, something felt terribly off. Xia Xiaoxi had initially been startled, but upon recognizing her great-grandfather, she felt much more at ease. Though they hadn't known each other long, his presence alone gave her a sense of security. It felt like no matter how big the problem, he could handle it. Great-grandfather, it seems Aunt Wang's family fell into the water, and Brother Binzi drowned. Xia Xiaoxi explained. Xia Hong pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. It probably isn't that simple. I fear they may have collided with something. Xia Hong replied. For beneath Xia Heng's yin-yang vision, the corpse of Xia Wenbin lying by the riverbank still clung to a trace of yin energy. Normally, after a person dies, their body wouldn't accumulate yin energy so quickly. Unless the body had already been tainted by yin energy before death. Xia Xiaoxi took several steps back, nearly collapsing into Xia Heng's arms. Oh right. Just now, right before Grandpa Zhang arrived, I thought I saw something swimming by in the river. Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly reported to Xia Hang. She rubbed her eyes hard, then looked down again. But now, there was no dark shadow in the river at all. The surface lay utterly still, not even a ripple visible. Let's go down and take a look, Xia Hang said, striding ahead. Xia Xiaoxi hurried to follow. At the same moment, the ambulance arrived at the scene. Everyone quickly made way for it. Several doctors in white coats stepped out of the vehicle. The youngest doctor stepped forward to examine the body. Usually, this kind of work was assigned to new interns. He first felt the neck of the corpse, then peeled back one of its eyelids. He stood up and shook his head at the other doctors, confirming Xia Wenbin's death. Though she had long since realized her child was beyond saving. After the doctor confirmed death, Aunt Wang could no longer contain her emotions. She broke down, wailing, Wenbin. Wenbin. You're gone, what will I do now? What about your children? And Wenwen, what about her? Just like your father, you're both heartless. No one present dared speak, observing a silent mourning. After all, they were all villagers. Aunt Wang was kind-hearted, and Xia Wenbin was honest and good-natured. They all got along well with them. Wenbin's mother. Old man Xia Weichang remained by Aunt Wang's side, tears welling in his own eyes. The golden rescue window for someone who's drowned is 4 minutes. This stretch of the river doesn't look that wide. Why didn't you rescue him in time? The intern, scribbling notes, couldn't hold back his accusatory tone. Though pulled back by the senior doctor behind him, he still looked visibly angry. He suspected the villagers' reluctance to help had led to the person's death. Doctor, there's no such thing as 4 minutes. I came back from the fields and just saw Binzi's family fall into the water on their tricycle. I jumped in to save him immediately. They're all kids from our own village, how could I stand by and let them drown? Besides, the river isn't that deep. I pulled him out in under 2 minutes, let alone 4. But Binzi still couldn't hold on. I didn't want this to happen. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood nearby, shirtless and soaked through, his pants caked in mud, looking utterly disheveled. His voice choked up as he spoke the last 2 sentences. How could he not be devastated when someone died right before his eyes? Now it was the intern's turn to be baffled. If he pulled the person out so quickly and their mouth and nose were breathing, how could they possibly have died? He turned back to confirm once more. Xia Wenbin had indeed died from asphyxiation. There was no mistake about that. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Don't blame yourself too much. Wait for the police to come and take statements. The village chief's deep voice cut through the silence. Now that he was closer, Xia Hang could see the condition of Xia Wenbin's body more clearly. Following the lingering aura of gloom surrounding the body, Xia Hang quickly pinpointed its source. The neck. A dark mark was etched into Xia Wenbin's neck. It was less a mark than a strangulation mark. This, it seemed, was the true cause of Xia Wenbin's death. He hadn't drowned in water, but had been strangled to death by something invisible. That's why the doctor also concluded it was death by asphyxiation. By now, the doctor had completed the autopsy and issued the official death certificate. Aunt Wang and her daughter-in-law couldn't hold back their grief, burying their faces in Xia Wenbin's body and weeping bitterly. Xia Hang gave a subtle glance, signaling Xia Xiaoxi to keep an eye on Aunt Wang. Both men stepped forward simultaneously, closing in on Aunt Wang. Xia Hang formed his fingers into a precise seal and pressed rapidly several times along Xia Wenbin's chest. This was a rather rare technique in Taoist arts, known as searching for qi by touching the corpse. The dead cannot speak, but their bodies retain traces of vital energy that carry information. Especially in cases like Xia Wenbin's violent death, where the final breath was never fully exhaled. After completing the finger seals, the corpse's aura silently escaped through its nostrils and mouth. Xia Hang immediately followed the aura's trail. Grandpa Zhang? Where are you going? Xia Xiaoxi noticed Grandpa Zhang walking away. How could she dare stay here alone? She scrambled after him as if fleeing. Is this a real death or just scripted actors? Is this really such a big production? It can't all be staged, right? So someone really died? Don't scare me, I live alone. It's real. I'm in Jiqing, and the police are responding right now. What? Jiqing Police Station. Li Shui, we got a report from Shijia village about a drowning incident. You and old Wang take charge of going there to take statements. Upon receiving the order, Li Shui, on duty tonight, froze for a moment. She glanced at the live stream on her phone and blinked a few times. The live stream is real? Li Shui immediately responded and got up to head to Shijia village. The town police station was usually quiet, and she'd been watching the live stream for 2 days straight. She had always assumed Xia Xiaoxi's livestream was a scripted production orchestrated by an influencer team in the countryside. The effects and content were deliberately staged fake. But now the police station had actually received a real report? Then, what about Xia Xiaoxi's great-grandfather? Was he real too? Chapter 20, I'm a zombie, and you want to drag me to the city god temple? Crawling out of a mountain grave, being a zombie, practicing Taoist magic. These past 2 days, Li Shui had been utterly engrossed, treating it all like reality TV. Now that a real death had occurred in Xijia village, she was startled and began doubting the authenticity of the livestream. But the immediate priority was to head to Xijia village. Human life was at stake. Since someone had called the police, they had to respond immediately. At that moment in Xijia village, Xia Xiaoxi chased after Xia Hong as he sprinted away. She had no idea why, but Grandpa Zhang had suddenly bolted without a word. She was moving at breakneck speed, yet after chasing for what felt like forever, she still couldn't see Xia Hong anywhere. The village streetlights grew dimmer and dimmer. As she ventured deeper into the village, the surrounding silence grew eerie, utterly devoid of any sound. Xia Xiaoxi's large ventilation system on her nose sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. She began to have second thoughts, feeling genuinely hesitant to continue following him. She considered heading home to wait instead. Perhaps Grandpa Zhang had something urgent to attend to. Waiting for him to return before asking wouldn't be so bad, right? Grandpa Zhang was so skilled, and besides, he wasn't exactly living anymore. Surely nothing bad could happen to him. Zombie? Just as she pondered this, Xia Xiaoxi spotted a figure in the distance. The figure stood with feet together, body stiff and rigid, hopping along the distant path. It looked exactly like the zombies she'd seen in movies. Its speed was far beyond what any ordinary person could match. With a single bound, it could easily leap several meters, completely unfazed by the uneven dirt path. It was now moving steadily upstream along the river, as if chasing after something. Imagine this, in the dead of night, a zombie-like figure hopping along the riverbank in the village. The sheer horror of that scene was far beyond what a young girl like Xia Xiaoxi could bear. Her heart leapt into her throat, her legs trembling and weak. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, the figure in the distance seemed strangely familiar. Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi gasped. It really is Grandpa Zhang. He's actually doing the zombie jump. Didn't Grandpa Zhang say it himself? He is a zombie. Zombie jumping is perfectly normal. His speed is incredible. So this is Grandpa Zhang's true speed. No wonder he could catch the streamer after she fell off the mountain so effortlessly. Is that netizen who said it was real still here? Why aren't they saying anything? What's Grandpa Zhang rushing to find? Up ahead, Xia Han leapt forward, his gaze fixed on the river's surface. Just moments ago, he'd used corpse scouring to track the aura. The corpse aura emanating from Xia Wenbin had led him all the way here. Combined with Xia Xiaoxi's claim of seeing something in the river with her own eyes, he was now certain that the ghostly creature that killed Xia Wenbin must be in the river. Following the river upstream, he could now faintly discern the dark shadow beneath the water's surface through his yin-yang vision. He could faintly discern a dark shadow lurking beneath the water's surface. But it wasn't just Xia Hong who had spotted it. The ghostly creature seemed to have detected Xia Hong as well. Realizing it couldn't shake Xia Hong off, and that the distance between them was actually closing, the ghostly creature burst out of the river and lunged straight at Xia Hong. That's the damn thing. Though Xia Hong couldn't make out its exact form, it was clear the creature wasn't large, roughly half a person's size, entirely pitch black. Under the dim light, its face was impossible to make out at such speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished again, disappearing without a trace. From Xia Xiaoxi's perspective, it felt as though a sudden cold wind had swept past. The old willow tree swayed relentlessly in the wind, rustling softly. From a distance, it appeared to be trembling uncontrollably. Boom! 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 In an instant, all the streetlights along the riverbank exploded, sparks flying. What just happened? Is there something out there? No idea, couldn't see clearly. Looked like something flashed. All the streetlights blew up. Headphone crew down. Look at that old willow tree, doesn't it look like it's angry? Why does it seem so terrifying to me? Grandpa Zhang stopped. Could it be a ghost? Don't scare me. The sudden disturbance left the online viewers too scared to even breathe heavily through their screens. The sensible Xia Xiaoxi hid behind a wall, not daring to make a sound. Though she didn't know what was happening. She feared any noise from her might disturb Grandpa Zhang. A childishly shrill scream exploded beside Xia Hang's ear. A lump of dark flesh had somehow ended up draped over Xia Hang's shoulder. The rotting flesh still bore facial features: eyes, ears, a mouth, and a nose, though all were sunken into the decaying mass. Now, a bloody gash split open between the folds of flesh. At such close range, it sank its teeth into Xia Hang's shoulder. It didn't bite into Xia Hang's flesh. Instead, it sank into the hard copper coin. It turned out Xia Hong had grabbed the coin and shoved it straight into its gaping maw. The painful demonic creature flew backward again, preparing to hide in the darkness before launching another surprise attack on Xia Hang. But how could Xia Hong give it that chance? He flicked out the copper coin array with a backhand flick, silently chanting the incantation in his mind. Instantly, the coin array took shape in the air, faintly shimmering with golden light. It instantly slammed into the ghostly creature, sending it crashing into the trunk of a willow tree. It even gouged a gaping hole in the willow tree. Ah! Another piercing scream echoed as the coin formation automatically flew back into Xia Heng's hand. All 8 coins were now stained with viscous, dark red ghost blood. The ghostly creature scrambled desperately up the willow tree. By the time Xia Heng reached the base, it had vanished without a trace. In folklore, the willow tree is counted among the 4 ghost trees. It earned this reputation for supposedly possessing the power to summon spirits and gather dark energies. Now, with the willow's cover and its incredible speed, it would be nearly impossible to catch it again. Beneath the willow, Xia Heng picked up a palm-sized piece of blood-dripping ghost flesh. The strike from the copper coin array had dealt the ghostly creature a severe blow, literally slicing off a chunk of its flesh. With this proof in hand, there was no fear of it escaping. What puzzled Xia Heng was why this ghostly creature had suddenly targeted Xia Wenbin. Ghosts usually show some warning signs before harming someone. Yet Xia Heng had seen Xia Wenbin earlier that day and hadn't noticed anything amiss. Could it be? Xia Heng gripped the ghostly flesh, as if a thought had struck him. Did you hear that? Such a piercing ghostly wail. Heard it loud and clear. Scared the pants off me, but looks like Grandpa Zhang's copper coin array beat it up? What terrifying power. When Grandpa Zhang gets angry, even passing willow trees get hit. So ghosts really do exist. Oh no, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Watching this livestream has me confused. Is it real or fake? Damn it. I can't tell. The ghostly apparition instantly terrified the viewers. Xia Xiaoxi finally snapped out of it and grabbed Xia Heng by the arm. Her terrified eyes scanned the surroundings as she asked, Grandpa Zhang, was that a ghost just now? Are you okay? Did you get hurt? There's a city god temple not far ahead. Should we go hide there? Xia Xiaoxi pointed toward the temple across the river, dragging Xia Heng along without a second thought. Xia Heng. I'm a zombie. You want to drag me into a city god temple? Chapter 21, The Man Behind the Scenes? Xia Xiaoxi, he, I forgot. Xia Xiaoxi flashed an awkward grin. If Grandpa Zhang, being a zombie, were actually brought into the city god temple, he might just start a fight with the city god inside. But, sure enough, being near Grandpa Zhang makes me feel completely safe. Grandpa Zhang, I bet you weren't holding back anything good. You're killing me with filial piety. But what about the ghost? Did it run away or what? Let's go back first and talk about it later. Xia Heng said impatiently. He couldn't be bothered to argue with his clumsy great-granddaughter. Earlier, Xia Xiaoxi had interrupted him. Now, staring at the ghost flesh in his hand, his thoughts drifted back. What is this, huh? Before the viewers could finish their comments, the live stream abruptly cut off and went black. Xia Xiaoxi stared at her phone, which had suddenly shut down from low battery. She was already used to it. She'd bought a second-hand iPhone from a reseller earlier. It was specifically for streaming to get better footage, but she never expected the battery to be so unreliable. Lately, it had even shut down unexpectedly at times. Damn it! It cut off halfway through? Did it just get full and cash out after making $200? Hurry up and go live. I want to see what happens next. I'll send rockets, I'll send carnival gifts, isn't that enough? I'm pacing around the living room in frustration. So is there really a ghost? And what was that thing Grandpa Zhang was holding? Can't tell if the livestream is real or fake, but Shejia village did have a death. The police are already on the scene. Xia Heng swiftly reviewed all Taoist records on ghostly entities in his mind. He focused his search on ghostly entities based on his encounters, their characteristics, and their methods of killing. Soon, he recalled a ghostly entity with relevant descriptions. A lodging ghost? Xia Heng murmured to himself. Strictly speaking, a parasitic ghost wasn't a complete ghost. Typically, they are deformed fetuses that died prematurely or were aborted while still in the womb. Though nurtured within their mother's womb, they were denied passage into the afterlife. Thus, though lacking consciousness or human form, they harbor immense resentment. They resent this world, resent everyone, especially pregnant women. But the most crucial point is, though powerful, these parasitic spirits lack the independent will to kill. With immense resentment yet lacking consciousness, historical records show they are often exploited by practitioners of dark, esoteric arts. They are lodged within pregnant women beforehand, consuming the fetus's vital essence. They accompany the fetus into the world, and after the child's first month, they begin their murderous rampage. But why would such a ghostly entity appear in Xia village? It makes no sense for them to kill without provocation. Suddenly, Xia Heng halted in his tracks, recalling, that's right, Xia Wenbin's child just turned 1 month old. That explains it. The reason Xia Wenbin's child cried night after night was because it was born from the same womb as the lodging ghost. Each night, the parasitic ghost relentlessly devoured the child's vital energy to sustain itself. Constantly tormented by the parasite, the child cried incessantly. As the father, Xia Wenbin stayed with the child day and night. He inevitably absorbed some of the ghost's dark energy, leaving a pallor on his face, which is why Xia Heng noticed it. Grandpa Zhang, what did you say? What's wrong with Brother Bin's child? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Xia Heng shook his head without answering. Instead, he pulled back the hair behind his ear. Behind his ear, a dark mark was indeed visible, resembling a scratch. Holy crap, Grandpa Zhang, you actually have a tattoo? You can't take the civil service exam with a tattoo. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed. Xia Heng. Sometimes, Xia Heng couldn't help but question his own genes. Why did they get weaker with each generation until they produced a complete moron like Xia Xiaoxi? What kind of brain circuitry is this? Suddenly, the image of the ghost clinging to his shoulder flashed through Xia Heng's mind. In the village, after a newborn's first month, people would occasionally try holding the baby upright. Meaning that the moment Xia Wenbin held the baby, the parasitic ghost had also latched onto his shoulder. The tiny hand curiously grabbed the adult's ear, leaving a death mark behind it. Things won't be peaceful in the village from now on. Make sure to hang the talisman I gave you in your room. Xia Hong instructed. Xia Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. After witnessing the terrifying scene earlier, she was utterly terrified and would obey whatever Grandpa Zhang said. Based on his assessment, Xia Hong was about 80 to 90% certain that the ghostly entity was indeed a lodging ghost. Once a lodging ghost truly began killing and tasted human flesh, it wouldn't stop easily. That was why Xia Hong had warned Xia Xiaoxi to be extremely cautious. Such ghosts, skilled at concealing themselves, were difficult to track even for someone with Xia Heng's yin-yang vision. Let alone ordinary people. One could be marked by a lodging ghost while sleeping any night. Pregnant women in the village must be especially vigilant. Xia Hong gave Xia Xiaoxi a once-over. His gaze lingered on her still rounded belly, undigested from her last meal, before he suddenly blurted out, "You're not pregnant, are you?" Xia Xiaoxi, a gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be disgraced. I'll kill you. After playing with his great-granddaughter for a while, Xia Hong returned to his thoughts. There was a more pressing question at hand: who was manipulating this lodging ghost from behind the scenes? As mentioned earlier, the lodging ghost itself possesses no independent intent to kill. Since the ghost had begun killing, there must be a hand manipulating it from behind the scenes. But in a small village like Shijia village, who would go to such lengths to drive out a ghost and kill people? Regardless of who it is. Dares to commit murder in Xia Heng's hometown, right under his nose, even endangering his descendants. Xia Heng would not let them off lightly. If he could kill the Japanese devils back then, he could certainly kill these ghostly creatures now. At the village entrance by the river, police cars and ambulances stood together, their red and blue lights flashing in alternating patterns. The doctor confirmed the death and issued the certificate. With their work essentially done, they departed early. As for the deceased's body, since it was found within the village, the family would handle the arrangements themselves. The hospital wouldn't transport it away. The village chief dispersed most of the gathered villagers, leaving only a few eyewitnesses behind to assist the police with their statements. Right, after I jumped in, I grabbed Aunt Wang and Wenbin's wife first. I figured Wenbin grew up swimming in this river he could swim. He'd be able to stand on his own. But who knew? Wenbin only struggled for a moment in the water, then, he just stopped moving. I truly didn't mean to abandon them. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened as he recounted the sequence of events leading to Xia Wenbin's family drowning. Female police officer Li Shui took notes, nodding as she listened. She then turned her gaze to the village chief and asked, "Chief, what about you? Is there anything else you'd like to add?" Chapter 22, asking Xia Hong for identification? Did you see Xia Wenbin today? Or noticed anything unusual about his behavior these past few days? Facing Li Shui's questions, the village chief lifted his head. His gaze happened to meet Xia Heng's from afar. Whether it was Xia Heng's imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that the village chief had instinctively avoided his gaze. He then explained the situation to the female officer, Li Shui. He stated he had nothing further to add, confirming he had seen Xia Wenbin today. He had gone out to work as usual and hadn't noticed anything amiss. The village chief himself had rushed over after hearing the commotion. By the time he arrived, Xia Wenbin had already been pulled out of the water. Alright, thank you all for your cooperation. Please help calm the family. If there's nothing else, please disperse. Everyone should head home and get some rest. We still need to return to the police station to take statements. Li Shui nodded. But as things stood, it appeared to be a drowning case. With the family present and so many eyewitnesses, no further investigation is needed. Take a few photos, fill out the report back at the station, and it can be submitted. You guys come over and lend a hand. Help Wenbin's mother carry his body back to the village ancestral hall. Notify Lao Gua and the others to bring over the freezer to preserve the body for now, so the family can mourn in peace. Xia Weiqiang instructed several young villagers who were close friends with Xia Wenbin. Xia Weiqiang held the highest seniority in the village. Therefore, whenever someone passed away in the village and ceremonies needed to be conducted, Xia Weiqiang was the one responsible. Jiqing's climate remained hot throughout the year. When bodies were placed in the ancestral hall for family members to keep vigil, they were first stored in refrigerated cabinets. For those who passed away peacefully in old age, the vigil lasted 3 days. Those who passed away from illness but were also elderly would be kept for 5 days. As for someone like Xia Wenbin, who died suddenly and tragically, Aunt Wang and Wenbin's wife would almost certainly insist on a 7-day vigil. On one hand, folklore holds that on the 7th day after death, the spirit returns home to visit its family. On the other hand, keeping vigil is also a way for the family to refuse to accept their loved one's passing. They cling to the hope that during these days before burial, the deceased might somehow return to life. Old Xia was truly a kind man. Everyone in the village respected him. It's just a shame he lived so long all alone. That poor kid never came back. He was a son-in-law, not a prisoner. He never came back to visit the old man during holidays, and probably didn't even call regularly. I couldn't stand watching it. Xia Xiaoxi seethed with indignation. In her memory, Xia Weiqiang had always been a kind and respected elder in the village. But to have such an unfilial son, it was truly unfair. Xia Hong nodded. When he was still alive, Xia Weiqiang had been one of the most honest children in the village. Better not scare him too much from now on. At his age, we don't want to scare him into trouble. Last time, he even scared his dentures right out of his mouth. Everyone except those helping out should go home and rest early. Wenbin's mother, you shouldn't grieve too much either. The village chief spoke up. After speaking, he walked over to glance at Xia Wenbin's body once more. He silently shook his head, watching as several young men carried the body away toward the ancestral hall. Then the village chief turned and walked away. Before leaving, whether intentionally or not, he glanced in Xia Hang's direction. The crowd gathered at the scene gradually dispersed. Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi were no exception. Grandpa Zhang, what are you thinking about? Xia Xiaoxi asked, noticing Xia Hang's distracted state. Xia Hang waved her off without elaborating. This wasn't the place to talk. In his mind, he recalled that earlier that day, before Xia Wenbin and his family had gone to visit relatives, the village chief had apparently summoned him for a meeting. Later, when Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi went to his shop to buy things from the village chief's words and the items he sold, it was clear the village chief possessed some knowledge of mystical arts. So, could the village chief, like Xia Hang, have noticed something unusual about Xia Wenbin? What could he possibly want, summoning Xia Wenbin to his house in the middle of the day? But when questioned by the police, the village chief claimed he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Of course, these were merely some of Xia Hang's doubts. People have different personalities. Perhaps the village chief simply didn't want to cause trouble. Let's go home and talk about it. Xia Hang gestured. Xia Xiaoxi nodded obediently. She'd been eager to return home all alone. It felt like nowhere outside was safe. But just as the grandmother and granddaughter were about to head home, Li Shue's voice called out from behind them. Hold on a moment, sir. Li Shue hurried over, pen and paper in hand. Through the livestream, Li Shue had become quite familiar with Xia Hang's face. Even from a distance, she recognized his silhouette. She scanned him from head to toe. Handsome features and upright posture. Though his skin was unnaturally pale, it gave him an air of a sickly Korean male lead. How could he possibly be a zombie? Li Shue couldn't help but stare blankly. Officer, is my cousin some kind of hottie? Why are you staring at him like that? Xia Xiaoxi noticed Li Shue's strange expression. She crossed her arms, stood in front of Xia Hang, and pouted in displeasure. She didn't know what had come over her, but the moment she saw the policewoman staring at her great-grandfather in fascination, she immediately stepped forward to assert her claim. Oh, no, sorry. Li Shue snapped back to reality at the rebuke. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Of course, this was serious wartime, so Li Shue didn't mention watching their livestream. Instead, she asked her question, may I ask if you two were visiting family for the new year? Did you know the deceased beforehand? It was necessary to investigate people who knew the deceased. Sometimes crucial information about the deceased was unknown to family members but known to others who knew them. Xia Xiaoxi nodded. Of course they knew him. There was nothing to hide. Have you seen the deceased in the past 2 days? Did his behavior seem any different from usual? Although the initial determination was drowning. But as the middle-aged man who rescued him mentioned earlier, Xia Wenbin knew how to swim, yet he was the only one who drowned. This was highly suspicious. She couldn't rule out some kind of mental issue. She'd seen similar cases before. I saw them during the day, but didn't notice anything unusual. Xia Hang answered first. Xia Xiaoxi listened quietly nearby. Li Shue took notes, but after a moment, she couldn't resist asking Xia Hang, sir, could you please state your name? Whether this was an internet celebrity persona or a scripted performance, Li Shue couldn't suppress her curiosity. She was just a young female officer recently transferred to the department, still carrying a bit of that naive, girlish spirit. Xia Hang. Age? 32. Li Shue, could you please show me your ID now? Xia Xiaoxi's expression froze instantly. At that moment, the surroundings seemed unusually quiet, as if time itself had slowed. Chapter 23, Never ridden in a car? Well, I've driven tanks plenty. Not far away, Auxiliary Police Officer Xiao Wang saw Li Shue still conducting her investigation and began walking toward them. Silence. A deathly silence hung over the area, with no one speaking for a long while. Mine's here. Xia Xiaoxi pulled her ID card from behind her phone case and handed it to Li Shui. Li Shui glanced at the ID and nodded slightly. Alright, then what about yours, sir? Li Shui blinked, her eyes fixed intently on Xia Hong. Xiao Wang, standing behind them, also leaned in. Xia Xiaoxi was about to blurt out that he hadn't brought it, hoping to placate the two officers first. But Xia Hong stated directly, I used to have one, but I don't have it now. Even if he claimed to have forgotten it, this female officer didn't look like she'd believe him. She'd surely press further, maybe even make them go back and get it. Moreover, with Xia Hong's name, age, and address on record, a simple file check at the station would reveal whether Xia Hong even existed. Xia Hong decided to just come clean. Besides, Xia Hong knew full well that his presence would be noticed sooner or later, so he never even considered trying to hide it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped interfering the moment he learned about Xia Xiaoxi's livestream. Increasing his visibility was one of Xia Hong's immediate priorities. Well, what about the ID number? Li Shui and auxiliary police officer Xiao Wang exchanged glances. What did he mean by having it before but not having it now? Lost? Even if it was lost, one should still be able to remember the number. But judging by Xia Hong's expression shaking his head calmly, he didn't seem to remember it. Li Shui swallowed hard. They say curiosity killed the cat. Could she be running into something weird today? Her eyes scanned Xia Hong up and down, repeatedly checking whether he was even human. But how could an ordinary person tell so easily? Xia Xiaoxi's face twisted with unease as she clutched tightly at Xia Hong's shirt hem. Her heart sank to the bottom of her chest. She had this overwhelming feeling that something terrible was about to happen. What she feared most was that Grandpa Zhang would leave her. Though they'd only spent 2 short days together, family was family. The length of time spent together meant nothing. I told you there was something off about her cousin. Honey. Not far away, Yu Huihui and her fiancé had been heading home. They happened to see Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Hong being questioned by the police, so they stopped in their tracks. They heard the entire conversation. Exactly. Turns out he's an undocumented immigrant, haha. And he claims to be in overseas trade, doing big business. Then he claimed to have served in the military and stayed on duty, so how could he shoot better than me? There's definitely something fishy going on. Who knows what kind of overseas trade he's really involved in? Now the cops caught him red-handed. This is gonna be good. Chen Liang chimed in. Ever since Xia Hong stole the spotlight at the balloon stall, he hadn't been able to catch his breath. He hadn't even given his future mother-in-law a friendly look. Now that Xia Hong was in trouble, his smile instantly brightened. Though his voice wasn't loud, everyone could hear him clearly. What nonsense are you spouting? You gossiping old hag and your starving old man. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let this go. Xia Xiaoxi snapped angrily. Usually, Yu Huihui could say whatever she wanted about Xia Xiaoxi. But now that Grandpa Zhang was involved, that was unacceptable. Moreover, with the police all over the place right now, something big is about to happen. Yu Huihui and Chen Liang are still here, shooting their mouths off and stirring things up. How could Xia Xiaoxi not be furious? She instantly boiled over. When her temper flared, she wasn't someone to mess with. She pointed at Yu Huihui and Chen Liang and unleashed a torrent of curses. But Xia Hong and Li Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. You have to admit, Xia Xiaoxi usually seems so innocent, but who knew she could curse so effectively? Her words hit the nail on the head, describing them with pinpoint accuracy. Xia Hong felt rather pleased hearing it. Alright, this pig wasn't raised for nothing, knows how to protect its master. Now it wasn't just Xia Xiaoxi who was flushed red. Chen Liang and Yu Huihui were blushing too from the insults. Who do you think you're talking to? You pig-headed cow, you could eat 8 troughs in one sitting. Yu Huihui retorted. One moment of distraction, and the two girls were already tangled up, fighting like cats and dogs. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoxi hadn't eaten for nothing. Though slender, her strength was beyond that of ordinary girls. In an instant, she had Yu Huihui pinned down. Xia Hong could tell his great-granddaughter was deliberately stirring up trouble. She was trying to find a way to extricate herself from the situation. Chen Liang saw Yu Huihui being pinned down by Xia Xiaoxi, who had her by the neck. He hurried forward, reaching out to grab Xia Xiaoxi. But after taking just 2 steps forward, it felt like a landmine had exploded beneath his feet. Boom! A muffled explosion followed, and Chen Liang's 6-centimeter thick soled elevator shoes were blown to smithereens. Thick smoke billowed from his feet, the leather peeling off in layers. Ah! What the hell is this? The pain made Chen Liang scream in agony. Only a few yellow scraps of paper drifted near his feet, clearly Xia Hong's talisman. Xia Hong's face darkened as he glared coldly at Chen Liang. If you dare touch her again, next time it'll be your head that gets blown off. His voice was low and his tone brooked no argument. Chen Liang sucked in a sharp breath, forgetting the pain in his feet. Yu Huihui, her hair a tangled mess, hurried forward and supported Chen Liang with both hands. Officer, look at this. He assaulted her right in front of you. And he must have explosives or other contraband on him. Quick, arrest him. Chen Liang shouted as he stumbled away, supported by Yu Huihui, fleeing as if running for his life. He was terrified Xia Hong might actually blow his own head off. He'd never seen anything so bizarre. Xia Xiaoxi, however, felt no joy at Xia Hong standing up for her. Instead, she grew even more anxious, her lips parting slightly but no words coming out. Mr. Xia, you'll have to come with us, Li Shui stated. Earlier it had merely been a matter of identification, but now the situation had turned serious. Though they didn't know what methods Xia Hong had used, he had indeed injured someone right in front of their police officers. He was suspected of carrying flammable or explosive hazardous materials. It was necessary to take him in for questioning. Let's go. Xia Hong didn't bother to say more. If they wanted to investigate, so be it. If they needed cooperation, he'd cooperate. Whether in life or death, Xia Hong had always conducted himself with integrity and had nothing to fear. Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi tried to say more. But Xia Hong patted her shoulder, signaling for her to stay home and wait. Even a single glance from Grandpa Zhang could make her feel an unprecedented sense of security. Xia Xiaoxi nodded instinctively. If Grandpa Zhang said so, he must have a plan, right? Watching Xia Hong climb into the police car, Xia Xiaoxi felt more panic than she ever had, even when she'd seen a ghost. Suddenly, she remembered the old envelope Xia Hong had given her earlier. Right. That envelope. Xia Xiaoxi calculated that if all else failed, she'd have no choice but to open the envelope and see if there was any way to save Grandpa Zhang. Once inside the police car, Xia Hong looked around curiously, finding it somewhat novel, and took a few extra glances. Bro, you've never ridden in a car before? Xiao Wang sat in the driver's seat, glancing at Xia Hong through the rearview mirror with a teasing tone. Xia Hong shook his head. Not really. I've driven tanks more often. Chapter 24, was that a thunder talisman exploding? Xiao Wang gasped, thinking Xia Hong was joking. But in the rearview mirror, Xia Hong's expression was dead serious, leaving everyone baffled. Only Li Shui beside him was breaking out in a cold sweat. If it really happened like in the livestream, this master might actually be telling the truth. That would be terrifying. Anyway, they'd better take him back to the station first and see what the captain says. The captain was on duty tonight too, so he'd handle it. The car started moving, and it took about 20 minutes. Xia Hong was delivered to the town police station. Get out. Li Shui opened the door for Xia Hong. Xia Hong stepped out, only now truly noticing her appearance. Although Li Shui was currently stationed at the town police station, she was actually an officer assigned to the Jiqing Municipal Bureau. This year, she had been assigned to the station for training according to regulations. Having just been officially appointed, she still needed to undergo about a year of training at a subordinate bureau before returning to her post. It was somewhat like the practice in novels where disciples from major sects were sent to affiliated branches for training. Therefore, Li Shui was not very old. She's not much older than Xia Xiaoxi. She wore a police uniform, and though she wasn't wearing makeup, her skin was fair, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a high nose bridge. She belonged to what people often called the strong-featured beauty type. Even without any makeup, she exuded an air of refined elegance. Captain, we're back. Upon entering, Li Shui glanced around and noticed the captain wasn't downstairs. Just then, another officer on duty reminded them, the captain's in the reception room with a visitor. Li Shui realized with a start that she'd mistakenly thought the captain had ditched them on duty to sneak off and rest. Thankfully, as long as he hadn't disappeared. She then instructed Xiao Wang to take Xia Hong to the interrogation room to wait. She turned to the other officer and said, when the captain comes out, have him authorize the retrieval of this file. The case in Xiejia village is preliminarily determined to be a drowning accident, but there's one more issue. I still need to consult the captain about whether to include it in the report. Li Shui exchanged a few words with the officer before preparing to head to the interrogation room. But just as she turned to leave, her footsteps halted. Curiosity piqued, she asked, by the way, who was that visitor? Do you know? A higher up? Requiring the captain's personal reception? And coming over this late at night? That's so strange. Though young and pretty, Li Shui was simply too curious. What some might call high emotional intelligence is simply a young person's natural curiosity about the unknown. Low EQ talk is basically gossip. I'm not sure either, but they definitely came from the Jiqing Bureau. He's a strange one, that Li Honghong. Big beard and long hair, looks like some old Taoist priest. The officer lowered his voice as he shared the information. Li Shui nodded. Regardless, if even the captain had to personally receive them, they probably weren't low-level players. High-ranking people being a bit odd is perfectly normal. But now wasn't the time for gossip. They had to hurry to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room at that moment, Xia Hong sat in the chair, his eyes slightly closed. Li Shui entered from outside, then clicked the door shut behind her, plunging the room back into silence. She had intended to wait for the captain to handle this, but since he was occupied, she would have to conduct a brief questioning herself. Hello. Please cooperate by removing all items from your person, Li Shui said. Xia Hong said nothing further, taking out the items on his person one by one and placing them on the table. The items were simple: several yellow talismans, 8 copper coins strung on a red cord, and a tablet computer. Is that all? Li Shui inquired. Xia Hong nodded. His clothes were very thin. If he had anything else hidden on him, it would be obvious at a glance. Then, what was that thing you threw at that person's feet earlier? Xiao Wang asked in confusion. These things didn't look like they could make such a loud explosion. Surely he hadn't just tossed out a power bank and caused the battery to explode? This very thing. Xia Hong pointed to the thunder talisman among the yellow talismans on the table. It's just a talisman. How could it possibly explode? Xiao Wang questioned skeptically. Watch too many TV dramas? Throw a talisman and it becomes a cannon? That's just not scientific. The education he'd received since childhood didn't support believing in such things. He'd rather believe it was the power bank's battery than some yellow talisman exploding. Let me show you. Xia Hong said solemnly, reaching for the talisman. Li Shui's eyelid twitched. She hurried forward to stop him. Hey, no need, no need. He didn't want to risk blowing up the interrogation room. If that happened, she'd likely never get transferred back to headquarters in this lifetime. Regardless of how it explodes, it's dangerous either way. Injuring someone is absolutely unacceptable. Intentional injury is illegal and absolutely prohibited. Earlier, Chen Liang's foot was blown to pieces. That's pretty serious. They were the ones who tried to attack first. If I hadn't done something, my family would have been hurt. That should be considered self-defense, not intentional injury. I couldn't just stand by and watch my family get beaten. Xia Hong replied. He spent the entire night clearing Xia Xiaoxi's shameful reading list. These legal statutes were touched upon to some extent in the books. Xia Hong made a mental note of them. Xiao Wang and Li Shui exchanged glances. They had witnessed it all. Xia Xiaoxi and Yu Huihui had nearly come to blows simultaneously. After that, when Chen Liang tried to help beat up Xia Xiaoxi, Xia Hong stepped in. Therefore, it wouldn't be unreasonable to call it self-defense. In cases like this, where there's no significant injury, typically only require mediation and counseling. It's not as simple as just charging someone with a crime. Now, regarding your lack of identification. Li Shui sat down, her expression turning serious. For the following questions, please answer truthfully. Have you always lived in Xiejia village? Xia Hong, no. I was staying on the back mountain until a couple days ago. Just returned to the village. Li Shui couldn't help but recall the livestream she'd watched 2 days prior. Hadn't Xia Hong emerged from the graves on the back mountain? If this were any other time, it might be part of maintaining his persona or boosting livestream views. But this was a serious police interrogation room. Who wouldn't be nervous walking in here? Yet from start to finish, Xia Hong remained utterly composed, unflappable. Not a single trace of deception. This is bad, really bad. Could it be the real deal? At that moment, the reception room door opened and 2 people emerged. Xiao Yu, has Li Shui returned? Where is she? The captain asked the officer on duty. She's back and she brought someone with her. They're in the interrogation room now. The officer replied. The captain scratched his bald head, a look of confusion on his face. Didn't Xiejia village sound like a drowning case? Why did they bring someone back? Wasn't it an accident? Could there be a criminal involved? Oh, and Li Shui said she needs you to come out and authorize something. She needs to pull this person's records. The officer handed the captain the basic information Li Shui had provided earlier. Xieji village, Xia Hong, male, age 32. Relative named Xia Xiaoxi. No other information, right? Chapter 25, Xia Heng's file. Release him immediately. The captain asked. The officer shook his head. That was all the information Li Shui had provided. She was also puzzled. How could there not even be an ID number? Typically, retrieving records required an ID number. Still, this information was sufficient for the search. The captain assumed Li Shui had simply been careless in her work, so he didn't think much of it. He authorized the archive system directly and began searching for the required file. Mr. Yen, please take a seat for a moment. The captain gestured with his hand. The middle-aged man addressed as Yen Gulao nodded slightly. He sat down leisurely beside them and began flipping through the materials Li Shui had brought back. Excuse me, about that file. Officer Xiaoyu was about to remind Yen Lao that he couldn't freely browse police department files. But the captain cut him off. Yen Lao is an advisor to the bureau. It's no problem. Officer Xiaoyu reluctantly shut up. So he's an advisor to the Jieqing Bureau. No wonder the captain treats him with such deference. He's no small fish. But what exactly was he advising on? Judging by his appearance alone, Old Yen was undeniably peculiar. It was hard to tell. Drowning case? Old Yen murmured. With its many rivers and mountains stretching endlessly, drowning incidents were relatively common in Jieqing. However, most incidents involve children playing and splashing around in the river. It's truly rare for someone like Xia Wenbin in his 30s, a strong man who grew up by the river, to drown. The deceased knew how to swim. And someone jumped in to rescue him almost immediately after he fell in. How could he still have drowned? Old Yen expressed his confusion. Li Shui had meticulously documented all the key points, making the information very clear and straightforward. Old Yen felt a vague sense of unease. Finally, he picked up the camera specifically used to photograph the crime scene. He began reviewing the photos stored within. Page by page, he flipped through them, finally pausing on a close-up photo of Xia Wenbin. He motioned for Xiaoyu, whose seat beside him was occupied by the captain, to come over. He copied the photo to the computer and enlarged it. Zoom in on this area. Old Yen pointed to the area around Xia Wenbin's neck. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment but still followed Yen Lao's instructions, dragging the mouse to zoom in on the image. Old Yen stared at the image, his eyes narrowing slightly. He scrutinized Xia Wenbin's face once more with meticulous attention. Master Yen, is something wrong? The captain, noticing Yen Lao's troubled expression, asked. Old Yen nodded silently. Looks like I've arrived just in time for the action. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, was completely baffled. If it involves your field, what's the status of the person brought back from there? Hold on a moment, I can't seem to locate that file. The captain grumbled. In the archives, they just couldn't find the file on Xiahong from Shijia village. This made no sense. Any living person should have a file that could be found. Captain, what about relatives' names? Start with the relatives. Xiaoyu reminded him. The captain snapped out of his daze, realizing he hadn't considered that angle. He shifted his approach to Xia Xiaoxi and quickly retrieved the file for Xia Xiaoxi from Xia village. Family members, no cousins or relatives named Xiahong either. Father, mother, grandparents? Wait. Found it. The captain's mouse cursor froze on the great-grandfather's entry in the relatives section. But wasn't he supposed to be in his 30s? Why was he listed under great-grandfather? Damn it. The captain refreshed the page several times, but nothing changed. Come to think of it, how could the police database possibly malfunction? Just then, Xiao Wang emerged from the interrogation room. Captain. Xiao Wang greeted him politely. Who's in there? What's the situation? The captain inquired. A strange-looking handsome guy. No ID. He claims he fought in wars before and even drove tanks. Tell me that's not ridiculous. If that's true, how old would he be? Seems like he might have some mental issues, can't get much out of him. Xiao Wang waved his hands dismissively, resting them behind his head. The captain and Old Yen exchanged a glance, a chill running down their spines. They glanced again at the name in the computer file. Could it be his great-grandfather? Hey, Captain, why don't we just look at the file? Have you found his file yet? Xiao Wang asked cautiously. He was just an auxiliary police officer. Without the captain's approval, he couldn't ask too many questions or look at people's files. So he could only stand by, curious. You two go sort out these reports first. Bring them to me in half an hour. They'll be useful. The captain casually pulled out a stack of documents. Truthfully, they were useless. He just wanted to shoo Xiao Wang and Xiaoyu away. Xiao Wang and Xiaoyu weren't stupid. Taking the papers, they shrugged their shoulders and muttered under their breath, this stack is thicker than my life expectancy. Once the two had returned to the office, the captain finally turned his gaze back to the computer, hesitating to click on Xia Heng's name. Old Yen, you're the Bureau's paranormal consultant. You're the absolute authority in all of Jia City. In a situation like this, it can't be the real thing, can it? The captain inquired. Possible, but highly unlikely. The village has many haunted spots. Maybe your officers have been unlucky lately. Whatever they encountered, they brought it back. After Old Yen spoke, the captain felt even more hesitant to click the mouse. Old Yen smiled and raised his eyes in a gesture. With him present and his expertise in the field, the captain felt reassured enough to click and get it over with. As a police officer, the captain had never believed in such things before. But later he learned that every city police department typically employed one or two, sometimes even more, paranormal consultants like Old Yen. They specialized in handling and resolving bizarre cases that defied conventional investigation. Even if the captain didn't want to believe it, he had no choice. With Old Yen overseeing things, the captain finally mustered the courage to click the mouse. Inside the interrogation room, Li Shui questioned him for ages, but Xia Hong remained as straightforward as ever. He answered every question truthfully. But while he dared to answer, Li Shui dared not believe him. Was this man really a zombie? Sitting right there in front of her, alive and well? Then how can you prove everything you've said is true? Li Shui asked in a low voice. I'll cooperate with whatever proof you need. But what matters now isn't figuring out who I am. If the incident in Shijia village isn't handled promptly, things won't settle down anytime soon. I must return immediately to ensure my great-granddaughter's safety. Do you understand, officer? After being questioned for so long, Xia Heng's tone grew colder, tinged with frustration. Li Shui silently screamed for help inside. She was in a bind. Every word Xia Heng uttered was difficult to include in the report. Why wasn't the captain coming over yet? Just as she was inwardly complaining, the interrogation room door burst open. Two figures strode in. Li Shui, hold your questions. This comrade here is fine. Release him immediately. The captain said, then turned to Xia Hong. Sorry for keeping you up all night, comrade. Advisor Yan and I will drive you home. Li Shui was stunned, unable to react for a long moment. Ha? What, they're just letting him go? Li Shui hurried over to the captain's side and whispered, Captain, are we really letting him go? Did you even look at the file? The captain continued smiling at Xia Hong, completely ignoring Li Shui's question. His large hands swept across Li Shui's face, smoothly pushing her behind him. She cursed inwardly. Of course not. Why else would he rush over without reviewing the file and order her to release him? At that moment, old Yan's gaze locked with Xia Hong's, his eyes flashing with surprise. Chapter 1, A Corpse? This guy hasn't uttered a single lie. As Jia City's foremost paranormal consultant, having studied Maoshan magic since childhood in his hometown, he possessed formidable skills. Unlike those charlatans who play at being mystics, he instantly saw something amiss with Xia Hong's body. This man lacks vital energy. Old Yan thought in shock. Yet he was equally certain that Xia Hong was not a ghostly spirit. He was a real, living person. Countless possibilities raced through old Yan's mind. A walking corpse? A living dead? No, it must be a zombie. Whichever it was, such entities were exceedingly rare in this modern age. Even as a paranormal consultant dealing with bizarre cases daily, he mostly dealt with ghostly entities. What puzzled old Yan, however, was Xia Hong sitting in the interrogation room. Though it was obvious at a glance that he was not a living person. A formidable aura of righteous energy radiated from him head to toe, evidence that he had been no ordinary man in life. Beyond that righteous aura, what troubled old Yan most, what he simply couldn't fathom, was the Taoist energy emanating from Xia Hong. It was too pure. Even purer than his own as a Taoist of the Maoshan lineage. Though the Maoshan sect was renowned among the common folk for its ghost-catching techniques, and its fame was greatly amplified by movie portrayals. But it wasn't the main lineage, merely a branch. Zhengyi was the orthodox tradition. Those who cultivate the Tao possess an acute sensitivity to one another's Tao energy. There was no way to misread it. Similarly, Xia Hong instantly saw through Yan Lao. A Taoist practitioner appearing at the police station in the dead of night, referred to as Consultant Yan. It was highly likely they had been specially commissioned by the police to handle a difficult case. Neither spoke, however. Xia Hong remained even more composed, simply sitting quietly, awaiting their instructions. It was likely only Xia Hong who could remain so composed in the presence of a Maoshan Taoist. Other undead or zombies would likely have bolted at the first chance. Comrade, shall we go? The captain spoke again. Xia Hong nodded and rose to his feet, his thoughts fixed on Xia Xiaoxi. Any other matters could be dealt with later. After all, a parasitic ghost, if not exorcised, would remain a major menace. Xia Hong stepped out of the interrogation room first. As he passed by the captain, the waves of icy chill emanating from his body made the captain shiver involuntarily. Old Yan? Is it really him? The captain asked in a panicked whisper. Old Yan nodded in affirmation. Captain, what did you see in the files? What's the explanation? Why were they released outright? Li Shui asked in confusion. Saw? We couldn't see anything. The captain replied. Li Shui? Seeing Li Shui's perplexed expression, as if she hadn't understood a word, the captain explained, the file is 80 years old. Encrypted. Top secret. Classified. Am I some high-level person? Do I have the clearance to access it? 80 years ago? And top secret encryption? Li Shui felt as if a thunderclap had struck her mind. The words Xia Hong had spoken swirled around in her mind, automatically surfacing. Living on the mountain driving tanks, that's my great-granddaughter. So, not a single word out of this old man's mouth was a lie. He was too honest, so honest it was hard to believe. Now it dawned on Li Shui why the captain had ordered her to release the prisoner the moment he entered. A warrior who sacrificed his life fighting the Japanese invaders 80 years ago. If the files were classified at the highest level, then they were definitely beyond the realm of what they could access or even imagine. Perhaps they even held some influence over the nation back then. Though these pioneers of the past now appeared before them in a different form. But they were still willing to cooperate and come to the police station. They couldn't possibly be the kind to harm others or take lives. Therefore, no matter how one thinks about it, following old Yan's instructions, the deceased take precedence. Return them first, then write reports where necessary and escalate matters as required. Await notification. Await instructions. Perhaps this fellow had merely ventured out for some fresh air and would return to the mountains on his own in a couple of days. The world is full of surprises, who can say for certain? It's over, it's over. Li Shui's head was pounding, her mind reeling. She never imagined they'd actually bring back such a troublesome person. She could only silently pray that they'd manage to get him back safely. Xia Hong stepped outside just as he caught sight of the photo of Xie Wenbin's corpse still displayed on the computer screen. His footsteps halted as he turned to ask old Yan, you noticed something off too? To spot discrepancies just from a photo. It showed that Consultant Yen had some skill after all. There's something peculiar about the neck. A drowned person's neck should be swollen and puffy. But the victim's neck shows a slight inward indentation and purple discoloration. I suspect, could it be the work of a water ghost? Yen Lao voiced his observation. With only photographs, he couldn't discern supernatural strangulation marks on the neck. Therefore, he could only rely on experience to make a judgment. Some who drowned by accident harbored resentment, their obsessive attachments trapping them in the water. Thus, some water ghosts firmly believe that if they can drag enough people to drown alongside them, they would gain the chance for salvation and reincarnation. This is what folk tradition calls seeking a substitute death. Old Yen had encountered numerous similar cases, which is why he immediately considered this possibility. Correct. The victim was strangled by a ghostly entity in the water, leading to suffocation. This mark on the neck is the strangulation mark. Xia Hong first confirmed the initial hypothesis, then added, however, this was not the work of a water ghost. Xia Wenbin had a son who had just turned 1 month old. His tragic death was caused by a lodging ghost residing within his son. A lodging ghost? Yen Lao had heard of such spirits before, though he wasn't very familiar with them. After a long pause, he finally recalled, doesn't a lodging ghost require someone to deliberately introduce it into the pregnant woman's womb beforehand? So someone deliberately caused his death? Xia Hong nodded in agreement. Yet Yen Lao remained skeptical. In this small village, the Xia Wenbin family was just an ordinary farming household, not wealthy by any means. How could they possibly be targeted by a sorcerer who went to such lengths to lure a parasitic spirit into the pregnant woman's womb? The initial motive was already hard to fathom. What was the point? As for water spirits, it's different. They were consumed by resentment and needed a substitute to die in their place. Beside them, the captain and Li Shui exchanged glances, feeling as if they were listening to gibberish. All they could grasp were the repeated keywords, ghost, and most crucially, intentional homicide. Seeing that old Yan remained unconvinced, Xia Hong refrained from further explanation. Instead, he pulled a folded yellow paper from his sleeve. Wow! So you really had something up your sleeve? Li Shui exclaimed. Earlier, she'd made Xia Hong empty his pockets, yet he'd still managed to conceal a talisman. This talisman wasn't convenient to show earlier, but now you can see it if you wish. Xia Hong smiled faintly. As he spoke, he slowly unfolded the yellow talisman. Gradually, a dark, indistinct mass of flesh appeared in Xia Hong's palm. He then offered it to Li Shui. Ah! No need. My eyesight's poor. I've had cataracts for 30 years. Just have the captain examine them. Terrified, Li Shui's face turned pale as she scrambled away. But when she turned around, the captain had already silently appeared behind her, his expression solemn. Only old Yen stepped forward, leaning in to examine the meat chunk closely. His pupils trembled as he gasped in horror. This is ghost meat? Chapter 2. The old couple stunned. Xia Xiaoxi complains. The meat hung with a sticky black liquid. Veins were faintly visible beneath the flesh, seemingly still pulsating. Though not as exaggeratedly filmed as in movies, with maggots crawling on it or anything. But seeing such a mass of rotting flesh right before their eyes still made them feel utterly nauseated and physically sick. With years of experience, old Yen instantly recognized this flesh as belonging to a ghostly creature. How could such a large chunk of flesh be contained within such a small talisman? Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Just one glance made her feel like the braised chicken she'd eaten that night was stuck in her throat. It threatened to erupt at any moment, prompting her to clamp her hand over her mouth to stifle the urge and avoid losing composure. Ghostly entities are inherently formless. Bound by orthodox Taoist talismans, they naturally obey. If told to flatten, they flatten. If told to shrink, they shrink. Old Yen explained. He glanced at Xia Hong, finding it hard to believe that Xia Hong was not a living person. He could produce such a pure Taoist talisman without so much as a flicker of reaction. He even began to doubt whether Xia Hong was truly not human. Or perhaps a heroic spirit remained a heroic spirit even transformed into a corpse, its righteous energy never dissipated. Old Yen scrutinized the ghostly flesh meticulously. After a moment, he confirmed its owner was indeed not a water spirit. As for whether it was the flesh of a parasitic ghost, he couldn't say. After all, such a rare specter was something he'd only heard of, never encountered. But how did Xia Hong acquire it? Surely a ghost wouldn't just drop a chunk of flesh for Xia Hong to pick up. That night, I continued searching corpses for traces of spirit energy, following the lodged ghost's trail. It was too fast, so I only managed to knock off this piece of flesh from its body. Xia Hong explained. Li Shui and the captain gasped in disbelief. He knocked it off? This guy's strength is off the charts. Flesh from a ghostly creature just torn off like that? But they had no idea that the lodging ghost was no ordinary spirit. Yen Lao recalled what his grandfather had told him about parasitic ghosts back in the day. Parasitic ghosts themselves don't harm people, but once exploited by sorcerers with ulterior motives. And shed blood, their ferocity rivals even that of vengeful ghosts, utterly terrifying. Yen Lao was warned to be extremely cautious and never provoke them lightly. After all, fierce ghosts were beings that struck terror into the hearts of 90% of yin-yang masters. The lodging ghost in Xia village had just killed Xia Wenbin, marking the beginning of its rampage. A lodging ghost this fierce, comparable to a vengeful spirit, and Xia Hong actually managed to tear a chunk of flesh from it? Old Yan's shock far surpassed that of both the captain and Li Shui. Looking at Xia Hong again, Yan Lao felt an even deeper sense of mystery shrouding this man. His file was classified as state-level S. A zombie yet radiating righteous energy, even versed in Taoist arts and impervious to talismans. Any expert standing before Xia Hong couldn't help but mutter, he's got a cheat code. If he truly is a lodged ghost and he's started killing people, Xia village is in trouble. We must capture it. Old Yen sighed, his expression growing grave. An ordinary ground ghost would be easily dealt with. But a lodged ghost of this caliber? Even someone as experienced as him found it troublesome. Whether he could handle it was another matter entirely. With this piece of ghost flesh, we should be able to lure it out. But I'll need your help. Xia Hong paused before speaking. Yan Lao's eyes lit up. Was Xia Hong willing to help? That would be perfect. Speak freely. Whatever you need from me, I'll do my utmost. Old Yen declared solemnly. We'll discuss the specifics once we return to the village. Xia Hong replied. It was late at night, and he still couldn't bear to leave Xia Xiaoxi alone in Xia village. What if that ghostly lodger mistook Xia Xiaoxi for a pregnant woman? Old Yen nodded and motioned for the captain to step outside. They planned to escort Xia Hong back to the village first. The captain didn't dare delay and quickly followed to drive. Seeing Xia Hong and Captain Yan Lao both get in the car, Li Shui hesitated for a moment before following suit. Back in Xia village, Xia Xiaoxi paced anxiously in the main hall. She felt she should be doing something. She pulled out her phone and withdrew every last dime scattered across various apps. Stepping outside, she prepared to hop on her electric scooter and head to the police station. She hoped to see if she could get Grandpa Zhang out on bail. Just as she reached the doorway, the light from the ancestral hall in the distance stood out sharply. People came and went, helping Aunt Wang prepare the memorial altar for Xia Wenbin. Beyond that, everything else was shrouded in darkness. Vaguely, Xia Xiaoxi felt as if something in the darkness was watching her. Looking up, she saw Yu Huihui and Chen Liang standing there, staring down at her. They were standing on the roof of her family's three-story house, watching Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Xiaoxi shuddered in fright. Once she recognized Yu Huihui and the others, she cursed under her breath. These meddlesome busybodies were worse than ghosts, they just wouldn't leave her alone. Look, baby, someone can't sleep. Chen Liang sneered. Her cousin got busted. How could she possibly sleep? Yu Huihui added. Their voices weren't loud, but they stung Xia Xiaoxi's ears like tiny knives. You two are truly despicable. You're not going to sleep just to mock me here? Looks like your foot isn't hurting enough. Xia Xiaoxi was both speechless and furious. Your cousin who set off the explosives got arrested. How dare you still act so cocky? Chen Liang couldn't help but get worked up talking about it. If it weren't for the pain keeping him awake, he wouldn't have come out to mock Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Xiaoxi flashed them a wild, pig-like grin before revving up her electric scooter to leave. She couldn't be bothered with their nagging, wasting her breath. Just then, two blinding car headlights illuminated the intersection. They steadily approached Xia Xiaoxi's front door. Is that a police car? Didn't they just leave? Why are they coming back? Yu Huihui wondered aloud. What else could it be? They must have been interrogating her undocumented cousin and discovered his cousin is also involved. So they sent another car to arrest her? Chen Liang quickly voiced his interpretation. The couple exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding perfect. As the vehicle drew near, Chen Liang spotted the captain in the driver's seat and blurted out, "Whoa? Even the captain's been roused? Now your arch-rival is in for a world of trouble. Quick, help me down. I'll go say hello." Captain? The captain of the town police station? Honey, you actually have connections like this? Yu Huihui's eyes lit up as she hurriedly helped Chen Liang down the stairs. Now that's something to say. Baby, I guess you still don't know me very well. Chen Liang said smugly. Then Yu Huihui quickly pulled him downstairs. From afar, they saw the captain getting out of the car. Just as he opened his mouth to call out, he noticed the captain's first move after getting out was to walk to the back seat and open the door. Chen Liang's brows instantly furrowed. Who was so important that the captain had to personally open their door? When he saw Xia Hong step out of the car, Chen Liang's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what the hell? The captain seemed to notice Chen Liang and Yu Huihui approaching. He asked Xia Hong, "Mr. Xia, your friend?" Xia Xiaoxi charged forward like a bull. Damn it. Friends, my ass. Wasn't it just because he tried to hit me that my cousin taught him a lesson, and then you guys dragged him away? Chen Liang's face drained of color, his heart hanging in his throat. The atmosphere felt off. Turning back home now seemed a bit too late. Chapter 3, Xia Hong, do I look like someone who can transfer souls? The captain's expression darkened instantly at Xia Xiaoxi's words. Chen Liang shuddered violently, his mind going blank. Isn't he an undocumented immigrant? Doing shady business overseas without even an ID card. Why was the town police captain treating him with such courtesy now? At first, he'd thought they were Xia Hang's friends and had been all smiles. The next second, their faces turned dark. That shift was way too fast. Captain Zhang Shun, it's me. Chen Liang from Han Yuan Real Estate. I even toasted you at Director Wang's dinner last time. Seeing the situation was turning sour, he immediately tried to build rapport with Captain Zhang Shun. Even his fiancée, Yu Huihui, couldn't stand listening to it. So this was the connections Chen Liang boasted about just having toasting people? If that kind of connection actually worked, it would be a miracle. Chen Liang? Zhang Shun frowned, as if struggling to recall. Right. That's me. Little Chen Liang. Deputy manager at Han Yuan Real Estate. Chen Liang hastily added. But before half a second had passed, he received Zhang Shun's indifferent reply, don't know him. Chen Liang. Zhang Shun paid no further attention to Chen Liang. Instead, he turned his gaze to Xia Hong for guidance. Mr. Xia, what do you think? If necessary, Chen Liang could be taken back for a little education. A few days of detention was just a matter of a word. Han Yuan Real Estate was a massive enterprise with hundreds of managers inside and out. He was just a simple, honest villager outside the company. His name wouldn't carry any weight. Don't loiter around my doorstep. If you cross Shaoxi again, I won't hold back. Xia Hong said coldly. Just get rid of them already. Wasting time with these two is pointless. Did you hear me? What are you standing around for? Waiting for me to walk you home? Zhang Shun snapped. After years in the workplace, he knew dealing with someone like Chen Liang required an unyielding stance. Did he think anyone could just hop into the captain's car? Yes. Chen Liang nodded repeatedly, backing away awkwardly. His face flushed as red as a monkey's, but his ears burning as if they might bleed. He'd been hoping to impress his fiancée. Now look at him staying up late just to shoot his mouth off, making a complete fool of himself. Xia Hong led the others back to the residence without a second glance. Upon returning home, Yu Huihui and Chen Liang went straight to bed, utterly devoid of any remaining excitement. Seeing Yu Huihui deliberately sleeping with her back turned to him, Chen Liang knew this woman must have been humiliated in front of her archrival and was now furious. He didn't know how to smooth things over. Just then, Yu Huihui suddenly snapped, Chen Liang, are you crazy? Why did you bite me? She clutched her ear with one hand, glaring angrily at Chen Liang. Even with her foot like this, she still couldn't stay still. I didn't bite you. Were you dreaming? Chen Liang was confused. He was sitting right next to her. How could he have touched Yu Huihui? You still say you didn't. This hurts like hell. Yu Huihui pointed to the flesh behind her ear. Chen Liang leaned in to look. There was clearly nothing there. It was perfectly intact. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly understood. Yu Huihui probably couldn't bring herself to admit it, so she just made up this flimsy excuse. Chen Liang, get a grip. He immediately hugged Yu Huihui and pulled the quilt over both their heads. There. Baby's not angry anymore. Yu Huihui, hey, stop messing around. I'm still mad. Also, how long has it been since my last period? Should I get checked out? But they didn't notice that in the darkness, a tiny handprint had appeared behind Yu Huihui's ear. In Xia Hang's living room. Yan Lao, Zhang Shun, and Li Shuiao sat down as Xia Hong welcomed them. Xia Hong and old Zhang sat in the main seats, with Zhang Shun positioned toward the edge. Li Shui and Xia Xiaoxi were relegated to the very edge. Xia Xiaoxi blinked her eyes, still confused by the situation. How come not only was great-grandpa Zhang personally escorted back by so many important figures, but he was also chatting away? She hadn't fast-forwarded anything. Damn it! What exactly did she miss? Now wasn't the time to explain things to this little girl. Instead, Li Shui couldn't quite keep her mouth shut. She leaned over and whispered to Xia Xiaoxi. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi realize, and she'd been calling him cousin all along. It turned out they all knew Grandpa Zhang was Grandpa Zhang. The discussion now centered on eliminating the ghostly creature that had killed Xia Wenbin and threatened the entire village. As for that piece of flesh Grandpa Zhang had taken earlier, it was flesh torn from the ghostly creature. Old Jian spoke first. The master says we should use the flesh of the lodged ghost to lure it out. But how exactly should we proceed? Zhang Shun nodded. Eliminating the parasitic ghost was the immediate priority. If I were alone, this would be difficult. But with your help now, it should be manageable. My plan is to employ the ghost summoning technique. Xia Hong explained. Yan Lao's pupils flinched. He knew this particular sorcery. The soul summoning technique was profoundly complex and fraught with danger. Even within Taoist circles, it was considered a forbidden art, rarely permitted for use. The soul summoning technique requires using the life soul from the three principal souls to lure the ghost. A small paper effigy serves as the medium, with a blood-stained red cord acting as the conduit. The life soul is concealed within the paper effigy. This proves highly enticing to ghostly entities, drawing them near. But would a ghost of the level of a parasitic ghost fall for such a trick? Yan Lao's expression darkened as he spoke.
Li Shui and Xie Xiaoxi exchanged glances, their four eyes meeting with an uncanny, shared understanding. In Yan Lao's words, they had latched onto only the crucial phrase, irresistibly tempting.
Xie Xiaoxi, how tempting do you think it is?
Li Shui, about as tempting as my weekly Thursday indulgence meal.
Xie Xiaoxi, oh. Regarding old Yan's confusion, Xia Hong promptly provided an answer.
He placed the talisman containing the ghost meat on the coffee table. This is when the ghost flesh comes in handy. The moment it appears, I'll strike it with thunder magic.
Unlike ordinary creatures, a ghost retains some connection even when separated from its body.
This will paralyze it momentarily, creating the perfect opportunity to strike down its main body.
Xia Hong explained. Yan Lao understood.
Indeed, this seemed the most effective approach.
However, Yan Lao was also acutely aware. There was only one chance.
If they failed and the ghost flesh was destroyed, even the ghost summoning technique might not be able to lure it out again.
Moreover, the life soul was the most crucial of the three souls. If anything went wrong, it could mean the end of one's life. And without the life soul, reincarnation itself would be impossible. Xia Xiaoxi, what does that even mean?
You have to stun the enemy first, then follow up with your ultimate, otherwise your skill will miss.
Li Shui, oh.
So that's how it works. Zhang Shan sat upright, his ears perked up on both sides. He listened to Xia Hong and Old Yan's conversation while also catching Xie Xiaoxi and Li Shui's commentary.
It actually connected. So you mean I need to use this to sustain the technique?
Old Yan's face flushed crimson after asking. Earlier at the police station, he had solemnly vowed to cooperate with Xia Hong in any way needed. But the core issue was extracting the soul essence from the body. Such a thing was far too risky. In all his years in the profession, Old Yan had never undertaken such a task. Who would have thought that just as he began working with Xia Hong, he'd be faced with such a heavy task? Besides, do I look like someone who can still transfer souls?
Xia Hong asked. Chapter 4, I'm her great-grandfather. Zhang Shun. Xia Xiaoxi, Li Shui.
Old Yan, yes. It is indeed most appropriate for me to take charge.
Only Elder Yan and Xia Hong understood the ritual.
As a zombie, Xia Hong lacked a soul to begin with, and there was also the matter of using blood to dye the red string. Even if he cut his major arteries, he likely wouldn't be able to draw a single drop of blood. Therefore, this task could only be handled by Old Yan. Rest assured, I'll protect your soul essence when the time comes.
Xia Hong said.
Old Yan felt considerably more at ease. Besides, he couldn't think of any other solution.
Thud. Thud. Dawn.
In the main hall, the old wooden clock struck the hour. Everyone looked toward the sound, only to see the pendulum swinging.
The time displayed read 4 in the morning. It's too late for today. The days are short and dawn comes quickly. It won't be long before it's light.
Come back afternoon tomorrow, and we'll prepare the ritual implements together.
Xia Hong said. Such profound Taoist arts as ghost summoning require far more complex ritual implements.
They weren't something that could be handled with just a dab of cinnabar and a few yellow talismans. Therefore, it would likely be difficult to procure them from the village chief. Besides, by the time everything was ready, it would be broad daylight. The lodging ghost wouldn't emerge then. It would be better for everyone to return home and rest first. Tomorrow, with our strength restored, we'll face the lodging ghost.
Agreed. Yan Lao responded and immediately stood up. Indeed, they needed to return and adjust their state.
In that case, we shall take our leave.
Zhang Shan echoed.
Li Shui and Xie Xiaoxi, those two girls,
who hadn't gotten along well at first, were actually hitting it off now. Xia Hong didn't go out himself instead. Xie Xiaoxi saw the others off.
Captain Zhang, I'll come by tomorrow during the day to invite the master to prepare the ritual implements together.
I happen to have a shop nearby. We can go directly there to select them. Come back in the evening to send people to help, or whatever you think is best.
Old Yan said to Zhang Shun.
The daytime was uneventful. The real action would unfold at night. Though the officers lacked ghost hunting abilities.
Xia Hong had already mentioned that there was definitely someone pulling the strings behind the lodging ghost.
The best-case scenario was to expose this person tonight as well.
Based on Old Yan's years of experience, it was highly likely this person was hiding somewhere within Xia village.
Alright, let's do it. Zhang Shun nodded. Assisting the consultant with the investigation was also part of their duty. See you tomorrow.
Li Shui bid farewell to Xie Xiaoxi before getting into the car. Watching the car drive away, Xie Xiaoxi picked her nose and muttered, "Why is she being so friendly?
Could she really be after my great-grandfather?
Better be cautious." After a few grumbles, Xie Xiaoxi glanced around at the pitch-black surroundings. A sudden gust of cold wind sent shivers down her spine, making her hair stand on end.
She dashed back into the mansion in a flash. Once inside, Xia Hong urged Xie Xiaoxi to go to bed immediately.
They had to leave early tomorrow and needed to be up before noon.
Xie Xiaoxi nodded obediently. She'd been exhausted all day.
Especially her heart, it hadn't stopped racing for a single moment. Lying on the bed, inhaling the scent of the bedding through her nostrils, she fell into a deep sleep within 3 seconds. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Xia Hong emerged from his room and glanced at the clock 11:05 a.m. Then he glanced at Xia Xiaoxi's tightly shut door. She was probably still asleep. He'd have to wake her up and get her ready. But as soon as he approached the door, Xia Hong heard Xia Xiaoxi's voice coming from inside. Another woman's voice was there too, though she seemed to be on the phone. Xia Xiaoxi, I've been tracking your recent buzz, pretty impressive. The gifts and streaming traffic have been pretty solid. Did you come up with the Grandpa Zhang persona yourself? You're truly a talent. I nurtured myself, very gifted. The company wants you to stick with this direction and keep streaming. Additionally, we'll start directing traffic your way and curating products for you to sell. You'd better be ready to handle it. The woman's voice on the phone continued uninterrupted, showing no intention of letting Xia Xiaoxi interject. Xia Hong paused at the doorway, listening intently. Wait, when did I ever say I'd do product promotions? When I had no following, the company ignored me completely, not a single penny invested. Now that I've gained some traction, they suddenly remember me? Xia Xiaoxi retorted. This stupid media company, she joined them back when she was just starting out in live streaming. At first, the company treated her well because she was pretty and had a good image. But once her streams lost viewers, they tossed her aside. What had been an office job eventually led to her workstation being taken away. The whole process took less than a month. After that, they never acknowledged Xia Xiaoxi again. She'd been streaming all alone. Now, thanks to Xia Heng's appearance these past few days, the livestream has gained some traction. The company's supervisor immediately jumped at the chance. They wanted to select products for Xia Xiaoxi to sell, but it was nothing more than an attempt to squeeze every last drop of value out of her and make a quick buck. How could Xia Xiaoxi possibly agree? What kind of talk is that? We have a signed contract. The host must cooperate with the company's operational arrangements. Do you even know how much the penalty for breach of contract is? With this contract in hand, you stand no chance in court, understand? I'll send you the samples in the next couple of days. Get them on stream and sell them for me. And you still have the nerve to show your face. The supervisor's overbearing voice rang out again, making Xia Xiaoxi clench her teeth in anger. Blame it on being too young back then, hearing that the self-media industry was booming. She signed the contract without a second thought. Xia Xiaoxi had thought half a year had passed. She could just pretend she'd never set foot in that company. After all, she'd only worked there for a month or so. Who could have imagined they'd suddenly resurface, forcing her to sell products? As the supervisor had said, that astronomical penalty fee was far beyond Xia Xiaoxi's means. Just then, the door swung open. Xia Hong strode in, his voice cold over the phone. Send the stuff to your family's grave. You, who the hell are you? What business is this of yours? The supervisor cursed angrily. I'm her great-grandfather. With that, Xia Hong hung up immediately, leaving no room for further confrontation. Great-grandfather. Xia Xiaoxi sat on the bed, her eyes vacant. A closer look revealed faint tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Am I really that stupid? After 4 years of college, I can't do anything. I haven't even found a decent job, and now I'm getting screwed over. When she got into college, her parents were overjoyed, determined to support her through graduation no matter what. She had believed that after graduation, she would secure a respectable job to help ease the family's financial burden. But everything turned out completely different from what she had imagined. This made Xia Xiaoxi start doubting herself. If I hadn't gone to school back then and just started working instead, maybe things would be much better now after 4 years? Just as she was wallowing in melancholy, she got a sharp smack on the head. People always imagine the path not taken is lined with flowers. I understand that, but I don't agree. So by your logic, should I regret that if I hadn't gone to war, I might not have died? But I wouldn't. Alright, get up and wash your face. Chapter 5, You're quite talented. Ever considered becoming a zombie? Xia Hong snapped irritably. In his early 20s, by today's standards. He'd only just graduated from school. Feeling lost about the future and questioning the past was perfectly normal. Xia Hong never imagined that Xia Xiaoxi, who always seemed scatterbrained, could also feel melancholy. What about Grandpa Zhang at the company? What should I do? They won't come after me, will they? Xia Xiaoxi worried aloud. While it felt satisfying that Grandpa Zhang stood up for her and confronted the supervisor. But contracts couldn't be forged. If she really had to pay that astronomical penalty, even if she started working in a factory right now, not eating or drinking, she'd have to save money starting from the Qing dynasty to cover it. That media company was also in Jiecheng, just downtown. Xia Xiaoxi had a feeling the supervisor wouldn't let this matter rest. He might come looking for trouble later. Just go ahead and stream as usual. Let him bring on the trouble. I'll handle it for you. Xia Hong replied. Though she wasn't sure if Grandpa Zhang could truly resolve the issue or was just offering verbal reassurance. Xia Xiaoxi still felt profoundly reassured. It felt as though even if the sky were to fall, Grandpa Zhang could hold it up. Besides her parents, only Grandpa Zhang cherished her so deeply. Xia Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Xia Hang's arm, her smile brightening.
I'll get up right now.
Then she ruffled her messy, bird's nest hair. She dashed out of the room in a flash to brush her teeth and wash her face. About an hour later, Xia Xiaoxi finally emerged, looking more or less presentable. She changed into clean clothes, combed her hair into a ponytail, and looked full of youthful energy. Holding her phone mount in hand, she had already started today's livestream.
Phew! Finally live. I stayed up all night waiting. You're hardcore. But what the heck was that thing last night? Did the cops show up in the end? What happened next? Was it a ghostly murder? Good morning, Grandpa Zhang. Streamer, whatever you say. What's today's stream about? Hee.
Over the past 2 days, Xia Xiaoxi's livestream traffic has remained remarkably stable. According to the platform's algorithm, today's promotion was even higher than yesterday's.
After Xia Hong appeared on camera,
the number of online viewers in the livestream gradually climbed to over 2,000. And it was still steadily climbing.
Ding!
Host's attention rating has reached 2,000.
Reward distributed.
Congratulations, host. Your zombie level has been upgraded to green zombie. This leveling speed rivals riding a rocket.
Xia Hong marveled inwardly. Had he awakened a decade or so earlier, before the era of live streaming? Gaining this much attention would have required becoming a TV star.
Yet in just a few days, he'd already garnered 2,000 followers. With a decade of Taoist cultivation under his belt, he knew well that it wasn't just ghostly entities that had ranks. Zombies also had their own hierarchy. They are purple zombie, white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, flying zombie, wandering corpse, buried corpse, undecayed bones, and
7 tiers.
When Xia Hong first revived, his rank was that of a white zombie, falling between black and white zombies. Typically, upon reaching the white zombie stage,
one's physical strength is sufficient to punch holes through walls with a single blow.
Now that he'd advanced to the green zombie stage, even a minor car collision would leave the vehicle requiring tens of thousands of dollars in repairs at the dealership.
Moreover, lacking vital energy, Xia Hong isn't afraid of bullets either. Of course, if the enemy pulls out an RPG, that's a different story. At this current rate of advancement, it won't be long before Xia Hong reaches the flying zombie stage. A flying zombie would be something else entirely. According to Taoist texts, flying zombies possess terrifying physical strength ordinary firearms couldn't even scratch them. They could even achieve crawling flight, that is to say, low-altitude flight. Of course, Xia Hong couldn't be certain if this was true.
Only upon reaching that specific level would he know for certain.
You know what? Xia Hong was starting to think being a zombie wasn't so bad after all. Unlike humans, they weren't so fragile.
They could endure a lot, and their game privileges were higher. As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Hang's gaze drifted towards Xia Xiaoxi. He slightly parted his lips, revealing sharp fangs, and said, Xiaoxi, you're feeling lost, aren't you? You seem quite talented. Have you considered joining me as a zombie? Xia Xiaoxi's mouth twitched and she backed away in fright. Grandpa Zhang, actually. I don't feel quite so lost anymore. Put. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoxi nearly scared herself out of her skin. Grandpa Zhang, I'm ready. I'm willing. Bite me. Grandpa Zhang, huh? Where's your neck? How rude. My neck is right here, isn't it? Honestly, I'd rather be a zombie than be treated like a mutt at work. Yeah, she likes the Monkey King, while I'm just some sleepy minion. I thought you'd be fiddling with your makeup all day again today. Are you almost ready? I'll have someone come over then. Xia Hong said. Almost. But I'm wearing makeup. Can't you tell? Xia Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Though it wasn't heavy makeup, she had applied foundation and done a simple, light application. After all, girls need to pay a little attention to their appearance when going out. It's just that today's makeup was done rather quickly. Sometimes a girl's makeup routine depends on her mood. When she was in a good mood, she could draw perfect eyeliner and eyebrows in one stroke. When I'm not feeling it, it could take hours. You wouldn't know. Xia Hong shook his head. To him, there was no difference. His great-granddaughter was as clueless as ever. Then maybe, like this? Xia Xiaoxi pulled a lipstick from her pocket and traced a line around her lips. Xia Hong nodded. That works. Xia Xiaoxi wiped off the lipstick. Xia Hong, it's not smudged. She applied the lipstick again. Xia Hong, it's smudged. Xia Xiaoxi. See? To guys, whether a girl wears makeup or not boils down to whether she's wearing lipstick. Grandpa Zhang is such a straight guy. Straight men are so great. Responsible, pure-hearted. You should marry a straight man. Say that about handsome straight guys. But if you meet an ugly one, you definitely call him a stinky straight guy. So cringy. Ha 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 ha, spot on. A call notified old Yen to come over. After another round of bickering with Xia Xiaoxi, it was almost noon. Before long, old Yen arrived at Xia Hang's residence in his car. He hurried inside and exchanged greetings with Xia Hong. But his expression looked off. As soon as he stepped inside, he blurted out, Mr. Xia, something's wrong.
Another funeral procession outside. Someone else died last night. Xia Hong paused. Last night, Yan Lao and Zhang Shun hadn't left until after 4 in the morning. Had others died before dawn? Chapter 6, Yu Hui Hui is dead? Was it the work of ghostly entities, or a sudden accident? Which household? Xia Hong asked. It's just ahead of your residence. I believe it's the house belonging to those 2 individuals we encountered last night. Old Yen recalled. Could it be Yu Hui Hui and Chen Liang? Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed. Old Yen nodded. If he remembered correctly, last night, Chen Liang and Yu Hui Hui had headed back in the direction of that house. The group approached the mansion's entrance. Xia Xiaoxi recognized at a glance that trouble had indeed struck Yu Hui Hui's household. At that moment, Yu Hui Hui's home seemed to be filled with many relatives, coming and going. Among them, many were weeping and wailing. She was perfectly fine yesterday. My poor Hui Hui. Hui Hui seemed to be up until the wee hours last night. Could she have died suddenly? She was my only daughter. Why must my life be so bitter? Hui Hui's family wept inconsolably. Last night, when Xia Wenbin met his tragic end, they had even gone to watch the commotion. Little did they know that when they woke up this morning, Yu Hui Hui wouldn't wake up again. Xia Hong and the others stood at the doorway, listening for a while to grasp the situation. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Yu Hui Hui's mother went to wake up Chen Liang, telling him and Yu Hui Hui to get up for breakfast. But when he woke up, Chen Liang discovered he couldn't rouse Yu Hui Hui no matter what. The shock made Chen Liang tumble off the bed. When he checked her breath again, there was no warmth left. Her pulse, heartbeat, and all signs of life had vanished. Her face showed no signs of distress, and Chen Liang hadn't sensed any movement from her throughout the night. He hurriedly had used mother call a doctor, who confirmed Yu Hui Hui's death. The most likely cause was sudden death due to prolonged sleep deprivation or the brain being in a state of constant excitement. Moreover, the examination revealed that Yu Hui Hui had recently become pregnant. Upon hearing this, Chen Liang feared being implicated. Upon learning of Yu Hui Hui's death, he panicked and made up an excuse to flee immediately. He drove straight back to the city, planning to lie low for a while. Holy! Is that the same strong sister who died yesterday? What happened? This is way too sudden. Sudden death. Is that even possible? I've been pulling all-nighters lately. Could I really drop dead? No clue, but my hair's already falling out like crazy. Try not to stay up late. Sometimes I have trouble breathing in the middle of the night. Staying up late is really bad for your health. Holy crap, that guy is such a monster. They seemed so in love yesterday. Chen Liang's actions drew unanimous condemnation from netizens. Pregnant? Xia Hang and Old Yan exchanged glances. It seemed certain now 9 times out of 10, the parasitic ghost was behind it. It's not that the lodging ghost only targets pregnant women. Rather, they harbored greater resentment toward pregnant women, making them the preferred targets. Last night, after Yu Hui Hui returned home, the lodging ghost had set its sights on the pregnant Yu Hui Hui. Xia Hong knew that once the lodging ghost started killing, it wouldn't stop. But he never imagined that after being wounded by his copper coin array in the first half of the night, by the latter half of the night, it had grown bold enough to kill again. It's too vicious. This ghost is truly too vicious. Old Yen felt a chill run down his spine. It had killed 2 people in a single night, and that was after being wounded by Xia Hong first. The ghost's ferocity far exceeded his expectations. Outside the ancestral hall, a makeshift shelter had been erected. Since Yu Hui Hui didn't share the family surname and took her mother's name instead, she couldn't enter the Xia family village's ancestral hall. A makeshift memorial hall had to be set up outside for now. Xia Xiaoxi gazed toward the memorial hall, her expression complex. Though they were sworn enemies, the sudden loss still stirred a sense of melancholy within Xia Xiaoxi. Life was so fragile. We need to hurry. Let's go. The more people it possesses, the more vicious it will become. After it finishes off the pregnant women, the young girls in the village will be next. Xia Hong said solemnly. Xia Xiaoxi stiffened. Grandpa Zhang was implying that the possessing spirit might very well target her next. Therefore, the parasitic ghost must be dealt with as soon as possible. Grandfather and granddaughter climbed into Yan Lao's car. They learned that Old Yan had an office in the city center, specializing in the trade of yin-yang affairs. In layman's terms, he took on private jobs. Otherwise, his salary as an advisor alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. However, serving as an official consultant also boosted his reputation and credibility, indirectly increasing his business, a mutually beneficial arrangement. May I ask, could you share how much a consultant of your caliber earns? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. This kind of high-stakes work must pay at least 7 or 8,000 a month, right? Nothing to hide, the base salary is 50,000. Bonuses are calculated separately. Yan Lao answered while driving. Holy crap! Xia Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue. In a backwater third-tier city like Jiecheng, a base salary of 50,000 a month placed him firmly in the highest echelon. And that didn't even include bonuses. Even a fool could tell that for jobs like theirs. Bonuses were undoubtedly the bulk of their income. What the hell is 50 grand? Master, is your company hiring? I'll take 20k a month. I'd feed myself to the devil if I had to. Seriously? That's insane. This is just for show, right? Trying to make us anxious? I can't even spend 2,800 a month. Tears streaming. The internet constantly reminds me I'm a failure. Following Xia Hang's request, Xia Xiaoxi kept the live stream running. But she didn't provide commentary. If viewers could follow along, great. If not, tough luck. After streaming for days, viewers had fully embraced this style. Moreover, the unique aura of mystery only made them crave more. Can I learn from you? I really need this job. Xia Xiaoxi's sincere tone made it hard to refuse. Through the rearview mirror, both Old Yan and Xia Hong were nearly blinded by the sparkle in her eyes. I've studied Mashan magic with my grandfather since childhood, and now I'm over 50. I'd say I've got some skills I don't think much of any of my peers in the surrounding cities. But compared to you, Grandmaster, my skills are but a mere trifle, like showing off in front of a master. What's there for you to study? Old Yan sighed. He wasn't deliberately flattering Xia Hong, for having cultivated for many years, he too possessed his own pride. Setting aside Xia Hang's unique nature as a zombie. Simply the fact that he could effortlessly slice a chunk of flesh from a parasitic ghost as vicious as a vengeful spirit. Old Yan couldn't help but be impressed, knowing he himself couldn't achieve such a feat. Therefore, he remained convinced that Xia Hong must have been an extraordinary figure in life. Whoa! Xia Xiaoxi never expected even Advisor Yan to hold such high regard for Grandpa Zhang's Taoist arts. But Grandpa Zhang, wasn't he a zombie? Holy crap, a zombie who masters Taoist arts? Even the King of Hell couldn't stop him. That's defying the heavens. Worst of all, Grandpa Zhang was a pioneer in resisting the Japanese invasion. With the aura he displayed last night fighting ghosts, even the black and white impermanents would salute him. King Yama himself would have to march in step. Chapter 7, Why isn't my great-granddaughter considered a child? Soon, Old Yan drove into the city. Once inside the city limits, the bustle grew everywhere. With the new year approaching, festive decorations adorned every corner. Fortunately, Jiecheng wasn't one of those first or second-tier megacities. Even at this time, traffic jams weren't too severe. After a few turns, they entered the residential compound and drove straight into the parking lot. Advisor Yan, weren't we supposed to pick up the gear from your office? Why did we end up at Biwa County? This is one of the most expensive residential complexes in the city center. Xia Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Even in Jie City, Biwa County town commands nearly 20,000 yuan per square meter. Behind it lay a verdant river view, while in front stretched a bustling commercial district. Back when Xia Xiaoxi was still in school, she had always dreamed that once she graduated and had money, she would definitely buy an apartment here. But later, she realized that for ordinary people, a 100 square meter apartment in Bihua County might be beyond the reach of an average worker's entire lifetime earnings. I bought an apartment here a few years ago. It's been sitting empty. Plus, in our line of work, we can't run a shop in the open, only in a hidden location. So, I figured setting up shop in the residential complex was actually quite suitable. Old Yan explained. Xia Xiaoxi gasped, holy crap. It turned out she had seriously underestimated Old Yan's income. She immediately turned to Xia Hong with pleading eyes, as if trying to convey something. Xia Hong raised an eyebrow, like it? Xia Xiaoxi, I love it. Xia Hong, I have an empty house up in the mountains too. You're welcome to stay anytime you like. Xia Xiaoxi. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Zhang's place is probably out of reach for the streamer for now. Honestly, Grandpa Zhang's deadpan humor kills me sometimes. Grandpa Zhang's place is perfect: mountains, water, fresh air. Isn't it way better than some fancy high-end community? Xia Xiaoxi, well, I'm not exactly crazy about it either. This way, Mr. Xie. Old Yan chuckled. He knew full well that with Xia Hang's capabilities, acquiring a property wouldn't be difficult at all. He could get one with ease. It was clear he was deliberately teasing his great-granddaughter. Old Yan led the way, stepping first into the elevator of the underground parking garage. Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi followed him inside. The numbers beside the elevator doors flashed in sequence. From level 2, it ascended to level 1. At that moment, because someone was waiting outside, the elevator doors automatically opened upon stopping. Inside stood an auntie clad in a white mink coat and a child of about 5 or 6. The woman looked to be at least in her 50s. Her makeup was heavy, with a thick layer of white powder covering her face. Up close, one could see the powder caking and cracking due to her rough skin. Seeing her like this, Xia Hong couldn't help but feel the woman looked even less human than he did. Xia Xiaoxi was also struggling to stifle her laughter, her facial expression slightly contorted. The grandmother and granddaughter exchanged a knowing glance, nearly cracking up. Grandma, buy me that game console. You tricked me. You said you'd take me shopping, but you brought me home instead. The child realized something was off the moment they stepped into the elevator. From the sound of it, he must have wanted to buy a game console at the mall earlier. His aunt had tricked him into thinking she'd buy it, only to steer him home instead.
The moment he stepped into the elevator, the kid sensed something was off and started throwing a tantrum.
Grandma didn't bring any money. Let's go back and get some to buy it.
Be a good boy, Xiaoji.
The aunt tried to soothe the child.
But the child cried on and on, showing no sign of stopping. His cries grew louder and louder, and he even started rolling around on the floor.
He tugged at his grandmother's clothes and kept pounding his aunt's stomach. Xia Hong and old Yan both frowned. Now, be a good boy. The aunt, stung by the blows, couldn't hold the child back. The child then began thrashing wildly in the elevator. Though the child wasn't heavy, the elevator couldn't withstand such violent bouncing. The floor beneath their feet began to sway unsteadily. Holy crap! This is the part one hate most, the bratty kid phase. This kid is brutal. He even punched his own grandmother. Every punch lands with real force. No way, no way. I absolutely hate kids this wild. Could he be some kind of superhuman? The kid's a handful, but the aunt's in the wrong too. If she doesn't want to buy it, she shouldn't buy it. No need to lie to the child. Hey, upstairs, you'll understand once you have kids of your own. If he keeps bouncing like that, the elevator's gonna break down.
Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly said, Auntie, jumping around in the elevator like that is dangerous. Please hold on to him. The aunt grimaced from her grandson's rough handling. Seeing Xia Xiaoxi speak up, her expression turned even colder as she retorted, What kid isn't a little mischievous? You're a grown woman, why are you getting into this with him? Xia Xiaoxi stammered, I. Caught off guard by her aunt's sharp retort. Even Xia Xiaoxi's brain froze up. Wait, how come it seemed like she, the bystander, was the one in the wrong? With grandma taking charge like this, the kid got even more excited, bouncing around with renewed vigor. Right now, I seriously want to kill someone. This old hag is unreasonable. Does she enjoy getting beaten by her grandson? Is there even such a person? Who's responsible if the elevator malfunctions? Even the viewers in the livestream chat were fuming with indignation. Grandpa Yen couldn't bear to watch any longer and was about to step in to stop her. But suddenly, the elevator began shaking violently. He turned to see Xia Hong grabbing Xia Xiaoxi like she was a little chicken. She grabbed her and made her mimic a child, bouncing around in the elevator. Xia Xiaoxi looked bewildered at first, but quickly caught on and started bouncing along. Suddenly, the elevator began shaking violently. The child turned pale with fright, and his aunt quickly scooped him up. Her eyes blazed with fury as she pointed at Xia Xiaoxi and snapped, You, how dare you jump around like that in the elevator? What if you break the elevator? Who's responsible then? Xia Hong stepped forward immediately. He stood in front of Xia Xiaoxi and said, What child isn't playful? You're an old woman, why are you picking on a child? Xia Hong repeated his aunt's words back to her verbatim. The aunt was so furious her nostrils flared. How can you compare? How old is she? How old is my grandson? Though she knew she was in the wrong, Auntie stubbornly refused to back down. I see them as practically the same age. Your grandson is a child, so why isn't my great-granddaughter a child too? Xia Hong patted Xia Xiaoxi's piggy head and said indifferently. His words carried such authority that Auntie's sharp tongue suddenly froze. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Xia Hong, yet no words came out. Just then, the elevator intercom crackled. What's going on in the elevator? What's going on? It seemed the elevator's earlier shaking had triggered an anomaly alarm. That's why the security guard from logistics management came over to ask. Someone's deliberately sabotaging the elevator. Get someone here immediately. Auntie, hearing the security guard's voice, shouted urgently. What? We're on our way. The security guard exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Yen Lao could no longer stand still. He had to make his presence known somehow. He spoke in a deep voice, It's me, Yen Xiang. I'm in the elevator. Chapter 8, Paper-Maché Black and White Impermanence. The elevator is fine. Just get back to work. Security guard, oh, it's you, Mr. Yen. Got it. Upon hearing Elder Yan's voice, the security guard's tone immediately changed. It seemed that even in such an upscale residential complex, Mr. Yen still held considerable prestige and authority. After confirming the elevator was merely malfunctioning and not completely broken, he hung up the phone. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Auntie, having been put in her place, had intended to make some threatening remarks. But for some reason, after locking eyes with Xia Hong, she instinctively felt a surge of timidity and dared not utter another word. She hurriedly grabbed her grandson and scurried out of the elevator with her tail between her legs. Child, Grandma, my game console. Auntie, game console. You nearly got me killed. Just wait till I get my hands on you. The elevator doors closed again, but the child's wails from the beating still pierced through. Looks like Auntie finally snapped and gave her grandson a proper scolding. So satisfying. My breasts feel clearer than ever, everyone. What a relief. I almost passed out from anger just now. Grandpa Zhang is the man. So cool. Totally protective of his grandkids. Great-grandpa, you protect your grandson, so it's only fair I protect my great-grandson, right? Ah. I want to marry him. I'd gladly live on the mountain with him.
Who could resist this? Yen Xiang, go ahead and jump, ancestors. Who could possibly outjump you anyway? Fa ha 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 ha. In situations like this, most netizens choose to endure the moment for peace. Rarely do they speak up to fight for their rights. What they lack is a reliable ally like Xia Hong who steps up when it counts. The aunt's overbearing attitude and the kid's mischievousness, it's just too relatable. It's infuriating even through the screen. This time it felt so satisfying viewers couldn't help but shower the streamer with gifts, flooding the chat with virtual presents. Mr. Xia, don't let people like that get to you. She really is too stubborn. She needs a lesson. Old Yen chuckled. Xia Hong waved it off. It wasn't something he'd dwell on. He wasn't the type to hold grudges. Because when he did hold a grudge, he usually settled it on the spot. The elevator continued upward, finally stopping at the 20th floor, where Old Yen had pressed the button. We're here. Old Yen walked to the door of room 2013 and unlocked it with his fingerprint. His sign still hung on the door. It bore 8 large characters, Master of both worlds, witness to the extraordinary, clearly professional. Please come in, both of you. Please make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare some tea for you. Master Yen invited them in. Xia Xiaoxi looked around, swallowing repeatedly. Yen Lao's office was even more grand than she had imagined. The slow-paced Chinese decor featured numerous mysterious and esoteric ornaments she couldn't decipher. No need for tea. It's getting late already. Take me to prepare the necessary ritual implements. Xia Hong said. Old Yen responded, his expression hinting at lingering doubt. His gaze lingered on Xia Hong for a moment longer. Then he looked up at the bagua ray on the ceiling, the crooked bronze mirror, and so on. Yet he showed not the slightest sign of abnormality. Having cultivated the Tao for many years, this shop served as his base of operations outside his home. When he had no clients and time was free, he enjoyed tinkering with magical arrays and rituals within the room. To ordinary visitors, the room's arrangement might seem merely eccentric. But to ghostly entities and malevolent spirits, this small realm of 200 square meters was aptly described as a web of heaven and earth, no exaggeration whatsoever. Anything carrying yin energy that entered the room would inevitably suffer some misfortune. Old Yen guessed these things might not affect Xia Hong much. Yet to show absolutely no reaction at all? That was simply too hard for Old Yen to believe. He even began to suspect whether the protective array within the house had failed. Everything is here, sir. What do you need? Old Yen and Xia Hong made their way to the cluttered storage room, leaving Xia Xiaoxi to wait in the living room. Just then, a soft patter sounded against the window. Light rain had begun falling outside. The weather's been so nice these past 2 days. Why did it suddenly start raining? Old Yen murmured. Overcast days are actually beneficial for our ghost summoning, Xia Hong remarked. Without the sun's relentless exposure all day, ghostly entities become increasingly active at night. He then began searching the warehouse for ritual implements. True to his lifelong dedication to Taoism, Master Yan's warehouse contained a comprehensive array of ritual implements, large and small. Xia Hong selected a portion, aiming for thorough preparation. After all, the ferocity of the lodged ghost was no laughing matter. 8 trigram mirrors, compasses, incense, and candles were all essential basics. Grandpa Zhang? Isn't he done yet? After waiting for ages without seeing Grandpa Zhang emerge, Xia Xiaoxi came looking for him. But just as she reached the warehouse door and was about to enter, she suddenly noticed a person standing inside. By the time Xia Xiaoxi realized what was happening, it was already too late. Her face pressed directly against the other person's. The distance between them was less than the width of a palm. A deathly pale face filled Xia Xiaoxi's vision. A crimson tongue lolled from its mouth, eyes empty and devoid of pupils, utterly eerie. Terrified, Xia Xiaoxi screamed and bolted for the door. But as she turned, her pig-like brain slammed into the door again. Ow! Holy crap! A large bump instantly swelled on her forehead. But it didn't stop there. The door burst open. A shadowy figure lurking behind it tumbled straight onto Xia Xiaoxi. Who's there? Xia Xiaoxi's face turned pale with fright as she shoved the person away. But the moment her hands touched the person, Xia Xiaoxi realized something was terribly wrong. How could this person be so light? She shoved them several meters away in one push. Paper doll? Still shaken, Xia Xiaoxi finally made out what the black and white figures were. They were 2 paper dolls. If you damage the paper doll I spent half a day making, I'll crack your pig's skull open. Xia Hong snapped irritably. Xia Xiaoxi, scolded, sulkily shrank her neck. So that's why Grandpa Zhang hadn't come out in so long. He was making paper dolls. Grandpa Zhang, you still have this skill? They look almost lifelike. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed in awe. No wonder those paper figures nearly scared the pants off her. One black, one white, clearly representing the black and white impermanence. They were nearly as tall as Xia Xiaoxi, their poses and expressions uncannily lifelike. The only flaw was their lack of eyes. Otherwise, had she locked eyes with them just now, Xia Xiaoxi would have fainted on the spot. I didn't expect we'd need paper figures. I don't have any here.
Mr. Xia saw some silk paper and colored pigments, so he just went ahead and made them himself. Old Yen scratched his head. This intricate craftsmanship was beyond his skill. Just like that, he made 2 full-sized paper dolls. From a distance, they look almost indistinguishable from real people. If I saw these in the dead of night, I'd scream louder than any streamer. They look terrifying. Almost like the Grim Reapers themselves. But why no eyes? Wouldn't adding eyes make them look even more real? Chapter 9, Mountains Filled with Loyal Souls and Heroic Bones. Viewers were all startled by the 2 paper effigies Xia Hong had made. As 2 of the 10 great Yin generals, widely revered spirits in folklore. The black and white impermanence image is deeply ingrained in people's minds. People felt an instinctive dread toward these black and white brothers. Not just the viewers, but Xia Xiaoxi was also curious. She asked, "Great-Grandpa Zhang, since you've made these paper figures so intricately, why not add eyes to them?" Xia Hong glanced at his great-granddaughter, stepped forward, and stood the black and white impermanence upright. "Right now, they're just meant to scare people. But if you light the eyes, they'll start taking souls." Xia Hong replied. Xia Xiaoxi shuddered at his words. Beside them, Old Yen explained, "The eyes are the gateway to the spirit world. Not painting the eyes on paper figures is common knowledge in our trade. Paper figures with painted eyes easily attract spirits to possess them, even fake ones come to life." After hearing Old Yan's explanation, Xia Xiaoxi and the viewers in the livestream finally understood. It seemed Taoist arts held many hidden intricacies. For outsiders like them, a single careless word or action could spell disaster. "Let's go." Xia Hong double-checked the items. He gathered everything into a single bundle. Apart from these 2 paper effigies being rather tricky to handle, everything else was readily available here at Master Yan's place. "Grandpa Zhang, did you make these 2 large paper effigies specifically for tonight's ritual? They seem to serve no purpose beyond frightening people. What exactly do they do?" Xia Xiaoxi asked again. After learning about Master Yan's fees and reputation, Xia Xiaoxi grew increasingly curious about Taoist rituals. In horror movies, paper effigies are usually burned for deceased relatives. She'd never seen anyone use them for ghost catching before. "These 2 aren't just for scaring people, they scare ghosts too," Xia Hong said, bringing the 2 paper dolls over to Xia Xiaoxi's side. He continued, "Tonight, they're under your care." Xia Xiaoxi blinked her eyes. She never imagined she'd be entrusted with such an important task. When she pressed Grandpa Zhang for instructions on how to use them, Xia Hong told her not to worry about it for now. When the time came, he would tell her what to do. That makes sense. The paper figures at the funeral shop never seem to have eyes painted in. Never noticed that before, so there's actually a saying about it. Is it finally starting? Ghost hunting countdown. This is probably the only place in the entire live streaming industry. What do I do if I'm scared but still want to watch? What do ghosts even look like? It was getting late, so they gathered their gear and headed downstairs. Old Yen himself brought along quite a few ritual tools he normally used for ghost hunting. This time, the elevator was free of the old lady, and they reached the parking lot smoothly. But outside, the rain was actually getting heavier. The city roads were still passable, but once they entered the township roads, driving became a bit more difficult. Xia Hong sat in the backseat, gazing out at the gloomy sky beyond the window, lost in quiet thought. Tonight's mission was far more than just capturing a lodging ghost. Ghosts were easy to catch, but the person behind it all wouldn't be so simple to track down. To this day, Xia Hong still couldn't fathom what possible motive or grudge. What could possibly be worth such immense effort cultivating a ghost to wreak havoc upon Xia village? Perhaps only after capturing the ghost would clues emerge. Back when the nation faced grave peril, the young men of Shijia village resolutely enlisted in the army to fight the foreign invaders together, Xia Hong among them. They were not only fellow villagers but comrades in arms who entrusted their lives to each other on the battlefield. After falling in battle, their remains were brought back to their homeland and buried on a nearby mountain. It could be said that the entire rear mountain of Shijia village was filled with the loyal souls and heroic bones of the fallen. It was precisely because of this that Xia Hong had teased Xia Xiaoxi that day, saying the mountain was clearly bustling with activity. Xia Xiaoxi nearly fainted from fright. Now, nearly a century has passed and times have changed. Only Xia Hong has awakened, leaving his grave in the form of a zombie. Many in Shijia village are descendants of those fallen comrades. Regardless of the angle, Xia Hong must capture the person behind the lodged ghost and would never let it rest. However, Xia Hong now faced a unique situation. He could handle ghostly matters, but human involvement complicated things considerably. Thus, the police force was indispensable. So Xia Hong struck Chen Liang with brutal force, causing him serious injuries, and was subsequently taken to the police station. Once inside the police station, they would inevitably investigate his background. As Xia Hong had anticipated, Captain Zhang Shun soon arrived to release him. Fortunately, there was also a paranormal consultant at the station, which saved a lot of trouble. This arrangement clarified their respective roles. He and Old Yen would handle ghost hunting, while the police station would handle apprehending humans. He could only hope things would proceed smoothly as planned. Of course, Xia Hong wouldn't have dared to proceed this way if he didn't have confidence that he wouldn't be detained. His body had been rebuilt, and his mind was fresh. He wasn't about to start losing his grip in a couple of days. Lost in thought, Xia Hong was abruptly snapped back to reality by Xia Xiaoxi's voice. Grandpa Zhang, that looks like the village chief. Xia Xiaoxi pointed toward a green fuel-powered pickup truck parked near the village entrance. The village chief had driven this vehicle for many years, ever since Xia Xiaoxi was a child living in Xieji village. It had always been this same vehicle, making it instantly recognizable. Xia Hong craned his neck to look. The person inside the vehicle was indeed the village chief. He was fiddling with something in the driver's seat. He kept trying to start it, but the vehicle showed no signs of moving. That green pickup looks so familiar. Seems like every village has one or two of these. Old Nair drove one. My dad used to drive this exact model. Looks like the wheels are stuck in mud. It's raining, and the ground is covered in mud. This is when the village chief should start the village station broadcast. Push the car at the village entrance. Push the car at the village entrance. Hua Zi is here. Ah, damn it. Got the visuals now. The rain really is heavy. Just a couple days ago, the streamer was showing it was still sunny. Oh no, the village chief's car must be stuck in the mud. Xia Xiaoxi said. There's a tow rope in the car. I'll go help pull it out. Yan Lao said, turning the steering wheel. He pressed the accelerator, revving the engine as he sped past the village chief's vehicle. He stopped about a car length ahead of the village chief's vehicle. Xia Xiaoxi stepped out of the car with Xia Hong, umbrella in hand, as the village chief also got out. Village chief, we have a tow rope. Let us help pull your car out. Xia Xiaoxi offered, handing over the tow rope they'd retrieved from their vehicle. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoxi and her grandfather, the village chief nodded. All right, thank you. Without delay, he took the tow rope and connected his vehicle to old Yan's car. Lucky you guys passed by. Otherwise, I'd have been stuck here for a while. A rare smile touched the village chief's face. No problem at all. Old Yan and the village chief nodded in acknowledgement. Only after ensuring the tie-down was secure did the village chief return to the driver's seat. Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi stood by to watch. The village chief's window was rolled down at that moment. Xia Hong's gaze instinctively swept inside the car, spotting a black plastic bag on the passenger seat. Village chief, are you going out to restock supplies? Xia Hong inquired. Chapter 10, Uprooting Mountains. Xia Hong's zombie level? The village chief's smile visibly stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered, chuckling, yeah, picked up some supplies. Prompted by Xia Hong's question, the village chief kept one hand on the steering wheel while instinctively pulling the plastic bags open and closed with the other. In that brief glance, Xia Hong had actually seen what was inside the bag. It contained various ritual implements used by sorcerers. Logically speaking, the village chief's shop usually only sold incense and candles for villagers' religious offerings. Why would he need these? Therefore, it was clearly not a return trip from restocking. Xia Hong said nothing, however, and simply stood silently to the side. Beside him, Xia Xiaoxi rested her chin in her hand and murmured, Grandpa Zhang, you said it was this deep. Will Yan's vehicle be able to pull it? Should we head back to the village early to call for help pushing it? Unexpectedly, old Yan up front seemed to have heard Xia Xiaoxi's doubt. With a swift motion, he leaned his head out the window, his expression unusually stern. He declared solemnly, hold on. No need. As you both know, my work keeps me constantly traveling through remote mountain paths and old alleys. This vehicle was specifically purchased to handle all complex terrains. It's traversed countless high mountains and perilous roads. A mere patch of mud? Trust me, all it takes is one push of the accelerator. Just one push of the pedal. Old Yan, usually calm and reserved, became unusually talkative when this topic came up. Facing Xia Xiaoxi's skeptical tone, he seemed particularly invested. His solemn expression, paired with his tone, exuded an undeniable air of professional authority. Holy crap, he's dead serious. I swear I hear background music now. Something's off. Is there another expert here? Maybe Advisor Yan harbors an off-roading dream deep down? Yan's Wrangler has a huge advantage over the village chief's pickup on muddy trails. Faced with doubt, Consultant Yan's aura has completely changed. Welcome to the Wrangler Road Test livestream. So many people in the chat. Wrangler, hurry up and pay up. I can hear it shifting gears, clutch engagement. Find the sweet spot, now. Give it gas. As the live chat buzzed with excitement, Yan seized the moment, stomping the accelerator. The vehicle roared to life. Roar! Yan Lao's rear wheel spun wildly after hitting the gas. The wheel hubs blurred completely, spinning at wind speed through the mud. The tow rope hanging from the rear of the vehicle snapped taut in an instant. At that moment, thousands of viewers in the live stream room, along with Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi, and their grandfather on the field, all fixed their eyes on the shifting positions of the two vehicles. Boom! 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 It's moving! It seems to be moving! Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. She could distinctly feel old Yan's car pulling forward. But something just didn't feel quite right.
Why did old Yan's car seem a bit lower? Glancing downward, she noticed that the two rear wheels of old Yan's vehicle, after spinning rapidly for a full 30 seconds, they'd managed to sink halfway into the mud. Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi. The door opened, and old Yan scratched his head as he stepped out. Staring at the half-submerged wheels, he fell into deep thought. This doesn't make sense. Well, I believed it until both cars got stuck the moment he hit the gas. Pwahahaha. Thought old Yan was actually a pro. Only one car was supposed to get stuck, but now everyone's stuck here. Hey! The rain seems to have stopped? No wonder it stopped raining, even the heavens were speechless. Hugging my family in laughter who knew old Yan had this kind of humor. Looks like I'll have to call someone for help. The village chief sighed. The village wasn't big to begin with, and now 2 people had died unexpectedly in the past 2 days. Many people were helping with the funeral arrangements, and the village chief didn't want to trouble them. But looking at old Yan and his own car, it seemed there was no other option. Old Yan nodded apologetically, then casually walked to the side and gazed into the distance, as if shifting his focus to avoid internal turmoil. I'll give it a try. At that moment, Xia Hong spoke up. The others turned to see Xia Hong already walking slowly toward old Yan's car. Grandpa Zhang, what are you doing? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Xia Xiaoxi momentarily forgot the village chief was nearby and blurted out the question. Grandpa Zhang? The village chief looked at Xia Hang in confusion, unable to understand why Xia Xiaoxi would address this young man as Grandpa Zhang. He wasn't that old, and he used the internet regularly. He knew young people sometimes used strange nicknames these days. But Grandpa Zhang? That was by far the most mind-blowing one he'd ever encountered. Pull the cart. Give it a try. Xia Hong replied. Are you alone? Let us help you. Xia Xiaoxi and the others hurried over to lend a hand. The higher-ups are really something. There's still such a big stretch of dirt road at the village entrance, and they don't even bother to pave it. You idiot. Shejia village is so remote, they hardly ever inspect it. No way. The wheels are stuck this deep, and the car's huge. 3 or 4 people couldn't push it out. If he hadn't floored it, the wheels wouldn't have sunk halfway in. Old Yen, is this ever gonna end? Haha, throttle guy. Just as the group stepped over the muddy path and approached Xia Hong had already gripped the car's bumper with both hands. He planted his feet firmly and pushed. He discovered that such a large vehicle was surprisingly much lighter than he had imagined. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he managed to pull the half-buried wheel out of the mud. He kept stepping backward until the car was completely free of the mud. The few who had been about to rush over to help froze in place. Their mouths hung open in disbelief as they stared at Xia Hong. What kind of strength was that? How could he pull the car out so effortlessly? Young people these days, have they evolved to be this strong? The village chief exclaimed in astonishment. He even doubted whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Wow. Did Grandpa Zhang secretly hide a cow talisman on him? Jin, you're serious? What did I miss? How did the car suddenly appear? No finesse whatsoever, just brute force. Can't even imagine how long our homeroom teacher would sleep after Grandpa Zhang's punch. Alright, it's out. Xia Hong clapped his hands. He didn't really know how much strength he had. He figured it must be stronger than average, so he gave it a tug and pulled the car free. Beside him, old Yen still hadn't recovered. For he knew better than anyone that even an ordinary zombie couldn't possess such strength. Just what level of zombie was Xia Hong? Purple zombie? No, purple zombies aren't this terrifying. Could it be a white zombie? Chapter 11, Xia Hong, if he's that powerful, should I eat beef? Though zombies were nearly extinct in this peaceful era. But what Yen Lao had studied since childhood was the Taoist arts of Mount Mao. Thus, he possessed extensive knowledge of zombies, often encountered in texts. He naturally understood the highly specific hierarchy among zombies. Purple zombies, as described in Taoist texts, possessed boundless brute strength and rigid, unyielding bodies. They must never be allowed to close in. Once within striking distance, even an ordinary Taoist priest would meet his end. The description of the purple zombie was already terrifying enough. Yet Yen Lao had an intuition, the Xia Hong before him. The zombie's rank was absolutely not as simple as just a purple zombie. It was highly likely to be the legendary white zombie or black zombie. Old Yen had heard from his own grandfather that he encountered a white zombie while practicing Taoism in the mountains years ago. Defeating it proved exceedingly difficult, nearly costing him his life. Only by exhausting every ounce of his strength did he manage to kill that white zombie. He returned severely wounded and required over half a year of recuperation before venturing out again. In Old Yan's estimation, his grandfather was undoubtedly the most formidable Taoist master he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Even now, Old Yen couldn't be certain if he could match his grandfather's prowess from back then. With abilities like that, he nearly died just encountering a white zombie. One can only imagine how terrifying the white zombie truly was. Move the car out of the way. Xia Hong instructed. Right away.
Old Yen finally snapped out of his shock. He hurriedly responded, jogging forward to open the door, start the engine, and pull the vehicle to the side. Otherwise, it would block the road, preventing the village chief's pickup truck from being towed out. Once Xia Hong realized the approximate amount of strength required, he didn't need to call for help from others. He walked to the rear of the village chief's vehicle and gave it a shove. The vehicle, previously stuck in the mud, was forcibly pushed free and pulled to safety. Whoa! Grandpa Zhang always says he'll smash my pig head. He really wasn't joking. Xia Xiaoxi sucked in a sharp breath. What the engine couldn't handle, Xia Hong solved with sheer brute force. With that kind of strength, even taking Grandpa Zhang out to plow fields would be a breeze enough to achieve a moderately prosperous life. Of course, she dared only entertain such thoughts in her mind, otherwise, that pig's head might actually get smashed. Anyone in the know, what level of strength does this deadlift fall under at the gym? Are you training like a maniac? Unbelievable. How does such a slender frame unleash this kind of power? Didn't Grandpa Zhang ask the streamer earlier if they wanted to be zombies together? What's there to hesitate about? Alright folks, I'm gonna drop a death for everyone. Wait for my update. Is this the mysterious unknown power from the east? If foreigners saw this, they'd probably go nuts. The viewers were all stunned. Two bulky vehicles couldn't possibly be fake. Alright, get those cars out of here fast. Xia Hong clapped his hands. Even he was surprised. Had he really gained this much strength after advancing to green zombie? What if he advanced to flying zombie, or even undead corpse, or perhaps, the Ba? Unfathomable. Xia Hong rested his chin in his hand, wondering if he'd still be able to eat beef by then. But this stark improvement only strengthened Xia Hong's resolve to pursue further advancement. Alright, I'll head out now. Thanks, kid. Come find me at the village station if you need anything. The village chief jolted awake and drove into the village. Earlier, when Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi came to his shop to buy things, he had sensed something peculiar about Xia Hong. He just couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off, though he suspected Xia Hong knew some sorcery. Clearly, he didn't possess the same breadth of experience as Old Yen. Today, he witnessed Xia Hong's extraordinary nature once more. With a single effort, his strength seemed to rival that of 10 ordinary young men combined. He knew the eastern lands were full of extraordinary individuals, but this was simply too terrifying. Little did the village chief know that the youngster he spoke of was an ancient being, a monster from over 100 years ago. How could he not be astonished? Let's go, Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi said. The three climbed back into the car. The rain had stopped by then, and they soon returned to the old estate. Due to the inclement weather, night fell earlier than usual. Old Yen began setting up the ritual altar ahead of schedule, even donning a yellow Taoist robe. Adorned with a Taoist cap and wielding a peachwood sword, he looked quite imposing. He looked so cool. Just like in the movies. Xia Xiaoxi, ever the cheerleader, gave him a thumbs up. Master Yen seemed quite pleased, smiling so broadly he looked almost embarrassed. He repeatedly adjusted his robes, ensuring every detail was immaculate. You're live streaming this, right? Quite a few people can see it, huh? Old Yen glanced at his phone and asked. For practitioners of yin-yang divination like them, these years had been tough. Businesses were closing down in droves. The post-80s and post-90s generations simply didn't believe in their mystical practices. Ironically, most of his clients were Gen Zers. They mostly came asking about wealth, some even suspecting they were haunted by some spirit of poverty, preventing them from getting rich. If it weren't for Yen Lao becoming a consultant, life wouldn't be so easy, and he'd have no clients at all. Lately, he'd been thinking about trying live streaming for promotion. Using Xia Xiaoxi's camera as a test run seemed perfect. He hadn't worn this Taoist robe in ages. Putting it on today, his aura still held its own against the past. Let's see how the netizens compliment me. Master Yen stepped closer to the camera, watching the constantly scrolling comments. His radiant smile slowly stiffens, his face darkening by the second. Whoa! Throttle Guy's looking sharp today. You bet. Throttle Guy looks absolutely killer in that Taoist robe. Haha, he looks great, but sorry, I still can't forget that gas pedal moment. Seriously, guys, I give up. How is this meme still trending? Can't get over it, huh? Right, Throttle Guy? Host, can you still hit the gas in a Taoist robe? Yen Lao. Is there an admin in the livestream? Kick all these gas pedal guy commenters out. Xia Xiaoxi, pfft. You guys are dead meat. Throttle Guy is furious. Don't hold it in, streamer. Laugh it out. Holding it in is bad for your health. Yen Lao, your accounts are gone. If you've got the guts, don't let me get your birth charts. Hearing about the 8 characters, the viewers were too scared to make a peep. Old Yen probably never imagined his entire reputation would be destroyed by that one stomp on the gas pedal. It was quite rare for someone his age to experience such humiliation. He'd even been thinking that if the response was good, he'd find an assistant to start streaming once this project wrapped up. Now it seemed like a pipe dream. Old Yen ignored the trolls in the livestream chat. He proceeded to set up the ritual altar on his own. In their Mao Shan rituals, a ritual altar was always set up for performing ceremonies. For this purpose, he had specially commissioned a set of folding tables and pedestals.
Advisor Yen, this table is amazing, it even adjusts in height. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise.
The table Yen Lao used for his ritual altar actually had a height adjustable feature.
Simply pressing a button allowed the height to be adjusted.
You may not know this, but the higher the altar, the stronger the magical power. That's why I specially commissioned this adjustable platform.
We can't be outdone in our foundational equipment.
Old Yen explained. Cyber altar.
Holy crap! Chapter 12, Zombies Can't Draw Blood? Randomly pick an unlucky soul. It's a new era, right? Beating electronic wooden fish, opening cyber law courts, catching digital demons, how normal is that? Is that even a thing? But then,
Xia Hong suddenly slammed a wooden bed down into the courtyard with a thud.
Glancing at Yen Lao's ceremonial attire and the towering ritual platform, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? You're all dressed up like this, are you planning to ascend to heaven?" Old Yen smiled and replied, "Isn't this just thorough preparation for the ritual?"
He slung the peachwood sword over his back, ready to join the ritual at any moment. But once your soul essence is drawn out, you'll lose consciousness. At that point, you'll just lie here. I'll let Xiaoxi take care of you. With that, Xia Hong gestured toward the old wooden bed before them.
Old Yen, scratching his head apologetically, he usually conducted the rituals himself when exorcising ghosts. He'd forgotten that today, all he needed to do was lie down. Got it. I completely forgot. Old Yen sighed and slipped off his Taoist robe. Damn it, all that effort for nothing.
After all that trouble, looking this sharp still didn't get me anywhere. Old Yen feels like he's about to shatter.
Enough already, stop talking. I feel so bad for him. No more fussing.
Xia Hong saw everything was ready, even the ritual altar was set up.
Finally, he had Xia Xiaoxi by a rooster.
He tied a red string around the rooster's neck, knotting it in a special way. One end was tied to a corner of the altar it would be needed later. Now, all that remained was to wait quietly.
At midnight, Xia Hong would commence the ritual.
The sky had grown completely dark. Li Shui and Zhang Shan arrived by car outside Shijia village.
However, they didn't drive directly into the village.
Instead, they parked in a secluded spot just outside the village. They walked into the village on foot after all, police cars were too conspicuous.
It wouldn't do to alert the target prematurely. Captain, is this feasible? Should we request reinforcements? Zhang Shan and Li Shui got out of the car.
Li Shui felt a twinge of unease. After all, she was still new to the job, and the pressure of the situation made her heart race.
Didn't you hear what old Yen and Mr. Xie said yesterday? The lodging ghost doesn't just appear out of nowhere.
There might be others involved behind the scenes.
This case doesn't warrant mobilizing a large force.
We're not the main force, just coordinate effectively.
If Mr. Xie and Elder Yen require it, we can mobilize personnel immediately without delay. Zhang Shan replied. Though he usually liked to pass tasks off to his subordinates, giving off an impression of being somewhat unreliable. But as a captain, he hadn't risen to this position by coasting through. After all these years on the force, he'd honed his ability to pick up on crucial details in conversations. Captain, can we really trust Mr. Xie that much?
Li Shui asked, puzzled. Though she disliked this clueless captain, she had to admit he was undoubtedly the sharpest and most seasoned officer in the entire bureau.
You still don't understand what S-level encryption means for a file. It either signifies immense national backing or extraordinary past achievements that cannot be openly acknowledged. Or else, it signifies possessing some kind of special ability. In any case, whichever it is, the implications are at the national level. And if it were negative, it wouldn't be encrypted for protection either. Zhang Shan explained. It was precisely because Li Shui had been sent down for training. If it were any other ordinary officer in the bureau, Zhang Shan wouldn't have bothered explaining so much. In fact, even as a lowly town bureau captain, he shouldn't have known this much. So, will we get any rewards for discovering this living S-class?
Li Shui and Zhang Shan exchanged a knowing glance and shared a silent smile. Needless to say, given the gravity of the matter, the captain had surely reported it last night. Zhang Shan didn't respond directly, instead shifting the focus. Our top priority now is to fully cooperate with Mr. Xie and handle this case as smoothly as possible. It's time for us to step up and prove ourselves, got it? Li Shui nodded repeatedly, her mind racing. A nod from Zhang Shan was all it took for her to grasp the situation. Only now did Li Shui realize. Xia Hong had deliberately brought her back to the police station. If it had been merely a ghostly creature, Xia Hong could have sliced off a chunk of its flesh the night before last. Even if it was tricky, it would just take a bit more effort. So Xia Hong's real intention was to have them come along to make the arrest discreetly. No wonder the captain was so savvy, he'd anticipated this and had the car parked outside the village. Mr. Xia, Master Yen, we're here. Zhang Shan and the others entered Xia Hong's ancestral home and greeted them. The group sat in the main hall, quietly waiting for the appointed time. Li Shui and Xia Xiaoxi were busy preparing tea. Time passed quickly. The village grew deathly quiet as dawn approached. Xia Hong exchanged a glance with Old Yen, signaling him to prepare for action.
Both men rose simultaneously and walked toward the altar in the courtyard.
Li Shui and Xia Xiaoxi exchanged glances, swallowing nervously.
Girls tended to be a bit more timid, both huddled in the main hall, unable to move. Xiaoxi, do you think we can pull this off? Li Shui asked. Probably. Let's just stay hidden here for now. We'll go out when they call our names. Xia Xiaoxi said anxiously.
The two girls huddled together. Xia Hong held a peachwood sword behind his back, while his other hand grabbed a handful of yellow paper and tossed it out. The yellow paper scattered and drifted to the ground.
He then grabbed a Taoist bell and struck it. Ding!
The bell's ring signaled the formal commencement of the ritual.
Though it was a zombie, it had no corpse talisman affixed to its head, so it couldn't possibly bounce away like those on TV.
Xia Hong extended his index finger, placed it in his mouth, and chewed on it for a while, yet something still fell off.
The onlookers grew equally perplexed. They couldn't fathom what Xia Hong was doing.
After a long moment, Xia Hong finally realized he couldn't bite his own finger until it bled. He grabbed Old Yen beside him, slit his finger with a small knife, and smeared the blood onto the peachwood sword.
Old Yen. But. So that's what Grandpa Zhang was doing.
He couldn't bite his own finger to draw blood.
Zombie can't draw blood? Randomly select one unlucky soul.
Old Yen, being with you is such a pain.
For some reason, I should be terrified, but I feel like laughing instead. Xia Hong unleashed a flurry of sword techniques. Whether it was an illusion or not.
A chilling wind suddenly swept through the doorway. The yellow paper scattered on the ground swirled up and flew toward the doorway. Green Emperor, protect the soul.
White Emperor, guard the spirit.
Before the altar of the 3 souls, 7 spirits, and 12 primordial spirits, heed my command swiftly.
2 souls anchor, 1 soul departs human's urge, spirit's urge.
Stir the demonic soldiers and generals, all shall manifest in splendor. I humbly invoke the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper and the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper.
By the authority of the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, this command is urgent and binding.
Xia Hong chanted these words, though whether the Supreme Lord Lao Jun would lend his name to a zombie remained unknown. He tied the other end of the red string holding the rooster to a small paper effigy bearing Yen Xiang's pre-written birth chart.
With that, Yen Xiang fell utterly silent, and the rooster shot out of the old mansion like a bullet.
The paper effigy trailed behind the rooster, fluttering as though alive.
It worked! Xia Hong exclaimed joyfully. It seemed the Supreme Lord's divine power still held sway.
Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Hong followed swiftly outside. The remaining figures exchanged glances, their hearts sinking as they gazed upon the slumbering Yen Lao.
Chapter 13, The Ghostly Creature Revealed. Forget the damn Taoist rites, let's get to work. Please keep reading. Though his breath still rose and fell, and his pulse beat faintly. Even ordinary people like Xia Xiaoxi and Li Shui could tell. Yen Lao's current state was markedly different from his usual self.
In other words, his life soul had transferred into the paper effigy and been dragged away by the rooster.
The soul just left? Holy crap, that's terrifying. Can it come back? Please don't let anything go wrong. The streamer's place feels so cold and eerie, it's giving me the creeps. Could a ghost have appeared already? Whoa! The viewers in the live stream chatter nervously.
The fear of ghosts is instinctively ingrained in their bones.
Even without seeing anything yet, the atmosphere alone was enough to terrify them. Swish! Swish! Swish!
A chilling wind swept through the old mansion's doorway, swirling layers of fallen leaves.
It should be coming soon. Don't be afraid. Try to let it get closer.
Xia Hong stared intently at the rooster, murmuring reassurance to Yen Lao's soul now transferred into the paper effigy. As the primary soul among the 3 human souls, even when separated from the body, a thread of consciousness remained. Therefore, Yen Lao could hear Xia Heng's words.
Meanwhile, Xia Hong concealed his body beneath a tree. As a zombie, he carried no aura.
When truly concealed, ghostly entities found it difficult to detect him immediately. Xia Hong clutched the ghostly flesh in one hand. All that remained was to wait for the possessing spirit to appear. The most crucial thing was that Old Yen must not panic at this critical moment. He feared the host ghost might retreat in fright before drawing near, potentially scaring it away.
Shoo!
In the old house, several heads stood side by side in the shadowy space behind the doorframe. Just like that orange cat meme, they were all watching from the shadows. One by one, they'd never seen anything like this before, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. Whoosh! Xia Hong beneath the tree distinctly felt a powerful surge of yin energy sweep past.
This time, the aura felt even stronger than before.
It seemed that killing the pregnant woman Yu Huihui had greatly enhanced the parasitic ghost.
It was far beyond anything Xia Wenbin could match.
The few people at the door widened their eyes.
Even they sensed something approaching and quickly covered their foreheads.
This was something Xia Hong had taught them. Living beings possess 3 flames, one on each shoulder, and the final one at the forehead, commonly known as the heavenly gate. Elders often warned against covering one's forehead while sleeping, precisely because this flame was needed to ward off wandering spirits and lesser ghosts. People fear ghosts, but many ghosts also fear humans. Of course, this did not include vicious spirits like the lodging ghost. If you encounter a ghost of that caliber, cover the heavenly gate flame immediately. This temporarily lowers one's presence, making it harder for the parasitic ghost to detect them. Moreover, in the eyes of the lodging ghost, only the paper effigy harboring the soul of old Yen matters. Therefore, it won't come after them. They're here. Xia Hong alerted Yen Lao, urging him to stay vigilant. He himself remained poised to strike at any moment. Caw caw caw. Put. In the next instant, the rooster ahead was suddenly pinned down by something, letting out a piercing scream. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to escape this terrifying restraint. But it simply didn't have the strength to resist the lodged ghost. Before the wide-eyed stares of the crowd, the rooster was violently crushed apart, shattering into countless fragments. Feathers and blood spattered everywhere, a sight so gruesome it sent shivers down everyone's spine. The rooster, it exploded. It's been shredded like pulled chicken. So terrifying. If it were a person, would they get torn apart too? I think I saw a dark mass pinning the rooster down before it exploded. I saw it too. Xia Xiaoxi's phone stand and case were wrapped in a layer of mugwort leaves. According to Old Yen, this would allow the device's camera to capture glimpses of ghostly apparitions. As for the others, they'd all already opened their third eyes with mugwort. Mugwort and cow's tears both grant the ability to see ghosts. But these are only temporary, unlike those born with natural yin-yang vision who can see ghosts anytime, anywhere. Additionally, one must recite the Heart Sutra mantra. Ordinary people would gain nothing even if they applied ox tears or mugwort. Don't be afraid, just a little more distance. Xia Hong remained remarkably composed. Having slain so many demons, why would he fear this mere minor spirit? He silently encouraged Old Yen in the shadows. He couldn't speak now, lest the parasitic ghost detect him instantly. He could only rely on Old Yen to seize the right moment. Once the parasitic ghost approached the pre-calculated position, Yen Lao could silently chant the soul retrieval incantation, pulling the life soul back into the body. Simultaneously, Xia Hong would unleash his thunder magic, striking the ghost's flesh to immobilize it. However, reality did not unfold according to their original plan. At the critical moment, Old Yen panicked. Just as the parasitic ghost closed in, Yen Lao abruptly withdrew the soul. Cough cough. Back in the courtyard, Old Yen stirred awake on the wooden bed. Outside, the lodging ghost, realizing it had been tricked, let out a deafening roar. Aya! A shrill, piercing ghostly scream erupted. Even the two lanterns outside the old house's gate shattered, piercing everyone's eardrums with pain. It's over. I've messed up. Realizing his mistake, Old Yen grabbed his peachwood sword and rushed out to help. At that moment, Xia Hong had no time for hesitation. He pinched his fingers into the 5 thunder seal, and in an instant, lightning flashed in his hands. Arcs of lightning crisscrossed, a breathtaking sight. They slammed directly into the ghostly flesh, emitting a sizzling crackle as the electricity reduced it to mush, dissolving in his hands. What the hell? Senpu. Or is it Raikiri? Blind as a bat. That's our Daoist thunder technique. Electrocute that bastard to death. He's actually generating electricity with his bare hands? Holy crap. That's just too damn cool. The ghost seems to have been exposed by the lightning. It's frozen in place. Is this the true form of a ghost in this world? I saw a ghost. Sure enough, not far from the paper effigy. As Xia Hong struck the ghost's flesh with lightning, the parasitic spirit was blasted into form. Only then did everyone clearly see the lodged ghost's form. About an arm's length in size, it was pitch black, its entire body wrapped in a mass of gooey flesh. Its features were all sunken within, with a gaping, bloody maw standing out most prominently. At first glance, at least 7 or 8 hands protruded from the flesh, a grotesque and bizarre sight. The parasitic ghost had formed from the concentrated resentment of children abandoned after being diagnosed with congenital deformities. Its appearance was naturally bizarre. However, the pain inflicted by the ghostly flesh only caused the ghost to stiffen momentarily. Xia Hong had intended to unleash another palm thunder spell or some other long-range Taoist technique. But he sensed that by the time he finished the lightning spell, the parasitic ghost would likely have escaped again given its speed. So he mustered his strength and lunged straight at it. No time for that. Screw the incantations. Let's bite. Inside the door, both Old Yen, who had rushed out to help, and Xia Xiaoxi behind the door were stunned. Who would have thought Xia Hong would be so brutal actually grappling with a ghost? Grandpa Zhang. Watch out. Chapter 14, Oh no. Grandpa Zhang has mastered the zombie profession. Xia Xiaoxi cried out in alarm. But Xia Hong had no time to spare for her cries. He lunged fiercely at the lodging ghost. Though it had no legs, its speed was bizarrely fast, and it excelled at hiding itself. The slightest lapse in attention would let it slip away again. The lodging ghost never expected Xia Hong to be so bold, closing in for a direct attack. It was a ghost, after all. And one as ferocious as a fierce ghost. How could Xia Hong dare? Only when Xia Hong closed in did the lodging ghost realize. This man was none other than the one who had wounded it the night before. Ah! The lodging ghost snarled, opening its bloody maw to sink its teeth into Xia Hang's chest.
Xia Hang paid it no mind, letting it bite. Yet after half a moment, it hadn't made a dent.
The lodging ghost never imagined that Xia Hang, like itself, was not a living soul. Tough. That word truly defined Grandpa Zhang's entire life. What a vicious ghost. Though it couldn't bite Grandpa Zhang, if it bit someone else, that one bite could probably take off 3 heads.
Its speed was truly terrifying. Thankfully Grandpa Zhang reacted fast. It's no wonder humans have such deep-seated fear of ghosts and spirits. Grandpa Zhang is trapped.
In Xia Hang's arms, a grotesque ghostly face glared at him viciously. Its blood-red eyes burned with hatred. Anyone else would have been scared stiff just from meeting that gaze. But how could Xia Hang be afraid? 7 or 8 tiny hands clutched at his clothes, clinging to him as if welded onto his body. And now, the ghostly claw-marked symbols of death were etched into his skin.
Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, fearing Xia Hang would be harmed. Yet in the next instant, a string of copper coins fell from Xia Hang's sleeve, wrapping tightly around his palm. Instantly, his palm formed into a fist. No fancy finger seals or incantations. He delivered a thunderous punch straight to the lodged ghost's dark, rotten forehead. No technique, just raw brute force. Boom! Ah! Ah! This time, the lodging ghost's cries were more of agony. The 7 or 8 hands that had been clutching Xia Hang were forced to let go. The entire twisted body was slammed backward. It slammed heavily into the wall, producing a dull thud. Dust billowed as the parasitic ghost spat out viscous ghostly blood. Money Fist increases critical hit rate against ghostly entities by 200%. Damn it! Old Man Zhang figured me out. He seems to realize his strength is truly immense. No more finger seals, no more Taoist spells just hammering away. Feels like it packs even more punch than that thunder spell. This ghost kid can't take a beating. I know someone who can. I'll tag him for you, the homeroom teacher. Ghost busting livestream? Absolutely unprecedented. That single punch stunned both the livestream viewers and everyone present. Everyone had expected Xia Hang to showcase some impressive Taoist techniques. Instead, this guy opened with a punch and he even had a critical hit glove on. He knocked the lodging ghost right out cold. Ruthless. Brutal. Old Yan's mouth twitched. After all these years of cultivating Maoshan arts, and in all his years as a paranormal consultant, he'd dealt with countless ghostly entities. Yet this was the first time he'd witnessed such a brutally straightforward method of exorcising spirits. He instantly recognized the copper coin array in Xia Hang's hands. Typically, such formations required incantations to activate. Xia Hang's approach was only effective for himself. Because his strength was truly immense. No one else could possibly replicate it. He was truly maximizing the advantages of a zombie. At that moment, Old Yan became utterly certain that Xia Hang was at least a white zombie or higher in rank. Mr. Xia, I'll assist you. Old Yan charged forward, wielding his peachwood sword. If he didn't step in now, Xia Hang would have already dealt with the ghost. He'd feel too embarrassed to even ask for his reward afterward. Sword in one hand, talisman in the other, he thrust the blade through the yellow charm, driving it straight toward the lodged ghost. This ghost-slaying talisman, paired with the peachwood sword, was enough to make even a fierce ghost hesitate to confront it head-on. But at that moment, a series of whistling sounds followed. Xia Hang heard something sharp, piercing the air as it flew toward them. Old Yan was a split second slower, but he reacted in time. This is bad. It was coming for him. His reflexes weren't slow, but Yan Lao was, after all, advanced in years. Just as he prepared to dodge, the piercing projectile had already reached his face. A chill ran down Old Yan's spine as his pupils dilated. He knew evasion was impossible. He could only instinctively close his eyes. Clang! Clang! Half a second later, Old Yan dared to open his eyes. He saw Xia Hang standing in front of him. 2 sharp little knives had appeared on the ground, seemingly out of nowhere. Mr. Xia, are you alright? Old Yan asked Xia Hang in alarm. He instantly realized that Xia Hang had shielded him from the blades. Grandpa Zhang! Xia Xiaoxi rushed out, her face drained of color. She scanned Xia Hang's body, searching for wounds, terrified he might be injured. But after searching for a long time, she found no wounds. I'm fine, I'm not hurt. Xia Hang replied. Old Yan and Xia Xiaoxi gaped in astonishment. They glanced at the 2 sharp knives lying on the ground. Not only had they failed to breach Grandpa Zhang's defense, but they'd even been bent out of shape by the recoil. That skin, it can't even be pierced by flying knives? Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment. She had always thought the invulnerable bodies described in martial arts novels were mere fiction. But now it seemed there might be some truth to them after all. What the hell? Not only is he incredibly strong, but his armor is maxed out too. How am I supposed to beat this? This version of Grandpa Zhang is completely overpowered. Please nerf him. My sword bent from the impact. Is his skin made of steel? Even a zombie wouldn't be this terrifying. Compared to a zombie, Grandpa Zhang feels more like a down-to-earth deity. Hold your horses. Who even threw that throwing knife? Ghosts don't throw weapons, do they? A human? Is someone trying to stop Grandpa Zhang and his crew from slaying ghosts? Even the online viewers began to speculate. The shock that gripped everyone lasted only a fleeting moment. But the parasitic ghost seized that moment to vanish into thin air and flee. After all the preparations made today, how could they possibly let it escape? The lodging ghost's spirit body is already severely damaged. It can't fully conceal itself and its speed is at least halved. You should be able to catch it if you chase after it with the compass. I'll pursue the one who launched the ambush from the shadows. Xia Hong instructed Yan Laodao. He then added to Zhang Shun and Li Shui, you two head to the back of the mountain and the village entrance respectively to block them off. Don't let anyone escape. Remember to stay safe. After giving his orders, Xia Hong turned and dashed out. Now that he had ascended to the green zombie stage, his speed was incomparable to before, and his leaps had grown increasingly agile. Perhaps, once he reached the flying zombie stage, he might truly be able to leap away in a single bound. He raced along the trajectory of the flying daggers. Those two daggers meant the enemy had lost their composure. No matter how fast he ran, could he possibly outpace Xia Hong? Once he caught this man, the truth would surely be revealed. Chapter 15, The Assailant Revealed. Chaos at the City God Temple. In the blink of an eye, Xia Heng's figure vanished into the darkness. We should move quickly too. As per Mr. Xia's orders, seal off the front and back of the village. Don't let any suspicious individuals leave. Zhang Shun reminded Li Shui. Immediately, both men drew their service pistols and charged out with heightened vigilance. After all, they now knew the enemy could wield hidden weapons, likely some martial arts practitioner. They couldn't afford to be careless. They needed to arm themselves and be fully prepared. Then, what about me? Xia Xiaoxi froze in place, glancing left and right. Fearing the ghost hadn't gone far, she quickly ducked back into the old house and hid. The most important thing in life is self-awareness, knowing your place. Given her abilities, simply not causing trouble for Xia Hong was already quite an achievement. If the streamer stays here, won't we be left with nothing to watch? No way, I'm dying to know what's happening outside. Grandpa Zhang will be fine. He can beat ghosts to a pulp. Could humans be tougher than ghosts? Old Yan's situation is harder to predict, but since Grandpa Zhang sent him after them, it should be fine. Damn it, can we get a camera on Grandpa Zhang? Your abilities are comparable to mine. It's best you stay here with me. Xia Xiaoxi said cautiously. Everyone pressed their backs against the wall, terrified something might suddenly appear behind them. In her eyes, ghostly entities were so elusive they might as well have evolved into gas. Even though she knew Grandpa Zhang was formidable, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Xia Hong chased after him to the riverbank once more. He made his way to the familiar large willow tree. The figure ahead was running at breakneck speed, seemingly about to be caught. Turning back, he hurled two more throwing knives at Xia Hong. A cold gleam flashed as they darted towards Xia Hong. Both his footwork and his skill with throwing knives clearly marked him as a trained fighter. However, the figure wore a mask and a hood. Xia Hong couldn't make out his features. He could only counter with a punch, his fist wrapped in copper coins, meeting the flying knives head-on. Clang! Clang! Once again, Xia Hong knocked both throwing knives to the ground, twisted beyond recognition. Impossible! What the hell are you? A zombie? How could a zombie possess such agile movements and conscious thought? Or a walking corpse? A living dead? The man's voice trembled noticeably, his accent slightly slurred. His flying knife technique had been honed over years of relentless practice. In this peaceful era with few masters, his strikes were almost always fatal. Yet now, Xia Hong effortlessly parried one after another, not even breaking the skin. Combined with Xia Heng's inhuman speed, he was certain Xia Hong was most likely not human. I was about to ask you what you are. Why are you manipulating the lodging ghost to commit murders in Xia village? Xia Hong spoke without giving the other a moment to catch his breath. He leapt forward, closing the distance between them, then unleashed a punch that slammed into the man. Boom! A terrifying punch landed. It slammed heavily onto his arm. The arm instantly emitted a cracking sound as bones shattered. His entire hand twisted grotesquely, the agony making him scream in agony. Even the willow trunk he was pressing down on was smashed into a deep hit by Xia Heng's blow. The entire willow tree swayed violently, its leaves scattering and falling. Fortunately, his years of cultivation had honed reflexes beyond those of ordinary men. He dodged the fatal blow, sacrificing only one hand. Had that fist struck his chest instead, he would surely have been sent straight to the underworld. A sorcerer? Xia Hong stared at the man's blood-soaked hand in surprise. His arm bore stitched patches where flesh had been patched back on, far from whole. After Xia Hong crushed it, foul-smelling corpse oil oozed out. This couldn't help but remind Xia Hong of the records about black magic in his mind's system. Southeast Asian sorcerers were famed far and wide, even holding considerable renown within China in earlier years. They were masters of witchcraft and curses, practicing the most sinister arts, taking on all kinds of jobs. Regardless of the country, as long as the conditions were satisfactory to them.
They would fulfill your request, regardless of its morality. Most sorcerers, in pursuit of greater wealth, they'll even resort to brutal methods to enhance their physical capabilities. Take the man before us, his body clearly shows signs of modification. Whether the flesh is truly his own is another matter, but beneath the skin flows a thick layer of corpse oil. Corpse oil refers to the oily substance formed when fat decomposes in highly decayed corpses utterly lean and foul. After being refined through special witchcraft and stored beneath the skin, it can greatly enhance one's ability to withstand blows. Many boxers in Southeast Asia employ this method to fortify their bodies. It was disgusting, but it wouldn't show up in a urine test. In the blink of an eye, crimson maggots began oozing from the fractured wounds on his arms. Xia Hong swung his arm, instantly shattering them to death. Get away! The sorcerer seized the moment to shove Xia Hong, though he couldn't budge him. He used the momentum to leap into the river, only to have Xia Hong seize his foot. Ah ha 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 ha! The sorcerer glared at Xia Hong with vicious intent, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. He drew a knife and severed his own leg. Plunging into the river, he swam swiftly across and darted into the city god temple on the opposite bank. Once he realized Xia Hong was no ordinary mortal. His only option was to hide in the temple. Otherwise, he couldn't escape anyway, and now with his legs severed, there was no way out. He could only hide in the temple and wait for dawn. In his view, no matter how formidable Xia Hong might be, he was ultimately not a living being. How could he not fear the dawn? Only then would he emerge, clinging to a sliver of hope. Little did he know that Xia Hong operated entirely outside the realm of the five elements, immune to any natural constraints. He could move freely even in daylight. Entering the city god temple was like trapping a turtle in a jar. Xia Hong couldn't suppress a smile as he stood at the temple entrance. He couldn't help but wonder to himself earlier he'd told his great-granddaughter he feared clashing with the city god. Truthfully, he didn't know either. Lao Jun had his own schemes anyway, borrowing power and methods when necessary. He wondered if the spirits below possessed such foresight. Just as Xia Hong hesitated over whether to venture inside, suddenly the sound of fierce combat erupted from within the city god temple. Soon, the commotion ceased, the outcome decided with astonishing speed. Whoever was inside, the shaman would likely be no match for them. With one arm and one leg severed and gravely wounded, even an ordinary teenager of 17 or 18 could easily finish him off. Xia Hong edged closer to observe. To his surprise, a familiar figure emerged from within. He was dragging the sorcerer's corpse behind him. "It's you?" The village chief gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his shoulders seemingly injured. His eyes widened in astonishment at Xia Hong. Xia Hong was equally surprised, never expecting the village chief to appear here. "You're the one who beat him so badly?" The village chief clutched his wound, slumped against the temple door. He was still puzzled how could such a powerful sorcerer end up eaten like this. He had even fled in panic, seeking refuge in the city god temple. It turned out he'd been beaten by Xia Hong. The shaman's formidable power had been demonstrated earlier. Despite his severe injuries, one leg and one arm missing, he had still been beaten. Had he been at full strength, it would likely be the village chief himself lying there now. It was hard to believe how Xia Hong, this mysterious young man who had suddenly appeared in Shejia village, had managed to pull it off. Chapter 16, Xiaoxi's Moment. The setup. The purpose of Xia Hong's paper dolls. Meanwhile, old Yen held the compass, its needle trembling incessantly. This was one of the most common talismans in Taoist practice, useful for feng shui readings and ghost exorcisms alike. The direction the needle pointed to was precisely where the lodging ghost resided. Its constant trembling signaled that the lodged ghost was in perpetual motion. How can it still be so fast? Old Yen was drenched in sweat from the relentless pursuit. Despite being severely wounded by Xia Hong, the ghost's speed remained astonishingly swift. Even pushing himself to the absolute limit, he could barely keep up. If this had been earlier, before the ghost was injured, how much faster would it have been? He couldn't fathom how Xia Hong had managed to catch up to this ghostly creature before and even cut off a chunk of its flesh. This won't do. I have to go all out. Yen Lao halted and cursed under his breath. If he continued chasing, the parasitic ghost would ascend the mountain. Once it reached the mountain, it would be even harder to track down. This pursuit had taken an enormous toll on his stamina. With his soul only recently returned to his body, he could only muster his Taoist energy and unleash a killing move in one go to see if he could slay the parasitic ghost. With that thought, old Yen bit his finger until it bled. Earlier, Xia Hong had already drawn blood from his finger. The knife scar remained, and his teeth barely grazed the wound before it split open. Immediately, crimson blood flowed out. Yen Lao stamped his foot, executing the Maoshan Heavenly Gang step. He smeared the blood onto the peachwood sword, chanted an incantation, and flung the sword forward. The sword seemed to come alive, shooting straight forward. Old Yen struggled to guide its trajectory using the compass's directional readings. This technique, called the soul-chasing sword spell, was extremely draining on one's vital energy. It shared a similar principle with Xia Hong's copper coin formation. However, Master Yen had infused it with yang blood, elevating the spell's potency to a higher tier. Of course, if it were the blood of a child, the power would double. In his youth, old Yen could manage it, but at his age now, it was truly beyond his strength.
Damn it! You wretched thing! Yen Lao roared.
This was his only shot. He had to drive that lodged ghost out no matter what. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to return to Xia Hang. Xia Hang had already beaten the ghost to a pulp. It was practically a done deal for old Yen to finish it off. If he couldn't finish it off now, it would be downright embarrassing. Whoosh!
Put! Ah!
The flying sword halted mid-air as the possessed ghost plummeted, pierced through the chest.
It let out another piercing scream. Good!
Old Yen hurried forward, yanking the peachwood sword back. He breathed a sigh of relief and said triumphantly, "Phew, looks like my sword spell's power hasn't diminished since the old days." Years of ghost fighting experience told him never to let his guard down at this moment. He must deliver the finishing blow immediately, lest something unexpected happen. But just as the peachwood sword descended, the possessed ghost, now bearing a gaping hole in its body, suddenly opened its mouth. It actually bit down on the peachwood sword, its two eyes fixed on old Yen with an eerie intensity.
How is this possible?
Old Yen gasped in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. The peachwood sword could exorcise ghosts and ward off evil, a power passed down from ancient ancestors. Even a fierce ghost would never dare to bite it. Yet this parasitic ghost had actually swallowed half the sword in one gulp? Snap! The peachwood sword snapped clean in two.
Damn it! Something's wrong.
A chill ran down Yen Lao's spine, but with blood blurring his vision, he chanted another blood curse. He struck the lodging ghost with a palm strike, using the momentum to create distance between them.
Ah!
The lodging ghost roared in fury, blood streaking down its eyes. Its face contorted into a hideous grimace as countless tiny black hands twisted and clawed wildly across its body.
Its ferocity was clearly far more terrifying than before. What the hell is going on? Yen Lao raced through every possible scenario in his mind.
He had witnessed the parasitic ghost being gravely wounded by Xia Hang, there was no doubt about that.
Yet now, far from weakening, the parasitic ghost had grown even more ferocious. There could only be one explanation.
The entity manipulating the parasitic ghost had amplified its through some ritual, making it far more formidable.
Could it be that Mr. Xia failed to capture that person? Impossible. With Mr. Xia's strength, he can beat ghosts at will. How could he possibly fail to deal with a human? Then why did the parasitic ghost suddenly grow so vicious?
Old Yen couldn't make sense of it until a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Or, the person Xia Hang was pursuing wasn't the one truly controlling the lodging ghost. There was no time to ponder further. Old Yen knew he was no match, his vital energy depleted.
Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Help! He must call for help.
He couldn't handle this situation alone. He had no choice but to call upon Xia Hang for help.
Ah!
After gaining power, the lodging ghost turned the tables and pursued old Yen relentlessly. Fortunately, old Yen was equipped with numerous magical artifacts, which he hurled as he fled. Though claw wounds covered his body, leaving him bloodied and battered, none of the injuries proved fatal.
He struggled toward Xia Hang's ancestral home. Look! Doesn't that figure resemble old Yen? Oh no, it seems he hasn't defeated the lodging ghost yet and is being hunted down. And he's covered in blood, badly injured. But wasn't the ghost already wounded by Grandpa Zhang? Why does it seem even more ferocious now? Did it go to the jungle to eat a buff? What should we do? Streamer, save old Yen. He can't hold on much longer. He's heading this way. How can Xiaoxi save him? Going there is suicide.
Within the livestream feed, old Yen could be seen fleeing toward the old mansion from afar. Behind him, a mass of black flesh slithered swiftly across the ground, its face twisted in a mocking grin.
Without Xia Hang present, and having grown stronger, the childish nature surfaced. It had already left its mark on old Yen. Today, no matter what, it would not rest until old Yen was dead. What should I do? How can I save him? Xia Xiaoxi witnessed this scene, but Grandpa Zhang was nowhere near.
She panicked instantly, at a loss for what to do. She knew only one thing: old Yen must be saved, or he would surely die.
Mr. Xie!
Yen Lao shouted, but he couldn't see Xia Hang anywhere in the old mansion. A chill gripped his heart. In this situation, he feared he might meet his end here.
Just as the situation reached its critical moment,
Xia Xiaoxi suddenly burst through the mansion's door, charging straight toward the lodging ghost with a pig-like charge. He saw she was clutching paper effigies of the black and white impermanents in each hand.
Get the hell out of here!
Xia Xiaoxi closed in on the lodging ghost, summoning her courage to shout the command. Then she flung the paper effigies of the black and white impermanents, sending them crashing right in front of the lodging ghost.
Chill! Suddenly, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Ah!
The lodging ghost trembled violently at the sudden appearance of the black and white figures.
It froze in place, unable to move. Old Yen seized the chance to flee far away with Xia Xiaoxi. Scared stiff. They're genuinely terrified. Holy! Not only do humans fear the black and white impermanents, ghosts fear them even more. Damn, Xiaoxi just blew my mind with that move. Awesome. So that's why Grandpa Zhang insisted on the paper black and white impermanents. Didn't Grandpa Zhang say it back then? Isn't scaring people the whole point? That was foreshadowing, pure foreshadowing. Run! Run now! Hurry and bring Mr. Xia back to help. There are others behind this ghost. The is growing stronger, I can't handle it. Old Yen urged urgently. Chapter 17, Dare to harm my great-granddaughter? Die. The one true God descends. Please keep reading. The situation is critical now. Kill Astra immediately.
No, wait, the situation is critical.
Xia Hong hasn't returned yet, and right now, it's just Xia Xiaoxi and him. No matter what, old Yen couldn't abandon Xia Xiaoxi. If only I hadn't rushed to the old mansion. At his age, his life is worthless anyway. No matter what, protecting Xia Xiaoxi comes first. Grandpa Zhang. Find Grandpa Zhang.
Xia Xiaoxi fled in panic, calling out for Grandpa Zhang the whole time. At that moment, the lodging ghost seemed to realize the black and white Grim Reapers before it were fake.
Though terrified, the two figures remained motionless. If they were real, they would have seized it long ago. Which meant it had been tricked again. The lodging ghost roared in fury, its 7 or 8 hands grabbing hold of the paper figures of the black and white impermanents. Rip! It tore them viciously into countless shreds. It then charged straight toward Old Yen. Old Yen, terrified, hastily formed a Taoist seal with his hands, chanting, sun and moon, heaven and earth. Before he could finish the incantation, the lodging ghost slammed him backward. Put! The violent impact caused a mouthful of blood to spurt from Old Yan's mouth. His entire body shot backward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Thud! He slammed hard into the wall of the old mansion, leaving a small dent in the aged, neglected surface. Though he had practiced Maoshan Taoist arts for years, his body remained fundamentally human. Regardless of the Taoist spell he attempted to cast, few could be unleashed instantly. Typically, they required incantations, finger seals, or specific footwork. But how could the lodging ghost give Old Yen that chance? The impact knocked Yen Lao hard. He struggled on the ground for a long while, unable to get back up. It's regained consciousness. We're done for. Old Yen, are you okay? He's spewing blood everywhere. What do we do? It's charging at Xiao Shi. Run. This ghost is way more violent than before, it's like a different creature. Why did it suddenly turn so vicious? Did someone power it up? Xia Xiaoxi's first instinct was to rush over and help Old Yen up. But she realized the parasitic ghost was charging straight at her. Help me. She could only turn and flee toward the door. But how could her speed possibly outpace a lodging ghost? In a mere half-second, the lodging ghost caught up to her. Ghostly hands clamped down on her neck, suffocating her. Xia Xiaoxi's face turned bright red from the pressure. Aya! The lodging ghost let out a shrill cry for a moment. It was impossible to tell if it was laughing or merely screaming. At this rate, Xia Xiaoxi was certain to die. Cough cough cough. Old Yen strained every muscle to rise. But his fractured ribs made the pain unbearable, preventing him from supporting his body to rise again. His bloodshot eyes could only watch helplessly as the parasitic ghost tightened its grip around Xia Xiaoxi's neck. At that moment, the 5 Emperor's coins on Xia Xiaoxi's body sensed something. They emitted a dim golden glow. The lodging ghost felt as though a powerful repulsive force had suddenly appeared before it. It was violently flung backward. Boom! An explosion followed. The lodging ghost was blown away, while the 5 Emperor's coins Grandpa Zhang had given Xia Xiaoxi were shattered into pieces. 5 copper coins lay shattered on the ground, still emitting wisps of white smoke. A brief moment allowed Xia Xiaoxi to catch her breath. My brain felt dizzy from lack of oxygen, and my legs went weak as I collapsed onto the ground. It's the 5 Emperor's coins. The coins Grandpa Zhang gave me worked. It saved my life. But the 5 Emperor's coins are gone now. Blown to smithereens, they can't do anything anymore, right? Why does the lodging ghost seem completely unharmed? Not a scratch on it. How the hell is this thing so powerful? Isn't this the legendary fierce ghost they talk about? Damn it! Blood dripped from the corners of Old Yan's mouth as he lay on the ground. He too couldn't fathom where the lodging ghost had suddenly drawn its power from. If this continued, neither he nor Xia Xiaoxi would survive. They'd both die here. The person who had cultivated the parasitic ghost to this level was definitely no ordinary sorcerer. And certainly not someone obscure. But now, there was no time left for him to ponder slowly. The parasitic ghost brushed dust from its body, its gaze growing ever more savage. Ignoring Yen Lao beside him, it charged straight towards Xia Xiaoxi once more. Because it had detected the same scent on Xia Xiaoxi as it had on Xia Hong. That scent filled it with utter loathing. It had suffered repeated defeats at this man's hands. Had it not been for its sudden power surge, it might have been killed by Old Yen due to its severe injuries. Thus, the parasitic ghost resolved to kill this woman who carried the same scent as Xia Hong first. At that moment, everyone watching the live feed held their breath, unable to bear looking any further. Without the 5 Emperor's coin, Old Yen was also immobilized by his injuries. No one could save Xia Xiaoxi. Death was the only possible outcome. In the blink of an eye, the lodging ghost had returned before Xia Xiaoxi. A brief respite allowed Xiaoxi to regain consciousness.
When she came to her senses, the lodging ghost was already before her once more.
It's over. Mom. Great-grandfather. In that moment, Xiaoxi could almost taste death's breath.
Terrified, she clamped her eyes shut, her mind already flashing through scenes of her family like a slideshow.
Ah!
A shrill, piercing scream.
It seemed to explode right beside Xiaoxi's ear.
Xiaoxi's heart leapt into her throat, and she couldn't help but open her eyes. A familiar figure stood before her.
A solid punch landed squarely on the lodging ghost.
The lodging ghost was smashed like a deformed, twisted rubber ball, its features scattered apart. The piercing scream was bone-chilling.
Grandfather Zhang?
The moment Xiaoxi recognized Xia Hang's face, her eyes welled up with tears.
She looked again. Xia Hang's face was now consumed by rage.
This punch seemed to pack a force countless times greater than before. Just moments ago, Xia Hang had noticed the shattered 5 emperor's coins on the ground and the strangulation marks on Xiaoxi's neck. His own great-granddaughter had nearly perished at the hands of this demonic creature. How could he not be furious? Whether it was a lodging ghost or some other demon, it didn't matter today, it must die. 8 copper coins coiled around Xia Hang's fist, radiating an even brighter golden light. Their brilliance far surpassed that of the 5 emperor's coins earlier.
And it kept growing stronger.
The lodging ghost's body was nearly pierced through by the fist.
Grandpa Zhang. It's Grandpa Zhang. The one true god. Descends. So badass. Kill that demon.
Old Yan and Xiaoxi were nearly killed by it.
Wasn't the parasite ghost enhanced? How come it still can't hold its ground against Grandpa Zhang? Screenshot. This moment has become art. Ah!
The lodging ghost's agonizing explosion continued to reverberate. Every light fixture at the mansion entrance and along the surrounding roads was shattered into oblivion.
Even Xiaoxi's phone screen cracked before shattering completely. Chapter 18, Green Zombie's Full Force Burst. Great-grandfather's wrath blood splatters 7 steps. Boom! 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 One by one, the lights dimmed. Outside the old mansion, darkness descended.
This scene mirrored the previous night exactly. Only this time, Xia Han would not give the lodging ghost another chance to escape. As the lights exploded, so did the lodging ghost's body. The ghostly form was covered in grotesque, crimson cracks, twisted beyond recognition.
Die! Xia Hong roared in fury.
This was the first time he had been this enraged since emerging from the grave.
The reason was none other than Xiaoxi. Normally, he could tease his great-granddaughter however he pleased. But if anyone dared to bully her, Xia Hong would never tolerate it. He'd beat them senseless, ghost or not, no exceptions. Boom!
The full might of a green zombie-level power erupted completely in that instant. Combined with the enhancement of the copper coin formation, it was far beyond what the parasitic ghost could withstand. The instant it was blasted away, the ghost's body exploded into fragments. It turned into a foul-smelling mist of blood.
Endless resentment dissipated into the very air. The great-grandfather's wrath spills blood 7 steps away. But wasn't the parasitic ghost buffed in this patch? It just exploded. No matter how strong you are, great-grandfather Zhang will always be above you. So freaking awesome. Total peace of mind. Zombie, you call this a zombie? Don't drag me into your bragging. No joke, I feel like even the king of hell would have to tilt his head back after this one hit. Ha! Why did the screen suddenly go black? Ha! Damn it, the stream cut out again. Trash fruit phone, dead again, huh?
Next time I go live, I'll bring 7 or 8 super hot ones and make the streamer replace this piece of junk.
The once boiling livestream went completely black the very next second. Viewers instantly felt like the background music had suddenly fizzled out. But this time, they were wrong. The Apple phone wasn't to blame. Instead, Xia Heng's punch combined with the lodged ghost's explosive blast caused the phone's camera lens to explode like a firework. Now, only a smoking, half-destroyed brick remained on the mount. It just blew up?
Old Yan's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through his body.
No one understood the terror of a possessed ghost after its transformation better than he did. It nearly claimed his life. The result? Xia Han only got 1 punch?
That massive cluster of parasitic spirits, who knows how long they'd been nurturing it,
blasted into nothing but dust? Old Yan even began to doubt whether the white zombie truly possessed such power. Something's not right. Xia Hong was nothing like the zombies he knew.
All those years of studying Maoshan Taoist arts, what a waste.
It's fine. It won't be a problem.
Xia Hong withdrew his fist and glanced at the ghost blood on the ground. He turned to look at Xiaoxi, who was slumped on the ground. He gave her pig-like head a familiar pat. Though the touch was cold, Xiaoxi felt an unprecedented warmth. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw her arms around Xia Heng's thigh and burst into tears.
Grandpa Zhang. Wah! You scared the life out of me. I almost missed my chance to become a zombie with you. I was so brave. Xiaoxi's tear ducts burst open. For a girl who had only recently graduated from school, This scene was truly unbearable. Her legs had long since gone weak, and when she carried the paper effigies of the black and white impermanents out, she stumbled along the ground like a sack of cotton. Yet she'd somehow managed to hold on until now. That truly was brave. Xia Hong kept feeling like his pant leg was soaked through. No wonder they say women are made of water. Their eyes are like faucets, right? Brave, brave. It's not too late to become a zombie now. Xia Hong smiled, revealing his sharp zombie fangs once more. Xia Xiaoxi. Not just yet. Old Yen, you too, if you have time, could you give me a hand? I think I might still be salvageable. But only then did Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Hong, grandmother and grandson, realize that elder Yen, severely injured, was right beside them.
Just then, the village chief emerged from somewhere and joined in to help lift old Yen. Working together, they carried him back to the wooden bed in the courtyard so he could rest.
Village chief? How did you end up here?
Old Yen and Xia Xiaoxi both looked at the village chief in surprise. Their puzzled gazes then shifted to Xia Hong standing nearby.
I was chasing the ambushers earlier when he fled into the city god temple. I happened to run into the village chief inside the temple. It was the village chief who killed him. Xia Hong explained. Yen Lao, I see. What?
Yen Lao and Xia Xiaoxi cried out in surprise.
Who would have thought the village chief possessed such skills?
The village chief waved his hands repeatedly, chuckling. That sorcerer already had one arm and one leg broken by Uncle Hang. He's practically crippled, yet I nearly got killed in the fight. Luckily, after fighting for a while, I managed to kill him despite my injuries. Along the way, the village chief had learned Xia Hang's true identity. Though shocked, his earlier suspicions made acceptance come quickly. Originally, Xia Hong had told him to address him as Sir, just like they did with old Yen and the others. But the village chief insisted that generational hierarchy couldn't be disregarded, stubbornly demanding to address him as uncle. Xia Hong couldn't do anything about it. The village chief's explanation only left old Yen and the others even more bewildered. Wasn't the village chief a civil official? How could he possibly fight? City god temple, sorcerer, severed limbs? These were all familiar terms, yet when put together, why did it all make no sense? Seeing the confusion on Yen Lao and the others' faces, the village chief proceeded to explain everything in detail. His name was Xie Qihua. Back then, he was one of the village's rare college graduates. With the villagers' collective financial support, he went to the city to attend university. He studied diligently, striving to graduate early so he could contribute to building his hometown. But during his sophomore year, he was possessed by an evil spirit during an outing. Fortunately, an old Taoist priest rescued him, not only exorcising the evil spirit. He also discerned that the village chief's birth chart invited misfortune and gloom, so he taught Xie a few Taoist techniques for self-defense. He proved quite gifted. Though the Taoist master taught him little, he managed to memorize every technique perfectly. From then on, these skills helped him avoid many troubles. He finally graduated, and due to his outstanding academic performance, he turned down numerous opportunities to stay and develop his career in the city. He resolved to return to Xiejia village, becoming a village cadre and gradually rising to the position of village chief. But reality fell far short of his ideals. It was nothing like what he had imagined and yearned for during his school days. Constrained by countless rules and regulations, the village chief achieved little over the years. Gradually, he grew despondent and lost his passion. He took over a temple shop and drifted through life. Additionally, due to his appearance, whenever he didn't smile, his face looked perpetually sour. Consequently, many children in the village feared him, including Xia Xiaoxi. Recently, he noticed Xia Wenbin's forehead had a dark aura and his complexion looked off. Convinced Xia Wenbin had encountered an evil spirit, he repeatedly summoned him to his home. He tried to help Xia Wenbin dispel the evil energy, but it had absolutely no effect. This made the young Xia Wenbin feel somewhat resentful, suspecting the village chief was picking on him. Yet, out of respect for the village chief's position, he felt awkward refusing to cooperate. That's why, when Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi ran into Xia Wenbin that afternoon, Xia Wenbin said he was going to the village chief's house because the chief was preparing to try and lift the curse again. It wasn't until Xia Wenbin died did the village chief finally realize that this was far more than a simple curse. Chapter 19, The Truth Revealed. All thanks to Mr. Xia and C lying there in shame. So that's how it was. I'm sorry, village chief. We were just kids back then, didn't know any better. Xia Xiaoxi scratched his head. All these years, I'd misunderstood the village chief. I always thought he was perpetually unhappy. Xia Xiaoxi's father and the village chief were classmates. Whenever Xia Xiaoxi complained about disliking the village chief as a child, her father would always speak up for him. Now it seemed the village chief had truly been doing his duty. It's no trouble at all. I've watched all of you grow up. I know you're all good kids. The village chief hurriedly said. After hearing the village chief's explanation, Xia Xiaoxi felt a lump in her throat. In the village chief's shoes, anyone would find it hard to feel cheerful. From a young man brimming with ambition to a middle-aged man now slumped in his shop watching TV day after day. Such a transformation was undoubtedly the most painful for the man himself. Xia Xiaoxi felt tears welling up in her eyes. Then why were you at the city god temple, village chief? And what about the sorcerer? Old Yen sighed and continued his questioning. After I caught up with him, I broke one of his hands. Then a layer of corpse oil oozed from beneath his skin, along with a cluster of poisonous insects used for black magic. Combined with his strange speech patterns, I surmised he must be a black magic practitioner from Southeast Asia.
Xia Hong explained.
Their organization was akin to foreign mercenaries. The difference was that those mercenaries relied on technology and weapons, while black magic practitioners relied on far more sinister and vicious sorcery.
Xia Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly, recognizing the term.
In old movies, especially horror films, characters like sorcerers often appeared.
After Wenbin's death, I realized things weren't that simple.
At first, I suspected it was the work of a water ghost. I rushed back to research it, but found nothing.
Then Yu Hui died too.
That's when I suddenly realized this ghost might be targeting Shijia village.
So I rushed into town during the day to buy some exorcism tools.
Additionally, I rushed to the city god temple to burn incense and borrowed the demon-subduing mace from the city god statue. I planned to confront it head-on when the ghost appeared at night.
But unexpectedly, someone burst in and started fighting me.
The village chief scratched his head. The villagers realized with a start that the village chief had secretly done so much for the village. The more Xia Xiaoxi listened, the more guilty she felt. Back in their childhood, those boys used to sneak behind the village chief's house to pee.
Damn it!
Thinking about it now, they were worse than ghosts.
I'm so sorry, village chief.
Xia Xiaoxi wasn't the type to refuse admitting her mistakes.
After hearing everything, the apologies never stopped flowing from her mouth.
She kept apologizing until even the village chief felt embarrassed.
Xia Hong stood nearby, listening quietly.
Just as he had felt surprised when he first came down the mountain. After all these years, so many people still chose to live here.
It was likely largely due to the village chief's capable governance.
To this day, Xia Hong felt deeply gratified that Xia village still had a village chief like Xia Chihua. He had once suspected the village chief's behavior was unusual. Now it seemed clear that it had all been a misunderstanding.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't go confront it.
That lodging ghost is so vicious, even the city god himself would struggle to take it on. Old Yen teased.
Yes. I didn't have time to think that far ahead.
The village chief chuckled awkwardly. He had witnessed the lodging ghost's ferocity firsthand. Even Yen Lao, a Taoist master of Mount Mao who seemed profoundly skilled, had been beaten to a bloody pulp. If it had been him, there was no way he could have survived the lodged ghost's attack.
He knew it all too well. With his limited skills, he could perhaps intimidate wandering spirits or ghosts. But against any ghostly entity of real substance, the village chief stood no chance. But the village chief didn't dwell on such thoughts. He simply felt he couldn't let ghostly entities continue to plague the village. At the very least, he had to do what he could within his power. Only then could he sleep soundly as village chief. This is too much. I need to ease the pain first. Yen Lao was drenched in sweat from the agony.
He'd been so caught up in his shock earlier that he'd forgotten to tend to it. He knew the lodging ghost was vicious and expected to sustain injuries. Therefore, he had prepared pain-relieving talismans in advance.
Pain-relieving talismans were also a type of talisman in the Taoist arts of Mount Mao. Simply burn the talisman to ashes, mix it into clean water, and drink it down.
With Xia Xiaoxi's help, the talisman water was prepared, and Old Yin drank it all in one gulp. After a moment, the pain finally began to subside. However, this merely alleviated the pain. With such severe injuries, he would still need hospital treatment afterward.
Mr. Xia, I'm afraid I won't be able to be of much further assistance to you. This mission relies entirely on your assistance, Mr. Xia. I won't accept a single cent of the reward. It will all go to you. Old Yen got out of bed and said with shame. Today marked his most devastating setback since entering the profession.
He hadn't killed the ghost, nor had he captured the person. Using the ghost summoning technique to lure the lodged spirit with his life soul, his cowardice nearly ruined Xia Hang's crucial mission. In the words of today's youth, how should one describe this? He was just coasting on his teammates' efforts, coasting to victory.
Wow. Really? Ha.
Before Xia Hong could respond, Xia Xiaoxi's eyes had already turned into money-hungry eyes. Her little money-grubbing trait was triggered.
But the next moment, Xia Hang's ruthless hand slammed hers back down. The matter isn't completely resolved yet.
I severely wounded that lodging ghost earlier.
With your cultivation level, you shouldn't have lost. What exactly happened? Xia Hong asked sternly. Didn't you sense it, Mr. Xie?
As soon as Old Yen asked, he realized something was off.
How could anyone possibly sense it?
For Xia Hong, it was a matter of settling everything with a single punch, before and after. Faced with overwhelming power, whether the parasitic ghost had grown stronger or not was practically irrelevant.
I could have defeated it. I had already pursued it down the mountain.
I couldn't let it enter the mountain, so I cast the sword spell. I should have been able to slay the parasitic ghost, but I never expected it to suddenly become so ferocious. It even snapped my peachwood sword clean in two. I couldn't hold it off and fled back to the old house to seek your help, master. Yen Lao recounted the events that had transpired earlier.
Xia Hong nodded.
Old Yen would have been better off letting the parasitic ghost escape into the mountains.
What kind of people are buried on that mountain? Shouldn't they be able to handle a mere lodging ghost? But to bite through a peachwood sword? That's far more ferocious than any fierce ghost. The lodged ghost's sudden ferocity couldn't have come without reason. Xia Heng's expression grew grave as he pondered further. Which meant, the sorcerer he was hunting wasn't the true manipulator of the parasite ghost. There were accomplices? At the critical moment, that person used some method to empower the parasitic ghost. That's why it nearly killed old Yen. But who could that person be? Just as everyone was deep in thought,
the village chief's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. The group exchanged glances.
It was already past 1 a.m.
Who on earth would be calling the village chief at this hour?
The village chief nervously pulled out his phone. The display showed the contact name as Wang Xiuqin. That was Xia Wenbin's mother. Aunt Wang? Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise. The village chief didn't hesitate.
Recognizing the caller as someone from his own village, he immediately answered the phone and switched it to speaker mode.
Hello, sister-in-law, what's the matter?
The village chief asked. On the other end, Aunt Wang's anxious voice came through. It's bad, village chief.
Uncle Wei Chang is dying.
The Uncle Wei she referred to was none other than the village's highly respected elder, Xia Weiqiang, Grandpa said.
Chapter 20, The Sinner Exposed. Of course zombies suck blood. Please keep reading. What? The village chief exclaimed in shock. Xia Xiaoxi was stunned too. Hadn't Grandpa Xia Weiqiang been busy with Xia Wenbin's funeral arrangements at the ancestral hall these past 2 days? He seemed perfectly healthy, with no issues at all. How could he suddenly pass away? The first thing that came to mind for everyone was the lodging ghost. But that didn't make sense. The lodging ghost had been locked in a fierce battle with Xia Hong and the others all night. It shouldn't have had time to harm Xia Weiqiang. Where is she, sister-in-law? The ancestral hall? The village chief hurriedly asked. No, it's at Uncle Weiqiang's house. Village chief, you must come quickly. Aunt Wang's voice was filled with urgency. The village chief quickly responded, exchanged a glance with Xia Hong and the others, and immediately dashed toward the door. Grandpa Zhang, should we go take a look too? Xia Xiaoxi suggested. Xia Hong nodded. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Old Yen followed behind them, and together they left the old house. Just as they reached the doorway, Xia Heng's vision was suddenly filled with the system interface again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your attention rating has increased to 4,000. Blood-sucking permission has been activated for the host. Xia Hong paused. It seemed that while he was slaying the lodging ghost earlier, upon seeing this reward, Xia Hong finally realized what had felt off all along. Right. After his revival, he was a zombie. How could he possibly lack the most fundamental zombie ability, blood-sucking? He'd truly forgotten his roots. Now it was finally here. Note, once the blood-sucking ability is activated, the host can level up their zombie by feeding on blood. Also, it's not limited to humans. This note left Xia Hong somewhat puzzled. What did the last part mean, not limited to humans? Don't zombies typically draw human blood to enhance their strength and level? Could it mean? Xia Hong aimed the system interface at the ground outside the old mansion, where the blood of the lodging ghosts had spilled everywhere. Detected blood of the lodging ghost. Proceed with automatic absorption? Xia Hong mentally consented. The next moment, the system panel text refreshed. Ghost blood absorption successful. Though the absorption didn't directly level up Xia Hong, he could distinctly feel the enhancement of his zombie physique. However, the green zombie's level was already quite high. To advance to a higher rank through blood absorption, the blood of a single parasitic ghost would be far from sufficient. Not limited to humans. Xia Hong pondered this phrase once more. Did it mean demons, monsters, spirits, and even mountain deities could all be drained of blood? In this world, it seemed only zombies couldn't yield a single drop of blood. This privilege is rather convenient. And no need to bite, just scan the panel after killing them and it automatically absorbs. Otherwise, things like parasitic ghosts look downright disgusting and hard to sink your teeth into. Right. There's also that corpse of the shaman from the city god temple, still unprocessed and temporarily stored away. It could be put to use for bloodsucking too. Grandpa Zhang? From Xia Xiaoxi's perspective, Xia Hong suddenly stopped walking. He stared intently at the ghost blood on the ground. Could it be that this thing isn't completely dead yet? Xia Xiaoxi asked again. Xia Hong finally snapped back to reality, unable to answer. Old Yen, standing nearby, interrupted, not dead yet? Mr. Xia's punch was enough to kill that ghost 8 times over. Xia Xiaoxi's nostrils flared as she shrank her neck back. That was true. She had seen Grandpa Zhang's punch with her own eyes. Far more terrifying than any lodged ghost. Fortunately, it was her own great-grandfather.
Otherwise, Xia Xiaoxi would never have dared to stand so close.
Soon, the group arrived at Xia Weichan's home.
And Wang stood nearby, along with several other villagers. Seeing the village chief and the others enter, she hurried forward to greet them. "Village chief, you must see Uncle Weichang,"
Aunt Wang exclaimed in panic.
She was supposed to be at the ancestral hall, keeping vigil with her daughter-in-law for Xia Wenbin. But she had faintly heard strange noises outside. So she went out to investigate and happened to see the light still on at Xia Weichang's house. She approached Xia Weichang's door to ask about inviting him to preside over Xia Wenbin's burial in a few days. According to village custom, one should not enter another household within 7 days of a death in one's own family. Therefore, Aunt Wang stood outside the door and called out inside.
But after a long while, there was no response from Xia Weichang. Aunt Wang assumed Xia Weichang might have fallen asleep and forgotten to turn off the light.
Just as she was about to leave, she heard Xia Weichang's voice from inside, sounding distinctly off. She rushed inside and found Xia Weichang lying on the sofa, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted in agony. She immediately called the village chief.
"Uncle Weichang?" The village chief stepped forward to check on Xia Weichang. Xia Weichang's eyes were half closed, and his entire body was trembling. "Everyone, lend a hand. We need to get Uncle Weichang to the town hospital right away."
Seeing the seriousness of the situation, the village chief immediately ordered. Several villagers rushed forward to help, and Xia Xiaoxi also stepped closer. But just then, Xia Hong, standing nearby, spoke up.
"No need.
He's beyond saving,"
Xia Hong said in a deep voice. "Young man, what nonsense are you spouting?
Uncle Weichang is still in his prime, don't speak such nonsense.
Hurry up and help him. Get Uncle Weichang to the hospital."
Aunt Wang's eyes were red with tears. Her husband had passed away early, and Xia Weichang had always looked out for their family. Now that Xia Weichang was in critical condition, she was naturally heartbroken. It's useless to send it away, the soul is already damaged.
There's no saving them.
Xia Hang's words left the village chief frozen in place. Xia Xiaoxi also looked at Xia Hong curiously, surprised that Grandpa Zhang would suddenly say such a thing.
Yan Lao struggled to approach and examine Xia Weichang's condition. His pupils were dilated, his breath was weak and irregular, and both his spirit and form were failing. It was indeed as Xia Hong had said, his soul was shattered. Not even immortals could save him. Who are you related to? Spouting nonsense here all this time. Do you know cursing an elder damages your karma?
You won't help, yet you speak such cruel words. Aunt Wang grew angrier by the moment, convinced this young man was deliberately stirring trouble. The village had never seen his face before, no one knew whose relative he was.
What kind of time is this to be cursing an old woman? Xia Hong remained unruffled, for he could tell Aunt Wang meant well. But Xia Weichang might not be so forgiving. Xia Hong looked at Xia Weichang, his eyes carrying a hint of disappointment. The cramped room housed only Xia Weichang.
Inside, from top to bottom, there was only a single dim yellow pull-string lamp. There wasn't even a television, only an old radio sitting on the stove. It was clear that Xia Weichang lived a life of extreme frugality. Xia Hong couldn't understand why, at his age, Xia Weichang still chose to live this way. Just then, Xia Weichang, sitting on the sofa, suddenly grabbed the village chief's hand. "Village chief, please help me up,"
Xia Weichang's hoarse voice pleaded.
The village chief complied, helping Xia Weichang to his feet. But who could have known that the moment he was straightened up, Xia Weichang suddenly pushed away the nearby crutch and knelt down with a thud.
He knelt directly before Aunt Wang.
Everyone in the room froze in shock, Aunt Wang's mind going completely blank. In that moment, Xia Weichang on the floor covered his face and began to weep.
Tears streamed down his deeply lined face. "I'm sorry. Wenbin's mother, I'm the one who's let you down. And to all my fellow villagers, I have no face to show myself before our ancestors. I'm already beyond saving." Chapter 21, Uncle Hong? The old man knelt before Xia Hong.
Aunt Wang snapped out of it and hurriedly knelt beside him.
She couldn't make heads or tails of Xia Weichang's words.
All she knew was that having such an elderly elder kneel before her would shorten her lifespan.
"Uncle Weichang, what on earth are you doing? Let's get you to the hospital right away. They can definitely cure you," Aunt Wang urged anxiously.
But Xia Weichang paid no heed to Aunt Wang. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Xia Hong.
"Uncle Hong is right. I can't be saved now. I brought this upon myself. I've harmed everyone, and I've harmed myself," Xia Weichang said, his voice trembling. Originally, Xia Weichang had planned to quietly end his life in this dilapidated shack. But he never expected Aunt Wang to discover him. Even now, at this very moment, Aunt Wang was still defending him in front of Xia Hang. This only made Xia Weichang feel even more ashamed. Having committed such a grave sin, death was imminent. With no second chance in this life, he wanted to properly apologize to Aunt Wang in his final moments. "Uncle Hong?" Inside the room, everyone froze in place. Xia Weichang was already the oldest person in the entire village by both generation and age. Why was he calling a young man who looked barely 20-something Uncle Hong? Had he lost his mind? You're the one who created the lodging ghost, aren't you? After living in this village for so many years, could you really bring yourself to kill everyone here? Xia Heng's voice was cold and unquestioning as he demanded. Because of Xia Weiqiang's earlier attitude. Made everyone realize that Xia Hong must know something.
So when they heard these strange words about a lodging ghost,
they didn't interrupt immediately, but waited quietly for Xia Weiqiang's response. Xia Weiqiang nodded inside. It was me.
But I truly never intended to harm the villagers at first.
I'm getting old. I just wanted to see my son and grandson a little longer. I didn't know this ghost would kill so many people.
At first, they told me it was just to scare everyone.
Once you take that first step into the abyss, there's no turning back. I committed a grave sin. I deserve to die. I got what I deserved.
By this point, the crowd had pieced together the situation.
In other words, the recent deaths in the village.
Not by accident, but by a ghost's hand.
And the appearance of this ghost was entirely caused by Xia Weiqiang.
But Xia Weiqiang had always been so kind to the younger villagers.
Why would he do such a thing? Moreover, what did his son and grandson, who lived far away in the city, have to do with it?
The parasitic ghost has been exorcised by Mr. Xie, and your accomplices are also dead. Your soul is damaged. Even in death, you cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation or reunite with your ancestors.
Speak.
Tell everything clearly and reveal the truth to everyone.
At that moment, Old Yin abruptly stepped forward, standing beside Xia Heng. He scrutinized Xia Weiqiang's condition closely before finally shaking his head.
When a person dies, their soul departs the body and becomes a ghost.
Those with lingering attachments wander the world, unable to enter the realm of the dead. Most people pass into the netherworld, the realm of the dead, after death, awaiting reincarnation. But someone like Xia Weiqiang,
his soul was already damaged. Once his consciousness faded completely. After death, they possess no soul at all, let alone the possibility of reincarnation. A true and utter annihilation of soul and spirit. As for why he, once a respected and esteemed figure among the villagers, ended up in this wretched state, only Xia Weiqiang himself knew the reason.
I know, they're all dead. Uncle Hong came back to claim this sinner. I understand everything. Xia Weiqiang let out a bitter laugh.
He shifted his knees and knelt before Xia Hong once more.
Xia Hong remained standing in place, showing no intention of moving. Xia Weiqiang began recalling events from several months prior.
His son Xia Tsuwenji, who rarely called even over the years, suddenly rang Xia Weiqiang. And this call was to share good news. On the call, Xia Tsuwenji mentioned that in a few months, roughly after the new year, he would come to take Xia Weiqiang to live in the city together. After all, Xia Weiqiang was getting on in years, and his wife and son couldn't help but worry about him living alone in the village. Hearing these words from his son, regardless of whether they were true or not, filled Xia Weiqiang with immense joy. He had once calculated that at his age, he might have 3 or 5 more years at most. His grandson was older now and would drive over to visit him once every year or two. If he lived another 5 years, he'd only get to see his grandson 2 or 3 more times. The prospect of moving to the city and seeing his grandson every day naturally filled Xia Weiqiang with joy.
However, to the others in the room, these words held not a shred of credibility. For it was common knowledge throughout the village that Xia Weiqiang's son was unfilial. He'd left his elderly father alone in the village for years, sometimes not returning for several years at a time. If he truly wanted to fulfill his filial duty, he'd had ample opportunity long ago. Why wait until now? But Dad, there's something I need your help with. Our Xiejia village has a major project coming up. If we can catch this wave, our family will prosper. Then you can enjoy your golden years, and your sons and grandsons will live well too. Sure enough. Xia Tsuwenji revealed the real reason for this call. He worked for Heng Yuan Real Estate and was planning to develop a project in Xiejia village. But after several attempts, he still hadn't managed to convince the villagers of Xiejia village. Upon learning that Xia Tsuwenji was originally from Xiejia village, so he entrusted Xia Tsuwenji with the crucial task of persuading the villagers to agree to the relocation. Once the project was secured, promotions and raises would be minor rewards. The bonuses alone would be enough for Xia Tsuwenji to buy a new apartment in the city center. Xia Tsuwenji knew full well that after all these years away, his reputation back home wasn't good. But while his own reputation was tarnished, his father's was still intact. Therefore, he sought out his father, Xia Weiqiang. He hoped Xia Weiqiang could help persuade the villagers. But after 2 or 3 months, Xia Weiqiang had made no progress whatsoever, leaving Xia Tsuwenji in the city feeling utterly frustrated. Urgent phone calls came frequently. Xia Tsuwenji, Dad? Why is it so hard to get you to handle something for me? It's not like there's no compensation for relocation. What's so great about living in that remote mountain area? Have you even gone to talk to them about this?
Xia Weiqiang, but most of the villagers are elderly.
They've lived in Xiejia village for generations. I don't see any willingness to relocate, son. Xia Tsuwenji, if they were willing, why would I need to ask you? Xia Weiqiang, son, we have to respect everyone's wishes. Whether they move or not depends on the whole community, doesn't it? By the way, is your grandson on vacation yet? I pickled his favorite. Setsuinji, no, he hasn't gotten his break yet. Dad, I don't think you can handle this. The company specially invited a master from abroad. Just cooperate with the master. Whatever he asks you to do, do it. Once it's done, your grandson will get his vacation. Chapter 22, Hell is empty, the wicked roam the earth. After that, Xia Weiqiang became increasingly entangled, connecting with the sorcerer captured by Xia Heng. Moreover, under Setsuinji's deception and following the sorcerer's instructions, he prematurely implanted a vengeful spirit seed into the fetus of Xia Wenbin's wife. Slowly nurturing the parasitic spirit, the moment would truly arrive once the child reached its full moon. By the time I realized this thing could harm people, it was already too late. There was no turning back. It's my fault. I've let everyone down. Xia Weiqiang banged his head hard on the ground once more. This time, however, Aunt Wang, overcome with grief and fury, grabbed him by the throat and wailed, "You wanted to see your child, but why did you have to kill mine?" At this point, how could Aunt Wang not realize it was Xia Weiqiang? To help his own son, he had tampered with the child growing in her daughter-in-law's womb. That explained why, in the final month before his daughter-in-law was due to give birth, Xia Weiqiang had been constantly visiting, showing concern, and asking after her well-being. At first, they thought it was genuine kindness, deeply moved by his attentiveness. But then, he was plotting murder. Xia Wenbin grew up by the riverbank. He knew every pebble in that village protecting waterway like the back of his hand. Yet on that very night, he was drowned to death. The reason? Ghosts. Xia Wenbin was killed by an evil spirit. But more terrifying than a demon is a human. The ones pulling the strings behind it all. For profit, they're willing to sacrifice other people's children's lives. Xia Weiqiang didn't even struggle. He simply let Aunt Wang choke him to death. Aunt Wang's eyes were bloodshot, and she wept until she nearly passed out. Only a mother could truly understand the agony of losing a child. At that moment, she looked at Xia Weiqiang as if he were the devil incarnate. The other villagers stared at Xia Weiqiang in disbelief, yet not a single soul stepped forward to intervene. With things having escalated to this point, there was no doubt about the truth. The village chief stepped in to restrain Aunt Wang, saying, "Sister-in-law, please calm down. He's already beyond saving. Karma has caught up with him. There's no need for you to take matters into your own hands." Xia Xiaoxi, quick to read the situation, helped steady Aunt Wang and soothe her emotions. Cough, cough. Wah? Xia Weiqiang coughed repeatedly, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Kneeling before Xia Heng, he confessed, "I know I was wrong, Uncle Heng. I'm sorry. I've let you down." Xia Heng shook his head, genuinely disappointed. He still remembered the bookworm Xia Weiqiang from back then, the one who loved clutching a book everywhere he went. Time truly could change everything, including people. Then why is your soul damaged? The village chief sighed and asked. Though he'd heard Xia Heng and old Jian speak of it repeatedly, this particular point remained beyond his comprehension. Xia Weiqiang was guilty, no doubt. But to be denied even the chance of reincarnation. This was already the most severe punishment under heaven. I'm destined for a miserable death. There's nothing left to hide. Xia Weiqiang began explaining again. At first, he'd thought the ghost was merely scaring the villagers. It made noises and strange occurrences at night. Seeing if it could scare the villagers away, forcing them to abandon the village. Once they moved away, he could get new resettlement housing and no one would be harmed. But the village chief had noticed something amiss. From Xia Wenbin's mouth, Xia Weiqiang learned that the village chief kept insisting on performing rituals to ward off evil spirits for him. He relayed this to the sorcerer, who, hardening his resolve, declared he would kill Xia Wenbin. After all, Aunt Wang's family was stubborn, they were the only ones who had consistently refused. Kill two first. With villagers dying, the rest would surely be too scared to stay. Only then did Xia Weiqiang realize something was terribly wrong. The foreign master intended to commit murder. He didn't care about the villagers' lives at all, focused solely on completing his mission. Moreover, Xia Weiqiang only then learned that binding with a lodged ghost carried the risk of backlash. So the sorcerer never came in person from the start. Instead, Xia Weiqiang was tasked with raising the lodging ghost. So that's why Wenbin died? The village chief snapped angrily. Xia Weiqiang nodded. That's right. He tried to stop it, but how could the sorcerer listen to him? They even threatened him with the lives of his son and grandson. Xia Weiqiang had no choice but to comply. But the sorcerer never imagined a master would appear in the village. On the very first night, the lodging ghost was captured. And a chunk of flesh was cut from it. Only you, Uncle Heng. The master feared delays would lead to complications, so he immediately ordered the lodging ghost to continue killing, aiming to create more chaos in the coming days. But he didn't expect Uncle Heng to be so formidable the ghost nearly killed him. So he had to resort to a sneak attack in the shadows, allowing the lodging ghost to escape. In the end, it was karma. Both the human and the ghost met their end at your hands, Uncle Heng. Xia Weiqiang sighed. All this was destined by heaven. Who could have imagined that an ancestor who had passed away over 80 years ago would suddenly return to the village?
It seemed as if it were destined. Destined for his demise, destined for Xia village's peace.
The sorcerer taught you to use blood sacrifices to nourish the lodging ghost, right?
That's why your soul is so severely damaged.
Xia Hong surmised.
Xia Weiqiang nodded in agreement. Though he didn't understand what a blood sacrifice entailed. In essence, it was a method of using one's own blood essence to nourish the lodging ghost. The master said nothing, and he asked nothing in return.
Once certain paths are taken, there is no turning back.
You saved the village.
I have no right to kneel before you. The ghost flag is in the cabinet. I hope it serves you well.
I only ask that if you ever encounter my son, Xia Tsuanji, never mind.
With that, Xia Weiqiang abruptly rose to his feet. Everyone instinctively stepped back to make way.
No one expected Xia Weiqiang to suddenly slam his head into the corner of the wooden table.
Thud. In an instant, blood spattered under the dim yellow light. Xia Weiqiang showed no sign of life.
His body collapsed to the floor, forever departing this world.
The sudden turn of events left everyone present staring at each other in shock. Their emotions were incredibly complex. Until today, Xia Weiqiang had been the most respected elder in the entire village. In his youth, he taught and nurtured the younger generation. In his later years, he assisted in managing the village's affairs, both large and small. Whether it was weddings, funerals, or moving into new homes, he presided over them all. He was far busier than the village chief. Whenever anything happened, he was always the first to appear. Yet now, to see him end up like this, how could one not feel a pang of sorrow? For a full 10 minutes, not a single word was spoken. Grandpa. Xia Xiaoxi clutched Grandpa Zhang's sleeve tightly. Xia Hong opened Xia Weiqiang's cabinet, which held all sorts of old books.
They were stacked tightly, filling the space completely. It seemed to contain nearly every book he had ever read in his lifetime. At the very back of the cabinet, just as Xia Weiqiang had said, there indeed lay a small white flag. This must be the ritual implement used to detach the ghost from the child and retrieve it after the ghost had been raised. It resembled a soul-summoning banner, yet it was not quite the same. It bore a jumble of crooked runes. Inside, there must be a space capable of containing ghostly entities. In all likelihood, this is the most crucial piece of evidence in this case.
Chapter 23, Viral Sensation. Ghosts are real. Please keep reading.
The rest was left for the village chief and his men to handle.
How to handle Xia Weiqiang's body and other funeral arrangements would be decided by him. As for Xia Hong and his grandson, along with old Yan, they departed Xia Weiqiang's home together. The lodging ghost was vanquished, and the true culprit was exposed. Both the sorcerer and Xia Weiqiang met their ends this night. This meant the village could temporarily return to peace. Returning to the ancestral home, the ghostly blood at the entrance had completely vanished. Ghosts are not human, their blood is not the kind we understand. Once dead, their resentment dissipates, ending all suffering.
Therefore, whether it be ghostly corpses or bloodstains, they would dissipate on their own in due time.
Hey, Mr. Xie.
We've been staking out the village entrance and the back mountain all this time, but we haven't caught a single soul.
We almost got eaten alive by mosquitoes instead.
Just then, Zhang Shun and Li Shui returned. Late at night, not a single person was in sight, but mosquitoes were everywhere. Their bodies were covered in welts, especially Li Shui's nose, which now resembled a clown's red nose.
So what if you got bitten a couple times? Look at me, what a mess I am after getting bitten by that ghost.
If you're not satisfied, you should have said so earlier.
Switch lines.
Yan Lao grumbled. He nearly lost his life, yet Zhang Shun and the others were still complaining about the mosquitoes. Zhang Shun chuckled, heh, hard work, hard work. We'll make sure you're compensated properly. Only then did old Yan seem satisfied.
It's over now. Mr. Xia has taken care of everything. He then recounted every detail of tonight's events to Zhang Shun and his companion.
The two listened with their hair standing on end, stunned by how dramatic the truth turned out to be.
But thankfully, it was all over now. Thanks to Mr. Xie. If it weren't for your help,
we could never have handled it so swiftly. If there's anything you need or require, please don't hesitate to ask. Zhang Shun said gratefully. It sounded perilous, truly not a task old Yan could handle. It happened in my own village, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But you know the situation that Hung Yuan real estate. They've gone to such lengths, even resorting to such underhanded tactics, hiring sorcerers to commit murder. So that plot of land in Xiejia village must be incredibly important to them. Even if the ghostly presence has been exorcised, they won't let it rest. At this point, Xia Hong abruptly fell silent, his expression darkening. Xia Xiaoxi, standing beside him, jumped in fright, sensing the murderous intent emanating from grandfather Zhang.
Xia Hong continued, I won't let it rest either. You should write your reports, gather evidence, investigate, and make judgments. If you can't handle it, then let me handle it. A company resorting to such unscrupulous means. What if he hadn't just awakened, risen from the grave, and returned to the village? How many villagers would have perished?
Xia Xiaoxi was likely to be caught in the crossfire as well, and Xia Hong was naturally furious.
Yes. I understand.
Zhang Shan nodded in alarm, his back bending slightly. For some reason, in Xia Hang's presence, he always felt like he was facing a superior. His back would involuntarily stoop. Xia Hong simply commanded that kind of presence.
Moreover, Zhang Shan had no doubt about the truth of Xia Hang's latter statement. The existence of an S-class file meant they might not uncover the truth.
If that happened, Xia Hong might actually take matters into his own hands.
Then things would get serious. Never mind what kind of status Xia Hong actually held. Just consider his physical prowess: bulletproof, invulnerable to blades, and possessing limitless strength. If he truly flew into a rage, what could anyone do?
He was a pioneer in resisting Japanese aggression, sacrificing himself to defend the homeland and protect those very same helpless common folk. Not the scum of society, the malevolent pests plotting harm. Therefore, the Hangyuan real estate matter must be reported immediately and investigated thoroughly. Get to the bottom of this quickly to prevent Xia Hong from personally storming in.
There is demand. There is definitely demand. Grandpa Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll fight for your rights. My phone blew up from assisting with the investigation. Can I get a replacement? Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed urgently. The phone used for the livestream had turned into a black brick, definitely unusable now. Compensate. You absolutely must compensate. Tomorrow I'll have Li Shui deliver one of those, what's it called? The latest model from Fruit.
Zhang Shan said with a forced smile.
I thought it was some big deal. What could possibly be wrong with a phone? Forget Apple. Can we get that far ahead of the pack one instead? Xia Xiaoxi pouted. Zhang Shan agreed with a laugh.
After saying goodbye to Xia Hong, he prepared to drive away.
Hey, at least take me to the hospital first. Old Yen snapped irritably.
Only then did Zhang Shan and the others react, helping Old Yen into the car and heading for the hospital. Once they were gone, Shejia village returned to its usual calm.
As if nothing had ever happened. Come on, let's go back and rest. You're exhausted today. Tomorrow I'll give you some talisman water to purge the lingering yin energy from your body. Xia Hong patted his great-granddaughter's pig-shaped head with increasing ease.
The old house's main gate closed, fitting together perfectly.
Grandfather and granddaughter each returned to their rooms.
As a zombie, Xia Hong naturally had no need for sleep. So under cover of night, he began studying the little white flag.
But this thing didn't match the Taoist records at all.
It seemed to have been combined with black magic. Xia Hong was unfamiliar with it, yet he sensed it might prove useful someday. In the other room, Xia Xiaoxi had endured a night of terror and felt not a shred of sleepiness. She picked up another phone and started scrolling through short videos. The very first video that popped up felt strangely familiar. That scene, that setting. Holy crap! A recording of my livestream? And it has so many likes? Xia Xiaoxi shuddered and sat up to investigate. The video's title read, "Ghosts really do exist in this world." Video from a streamer's recording. Xia Xiaoxi's account was tagged. She glanced at the comments. I watched the livestream. That ghost was covered in black, lumpy flesh, had 7 or 8 hands, and its face was sunken into the flesh. It looked disgusting. Who knows? Maybe there's a ghost or two living in your house too, sleeping right beside you at night. You can't see it, but one day it might just appear. So ghosts really do exist in this world. They can actually kill people. I've heard many bizarre cases weren't caused by humans at all, they were all handled by paranormal experts in the end. Like Xia Xiaoxi's livestream, right? And Grandpa Zhang, they say he's been around since the War of Resistance. Thankfully Grandpa Zhang descended like a god and punched that lodging ghost to smithereens, otherwise the streamer would have been toast. Too bad we don't know what happened after that. The stream cut out. The online buzz was massive, with everyone discussing Xia Xiaoxi's livestream. The central topic revolved around the idea that ghosts are real. There's also a lot of curiosity about Grandpa Zhang, a veteran of the Japanese invasions, resurrected to suppress malevolent spirits. It sounds mystical, but it's all true. Xia Xiaoxi scrolled through the comments for ages, her emotions still churning. Finally, she opened her own account and saw her follower count soaring through the roof. Her nostrils flared wide enough to fit a whole chicken cutlet, and she gasped in shock. I become 100,000 pink-haired netizen. Chapter 24, Our great-grandfather has gone viral. How long had it even been? Her original follower count had barely reached a few thousand. Otherwise, her livestream wouldn't have consistently hovered around 200 plus viewers. Suddenly skyrocketing to 100,000 followers was something Xia Xiaoxi had never even dared to imagine before. Oh no, this is going to be a mess. Even the comments and likes under Xia Xiaoxi's own account posts exploded. Once the traffic hits, there's no stopping it. Whoa! Xiaoxi's followers exploded? Already hit 100k? Holy crap! What Xiaoxi fans? Get your facts straight. Grandpa Zhang has 99,999 followers. Xia Xiaoxi's only follower? Grandpa Zhang. Ha 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 ha. That's actually how it is.
Xia Xiaoxi gritted her teeth, snorting like a pig. But she knew the netizens weren't entirely wrong. How many of these newly gained followers weren't here for Grandpa Zhang?
Our great-grandfather has become quite the sensation. But whether this was a good thing or not, she couldn't say.
Xia Hong had confirmed the livestream was safe to proceed. Perhaps Grandpa Zhang had already anticipated the fallout.
Still, Xia Xiaoxi never imagined tonight's livestream would gain such massive traction. The livestream audience surged to several thousand, and once a screen recording leaked out, it went viral. It also sparked a profound debate: ghosts are real.
Netizens argued endlessly, unable to reach any conclusion. Though Xia Xiaoxi had witnessed ghosts firsthand and nearly been killed by one, she herself chose not to join the debate.
Because with such a contentious issue, it's nearly impossible to find an answer everyone would accept.
Gotta sleep, gotta sleep. Xia Xiaoxi set down her phone, ready to sleep.
She caught sight of the old envelope Xia Hong had given her earlier, sitting on her bedside table. She was usually a carefree person,
not the type to keep secrets or suppress curiosity.
Her eyes fixed on the old envelope as she fell deep in thought.
Grandpa Zhang had said this envelope was so important. What on earth could be inside? Would it be okay to peek inside early? Grandpa Zhang wouldn't know anyway. With that thought, Xia Xiaoxi's piggy hands already reached for the envelope. Ah. No. I promised Grandpa Zhang that I'd only open it when I truly faced hardship. Just as Xia Xiaoxi was about to open it, she suddenly regained her senses and forced herself to stop. She set the envelope down, buried her head under the covers, and held her breath. Sleepiness instantly overwhelmed her, and she drifted off into a deep slumber. The next day, the weather cleared up again. The entire old house was bathed in bright light. By noon, Xia Xiaoxi finally rose comfortably from bed.
She opened her phone and saw a message from Li Shui. She said she'd be coming over with the team leader that afternoon to deliver the phone and discuss matters with Grandpa Zhang. After a quick tidy up, Xia Xiaoxi habitually started her livestream.
Good morning, everyone.
Xia Xiaoxi yawned as she greeted the viewers in her livestream room. Back when she first started streaming, she'd spend an hour or two getting ready beforehand. Later, she got lazy and just adjusted a beauty filter that suited her, barely wearing any makeup at all. After all, with only a couple hundred viewers in the chat, what was the point of dressing up so formally? Only these past few days, with Grandpa Zhang around, did she bother putting on makeup when going out?
Redefining morning. You're just starting the stream now? We waited all night. Apologize for being late. Apologize now. Xia Xiaoxi deliberately tilted her mouth, pretending to be a cool girl, and looked at the comments. Huh? Apologize for what? Do I have a habit of being early?
The moment the words left her mouth, Xia Xiaoxi realized something was off.
Why is it that today?
The speed at which comments refreshed in the livestream had accelerated again. Ever since Grandpa Zhang appeared in the stream, the comments had been flooding in faster each day. At this rate, the 99+ counter for apologies would hit 99+ in the blink of an eye.
She glanced at the viewer count. Holy crap! 7,000 viewers online.
And the numbers keep climbing.
Holy crap! Xia Xiaoxi was completely dumbfounded.
She never imagined her livestream would ever attract this many viewers. This viewership count would have been top tier even at that media company before, right?
Wow! Why does the host look so fresh today?
I must be seriously hungry. Even Xiao, she looks like a fresh-faced beauty to me.
Hey, you know what? You're absolutely right. She's got that first love face vibe. He. Her face looks so much clearer now. Did you upgrade your equipment? About time. This looks amazing.
Xia Xiaoxi watched the comments teasing her appearance. She leaned closer to the screen to examine her own face.
Since that phone hadn't arrived yet, she had to use another one for now. This phone doesn't have any beauty filters.
She was now completely barefaced, streaming live to over 7,000 people without any beauty filters.
But, it seemed like, the reactions were surprisingly positive. No one was criticizing her, and there were actually more compliments?
Xia Xiaoxi was puzzled, but it was too late to apply makeup now. Might as well just go with this lazy vibe, no need to put on some perfect persona. Sliding out of her room in slippers. Just then, she spotted Grandpa Zhang holding a tablet in both hands, seemingly engrossed in some game.
Gunfire sounds kept popping up.
Xia Xiaoxi leaned in for a closer look and nearly fell off her chair in shock.
Grandpa Zhang, you're playing PUBG now?
In just a few days, Grandpa Zhang had caught up with the times way too fast.
Not only was he playing, but he was surprisingly skilled at it.
Standing beside him, Xia Xiaoxi watched as Xia Heng's hands glided expertly across the screen.
A quick dodge followed by a preemptive shot instantly took down 2 enemies, pushing the elimination count to 11. Holy crap! Grandpa Zhang is using 5-finger controls? Whoa, is the Euro maxed out? That gun control is spot on. And his reflexes are that fast? You call this a zombie? Xia Hong caught sight of Xia Xiaoxi getting up.
She immediately handed him her tablet, saying, "Perfect timing. Quick, use a female voice to ask my teammates for an 8x scope.
This jerk's hogging the spot without doing anything.
He's got a sniper rifle and an 8x scope, yet he hasn't eliminated anyone yet. Guess he just doesn't like killing people. Xia Xiaoxi. Pwa ha ha ha. The detail of having Xiaoxi pretend to be a girl. Got it now, oh no. Grandpa Zhang has totally mastered this game. Doesn't like killing people? Just hogging the toilet without doing anything. Golden lines popping out non-stop, ha ha ha. Wait, did I watch the wrong stream? Isn't Grandpa Zhang an old-timer? How's he so good at this? Explosions of laughter from the opposite university dorm room. You never know what kind of monsters you'll get matched with, might even be a zombie who only knows how to throw sniper rifles. Faced with Grandpa Zhang's request, Xia Xiaoxi had no choice but to comply, deliberately adopting a high-pitched voice over the game mic. Guys, anyone got an 8x scope I could borrow? Teammate, who left their mic on? They're static, sounds like pig squeals. Xia Xiaoxi, die. Chapter 25, Grandpa Zhang, what was your KD ratio back in the war? Xia hung. He snatched the tablet back. His great-granddaughter was flawless in both looks and figure. But that voice of hers, the moment she opened her mouth, it sounded like someone had stepped on a slipper. Others might be tweezers, but Xia Xiaoxi was a pair of heavy-duty pliers. Great-grandpa Xia, this won't do. I need to find a way to poison her into silence. I was counting on Xiao Shi to get me an 8x scope. Great, now my teammates think Grandpa Zhang raises pigs. I'm deaf watching this stream. Since the host is so pretty, her voice must be amazing, right? Yep, like a lark. But a teammate's sudden remark sent the comedic effect through the roof. The viewers in the livestream went wild with laughter. Fortunately, even though they never managed to get an 8x scope, Xia Hang's masterful skills still carried him into the final circle for a chicken dinner. How long have you even been playing? How come you got the chicken dinner so easily? I play this game just for the costume changes and parachute simulation. Xia Xiaoxi asked in confusion. She wasn't exactly new to the game either. Once, she and a classmate jumped 15 times in half an hour. After that, the game had been gathering dust on her tablet. She never opened it again. She never imagined Grandpa Zhang would actually start playing it. And he'd somehow managed to rack up a KDA over 10. Grandpa Zhang, was your KDA higher or lower than this back in the war? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. Xia Hong shook his head, set down the tablet, and replied, I don't remember. The real reason for not being able to remember might be too many to count. With Grandpa Zhang's marksmanship, that's probably exactly how it was. So, is there anyone in the livestream with access to that kind of information who could find out which military unit Grandpa Zhang served in back then? Yeah. I'm super curious about Grandpa Zhang's exploits back then. Must have been pretty epic. Just as the grandfather and grandson were chatting away. Outside the old house, a car pulled up to the gate. Two familiar faces stepped out, clearly Officer Li Shui and Captain Zhang Shun. They weren't in their patrol car today, dressed in plain clothes, likely off duty. Mr. Xia, have you rested well? Zhang Shun greeted him with a smile. Nothing much. Xia Hong replied. He hadn't suffered any injuries last night. As a zombie, his physical prowess was beyond comparison to that of humans. Moreover, neither the possessing ghost nor the sorcerer posed any real threat to Xia Hang. Both encounters had been easily resolved, leaving him with almost no exhaustion. That morning, he even found the village chief and disposed of the sorcerer's corpse. He used bloodsucking to further elevate his green zombie rank, leaving him in excellent condition. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play the game so smoothly. That's good, that's good. It's New Year's Eve, so I brought some holiday treats for you. Zhang Shun carried several large and small packages, bringing quite a few gifts. Regardless of Xia Hang's mysterious and unique status, he had also assisted in solving such a major supernatural case these past few days. It was only proper to bring gifts and pay a visit. Xiao Shi, your phone. Li Shui pulled the phone box from her pocket and handed it to Xia Xiaoxi. Wow. It really is real. Xia Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. It's no wonder they say in today's society, it really pays to hang with the right people. Working with our great-grandfather Zhang, not only did my livestream viewership skyrocket, the police captain personally fawned over me, and I even got a new phone. Upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon, what a windfall. Li Shui and Xia Xiaoxi slipped into the room to test the phone. In the main hall, only Zhang Shun and Xia Hong remained. Mr. Xie, I came today for another matter concerning Hunyuan Real Estate. As you may know, this company has deep roots in Jiecheng. We'll convene an emergency meeting immediately upon returning. And we've submitted the report. The implications are likely too far-reaching. It may take some time before we reach a conclusion. Zhang Shun said solemnly. Such a large enterprise has connections at every level in Jiecheng. If it were a straightforward case of coercive buying or selling, or a personnel dispute, that would be manageable. Because those are visible. But the problem now is, the other side was resorting to underhanded tactics, using ghostly forces to commit violence and achieve their goals. Yes, they all understood the entire situation, the ins and outs. But their understanding alone is useless. So you're saying, even though we know they're unleashing ghosts to commit crimes, endangering the entire Xia village,
but we can't do anything about it? Can't arrest them, can't punish them? Xia Hong asked coldly. He wasn't naive.
He understood Zhang Shun's meaning perfectly well. If they truly pursued the crimes, such a massive enterprise would have too many tangled connections in every direction. It would likely expose numerous other high-ranking individuals. If Heng Yuan Real Estate dared to go this far for a piece of land,
how could they possibly lack any backing? But Xia Hong couldn't be bothered with such calculations.
All he knew was that delaying the revival of Xie village by even 2 days could spell disaster for everyone there. Seeing Xia Heng's expression darken, Zhang Shun broke out in a cold sweat. If he angered this master,
10 lives wouldn't be enough to withstand a single slap from Xia Hong. No. What I meant was, we just need a little more time.
The Jiecheng Bureau has already established a special investigation team to look into the senior management of Heng Yuan Real Estate.
I came to report to you immediately,
Zhang Shun hurriedly explained.
He'd anticipated Xia Heng's displeasure with the news,
but he had to grit his teeth and come anyway.
This was a direct order from above.
If he failed to handle it properly, he might lose his job. I warned you yesterday, once our plans are disrupted, they won't let it rest.
Likewise, I won't either. Since you can't resolve it, I'll handle it, Xia Hong replied.
Judging by Zhang Shun's account, this matter wouldn't be resolved for at least a year or two.
And what about after a year or two? After so much time had passed, what resolution was there to be had?
Xia Hong had never been one to swallow his pride. Not in life, and certainly not in death. Back then, if the Japanese invaders encroached on even an inch of land, Xia Hong would chop off 2 of their legs even if it meant dying in battle. But he would never accept defeat.
Xia village was nearly wiped out and now they expect us to wait for results? Sorry, I can't wait. Mr. Xie. Zhang Shun's head was spinning. Oh no, this guy's really losing it. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have come to visit today.
Xia Hong waved his hand, signaling that this matter had nothing to do with him and that he should just focus on his own duties. He understood Zhang Shun's awkward position, a rank neither high nor low, stuck in an uncomfortable middle ground. Therefore, he wouldn't make things difficult for Zhang Shun.
Ha! Grandpa Zhang, where did my tribute offerings go?
Just then, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly emerged from the room. Scratching her head, her brow furrowed, she rummaged through drawers and cabinets, searching for something.
What offerings? Xia Hong asked in confusion. The offerings I made to you a few days ago, Xia Xiaoxi replied. Xia Hong. Ha! That sounds so weird, huh? Chapter 26, Zombie emerges, first kills blood relatives. Xiaoxi, stay calm. Woke up and I'm a few versions behind? Talking to my ancestor feels so weird, huh? Xia Hong, didn't you put it away after paying respects to me? Not a single drop left, as if you feared I'd actually eat it. Xia Xiaoxi.
I can vouch for it, I was there.
Not only did Xiaoxi put away the offerings, she tried to drag great-grandpa Zhang into the ritual too. Grandpa Zhang was totally confused, worshipping himself? Pwa ha ha ha.
Li Shui and Zhang Shun listened in astonishment.
Was this kind of conversation really appropriate for the mortal world?
The more they listened, the more terrifying it felt.
No way, I'll have to go sweep my ancestors' graves when I go home in a couple days. See if I can dig up my great-grandfather too.
Li Shui made up her mind.
Watching live streams these past few days and getting to know Xia Xiaoxi, she was utterly envious. Who wouldn't want a great-grandfather who's handsome, righteous, and radiates such a strong sense of security? With a great-grandfather like that, who would even need a boyfriend? You'd better go at night and listen first to see if he's repairing the tombstone inscription. Xia Xiaoxi teased, recalling the first time she met Xia Hang. Who would have thought that Grandpa Zhang, who had sacrificed his life on the battlefield over 80 years ago, would actually come back to correct a mistake he found in his own epitaph? He wouldn't even bother sending a dream. He insisted on doing it himself. I understand.
Li Shui nodded earnestly, even pulling out her phone to jot down key points. Seeing the two girls actually start exchanging grave-sweeping tips, Xia Hong couldn't help but shake his head.
His revival had absolutely nothing to do with Xia Xiaoxi. So he asked, what do you need offerings for?
Just moments ago, she was happily testing her new phone.
Why was she suddenly looking for offerings to use when paying respects to him? Because I remembered today is New Year's Eve. In our village, when we invite our ancestors home for the new year, don't we need to go up the mountain to clean their graves beforehand? And then on the evening of the 30th, we also need to worship our ancestors at home, right?
I need to separate the offerings from last time.
The ones we've already used aren't clean anymore and can't be reused. But I clearly remember bringing them back. I saw them yesterday, so how come they're gone today? Xia Xiaoxi's brain was in overload. Sometimes things just mysteriously vanish at home. No matter how hard you search, you just can't find them. But after a few days, they might just reappear on their own. When she said it wasn't clean, she didn't mean it was literally unclean. It's just offerings used for ancestral worship or divine rituals. Once used, they're simply called unclean and can't be reused. Shaoxi's customs seem so numerous.
People in Jiecheng hold their ancestors in such high regard and respect.
Exactly.
I heard they don't worship some grand deity either, but rather ancestors who did good deeds locally or made contributions.
I love this atmosphere. Great-grandpa Zhang really seems like a deity, not like some zombie at all.
They say zombies kill their blood relatives first when they emerge, but Grandpa Zhang is so kind to Shaoxi.
He spoils her rotten.
The lodging ghost tried to choke Shaoxi, but Grandpa Zhang smashed its head to bits. Xia Hong claimed ignorance, insisting he'd never noticed such behavior.
Perhaps Xia Xiaoxi was just habitually absent-minded. Well, Mr. Xia has work to attend to. We won't keep you any longer. We'll come back after the new year to pay our respects. Zhang Shun tactfully interjected.
His primary purpose for coming today was to forcefully report to Xia Hong about a rather thorny matter concerning Hanyuan real estate.
His original intention was to request more time.
But judging by Xia Heng's attitude, he clearly wasn't willing.
He must return immediately to report.
Based on his observations of Xia Hong over the past 2 days, it was highly likely that within days, Xia Hong would rush into the city to handle it himself.
The consequences then would be severe. Take your time. Xia Hong nodded. Xiao Shui, come visit me when you have time. Xia Xiuxue called out. Hee, I might come back after dinner.
Li Shui replied. Zhang Shun and Xia Hong never expected these two girls would hit it off so well. They'd only known each other for a few days, yet they seemed so close already. Perhaps it was because they were close in age and shared similar personalities. But it must be said, both Li Shui and Xia Xiaoxi were quite attractive, and standing together, they really were a sight to behold. Xia Xiaoxi escorted them out of the residence and watched until they got into the car before turning back.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it. If I can't find it, I'll just have to stop looking for now.
I need to hurry and pack up before it's too late,
Xia Xiaoxi said hurriedly.
She logged into some communication apps on her new phone first. Then she placed the live streaming phone directly onto its stand. After all, whether she was there or not, the show's impact wouldn't change much.
As long as Xia Hong was in the frame, the viewership wouldn't drop.
Xia Hong stared into the live stream camera, locking eyes with the viewers.
Both sides fell silent. Xia Hong.
Viewers.
Xia Hong.
Viewers. Xia Hang suddenly pulled out his tablet and said, "Alright, top spender, log in."
Pwahahaha. No way, I feel like Grandpa Zhang would totally thrive sitting there. He could easily go solo, no need to be in Shaoxi's stream. The guy above is Shaoxi's alt account, secretly testing Grandpa Zhang with comments, right?
Keep streaming like this and you'll hit 100k views soon.
100,000 viewers.
He's already a green zombie with just a few thousand viewers now, about to become a flying zombie.
If he ever hit 100,000 views, what would happen then?
Once elevated to a Ba-level zombie, he could strut across the heavens and earth. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was once a zombie that reached the level of a Ba. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. Droughts raged for years, and it was a master of transformation.
It terrified the heavens into sealing the celestial gates and the underworld into closing its doors.
Capable of slaying gods above and slaughtering ghosts below, it was a zombie beyond comprehension. Over there, Xia Xiaoxi was busy preparing items for the evening ancestral worship ceremony.
But then, her phone suddenly rang. The coffin lies buried deep in the valley, no secret lasts forever.
Meddle in the world of martial arts, and you'll meet a tragic end. Only then can you escape your fate. The ringtone was rather pleasant.
Your phone, Xia Hong said. But Xia Xiaoxi hadn't heard a thing. Xia Hong glanced at the contact label, father. Though abstract, Xia Hong could tell it meant her father. Which meant it was Xia Heng's own grandson. Perfect timing, he'd never seen his grandson before. Xia Hong answered the video call. The moment it connected, the screen displayed a man with a crew cut and stubble. His face looked a bit simple-minded as he stared at Xia Hong in confusion. The two of them frowned at each other across the screen, locked in a staring contest. Xia Zhihao, Xia Hong. Xia Zhihao, Xia Hong. Hey, did I dial the wrong number? Nope, it's definitely me. I'm your daughter, right?
Xia Zhihao scratched his head, a habitual gesture.
Father and daughter indeed. He looked almost exactly like Xia Xiaoxi. Young man, who is this? How did you get my daughter's number? What's she doing? Xia Zhihao asked. Oh, she's busy. I'm your grandfather.
Chapter 27, Dad, he really is your grandfather.
Please keep reading. Xia Hong answered truthfully. Xia Zhihao, huh? You.
Shaoxi's dad was completely stunned.
My grandfather showed up. This is too crazy, my goodness. Major family reunion moment. Who wouldn't be stunned? Suddenly some handsome guy shows up and says he's your grandpa?
But Grandpa Ku was just telling the truth.
How do we handle this? Grandpa Zhang's inner monologue, my grandson looks a bit weathered. Holy crap. I'm here.
At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi hurried out of the room. Seeing Grandpa Zhang and her dad on a video call, she nearly jumped out of her skin. She did a somersault to grab the phone from Xia Heng's hand. She dashed back to her room in a flash. Only after closing the door did Xia Xiaoxi breathe a sigh of relief. She was terrified her dad's heart couldn't take it. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Who was that young man just now? How rude. He just came up and called him Grandpa. Xia Zhihao wasn't exactly angry. Young people these days just don't understand that jokes sometimes lack tact. He could understand that. But that face, it looked strangely familiar. No matter how hard he tried, he felt certain he knew the man. But for the life of him, he couldn't place it right now. This feeling was just like when Xia Xiaoxi had encountered Xia Heng on the mountain. Familiar, yet uncertain. Let me look again. I'm packing up to prepare for the ancestral rites at home. I'll be done packing soon. Xia Xiaoxi panicked and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, your mom sent me to remind you about that. Don't forget the ancestral rites at home tonight. Xia Zhihao nodded. Seeing his daughter act like a pig all the time, she often forgot important things, which was why he'd specifically called to remind her. Huh? Dad, didn't you say you still had to work today? How come you're already home? Xia Xiaoxi asked in confusion. It was precisely because her father, Xia Zhihao, was supposed to be at work today. That's why he couldn't return to pay respects to their ancestors for the new year, so he sent her back to complete the task. But judging by the background, he was clearly already home. Xia Zhihao sighed, flipped the phone's camera to the rear view. He aimed it at his own foot, now encased in a cast. He flipped the camera back and said, "Your old man's been a casualty of war these past few days." On the screen, his mother Lilan poked her head out, glared at Xia Zhihao with annoyance, and explained. Your dad's been having a run of bad luck lately. He's been losing money, tripping over things, and yesterday he even broke his leg. He's been unlucky, so he can't go to work and has to rest at home for now. Xia Xiaoxi instantly grew concerned. What? How could it be that bad? He broke his leg? Xia Xiaoxi asked urgently. Even though her father, Xia Zhihao, was still joking around, breaking his leg must be incredibly painful. And at his age, recovery would be incredibly difficult. And it happened right before the new year, truly terrible luck. That's why I'm telling you, after paying respects to our ancestors, come back home the next couple days since you won't have much else to do. Stay home and look after your dad. Mom has to go back to work after the 5th day. Lilan said. Hey, no need. I've only broken my leg, I'm not paralyzed. I can manage on my own. Xia Zhihao retorted. What do you mean no? You can't even walk properly now. Why be so formal with your own daughter? After being scolded by Lilan, Xia Zhihao finally relented. Xia Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. In this situation, she definitely needed to get back as soon as possible. After all, her father needed someone to look after him. Seeing Xia Zhihao's demeanor, Xia Xiaoxi felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. Her eyes began to redden slightly. I'll return immediately once matters back home are settled. Then, do we not need to wait for second uncle? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Right, I also need to tell you something about your second uncle. They said they'd be arriving today's flight, landing at Guangzhou airport first, then resting a day before transferring to Zhejiang. But since that one phone call last time, we haven't been able to reach him at all. I don't know if he's really coming. Making you wait at home isn't a good idea either. So I was thinking maybe you should come back first. It's New Year's, our family should gather together too. If they actually show up, you can always go back then. Xia Zhihao said. Xia Xiaoxi nodded in understanding. Though they'd never met, she somehow felt they weren't entirely trustworthy. Maybe they wouldn't even show up. What if they didn't show up? How long would she have to wait here? Her father, Xia Zhihao, still had an injury on his leg, so they should follow her mother's advice and go back to take care of him first. We'll deal with it later if he does come. If any problems arise, they'll likely contact her parents beforehand. Oh, you never told me who that young man was earlier? Why does he look so familiar to me? Xia Zhihao asked. Dad, could it be that he's actually your grandfather? Xia Xiaoxi asked timidly. After saying that, she quickly looked away. She then shifted the conversation to family matters, inquiring about her parents' well-being. Then he waited for the right moment to hang up. After the call ended, Xia Zhihao and Lilan exchanged glances. Hey, what's up with that girl? That guy looks familiar. I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. But saying he's my grandfather is ridiculous. My grandfather died over 80 years ago, right? Lilan pondered for a moment. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she hurriedly said, that's it. A few days ago, Xiaoxi also seemed to have said something nonsensical. Something about visiting a grave and finding her great-grandfather. The couple looked utterly bewildered. Considering Xia Xiaoxi's behavior, they wanted to believe but dared not, for such things were simply too bizarre. Inside the old house, Xia Xiaoxi emerged from her room and returned to the main hall. She explained the situation clearly to grandfather Xia Heng. Grandpa Zhang, we'll need to go into town together when the time comes. Xia Xiaoxi said. She couldn't possibly leave Grandpa Zhang behind in the old house. Therefore, she had no choice but to bring him home with her. She just feared her parents would be scared to death.
Xia Hong didn't mind either way.
There were no immediate threats in Xia village now.
The Hung Yuan real estate matter still needed handling, and he did need to make a trip into the city. He needed to see for himself just how deep the roots of this enterprise ran. Was it truly untouchable? Fine. If the higher-ups won't budge, he would.
Xia Xiaoxi set up the offering table, arranging joss paper, tribute items, tea, wine, incense, and candles. She also arranged a row of stools and lit 5 sticks of incense. 3 sticks of incense were offered to the ancestors, and 2 sticks to the door gods. Kneeling reverently on the ground, she pressed her palms together and murmured devoutly, "Honored ancestors, grandfather and grandmother, great-grandmother and great-grandfather." At this point, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly paused. She lifted her gaze and looked at Xia Hong, seated in the main hall.
Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Hong. A solemn silence filled the room. Xia Xiaoxi, Grandpa Zhang, why don't you join us at the table? Xia Hong, it's alright, I'm not eating. Ha ha ha. Trouble.
Grandpa Zhang is probably the eldest at this table. He should be the first to pick up his chopsticks.
Ah. This is so strange. What exactly is wrong here? Chapter 28, Grandpa Zhang casts the divination sticks and second uncle turns out to be rich? Xia Xiaoxi gasped. She couldn't imagine anyone else online having experienced something quite like this.
At home during the ancestral rites, her great-grandfather sat inside playing video games.
Soon after paying respects to the ancestors, Xia Xiaoxi began tidying up.
This time, she was much more meticulous. She gathered all the offerings used in the ceremony and placed them in the kitchen.
She didn't even put them away. They're so conspicuous, how could anyone forget them? Xia Xiaoxi murmured to herself.
The thought of the offerings from the memorial service for Grandfather Zhang a few days ago still missing made her wince.
Father had allocated funds, appointing Xia Xiaoxi as the project's chief supervisor.
She claimed the offerings were for ancestral worship, but they were undoubtedly her favorite treats. She'd even planned to snack on them during idle moments at the ancestral home these past few days.
But now they were gone. My life is truly miserable.
Xia Xiaoxi felt like her whole world was shattering as she emerged from the kitchen, muttering to herself.
Life's bitter? Xia Hong raised an eyebrow. Wasn't her life pretty cushy right now?
She ate when she was hungry and slept when she was full, and he even acted as her personal ATM.
And she even woke him up. But it did remind Xia Hong of something. Right. Fate. Earlier, he'd heard Xia Xiaoxi mention that her second uncle Xia Hang's second son had been unreachable since last time.
No one knew if something had happened or if he'd simply stood them up.
In any case, there's been no word. Plus, Xia Xiaoxi's father broke his leg, so he had to be urgently recalled. A fortune-telling session should suffice for a reading. Xia Hong suggested. Grandpa Zhang, you can read fortunes? Then could you do mine first? He. Xia Xiaoxi perked up at the mention of fortune-telling. Their generation had an inexplicable fascination with fortune-telling.
It felt like playing a game, like uncovering hidden clues.
It somehow made life feel a bit easier. You
don't need a reading. Yours is a worthless life.
Xia Hong said coldly. Xia Xiaoxi. Ha ha ha. That cracked me up. Her expression froze instantly. I heard fortune-telling isn't something you can just do on a whim.
Knowing too much can actually be a bad thing.
This bad thing wouldn't have happened at all, but after you knew about it in advance, whatever changes you made caused it to happen. Exactly. That's why I only predict my financial fortune. Grandpa Zhang actually has this trick up his sleeve. Holy cow. With 10 years of cultivation, how could he not have some divination skills?
Xia Xiaoxi pursed her lips. She waited by his side for ages, yet Xia Hong showed no sign of moving.
Grandpa Zhang seemed frozen in place. Grandpa Zhang, you frozen? Xia Xiaoxi asked, her voice tinged with irritation.
Naturally, the moment the words left her mouth, her pig brain took a solid whack.
I forgot your second uncle's birthday. Xia Hong admitted awkwardly.
It had been so long that he couldn't quite recall it at first. I thought the skill had a wind-up time, but turns out he just forgot the birthdate.
Forgot even his own second son's birthdate. Seriously. Spellcasting forced to interrupt. Xia Hong pondered for a moment.
After carefully recalling the details in his mind,
he finally nodded.
It seemed he had remembered. The birth chart refers to a person's date of birth. The year, month, day, and hour of birth.
It's somewhat like a serial number. Everyone has one. This information is essential for fortune-telling.
Xia Hong pulled 6 copper coins from his pocket, clasping them in both hands. When he went to Old Yan's office, Xia Hong had pocketed quite a few copper coins. Now, he could finally say he had copper coin freedom. Immediately afterward, Xia Hong casually flicked 6 copper coins onto the table. Instantly, the coins landed face up and face down, scattered across the table.
Xia Xiaoxi and the crowd of online viewers were utterly baffled. Grandpa Zhang, what does this mean?
Xia Xiaoxi frowned, studying them intently for a long while, yet she couldn't make out what kind of hexagram it was.
This is called the 6-yao divination with copper coins. Each coin represents one hexagram line.
By tossing the coins, we form 6 line positions.
Then we can interpret the hexagram to find the information we seek. Xia Hong explained.
Though Xia Xiaoxi didn't understand, she nodded anyway, pretending to grasp the concept. This way, she'd appear somewhat perceptive, not quite so clueless.
So, can this hexagram tell us what's going on with second uncle? Xia Xiaoxi inquired.
Xia Hong examined the copper coins on the table.
He extended 2 fingers, carefully gathering the coins back one by one,
until all 6 coins were back in his hand.
Who would have thought the kid had such a prosperous destiny? Though I'm no tycoon after all these years in business, I suppose I've accumulated a modest fortune. Xia Hong chuckled. If his birth chart is favorable, the divination won't be wrong.
By that logic, his second son had ventured out into the world at just the right time. Plus, Xia Hang's second son had always been sharper than his elder brother, making him perfectly suited for business.
Seriously? Upon hearing about the modest assets, Xia Xiaoxi's eyes lit up.
Though she knew full well it had nothing to do with her. But her inner penny pincher was triggered, instantly stirring her excitement. She'd heard her parents say before that second uncle must have done well for himself out there.
Now that even great-grandpa was saying this, it couldn't be anything but true. This is amazing. Xiaoxi actually has wealthy relatives.
Even great-grandpa says so, he must have some assets.
Rumor has it those who left back then all did quite well. Brave souls truly get to enjoy the world first. Who says that? Plenty who left ended up miserable and couldn't even escape back.
True, it's all about fate, a life of wealth and privilege.
Wish I had that kind of luck. So Grandpa Zhang, can you figure out what exactly happened to second uncle? Why can't we reach him? Could something have happened? Xia Xiaoxi pressed. All these days without a single word, it couldn't be intentional, could it? As Grandpa Zhang's own son, his character couldn't be too bad.
She'd experienced Grandpa Zhang's iron fist firsthand recently. The divination suggests potential calamity in the near future.
The specifics can't be discerned from the 6 hexagrams alone. We'll have to wait until tomorrow or the day after. If there's still no word, I'll set up an altar to determine his location. Xia Hang's expression darkened slightly as he spoke. The 6 hexagram divination with copper coins could only offer a rough indication. After all, it's just a matter of flipping a coin.
Though at first glance, the boy seemed to have a decent fate, one who could get by.
But his recent fortune is unfavorable, travel is inadvisable. There might be some unexpected changes, though it's unclear, the reading is a bit vague.
That's why Xia Hong said that if there's still no news in the next couple of days, and set up another ritual to pinpoint the exact location.
Oh, okay. Xia Xiaoxi nodded, feeling a bit worried too.
But with Grandpa Zhang around, nothing bad should happen.
Oh, Grandpa Zhang, could you take a look at my dad too?
Mom keeps saying Dad's been having terrible luck lately, everything he does goes wrong.
He keeps losing money and broke his leg, it's been awful. Xia Xiaoxi suddenly remembered to ask about her father. She hadn't known Grandpa Zhang could read fortunes before. Those charlatans' predictions were mostly fake. But her own Grandpa Zhang definitely wouldn't scam people.
With such a good opportunity, she naturally wanted to help her father ask.
Your dad doesn't need a reading. He just ran into a ghost. Chapter 29, I'm a zombie, why set up an altar for me? Please keep reading. Xia Hong replied. Ghost encounter? My dad encountered a ghost?
Though Xia Hong sounded perfectly calm, Xia Xiaoxi's mouth dropped open in shock. She'd seen ghosts with her own eyes, those things were terrifying. Now that he was saying her father, Xia Zhihao, had encountered a ghost, how could she not be worried?
Yes. It's almost certainly a ghost. Xia Hong nodded.
After hearing Xia Xiaoxi describe the situation, he'd already formed a rough judgment. It was highly probable that his eldest grandson had encountered a ghost. Sometimes, you just start feeling unlucky for no reason, nothing seems to go right. Bad luck piles up relentlessly, even threatening your health. It might not just be bad luck, it could be that you've encountered a ghost. A ghost may have latched onto you without you even realizing it. Ghosts are inherently ominous. When the living absorb their dark energy, misfortune inevitably follows. Some people have been plagued by misfortune since childhood, perhaps that spirit has never left your side. Xia Hong continued his explanation. Xia Xiaoxi listened, her hair standing on end. Holy crap! Could my constant bad luck be because some ghost is lurking around me? Something you can't touch or see, just lurking in the shadows to sabotage you. So terrifying. My spine is tingling right now. Everyone, calm down. Don't worry so much. It could just be that you're having a run of bad luck. Hey, you know how to talk. So that's what happened to my dad? Grandpa Zhang? Xia Xiaoxi asked urgently. Concerned about her own father, she was naturally very worried. Ghosts don't usually target people for no reason. There must be a reason, he must have offended or angered it somehow. Don't worry, it might just leave on its own in a couple of days.
If not, we'll wait until we reach the city, and I'll capture it then.
Don't worry, not all ghosts are as fierce as lodging spirits. Humans fear ghosts 3 parts, but ghosts fear humans 7 parts. Nothing serious will happen.
Xia Hong reassured him.
If it really turned out to be something serious.
As Xie Zhihao was his own grandson, how could he possibly stand idly by? Hearing Grandpa Zhang say this, Xia Xiaoxi finally felt at ease. With Grandpa Zhang around, even if the ghost was fierce, one punch would settle it. Amidst the commotion, night soon fell. On New Year's Eve, the village children set off firecrackers and fireworks. Even sitting inside the old house, the sounds were distinctly clear. The village chief chose not to inform the entire village about Xia Weiqiang's situation. Though he had made mistakes, he had now received his just deserts and paid with his life. After all, he had done so much for the village over the years. The village chief still wished to preserve a shred of dignity for Xia Weiqiang, though he certainly wasn't buried in the ancestral hall. And Wang and several villagers who had been at Xia Weiqiang's house that night and knew the details, along with the village chief, rushed to the old residence, Xia Hang's home, to express their gratitude. They brought many gifts, typical village fare, mostly homemade food. Regardless of quality or value, the sentiment behind them was undoubtedly sincere. Xia Hong declined to eat, so the treats went to Xia Xiaoxi beside him. Everyone showered Xia Hong with endless thanks. Having learned the truth, they all understood clearly. Had Xia Hong not arrived in time, the entire Xia family village might have faced disaster. The village chief even proposed establishing a shrine for Xia Hong, reasoning that they had always worshipped ancestral spirits anyway. Given Xia Hang's contributions to the village, establishing a divine shrine for him was only fitting. Xia Hong shook his head repeatedly. That was unnecessary. What would a zombie like him want with worship? He wasn't a ghost. He only reminded them to remain vigilant, for the village might not be completely safe yet. Let the old ancestor see. Aunt Wang approached Xia Hong, cradling her infant who had lost his father just a month ago. The infant stuck out its tongue, its large eyes bright and clear, its round little face utterly adorable. Good lad, you've come a long way. Xia Hong smiled. Haunted by a ghost from birth, the child had known no peace since entering the world. To have persevered through it all was truly remarkable. Xia Hong then pulled a protective amulet from his pocket and placed it in the child's swaddling clothes. It was a blessing for the child to be free from all taboos. Thank you, great-grandfather. Aunt Wang expressed her gratitude. Having witnessed Xia Hang's abilities, she knew anything he offered would be exceptional. As for Xia Weiqiang's son, Xia Tsuanji, upon learning of his father's death, he didn't even dare return to the village. Instead, he gathered a few men intending to collect the body and leave. The village chief would never agree to that and promptly drove them out of the village. That year, the matter was settled there. The warm, harmonious atmosphere helped Aunt Wang and the others distract themselves somewhat from the grief of losing loved ones. However, at Hangyuan Real Estate, which had been subjected to police inspections over the past 2 days, some people were losing sleep. In a towering office building in the heart of Jia City, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the vast office, dazzling fireworks flickered endlessly. The streets bustled with traffic and bright lights, seemingly filled with laughter and joy everywhere. Only this office felt unusually cold and solemn. Mr. Zhao, you wanted to see me? A middle-aged employee knocked on the office door. After receiving permission, he cautiously stepped inside. On the sofa, the man addressed as Mr. Zhao tapped his cigarette ash. He appeared to be in his early 30s, his expression deep and thoughtful. He glanced at the middle-aged employee and said, "Yes, go pack your things now. You don't need to come back. You're dismissed." Xia Tsuanji panicked upon hearing this. He hurried forward, standing beside the sofa, his voice trembling. "Mr. Zhao, my father sacrificed his life to help this company. And now you want me to be dismissed?" Zhao Chang stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and let out a long sigh. "Did it help? You've been with the company for so many years. You should know very well that I only care about results," Zhao Qing said coldly. The land acquisition in Shijia village had stalled, delaying the project's progress. And these past few days had brought nothing but trouble. Who knows if those cops have gone mad or what? They've been raiding us 3 times a day. No company could withstand this level of scrutiny. They're trying to wear us down. He's not the type to neglect connections, otherwise, the company wouldn't have grown this big. This sudden crackdown? 9 times out of 10, it means he's crossed some big shot. Zhao Qing tried pouring resources into uncovering exactly which powerful figures they'd offended. But he couldn't figure it out. The matter was far more complicated than Zhao Qing had imagined. "You!" Xia Tsuanji clearly wasn't satisfied and tried to say more. But 2 security guards grabbed him and dragged him out. Zhao Qing had no time to waste arguing with such people. Instead, he turned his attention to a live streaming account on his phone screen. This account belonged to none other than Xia Xiaoxi. That night's livestream had generated significant buzz locally. Zhao Chang naturally received the notification. The fact that the sorcerer had been taken down by this so-called Grandpa Zhang was now a minor detail. What Zhao Chang wanted to know was whether it was all because of Xia Hong. Did he really have such immense power behind him that it could drive the Jiecheng headquarters to investigate him like madmen? Damn it!
Zhao Qing's anger flared with each thought. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, "Whoever you are. In Jiecheng, even dragons must curl up for me."
Chapter 30, Visiting the Grave on the Mountain, discovering his great-grandfather was carving his own tombstone inscription?
Upon learning of the death of the sorcerer he had hired, Zhao Qing immediately began investigating the cause. Soon, an assistant discovered a video online of Xia Xiaoxi's livestream.
Zhao Qing immediately ordered an investigation into Xia Xiaoxi.
This streamer herself wasn't particularly skilled. Her account had previously been a chat streamer with only a few thousand followers. She had little popularity. But recently, her popularity had suddenly skyrocketed.
The reason?
A few days ago, a mysterious figure named Grandpa Zhang suddenly appeared in her livestream.
A companion streamer of unknown origin. What's this? A zombie rising from the grave?
In this era of traffic wars, self-media is so competitive.
Zhao Qing's first thought was, this must be the agency's script. They created this otherworldly persona, Grandpa Zhang, as a marketing ploy. To attract more traffic.
But when Zhao Cheng saw Xia Hong punch the lodging ghost to death and then heard the news that the shaman's sneak attack had failed, Zhao Qing finally realized something was seriously wrong.
What lodging ghosts? What sorcery? Zhao Qing didn't understand, nor did he need to.
All he knew was that he'd paid a hefty sum, yet the job remained undone.
All ruined by this Xia Xiaoxi's great-grandfather Zhang.
The next day, the police in Jiecheng began raiding homes like madmen.
It wasn't until nightfall that things finally calmed down a bit.
Zhao Qing suspected that it was because, despite the poor performance in the latter half of the year, the connections hadn't been properly cultivated. It seemed highly likely that higher-ups were using this incident as an excuse to target him. If that were all, the matter would actually be quite easy to resolve. A simple conversation would suffice.
What the hell is going on?
Zhao Qing snapped angrily. The land project in Xiejia village was crucial. Those Germans must have lost their minds. Jiecheng certainly had other suitable locations, yet they were fixated on that particular plot. They refused to consider alternatives, not even glancing at other options. Yet they didn't bat an eye when it came to allocating funds. Zhao Qing had to pay a hefty price to win the project bid. If the land deal falls through, not only will all that effort be wasted, but the penalty alone will cost the company a fortune.
The project absolutely had to be fully operational and construction started by February. But right now, there were still people living in the village. For now, Zhao Qing could only direct his focus toward this so-called Grandpa Zhang. No matter what, we have to get rid of the troublemakers first.
Whether it's ghosts, zombies, or even the King of Hell himself, no one stops me from making money. Zhao Qing stared coldly out the window.
Though Hunyuan Real Estate, under his family's management,
it had become the foremost enterprise in all of Jia City. Zhao Qing remained unsatisfied. The Xia Village project, which Old Master devalued so highly, was merely his first step forward. Late at night, Xiejia Village settled into quiet.
Grandfather Xia Hong and granddaughter Xia Xiaoxi had both retired to their rooms to rest.
Xia Xiaoxi was still chatting with her viewers. Earlier, she had taken her viewers out to set off fireworks during her livestream. She'd intended to invite Grandpa Zhang along, but to her surprise, he declared he was going to play a competitive match. She'd heard plenty about internet-addicted teens, but an internet-addicted great-grandfather was a first.
Xia Xiaoxi was still buzzing with excitement and couldn't fall asleep. But going out for a walk felt scary at night.
So she decided to chat with her viewers a little longer. Mainly because during the holiday season, fellow netizens tend to have more money to spare.
To rake in some coins. Streamer PK battle. Red packets tonight, guaranteed wins.
Once we win, we'll just request a refund for minors ourselves.
You won't lose anything, streamer. Yeah. Go wild, PK anyone. Give it a rest. You guys forgot last time we piked and got matched with a Japanese studies major. Grandpa Zhang nearly grabbed his gun and stormed over. The guy got so scared he quit streaming and switched majors. Ha 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 ha. I was there. Grandpa Zhang's killing intent back then was no weaker than when he hunted boarding school ghosts. They're all devils anyway, no difference.
Xia Xiaoxi watched the chat stream, pondering what kind of content she should create next.
As long as Grandpa Zhang isn't on camera,
the stream's viewership would plummet, currently hovering around 1,000 viewers. Xia Xiaoxi was quite troubled. If only Grandpa Zhang could start his own stream, it would probably take off in no time. But clearly, Xia Hong wouldn't agree to that. What Xia Xiaoxi didn't know was that Xia Hang's system was bound to his great-granddaughter's livestream channel.
Other connections just don't work, there's nothing he can do about it. It was probably because Xia Xiaoxi happened to be streaming at that exact moment, so the system had established that connection first. Late night slot, how about some snacks? Xia Xiaoxi mused. Even though she'd already eaten quite a bit that evening. For some reason, her stomach started rumbling again. Growl, rumble. So she tiptoed out of the room. The main hall was pitch black. Only the red lamp in the kitchen god's shrine above the stove glowed faintly.
Xia Xiaoxi made her way to the kitchen, intending to grab a bite of the offerings used for the evening's ancestral worship.
Has it cooled down?
Why does the main hall feel a bit chilly tonight?
Xia Xiaoxi frowned.
Her heart suddenly began to race. She had seen the real thing before, and it had scared the wits out of her. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. Now, at the slightest hint of strangeness, she instinctively thought of that possibility.
He, my little piggy cookie.
Xia Xiaoxi lurched into the kitchen, flipping on her phone's flashlight to illuminate the area. Her expression froze abruptly.
Gone.
The small table where the offerings had been placed was now completely empty. That huge bag of piglet cookies had vanished into thin air.
Impossible. I definitely left it right here. Xia Xiaoxi searched high and low, but couldn't find it anywhere. Logically speaking, such a large bag, not some small trinket, how could it just vanish? Oh no. It's gone again. Who the heck? Xia Xiaoxi was like a porcupine in a rage. Though she usually had a decent temper, her one absolute limit and sore spot was food. Finding her favorite snacks missing time and again had pushed her to the brink of collapse. This time I'm possessing Xiaoxi.
She specifically placed the items in a prominent spot in the kitchen this evening.
Right.
She definitely remembered correctly. It was right here originally.
I remember it clearly. Crying, a foodie's tears. I mean, could it be that Grandpa Zhang took them? Piglet cookies. Just hearing the name, do you think Grandpa Zhang would eat them? Ah ha ha ha. True. Grandpa Zhang is actually a zombie with a lot of baggage and it's under a personality. So, could it be, the house isn't clean?
Seeing the comments in the bullet chat,
Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but shiver.
Earlier, when she stepped out of the main hall, she kept feeling a chill down her spine.
And lately, things kept going missing. Could it be that the old house really has a ghost? Chapter 31, Rock Paper Scissors with the Mirror I won. No ghosts. Grandpa Zhang, save me. The thought sent a chill down Xia Xiaoxi's spine. She considered going to find Grandpa Zhang to ask about it.
But she feared being mocked by him, so she decided against it.
Forget it. I'll just chew on some of Aunt Wan's homemade beef jerky to calm my nerves. Xia Xiaoxi muttered resentfully.
She grabbed a piece of beef jerky and popped it into her mouth. She then walked out of the kitchen, intending to return to her room to rest. But the moment her foot stepped out of the kitchen, something seemed to flit past behind her.
A rustling sound.
A chill swept over her before vanishing into thin air. Xia Xiaoxi whipped her head around, scanning the kitchen in terror. There was clearly nothing there.
Completely empty. Don't scare me. My great-grandfather could beat any ghost when he got serious. Supreme Lord Lao Jun, be gone at once. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed in shock. Put. Everyone else asks Lao Jun to lend them his powers, but you ask him to leave? Lao Jun, huh? Me? Me leave? Seriously, you haven't learned a thing from Grandpa Zhang. But something really did flash just now. Did you guys see it? Maybe not. This sudden commotion made Xia Xiaoxi's bladder surge with urgency. She glanced at the bathroom door, steadied herself for a moment. She decided to relieve herself first, then return to her room for proper rest. Otherwise, she'd definitely have to get up again later. If she wet the bed tonight, she couldn't imagine how long Grandpa Zhang would tease her tomorrow. She had no choice but to jog to the bathroom door. Tap, tap, tap. Behind her, Xia Xiaoxi heard her own footsteps, yet it felt like more than just her own. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She approached the sink, splashed water on her face, and tried to calm herself. If you're really scared, host, why not just call Grandpa Zhang? Yeah. Don't try to tough it out. If you're scared, we're scared too. The viewers could all see Xia Xiaoxi's fear. Xia Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, still feeling embarrassed. She'd gotten up in the middle of the night to sneak a snack and failed. Now she couldn't very well call Grandpa Zhang to guard the door while she used the bathroom, could she? If there really was a ghost, that would be one thing. But what if there wasn't? How humiliating would that be? No need. I'm not scared. I'm just going to the bathroom, why would I need Grandpa Zhang? Xia Xiaoxi forced herself to stay calm. She was about to leave her phone outside and close the door. But then, a notification popped up. Hey! It's just past midnight now. They say if you look in the mirror at this hour, you might not see yourself. To find out if there's a ghost in your house, play rock paper scissors with the mirror. If you lose, well, maybe there really is a ghost in your house. Yeah. I've heard that one too. There's such a saying? Xia Xiaoxi glanced at the mirror before her. Her heart began to race. Alright. To be able to use the restroom in peace, I'll test this out for my online friends today. The mirror reflects my own face, how could I possibly lose at rock paper scissors? Let's give it a shot. Xia Xiaoxi gathered her courage and propped her phone up nearby. She stood in front of the mirror, extending her hand to play rock paper scissors. But after stepping forward, Xia Xiaoxi froze. She seemed frozen in place, as if time had stopped, staring blankly at her reflection. Streamer, did you see something in the mirror? Don't scare me. Why aren't you moving? Damn it, did you see a ghost before even playing rock paper scissors? This is bad. It's so quiet. I'm getting scared even through the screen. Move. Just move. Xia Xiaoxi's sudden stillness had the viewers in the live stream room freaked out. After a long moment, Xia Xiaoxi cupped half her face, her expression coy as she whispered, the lighting in the bathroom is just perfect. It makes me look so pretty. Holy. Does anyone have a knife? I said, does anyone have a knife? Thought I saw something. Turns out she's just showing off. I'm impressed. Ha ha ha, this is pure gold. Grandpa Zhang, hurry up and take her away. I can't watch this. This is clearly like Zhu Beiji admiring himself in the mirror. Ahem. Let's get started. I'll prove it to everyone right now, don't scare yourselves so easily. Ghosts do exist in this world, but as Grandpa Zhang said, there can't be that many. With that, Xia Xiaoxi extended her hand. Her eyes fixed on her reflection in the mirror, she began playing rock paper scissors. Scissors, rock, paper? Xia Xiaoxi muttered softly. She made the gestures for the game. First round, both chose cloth. Second time, both rock. Third time, both rock. See? Nothing there. Let's not scare ourselves. Xia Xiaoxi said. On the surface, her words were meant for the online audience. But in truth, she was reassuring herself. Now she could finally relax and take a dump, she'd been holding it in for ages. She picked up her phone from the shelf and turned to leave. But then, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly jerked back, spinning around in a swift counter-move. She crouched low and shouted, rock, paper, scissors. Catching the mirror off guard. Looking again, Xia Xiaoxi's hand formed a fist. And the Xia Xiaoxi in the mirror had clearly thrown scissors. Xia Xiaoxi's lips curled into a triumphant smile, radiating the aura of the Dragon Queen. She addressed the livestream audience, see? Not only did I not lose, I even won one round. Hee hee. Yes, you won. Do you even realize what it means to beat the mirror at rock paper scissors? Isn't winning the same as losing? Streamer, stop laughing and hurry up and run. There really is something supernatural going on. Xia Xiaoxi stared at the comments, and only then did Pig Brain realize something was wrong. With a buzz, she snapped back to reality. Right. How could she possibly win at rock paper scissors against a mirror? It should always be a tie. Right. There's something fishy here. Xia Xiaoxi screamed in fright. In an instant, the bathroom lights began flickering. The Xia Xiaoxi in the mirror gradually changed form, as if a layer of mist rose up, blurring her image. Xia Xiaoxi's first instinct was to run. But her legs felt like jelly, and she couldn't move fast. Compounded by the dim lighting, she collided with the doorframe. A crisp, loud thud echoed through the space. At that very moment, a white figure materialized before Xia Xiaoxi. Long black hair cascaded down her shoulders. She wore a white robe, her face obscured. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. A ghost. She'd come face to face with a ghost. Help! Xia Xiaoxi was about to scream. But her mouth was clamped shut by a deathly pale, icy hand, leaving her only able to make muffled sounds. It seemed the hand didn't want Xia Xiaoxi to make too much noise. Even though she'd already encountered a lodging ghost before, Xia Xiaoxi was still so terrified she trembled all over, nearly collapsing. Thud! Just as the situation reached its most critical point. A sharp, resounding smack landed squarely on the ghost in White's forehead. The pain made it involuntarily bend over, revealing Xia Hang's familiar figure behind it. Grandpa Zhang. Wah! Save me! Chapter 32, Case Solved, White-Clothed Ghost. The Thief Ghost Stealing Tribute Offerings. Xia Xiaoxi looked at Grandpa Zhang with a pouty expression, looking rather adorable. The moment Xia Hang appeared, Xia Xiaoxi felt as if the entire surroundings had suddenly brightened. Oh, the lights just stopped flickering. Oh crap! This ghost is done for. Grandpa Zhang's been alerted. One sharp tap to the head and it was sent flying straight back down. But seriously, I can't help but laugh. Just a second ago I was scared out of my wits, but now I can't hold it in. Grandpa Zhang's move? A headbutt? That's hilarious. Grandpa Zhang. How could there be ghosts in our house? Xia Xiaoxi fled behind Xia Hang and asked in alarm. Xia Hang also looked at the white-robed female ghost before him with considerable confusion. Truthfully, he had sensed the intermittent presence of yin energy in the old mansion long before. Logically, he had already used a ghost-banishing talisman to purge the old house of its ghostly energy a few days ago. And with people staying in the house these past 2 days, there shouldn't be any ghostly presence sneaking in. Even if there were, Xia Hang would have detected it immediately. The peculiarity of this white-robed female ghost lay in her elusive nature appearing and disappearing intermittently. Even Xia Hang hadn't detected her, allowing her to sneak into the old house undetected. Now, after taking a smack to the head from Xia Hang, the ghost clutched her head in pain, crouching on the floor. She didn't look the least bit menacing, a stark contrast to the parasitic ghost. Even Xia Xiaoxi gradually calmed down, her fear fading. What's that? My cookies. Xia Xiaoxi noticed something had fallen from the ghost in the white robe. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than her piggy girl cookies. Case solved.
That explains why things kept mysteriously disappearing.
Turns out this ghost was taking them. Stealing offerings. Now she's even stealing from Grandpa Zhang. How dare you?
What punishment do you deserve?
Cutting off our great-granddaughter's food supply, this won't be forgiven lightly.
Upon realizing she'd been discovered,
she hurriedly turned around, repeatedly kowtowing to Xia Hong with palpable fear. The ghostly woman wore a full set of white robes, light and airy, so ethereal it seemed as if no body lay beneath the garments.
Her entire face was concealed by long black hair, leaving one wondering how she could see it all.
She trembled only with fear, an eerie yet pitiful sight. Forget it, Grandpa Zhang. She seems kind of pitiful.
No, if she wants to eat it, let her eat it.
Xia Xiaoxi tugged at Grandpa Zhang's sleeve. Though she didn't know the full story, she could now clearly see the ghostly woman in white. Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel inexplicably sorry for her.
Plus, earlier, even though she'd been frightened, the ghostly woman in white hadn't shown any intent to harm her. Otherwise, just by covering her mouth for that brief moment, it would have had ample time to kill her.
It's not like you ate your own offerings, so why are you being so generous? Xia Hong retorted irritably. Xia Xiaoxi. He. Grandpa Zhang, she really doesn't look like she wants to harm me. What the hell is she?
Xia Hong hadn't gotten a good look earlier, but now he recognized what kind of ghost it was. This kind of ghost is called a white cloth spirit. They were common in olden times.
Timid creatures, they like to hide under trees, bridges, and other secluded spots.
Nighttime travelers often get startled by them, then fall ill for 3 to 5 days afterward. But it's never serious, they rarely harm people.
Sometimes at night on the road, you suddenly feel like something flickered around you, or something was following behind.
Only to look back and see nothing, or catch a distant glimpse of a white figure that's usually them.
Xia Hong finally explained to his great-granddaughter. Xia Xiaoxi suddenly understood. White cloth garments.
The name sounded rather peculiar. Not only timid but also fond of hiding, not at all what one would expect of a ghost. I once bumped into one on the country roads back home. When I told my mom, she kept saying it was my imagination, that I was making things up.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel this chill on my back, but when I turn around, there's nothing there.
Under trees.
Especially under those old village trees, I always feel like someone's watching me from the shadows.
So that's what this ghost is? Called the White Cloth Child? Xia Hang's explanation
immediately resonated with the online community, with many claiming they'd encountered it too. Of course, whether these accounts were genuine or fabricated remains unverifiable. But the White Cloth Child is indeed a common sight, that much is true.
Grandpa Zhang, aren't ghosts usually driven by resentment? Then what about her? She didn't seem to harbor any resentment at all.
Unlike the ghost that haunted the dormitory, Xia Xiaoxi didn't sense any resentment emanating from the woman in the white cotton shirt. Instead, every movement of the white-clad figure carried a sense of desolate loneliness.
Of course she has resentment.
But neither you nor she herself knows what she should resent. Xia Hong continued his explanation. This ghost in the white robe died in confusion. She doesn't even know how she died. All she knows is that a white cloth suddenly covered her and she became a ghost. They're rather dim-witted spirits.
They don't know whom to blame, but they died with resentment.
They drift through the mortal world trying to uncover the truth of their deaths, but most never find it. Thus their attachments remain unresolved, and they can never find liberation. Perhaps only when she comes to terms with it herself can she be guided to enlightenment.
Xia Xiaoxi grew somber as she listened.
If that's the case, then that girl in the white shirt is truly pitiful. Dying in confusion, unable to uncover the truth behind their death, doomed to be trapped forever in their own obsession.
When would it ever end? No one knew. In boundless solitude, unresolved obsession only deepens the torment. How could the white-clad figure suddenly come to terms with it and liberate herself? The odds are too slim. How pitiful. Xia Xiaoxi's heart twisted into a knot.
Summoning her courage, she stepped forward to help the white-clad figure to her feet.
With Grandpa Zhang present, she felt bolder.
The bone-chilling coldness made Xia Xiaoxi shiver.
Grandpa Zhang? She seems not quite right?
After Xia Xiaoxi helped the woman in the white cotton shirt to her feet,
only then did she notice something amiss with the white-clad figure.
Not only was one arm missing, but where her hair didn't cover her neck were fresh, crimson bite marks. Xia Xiaoxi reached out to part the white-clad figure's hair and inspect the wounds. But the white-clad figure recoiled in terror, pressing herself against the wall.
She's badly injured. If she doesn't receive treatment promptly, she might lose her soul within days. No wonder she stole the offerings. Xia Hong sighed.
Only now did he understand why the white-robed figure had risked being killed by him to steal the offerings. It turned out the injuries were too severe. Once a ghost dies again, it's truly the end, nothing remains.
How could this happen? Who could have wounded her so badly, and how did she end up in our home? Chapter 33, My great-grandfather's character. His corpse was in excellent condition. Xia Xiaoxi asked anxiously. Xia Hong stepped forward, knowing the white-clad figure would be frightened.
The moment he drew near, he swiftly drew a ghost-binding talisman from behind his back and pressed it directly onto the white-clad apparition.
For a minor spirit like the white-cloth figure, a single talisman was easily enough to subdue it. Sure enough, upon contact with the talisman, the white-clothed spirit froze instantly, ceasing all movement. Xia Hong gently parted the ghost's hair, finally getting a clear look at its injuries.
They were far worse than he had imagined.
Upon seeing the wounds, Xia Xiaoxi's face instantly drained of color, her pupils trembling.
The wounds on the white-clothed ghost were nothing short of horrifying.
Every exposed inch of skin
had been torn and bitten, leaving patches of flesh festering and rotting. There was scarcely a single intact spot. Even half of his face was covered in claw marks. Though the wounds were dense, it was clear. This girl in the white cloth shirt had been no more than 20 years old when she died. Her well-defined features suggested she must have been quite attractive under normal circumstances. Such a lovely girl, now reduced to this ghastly state.
Even Xia Hong couldn't help but feel pity for her.
These wounds were likely inflicted by a parasitic ghost. Xia Hong examined the wounds, finding them increasingly familiar. Both the black handprints and the bite marks matched those of the lodging ghost perfectly. Combined with the little white flag he'd brought back that day,
Xia Hong began to piece together the answer in his mind. On the small white flag, besides the Taoist soul summoning symbols, there were also some characters Xia Hong couldn't decipher.
They were likely the incantations and rituals used by those sorcerers.
This allowed the flag to both contain ghostly entities and absorb yin energy to remain undetected. A lodging ghost? But wasn't it killed by you, Grandfather Zhang? Xia Xiaoxi pressed.
That's why the white-clad figure dared to show itself.
Xia Hong replied.
Simultaneously, he began to speculate inwardly. The only possibility he could think of was that the lodging ghost was too stubborn.
Under normal circumstances, even a shaman would struggle to control it.
Much less when it was that old man Xia Weiqiang holding the flag to bind the lodging ghost. Therefore, to prevent the lodging ghost from escaping and failing to return, and to ensure it could remain within the small white flag, the shaman had cast a spell in advance during the ritual preparation of the white flag. They brutally murdered an innocent young girl, then sealed her spirit within the white flag. This effectively provided the lodging ghost with a ghostly maid or even a toy for its rampage. This appeased the lodging ghost, ensuring it would obediently remain within the white flag. After all, according to the original plan, once the lodging ghost emerged, how many people in Xia village could possibly die? It would be swiftly subdued, the task completed in mere days. If the white-clad girl was played to death within the small white flag, so be it, the shaman couldn't care less. Afterward, the white-clad figure was too severely injured. Taking advantage of the lodging ghost's absence from the small white flag, he could only sneak out to steal offerings. Offerings touched by incense smoke are nourishment for spirits and ghosts. But they held no power over Xia Hong, the undead. We'll talk about it later. Xia Hong glanced at his phone. The live stream's viewership had surged again thanks to Xia Hong and the ghost's appearance. So pitiful. How did it get hurt so badly? Dying in such a senseless way was tragic enough, but to be tortured like this after death? Who on earth is abusing her? Oh my god, she looks so beautiful, but her face is completely chewed up and disfigured. Damn it! Didn't Grandpa Zhang in the white shirt say it wasn't the kind of ghost that harms people? Who could be so heartless? Hey, why did the stream go dark again? It keeps cutting out? Xia Xiaoxi's viewers have gotten used to it lately. Every time the stream hits a crucial moment, it cuts out. It's driving me crazy. What can you do? You just want to watch. Before it was the iPhone running out of battery, but what's going on now? Oh, turns out Xia Hong manually shut it down. Then Xia Hong removed the talisman. Only then did the white-clad figure resume moving. The white-clad figure strained desperately to speak. But a ghost like the white-cloth figure was merely a lowly minion among spirits. Simply put, it hadn't even attained the privilege to speak. It made muffled sounds, somewhat like a deaf-mute speech. Yet these two cries carried a profound sense of sorrow. Alright, relax. I won't harm you. Just stay within the white flag for now. I'll repair your ghostly form. Xia Hong sighed. He simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. Just as Xia Xiaoxi had said, she was truly pitiful. His own great-granddaughter was about the same age, and Xia Hong couldn't help but feel pity. Besides, the white-clad spirit hadn't harmed anyone or taken lives. It wasn't a malevolent ghost. Within Taoist arts, many techniques specialized in healing ghostly bodies. Therefore, not all spirits deserve to be killed outright. Helping them when possible counted as accumulating merit in the afterlife. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing Xia Hong's words, the white-clad spirit was moved to tears. She knelt heavily on the ground, kowtowing to Xia Hong in profound gratitude. Even after stealing the offerings, her injuries were so severe that she couldn't hold on much longer. The memory of her ordeal at the hands of the parasitic ghosts within the little white banner still sent shivers down her spine. Bai Bushanzi still trembled with fear. My great-grandfather's character, his zombie goods were top-notch.
If I say I'll help you, I definitely will. Don't worry. Xia Xiaoxi looked at Grandpa Zhang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He's practically the perfect role model. She made up her mind, when she looked for a boyfriend in the future, she'd definitely use Grandpa Zhang as her standard. But it won't be for free. For now, you'll stay with me and take care of this pig, that's your task. Xia Hong added. Xia Xiaoxi, we just met. Give me some face. After all, the white-clad figure was still a ghost. Since its lingering attachment won't fade, it can't be reincarnated anytime soon. Might as well keep it around for now. Guarding the house and grounds, it could be considered a helping hand. If Xia Xiaoxi needed anything, she could always notify Xia Hong. When the time comes, if a way to guide her to enlightenment is found, then help her find it. The white-clad spirit nodded repeatedly. Of course she agreed. She had stolen offerings, yet Xia Hong not only spared her life but also tended to her wounds. Looking after Xia Xiaoxi was infinitely better than remaining a wandering spirit. Swish! Xia Hong reclaimed her into the small white flag. Night had fallen. Even if he wanted to treat her now, it was impossible. He'd have to contact Old Yin tomorrow to get some materials. Xia Xiaoxi's curiosity was piqued. Xia Hong hadn't explained clearly during the live stream earlier. Only now did he explain it to her. Listening to it, Xia Xiaoxi was so furious her teeth nearly shattered. She cursed those black magic practitioners as inhuman. How could they ruin a perfectly good young girl like that? Fuming, she dragged Xia Hong along, chattering non-stop until he finally kicked her back into the room, where she finally quieted down. The next day, Xia Hong hadn't even gone to see Old Yin yet. Old Yin called him himself. Mr. Xia, in my current condition, I can only offer you virtual New Year greetings. My sincerest apologies. On the other end of the call, Old Yin lay in his hospital bed. His body was wrapped like a mummy, looking slightly comical. Please have Xiaoxi send me the account number we discussed earlier. The bonus has come through. I'll transfer it to you, there's about 20,000. Chapter 34, Grandpa Zhang's red envelope, unbelievably generous. Please keep reading. As for the rest, like medical subsidies and such, those definitely couldn't be cashed out for Xia Hong. Alright. Xia Hong was straightforward about it. Since they insisted on giving it, he'd take it. Money was always important, no matter the era. He summoned Xia Xiaoxi and had her provide her card number. Me? My card number? Xia Xiaoxi looked at Xia Hong in confusion, not expecting great-grandpa Zhang to suddenly ask for her card number. Ah, silly girl, your great-grandfather wants to give you a New Year's red envelope. Old Yin chuckled. Is there such a good thing? Xia Xiaoxi instantly perked up. She'd been feeling sleepy, but at the mention of a red envelope, her mouth stretched into a wide grin. She immediately sent her card number to Old Yin. With a wave of his hand, Yen Lao signaled his assistant, who promptly began tapping away on a phone. Within seconds, Xia Xiaoxi's phone buzzed with a text message. Ding! Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly opened the message and nearly dropped her jaw so hard it could have pitted the floor. She counted the digits one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, Dad. 26 million? 26 million? That much? Xia Xiaoxi's hands began trembling uncontrollably. She had never seen so much money in her entire life. That's right, 25,000. The extra 10,000 is my way of wishing Mr. Xia a Happy New Year since I couldn't come in person. A small token for the child. Old Yen said with a smile. When it came to social etiquette and human relations, he knew exactly how to handle things. Especially with Xia Hong, it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. When Xia Hong first met Old Yen, he had assumed Old Yen was the stern, unyielding type, a serious old stick in the mud. But appearances can be deceiving. Who knew he was such a sly old fox behind closed doors? Grandpa Zhang, are you really leaving this money with me? Xia Xiaoxi asked nervously. This was no small sum. Back when she was at the peak of her popularity, she wouldn't have made this much even after streaming for 3 to 5 years. It's not much. Just take it. Xia Hong nodded. He wasn't unaware of current prices. Over 200,000 yuan, it seemed like a lot, yet it was actually quite little. It was a small New Year's gift for his great-granddaughter after her resurrection from the grave. Thank you, great-grandpa. I'm sticking with you from now on. No way. Are you serious? I'm gonna faint. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. What they say online is absolutely true. Choosing the right people matters far more than sheer effort. 260,000 yuan. Think of all the food that could buy. No wonder it had to be Grandpa Zhang. Seeing his great-granddaughter acting so pathetic, Xia Hong said irritably, work on your tolerance level. Compared to the envelope Xia Hong had given her earlier. What's 26,000 even worth? With such a narrow tolerance, when the day comes that the envelope is actually needed, won't she just faint from shock? Got it. Hanging with this grandpa-granddaughter team means you gotta think bigger. Xia Xiaoxi nodded emphatically. Forget looking for a crappy job. She'd dedicate her entire life to honoring great-grandpa Zhang.
Xia Hong shooed the useless pig-headed girl out and turned to discuss serious matters with old Yen.
Thanks to Mr. Xia's efforts. In our circle before, we spread awareness and educated people about various taboos concerning spirits and ghosts. People used to treat it all as entertainment. Now that more believers have emerged, we can finally eat our fill. My reputation as an advisor has really taken off in Jia City.
Old Yen expressed his gratitude.
In times of peace, spirits keep their distance. Few in this era are willing to believe in the profession of yin-yang masters.
It's not that old Yen and his colleagues haven't tried promoting it, nor are there restrictions from above.
But it just doesn't catch on.
This time, thanks to Xia Hang's appearance and his great-granddaughter's livestream,
they've generated a massive wave of attention in Jia City.
The topic ghosts truly exist in this world became a trending hot topic. This indirectly boosted old Yen's visibility, and the long-term benefits it brought him far exceeded the mere 20,000 yuan.
So naturally, he had to thank Xia Hang. Doesn't the government have restrictions on this? Xia Hong was quite curious. Logically speaking, this should be considered promoting feudal superstition. How could the higher-ups not impose restrictions? Nope.
When it comes to the real deal, the higher-ups actually encourage more people to learn about it and take precautions.
What we're doing isn't superstition, it's a life or death struggle with ghosts.
If they didn't take it seriously, they wouldn't have created a specialized consultant position like mine, let alone provide such generous subsidies. Other professions may be dangerous too, but few pay this well.
Old Yen explained. That much was true, dangerous jobs were everywhere. But a single mission yielding over 200,000 yuan in personal rewards? That's exceptionally rare.
Taking advantage of the current buzz, old Yen continued. He released quite a few videos explaining the existence of ghosts, which significantly boosted his follower count.
All right. Xia Hong agreed, shifting to the matter at hand. He recounted to old Yen the discovery of the white-clad figure from the previous night. What? Damn it, these black magicians are truly inhuman.
I've run into them plenty of times over the years.
Not a single one's decent.
They'll stop at nothing to get what they want. Yet their shady dealings somehow win the favor of the powerful and privileged. Old Yen listened, his anger boiling over. After all, in all his years as a spiritual advisor, he'd encountered countless bizarre incidents. These people are utterly depraved, there's nothing more to say. A perfectly good girl, ruined into a shroud, then tormented by a lodged ghost. They didn't need to act openly, nor did they need to lift a finger themselves. All they had to do was pay a sorcerer to settle the matter. It seemed the most fitting solution for those people.
I'll have someone deliver it to you. Just tell me what you need.
It's just that I'm not available right now, otherwise I'd have delivered it myself.
Old Yen said apologetically. Xia Hong certainly wasn't the type to hold a grudge.
The man was practically wrapped like a mummy, it would likely be months before he could move freely. So Xia Hong verbally listed all the items he needed for old Yen. As a veteran Taoist priest of the Maoshan sect with years of cultivation, he understood nearly everything Xia Hong mentioned and had the materials on hand.
Just as Xia Hong finished his instructions and prepared to hang up,
Yen Lao hesitated slightly before saying, "Oh, there's something I'm not sure if I should ask, Mr. Xia."
"Go ahead," Xia Hong replied.
He usually had no reservations about such matters, and old Yen wasn't a bad person.
"I've always been puzzled by one thing. Since you are a zombie, shouldn't retain consciousness. Of course, I mean no offense. Truthfully, I've scoured ancient texts these past 2 days and still can't find an explanation. I've come specifically to seek your insight."
Old Yen sighed. From the moment he first laid eyes on Xia Hong, doubts had plagued him.
Add to that Xia Hang's astonishing display during his battle with the parasitic ghost. It had even led old Yen to doubt whether Xia Hong was truly a zombie.
For those who study the Tao, when their thoughts become tangled and they get stuck on a problem without finding an answer, it is an agonizing experience.
That was why he'd mustered the courage to question Xia Hang. Chapter 35, The Origin of Zombies. Does Xia Hang's soul still exist? Please keep reading. This I cannot disclose. Xia Hang's reply was blunt, meaning he couldn't discuss it, so don't ask. He couldn't very well say, "Of course you can't find it because I've got a system, you know?" Understood.
My apologies for overstepping. Old Yen, a seasoned veteran, wasn't the type to miss a hint. At this point, he should have stopped, but surprisingly, he pressed on. "I mainly wanted to remind you, sir, is it possible your soul might still linger in this world? It might prove useful to you. If you need it, I can look into it for you after I'm discharged in a few days. As everyone knows, zombies are merely mutated corpses after death, they possess no soul." After much deliberation and poring over countless texts, the only possibility old Yen could conceive was that within Xia Hang's zombie body, perhaps the soul had not departed, but remained within. If controlled by a soul, Xia Hang's intact consciousness would make sense. However, judging from the conversation between old Yen and Xia Hong, this likely isn't the case. If not, then it was even more terrifying. Human potential is truly immense. Every part of the body holds immense potential. When combined and integrated into a complete human being, that is when it becomes most powerful. Yet ordinary people rarely unlock this inherent power.
Ironically, disembodied specters become ferocious beyond measure, and soulless zombies grow as fierce as beasts. Therefore, if Xia Hang is already this formidable now, if he were to regain his former soul while still possessing his current zombie form, Old Yen could scarcely imagine how terrifying Xia Hang would become. Soul? Xia Hang paused. Indeed, he himself couldn't be certain whether his soul had been reincarnated all these years after dying in battle. Logically speaking, having perished on the battlefield without annihilating the enemy and witnessing the nation's peace, it was indeed highly likely that his soul refused to depart, lingering in this world. Xia Hang hadn't considered this possibility before, but he understood what Old Yen meant. Throughout historical records, only one being was known to possess a soul within a zombie's body. Legend holds her to be Nuba, daughter of the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan and progenitor of all zombies. She played a pivotal role in the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, and was later revered as the goddess of drought. Yes. You are different from ordinary zombies. You should definitely give it a try. Old Yen continued. The reason was that Xia Hang possessed consciousness and understood Taoist arts. Other zombies possess virtually no intelligence, existing solely to kill. Once their souls are reclaimed and reunited, Old Yen dared not imagine the consequences. Such an entity guarding the nation, how terrifying would that be? Xia Hang seemed deep in thought. After a moment's pause, he said, "We'll discuss this matter once you're out." After all these years, there was no need to rush it. Old Yen acknowledged this, exchanged a few more brief words, and ended the call. The efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour or so, someone delivered the items to Xia village. Xia Hang wasted no time, immediately setting up the ritual altar. Using Taoist ghost healing techniques, he helped the white-clad figure repair its spectral form. If nothing else, it required a considerable amount of rat blood. Rat blood possessed extreme properties, making it the most suitable tonic for ghosts after refinement. Given the severity of the white-clothed man's injuries, Xia Hang prepared a substantial amount in one go. He stored it away for the white-clad one to use gradually in healing himself. At this rate, he should be able to heal him almost completely in 3 to 5 days. Good, good, good. The white-clad figure smacked her lips, wanting to say something, but her words just wouldn't form. Xia Hang shook his head, urging her to rest properly and avoid going out much in the coming days. They'd discuss things once her injuries were fully healed. Back in the little white flag, it floated up and obediently circled around Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Hang's request to watch over Xia Xiaoxi was always on her mind. "Grandpa Zhang, is there no way to make Xiaobai speak?" Xia Xiaoxi inquired. Every time she heard the white cloth figure trying to speak but unable to, she always felt a pang of guilt. She just hasn't reached the stage where she can speak human language yet. But she can't speak human language. You, on the other hand, have the chance to speak ghostly words. Xia Hang chuckled after a moment's thought. Really? As long as I can talk to Xiaobai, that's all that matters. What's the trick? Teach me. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed with delight. Human words or ghost words, it doesn't matter. As long as you can communicate. Eat dirt. Xia Hang replied. Xia Xiaoxi. Are you serious? You're not just messing with me, are you? Believe it or not. Xia Hang left the remark hanging and went back to his own business. After all, the jar had been opened, and there had been no word from his second son these past 2 days. To say Xia Hang wasn't worried would be a lie. As an elder, his heart was entirely devoted to his descendants. He performed rituals to divine his second son's whereabouts and circumstances. He inscribed the boy's birthdate and time onto a small paper effigy, chanting incantations over it. As the paper figure burned, he could glimpse his second son's current state. Not bad. The calamity seems to have passed. Xia Hang breathed a sigh of relief. The location was slightly south of the west. He should be able to return soon. As long as he's safe, Xia Hang couldn't care less. A few days prior, Xia Hang had discussed with the village chief the issue of that old willow tree in the village, the one notorious for harboring spirits. The village chief had just finished celebrating the new year and was immediately preparing to take action. The plan was to relocate the ancient willow tree. But a tree over 100 years old, especially a willow, a tree associated with the underworld, couldn't simply be cut down or moved at will. The process must be performed at midnight, following the proper rituals and ceremonies. Fearing his own skills were insufficient, the village chief made a special trip that evening to invite Xia Hang to take a look. Xia Hang had nothing better to do anyway, and since he was heading into town tomorrow, he agreed to take a look. Xia Xiaoxi, upon hearing about the willow tree harboring a ghost, was too frightened to venture out and stayed behind at the ancestral home. She crawled into bed early that night. Meanwhile, a black 7-seater van pulled up at the village entrance. Several people stepped out. This is the village, right? That's right, Xia village. Follow my lead once we're inside. Leading the group was a short, plump woman wearing half-rimmed glasses and dyed blonde hair. Her voice sounded eerily familiar. It was undoubtedly the female supervisor from Xia Xiaoxi's live streaming company. Ever since Xia Hong had berated her over the phone that day, she couldn't shake the feeling of injustice. That girl's popularity keeps soaring lately. We must ensure she cooperates fully with our work arrangements. She didn't sign that contract for nothing, the female manager said in a low voice. Online buzz comes and goes in waves. Suing Xia Xiaoxi now might win, but the process would drag on too long. Missing out on this wave of popularity would be a huge loss. So, they decided to confront Xia Xiaoxi face to face and have a serious talk. They'd use whatever means necessary, be it legal or otherwise. They'd handled countless issues with young female streamers like this every year. Footsteps drew ever closer to the old house. Xia Xiaoxi slept like a log, her snores deafening. But the little white flag sensed the unusual sounds and drifted slowly out of the room. Chapter 36, Intimidation at the Door. What the hell is that ghost in the room? Sis Lin, is this the place? The group arrived at the old house where Xia Xiaoxi lived. By now, night had fallen completely. Most villagers were already asleep, and since they hadn't driven their car into the village, therefore, no one noticed them. Yes, this is the correct address. Lin Hua, the female supervisor known as Sister Lin, glanced around before confirming. When Xia Xiaoxi signed the contract with them earlier, the address was listed on her ID card. Plus, footage of the old house had appeared in Xia Xiaoxi's livestream just a couple days ago. So Lin Hua quickly confirmed this was indeed the right place. Our purpose in coming here is clear, right? We won't do anything illegal. But we still need to teach that girl a lesson. She needs to understand our company isn't somewhere you can just walk in and out of whenever you please. Lin Hua addressed the group of burly men behind him. Physical force was still off limits, but they had to make sure Xia Xiaoxi felt the pressure. She's just a girl. Create the illusion that disobedience will lead to harsh consequences. Intimidate her a bit, surely she'll start promoting our products obediently? Understood. The burly man responded earnestly. The next second, Lin Hua delivered a sharp slap to his bald forehead. Did you scrub your brain away with all that fat? Why are you shouting like that? Afraid no one can hear you? Lin Hua snapped irritably. He shot a dismissive glance at the muscle-bound, dim-witted men. He made a waving gesture, signaling them to get moving. They easily scaled the wall, casually tossing Lin Hua over the top. Once we're inside, the moment you spot her, restrain her immediately. After I scare the hell out of her with my threats and she signs the new contract, we're out of here. Lin Hua reiterated. She was already highly skilled at this kind of job. Dealing with inexperienced young girls was practically a sure thing. The group crept into the courtyard. The pitch-black surroundings forced them to slow their pace. Sis Lin, why does it feel so cold after we climbed into the yard? The bald giant whispered. It's perfectly normal for indoor temperatures to be lower than outdoors in Jiqing. Don't make a fuss. Lin Hua snapped irritably. Footsteps rustled closer, creeping toward the main hall. Swoosh. The others, startled by the sound, whipped around to look. But behind them, the space was clearly empty. Nothing was there. Did something just drift past us? The big guy asked again. Piao Wan, stop freaking yourself out. It's just a live stream. We've been doing this content creation for years. Do you really think there could be ghosts in the room? Lin Hua snapped. She was convinced that Xia Xiaoxi had simply stumbled upon a great script, instantly boosting her popularity. That was precisely why she was jealous. She had to get something out of Xia Xiaoxi. The others walked ahead. Lin Hua suddenly felt as if a hand had rested on her shoulder. Pressing her lips together lightly, she brushed the hand off her shoulder. A seductive smile spread across her plump face, as if it could drip with oil at any moment. I knew you weren't holding back, spouting nonsense ever since we walked in. Business comes first. Wait until we get back, then come find me in my room. But before she could finish speaking, that hand reached over again. This time, Lin Hua lost her patience. Her voice grew much louder as she snapped, Xiangzi, I told you not to rush. Careful, or I'll chop your hand off. Hearing the commotion, the people ahead couldn't stifle their laughter. They whispered, Xiangzi, you're really starving. You've got an appetite for even Sister Lin? You'll eat anything. But when she turned around, they saw the bald giant Xiangzi clearly standing at the farthest end of the courtyard. Hearing their voices, he turned around blankly. What do you want? Only then did everyone realize Sister Lin had been talking to herself. But Sis Lin's condition usually settles down with a couple spoonfuls of cooking wine. Ha 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 ha. Hearing herself being mocked by these people, Lin Hua nearly cursed out loud in anger. If they weren't busy with important matters, each of them would have gotten a slap across the face. But for now, she had to swallow her anger. If it wasn't Xiangzi, then whose hand had just rested on her shoulder? The realization sent a chill down her spine. Which meant, there had been no one beside her just now. Her eyes darted around nervously, but she saw nothing. Could it be, there really was some kind of ghostly presence? But Sister Lin didn't voice her thoughts. Instead, she followed the others deeper inside.
Meanwhile, the small white flag drifted back through the window into Xia Xiaoxi's room. Seeing that she couldn't scare Lin Hua and the others away, the white-clad figure could only enter first to notify Xia Xiaoxi. The white-clad figure stood by the bedside and reached out to pat Xia Xiaoxi. But who knew this one was sleeping like a dead pig at that moment? The more it patted, the louder the snoring grew. Frustrated, the white-clad figure paced anxiously beside the bed. After much deliberation, she finally blew a sharp blast of cold air into her palm. His icy, merciless hand plunged straight into Xia Xiaoxi's collar. SSSS-level. Arg! Xia Xiaoxi instantly woke up from the shock, yelping in pain. As soon as she opened her eyes, she noticed the white-clad figure urgently calling her name. "What's up, little bai? In the middle of the night?" Xia Xiaoxi rubbed her eyes, puzzled. The white-clad figure grabbed Xia Xiaoxi and pulled her to the window. Pointing outside at Lin Hua and the others creeping closer, it mumbled incoherently. How could someone be breaking into the house? Xia Xiaoxi snapped awake in fright upon seeing them. At the same time, Lin Hua, who had already reached the main hall, spotted Xia Xiaoxi's head at the window. There! Lin Hua smiled and beckoned with a light wave of his hand. Xiangzi and the other burly men instantly appeared behind Lin Hua. The supervisor? Xia Xiaoxi's mind buzzed. She had long known the company wouldn't let this go so easily. But she never imagined they'd be bold enough to go this far. Chasing her all the way to her home in the dead of night. And with so many people? What were they planning to do to a young girl like her? The white-clad figure clutched Xia Xiaoxi's clothes tightly. Her mouth was frantically shouting something. Xia Xiaoxi was frantic too, urgently asking, "What do you need to say, little bai? They're almost here. Is there anything we can do? Tell me quickly." But Xia Xiaoxi had heard from Grandpa Zhang before that the white-cloth figure couldn't speak human language. With that thought, Xia Xiaoxi pulled out the soft clay she prepared days ago but never dared to use. She wanted to hear what solution the white-clothed figure had in such a panic. Then, she stuffed the soft earth into her mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it whole. That earthy taste was absolutely awful. But the instant she swallowed it, the indistinct mumbling from the white-clad figure suddenly became crystal clear. "Little bai, hurry up and tell me. What's your plan?" Xia Xiaoxi asked urgently, looking at the white-cloth shirt expectantly. "Run, run!" The white-cloth garment shouted. Xia Xiaoxi. Chapter 37, Xia Heng, how dare you bully my great-granddaughter right in my own home? She thought the white-clad figure had been shouting all this time because he had some plan. Turns out he was just yelling at her to run? Well, that was a waste of dirt. This is trespassing. Do you know that's illegal? Get out immediately, or I'll call the police. Xia Xiaoxi knew she'd been spotted, so she stepped outside and mustered her courage to shout. But her legs trembled with nervousness. The oppressive pressure these people gave her was no weaker than that of ghostly entities. She'd heard before that to control their streamers. And she'd assumed it only existed online. She never imagined she'd actually witness it firsthand. They even barged into her home in the dead of night. Did you hear that? I'm calling the police. Lin Hua barked the order. The burly men behind him immediately charged forward, rushing towards Xia Xiaoxi. One grabbed each of Xia Xiaoxi's hands from either side. Do you realize you're breaking the law? If my great-grandfather comes back, you'll be in big trouble. Xia Xiaoxi cried out in fear. Try calling the police if you dare. Do you really think a little girl like you can take on the company? And you dare mention your great-grandfather? Are you really that into the role? Do you really think your great-grandfather is some kind of super zombie? If he hadn't dared to insult me like that last time, I wouldn't have rushed over to find you like this. Lin Hua couldn't help but get angry whenever she mentioned Xia Heng. After all these years as a supervisor, this was the first time she'd been berated by someone below her in rank. She pulled a new contract from her bag and placed it on the table. Let me be perfectly clear, she said. These past few days have given you a taste of what it's like to work in the internet industry. But if you want to keep working in Jiacheng's internet industry, sign this contract. We are the largest streamer training company in all of Jiacheng. Otherwise, if the pot breaks, no one gets to eat. Lin Hua delivered the ultimatum, pointing at the contract. That was the sole purpose of her visit today. Bringing a whole crew of burly men, no questions asked. First intimidate the young girl, trick her into signing the contract, and that'd be the end of it. Usually, this kind of show of force was enough to intimidate anyone. The key was to make the company sound well-connected and ruthless. It was all about that element of surprise, that overwhelming presence, to make it seem like they could really shut her down. I won't sign it. Go ahead and blacklist me if you dare. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't exactly a pushover. The more Lin Hua tried to intimidate her, the less she wanted to back down. She bit down hard on Xiangzi's hand, her bite force rivaling that of a full-grown porcupine. The pain made Xiangzi wince and grimace. He couldn't hold back any longer and was about to lay hands on Xia Xiaoxi. Lin Hua inwardly cursed his luck. He dared not actually strike her. If he did, he'd never intimidate anyone again. Before he could intervene, Xiangzi's hand was already swinging towards Xia Xiaoxi.
Just then, inside the room,
The figure in the white shirt suddenly burst out of the room. In the eyes of the crowd, a white figure drifted past. Simultaneously, the air around them seemed to grow bitterly cold. Ghost! Ghost! Xiangzi's pupils dilated in terror as he screamed. The white-clad figure's hair drifted wildly, its entire body shrouded in white, appearing even more eerie in the darkness.
It was the classic female ghost look straight out of the movies.
Instantly, the group recoiled in terror.
Don't be scared, it's just a ghost trick.
Hold her down to get her to sign the contract. Manhwa was panicked, but her mind was still on the contract. With that white-clad ghostly look, getting her to sign the contract and stream together would guarantee sky-high viewership.
You think you're so spooky? Take this roundhouse kick.
Xiangzi regained his composure, gathered his strength, and launched a sweeping kick at the white cloth-clad figure. But the kick passed right through her without any resistance.
Xiangzi suddenly looked down. Empty.
Beneath the white robe, there was nothing, no legs.
No.
Strictly speaking, his feet weren't even touching the ground, they were floating mid-air.
3 feet off the ground, it's a ghost. Xiangzi was terrified and turned to run. Now everyone was completely panicked. Who could have imagined Xiaoxi's home would harbor the real deal?
They scrambled frantically toward the courtyard exit.
But Xiaoxi saw the tide turning.
She wasn't the type to show mercy when she could strike.
She shouted, "Shabai, get him!" The white-clad figure blinked blankly, seemingly realizing they feared it.
He then slowly drifted forward to pursue them, as Xiaoxi had commanded. Xiangzi and the other burly men leapt over the wall in a single bound. But Manhwa wasn't like them. He took one leap of faith and crashed straight into the ground.
Thud! The dull thud of a pig's head hitting the ground echoed, making Xiaoxi feel as if the entire old mansion was trembling. Ah! Don't come over!
Ignoring the pain, Manhwa curled up against the wall. Paralyzed with fear, she dared not move. But the figure in the white shirt had already closed the distance.
Xiaobai, teach her a lesson. Xiaoxi snapped angrily.
As the saying goes, a dog takes courage from its master, a person takes courage from a ghost.
Xiaoxi regained her boldness. Oh.
With Xia Heng's prior instructions in mind, the white-clad figure heard Xiaoxi's words.
He processed her words in his mind, pausing for half a second.
Then, his hands formed claws as he adopted a slightly menacing expression, not quite fierce, but definitely intimidating.
He lunged straight for Supervisor Manhwa. Help me.
Manhwa nearly lost his soul in fright, his gut-wrenching regret turning green. Who could have guessed that Xiaoxi was playing for real in her livestream?
If others believed it, that was one thing. But as a media company supervisor? Professional integrity told her never to trust anything online.
This time she'd really messed up, walking right into the ghost's trap. But just as the white cloth was about to touch Manhwa, a jade-green aura flared around Manhwa's neck, forcing the white-clad figure to fly backward and crash heavily to the ground.
What?
Manhwa quickly pulled the guanyin amulet from her collar.
Oh? So you're afraid of this?
Seeing the white cloth figure's terrified expression, Manhwa's face lit up with a smug grin.
He brandished the guanyin amulet triumphantly, advancing toward the white-clad figure. Evil spirit? Just a moment ago you were trying to strangle me. Come on then. This guanyin amulet was clearly blessed.
The figure in white, eyes hidden beneath hair, was filled with terror.
Now cornered and unable to move.
Even from this distance, she felt an excruciating prickling pain throughout her body, as if thousands of needles were piercing her flesh.
Get away from her.
Xiaoxi was about to step forward to snatch the guanyin amulet. But Xiangzi and his men suddenly returned, blocking the way beside Manhwa. They were masters at shifting allegiances. Hey!
Don't move, stand still. Quick, get your phones out. Start recording. So what if it's a real ghost?
Just wait till I banish it with this guanyin amulet.
Tomorrow we'll launch a special sale for identical guanyin amulets. Sales are guaranteed to explode.
Manhwa's eyes nearly turned into gold coins with square holes as he swaggered in front of the white-clad figure. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. He raised the guanyin amulet, ready to smash it into the white-clothed figure. Xiaoxi rushed forward to block him, only to be instantly pinned down by Xiangzi.
Just as the guanyin amulet was about to strike the white cloth-clad figure, the mansion's front door burst open. Accompanying the creak of the door was a dull yellow copper coin. Boom!
In an instant, the guanyin amulet shattered into pieces in Manhwa's hand.
Xia Heng's voice, thick with anger, rumbled low, "How dare you? Chase her home and bully my great-granddaughter?" Chapter 38, Zombie Brother, Grandpa. Stop fighting. I'm pooping my pants. Third update.
Manhwa hadn't even had time to react when the door to the house swung open.
Almost at the same moment,
the guanyin amulet in her hand shattered into pieces, her hand trembling so violently it stung. Looking again, she saw a copper coin embedded firmly into the wall.
A copper coin?
Xiangzi swallowed hard.
After casually flicking a copper coin that shattered the jade guanyin amulet, and still had enough force left to embed it so deeply into the wall. What if it hit someone? Would it just pierce right through? Surely it couldn't be more terrifying than a bullet? Are we making a martial arts movie? How terrifying is this? It hurts, it hurts. After the guanine plaque shattered, the white-clad figure didn't feel such a stinging pain. The blessed guanine plaque naturally possessed the power to ward off evil spirits and demons. Manhwa had paid a hefty sum for it during his trip to Thailand. Moreover, the white-clothed specter was not a particularly powerful malevolent spirit to begin with. Therefore, after just a few steps, the white-clothed specter was severely wounded by the Buddha's light emanating from the plaque. Even now, it was still in intense pain, its expression blank, yet it kept crying out in agony. Little Bai, it's okay now, it's okay now. Grandpa Zhang is here. Wah! Xia Xiaoxi and the white-cloth ghost clung to each other, sitting pitifully on the ground. Xia Hong looked on in disbelief. He'd only stepped out for a moment, and now his home had been robbed. To be bullied like this by his own great-granddaughter and that little white-clothed girl. His anger surged uncontrollably. During his lifetime, and even after his revival, no one had ever dared to bully his family like this. You're helping ghosts. And you shattered my guanine amulet. Do you have any idea how much that amulet is worth? Manhwa shouted, summoning her courage. Though his words remained defiant, his trembling legs betrayed his fear. Didn't I tell you to send the things to your ancestors' graves? I haven't even sought you out, yet you chase me here. This is outrageous. Xia Hong said coldly. Sis Lin, ghosts are real. Could it be that this great-grandfather Zhang is real too? Xiangzi asked, suppressing his panic. The burly men towered over the slender Xia Hong in both stature and physique. Yet for some reason, when their gazes met Xia Hang's, they instinctively felt a sense of weakness. What's real or not? There's only one of him anyway. No, don't be afraid. What's the big deal? You're all grown men, can't you take on one guy? What the hell is the company paying you for? Take care of this quickly, then get back. Sister Lin barked the order before silently retreating behind the others. Xiangzi and the others had no choice. In this situation, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. To be safe, 3 of them charged straight at Xia Hong from the start. They aimed to pin down Xia Hang's arms and legs first. But as a green zombie one with a decade of cultivation at that, would he let such scum get close? He countered with a backhand slap. Smack! 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 The attackers didn't even register Xia Hang's movements. Only a searing pain erupted across their faces, contorting their features as faint cracks of breaking bone echoed. Simultaneously, they were flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! They writhed on the ground, grimacing in agony. Xiangzi was still hesitating whether to charge forward when his 3 accomplices were already knocked out in an instant. His first instinct was to turn and run. But the moment he turned, darkness engulfed his vision. As if something had blocked his vision. He looked again. Holy, a shovel! Ah duh! Xia Xiaoxi and the girl in the white shirt, no one knew when. Swinging their shovels, seemingly waiting for Xiangzi to flee. It smacked him squarely in the face. Thud! His face made intimate contact with the shovel. Xiangzi's eyes rolled back, his tongue hanging out as he collapsed straight onto the ground. WH, what just happened? Manhwa was dumbfounded. She froze for a moment. How did all her allies fall? Had the wind shifted? How was she supposed to handle this alone? Don't you guys work out every day? You're all so big. But when it came down to it, you all went down in an instant? Manhwa snapped angrily. Step by step, she retreated toward the wall in panic, her expression frozen. Xia Xiaoxi and the woman in the white shirt instinctively blocked the entrance in front of Manhwa. That female manager had been so arrogant just moments ago. Not only did she try to force Xia Xiaoxi to sign the contract, but she also attempted to use the guanine amulet to eliminate Bai Bushenzizi. Now she was like a deflated balloon, wilted against the wall. Xia Xiaoxi had long disliked the supervisor's bullying ways, especially how she often cheated new female streamers. Now that Grandpa Zhang was backing her, there was no way she'd let it slide. Holding the shovel, she tilted her head and sneered, "It's not their fault. You probably don't know who they're up against, do you? They're facing the strongest veteran from the War of Resistance against Japan 80 years ago. A top-tier zombie who rose from the grave just a week ago, crawled out to carve his own epitaph, and even masters Taoist arts. And the beloved great-grandfather of Xia Xiaoxi, Jiecheng's most beautiful anchor for 24 years. Before he could finish, Xia Hang's ruthless hand clamped over his mouth. He shoved her aside with one swift motion. He motioned for the man in the white shirt to fetch some rope. He tied all the useless fools on the ground together in a ghost knot. This knot tightened the more they struggled, binding them ever tighter. Once bound, Xia Hong took charge of interrogation while Xia Xiaoxi provided explanations. The man in the white shirt stood nearby holding a large iron basin. If anyone tried to talk back, he'd smack them right on the forehead. Zombie brother. No. Zombie master. Stop hitting me. I'm about to myself. This company operates like this: they aggressively recruit streamers, tricking them into signing contracts first. Then they give them zero resources.
But with such a massive volume, some will inevitably gain traction and go live. That's when the company jumps back in, using the contract to force them to cooperate, pushing products or raising funds. Recently, because your great-granddaughter's livestream gained traction, Sister Lin set her sights on it. But when she called, she got yelled at instead. Pissed off, she dragged us here to intimidate your great-granddaughter. To make her sign another, even more exploitative contract to make money for the company.
We were just trying to scare people, never meant to get physical. It's got nothing to do with us.
No need for violence. Softy Qiangzi had already confessed most of it. Xia Hong suddenly understood running such a shady operation.
It's no wonder they make money hand over fist. Qiangzi, you're about to lose your job.
Lin Hua, seeing Qiangzi spill everything, threatened angrily. But before he could finish, Xia Hong shot him a look. The white-shirt worker, who had been staring blankly at the iron basin, immediately understood.
He nodded to Xia Hong. Got it. Clang.
A heavy basin smacked down hard on Lin Hua's forehead. The pain nearly knocked Lin Hua unconscious, tears instantly streaming down his face. Her hair fell wildly around her face, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. Gone was the confident demeanor of the female supervisor.
I think I finally understand your company's business model. It boils down to coercive buying and selling, preying on young women fresh out of school. Are you willing to just let them go like this?
Xia Hong looked at Xia Xiaoxi.
Xia Xiaoxi, aye. Xia Hong, alright, unwilling. Lin Hua. Since they've fallen into our hands today, I'll do a little business with you lot. Chapter 39, Bull. Robbery doesn't make money this fast.
After speaking, Xia Hong pulled out a stack of yellow talismans from his pocket. He'd kept them on him these past few days as the village had been bustling with activity.
What does this mean?
Lin Hua frowned in confusion.
What kind of deal was Xia Hong trying to make with them? Why would he need to pull out yellow talismans? This batch of talismans is perfect for protecting homes and warding off evil spirits. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Just buy these talismans from me, and I'll let you go. Xia Hong chuckled.
With pursuers already at their doorstep, there was no way they'd be let off so easily.
Hearing that buying some talismans would secure their release,
Lin Hua stopped resisting. After all, the ghostly woman in white beside him, clutching that large iron basin. Though she seemed a bit dull, she was truly ruthless.
Fine, I'll buy them. I'll buy them.
Lin Hua hurriedly agreed. Running into such a formidable figure today meant he had no choice but to pay up to avoid trouble. Otherwise, he'd never make it out of this mansion alive.
Name your price, I'll buy it.
Lin Hua hurriedly said. After all, as a supervisor, he'd swindled and deceived so many lost young men and women.
His financial resources weren't exactly lacking. 1 ticket per person, bought in turn. Once they're gone, we're done. It's all about luck. 1 ticket, the single transfer limit is 50,000, right?
Then let's go with 50,000 per ticket.
Xia Hong pondered for a moment before speaking.
Lin Hua, who had already resigned himself to paying the bill, nearly jumped out of his skin upon hearing the price. Nearly bounced off the floor.
50,000? 50,000 for a single talisman. Lin Hua exclaimed in shock. Her Guanyin amulet had only cost over 30,000, a single talisman demanding 50,000? Was this a death sentence? Xia Hong shot her a look.
The man in the white shirt immediately understood, responding with a sharp, forceful ooh.
Clang.
Another heavy iron basin smacked her upside the head. Lin Hua was knocked senseless, her expression completely shattered as tears streamed down her face.
This is it, I'm done for. Not only had he failed to get Xia Xiaoxi to sign the contract,
but now he's going to lose big time.
Who the hell insisted on showing up at someone's house late at night to intimidate them? Now look at this mess, losing both the battle and the wife.
Xia Xiaoxi accepted this glorious task. She released their hands, allowing them to retrieve their phones. On the other side, one hand held yellow talismans, the other a payment scanner.
Circling around, she made them pay. Ding. Payment received 50,000 yuan. Ding. Payment received 50,000 yuan. Ding. Payment received 50,000 yuan.
The sound of each payment confirmation made Lin Hua and the others feel as if their hearts were bleeding. Xia Xiaoxi had already circled around them countless times. At that moment, in Lin Hua and the others' eyes, Xia Heng's figure seemed as terrifying as a demon.
Why isn't it done yet? There's so much? Qiangzi whined with a mournful expression. It felt like the talismans in Xia Xiaoxi's hands were only multiplying. There seemed to be no end in sight. This is robbery.
Lin Hua finally protested in frustration. Her eyes were swollen from crying, tears mingling with her eyeliner to leave 2 dark streaks on her face. This ghastly appearance made her look more like a ghost than even a white-clad spirit.
Clang! Another thunderous slam dunked from the iron basin.
Even the white-clad figure had learned to blurt out answers.
Xia Hong retorted, nonsense. Robbery doesn't make money that fast. Xia Xiaoxi circled between them 4 or 5 times.
Finally, she managed to sell all the yellow talismans.
Grandpa Zhang, they're all sold. Xia Xiaoxi reported via her phone.
Xia Hong glanced at the screen, satisfied to see the amount he'd extracted from them had reached 7 figures. It must be said, these people were indeed quite wealthy. He sensed there was still room to maneuver.
If he had enough talismans, he could easily make a few more rounds. My money.
The burly men hadn't shed a tear during the beating. Now that their money was gone, they were crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms.
Their eyes never left Xia Xiaoxi's phone. Xia Hong felt not a shred of pity for them.
After all, they were involved in shady business.
Without a lesson, they wouldn't learn their lesson.
We bought the yellow talismans too.
Can we go now?
Manhwa asked, trembling.
Xia Hong nodded.
He gestured for them to get lost, to stop being an eyesore. The group scrambled to their feet and bolted for the door as if fleeing.
Wait! Xia Hong shouted.
Startled, the others jolted upright and fell to their knees with a thud.
Zombie Lord, please spare us with your magnanimity? We're just workers. Most of the money we swindled was supposed to go to the company anyway. We really have nothing left, not a single drop. Xianzi wept bitterly, pouring out his heart, afraid Xia Hong might not be satisfied.
He wanted them to play some other spinning game.
Hand over my great-granddaughter's contract. From now on, don't bother her again. Otherwise,
what I'll sell you won't be just a few yellow talismans,
Xia Hong said coldly.
His icy tone sent chills down the spines of those present.
They could even faintly sense the killing intent radiating from Xia Hong.
Perhaps, if they dared to persist, they truly would lose their lives.
Here's the contract, here it is. Please take a look.
Manhwa, having taken several blows from the iron basin, was thoroughly subdued. He hurriedly pulled out the original contract Xia Xiaoxi had been holding from his bag and handed it to Xia Hong with both hands.
Xia Hong took the contract. After confirming the name on it was indeed Xia Xiaoxi's, he casually flicked sparks from his fingertips. Whoosh! In an instant, the contract was engulfed in roaring flames.
In moments, it reduced to ashes scattered across the floor. This display left the others utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets.
Starting a fire with bare hands? What kind of supernatural trick was this?
Whether this master was a genuine zombie or a real Taoist priest, he was absolutely not someone they could afford to provoke. They dared not linger in the house any longer and quickly fled out the door. Like herding a black pig, they charged straight toward the village entrance. They jumped into the car, floored the accelerator, and sped off, vanishing quickly at the end of the road. Inside the mansion, peace finally settled in.
Grandpa Zhang, I'm free.
Xia Xiaoxi excitedly hugged Grandpa Zhang. Though she had stubbornly ignored him all along,
it still felt like shackles binding him. Trouble could strike at any moment.
Just like today, if Grandpa Zhang hadn't returned in time, she would have been in serious trouble.
Recalling Grandpa Zhang's words from a few days ago,
he'd warned that the company might cause more trouble.
At the time, Xia Hong had said, let them come. I'll definitely help Xia Xiaoxi resolve it.
And today, it really had been resolved. The contract was torn up, and that obnoxious female manager got a thorough dressing down.
To Xia Xiaoxi, it seemed as though there was nothing her great-grandfather couldn't handle. This overwhelming sense of security. It made Xia Xiaoxi feel utterly blissful. Great-grandfather Zhang, I feel I really should repay you somehow. If all else fails, I'll find you a Zhang foster mother? Chapter 40, Mr. Xie? Blushing bright red. Please keep reading. Xia Xiaoxi felt she had nothing to offer in return.
After much deliberation, setting aside other considerations,
given Grandpa Zhang's looks and charm, some beauties would be eager to climb their way up.
But no sooner had she spoken.
The incense stick in the ancestral altar censer snapped clean in two with a sharp crack. Xia Xiaoxi was so startled she flopped flat on the floor like a frog. Oh no! The incense has snapped. Grandma Zhang must be furious.
Xia Hong couldn't be bothered with this pig-headed fool and turned back to sit in the main hall.
After a long while, Xia Xiaoxi timidly stood up from the floor. Grandpa Zhang, it's okay. We can discuss this later. As long as you agree, I'll bring it to you. Xia Xiaoxi still refused to give up. But before she could finish her second sentence, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Two more incense sticks snapped off the burner. This time, Xia Xiaoxi was so frightened she dared not mention it again, her neck shrinking back. She bowed left and right. Her comical expression made Xia Hong unable to hold back a laugh. Grandpa Zhang, what about the money? Xia Xiaoxi inquired.
Earlier that day, she had just received 260,000 yuan from Old Yen. She had thought it unlikely she'd ever see such a large sum again.
Who could have imagined that as soon as night fell, the supervisor would bring more money?
Each of the 5 people had been practically forced to buy 4 or 5 talismans.
Each talisman cost 50,000 yuan.
The total for all 5 of them had actually broken the 1 million mark. Today was truly a disaster. Xia Xiaoxi had never imagined her account would hold such a staggering sum. After much deliberation, she decided the money should be left to Grandpa Zhang to decide how to handle it.
Keep it. I don't know what to spend it on anyway.
Xia Hung paused, then added, "Oh, and get me some better equipment first, the kind that can handle higher frame rates."
Ha! I'll place the order right now.
Xia Xiaoxi had thought Grandpa Zhang was about to give some important instructions.
Turns out it was just about upgrading his equipment.
The internet addiction patriarch, the only one of his kind in the world.
Just then, Xia Xiaoxi noticed something seemed stuck to Xia Hang's neck.
Earlier, with the urgency and dim lighting, she hadn't gotten a clear look. Only after turning on the light did she finally get a clear look. Stepping closer, she saw a ring of yellow talismans wrapped around Grandpa Zhang's neck. Red cinnabar ink traced strange Taoist symbols she couldn't decipher, leaving her only with a sense of unease.
Grandpa Zhang, aren't you a zombie? Won't all these talismans affect you? But they do look pretty cool.
A Taoist scarf, paired with your looks, you're unexpectedly handsome.
Xia Xiaoxi scrutinized Grandpa Zhang from head to toe, finding him increasingly dashing.
Especially with that circle of yellow talismans around his neck.
It was incredibly distinctive, radiating an air of mystery. Many high-end accessories on the market couldn't achieve this kind of effect. That's exactly the impact I wanted. Earlier, I went to help watch over the willow tree relocation. I figured so many people wouldn't be able to pull it. So I went over to lend a hand and ended up toppling the tree entirely. That's why I got these corpse-binding talismans to stick on myself. Xia Hong sighed in exasperation.
At present, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of the green zombie tier. His strength was too great, so great it was difficult to control. So he devised a method using a corpse-binding talisman.
Holy crap! Xia Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. How immense must that strength be?
A willow tree that so many people couldn't pull down, Xia Hong toppled with a single shove. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't unfamiliar with that massive willow tree. She couldn't help but feel that Grandpa Zhang now possessed far greater strength than when he used to push the cart. Normally, zombies would just freeze up after getting a corpse-suppressing talisman slapped on their forehead.
They couldn't even twitch a muscle. But Grandpa Zhang?
He went and plastered those talismans on himself by the pound. He'd got a huge coil of them wrapped around his neck. And that's just to suppress his strength.
Wait a minute.
So that means when he was beating up those guys earlier,
Grandpa Zhang was wearing all those corpse-binding talismans? That single slap sent people flying? It's hard to imagine what state she'd be in if Grandpa Zhang hit her with a full power punch.
Fierce.
Xia Xiaoxi silently gave him a thumbs up.
At dawn, it wasn't just the old mansion where Xia Hang and his grandson resided that was in turmoil.
The police headquarters in Jiecheng was equally busy.
A familiar face was summoned in haste.
Zhang Shun stood nervously outside Chief Wang's office.
Since being appointed captain of the town's police station, this was the first time Chief Wang had summoned Zhang Shun for a meeting at headquarters.
Knock, knock, knock.
After a few knocks, Chief Wang's voice came from inside.
Come in.
Director Wang sat on the sofa, glasses perched on his nose, appearing to be in his 40s.
The office was dimly lit, with a projector screen illuminated. Projected onto the screen was a clear photograph of Xia Hung. Director Wang, did you need me? Zhang Shun asked in a low voice. This wasn't like back in town.
Zhang Shun walked with proper decorum, not daring to be disrespectful.
Sit down, relax. This time, it's mainly about this person.
Your report and the materials you've gathered recently have all been submitted. But as you know, files with such high encryption levels require going through the proper channels. It will likely take at least 5 to 7 business days to get a result.
To determine whether access can be granted, Commissioner Wang stated. Zhang Shun nodded.
While the municipal headquarters could submit a request for access,
it didn't mean they could simply request access. Numerous steps must be followed. Don't be nervous. This individual currently wields significant influence in Jiecheng. Since you've had more contact with him, I wanted to ask for your perspective. This Grandpa Zhang, what level of classification do you think his file might be under?
Seeing Zhang Shun was still somewhat reserved, Director Wang. He cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush.
Zhang Shun understood perfectly well.
Files are classified at the highest level of encryption for 2 main reasons. Broadly speaking, there were only 2 possibilities. 1, the crimes were heinous, but the actions involved were too far-reaching or had other implications. The other was that the actions were so monumental in merit that they profoundly impacted the nation. The other scenario involved achievements so monumental they profoundly impacted the nation.
However, as the matter remains unresolved to this day, the files remain classified. Of course, this is merely a broad categorization. There are countless subdivisions within these categories. Zhang Shun could tell that Director Wang's question hinged precisely on this point. After a pause, he replied, personally, I believe that as a pioneer, the encryption type couldn't possibly be flawed. Moreover, from our few interactions, Mr. Xia gives me the impression of being, how to put it, positively radiant. Even though he claims to be a zombie, appearing in such a manner, I haven't sensed a single trace of malevolence in him. I followed the Xia village case from start to finish. If not for Mr. Xia, Consultant Yin might have lost his life, let alone the entire village of elderly, weak, sick, and young. Chapter 41, Can't Get Out of Bed. You're blowing the wake-up call. Just as Zhang Shun said.
In the Shejia village case, they hadn't even realized the problem could be this serious at first. Even when old Yin discovered that Xia Wenbin hadn't simply drowned.
But their immediate reaction was that it was a water ghost dragging people in. They never once considered the possibility of a lodging ghost.
Then came the subsequent twists and turns. Had Xia Hong not appeared in time, old Yin might well have met his end in Shejia village.
Not to mention the other villagers.
And when speaking with Xia Hong, the righteous aura emanating from him was palpable. He couldn't possibly have done anything to betray the nation.
Understood. Director Wang nodded. He had been thinking along the same lines.
Still, it was necessary to start by gathering information from Zhang Shun. The wait for results would be long enough for many things to happen. Since Zhang Shun had said that, Director Wang had formed a certain judgment in his mind.
Then regarding Han Yuan real estate, Zhang Shun pressed further.
With you saying that, I'll intensify the investigation over the next few days. But they're not your average small business, they're well prepared for countermeasures. In just the past day or two, the useful evidence uncovered is scarce, even negligible.
Commissioner Wang replied promptly.
After receiving Zhang Shun's report materials, he personally led the investigation team these past few days, determined to provide Xia Hong with some closure.
Xia Hang's involvement was bound to have far-reaching implications.
Therefore, if Zhang Shun's assessment held true, this individual could very well be a major player with implications for the nation itself.
Though the idea of someone resurrecting as a zombie sounded bizarre and unbelievable.
But the world is vast and full of wonders. Tales of ghosts and spirits have existed for ages.
Positions like paranormal consultants have even existed throughout history. In this world, spirits and supernatural beings truly exist.
Therefore, Director Wang is not entirely unable to accept Xia Hang's emergence as a zombie. In fact, he needed to cultivate a relationship with him. The opportunity to build that relationship was right before him. Director Wang knew it all came down to whether he could seize it.
Han Yuan's reputation over the past few years has been nothing short of disastrous. Wasn't there a construction worker strike recently that resulted in a fatality?
At this critical juncture, they've resorted to such underhanded schemes only for Mr. Xia to catch them red-handed. It certainly warrants a thorough investigation.
Zhang Shun sighed.
Director Wang had already made up his mind and signaled Zhang Shun that he could leave for now. Over the next few days, he intended to thoroughly handle this case. He wouldn't rush to curry favor with Xia Hong or build connections.
Without delivering tangible results, even someone of his stature as bureau chief wouldn't earn Xia Hang's serious attention. The next morning, Xia Xiaoxi woke up quite early.
Today was the day they were heading into the city, so she should have gotten up early to pack. After waking up, Xia Xiaoxi had planned to go live and create an immersive packing blog.
But just after going live,
before she could even say a few words, sleepiness overtook her. She ended up falling asleep again, sprawled across her bed. A flood of viewers poured into the live stream room, looking utterly bewildered.
What's today's stream content?
Saw Xiaoxi went live, rushed right in, and she's asleep. Looks like the streamer's feeling better now. She's even daring to stream herself sleeping.
We want to see Grandpa Zhang. Wake her up already. Who knows that corpse-raising spell? Cast it on her. Wait, what's that sound? A powered drill? What kind of girl snores like that? Ha 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 ha. I'm impressed. No boundaries whatsoever. What's she doing sleeping in my phone? No matter how the comments flooded the screen. Xia Xiaoxi slept like a log, showing no signs of waking up.
Perhaps it was because of last night's unexpected visitors. She hadn't slept well, which explained why she felt so exhausted today. The original contract was torn up, and now that it was settled, the weight lifted from her heart. With that weight lifted, she slept even more soundly.
We get up early to watch the livestream, and this is what we get? Unbelievable. An apology.
The word apology quickly racked up 99 plus comments. Snoring away, Xia Xiaoxi slept straight through until noon.
She didn't even hear Xia Hong knocking on the door. Who's knocking? Is it Grandpa Zhang? She is doomed. Grandpa Zhang is about to punish her. The knocking ceased and silence returned. After another few minutes, this time without knocking,
the door swung open abruptly.
Since the camera was facing away from the door,
so they could only see the light inside the room suddenly grow much brighter. Footsteps grew closer and closer.
Everyone could guess it was Xia Hong entering the room. For some reason, even through the screen, the viewers instinctively held their breath.
Before long, a crisp, loud trumpet sound began playing right beside Xia Xiaoxi's bed.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Plink, plink, plink. Plink, plink, plink. Xia Xiaoxi's body trembled. She jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, wrapped in her blanket.
This melody, resonating with her very soul, roughly yanked her awake from her slumber.
Get up.
Xia Xiaoxi flared her nostrils, staring at Grandpa Zhang in disbelief. Who would have thought that to wake her up?
Grandpa Zhang would actually resort to the reveille. Pwa ha ha ha. I've imagined countless ways Grandpa Zhang might wake up a streamer. But I never imagined it would be the reveille. Damn it. I just fell asleep. Why am I suddenly standing at attention out of nowhere? This is the sound etched into my bones that commands me to rise. My soul is trembling. Grandpa Zhang really has some tricks up his sleeve. This is way more impactful than that radar alarm on the iPhone, right? It's a melody etched into your DNA. Still not up? Xia Hong withdrew his supernatural power only after seeing Xia Xiaoxi had woken up. Young people today have it way too easy, they won't get out of bed before noon. Glancing at the military-grade bugle in his hand, Xia Hong silently nodded. Since it worked, whenever this little miss dared to linger in bed again, he'd give her a wake-up call. Right away. Xia Xiaoxi forced an extremely ugly smile. Any screenshot of this could easily be used as a meme. With great effort, she dragged herself out of bed and resumed packing her belongings. Meanwhile, the live stream's dwindling viewership, already on the decline due to Xia Heng's actions, was suddenly pulled back up. Viewership had been stuck at 7 or 8,000 for the past 2 days, hitting a plateau. Now, the viewer count suddenly surged. According to the live stream's backend data, the viewer count had already surpassed 10,000. Ding! The familiar electronic chime rang out in Xia Heng's mind. Chapter 42, A Zombie Like Me, Mastering the Five Thunder Orthodoxy. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has reached 10,000. Taoist cultivation advanced by 30 years. Automatically mastered the Five Thunder Orthodoxy. Five Thunder Orthodoxy? Xia Heng's mouth twitched. Even he hadn't expected this. With just 10,000 followers, the system's reward was already this powerful. Not only did his Taoist cultivation leap from 10 years to 30, it had also directly granted the Five Thunder Orthodox method. It must be noted that the Five Thunder Orthodox method, also known as thunder magic, regarded as one of the most advanced Taoist arts, far surpassing ordinary thunder techniques. Thunder and lightning are born from the energies of yin and yang, thunder being yang, lightning being yin. Following the principles of the five elements, thunder and lightning channel the vital energy of heaven and earth, hence the name Five Thunders. Only when the energies of the five viscera converge as one can one attain the great Tao and master the profound applications of the Five Thunders. Though it may sound like a raw, external martial art, the Five Thunder Orthodox method is in fact a discipline that cultivates both inner and outer aspects. If one lacks innate insight, even after years of cultivation, one may never grasp the Five Thunder Orthodoxy. I, a zombie, receiving the Five Thunders Orthodoxy. Xia Hong sighed. Truth be told, sometimes he felt that the lineage he had awakened to carried a certain abstract quality. The undead form was already an unrivaled path, add to that the full cultivation of a Taoist priest. What the hell? Were they planning to turn him into a Taoist zombie? An undead body with invincible vitality, further enhanced by Taoist arts, the very thought left Xia Hong feeling utterly astounded. And then there's those 30 years of Taoist cultivation. Xia Hong briefly reviewed it in his mind. He realized that the additional information this time had added very little in terms of Taoist arts, scant indeed. But then again, it made sense. What could be learned had largely been mastered in the first decade. The leap from 10 to 30 years was more about refinement. Building upon the existing foundation, refining the Taoist arts already mastered. Nowadays, Xia Hong estimated that among ordinary branch Taoist priests, few could compare to him. Grandfather Zhang, are you alright? Did the corpse-binding talisman work? Seeing Xia Hong motionless for so long, Xia Xiaoxi, and thought the corpse-binding talisman around his neck had taken effect. She hurried over to ask. Hurry up and pack. Xia Hong said, adding 2 more talismans to his neck. With every increment of cultivation, the power of the corpse-binding talisman weakened. Holy crap, I just noticed Grandpa Zhang has a whole string of corpse-suppressing talismans around his neck. So cool. Sometimes, if your face is handsome enough, even sticking on a talisman looks like a fashion statement. Grandpa Zhang, weren't we talking about zombies? How come sticking all these corpse-suppressing talismans on you doesn't affect you at all? Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. 1 or 2 talismans probably don't work on Grandpa Zhang anymore. Seriously? Have zombies evolved this far now? Other zombies, don't drag me into your bragging. The online viewers were all startled by this scene. Xia Xiaoxi tidied up. Xiao Baiqi was hanging around nearby. After 2 days of treatment, her injuries had healed considerably. For humans, recovery from injury or illness is a long process. Ghosts were different. As long as they received sufficient nourishment, they could fully recover in no time. They wouldn't even carry any lingering effects. Now, in Xia Xiaoxi's live stream room, viewers were being stunned one after another. Even seeing a white flag floating in midair wouldn't have surprised them as much. Earlier, when they caught the offering killer in the white shirt, the viewers were aware of it. However, Xia Hong later went offline, leaving them in the dark about what transpired. All they knew was that the white-clad figure now seemed to have been subdued. He'd essentially been recruited into the fold, tagging along with Xia Hong. Under Xia Heng's supervision, Xia Xiaoxi didn't dare slack off. She soon had the old house packed up and ready to go.
Having only stayed in the old house for a few days, the amount of belongings they packed was as if they were moving. Fortunately, they borrowed a cart from Aunt Wang at the last minute. They loaded all their belongings onto it and pulled it to the village entrance to wait for the bus. As for Xia Hong, he was tasked with live streaming the process on his phone. Ox-drawn carts, horse-drawn carts. Ever seen a pig pulling a cart? Xia Hong held up his phone, the camera focused on Xia Xiaoxi pulling the cart, and spoke. The girl's plaintive gaze was amusing even through the screen. Ah ha 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 ha. No, this is my first time seeing that. Jeanbois. Get online fast. I've got something awesome to show you. You've never seen this before. There's a pig pulling a cart in the village. Grandpa Zhang could totally go solo from now on. Let Xia Xiaoxi be his sidekick. This angle is just too hilarious. The village chief and Aunt Wang heard that Xia Hong and the others were heading into town. They even chased them all the way to the village entrance to see them off, overflowing with warmth. Even though these villagers weren't the same ones who knew Xia Hong when he was alive, living in Xia village still felt deeply familiar to Xia Hong. So he instructed the village chief, if anything came up in the village, just give Xia Xiaoxi a call. Though Xia Hong couldn't fathom why Shejia village, tucked away in such a remote mountainous area, was so sought after and valued. After all, having learned from past experience, being extra cautious couldn't hurt. This trip to the city, Xia Hong intended to deal with the source directly. Here it comes. Xia Xiaoxi waved at the car approaching the village entrance from afar. With everyone's help, they finally managed to load all the luggage into the car. Grandfather Xia Hong and granddaughter Xia Xiaoxi settled into the back seat. Driver, the address is correct. South Street, Taoyuan Residential Complex. Xia Xiaoxi acknowledged the driver. She pulled her mask up, covering her entire face completely. She was planning to sleep some more. Xia Hong wasn't about to indulge her. Silently, he pulled out the military whistle tied with a red ribbon from behind him. I'm not asleep, just a little dazzled by the light. Please don't misunderstand me. Xia Xiaoxi shuddered in fright, forcing a couple awkward laughs before sitting up straight, daring not to move. The coffin lies buried deep in the valley. There are no secrets that last forever. At that moment, her phone rang. Xia Xiaoxi checked it was her father, Xia Zhihao. She answered immediately. Honey, are you in the car yet? As soon as she answered, Xia Zhihao's kind, round face appeared on the screen. I'm on the bus. I should be home in about an hour. Xia Xiaoxi glanced at the time and replied. That's good, that's good. Did you take a ride share, sweetie? Who's sitting next to you? Xia Zhihao noticed Xia Hang's shoulder partially visible in the frame and asked curiously. They were about to head home together. Xia Xiaoxi felt she couldn't change the subject anymore. She had to prepare her parents mentally beforehand. After a moment's thought, she turned the camera toward her great-grandfather, Xia Hang. A familiar scene unfolded as grandfather and grandson once again locked eyes across the screen, the atmosphere as awkward as ever. Xia Zhihao, Xia Hung. Xia Zhihao, Xia Hung. Xia Zhihao, are you really my grandfather? This time, Xia Zhihao's other hand held a photo of Xia Hung from years ago. Chapter 43, Grandfather and Grandson's Car Conversation Leaves Driver Paralyzed with Fear. First update. Xia Zhihao had heard stories about his grandfather from his father since childhood. So he had always deeply admired this grandfather he had never met. He even took a photo of that old picture of his grandfather with his phone as a keepsake. After his last phone call with Xia Xiaoxi, he found that photo. He'd been studying it closely these past 2 days, finding the resemblance more striking with each glance until he couldn't help but doubt himself. Now that he could actually speak to him on the phone, comparing the two only made him feel they were identical. The bearing between his eyebrows showed not the slightest deviation. That's when I couldn't help but blurt out the question. Silence. The car fell into an eerie silence. Through the rearview mirror, I could still see the driver's wide-eyed stare. He kept glancing back at the rear seat. The man in the back seat looked to be in his 20s or 30s. The voice on the phone sounded at least in his 40s or 50s, right? Calling this young guy grandpa? This is getting messy, really messy. The driver listened intently, not daring to speak. Yes, I am your grandfather. Xia Hong replied directly. At those words, the driver's eyes widened even further. His hands gripping the steering wheel trembled. He's serious? Ha 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 ha. Classic moment reborn. Who wouldn't be stunned seeing this? No way around it. Grandpa Zhang passed away too young, forever frozen at age 32. But seriously, this shot is killing me. Driver, cut it out. Though he got his answer. And with the photo as proof, Xia Zhihao still felt uneasy. They were older, so their comprehension naturally wasn't as quick as Xia Xiaoxi's. Dad, my great-grandfather really is your grandfather. Xia Xiaoxi added at this moment. The driver panicked even more. His pupils were trembling. What was going on? How could the generational relationship keep shifting? Just a moment ago it was grandfather, now it's great-grandfather. Was this some kind of street prank? Or what trick was he playing? All right.
Just be a good boy and bring your grandfather back. Once we get home, we'll talk. Xia Zhihao replied. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi notice her father's complexion seemed off. And what on earth was he sitting on? Xia Xiaoxi looked closely. It was a wheelchair. Dad, are you okay? Why are you in a wheelchair now? Xia Xiaoxi asked anxiously. Something just didn't feel right. Ah, don't even ask. It's just weird. Xia Zhihao said, almost laughing at his own frustration. Nearby, Li Lan seemed to have walked over. Taking the phone, she explained to Xia Xiaoxi, your dad only broke one leg, but he just can't sit still. He'd hobble around with crutches, taking the elevator up and down to get his walk in. I don't know if he was possessed or something, but yesterday he claimed he saw a child hanging outside the second-floor balcony. He was afraid the child would fall, so he rushed over to catch him. But halfway down, the kid turned into a big flower pot. Your dad dodged just in time, but it still hit his other foot. If he'd been a second slower, that flower pot could have crushed him. Worse yet, if it had hit somewhere else I can't even imagine. So now he's upgraded his gear. The cane's been replaced by a wheelchair. He's confined to the house, resting up properly. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly looked at Grandpa Zhang in shock. Xia Hang's expression also shifted slightly. Li Lan had been right about one thing, Xia Zhihao had been possessed by a ghost. Earlier, when Xia Hang had spoken with Xia Zhihao on the phone, it felt like Xia Zhihao had just gotten tangled up with some dirty business, and things would settle down in time. It didn't seem that serious. But now it seemed far more complicated. The ghostly entity haunting Xia Zhihao was truly intent on taking his life. Unless he had incurred some grave enmity in life, it wouldn't have driven the spirit to such lethal measures. Still, Xia Hang kept it quiet. Discussing it over the phone wasn't practical. Anyway, he'd be there soon enough to examine Xia Zhihao then. Looking at Grandpa Zhang's expression, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't as straightforward as it seems. Didn't Grandpa Zhang say it last time? He's possessed by a ghost, cursed by evil spirits. So terrifying. 1 second it was just a child falling, the next it turned into a giant flower pot, clearly a vengeful spirit demanding its due. Sometimes what you see isn't what it seems. I've experienced it before too. When I retraced my steps, the path looked completely different from how I remembered it. Exactly. That must be what they call being blinded by ghosts. Xia Hang gave Xia Xiaoxi a meaningful look. Having spent so many days with Grandpa Zhang, Xia Xiaoxi and he had developed a deep understanding. She immediately understood Xia Hang's meaning and reassured her mother, Li Lan, Mom, you and Dad should stay home for now. We'll be there soon. Li Lan and Xia Zhihao's heads were squeezed together on the screen. She smiled and replied, alright, we'll go out to buy whatever you want to eat once you arrive. Though misfortunes had piled up these past few days, they were still overjoyed at the prospect of seeing their daughter soon. And it wasn't just their daughter, but also her long-deceased grandfather. Even if it sounded absurd, the chance to see the grandfather he admired. Xia Zhihao felt genuinely excited. After hanging up, Xia Xiaoxi nervously began asking about Grandpa Zhang's condition. Grandpa Zhang, did my dad get involved with some evil spirit? This is clearly life-threatening. Xia Xiaoxi said anxiously. Once we catch him, we'll just have to interrogate him. Xia Hang replied. Wow. Grandpa Zhang, you're something else. While others run scared at the sight of ghosts, Grandpa Zhang says, grab them and interrogate them. Of course. What little ghost would dare act up in front of Grandpa Zhang? This ghost's in for a world of pain after messing with Grandpa Zhang. So tragic, I'm mourning for that ghost already. Xia Xiaoxi nodded silently. With Grandpa Zhang's assurance, she felt at ease. Whatever Grandpa Zhang said, he always made it happen. If Grandpa Zhang had said so, he must have a way to resolve her father's problem. In the driver's seat. The driver, who had overheard Xia Hang and the others' conversation the entire journey, couldn't help but finally ask, Excuse me, both of you. What the hell were you guys talking about earlier? Was that about Grandpa Zhang for real, or were you joking? Xia Xiaoxi only then realized. They hadn't given the driver's feelings a second thought during their entire conversation. The driver's white shirt. By now, the back of it was completely soaked through. I couldn't tell if it was from the heat or from being scared. We're rehearsing a script. We do live streams and shoot short dramas. Xia Xiaoxi gave a vague answer. Oh, I see. That's good, ha ha ha. You could tell the driver's tone instantly softened. His tense demeanor completely relaxed. He turned on the car stereo and started playing some tunes. Namo Haladana Daraya Namo Alaya. Prajnaparamita Svaha Bodhisattva Svaha. The melody of the Great Compassion mantra instantly delighted Xia Xiaoxi, who exclaimed, Grandpa Zhang, I never expected the driver to enjoy listening to Buddhist sutras. Xia Hang. Suggestion, change the song. Chapter 44, you were sent to sweep the graves, yet you brought the ancestors back? 2 chapters combined. Xia Xiaoxi instantly wiped the smile off her face, shrinking her pig-like head as she sulked, Driver, could we change the song? This song sounds, not exactly friendly. It carries a bit of hostility. Of course, by unfriendly.
was naturally meant for Xia Hang. He's cultivating a zombie, yet here he is listening to Buddhist sutras. No wonder he's uncomfortable. Ha! Okay, no problem. Though the driver didn't quite grasp what Xia Xiaoxi meant, he promptly switched the music. And honestly, the sound system in this car was really impressive. The moment the song changed, a melodious tune filled the cabin with 3D surround sound. I bow in reverence to Susatai, prostrating my head and face before the 7 Kujizi. I now praise the great Kundi, praying for your compassionate protection. Namo Sadnam, Sama Sambuddha. Xia Hang's frown deepened. Change it. The driver switched songs. The speakers blared, Guanyin invites Xidagarba. Manifesting myriad forms everywhere. Xia Hang's forehead veins bulged as he snapped, change it again. The driver's stereo played, the pure Dharma body Buddha, the pure Dharma body Vairocana Buddha. The perfectly endowed reward body Buddha. The fully perfected reward body Buddha Vairocana. Xia Han laughed in exasperation, ha ha ha. Fine. Ah, this is hilarious. The driver's got no brain. The car stereo is all Buddhist sutras. Grandpa Zhang, he's targeting me. I'm literally dying laughing. Grandpa Zhang's laughter feels like it's laced with murderous intent. Does this mean we have to ride in this car? Ha ha ha. The driver's confused too. Why won't they listen? Don't they like it? You can tell the driver usually works night shifts, he's way too cautious. Xia Xiaoxi quickly interjected, sir, we're not really that into listening to music. The driver finally turned off the car stereo with a blank look. Xia Han was speechless. At least it was quiet now. The little ghost in the white robe under the small white flag grew restless even listening to Buddhist chants. Who would have thought that these days, a taxi driver's car would be filled with Buddhist chants? For a zombie passenger like Xia Hong, it was downright unfriendly. Leaning against the bedside, Xia Hong watched the scenery shift outside the window. They must be getting closer to where Xia Xiaoxi's parents now lived. Grandmother and granddaughter slumped in the back seat, both lost in thought. Who knows what thoughts occupied each of their minds? Don't you think Xiaoxi looks a lot like great-grandpa Zhang? Well, genetics are what they are. Grandpa Zhang had a more upright, dignified presence, whereas Xiaoxi, she's down to earth and as fierce as a tiger. Ha 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 ha. Xia Xiaoxi suddenly remembered something. She sat up abruptly in the car and pulled out a black hat from her bag. Grandpa Zhang, give me the one around your neck. Xia Xiaoxi was afraid of startling the driver again. She pointed at the corpse-binding talisman around Xia Heng's neck, not daring to say it aloud. Xia Heng hesitated for a moment, but eventually removed all the corpse-suppressing talismans from his neck. He hadn't realized it before, but now he noticed he was wearing 18 corpse-binding talismans. Even so, they only slightly restricted Xia Heng's strength. They didn't affect his normal movements at all. What are you doing? Xia Heng demanded. Heh, just wait and see. Xia Xiaoxi said, carefully removing each corpse-binding talisman. Then she began tinkering with the hat, looking exceptionally focused. Xia Xiaoxi was always full of little tricks, so Xia Heng paid it no mind. He gazed out the window, lost in his own thoughts. This was his first time leaving Xia village since becoming a reanimated corpse. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. The driver's reminder informed them they were approaching the residential complex where Xia Xiaoxi's parents lived. Only about 8 or 9 kilometers remained. Phew! Done. Xia Xiaoxi examined the hat in her hands with satisfaction. Xia Heng turned to look and saw that Xia Xiaoxi had actually taken the corpse-binding talismans one by one, and had folded them all together, attaching them to the inside of the hat. 17 corpse-binding talismans filled the hat's interior perfectly, fitting together seamlessly. The last one was affixed to the outside of the hat as decoration. It actually looked quite unique and innovative. Try it on quickly. Xia Xiaoxi placed the hat on Xia Heng's head, then adjusted it slightly for fit. It fits perfectly. When I bought hats before, because I have a big forehead, I couldn't find any women's styles that fit, so I ended up buying a men's hat. Today, I'm parting with it reluctantly and giving it to you. Xia Xiaoxi looked Grandpa Zhang up and down. She said with satisfaction. Xia Heng put on the hat and tilted his head from side to side. Just as Xia Xiaoxi had said, the hat fit perfectly and felt quite comfortable. It was far more comfortable than the makeshift neck cover he'd been using before. Who knew you had this talent? Xia Heng chuckled. You bet. Rarely praised by Grandpa Zhang, Xia Xiaoxi wasn't one to play modest. He instantly got carried away. He looks even cooler with the hat on. Grandpa Zhang's face is seriously resilient. Hot. Wrong. Power limiter, right. Oh no. How did the limiter become formal wear? But fair's fair, girls really do have a knack for detail. This setup looks amazing. Streamer plug. Selling the same hat, we're buying it up. You don't need a corpse-binding talisman, just 2 spoonfuls of cooking wine and you'll behave. What do you mean? You're calling me a pig's head, aren't you? The car was moving fast. After about another half hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan residential complex.
Xia Hong looked around and took in the entire neighborhood.
It didn't look like a particularly new development either, probably around 20 years old.
Plus, the location wasn't great, a bit out of the way. Compared to the neighborhood near Yen Lao's office earlier, it was quite a step down.
"We're here, gentlemen." The driver stopped the car and announced. The grandmother and granddaughter got out, and Xia Xiaoxi once again took on the role of porter, unloading the items one by one from the car. But since she'd handled most of the packing, it made sense for her to carry it all. After they had unloaded everything and walked into the residential complex, as the driver prepared to start the car again, he noticed through the rearview mirror that something had been left behind in the back seat. Upon closer inspection, it was a small, white, exquisitely crafted flag, about the size of 2 palms.
Just as the driver was about to roll down the window to call out to Xia Xiaoxi,
at that moment, the little white flag in the back seat suddenly began to move on its own. Whoosh! Under the driver's gaze, it shot out through the window crack at incredible speed, flying straight into the residential compound.
What the? The driver rubbed his eyes, watching the little white flag drift away. Stunned, he was speechless. A flag, how could it fly on its own?
In his mind, the earlier conversation between the grandfather and grandson in the car replayed.
Great-grandfather, evil spirits, and a pile of yellow talismans. Oh no, oh no. Did I really run into a ghost?
The driver, thinking this, hurriedly played Buddhist chanting music. He slammed the gas pedal and sped out of the residential compound. Meanwhile, inside Taoyuan residential complex, Xia Zhihao sat in his wheelchair watching TV, gazing out the window. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it wouldn't work.
He called out to Li Lan in the room, "Honey."
Li Lan emerged from the room, looking at Xia Zhihao with confusion.
"Why don't you push me downstairs to buy some things ahead of time?"
"I just feel like waiting until Grandpa arrives before we start preparing things to entertain him might not be proper etiquette,"
Xia Zhihao said. Though he hadn't met him yet and couldn't be certain the man on the phone. But he couldn't be certain the person on the phone.
But the person would be here soon.
What if it was real and we hadn't prepared anything in advance? Wouldn't that be downright rude? True. Then I'll push you down there. You know better what to buy. Li Lan nodded. It really wasn't appropriate.
After a moment's thought, she decided to push Xia Zhihao downstairs. With her watching over him, nothing too bad should happen. They went downstairs and found a supermarket right in the neighborhood, quite convenient. After browsing for ages, they ended up with a pile of stuff, but it still felt like they hadn't bought the right things.
"Ha!
I brought you down here, and you still don't know what to buy.
I might as well have come down by myself. Now I have to push you around." Li Lan complained. "Heh, at least I got some fresh air. It's just too stuffy at home. Thanks for putting up with it, honey." Xia Zhihao chuckled.
Truthfully, Xia Zhihao wasn't sure what to buy for this occasion either. In the end, he bought some alcohol and a few ingredients.
After much deliberation, he couldn't decide what to get for Xia Hong, so he ended up buying a large package of New Year gift-boxed calcium supplements for the elderly.
Li Lan shot Xia Zhihao a disapproving look and started pushing him upstairs. But after taking just 2 steps, she abruptly stopped. "Oh no, I forgot the radishes."
"Wait here for me, I'll go get them quickly." With that, Li Lan turned and jogged back to the supermarket. Xia Zhihao pushed the wheelchair, gazing up at the sky.
Taking advantage of his wife's absence, he secretly lit a cigarette, his expression tinged with melancholy. His career prospects had been bleak for the past 2 years, and now with his leg injury, he felt like he was getting older by the day. He had no idea what the new year would bring. Though his daughter was grown, she hadn't settled down yet, so he couldn't rest easy. Plus, working in content creation meant his income was unstable.
So having no income at home just wouldn't do.
Staying home just makes him worry, which is why he keeps thinking about getting out for some fresh air.
Hiss. Ha!
Xia Zhihao exhaled a long stream of smoke, lost in thought. He didn't notice at all that his wheelchair seemed to be moving slowly.
"Hey! Honey!" Suddenly, Li Lan's anxious shout snapped Xia Zhihao back to reality. He glanced over and realized the wheelchair had silently slid to the edge of the staircase. "What's going on?"
A chill ran through Xia Zhihao's heart as he frantically reached out to grab the wheels. But by then, the center of the wheelchair had already tilted. His legs, encased in thick plaster casts, offered no strength. Li Lan abandoned her belongings, tossing them aside as she sprinted towards Xia Zhihao.
Even so, it was too late. The wheelchair tipped sideways beneath Xia Zhihao, flinging him off and sending him tumbling down the stairs. "Quick, save him! Quick!"
Passers-by who had been walking by noticed the sudden commotion and rushed over to help.
A crowd quickly gathered around.
But Xia Zhihao rolled too fast, reaching the bottom step in the blink of an eye.
His entire body ached as if it might shatter at any moment.
Watching Xia Zhihao fall further, he was about to crash onto the stone lion at the very bottom of the stairs. The impact from rolling down the stairs, compounded by hitting the stone lion. Forget whether he'd still be breathing, his spine would surely snap.
"Dad!" Xia Xiaoxi's voice echoed from afar.
The next instant, a figure darted forward, appearing beneath Xia Zhihao's falling trajectory in the blink of an eye.
"Young man, be careful!"
Someone shouted. No one had dared to grab Xie Zhihao earlier precisely because his momentum was too strong. If they failed to help and got hit instead, it would be a case of losing more than they gained. Yet now, the man's figure stood directly below. Seeing the blow about to connect, Xie Zhihao closed his eyes tightly, unable to watch. But in that instant, Xie Zhihao felt as if something had grabbed him by the collar, lifting him completely off the ground. Xie Zhihao cautiously opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that his entire 160-170 pound frame had been lifted off the ground. Silence. At that moment, the surrounding silence was terrifying. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Xie Zhihao, with his massive frame, was being held in the stranger's hand like a little chick? Not to mention the momentum from his tumble down the stairs just moments ago. Grandfather? Xie Zhihao recognized the man's face and blurted out in shock. This kid must be trained in martial arts. He looks so skinny, yet he's incredibly strong. Wait. Grandpa. Did you get it backwards? Who's calling who grandpa? I must still be half asleep. I should have listened to my mom and gone downstairs for a walk. That's terrifying. How much strength does it take? Is his generation as big as his strength? Xia Hang's move, combined with Xie Zhihao's outburst, left the onlookers' CPUs overheating. Thankfully, seeing everyone was unharmed, they slowly dispersed. Holy crap! Last time Grandpa Zhang picked up Xiao Shi on the mountain, this time he picked up her dad. Switching maps always triggers the pickup passive, haha. And Grandpa Zhang was even wearing a hat. That kind of strength. No softening technique whatsoever, just pure brute force. Not just the onlookers, but the viewers in the livestream chat were also stunned. Thank you, Grandpa. Lilan hurried over, still shaken from the scare. If anything happened to Xie Zhihao, she wouldn't know how to go on. Just glad he's okay. Xia Hong replied. His gaze, however, never stopped, constantly scanning the surroundings. I don't know what's been going on lately, but it's been nothing but bad luck. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, if I'd hit the ground, my old bones would have been done for. Xie Zhihao said gratefully. The moment he saw Xia Hang in person, he knew for certain. The young-looking man before him was undoubtedly his grandfather, who had sacrificed his life on the battlefield years ago. That sense of familiarity and bearing couldn't be mistaken. It's not bad luck you're haunted by a ghost. Xia Hong replied. Ha? Xie Zhihao and Lilan were startled by his words, never expecting Xia Hong to suddenly say something like that. Before they could react, Xia Hong drew the small white flag from behind his back and silently chanted the character G over his heart. The small white flag instantly followed the lingering yin energy in the room and tracked it out. Watching the flag fly away on its own, the couple was even more dumbfounded. This flag? How can it fly on its own? Xie Zhihao asked in shock. At that moment, the grandfather before them seemed exceptionally mysterious. Sending his daughter back to the hometown to sweep the ancestral graves, he truly had swept out the old ancestor. Chapter 45, Xia Hong, I'm not human. Xia Hong pulled Xie Zhihao aside, signaling that now was not the time for words. The white flag housed the white-clad figure. After Xia Hang's ritual purification over the past few days, the original bond with Xia Weiqiang had been completely severed, and it had now connected with Xia Hong. Thus, the little white flag could still serve as a means of detection and tracking. Generally speaking, no matter where the little white flag flew, Xia Hong could sense its location. Let's go back first and discuss it later. Xia Hong said. During daylight hours, there are very few places where ghosts can hide. With the white flag in pursuit, that ghost wouldn't stand a chance. For now, they should bring Xie Zhihao back first and ask about the situation. All right. Xie Zhihao nodded repeatedly. This series of bizarre events had already scared the wits out of him. Regardless, the old man before him was clearly helping him, so just obeying would suffice. As they stepped into the elevator, Xia Hong sensed the direction the little white flag had tracked. It was right here in the building they were currently in. Dad, have you gotten into trouble with someone lately? Or have you made any enemies? Xia Xiaoxi pressed. Because his great-grandfather Zhang had once said, even if someone was unlucky enough to encounter a ghost and became haunted, the ghost wouldn't necessarily harm them. Unless there was genuine animosity beforehand. Hearing about Xie Zhihao's misfortunes piling up, each more severe than the last. It was clear the spirit was targeting Xie Zhihao's life. There must be some grudge involved. How terrifying. If an ordinary person encountered such a vicious ghost, they wouldn't dare sleep. They might be strangled to death the moment they closed their eyes. First the flower pot pushed from high up, then the wheelchair shoved. If Grandpa Zhang hadn't appeared in time, Xiaoxi's dad would have been in serious trouble. My gut tells me there's definitely a grudge involved. Hey, why did the live stream go dark again? Damn it! Why does it always cut out at the most crucial moments? Because they entered the elevator. The phone instantly lost signal, so after the live feed stuttered for a moment, it was forced to cut out. No. Xie Zhihao pondered for a while, then shook his head in frustration. Come on, CC, don't you know your dad? He's so honest he can't even haggle over groceries.
How could he possibly have made such a powerful enemy? Even after death, someone still wants to take his life? Li Lan explained. Xia Xiaoxi sighed. She knew her father well. He was the kind of honest, straightforward type. All these years, she'd never once seen him get seriously angry, much less get into any conflicts with others. It was hard to imagine Xia Zhihao harboring such deep-seated hatred toward anyone. We'll find out soon enough, Xia Hong remarked. Just then, a beep sounded as the elevator doors opened. Stepping out, Xia Hong immediately spotted his little white flag floating near a residence's doorway. Upon seeing Xia Hong arrive, it instantly flew back into his hand. A dazed girl's face peered out from the flag's surface. That face was unmistakably Bai Chushan's. Ah, this is... Witnessing this scene, Xia Zhihao and his wife nearly had their souls shaken out of their bodies. Having lived most of their lives, they had never encountered such a sight. Not only did the flag fly, but it seemed to harbor a woman within. This girl's features were delicate, yes, but her complexion was deathly pale, and her eyes were lifeless. She didn't look like a living person at all. The girl in the white shirt was mumbling something unintelligible, and the others couldn't make out a word. They only felt fear. Grandpa Zhang, I have some soil here. Would you like some? Xia Xiaoxi pulled out the spare soil she'd prepared in advance from her pocket and asked. I don't need any. Xia Hong replied. Ha? Then how can you understand Xiaobai? She can't even speak human language yet. How do you communicate with her without eating dirt? Xia Xiaoxi asked in confusion. I'm not human, Xia Hong retorted irritably. Xia Xiaoxi. The conversation between grandfather and granddaughter had left Xia Zhihao and his wife utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, their daughter Xia Xiaoxi seemed so familiar with these scenes. She must have witnessed it all back home. The couple could only stand silently in the background, waiting for Xia Hong to speak. After exchanging a few words with the man in the white shirt, he tucked the small white flag back away and turned his gaze towards Xia Zhihao. Grandpa, how is he? Seeing his grandfather looking at him, Xia Zhihao asked in confusion. The entire family gathered around, ears pricked. Xiaobai said it's a male ghost and he's not young. He's hiding in your house right now. Xiaobai didn't want to scare him away, so he waited for us at the door. Once you open the door and go inside, don't lock it from the inside, and don't make a sound. Lure him out, Xia Hong instructed. It seemed this ghost truly hated Xia Zhihao. It was determined to kill him. Right now, if Xia Hong rushed in recklessly, he might alert the ghost. If it escaped like the lodging ghost last time, it would be trouble. That's why he had Xia Zhihao and the others go in first, then he'd find an opportunity to strike. In our own home, Xia Zhihao exclaimed in shock. And it's a male ghost? Xia Zhihao's face turned deathly pale. But since grandfather had given the order, he had no choice but to obey. He let Li Lan support him as he walked ahead to open the door, keeping Xia Xiaoxi behind. It's okay, Mom and Dad. With great-grandpa here, there's nothing to fear, Xia Xiaoxi reassured them. That was easier said than done. When it came to actually dealing with a ghost, who wouldn't be afraid? Xia Zhihao's hand trembled uncontrollably as he turned the key. Click. The front door swung open. By now, dusk had fallen. With no lights on inside, the house was dimly lit. Whether it was psychological or not, the group couldn't shake the feeling that the house felt eerily gloomy today. The silence was terrifying. All three family members could clearly hear each other's breathing, even the sound of their heartbeats. Xia Xiaoxi brought up the rear, closing the door behind her. But following Xia Heng's instructions, she only left it ajar, not locked. Honey, does it still hurt? Would you like some water first? Li Lan asked anxiously. Everyone knew full well that a ghost was lurking in the house. Yet they still had to pretend nothing was amiss. Xia Xiaoxi dared not utter a word, her nostrils flaring as she furtively scanned the room. I'll have some. Thanks, honey, Xia Zhihao replied. But as soon as he took the cup Li Lan handed him, his hands shook so violently he couldn't hold it steady. The water spilled all over the floor. The rim of the cup clattered against his teeth as it tapped against his lips, producing a sharp, metallic clink. Xia Zhihao laughed awkwardly and said to Xia Xiaoxi, Dad's getting old, his hands aren't steady anymore. Let me hold it for you. Xia Xiaoxi reached out to take the cup from her father. But the moment her hand touched the cup, she realized it was scalding hot. She lost her grip, and the cup crashed to the floor, shattering instantly. Father and daughter both gasped in shock. Ah! At the same moment, Li Lan's shrill scream echoed from the kitchen. Mom! What's wrong? Chapter 46, The Evil Spirit Reveals Itself. Does it really want to kill my grandson? Though terrified, Xia Xiaoxi rushed toward the kitchen without hesitation. The moment she entered, she saw her mother, Li Lan, clutching her fingers. Her entire hand was now dripping with bright red blood. Drops fell onto the kitchen floor, creating a deeply unsettling sight. I was sure I was cutting a radish just now. I don't know why, but when I cut down, my hand just opened up. Mom, I'm fine. Keep an eye on your dad. Li Lan spoke, then suddenly realized.
The ghost in the house was targeting Xie Zhihao. She had to make sure Xie Xiaoxi kept an eye on him. She urged Xie Xiaoxi to return to the living room and stay with Xie Zhihao.
After leaving the kitchen,
seeing her father still sitting comfortably on the sofa reading the newspaper, Xie Xiaoxi finally relaxed. She went to the drawer to help Li Lan find bandages and hydrogen peroxide for disinfection.
Dad, Mom cut her hand. Do you know where the disinfectant and stuff are kept? Weren't they kept here before? Xie Xiaoxi rummaged through the drawer but couldn't find it. I need some too. Can you help me look too? Xie Zhihao spoke up. Are you bleeding too? Let me take a look? Xie Xiaoxi approached with a puzzled look.
At the same time, Xie Zhihao lowered the newspaper in his hand, revealing a face riddled with bloody holes, flesh mangled and torn, his eyeballs half hanging from their sockets. Only his mouth remained, smacking as he spoke.
Who are you? Where's my dad?
Xie Xiaoxi trembled all over, her stomach churning at the sight of his face.
She couldn't help but retch.
Summoning courage from somewhere, she grabbed a teacup from the coffee table and hurled it at him. She didn't even see if it hit its mark, only hearing the sound of shattering glass behind her.
Dad! Xie Xiaoxi didn't have time to think.
She dashed toward the bedroom, searching for Xie Zhihao.
Sure enough, Xie Zhihao was found in his parents' master bedroom.
But right now, Xie Zhihao was clinging to the bay window, one hand gripping the frame as if he were trying to climb out. This was the 16th floor. If he actually climbed out, it would be disastrous.
What are you doing? Xie Xiaoxi shouted.
Xie Zhihao jolted awake at his daughter's voice, turning around with a blank expression.
I was sitting in the living room just now, wasn't I? How did I end up here? Xie Zhihao asked dazedly.
Li Lan, hearing the commotion, hurried over as well. As Li Lan entered, the door slammed shut behind her.
Who's there?
Xie Zhihao immediately stepped in front of his wife and daughter. Before he could finish speaking, his neck felt as though it had been seized by an unseen force. He was lifted off his feet and slammed violently against the wardrobe.
Thud. Guh. Guh.
Xie Zhihao's face flushed crimson as the chokehold cut off his breath.
Dad! Xie Xiaoxi and Li Lan rushed forward immediately.
But they could see nothing, touch nothing, only Xie Zhihao's expression growing more twisted and agonized.
If this continued, Xie Zhihao would be strangled to death. Boom! At that critical moment, the door burst open with a thunderous kick.
Before Xie Xiaoxi and the others could react, a large net woven from red cords descended from above, hovering precisely in front of Xie Zhihao.
Beneath the net's embrace, a human form writhed and struggled.
Xie Zhihao felt the pressure on his neckies as air rushed into his nostrils and mouth, restoring some of his consciousness. The figure trapped beneath the net refused to give up.
It lunged fiercely towards Xie Zhihao once more.
But mid-air, it was met by a massive kick.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed through the room.
A dark, human-shaped imprint was smashed into the white wall. The next moment, the apparition rolled onto the bed. Grandpa Zhang! Grandpa! Xie Xiaoxi and Li Lan cried out in shock. Xie Hong motioned for them to step back. Over there, the demon on the bed struggled back to its feet.
The ghostly blood smeared across its face stained the entire sheet a dark crimson.
This ghastly visage was unmistakably the same specter Xie Xiaoxi had seen in the living room moments before. Xie Xiaoxi clung fearfully to Li Lan, hiding behind Grandpa Zhang.
Xie Zhihao, however, froze in place. His brow furrowed as he recognized the specter, shouting in disbelief, Xiaolu?
He's Xiaolu? The Xiaolu you mentioned had an accident at the construction site not long ago?
Li Lan exclaimed in surprise. Not long ago, while lying in bed, she had heard Xie Zhihao sighing. He'd mentioned a co-worker at the construction site had been crushed to death by machinery. His face was unrecognizable, and his body was torn apart. His child was only in middle school, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. Who knew how they'd manage? Little Lu hadn't left after death, but instead kept haunting Xie Zhihao.
And now he's constantly trying to kill Xie Zhihao. Ah! I want you dead. Xie Zhihao. I want you dead.
Seeing his form exposed, Xiao Lu abandoned all concealment. He lunged at Xie Zhihao like a madman. Even if it meant his own death, he was determined to take Xie Zhihao down with him. But Xie Han was present. He wouldn't let him kill his grandson. He flicked a copper coin backward. Swish! In an instant, it pierced through Xiao Lu's body.
Ah!
Xiao Lu screamed in agony. Yet his body showed no sign of stopping. He continued charging straight towards Xie Zhihao.
His claws clamped down on Xie Zhihao's neck, sinking deep into the flesh. What immense resentment! Xie Hong murmured in awe. This ghost's resentment was hardly weaker than that of a lodging ghost. If it wasn't subdued today and allowed to continue killing, it wouldn't be long before it transformed into a fierce specter. Xie Hong wasn't the only one who could see it. Even the untrained Li Lan and Xie Xiaoxi could tell this ghost was no ordinary spirit. Grandpa Zhang. This ghost is too vicious. Be careful. Xie Xiaoxi's fear when confronting Xiao Lu was even greater than when she had faced the lodging ghost.
After all, the lodging ghost was merely a vengeful spirit devoid of true consciousness. But this ghost was different. The moment it opened its mouth to speak, everyone present except Xia Hong shuddered in terror. Its voice dripped with hatred, vowing not to rest until Xie Zhihao was dead.
Even Xie Xiaoxi couldn't help but worry about Grandpa Zhang's safety. How dare you! Xia Hong lunged forward. He seized the ghostly hand of Xiao Lu and delivered a crushing punch. It landed squarely on Xiao Lu's face. Xiao Lu's head exploded like a burst watermelon, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The hand gripping Xie Zhihao's neck was forced to release its hold. Grandpa Zhang is just too formidable. Li Lan gasped in awe, hope igniting within her heart. Holy! Xie Xiaoxi's expression froze. She knew better than anyone else how powerful Grandpa Zhang was. Yet Xia Hang's performance this time still left her utterly speechless. It couldn't be an illusion. Grandpa Zhang was absolutely more formidable than ever before. Because Grandpa Zhang hadn't even taken off his hat covered in corpse-binding talismans. Oh no, how could Grandpa Zhang still be a growth type? Chapter 47, Fight Fire with Fire. Even the zombie realm follows this rule. Xiao Lu's face was already a bloody mess. Now, after taking Xia Hang's solid punch, his entire head was a gruesome, unrecognizable mess. But ghosts aren't like humans. Even with his head in such a gruesome state, it still couldn't threaten his ghostly life. He knelt on the ground, spitting viscous, foul-smelling blood from his mouth. His eyes, bulging from their sockets, were bloodshot and crimson. It crawled towards Xie Zhihao with a deathly grimace. Xia Hong couldn't fathom what kind of grudge could make this ghost harbor such intense hatred towards Xie Zhihao. Surely it couldn't be that Xie Zhihao had killed it? Xiao Lu, why do you hate me so much? Xie Zhihao mustered his courage to ask. He was utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom what he might have done to offend Xiao Lu. Being hated for no apparent reason left him uneasy, so he tried to get to the bottom of it. I'll kill you. Xie Zhihao. I want you dead. But Xiao Lu was completely irrational, consumed by resentment. He lunged at Xie Zhihao with frenzied murderous intent. Just talk when I tell you to. Xia Hong landed another punch squarely on Xiao Lu's head. Smack! The raging demon instantly went limp, wilting like a deflated balloon. Whoa, brutal! Xia Xiaoxi silently gave Grandpa Zhang a thumbs up. Li Lan, watching nearby, was stunned. Indeed. The principle of fighting fire with fire, even the zombie realm adheres to it. Our great-grandfather may look frail, but when he gets physical, he's no ordinary force. Speak up. Why did you have to kill him? Xia Hong demanded. After all, Xie Zhihao was his own flesh and blood grandson. This ghost had repeatedly tried to kill Xie Zhihao right before his eyes. There was no way he could just ignore it. Xie Zhihao, why did you take my money? Do you know that? I risked my life for it. Without me, my wife and children depend on this money to survive. How could you? After being struck by Xia Hong, he finally regained some composure and confronted Xie Zhihao with resentment in his voice. Xie Zhihao and Li Lan exchanged puzzled glances. What the hell was going on? Xia Hong refrained from intervening this time. After all, the truth needed to be uncovered. Such intense resentment from this ghost couldn't have come out of nowhere. I never took any money from you. How could I possibly do such a thing? Xie Zhihao retorted. He couldn't fathom why Xiao Lu would say such a thing. Where on earth did this money come from? Xia Xiaoxi stood by, utterly confused. It's been a year. I've been working for you for a whole year. At year end, everyone needs money. I asked you 3 or 5 times, and you kept saying there wasn't any yet, telling me to wait a little longer. Now you're even taking the compensation money meant for my death? Xie Zhihao, isn't it you? By this point, Xiao Lu's voice was choked with emotion. His head was rotting away, only his mouth remaining somewhat intact. The words that came out of his mouth echoed eerily in the cramped room. Impossible. My dad wouldn't do something like this. Xia Xiaoxi couldn't hold back and stepped forward. She immediately retorted. No matter what, she refused to believe her father could commit such a heartless act. Yeah, last year's project payment still hasn't come through. We haven't received ours either. As for your compensation, we haven't even seen a penny of it. Li Lan hurriedly explained. Listening to their conversation, Xia Hong grasped the situation. It turned out Xie Zhihao was a small-time foreman with a handful of laborers under him. Xiao Lu was one of them. Last year, they had taken on a project for Hung Yuan real estate. By year's end, Xiao Lu's family urgently needed money, compounded by his child's impending high school enrollment. To ensure his child could attend a better school, Xiao Lu approached Xie Zhihao. He asked for his wages 3 or 4 times, but each time Xie Zhihao claimed he didn't have the money. Xiao Lu felt Xia was just making excuses to dodge him and string him along. With his family pressing him for money, Xiao Lu couldn't sleep well for several nights, leaving him distracted. One careless moment, his foot slipped and he plunged headfirst into the machinery. By the time he regained consciousness, he was already a wandering spirit. You have a wife and children at home, and so do I. We agreed the final payment for the project would be settled by year end. You asked me 3 times, but I've chased you down 50 times over.
I brought you to work here, and I failed to pay your wages on time.
That's my fault.
I should apologize to the brothers.
But I wouldn't stoop to making money this way. Xia Zhihao looked despondent. He was just as anxious as anyone.
But urgency was useless.
With Hang Yuan dragging its feet on the final payment, Xia Zhihao was powerless. Such a massive corporation, you could drop a rock into it and not hear it echo for half a day. At first, Xia Zhihao hadn't even wanted to take on Hang Yuan's project. But business was slow. People still had to eat. He had no choice but to take it on. Little did he know trouble would follow. But we haven't paid nothing at all. I know everyone's struggling. Here's the payment record. My husband personally covered part of the wages for each worker involved.
All these payments went through my account.
Take a look. The project funds haven't come through, and we've even dipped into our life savings.
Li Lan hurriedly pulled out a small notebook from the bedside table.
Opening it, she revealed densely packed lines of tiny handwriting, meticulously recorded. Xiao Lu recognized every name listed as a recipient.
They were indeed fellow workers they had labored alongside.
Especially after your accident, we were the first to visit your family. We left 40,000 yuan for your wife and child.
It wasn't much, but we did our utmost. We truly didn't take a single penny for ourselves.
Why did you harm my husband?
Li Lan pointed to one of the entries in the small notebook.
Hearing Li Lan's words, Xiao Lu visibly paused.
He stared intently at the ledger with bloodshot eyes. There it was, a clear record of a 40,000 yuan expenditure made to him, Lu Dong.
But that's impossible. What about my compensation money? Why wasn't my compensation given to my wife?
I clearly heard them say this money had already been given to you. Lu Dong froze for a long moment before suddenly shouting again. It seems he can't quite control his emotions again.
After his death, he became a wandering spirit, and at first, his resentment wasn't this intense.
He drifted around the construction site for days. Then he followed the trail to the Hang Yuan real estate building, wanting to know if his wages and compensation had been paid to his family. But the news he heard was that the money had been handed over to Xia Zhihao. Lu Dong suddenly realized that his hard-earned money had likely been swindled by Xia Zhihao.
His resentment instantly reached the heavens, transforming him into a vengeful spirit that made its way to Xia Zhihao's home.
That explained why Xia Zhihao had been plagued by misfortune these past days, even nearly losing his life.
All because Lu Dong was out for his life. Chapter 48, Not the Taoist Master. It's my grandfather. Please keep reading. Why would the compensation money be given to me?
I've asked about this money several times, but they keep telling me they've already contacted my sister-in-law directly.
Xia Zhihao explained.
Although he was considered a small foreman, calling everyone to work together.
The contracts were signed directly between Hang Yuan Real Estate and the individual workers. He didn't have any additional contracts as an intermediary, so the compensation naturally couldn't come to him. No, that's not how it is. But I'm dead, and my money's gone too. Whose words are the truth? Who should I believe?
Lu Dong knelt on the ground, hands clutching his head, his face contorted in fury.
Unable to accept it, could it be he had truly targeted the wrong enemy? His wife and children at home were counting on this money to survive.
He was truly at his wit's end.
I can't tell.
Lu Dong screamed in agony.
The resentment within him fueled his strength, yet it also tormented him relentlessly. Han Yuan again? Xia Heng's expression hardened. Since his revival, it felt like a relentless ordeal. Anything involving Han Yuan real estate never ended well.
Lu Dong knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. With the truth laid bare, everyone had their answers. Lu Dong didn't seem that old. His untimely death was truly tragic.
But the dead cannot be brought back to life. It was irreversible.
Even after death, he had mistakenly confronted the wrong enemy.
These circumstances had driven Lu Dong to collapse. When a ghost weeps, it's best not to interrupt. Otherwise, it might reignite their resentment. Let him weep. With time, clarity will come. Night had fully fallen, and the silence was eerie.
Lu Dong's sobs rang out with piercing clarity, as if echoing directly in everyone's ears.
After a long while, Lu Dong's sobs finally began to subside.
Kneeling on the ground, he bowed his head to Xia Zhihao, his skull split open and exposed as raw flesh. Brother Hao, you've always been good to us brothers. When business was slow, the jobs you gave us barely made you any money yourself. You just wanted to make sure we brothers had enough to eat. I was momentarily blinded by greed and nearly dragged you down too. As Lu Dong spoke, the resentment within him gradually subsided. Earlier, his mind had been clouded by resentment, but now he recalled all that had come before.
Xia Zhihao's character was beyond reproach in their circle.
He'd always treated them well. It was simply impossible for him to do such a thing. But with no way to track down his enemy, coupled with the confirmed news at Hang Yuan that the money had indeed reached Xia Zhihao. That's why he'd lost his temper and become murderous. No, it's me who owes you an apology. Xia Zhihao paused for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. He only felt a deep sense of debt.
Regardless, as the leader, he should have ensured everyone's safety.
When something went wrong, he inevitably bore some responsibility.
And to top it off, they hadn't even gotten the money.
For days, confined at home due to his injury, he had been consumed by self-reproach.
He never imagined such a huge misunderstanding would arise with Lu Dong.
Thank you, Master Taoist, for stopping me.
You prevented a major disaster. Lu Dong turned and knelt before Xia Hong, saying,
Had Xia Hong not arrived in time to intervene, Xia Zhihao would have lost all 8 of his lives by now. It wasn't the Taoist master, it was my grandfather.
Xia Zhihao explained. Lu Dong. This young Taoist master is your grandfather? The grandson had a scruffy beard and thinning hair. Grandpa radiated righteousness, youthful and handsome. This stark contrast baffled even the malevolent spirit Lu Dong. Ever since becoming a ghost, he'd realized this world was far crazier than he'd ever imagined. Anyway, sir. My resentment is too deep to wash away. I'll never have another chance at rebirth. Please grant me a swift end. All I ask is that brother Hao find time to look after my wife and children. Lu Dong pleaded once more. Such overwhelming resentment prevents reincarnation. Moreover, it could erode his consciousness at any moment, driving him to harm others. He wasn't inherently evil, he only sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. He had no desire to take human lives. Leaving him unchecked would surely lead to more trouble. That's why he wanted to take advantage of his lucid state to have Xia Hong end his suffering. Xia Hong scrutinized Lu Dong from head to toe, spotting a vase in the room. He faced Lu Dong's direction, murmuring incantations. A dark shadow flickered, and Lu Dong, who had been kneeling on the floor, vanished without a trace. Xia Hong pulled out another yellow talisman and affixed it to the mouth of the vase. Grandpa Zhang, did you seal him away? Xia Xiaoxi's pig-shaped head bobbed. Having followed Xia Hong for some time, she could discern the principles behind certain rituals. Yes, sealed and placed at a crossroads. After that, it's up to his own fate. Leave him exposed for 30 to 50 days. Once his malevolent energy dissipates, he'll have endured it and can be reincarnated. If he can't endure it. Xia Hong stopped mid-sentence, but the others understood exactly what he meant. Crossroads gather yang energy by day and yin by night, making them the most suitable location. Plus, the bottle provided some protection, preventing Lu Dong from being baked to death outright. This was their only option. Lu Dong understood perfectly well that, having come this far, Xia Hong had no intention of truly letting him go. Xia Xiaoxi nodded. Xia Zhihao and his wife wore solemn expressions. Whatever arrangements their grandfather made, they would follow. They expressed their gratitude to Xia Hong. Had grandfather not arrived today, Xia Zhihao feared he might not have survived. The family arrived at a secluded intersection outside the residential complex. Xia Hong placed the bottle in a relatively hidden spot and left it be. Grandpa Zhang, is that all? Xia Xiaoxi asked. She had expected some kind of ritual or chanting to be performed. She hadn't expected it to be so simple, and it all felt a bit rushed. What else? Do you want to stay and guard it? Xia Hong retorted irritably. Did she expect him to erect a tombstone and build a mausoleum for it? For a vengeful spirit like this, Xia Hong had already shown considerable leniency by not smashing it to bits outright. Xia Xiaoxi's neck jerked back as she waved frantically. No. I still want to serve you for another 2 years. This scare was enough to kill someone, why would she stay and guard it? Ah. Xia Zhihao and his wife exchanged complicated glances as they watched the vase from afar, sighing softly. Xia Heng's thoughts were equally complicated. After provoking him time and again, something must be done. The thought made Xia Heng's fists clench tightly. Just as he turned to head back into the residential complex, his keen senses suddenly detected something tearing through the air. Xia Hong halted in his tracks, straining to follow the sound. Crash! The flower pot at the intersection shattered, sending shards flying everywhere. Ah! Lu Dong's agonized scream pierced the air. A figure flew out from the shattered vase and rolled onto the ground. A gaping wound pierced his chest, leaving a bloody hole. His eyes, filled with despair, turned towards Xia Hong one last time, but it was too late. The ghostly form gradually faded, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. The object that shattered the vase seemed eerily familiar. It was the very same flying dagger that the sorcerer had used to ambush Xia Hong back in Xia village. Only this time, the dagger was likely imbued with some sort of ghost-slaying black magic. Combined with Lu Dong's weakened state after being beaten by Xia Hong earlier, the ghostly form was instantly slain. Grandpa Zhang! Xia Xiaoxi's startled cry echoed through the air. Xia Hong turned toward the sound and saw 2 blinding beams of car headlights approaching. A bright red car was speeding toward the 3 people nearby. Chapter 49, Praying for Ancestral Intervention. Did you decide to manifest divinely? The car was as crimson as fresh blood, moving at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already directly in front of Xia Xiaoxi and the others. Xia Xiaoxi instinctively cried out, Grandpa Zhang. Her first instinct was to push Xia Zhihao and Li Lan out of harm's way with all her might. By the time Xia Xiaoxi thought to run herself, it was already too late. At that speed, evasion was impossible. She held her breath in terror, trying to shut down her senses. Xiaoxi! Xia Zhihao and his wife were knocked to the ground by Xia Xiaoxi's explosive strength.
They screamed in terror, watching helplessly as the red car closed in.
Boom! At this critical moment, the car suddenly let out a deafening roar. It seemed to have struck something solid. Despite the wheels spinning wildly, the vehicle remained completely immobilized.
Xia Xiaoxi's eyes welled up with tears as she thought her life was over. Yet she felt something cover her head. Xia Xiaoxi trembled as she opened her eyes. The dark brim of a hat blocked most of her vision. Even so, she instantly recognized the figure standing before her once more.
Grandpa! Grandpa Zhang!
Xia Xiaoxi gasped. In that instant, her entire body had gone ice cold. It felt as though she'd stepped halfway into the gates of the underworld. It was great-grandfather Zhang, standing in front of her to shield her from the disaster.
Xia Hang's large hand forced the corpse-suppressing cap over Xia Xiaoxi's trembling pig-like head.
His other hand pressed down hard on the hood of the red car. The front half of the car slammed into Xia Hong, causing the bodywork to buckle and dent. Yet the car kept accelerating, trying to plow through Xia Hang's body.
Grandfather! Xia Zhihao and Li Lan gaped in shock.
This. They even doubted their own eyes.
Their grandfather not only beat ghosts like he was beating his grandson, but his body was also this tough? He was practically made of steel.
A metal car moving at such high speed, and he actually managed to block it.
An ancestral spirit manifesting was already incredible enough. But this is clearly divine intervention. Could this be a dream?
Though stunned, they were relieved to see their daughter, Xia Xiaoxi, unharmed.
The couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Hong glanced back at Xia Xiaoxi.
Seeing that pig-headed fool still slumped on the ground, staring at him with wide eyes.
A twitch involuntarily crossed his lips as he snapped, "What are you standing there for? Get out of the way. Think it's easy? Can't you come over and take my place for a bit? Xia Xiaoxi, I'm outta here."
His legs buckling, Xia Xiaoxi scrambled away in a disheveled retreat to the edge of the greenbelt, glancing back anxiously at Grandpa Zhang.
Across the road, a brand new olive-green Daini car drove by. A blonde head poked out the window, grinning at Xia Hong. "Hey bro, shooting some stunt-filled short film? Splurging on production like this? You look sharp." Boom!
The moment the blonde finished speaking, the roof of the red car was violently ripped open. A ghostly, deathly pale face emerged, bellowing at the blonde-haired guy. "Hiya!
Holy! So it's a ghost story after all."
The yellow-haired guy turned ashen with fright and floored the gas pedal, sending himself hurtling forward. It wasn't just the passing punk who got the fright.
Xia Xiaoxi and the others all shuddered. It was a ghost. Another ghost.
And it looked incredibly vicious, definitely not some ordinary little ghost. No doubt she was the one driving that car earlier, trying to run Xia Xiaoxi and the others over. The female ghost's twisted limbs crawled out through the hole in the roof, clad in a red spaghetti strap dress and red high heels. Her hair was styled in large curls, adorned with a long wilted red flower. Her appearance had a distinct Republican-era style, suggesting she was a ghost who had been dead for many years. Not only had she been dead for ages, but her resentment was sky-high, far beyond anything Lu Dong had faced before. Even Xia Xiaoxi, who knew nothing about such matters, could sense that this red-clad female ghost was no ordinary spirit. The moment the red-clad ghost appeared, the temperature around the road plummeted. Grandpa Zhang had once explained to her why household appliances, especially lights, tended to short-circuit when ghosts appeared. It was because ghosts carried a unique magnetic field. Upon materializing, the more powerful the spirit, the stronger the field.
Some could even affect the human brain, inducing hallucinations.
Lu Dong had exploited this very trait in his attempt to harm Xia Zhihao.
"You've even resorted to using a fierce ghost?" Xia Hong said coldly.
"There's no mistake about it, this red-robed female ghost before us is a genuine, full-fledged fierce ghost."
"What lodging ghost? Lu Dong?"
Together, they wouldn't hold a candle to her.
A fierce ghost." Xia Xiaoxi gasped in shock.
She had often heard old Yen say before, better to meet the king of hell than encounter a fierce ghost. Even those who had cultivated Taoist arts for decades would typically flee at the first sight of a genuine fierce ghost.
They were too vicious. Ordinary Taoist techniques were useless against them. The small white flag in Xia Xiaoxi's embrace trembled uncontrollably.
It seemed the white cloth inside was also sensing the oppressive presence of the red-robed vengeful spirit. But why would a fierce ghost suddenly appear?
Logically, such terrifying specters should be extremely rare, shouldn't they? Driving a car, it didn't even wipe out her entire family. A fierce ghost? "Granddaughter, is Grandpa going to be okay?" Xia Zhihao asked anxiously.
Even though he'd already witnessed his grandfather's formidable abilities.
But a fierce ghost?
Even in the TV shows and novels he watched and listened to, this sort of thing was always mentioned. Whenever fierce ghosts appeared in stories, people always died. Even if Grandpa was powerful, encountering such a ghostly entity would be a tough nut to crack. Having finally met the grandfather he admired, who had saved him so many times today. Naturally, he feared something might happen to Xia Hong.
Xia Xiaoxi shook her head. She had no idea either. "Mom and Dad, you go ahead.
Staying here will only burden Grandpa Zhang.
I have to help great-grandpa.
After speaking, Xia Xiaoxi scanned her surroundings, seeking an opportunity for Xia Hong to escape. Finally, her gaze locked onto a shared electric scooter nearby.
Making up her mind, she dashed over in a flash. Xia Zhihao and Li Lan exchanged a glance. They knew full well that ordinary people like them couldn't help at all. They might even complicate things for Grandpa. So, following Xia Xiaoxi's instructions, they helped him retreat to a safe distance. What are you? No. You're not human.
The crimson-robed specter frowned, staring at Xia Hong in confusion. As a fierce ghost, it instantly recognized Xia Hong was not human.
He lacked the vital energy of a living being. If he wasn't human, then what was he? In any case, you're dead.
The red-robed specter screamed, its ghostly claws snapping towards Xia Hong's throat, instantly locking onto him. Yet no matter how fiercely the red-robed specter strained, it couldn't budge Xia Hong an inch.
You want to kill me? Xia Hong asked coldly.
The image of the flying dagger that had killed Lu Dong flashed through his mind. There was no mistake that dagger was indeed identical to the one wielded by the sorcerer back in Xia village. But hadn't that sorcerer been killed by the village chief? By now, his corpse had likely been devoured clean by maggots. That left only one possibility: the sorcerer in Xijia village was likely not alone, but part of an organization. Even their murder methods were identical.
Chapter 50, Wraiths don't run red lights. Step forward to block him. Despite knowing Xia Hong was present, they still risked exposure to kill Lu Dong. Since it involved the sorcerers of Xijia village, the finger could only point back at Han Yuan real estate. When people know too much, especially if they can speak freely, they easily become targets. The same goes for ghosts. Knowing too much is never a good thing. This company was a master at risk avoidance, precisely exploiting the loophole. Killing a human is illegal, killing a ghost is not, and killing a ghost by a human is also not illegal. Lu Dong's ghost had already been killed by the sorcerer's flying dagger. Therefore, this fiery specter in crimson robes before them had come to handle the killing. You, what the hell are you? Why can't I kill you? The red-robed specter stared at Xia Hong in disbelief. Because I'm already dead. Finished choking? Now it's my turn? Xia Hong retorted. Before the red-robed specter could react, Xia Hong's massive hand, like an iron clamp, locked onto her neck in the blink of an eye. Guh? Guh? The red-robed specter emitted agonized sounds. She stared at Xia Hong in terror. How could this man not only possess a body harder than steel, but also such immense strength? In an instant, Xia Hong's grip crushed the ghost's neck to the thickness of his own arm. Only the ghost's body possessed such resilience. A human would have been strangled to death long ago. The red-robed specter refused to accept defeat, lashing out with a savage claw at Xia Hong. Yet it failed to leave even a scratch. Impossible. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Since becoming a vengeful spirit, this was the first time the red-robed specter had ever felt such utter helplessness. Before this man, all its actions felt as futile as a mayfly shaking a tree. Didn't you just try to kill my descendants? Xia Hong roared angrily. His right hand had somehow wrapped itself around the copper coin array. A fist erupted from his hand, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Boom! The crimson-robed specter's face, pretty refined despite its ghastly pallor, was twisted and deformed by Xia Hong's punch. Several ghostly fangs were knocked loose and flew out. The red-robed specter's mind went blank. She never imagined anyone in Jiecheng could strike her so viciously. Completely defenseless. A crimson figure streaked across the night sky, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Who the hell was the real demon here? How could he be so much more brutal than her? Not even a living soul, yet protected by a shield of righteous energy. How could she possibly fight this? Guh! The red-robed specter vomited thick, black clots of blood. The organs shattered by Xia Hong's fist had to be expelled immediately, otherwise, the damage would spread to other parts. A seemingly ordinary punch proved terrifying to this extent. Only because it was a fierce red-robed ghost. If it had been any other specter, this single punch alone would have been enough to send them to the afterlife 800 times over. Run! We have to run. He's untouchable. He's more terrifying than any ghost. The first thought racing through the red-robed specter's mind was to flee immediately. If she dared exchange even 2 more blows with Xia Hong, she'd surely lose her ghostly life right here. She'd been tricked. Those damned Siamese had deceived her. They said tonight in Jie City, they told her to go wild, to cause as much chaos as she wanted, and absolutely nothing bad would happen. Besides, as a fierce ghost, she believed few masters could touch her. Who knew she'd run into a monster like Xia Hong? Trying to run? Xia Hong flicked the copper coin array from his hand and silently chanted the incantation. Instantly, the coin array took shape in midair, shimmering with golden radiance. It slammed straight into the back of the red-robed specter. Ah! Damn it, damn it! A flash of fire erupted as the copper coin array tore a bloody gash into the red-robed specter's back. But there was no time to tend to the pain now. If he paused even for a moment, the monster behind him might catch up. Just as Xia Hong was about to give chase, a yellow shared electric scooter sped toward them. Grandpa Zhang! I'm here to help you.
Xia Xiaoxi twisted the throttle to full power. Though terrified beyond words, she charged headlong toward the red-robed specter, determined to create an opening for Grandpa Zhang. She charged straight toward the red-robed specter without hesitation. As she caught up to the red-robed specter, Xia Xiaoxi timed her move perfectly, jumping off the scooter and executing a flawless pig roll to land safely. The car's momentum carried it forward, colliding directly with the red-robed specter. The force of the collision sent the specter flying, tumbling into the grass.
It hit!
Xia Xiaoxi pumped her fist in excitement. She might have ended up bruised and battered, but looking cool was a lifetime achievement. She just helped Grandpa Zhang take down a ghost.
A ghost, for crying out loud. What do you think? Am I awesome, Grandpa Zhang? Enough chatter. Let's go, go, go. We gotta run while we can.
Xia Xiaoxi wiped the blood from her nose and said triumphantly. She grabbed Xia Hong, who was chasing after them, and started running back.
Awesome.
I was almost catching up, and you just shoved the ghost away.
Xia Hong sighed.
He forced himself to suppress his anger, reminding himself that this pig was family. He couldn't harbor murderous thoughts.
It must be a genetic mutation causing this.
In the blink of an eye, the red-robed specter had vanished into the distance.
Ha! You were chasing her? Oh, so you were the one who scared the ghost away? Xia Xiaoxi stared blankly at her parents crouched in the corner. Xia Zhihao and Li Lan frantically nodding. Xia Xiaoxi.
Xia Hong shook his head, too lazy to engage with his great-granddaughter, and vanished to give chase. He unleashed the green zombie's fastest speed. Though his hopping seemed slow, he vanished at the road's end in an instant. Forget a fierce ghost. Even if the Ghost King himself came, he'd never let it escape. No matter what, he would root out everyone behind this. How is it hopping? Li Lan gaped in astonishment. If she hadn't misseen it, Xia Hong had been hopping, hadn't he? Xia Zhihao was equally puzzled. Could hopping really be faster than running? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, my great-grandfather was a zombie.
Xia Xiaoxi explained. Xia Zhihao and Li Lan, so he's a zombie. What? A zombie? Jiqing, West Street.
Warning barriers surrounded the road, with several police cars gathered around. Among them, a traffic police booth had been smashed to pieces by something. Ambulances blared their sirens as they sped toward the scene from the distance.
Zhang Shan and Li Shui carried the injured officer into the ambulance. Captain, what exactly happened? Li Shui inquired.
They had all been urgently dispatched to this part of the city, only to arrive and witness this horrific scene. I just got the report too. A ghost car went on a rampage, injuring many people. Old Yan's injuries haven't healed yet, so Teacher Lu is handling the current situation. According to Teacher Lu, the ghost responsible for tonight's attack is likely a fierce ghost.
That's why reinforcements are being called in from the neighboring city. It's a major incident. Zhang Shan explained.
He gestured toward a young man inspecting the scene nearby.
That was the Mr. Lu he mentioned, another paranormal consultant in Jiqing, though younger and less experienced than Old Yan. With injuries like that, knowing it was a vengeful ghost, why didn't they avoid it?
Li Shui sighed as she watched the police officers on the ambulance.
Why didn't they avoid it? Because they weren't afraid.
The new guy insisted that even a vengeful ghost shouldn't run a red light, so he went to stop it.
And look, now he's down for the count. Chapter 51, wait. The red-clothed wraith is being chased by zombies? Li Shui. A few thousand yuan in wages, and he's risking his life like this? The scene's been cleared. Let's remove the roadblocks first. I'll be useful in a bit. Over there, Teacher Lu, holding a compass, made a full circuit while possessed.
He addressed the other officers nearby.
Teacher Lu, what's the situation? Zhang Shan approached and inquired.
If they encountered criminals committing violent acts, they could spring into action without hesitation. But when ghostly entities were the perpetrators, they were utterly helpless. They could only rely on special professionals like Teacher Lu and Old Yan to handle such matters. Previously, paranormal cases were actually quite rare. Though they did occur occasionally, they certainly weren't as frequent as they had been lately.
Otherwise, the entire city of Jiqing wouldn't have barely 3 paranormal consultants. Mr. Lu was newly hired. Before him, Jia City had only 2 paranormal consultants. Lately, for reasons unknown, it's been like the weather has changed. Ghostly apparitions have been appearing with increasing frequency. Not long ago, a ghostly assault occurred in the town where Zhang Shan works. After that, they contacted Old Yan to handle it. After resolving that matter, he stopped by the town police station and happened to encounter Xia Hong being brought in. Captain Zhang, just call me Lu Feng. No doubt about it, it was definitely a vengeful ghost. The situation is dire. Lu Feng stated solemnly. Earlier, while surveying the crime scene, he had detected traces of ghostly energy left behind. Combined with the extent of the destruction at the scene, he judged there was at least a 90% chance it was a vengeful ghost. At present, Elder Yan was hospitalized with injuries. Of all the advisors, only he had made it to the scene. Facing a fierce ghost, it was indeed tricky, even overwhelming. Whoa! Zhang Shan sucked in a sharp breath. The Lu Feng was young, his family was a lineage of yin-yang masters. His ancestors had all practiced Taoist cultivation, so Lu Feng had trained since childhood and possessed considerable abilities.
If even he was so certain, it must be a fierce ghost without a doubt. Zhang Shan had often heard old Yen speak of these fierce ghosts, terrifying beings known as the underworld's king, relentlessly pursuing souls to claim their lives. Even they, as yin-yang masters, dared not confront them lightly. If such a creature were truly rampaging through Jie City, it would surely cause numerous casualties. The young man carried onto the white van earlier had collapsed.
But to survive an encounter with a fierce ghost?
That shows he's got some serious resilience. For now, I can only set up a yin gathering array along this path and lay some ambushes. See if we can lure that fierce ghost over and temporarily trap it while we wait for reinforcements. If I go alone, I can't even guarantee my own survival against a fierce ghost.
Lu Feng explained.
This was the only solution he could think of at the moment. The police station had already notified investigators from the neighboring city for backup. His words could buy time, however little. Once the gathering yin array was set up, it would appear to the ghost like an oasis in the desert, instinctively drawing it closer.
Alright, you handle the arrangements. We'll definitely cooperate fully.
Zhang Shan replied, stepping aside with Li Shui. They could all sense the gravity in Lu Feng's words. With the road cleared, Lu Feng produced a roll of yellow cloth. With a single flick of his wrist, he spread the yellow cloth across the ground like a red carpet. Then, holding brushes in both hands, he began to write furiously. His feet were planted firmly in a horse stance. Stroke after stroke, each penetrating deep into the wood, he began drawing runes upon the yellow cloth. He then placed 7 eternal lamps around the perimeter of the completed yellow cloth. His movements flowed seamlessly, without the slightest hesitation, drawing a crowd of officers from nearby.
Captain, do you think Teacher Lu can handle this? Li Shui asked. I don't know. But damn, that was pretty damn cool. Zhang Shan muttered. After a long while, Lu Feng finally finished his preparations. He led everyone back to the roadside and handed each person a breath-holding talisman. These could be used later to seal their mouths and noses, the points where human breath escapes. This would help mask their aura to some extent, making them harder for ghosts to detect. After witnessing Teacher Lu's entire setup, I can only describe it with 2 words. Professional. He even thought of us. Someone began to butter him up. Lu Feng took the praise in stride, smiling as he explained, this gathering yin array was passed down from my ancestors. My great-grandfather refined and modified it, making it quite different from ordinary gathering yin arrays. While drawing ghostly entities toward it, it cleverly conceals several thunder seals beneath. The thunder strikes with deadly precision. The moment a ghost steps on it, it strikes them several times. Then the lantern array seals their soul. Combined with my pure yang essence blood. At the very least, there's a 50% chance we can hold off a fierce ghost. Zhang Shan and Li Shui's mouths twitched. So all this elaborate setup, all this effort, for only a 50% chance? But what if it doesn't hold? Zhang Shan inquired. Didn't I give you breath-holding talismans? Cover your mouth and nose, lie down, and play dead. Lu Feng replied. Zhang Shan. Somehow, this kid seemed like a smooth talker, but not exactly reliable. Then what exactly is this pure yang essence blood? Li Shui asked curiously. Kids, don't ask so many questions. Zhang Shan covered Li Shui's mouth with his hand. Lu Feng's face flushed slightly. He didn't elaborate further, merely reminding everyone to stay hidden. Holding the compass, they waited silently for the ambush. The surroundings were eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Though the daytime temperatures were high, once night fell, a chill crept in. About 10 minutes passed. Lu Feng's compass suddenly spiked, and he exclaimed, "They're here." Hearing the commotion, everyone tensed and crouched low. They were skilled at capturing people, but this was their first time hunting ghosts. Before long, a vivid red figure streaked toward them from the distant road. Li Shui trembled with fear. Last time in Xia village, neither she nor Zhang Shan had actually seen the ghost. They'd followed Xia Hang's orders to guard the village entrance, only to find the ghost already beaten to death upon their return. This was their first real encounter with a ghost. It's a bloodthirsty ghost in red. SSH. Lu Feng whispered. Vengeful spirits varied in strength, and those entirely clad in red were exceptionally vicious. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Feng's forehead. He rarely ventured out, and when he did, old Yen usually took care of most of them. Today, on his rare outing, he'd run into one of these fierce ghosts. But the situation was urgent. If he didn't stop it in time, just tonight alone, the red-robed specter could claim countless lives. Lu Feng still couldn't fathom how a small town like Jiecheng could suddenly be plagued by a fierce ghost. The yin gathering array must have taken effect, drawing the red-robed specter toward them. It's coming. Lu Feng grabbed his peachwood sword and prepared to charge out. But as soon as he poked his head out, something felt off. Why did this red-robed specter look utterly terrified? Glancing behind the specter, he noticed a dark shadow trailing it. It was hopping closer and closer. That hopping. Is it a zombie? Wait. The red-robed specter is being hunted by a zombie? Not me. Chapter 52, Level Up. Flying zombie Xia Hung. Please keep reading.
This scene actually scared Lu Feng into inaction, forcing him to pull his head back. The red-robed specter fled at breakneck speed. Ghosts are often called floaters by many, and at the fierce ghost level, they drift incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the front of the gathering yin array. However, due to being pursued, the red-robed specter failed to notice the gathering yin array ahead in time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it charged straight into the array. Yes! Lu Feng thought excitedly. Its path was dead on the red-robed specter landed right at the array's focal point. Did we stop it? Zhang Shan and the others watched with bated breath. After crashing into the gathering yin array, the red-robed specter's feet were exactly as Lu Feng had described. The thunder seals detonated instantly. Boom! 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 Sparks and lightning flashed relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of strikes that pelted the red-robed specter from all sides. Lu Feng clenched his fists. Such a direct hit meant the plan was going even smoother than he'd imagined. Ah! Damn it! The red-robed specter let out a piercing scream. Its body was engulfed in billowing smoke, its crimson robes shattered to shreds, barely covering its form. Billowing black smoke enveloped the entire gathering yin array, obscuring the red-robed specter's condition within. Lu Feng nervously bit down on his tongue with his upper and lower teeth. As a man with a pure yang constitution, meaning his birth chart was entirely young, combined with a lifetime of cultivating Taoist arts, having never tasted forbidden fruit or expended his vital essence, his ultimate trump card was this very pool of pure yang essence blood. Now it remains to be seen whether the 7 eternal lamps can trap the red-robed vengeful ghost. Once trapped, he'd bite through his tongue and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Even if it's a fierce ghost, if it takes a direct hit from him, it won't get away unscathed. What's happening? Someone asked anxiously. I don't know. I can't see clearly. Zhang Shan replied. With smoke this thick and that acrid, strange burnt smell, who could see what was going on? Not looking good, Captain. Generally speaking, smoke means trouble. Li Shui added. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the crimson-robed specter burst forth from the black smoke. The yellow cloth inscribed with runes beneath its feet was already in tatters. The red-robed specter appeared only more hideously distorted, seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? My meticulously arranged in-gathering array couldn't even scratch this red-robed specter? Lu Feng recoiled in shock and panic. Though he had long suspected that these methods alone would never truly subdue the red-robed specter. But he hadn't expected it to be completely immune to injury. This outcome completely surpassed his wildest expectations. The red-robed specter flew out in fury, sending Lu Feng flying with a single swipe. Lu Feng hastily raised his peachwood sword to block, but it was too late to bite his tongue. A powerful force slammed into his body, sending him flying through the air. He slammed hard into a streetlight pole, bending it out of shape. Ouch, aye. Lu Feng felt a wave of numbing pain wash over him, his insides churning violently, nearly causing him to vomit. But now, he had no time to tend to his pain. He couldn't stop the crimson-robed specter. The situation had spiraled far beyond his control. It's over. We're all done for. Lu Feng struggled on the ground for a long while, utterly unable to rise. Meanwhile, the figure chasing the red-robed specter had closed in during the mere seconds he'd held it back. What a terrifying aura. Lu Feng stared at the figure not far away, momentarily stunned even in this dire moment. It was unimaginable how could a zombie possess such magnificent righteous energy. It was awe-inspiring, yet not the kind of dread one felt toward evil spirits. Rather, it was a different kind of presence, one of authority and unquestionable command, like that of a respected elder. His robes flapped fiercely in the gale, a flash of anger in his brow as he seized the crimson-clad specter by the shoulder. Master! Please spare me. We're both no longer living beings, why must you kill me? The red-robed specter, moments ago seething with resentment and a face twisted in malevolence. But the moment it fell into Xia Hang's grasp, it instantly went limp. Its face contorted from Xia Hang's blows, it wailed pitifully, begging for mercy. Lu Feng's expression froze, his mind going completely blank. Such a vicious red-robed specter, and yet it feared this zombie so intensely? No. You must die today. Xia Hang growled. After chasing it all this way, the ghost was actually moving so fast. After all, each had their strengths, and speed was never the zombie's forte. Perhaps only after advancing to the flying zombie stage could one truly outpace a vengeful spirit. Who's that person? Did they come to support us? Why is he chasing the ghost all the way here? An officer nearby exclaimed in surprise. Only Li Shui and Zhang Shan exchanged glances. This person, no, this zombie, who else could it be but Xia Hang? How did Mr. Xia end up here? Zhang Shan exclaimed in astonishment. No idea, but it looks like he's facing off against a vengeful spirit. Li Shui hurriedly replied. Oh no! This is a fierce ghost. The formation Lu Feng spent half a day setting up got completely wiped out in an instant. Is Mr. Xia going to be okay? Zhang Shan worried. Xia Hang absolutely couldn't be harmed. If word had just gone up the chain and Xia Hang met with an accident within days, given Xia Hang's high ranking status, the repercussions would be immense. Every officer in this entire unit would have to be replaced. To put it bluntly, they'd all be out of a job. Li Shui shook her head like a rattle, utterly at a loss. The two dared not speak out rashly, lest they disturb Xia Hong and affect his state. Over there, seeing that pleading was useless, the fierce red-robed ghost grew even more hideous, snarling viciously, "Fine. Don't think I'm easy to push around. Even if I die and become a soul of the abyss, you won't have it easy. When humans die, they become ghosts. When ghosts die, they become Shin, plunging into the endless abyss beneath the underworld." After spewing these threats, the red-robed specter attempted to scare Xia Hong away. But clearly, such words had no effect on Xia Hang. The next instant, the red-robed specter felt both arms seized with iron grip. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she couldn't break free. Xia Hong unleashed his full strength with both hands. Tore the red-robed specter clean in two. Rip. Ea. The sound of the red-robed specter being ripped apart echoed simultaneously with its piercing scream. Dark crimson ghostly blood spurted out, even splattering Lu Feng on the ground, who was caught in the crossfire. The ghost, now split into two halves, lay motionless in Xia Hang's left and right hands. At that moment, the entire West Street fell into an eerie silence. Countless pairs of eyes stared in stunned horror at the scene. Lu Feng's pupils trembled in disbelief. Even a formidable red-robed specter like this couldn't withstand his family's ancestral gathering array for even a moment. And now it had been torn apart so easily by the zombie before him. What level of zombie could possibly achieve such a feat? Ding! Automatic blood absorption successful. Congratulations, host. Level up achieved. Current level, flying zombie. At that very moment, before Xia Hong, the long-absent system interface popped up. Chapter 53, The Day the Resolute Soul Returns, Watching the Spirit Banner in the Void. Already a flying zombie? Xia Hong exclaimed in surprise. This rate of advancement was far quicker than he had imagined. White and black zombies weren't overly rare, but green zombies were practically a once-in-a-decade occurrence. As for flying zombies, one might only encounter one every few decades or even centuries. This also indirectly highlighted the ferocity of the crimson-robed wraith. Xia Hong had initially thought it would take some time to advance. But after draining the blood of a single red-robed specter, he had surged ahead. At present, whether it was physical strength, speed, reaction time, or any other aspect, Xia Hong could feel he had improved significantly compared to before. It's over. Lu Feng struggled to his feet, keeping a watchful eye on Xia Hong. His back was drenched in sweat, though he hadn't noticed when it had started. The oppressive pressure Xia Hong radiated was immeasurably stronger than that of the crimson-robed specter. Choking on the suffocating pressure, Lu Feng's mind turned to mush. What should I do? What should I do? He was already struggling to handle the red-robed specter alone. Let alone this zombie before him, capable of tearing ghosts apart with its bare hands. If he faced it head-on, he wouldn't stand a chance. Before leaving home today, he forgot to have his old man cast a fortune for him to divine the omens before heading out. This is a dead end, isn't it? Old Yen really died at the perfect time. And look at that large group of people in the distance. Once he fell, the others would have even less chance of survival. At this thought, Lu Feng's gaze hardened. Damn it, I'll take my chances. Lu Feng turned and shouted toward Zhang Shan and the others, Run! Run now! Run now! Just get the hell out of here. Go notify my parents. Ask them to come out of seclusion and join the elders in fighting this formidable zombie. In Lu Feng's view, the emergence of such a zombie would inevitably unleash a wave of bloodshed and carnage. He had to step up and do something immediately. With that, a strand of red cord unraveled from Lu Feng's sleeve. Stepping with Taoist martial arts footwork, he grasped the red cord and circled around Xia Hong. This was the binding immortal rope, crafted from a red cord soaked in talismanic water for 49 days. True to its name, even immortals would be bound by it. As a descendant of a family of yin-yang masters, Lu Feng was never lacking in ghost hunting tools. Weighing 140 jin, he carried at least 20 jin of ghost-catching tools strapped to his body. In the blink of an eye, Xia Hong was tightly bound by the rope of binding immortals. Without missing a beat, Lu Feng also slapped a corpse-binding talisman onto Xia Hang's body. Lu Feng, you. Zhang Shan opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Feng cut him off. When the indomitable spirit returns, watch the spirit banner soar through the void. I will return. Leave me be. It won't be long now. Lu Feng declared with heroic resolve. His upper and lower teeth had already bitten through his tongue. Blood flowed out, pooling in his mouth. This was his ultimate trump card, one he would never play lightly unless absolutely necessary. But after speaking, he noticed Zhang Shan hadn't left. Instead, he and Li Shui were walking toward him. Most importantly, why did they look so calm? What's the deal? Afraid of ghosts but not zombies? This was a zombie capable of tearing apart fierce ghosts. At the very least, it was a green zombie. A zombie of that caliber, if not contained in time, could wipe out half of Jie City. Are you made of gold? Mr. Xia just helped us kill the fierce ghost. Why did you tie him up? Li Shui snapped irritably. My apologies, Mr. Xie.
This fellow is a new consultant and didn't recognize you.
Zhang Shun hurriedly explained.
It's no trouble. Xia Hong shook his head.
With a slight jerk of his arm, the so-called spirit binding rope snapped into 7 or 8 pieces. He then peeled off the corpse binding talisman stuck to his own body and thoughtfully returned it to Lu Feng.
Stunned,
Lu Feng stared at the others in disbelief, his mind completely frozen.
What the hell? Aren't they zombies?
How come Zhang Shun and the others all know them?
And why are they being so respectful?
The demon binding rope snapped instantly, and the corpse suppressing talismans were as useless as scrap paper.
Who the hell is he? Gulp. Lu Feng swallowed the pure yang essence blood in his mouth in shock. Don't panic. I'm thinking.
Lu Feng murmured, though he remained highly alert.
It's a long story.
This Mr. Xia was a pioneer of the resistance during the War of Liberation.
He perished on the battlefield and now exists as a zombie. And you're still gazing at spirit banners in the void? What a waste of talent.
Zhang Shun explained briefly.
The details were rather complicated.
Since the red-robed spectre had been torn apart by Xia Hong, the most pressing trouble should now be resolved. However, the issues that arose tonight were far more than just the red-robed spectre. He turned to issue commands to the others. He ordered them to immediately relocate to other crime scenes to provide backup support.
Don't all stay here.
Though Zhang Shun was merely the captain of the town's police station, his words carried weight.
Yes, sir. The officers all looked utterly bewildered. Who was that? Who was that guy?
Tearing apart a fierce ghost like that, pretty impressive.
From the way he talks, he doesn't seem human either. Don't freak me out. Why is Captain Zhang so familiar with them? And acting so respectful? Whatever they are, they're definitely not ordinary. Let's stop guessing and get moving.
Soon, the other officers evacuated the scene.
West Street was left with only Xia Hong, Zhang Shun, and their 2 companions. What's going on tonight? Xia Hong asked.
Zhang Shun being here on assignment in the middle of the night. It could only mean headquarters was understaffed and overwhelmed.
This meant trouble must have erupted in Jie City.
Several supernatural assault cases occurred tonight, mostly genuine ghosts. No one knows where they came from, especially that fierce red-robed spectre you just killed. Old Yan got injured again and were swamped with work. Zhang Shun sighed as he spoke. Beside them, Li Shui pulled Lu Feng aside and quietly briefed him on Xia Hong. From his revival, to the extermination of the parasitic ghosts in Xia village, to tearing apart the red-robed vengeful spirit just now.
Lu Feng listened until his throat went dry, his whole body burning with excitement.
The apprehension in his gaze towards Xia Hong vanished, replaced by a hint of admiration. The shaman from last time, this was their doing again. Xia Hong recounted how he had slain the vengeful ghost Lu Dong with a flying knife.
The mood in the room instantly turned grim.
Instantly, the expressions of those present turned grim and solemn.
So Han Yuan Real Estate is collaborating with black magic practitioners to pull off these shady deals? Damn it, they're not human.
Lu Feng cursed, his temper flaring instantly. He was never one to mince words.
For the sake of profit, how many lives must be sacrificed?
Xia Hong then asked Zhang Shun if the police station had taken any action in recent days. Zhang Shun hastily reported, absolutely.
We haven't dared to slack off.
Ever since the incident in Shijia village, the police station in Jiecheng has been personally led by Chief Wang since the very next day. They've been investigating non-stop, from morning till night, every single day. Nothing major had surfaced until today, when Chief Wang mentioned there might be some progress.
Chapter 54. Did you fly up here? This is the 16th floor. Please keep reading.
Xia Hong nodded, his mind beginning to piece things together.
It seemed the Jiecheng headquarters had indeed taken action.
After all, Han Yuan Real Estate had been entrenched in Jiecheng for years. Even if they wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be that straightforward.
The main issue was likely inefficiency. Still, it had undoubtedly caused some trouble for Han Yuan Real Estate.
Just as progress was mentioned earlier today, by nightfall, numerous locations in Jiecheng were plagued by ghostly disturbances. Even a fierce ghost appeared. Probably trying to divert police resources.
Xia Hong remarked. Han Yuan Real Estate must have something important going on recently. The relentless police investigations have caused them internal damage. Therefore, they've resorted to collaborating with black magic practitioners to unleash ghosts and commit crimes, diverting police resources. This way, they can buy themselves more time. Right. That must be it. They're feeling guilty. Li Shui chimed in. Even someone with her level of intelligence equivalent to Xie Xiaoxi's could figure it out. Zhang Shun and the others certainly couldn't fail to grasp it. Damn it! Lu Feng clenched his fists. This situation was getting tricky.
Cases involving firearms or weapons used in assaults could be backed up with evidence.
But dealing with someone who manipulates ghostly entities? That was truly difficult to handle. Even if they destroyed every ghost today, as long as the opposing sorcerer remained, new ghostly entities would emerge. Most crucially, if they can conjure spirits as powerful as the red-robed wrathful ghost, their sorcerer's abilities must be formidable indeed. This
Zhang Shun lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for a solution.
We have to take the initiative. We can't just sit here waiting. They're counting on us stalling.
The longer we drag this out, the more it plays right into their hands. Xia Hong said sternly.
Zhang Shun understood Xia Hang's meaning perfectly.
The young master had a plan. After a moment's pause, he declared firmly, "All right.
Then, Mr. Xia, how about this?
Tonight, we'll handle matters elsewhere.
Tomorrow I'll contact Director Wang directly. We must secure a search warrant no matter what.
Come evening, I'd appreciate it if Mr. Xia could accompany us to Hongyuan Tower to uncover what's really going on."
Tonight was definitely too late.
And rushing in without proper preparation risks alerting them if we find nothing. Better to wait a day, prepare thoroughly. We'll aim to expose all of Hongyuan's crimes in one fell swoop.
Agreed. Xia Hong agreed. He could accept Zhang Shun's plan.
If they continued with this half-hearted investigation, they'd likely end up uncovering nothing. Xia Hong had already decided that regardless of how the police handled things,
they would still launch a night raid on Hongyuan Tower tomorrow evening.
Reaching a consensus between both sides was all the better.
Ring ring ring. At that moment, Zhang Shun's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, it was none other than Old Yen, the Minister of Finance. Zhang Shun answered the call. Hello? Captain Zhang, what's the situation? I heard the situation is extremely dire this time, even a fierce ghost has been unleashed. That kid Lu Feng probably can't handle it, right? Old Yen asked anxiously. Even though it was the middle of the night and Old Yen was still in the hospital room, he couldn't stop worrying about what was happening outside. You have to admit, the old man had a good heart. Zhang Shun, on speakerphone, blushed crimson at Yen Lao's words. That's a red-robed vengeful ghost. Who could possibly handle it? Lu Feng retorted irritably. What? A red-robed vengeful ghost? How are you still alive? You, send me the location. I'm coming over right now. Old Yen exclaimed urgently.
Shouting on the other end of the line, he demanded the address and prepared to leave the hospital immediately.
An ordinary vengeful spirit might be manageable, but a red-robed vengeful spirit?
Even with all his ancestral artifacts, Lu Feng wouldn't stand a chance.
No need to come, Old Yen.
It was indeed a red-robed vengeful spirit. But it's already been torn apart by Mr. Xia.
Zhang Shun chuckled. Who? Mr. Xia? Tore the red-robed vengeful ghost apart with his bare hands? Oh. Mr. Xia, that makes sense. Old Yen nearly choked on his words before realizing it was Xia Hong. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. Currently, aside from Xia Xiaoxi, no one else understood Xia Hang's abilities better. Though he claimed it made sense, Old Yen couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Last time he witnessed Xia Hong punch a lodged ghost to death, it had already been utterly mind-blowing. Now he could even tear apart a red-robed vengeful ghost with his bare hands. The more time Yen Lao spent with Xia Hong, the more he felt the young man was unfathomably deep. Initially, Old Yen had speculated that Xia Hong might be a white zombie or even a black zombie in power. But witnessing Xia Hong crush a parasitic ghost with a single punch shattered that theory. He began to suspect Xia Hong might have reached the green zombie level. Now, witnessing him tear apart a red-robed specter with his bare hands, Old Yen dared not speculate further. Aren't you injured? Why are you thinking about coming out to help? Lu Feng asked. You youngster, don't underestimate me just because I'm old. This body of mine has been soaked in countless talismanic waters and medicinal wines since childhood. No matter how severe the injury, I heal quickly. If it's an emergency, I can still manage with a little movement. Old Yen replied. His injuries certainly weren't fully healed, but if they really encountered a red-robed vengeful ghost, Lu Feng couldn't handle it alone. As a paranormal consultant himself, Old Yen would still lend a hand when needed. No need for today. Let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow night, Hongyuan Tower. We'll come pick you up this afternoon. I've also arranged for Mr. Xia to join us. Zhang Shun said. Old Yen's mouth twitched. This guy really doesn't hold back. He's still injured, and they're actually assigning him a mission. However, upon hearing that Xia Han would be joining as well, Old Yen dared not say more. Besides, he'd long harbored resentment toward Hongyuan real estate. Now that an investigation was finally underway, he naturally had to be present. After hanging up, Lu Feng, Zhang Shun, and Li Shui bid farewell to Xia Hong. After finalizing plans for tomorrow night, they still needed to rush to other areas to lend a hand. However, with the red-robed vengeful spirit gone, and reinforcements from other cities had arrived, they should be able to handle the situation. As for Xia Hong, with nothing pressing, he headed home first. He didn't want to worry Xia Zhihao and his wife, or the dimwit Xia Xiaoxi. Taoyuan Residential Complex, at home. Xia Xiaoxi and her parents waited in the living room. It had been so long, yet Grandpa Zhang still hadn't returned. Xia Xiaoxi paced anxiously around the living room. Even though they knew Grandpa Zhang was capable, he still hadn't returned. No one felt like sleeping. This won't do. Once Grandpa Zhang gets back, we absolutely have to get him a smartwatch tomorrow. Otherwise, we can't even reach him. It's killing us with worry. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed anxiously. Xia Zhihao, putting a smartwatch on Grandpa? That seems a bit presumptuous, don't you think? Sitting where they were, any movement from the elevator outside the door. They could hear it clearly. But after waiting this long, there was still not a single sound from outside. It was past 2 in the morning now. He should have returned by now. This won't do. I'll go look for them. Xia Xiaoxi couldn't sit still any longer and got up to leave. But just as she stood up, a sound came from the balcony. Everyone rushed to look and saw Xia Hong standing outside the window. Xia Xiaoxi rushed over to open the window, stammering in shock, Grandpa Zhang. You flew up here? This is the 16th floor. Chapter 55, Online Buzz, Ghost Car Stopped by Grandpa Zhang. 16th floor, such a high level. There were no external elevators or anything like that outside. How on earth did Grandpa Zhang get up here? He just appeared on the balcony out of nowhere. If Xia Xiaoxi hadn't already become quite familiar with Grandpa Zhang, recognizing him at just a glance. Seeing someone suddenly appear on her balcony late at night would probably scare the living daylights out of anyone. It's fine. I just hopped up a couple of steps. Xia Hong replied. After advancing to the flying zombie stage, one could achieve ordinary flight. His original jumping ability had already been astonishing, so after the upgrade, Xia Hong wanted to test just how far flying zombie could actually fly. The height of the 16th floor was roughly equivalent to that of the Ultras. Therefore, even a flying zombie couldn't ascend in a single bound. As Xia Xiaoxi had mentioned, it took 2 kicks to reach the top. Air conditioner units and other balconies along the exterior walls served as footholds. It took only a couple of kicks to ascend, its speed likely not much slower than an elevator. Heave twice and it's up? Xia Zhihao and his wife swallowed hard, glancing back at the entrance. Still unable to believe it. Although Xia Xiaoxi had already explained to them earlier that her great-grandfather was a legendary zombie. It still felt utterly shocking. Not only could he slay ghosts and leap faster than a car, but now he could fly too. What kind of world makes a good-hearted zombie as fierce as a deity? Xia Zhihao couldn't shake the feeling that the world had undergone a major upgrade and they'd been left behind. Grandpa, please come inside. Xia Zhihao gestured for Xia Hong to sit down. Xia Xiaoxi pressed further about the red-robed vengeful ghost. With his own family, Xia Hong had nothing to hide. He recounted slaying the red-robed specter. He also mentioned the plan agreed upon with Zhang Shun and the others to investigate Hengyuan Tower tomorrow night. That damn company again. If I could, I'd burn it to the ground. Grandpa Zhang, I want to go too. Xia Xiaoxi declared angrily. Xia Hong didn't refuse. Taking her along wouldn't hurt with Zhang Shun and the others there, nothing should go wrong. It was also a chance to recover Xia Zhihao's project payment. It's fine, but you need to bring something. Xia Hong paused before speaking. What? Xia Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Xia Hong gave a mysterious smile, offering no explanation. He told her she'd find out tomorrow. Once the ancestor returned home, the family felt at ease and retired to their respective rooms. Xia Zhihao and his wife lay in bed. The bizarre events of this day had surpassed everything they'd experienced in their entire lives. Still, thinking about it, Lu Dong was truly pitiful. After dying unexpectedly, he became a vengeful spirit due to a misunderstanding. With Xia Heng's help, he cleared the misunderstanding with Xia Zhihao, only to be killed by a sudden appearance of a sorcerer, doomed to eternal torment. Ever since Xia Xiaoxi had gone up the mountain to sweep the graves before the new year and called Li Lan. Li Lan had sensed something was off, but her daughter was usually so wildly eccentric that she hadn't paid it much mind. But this girl actually brought back the ancestors. Honey, do you think it's possible that after we fall asleep, when we close our eyes and open them again, it's all just a dream? Xia Zhihao murmured. Before Li Lan could answer, the door quietly opened and a beam of light fell directly on Xia Zhihao's face. A pig-like face peered through the crack and spoke up. I used to think that way too. Xia Zhihao, Li Lan. Xia Xiaoxi had just come out to use the bathroom when she heard her parents whispering in the room. She couldn't resist pushing open the door to interject a comment. After speaking, she silently closed the door and returned to her own bedroom. As for Grandpa Xia Hong, he was settled into the guest room to rest. Lying on her bed, Xia Xiaoxi habitually opened her video app and started scrolling through videos. She scrolled until she came across today's trending local videos, which were surprisingly popular. Tonight, several bizarre incidents occurred in Jiecheng City. Rumor has it ghosts are haunting the area, attacking and injuring people. Several people have died, and many more have been injured. The most vicious culprit? An unmanned red car. It plowed into several pedestrians and even sent a traffic kiosk flying. It feels like the weather's changed. Ghosts suddenly appeared everywhere. Shouldn't we be extra careful when going out? But surveillance footage from South Street shows that mysterious figure stopping the most vicious red car. I saw the footage too. Who does that mysterious figure look like to you? That's Xia Xiaoxi's Grandpa Zhang, the female streamer.
Tonight, due to the ghostly disturbances, many in Jiecheng couldn't sleep soundly.
Comments flooded the videos.
Xia Xiaoxi eventually traced the footage back to the roadside surveillance camera on South Street they mentioned. However, the camera was positioned quite a distance from the intersection. A bright red car was seen speeding by. On the road stood 4 figures. No, wait, there was also a very blurry dark shadow in the distance.
These 4 individuals were clearly Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Hang's entire family.
As the red car closed in, the vase shattered and the dark figure vanished. Just as the red car was about to collide with Xia Xiaoxi, Xia Hang swiftly removed his hat and, moving faster than surveillance cameras could capture, positioned himself in front of Xia Xiaoxi. He forcibly brought the speeding red car to a halt. The video ended abruptly here. What followed was either missing or otherwise inaccessible.
Grandpa Zhang.
Xia Xiaoxi scrolled through the comments. Not only she herself, but many netizens had already recognized her and Xia Hang.
No mistake. I recognize him. That's the female streamer's Grandpa Zhang. He used his body to stop that huge car. Holy crap. And it was a major wreck. Holy crap. Wasn't that a short film shoot? I was driving by at the time. I even waved hello. Grandpa Zhang is still the toughest. He's reciting all my lines. Xia Xiaoxi scratched his head. Looks like tonight's commotion in Jiecheng was really something. Could there be other ghosts wandering around outside right now?
At that thought, Xia Xiaoxi pulled the blanket tighter around herself, pressing her back flush against the wall, leaving not a single gap. She even began to suspect her own home. The memory of playing rock paper scissors with the mirror in the old house flashed through her mind. Now she dared not even leave her bed. After some thought, besides playing rock paper scissors with the mirror, she recalled netizens mentioning other methods to detect if ghosts were present in the house. Xia Xiaoxi pulled the blanket up until only her eyes were visible, then summoned her courage to shout, Is there a ghost? Turn off the lights. Shouting at ghosts to turn off the lights was one such method. The words had barely left her mouth when whoosh.
The lights in the room actually went out. As darkness engulfed the room, Xia Xiaoxi was utterly terrified. Oh my god. There really is one. Pretend to be asleep. Pretend to be asleep. Xia Xiaoxi pulled the entire blanket over her body, curling up in the bed and trembling uncontrollably, not daring to move a muscle. The white shirt by the switch was completely baffled. What was going on? Hadn't she just shouted for the ghost to turn off the lights? Its vacant eyes looked adorably dazed as it stared blankly at Xia Xiaoxi, then shifted its gaze to the light. Chapter 56, Negotiations Fail. Time to kill. Please keep reading. Late at night, the city of Jiecheng gradually returned to calm. Yet within one office of Hangyuan Tower, a commotion persisted. 2 men dressed in peculiar attire sat on the sofa. Their attire was nearly identical. Both wore leather vests, left partially open, paired with black tapered trousers. Each wore peculiar adornments on their heads and necks, whether stones or some kind of jewelry was unclear. Their features did not resemble those of locals, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the sorcerers who had appeared in Shejia village. At that moment, the 2 lay lazily on the sofa, smoking cigarettes with half-closed eyes, paying no attention whatsoever to the noisy Zhao Qing before them. Didn't you say you'd already released some fierce ghost? Are you absolutely sure nothing will go wrong? And that so-called junior disciple of yours, I don't even want to talk about him. After all that fuss over the past few months, he ended up killing himself. Zhao Qing's forehead bulged with veins as he slammed his cigar onto the floor. He had actually been working with these Siamese sorcerers for quite some time. Before this, they had been quite reliable, handling most tasks without issue. But recently, they'd stumbled repeatedly on the Xia village project. After the previous sorcerer died, his 2 senior disciples had no choice but to step in. These past few days, Zhao Qing had been on the verge of being investigated by the police. If this continued, trouble was bound to erupt within days. Therefore, their advice to Zhao Qing was to create some trouble first, divert police resources, and buy time. With Shejia village still not secured, the big boss over at Dilao felt Hangyuan was useless and refused to wait any longer. They were even willing to pay whatever price it took to bypass Jiecheng and secure official cooperation directly from higher-ups. The project proposal has already been submitted. Given how much the big boss values this project, coupled with Jiecheng's lack of development in recent years, with the project in hand, approval was almost certain. Could Zhao Qing accept that? The German boss isn't short on cash. He's invested so much time and effort, even getting himself into trouble. Zhao Qing won't let this go easily. Once the project gets approved, higher-ups won't have the time to oversee it, let alone the funds. Most likely, they'll still seek bids from local companies. This is Zhao Qing's last chance. But with the police investigating like this, Zhao Qing fears he might not even make it that far. That's why he agreed to the shaman's plan to create trouble for the police first. Ever since Zhao Qing's father, the true chairman of Hangyuan, fell ill, most responsibilities had fallen to Zhao Qing. Countless projects had fallen through over the past 2 years, propped up only by kickbacks from various sources. Only by securing the cooperation with the German could there be a chance for a turnaround.
Otherwise, if the partnership falls through and the police uncover the dirty secrets, everything will be over. Your panic now won't change anything. Who would have thought that in a small place like Jie City, someone would dare to take my junior brother's life? Even a blood-red specter could be slain. If we're to continue this partnership, the 7 million we discussed earlier is no longer valid.
Baong frowned.
It wasn't just Zhao Qing who was troubled, they were troubled too. While they felt little sorrow over their junior brother's death. But money had become harder to earn, and that was a major problem. They were equally shocked when they realized even the crimson-robed wrathful ghost had been vanquished. As for the project itself, they couldn't care less. If they were to cooperate, the original price was definitely out of the question.
You're trying to jack up the price now?
Zhao Qing snapped angrily. We're already doing you a favor by risking our lives.
What do you think our relationship is?
Without us here, given the enemy's current capabilities, they could kill you 300 times a day with ease.
Another sorcerer, Abu, retorted in broken Mandarin.
Killing a fierce ghost is no big deal. Taking down Zhao Chang would be like drinking a sip of water.
No. I can't add it. Unless this deal is finalized and you help me complete it. Otherwise, forget about extra payment, you won't even get the money you're owed.
Zhao Qing said coldly.
He needed to scrape together the bidding money ASAP and you want him to pay the shaman extra? Like hell. That's not very nice of you to say.
Baong and Abdu stood up, glaring at Zhao Qing with dark expressions. Clearly, they were deeply dissatisfied with his response. Startled by their sudden movement, Zhao Qing stumbled backward.
What are you doing? Zhao Qing asked in terror.
He could sense the murderous intent emanating from the two Siamese men before him. Zhao Qing suddenly realized these sorcerers were utterly devoid of humanity when it came to money. His instincts warned him that if he resisted any further, his life might truly be in danger.
Gentlemen. I was just too anxious earlier, I was joking. It's just money. I'll add it. How about adding 10 million?
Zhao Qing shed his earlier sinister demeanor, offering a series of apologetic smiles.
But Ba Song and Abu exchanged a glance.
They showed no sign of stopping, cornering Zhao Qing against the wall.
We don't do business with untrustworthy people. You've already proven yourself untrustworthy. Ba Song's voice was icy.
Zhao Qing sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to shout for the security guards to come in.
But the moment his mouth opened, Absa shoved something unidentifiable into it.
It was a soft, slimy mass with a foul, fishy stench, still wriggling. The sensation in his mouth was indescribably revolting.
Immediately after, Abusai clamped his hand over Zhao Qing's mouth.
No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch, let alone make a sound. In that moment, Zhao Qing felt fear unlike anything he had ever known before. The two Siamese sorcerers before him seemed to have transformed into demons.
Ab abruptly spun Zhao Qing around to face away. In Basong's hand, a sharp little knife had appeared at some point. Then, with a sharp thud, the blade pierced through Zhao Qing's body. Crimson blood splattered across the office walls. Zhao Qing's body gradually went limp, sliding down the wall and collapsing onto the floor as consciousness slowly faded. His eyes, filled with resentment and refusal to accept his fate, fixed on the corner of the room. He never imagined Basong and his men would be this ruthless. They actually attacked him right here in Hangyuan Tower. Early the next morning, Xia Xiaoxi opened her bleary eyes. She couldn't recall whether she'd fainted from fright or simply fallen asleep the night before. In any case, when she opened her eyes, it was already daylight. Upon waking, she found a small bag by the bedside. It felt heavy in her hands, but she had no idea what was inside or if she could even open it. She figured it must be something Grandpa Zhang had placed there, something he'd told her to bring today. Xia Xiaoxi hurried out of her room to find her parents and Grandpa Zhang already gathered in the living room. Hey, kiddo, you're awake? Hurry up and get ready, wash up, eat breakfast. Your hair looks like a bird's nest. Xia Zhihao reminded her from his wheelchair. Okay. Grandpa Zhang, is there still a ghost in our house? Last night I yelled at the ghost to turn off the lights, and guess what? It actually did. Xia Xiaoxi hurried over to seek help from Grandpa Zhang. Xia Heng, engrossed in his game, pointed to the small white flag beside him and said, "Isn't that it?" A head in a white cotton shirt poked out from the little white flag and waved. Hey! Xia Xiaoxi. Snap. Case solved, it was just little Bai. Why didn't I think of that last night? I was scared out of my wits. Oh, Grandpa Zhang, what's this? Xia Xiaoxi asked again, pointing to the small bag in her hand. Chapter 57, Second Uncle Arrives. Xia Heng, am I that scary? Carry it for now. We might not need it, but it's good to have just in case. Xia Heng said. Since Grandpa Zhang had said so, Xia Xiaoxi could only nod and return to the bathroom to wash up and eat. Then she started her live stream as usual, streaming for hours. Truthfully, with the intense streaming schedule these past days, she'd already racked up most of the required hours. Xia Xiaoxi couldn't figure out why, but Grandpa Zhang insisted she go live whenever she had time. Even if there was nothing to stream, she was to just go live. After all, Xia Heng couldn't very well tell her outright, the more viewers you attract to your stream, the more rewards I'll receive.
A flood of viewers poured into the livestream. Compared to yesterday, the numbers had surged by several thousand.
If this keeps up, I'll really become a million-follower internet sensation.
Xia Xiaoxi expanded the ventilation system and sucked in a sharp breath. But she knew full well that every single one of these viewers was here to see great-grandpa Xia. They had absolutely nothing to do with her. She'd been forced into the role of co-host and assistant.
Xiaoxi, was it really Grandpa Zhang who stopped the ghost car last night? Is the car okay? Tell us how you felt in that moment.
Scared to death.
Xia Xiaoxi replied. Since I'd been recognized anyway, I might as well just admit it. It's not like I did anything wrong. Meanwhile, Xia Hong wasn't idle either. Tonight, they would head to Hung Yuan Tower for investigation.
They'd colluded with black magic practitioners, even summoning a blood-red vengeful spirit. And it wasn't just one, no one could guess how many there were. In short, their forces were bound to be formidable. Therefore, he needed to prepare more protective talismans and draw several additional charms. Even though Xia Hong has ascended to the flying corpse stage, years of battlefield experience have taught him. One must never let down one's guard. Courage must be matched with caution.
He must be fully prepared for any eventuality.
After all, Xia Hong knew little about those Southeast Asian sorcerers.
He only possessed a general understanding.
Tonight, all he needed was evidence proving Heng Yuan Real Estate's collusion with black magic practitioners to harm others for profit. Originally, if the police could handle it, Xia Hong wouldn't have wanted to get involved. But when it came to these shady underworld dealings, the police were understandably at a loss.
Not to mention Heng Yuan Real Estate had repeatedly provoked trouble, now affecting those close to Xia Hang.
This grievance, Xia Hong was determined to settle.
But Grandpa isn't a zombie. Why is he suddenly playing with talismans?
Li Lan watched Xia Hang's practiced hand movements as he drew the talisman, her jaw dropping in astonishment.
This was nothing like the zombies she'd seen in movies. Xia Zhihao, confined to his wheelchair nearby, shook his head. Little did he know? Anyone else would be blown away. You just don't get it. Grandpa Zhang is a jack of all trades.
Xia Xiaoxi interjected. Mastering both paths, yet converging at the same destination.
Holy crap. What the heck is blossoming in both fields? Daily question, when will Grandpa Zhang's talisman be available on the yellow bike? Exactly. Must buy when it's up. Put Xiaoxi in the lucky bag for a draw. The livestream was buzzing over there. Suddenly, Xia Zhihao's phone rang.
The Wumeng Mountains stretch beyond mountains, moonlight spills across the Xingshui Marsh.
Is there anyone who can tell me, but the heavens are calling out to you?
Xia Zhihao glanced at the caller ID. It was his second uncle's number.
That is, Xia Xiaoxi's second grandfather.
Xia Zhihao and Li Lan exchanged glances. After all these days, the call had finally come. They hurriedly answered the call.
All right. I understand, second uncle. Okay.
Xia Zhihao could be heard responding several times over the phone. Before long, he hung up.
Xia Xiaoxi quickly set down her phone and leaned in to ask, Dad, what did second uncle say?
Xia Zhihao ignored Xia Xiaoxi. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xia Hong, who had just finished writing.
Grandfather, Uncle Air said he'll arrive tomorrow.
He mentioned some unexpected delays on his way back these past few days. It's been resolved now, but there's still some follow-up work to handle.
He'll come over immediately once everything is settled. Xia Zhihao reported to his grandfather without delay. Xia Hong nodded.
Great-grandfather Zhang had already calculated it and knew second uncle was in trouble.
But it's nothing major, he can handle it himself. Xia Xiaoxi said. He could foresee that? Xia Zhihao swallowed hard. What couldn't his grandfather do? Exorcising ghosts, drawing talismans, walking on air to the 16th floor, divining fortunes, predicting auspiciousness and misfortune. With an ancestor like this in the family, why bother going to the village to worship gods? Dad, why didn't you tell second uncle that Grandpa Zhang was home too? Xia Xiaoxi asked with a smile. She was also curious after second uncle returned to his hometown. To find everything changed except the people, yet his old father was still alive. What kind of reaction would he have? Well, how could I possibly explain that? Xia Zhihao scratched his head. Such a thing was too bizarre, unheard of. He doubted his uncle would even believe it if he told him. And it might even give the old man a fright. Better to wait until he arrived in person and saw Xia Hong with his own eyes. Xia Xiaoxi had deliberately kept it to herself. When she first encountered Grandpa Zhang, she'd been too nervous to tell her parents for ages. What? Am I that scary? Xia Hong chuckled. Not scary. It's just that you sacrificed over 80 years and suddenly crawled out of your grave, right? I'm definitely not scared. Xia Xiaoxi declared with a touch of pride. But as soon as she finished speaking, the livestream chat was already flooded with a barrage of memes. They were screenshots of Xia Xiaoxi being scared stiff during her previous grave sweeping trip. Whoever turned it into a meme had looked downright abstract. Xia Xiaoxi. Wait, are you guys hackers or something? Innately abstract holy body, abbreviated as innately abstract body. Redefining fearlessness. Don't know how to crawl on the floor begging for mercy? Ha 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 ha.
If my great-grandfather had been like Grandpa Zhang, I wouldn't have been scared at all. I wouldn't even let go while sleeping, kid.
Time flew by, and Xia Xiaoxi felt dazed and confused.
Before she knew it, it was already afternoon. This time, unusually, she properly bid farewell to her viewers and ended the stream normally.
Previously, it was either the phone running out of battery or exploding.
There had been virtually no instances of a normal broadcast ending.
Zhang Shan and the others had already come to pick up Xia Hang.
What they needed to do next wasn't suitable for streaming.
Mr. Xie.
There were quite a few people today.
That's why Zhang Shan had specifically arranged a 7-seater vehicle, waving to Xia Hong from a distance.
As Xia Hong approached, he hurriedly got out to open the door for him. Behind him, Xia Zhihao recognized Zhang Shan at a glance. This was Captain Zhang from the police station in their town. He actually drove over personally to pick up Grandpa, and he was acting so respectful.
Even the straightforward Xia Zhihao couldn't help but wonder. Could his grandfather have some other identity? It just didn't feel that simple. Chapter 58, Zhao Qing, you must be the famous Grandpa Zhang, right? At that moment, besides Xia Hong and his grandson in the car,
Lu Feng, Old Yan, and Li Shui had all taken their seats.
With 6 people total, the car was nearly full. How prepared is everyone?
The search warrant I applied for has been approved. Director Wang signed it personally.
He originally planned to come along to pay a visit to Mr. Xia.
But with last night's incident, there's too much for him to handle at the bureau.
So he couldn't make it. Zhang Shan explained on Director Wang's behalf.
As Director Wang had instructed, he was to speak highly of him in front of Xia Hang. Not for any other reason, just to make a good impression, if nothing else.
Visit me? Then why didn't you come up to the mountain to see me before? Xia Hong asked pointedly. He loved this kind of superficial nicety.
Hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of those present.
That mountain in Xia village? Graves every 3 steps. Who in their right mind would go there? Ha 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 ha.
Zhang Shan laughed awkwardly. At least he'd delivered the message. Whether it worked or not was none of his concern.
After last night's big loss, I've brought all my family heirlooms today. Bring it on. Seriously, I'm terrifyingly strong now. Lu Feng declared firmly. With generations of yin-yang masters in his family, he wasn't joking.
He could genuinely produce some rare and precious magical artifacts.
I'm fully prepared too. If any fierce ghosts show up today, all you need to do is watch my performance. Yan Lao declared in a deep voice. Xia Xiaoxi and Li Shui. That doesn't exactly sound convincing.
At that moment, Old Yan was still wrapped in bandages, only his small face visible. Leaning back in his chair, he looked as serene as if he'd been dead for 3 days. When he says he'll take on the vengeful ghost alone, it just doesn't sound credible. Despite the commotion, the group had indeed prepared thoroughly.
Today, we're determined to get to the bottom of Hangyuan real estate. Mr. Xia, do you find it inconvenient getting around living in the city center? I have a Tiger motorcycle here. Would you like to borrow it? Lu Feng pulled out a set of car keys.
After hearing Zhang Shan recount Xia Hang's exploits yesterday, Lu Feng was filled with admiration. The thought of going on a mission with Xia Hong tonight had him so excited he couldn't sleep. After much deliberation, he decided he needed to show some initiative and build rapport.
Finally, he thought, why not offer him a ride? It's a necessity. Everyone needs to get around, right? Xia Hong, can zombies even get driver's licenses? Lu Feng. Damn. Forgot that part. Xia Xiaoxi, Li Shui, pft. Teacher Lu must think he's being so funny with this. Ha ha ha. What I meant was, if you need a ride anywhere, just give me a call anytime. I'll come pick you up.
Lu Feng forced a smile to hide his awkwardness.
After driving for about half an hour,
the sky had grown completely dark.
Zhang Shan drove into the parking lot of Hangyuan Tower. It feels a bit chilly.
As soon as they stepped out of the car, Elder Yan and Lu Feng sensed something was amiss. Both had practiced cultivation since childhood, and their innate Dao bodies were highly sensitive. Even the slightest trace of yin energy was perceptible to them. As a real estate company in Jiecheng, Hangyuan Tower, it held little connection to Yan Lao and Lu Feng, which is why they had never visited before.
It feels pretty warm in here? Li Shui asked in confusion. She couldn't sense it, of course.
In fact, after sitting in the car for so long, her back was still sweaty.
It feels strange, yet cold. But it doesn't feel like cold energy.
Lu Feng said doubtfully.
Old Yan nodded in agreement. This sensation didn't feel like yin energy. Even if he pulled out the Bagua compass to check, the compass wouldn't register the slightest disturbance. Yet the environment here felt unsettling for cultivators like them. Staying too long was uncomfortable. It must be a feng shui formation. It's perfectly normal for the compass not to detect anything. Xia Hong glanced around and remarked.
Yan Lao and Lu Feng nodded in agreement.
Not to mention that Hangyuan real estate was already 99% certain to be colluding with black magic practitioners. Even other corporate buildings, during construction.
It was common practice to consult feng shui masters to assess the energy flow and make adjustments to the layout.
This was done to help the company accumulate wealth and thrive.
Though the vast majority of these feng shui masters were charlatans, scamming people out of money. The wealthier the business tycoon, the more they tend to believe in this nonsense.
Zhang Shan led the way as they boarded the elevator, heading directly to their office floor. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor. A female assistant was already waiting at the door. She wore a professional office lady uniform with an ID badge around her neck. Upon seeing Xia Hang and his group, she immediately addressed them. "Captain Zhang, is that you? This way, please." She turned and led the way. At the rear, Xia Xiaoxi and Li Shui whispered to each other, "Huh? Why are we the ones investigating them? They don't seem the least bit nervous?" "Li Shui, even if they are nervous, they shouldn't show it." "Xia Xiaoxi, so that's how it is." Xia Xiaoxi looked around. This was her first time inside such a large corporation. Even every corner was carpeted. What a level of luxury. But the moment Xia Xiaoxi realized every inch of this place might have been built on blood money, anger surged through her once more. Withholding construction payments, leaving workers penniless for the new year. To seize Xia village's land, they'd even raise ghosts to kill people, slaughtering villagers. Last night, if not for Grandpa Zheng's timely intervention, she would have been run over by that red-clothed vengeful ghost. Each and every one of these acts was a crime committed by Han Yuan Real Estate. She only hoped that today, Grandpa Zhang and Captain Zhang would find the evidence, expose Han Yuan Real Estate's crimes and bring them to justice. Led by the female assistant, the group entered the general manager's office. "Please come in, everyone." The office door swung open. A man's voice came from the seat. After the chair swiveled around, Zhao Qing sat calmly in the upper seat. As the words fell, Zhao Qing rose to his feet. He motioned for his female assistant to leave and walked towards Xia Hong and the others. "Captain Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you." And advisors Yen and Lu, along with the two lovely ladies. Zhao Qing smiled as he shook hands with Zhang Shun. He greeted each person in turn, displaying exceptional warmth and refinement. He had dealt with Zhang Shun before and naturally recognized him. As for Elder Yen and Lu Feng, Jiecheng had only 3 paranormal consultants in total, and Zhao Qing was familiar with them as well. "This is our senior colleague, Xia." Old Yen was about to introduce Xia Hong. But unexpectedly, Zhao Qing interrupted him with a smile. Long admired, long admired. "I know you're the Grandpa Zhang who's been all the rage in Jiecheng lately. The undead elder who slays ghosts, wards off evil, and can do anything." Despite knowing who Xia Hong was, yet remained so composed, even greeting Xia Hong with a smile. This startled everyone present. This was their first meeting, yet they had already clashed countless times before. "It's me." Xia Hong responded without pretense. Compared to Zhao Qing's composure, his demeanor carried an imposing authority that belied his appearance. His indifferent gaze didn't even regard Zhao Qing before him as a living person. Chapter 59, Laws are meant to restrain humans, but I am a zombie. Zhao Qing smiled, turned, and walked away, spreading his hands with apparent ease. "We've had visitors almost every day these past few days. I'm getting used to it. Please proceed with your investigation as you see fit." Zhang Shun wasn't intimidated by Zhao Qing. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Lao and Lu Feng. They each began employing special methods to investigate. Evidence of Zhao Qing colluding with the sorcerer to commit evil deeds. Dealing with supernatural entities inevitably leaves some traces behind. It all depends on whether we can uncover it. As for Li Shui and Zhang Shun, they were tasked with verifying the financial records. Although Director Wang had already led his team to investigate at least 10 times over the past few days. But the checks must continue, not a single detail can be overlooked. Grandfather Xia Hang and granddaughter Xia Xiaoxi went outside to observe. When they arrived earlier, the office area outside the office had still been bustling with employees. Now, however, they had all vanished, leaving the entire 21st floor eerily quiet. "Grandpa Zhang, did you notice anything? Will this investigation really uncover anything? That guy clearly isn't someone to be trusted. That fake smile, something's definitely fishy." Xia Xiaoxi asked doubtfully. Xia Hong shook his head. Investigating this way would naturally yield nothing. The collusion between Heng Yuan Real Estate and the Southeast Asian sorcerer hadn't been a matter of just a year or two. They'd undoubtedly taken precautions. It wouldn't be that easy to catch them red-handed. Plus, judging by Zhao Qing's behavior earlier, he must have known they were coming today. Yet he dared to remain so brazenly in his office. He must have had solid backing. And then there was this. From the moment Xia Hong stepped into the office, he sensed something was off about this Zhao Qing. "What time is it?" Xia Hong grabbed Xia Xiaoxi's arm and glanced at his watch. It was exactly 8:30 p.m. "Remind me in half an hour if they still haven't found anything. I'll subdue the people inside first," Xia Hong instructed. Hearing Xia Heng's plan, Xia Xiaoxi's mouth fell open in shock. She asked anxiously, "Is that really okay, Grandpa Zhang? Isn't it illegal to restrain someone without evidence?" Xia Xiaoxi naturally hoped the villains would be caught and punished as they deserved.
But this was, after all, a society governed by law. One couldn't just resort to force.
The law binds you humans, but I am a zombie. Xia Hong retorted. Xia Xiaoxi.
His words were blunt, but he had a point. Though Grandpa Zhang had just crawled out of his grave. Somehow his understanding always seemed to be several versions ahead of everyone else.
Just as Grandpa Zhang had said.
Today, no one, whether Captain Zhang Shun or Elder Yan,
cannot touch Zhao Cheng until concrete evidence is secured. Only Xia Hong could. Xia Xiaoxi understood clearly that although Grandpa Zhang appeared indifferent now,
beneath that calm exterior, every decision he made was exceptionally decisive. His meaning was clear, since they had come all this way today.
We couldn't possibly leave empty-handed.
If he vowed to take down this blood-sucking, exploitative enterprise, he would see it through. Grandpa Zhang had never failed to deliver on his word.
About 20 minutes passed. Old Yen and Lu Feng both circled back, each holding a bagua compass. They both sensed something was terribly wrong, yet the compasses stubbornly refused to detect any anomaly.
Both men began to suspect the compasses were faulty. The needles wouldn't budge an inch.
This is bad. What do we do now? Lu Feng exclaimed anxiously. I don't know.
It's like that frustrating feeling when you have to sneeze but just can't get it out.
Old Yen sighed. Lu Feng nodded frantically in agreement. The analogy couldn't have been more spot on. After reporting the situation to Xia Hong, they could only wait for updates from Zhang Shun's side. Director Wang mentioned that back in November there was an account with unclear disbursements. We specifically documented it at the time, but now the books balance perfectly. Damn it! Zhang Shun cursed.
He had this sinking feeling that today might end up being another wasted effort.
The discrepancies he and Li Shui couldn't pinpoint felt oddly off in every detail. Yet upon closer examination, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was amiss.
This was hardly enough to significantly impact the company.
Were they really supposed to stand by and watch them commit crimes? Xia Xiaoxi drank too much water from nervousness and now felt the urge to go.
She had no choice but to accompany Li Shui to the restroom. The others, meanwhile, returned to Zhao Qing's office.
So, how did it go, everyone? Any discoveries?
Zhao Qing asked with a smile. It seemed even he was hoping Zhang Shun and the others would uncover something. Seeing the grim expressions on Zhang Shun and the others, Zhao Qing approached excitedly.
It's useless. You can't nail me. Take your time dragging this out. I've got all the patience in the world, as long as you keep up the energy. Though the investigation was headache-inducing, driving him to the brink of exhaustion.
But right now, standing before them, Zhao Qing couldn't afford to show any weakness. He'd stand his ground for as long as he could.
Still, he wasn't wrong. This kind of investigation was detrimental to their company, but didn't the police also constantly need to expend manpower?
What goes around comes around.
Don't get too cocky, Mr. Zhao, you're piling up wrongdoing. Old Yen couldn't bear to listen any longer and snapped.
After committing so many atrocities, he still dared to be so brazen.
Even Old Yan's fiery temper couldn't tolerate it.
But his rebuke did nothing to intimidate Zhao Qing. Instead, it only fueled his arrogance. He practically pressed his face against Old Yan's. So what if I have?
Everything requires proof. You can't produce any evidence or find any dirt on me. What good is threatening me? Do you think I'll confess out of fear?
No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned to Xia Hong, smiling.
Though I don't know what kind of background you have. But repeatedly interfering with my business, that's your fault. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their entire family. There's no one else here. Why don't we all take a step back? Just tell me what conditions you need. Wouldn't it be better if everyone was happy?
Zhao Qing took a step back, his grin growing even more brazen.
He truly didn't believe that when profit was laid out before them,
there would be anyone willing to cling to so-called conscience or justice. After all these years, he'd never seen it happen.
Damn it!
Lu Feng clenched his fist so tightly the veins on his forehead bulged.
He'd come here today to arrest a criminal, yet ended up being humiliated instead?
He wanted to charge right over there and unleash a flurry of punches on Zhao Qing.
What's this? Consultant Lu's upset? Surely you don't intend to arrest me outright, beat me up, and force a confession? Zhao Qing retorted defiantly.
With his arms crossed in front of him, he declared, "Come on, I'll stand right here today."
Got a problem with me? Hit me. Come on, try it. Hit me. Ah!
Before Zhao Qing could finish his sentence, a fist whistled through the air.
Xia Hang's solid fist slammed straight into Zhao Qing's face. Chapter 60, The Old Guard Gets Things Done. Did I kill him? Please keep reading.
A cracking sound echoed from Zhao Qing's face, his bones shattered. His entire face contorted and deformed from the impact, his glasses flying off to who knows where. He tumbled several times before landing on the ground, his mouth spewing agonized screams.
What a request. Xia Hong clapped his hands.
Others dared not act, but he had no such reservations. It was the first time he'd ever heard such a demand.
Everyone present was stunned. Who would have thought Xia Hong would act with such decisiveness? No wonder they call him the pioneer, all about swift action, no hesitation.
Watching Xia Hong shatter Zhao Qing's face with a single punch sent shivers down their spines.
You actually hit me.
Zhao Qing clutched his face, his jaw dislocated. He stared at Xia Hong in disbelief, never expecting him to actually strike. And with such brutal force.
Wasn't this supposed to be a society governed by law? Didn't you tell me to hit you? Xia Hong retorted. Assaulting someone in public. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Aren't you the police? Aren't you going to do anything?
Zhao Qing turned his gaze toward Zhang Shun.
After all, someone had already resorted to violence. Surely the police couldn't just stand by?
Seeing Zhao Qing's pathetic state, Zhang Shun and his two companions exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter.
We just happened to be blind for a moment. We didn't see a thing. Lu Feng was the first to speak. At this remark, Zhao Qing's expression darkened further. He realized he wasn't going to have an easy day today. Unable to find evidence, he was taking it out on him.
Just you wait. Zhao Cheng would make him pay for this.
Fine. 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 Is this how you want to play it? If you've got the guts, just kill me outright. It'll save you all the trouble of digging around with these dirty tricks and petty maneuvers. It's just venting. Then what?
Zhao Qing forced himself to his feet, still refusing to back down. His eyes locked onto Xia Hong, as if he might devour him at any moment.
But the next second, the hatred in his eyes turned to terror. Because the man was actually walking toward him. You, what do you want?
Before Zhao Qing could finish his sentence, Xia Hong had already reached him. He yanked Zhao Qing by the collar and slammed another punch into his gut.
Thud. This punch carried even more force than the last, its momentum seemingly intent on piercing through Zhao Qing's body.
Zhao Qing's face contorted in agony, his eyes bulging as his mind went blank.
Where was that earlier arrogance now? Boom. 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 Several more punches followed in quick succession, shattering the buttons on Zhao Qing's suit shirt.
His face turned purple, and it was unclear whether he had already passed out.
Mr. Xie. No, you can't hit him like that. You're going to kill him.
Seeing Xia Hong show no sign of stopping, Zhang Shun and Old Yen rushed forward in terror to intervene. If they beat Zhao Qing to death before getting to the bottom of things, it would be a crime. There was absolutely no need for Xia Hong to get entangled in trouble over such a second-rate scoundrel.
That's right. Mr. Xia, you'll really kill him. It's not worth it, not worth it. It's all your fault. Lu Feng hurriedly interjected. He was already as good as dead. Xia Hong replied.
The three people beside him froze, unable to grasp what Xia Hong meant.
Wasn't Zhao Qing still alive just moments ago?
Now he was nearly beaten to death. Xia Hong's hand never paused, delivering another heavy punch.
Guh. A glob of white, sticky substance spewed from Zhao Qing's mouth and splattered onto the floor.
After hitting the ground, it continued to wriggle, resembling an enlarged maggot.
Just looking at it was enough to make one feel physically ill. What the hell is that thing? It stinks and it's disgusting, damn it. Lu Feng covered his mouth, nearly vomiting his breakfast. Yen Lao forced himself to observe it. After a long moment, he said, "This looks like a poisonous worm."
At that mention, Zhang Shun and Lu Feng instantly realized a black magic practitioner.
Turning to Zhao Qing.
After expelling the poisonous worm from his mouth, he had completely ceased breathing. He lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of rotten mud. So Zhao Qing was already dead when we entered.
So the sorcerer was controlling the poisonous insects to communicate with us all along?
Zhang Shun still felt a chill run down his spine.
Even as a police officer, this was far beyond his comprehension.
Zhao Qing must have died very recently.
The body hadn't yet accumulated much rigor mortis, and combined with the bug's manipulation, we failed to notice.
Old Yen sighed. This must be some kind of black magic to disguise a corpse so convincingly.
Even they, with years of cultivation as yin-yang masters, couldn't discern it.
These sorcerers have always been skilled in such dark and twisted arts. This situation has become complicated, completely diverging from their anticipated course of events. The evidence hadn't even been found yet, and the criminal was already dead. How are we supposed to proceed? Zhao Qing was actually the eldest son of Zhao Qiyuan, the former chairman of Hanyuan Real Estate. After years abroad honing his skills, he gradually took over the family business. Zhao Qiyuan had naturally stepped back into a behind-the-scenes role. Now that Zhao Qing has been secretly killed by a black magic practitioner, who knows how Zhao Qiyuan will react? Then how did you discover that Zhao Qing was already dead, Mr. Xie? Zhang Shun paused for a long moment before asking with evident confusion.
I guessed.
I'm not a living person, and looking at him, he didn't seem like one either. I just wanted to hit him, but his face didn't even flush. That must mean he's dead.
Xia Hong clapped his hands and replied. Zhang Shun, Yen Lao, Lu Feng. No wonder the old guard gets things done so decisively.
From suspicion to execution to confirmation, it was all done in one fluid motion.
A few punches later, the poisonous insects in Zhao Qing's belly were blasted out. So, Mr. Xia, what do we do now? Lu Feng asked. With Zhao Qing dead, what else was there to do? For now, we absolutely must capture the sorcerer behind this.
Now that our plans have been exposed, I doubt they'll let us off the hook unless we catch them first.
Yen Lao replied.
The others all agreed with old Yan's assessment.
Moreover, whoever could manipulate Zhao Qing's corpse through poisonous insects must still be in this building. The real headache was where to even begin searching in such a vast building? There wasn't a single clue to go on. Ah! Damn it!
At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi's explosive scream echoed from the restroom. Li Shui rushed inside. She saw Xia Xiaoxi standing at the doorway, toilet plunger in hand. Inside, the toilet had exploded, shattering the tiles beneath her feet.
Xiao Shi, are you blowing up the bathroom?
Li Shui's mouth twitched in disbelief at how Xia Xiaoxi could possibly destroy a bathroom just by using it. Xia Xiaoxi gave an awkward smile, her face flushing slightly as she hurriedly said, "It's a long story.
Look over here first." Li Shui followed the direction Xia Xiaoxi was pointing.
Beneath the shattered tiles on the floor, something seemed hidden, slowly seeping blood outward.
Chapter 61, The Demon Realm Takes Shape. The slaughter begins. What is this? Li Shui asked in astonishment.
Dark red blood seeped through the cracks beneath the shattered white tiles. Mixed with water, it looked even more eerie.
I don't know either. Xia Xiaoxi shook her head.
She recounted to Li Shui what had happened when she went to the bathroom earlier. She wasn't sure if it was food poisoning or something else. She'd intended to just pee, but suddenly felt the urge to poop. Worst of all, she somehow managed to clog the toilet. No matter how hard she flushed, it wouldn't go down. Embarrassed, Xia Xiaoxi froze in place for a long while, unable to utter a word. She had no choice but to try clearing the blockage herself with the plunger. Whether it was her sheer strength or the toilet's fragility, she ended up cracking it open. With nowhere to release the force in her hands, Xia Xiaoxi instantly lost her balance. She crashed right onto the floor. And just like that, her butt smashed into the bathroom floor tiles, shattering them.
Li Shui, blown away. In some ways, sis, you're a genius. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare portray it this way.
The cracked tiles on the floor were actually easier to explain, since something was buried underneath.
That's why the tiles weren't laid evenly or flush, some spots were hollow.
Xia Xiaoxi might look slim, but with that divine but crashing down from above, it's no wonder the tiles shattered.
Alright, enough about me. What do we do now? Should we check what's inside? Xia Xiaoxi felt utterly embarrassed.
Seeing the floor still seeping blood, a chill ran down her spine.
In this situation, who knew what might be lurking beneath? Let's not touch it.
We should go back and tell the captain and Mr. Xie first.
Let them come and take a look.
Li Shui, being a police officer, was more vigilant than Xia Xiaoxi.
What if something unexpected happened if they rashly pried it open?
They already knew this company was colluding with extremely brutal black magic practitioners from Southeast Asia. If they'd been cursed with even a simple hex, they'd be finished. With that, Li Shui turned to leave. But Xia Xiaoxi grabbed her arm, her eyes filled with complexity and a hint of pleading.
Li Shui sighed. Don't worry. I won't go into details. I'll just focus on the key points. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi finally relaxed.
If word of today's incident got out, it would be far more unbearable than having a ghost directly eliminate her. As a young woman, she valued her reputation above all else.
Teacher Lu, could you do us a favor? Regardless, since Zhao Qing is already dead. We should bring his body back for examination first. We'll file a report afterward.
Zhang Shun lifted Zhao Qing's body.
Lu Feng responded and came over to assist.
He too felt it best to leave Hangyuan Tower as soon as possible.
For some reason, he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding.
As mentioned earlier, now that their scheme had been exposed,
the sorcerer would never let them off easily.
But just as the two lifted Zhao Qing's body, they noticed that old Yan and Xia Hong showed no sign of moving. Instead, their gazes were fixed outside the window.
You sensed it too? Old Yan inquired of Xia Hong.
After speaking, he raised his hand to signal Lu Feng and the others not to rush.
He strode toward the window, pulled a tissue from his pocket, crumpled it into a ball, and flung it outside. Hey! Old Yan, what are you doing? That's littering from a height. How inconsiderate. Wait, what?
Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, a wad of tissue suddenly fell from above, landing with a thud right on his forehead. He looked up and sure enough, it was the very same wad of tissue old Yan had tossed moments ago.
What the hell? Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment.
Forgetting to lift Zhao Qing's body, he turned his curious gaze toward the window.
But he couldn't see anything unusual.
The nighttime river view outside remained dotted with lights, no different from usual.
I'll try again.
Old Yan picked up another teacup from the table and tossed it out.
Clang! The cup hit the floor with a sharp clatter.
Everyone turned their heads at the sound, only to see Lu Feng frozen in place with a twisted stance. At his feet lay the very teacup Master Yan had hurled out the window moments before, now shattered into pieces.
Ha! Old Yan was equally puzzled. How could it always pinpoint Lu Feng so precisely? Was it coincidence or positioning?
Seeing Lu Feng shift his position, he reached across the table and grabbed a stone ashtray.
Hey! Stop it! Lu Feng's face turned pale at the sight. Could this old man be seeking revenge?
That ashtray in his hand must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds.
If it hit him on the head, it would hurt like hell. Old Yen grinned, setting the ashtray down. He was just messing with Lu Feng. Let me give it a try. But at that moment, Xia Hong stepped forward. He flicked his wrist toward the window, and 8 copper coins automatically formed a formation in midair. They shimmered with a faint golden glow as they flew out. Yet the instant they passed the window, they vanished as well. The next instant, behind him, Lu Feng suddenly lunged forward with a fierce leap. The very instant he completed the movement, a flash of golden light erupted from the wall behind his original position. The copper coin array slammed directly into the white wall. With a loud boom, it smashed a deep crater into the wall, exposing the reinforcing steel. Holy! Good thing I anticipated that. Lu Feng broke out in a cold sweat. If that could punch holes through cement and red bricks, what would happen if it landed on him? Wouldn't he be meeting his ancestors early? This is targeting me, right? There were so many people here, so many places to throw it. Why does everything thrown always land right on his head? Pure version nerfing. Can't even break out of the copper coin array? Xia Hong retrieved the coins into his palm, thinking it was no big deal if ordinary items couldn't pass through. But even the copper coin array, a basic Taoist ritual for exorcising ghosts and warding off evil, couldn't be cast. Old Yen, what's going on with Mr. Xie? Lu Feng pressed urgently. Under these circumstances, it appears this building has become a ghostly domain. Yen Lao sighed, his expression grave as he explained. A ghost domain? Hearing Master Yan's words, Lu Feng suddenly realized that it did indeed seem highly likely to be a ghost domain. My father once told me that ghosts in this world are also ranked by strength, divided into tiers. In the mortal realm, we typically encounter wandering spirits, minor ghosts, malevolent spirits, fierce ghosts, and ghostly fiends, these 5 tiers. The legendary ghost realm is formed when a small number of exceptionally powerful vengeful spirits, possessing sufficiently dense energy, create their own domain, hence the name ghost realm. Another type arises when a large enough number of ghosts gather, even if not all are fierce ghosts, sheer numbers matter. The yin energy they accumulate can also form a ghost realm. Neither of these realms appears easily. Once a ghost realm is formed, within that domain, ghosts can kill however they please. Basic Taoist arts are utterly powerless against it. Countless formidable Taoist priests and celestial masters have fallen within these ghostly realms. Chapter 62, Trending on Hot Searches. Organizations rush to the scene. Lu Feng murmured. While ghosts commonly encountered in the mortal realm are categorized into these 5 tiers. But that doesn't mean ghosts within the same tier are necessarily equally powerful. Take yesterday's example, the red-robed fierce ghost slain by Xia Hong ranked mid-tier among fierce ghosts. The previous parasitic ghost, meanwhile, was among the highest tier within the malevolent ghost category. As for high-tier fierce ghosts, they are extremely rare and terrifying, capable of even establishing their own ghostly realms. In this case, the latter scenario seems more likely. Yen Lao murmured. The fact that even Xia Heng's copper coin array couldn't be deployed suggests this is far more than a single fierce ghost. It must be a large group of ghosts, including fierce ones, to form a ghost realm of this magnitude. The atmosphere on the field grew exceptionally heavy. Even Zhang Shun, who knew nothing of Taoist arts, realized the gravity of the situation after hearing Lu Feng's explanation. Was it that Zhao Cheng and the Zhao family had long anticipated this day of mutual destruction and prepared in advance? Or perhaps the sorcerers they'd collaborated with had secretly set this trap without their knowledge? If the latter were true, then today's ghostly trap would inevitably be unleashed upon Zhao Qing's family, even if not directed at Xia Hong and his group. Zhang Shun immediately reached for his phone to contact headquarters and request backup. But when he pulled it out, there was no signal at all. The ghostly realm had not only sealed off their escape routes but also blocked all signals. This was a real pickle. Without contact to headquarters, they'd have to figure out a way out on their own. But Lu Feng had already explained the ghost realm's terrifying nature. Countless powerful Taoist priests and exorcists had perished within these haunted lands. Escaping would be incredibly difficult. But damn it, if it's the ghost realm, why is it targeting me specifically? Lu Feng grumbled in frustration. After all that, why did everything he threw end up landing on him? It could be that your luck has been particularly bad lately, leaving you vulnerable. That's why the ghost realm is targeting you. Yen Lao replied. I refuse to believe we're the only ones in this building. There must be others, right? So you're saying I'm the unluckiest person in the entire building? Lu Feng retorted defiantly. Xia Hong, it's not impossible. Lu Feng. Now wasn't the time for bickering. The urgent priority was finding a way to escape this ghostly realm. Even within the Supreme Lord Lao Jun's 8 trigram furnace, there was a hidden glimmer of life within the Sun Palace position. And certainly not the ghost realm, there had to be a way out. However, this vast building, combined with the ghost realm's blockade and the constant threat of ghosts appearing, the search would likely prove troublesome. Just then, Li Shui and Xia Xiaoxi rushed in through the door. Grandpa Zhang. It's bad. Something seems to be hiding under the bathroom floor.
Xia Xiaoxi cried out urgently. Xia Hong and Yan Lao exchanged glances, then hurried after Xia Xiaoxi and Li Shui, heading straight for the women's restroom. Right here. Xia Xiaoxi pointed at the shattered tiles on the floor, still seeping blood. Lu Feng scanned the women's restroom. It was their first time seeing what one looked like. Seeing the cracked toilet and floor, he shook his head in astonishment. Did terrorists just blow up the restroom? How could it be blown up like this? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Hong grabbed Xia Xiaoxi and demanded, "You did this, didn't you?" Xia Xiaoxi's face visibly flushed crimson. How could she be pinned so quickly? But Li Shui waved her hands frantically, insisting she hadn't said anything. The only one capable of blowing a bathroom to smithereens like this, besides the wild boar that was Xia Xiaoxi of their own bloodline. Xia Hong couldn't imagine who else it could be. Let me take a look. Thankfully, Yan Lao stepped in first, defusing the tension. He reached down and began carefully moving aside each shard of porcelain on the floor. Only then did he notice a small square pit hidden beneath the tile, filled with blood. I'll handle it. Lu Feng produced a dry cloth mop from somewhere and pressed it into the blood-soaked pit. The mop soaked up most of the blood. After repeating this twice, the pit's contents became visible. What is this? A plastic bag? Yan Lao carefully opened the bag and more blood seeped out. By now, the entire white bathroom floor was completely stained red with blood, creating an eerily terrifying sight. Everyone watched Yan Lao's hands as he reached into the bag and pulled out a palm-sized object that resembled a chunk of flesh. Dark red, dripping with blood droplets, veins still pulsing and oozing blood. After examining it closely for a moment, old Yen confirmed, it's a heart. A human heart. At this revelation, the two girls instantly turned pale. It was unimaginable. Why would a human heart be buried in a place like a bathroom? Old Yen rummaged through the bag again. Inside was a small knife one Xia Hong recognized immediately. Sure enough, it was identical to the flying daggers used by sorcerers. Except this one was wrapped in layers of talisman paper, covered in crooked, indecipherable script. This should be Siamese script. Li Shui recognized the script at a glance. In her free time, she enjoyed watching Siamese melodramas, so she recognized the script to some extent. Looks like it's from a Siamese black magic practitioner. This dagger was meant to be thrust into the heart. But it must have been knocked loose from the heart, causing the heart to start bleeding. Old Yen spoke as he reinserted the dagger into the wound above the heart. The wound and blade aligned perfectly, confirming his hypothesis. As for the impact, well, that was courtesy of Xia Xiaoxi's ample rear end. But what was the purpose of deliberately placing a knife and a heart in the women's restroom? For a moment, none of them could fathom the answer. Just then, Zhang Shan noticed movement outside and suggested, let's leave this to Mr. Xie and Old Yen for now. Let's go out and see if there are any other people who didn't manage to get out in time. Li Shui nodded, and the two headed downstairs in the elevator first. Staying here wouldn't help much if others were still outside. They would go out to gather the people who hadn't managed to escape and wait for rescue. This would prevent any sudden dangers and avoid the complications of rescue efforts if people were too scattered. While Xia Hong and the others remained trapped in the ghostly realm of Hangyuan Tower. A breaking news story in Jie City rapidly shot to the top of the local trending list. A passerby captured footage of a late-night fire engulfing Hangyuan Real Estate's headquarters, Jiecheng's largest property developer. The flames appeared to be spreading rapidly. The scene was cordoned off as fire crews and police rushed to the location. Chapter 63, Divine Strike Technique. Eerie fire video goes viral. Hangyuan Tower? How did it suddenly catch fire? I passed by there this afternoon. Yeah. I saw that building just fine today. It suddenly caught fire at night? The fire is massive. Looks like it started on the upper floors. Oh no. My uncle still works there. I hope he got out. Such a huge building, if they can't control the fire, the damage will be catastrophic. Online discussions erupted among netizens in the city. After all, while Hangyuan Real Estate's reputation in Jiecheng isn't great, its name recognition and influence remain exceptionally high. Only Hangyuan Real Estate possesses the resources to occupy such a massive office building. Online. A leaked video showed fierce flames spread from the upper floors of Hangyuan Tower. At least 20 floors or higher were engulfed, with thick smoke billowing from above. It's hard to imagine how such a massive fire could have ignited without some time to develop. So why did no one notice it earlier? This fire seemed to erupt suddenly, as if out of nowhere. The scene had now been cordoned off. Even the roads on both sides had been temporarily closed to traffic. Several ladder fire trucks charged to the forefront, spraying high-pressure water cannons at the flames. Yet strangely, they failed to diminish the flames in the slightest. Instead, the fire only grew more intense. It was as if the water being sprayed wasn't water at all, but rather fuel being poured onto the flames. Captain. It's useless. Proceed with standard firefighting procedures. Stay calm. Hold your positions. Yes. Despite the rescue operation having commenced so long ago, they still hadn't managed to bring the fire under control.
But regardless, as the fire brigade, they could only redouble their rescue efforts. There was no other option.
This was the first time they'd encountered a situation where the flames simply refused to be extinguished by water cannons.
Uncanny. Too bizarre. The raging inferno seemed utterly unlike any earthly fire.
What was even more critical was that they had dispatched a team directly into the building's interior for rescue and firefighting operations. But suffocatingly, whether through the main entrance, emergency exits, underground passages, or any other route.
Not even through windows or drainage systems could they gain access.
Once you went in,
you'd inevitably come out the other way.
In truth, some of the more experienced firefighters and firefighting soldiers had encountered similar bizarre fires before.
In some cases, homeowners insist with absolute certainty.
They firmly believed they had turned off all electrical switches and gas valves before leaving. But when the home is empty, or only a small child is present, the weak vital energy within the house can lead to unexplained fires. Additionally, individuals who spend prolonged periods alone at home, deprived of external vitality, their mental state deteriorates, and according to yin-yang practitioners, they become possessed by evil spirits. Without any apparent reason, they become fixated on burning themselves to death. Cases like these, and countless others, are far too numerous to list.
But a large-scale fire like the one we're seeing now?
And so bizarre that neither fire extinguishers nor high-pressure water cannons could make a dent in it. This has truly never happened before.
Commissioner Wang, what should we do? Zhang Shun and Li Shui are still inside the building, right? The police were also frantically searching for solutions, their eyes fixed on the burning building.
They must have encountered some kind of situation.
Did you hear what the fire department said?
This fire is burning too strangely.
It's probably connected to ghosts or evil spirits,
Commissioner Wang said with concern. With an incident this severe, there were likely still many people trapped inside the building. If they couldn't handle this properly, they might all lose their jobs and be forced into early retirement. Worst of all, Xia Hong was still trapped inside.
His status remains unclear, and if higher-ups hold us accountable.
The thought alone made Director Wang's head spin. Before I could even earn any merit, I went and caused such a major incident.
Sometimes when luck turns sour, there's no stopping it. Chief Wang, what's the situation now?
Just then, a sports sedan sped through the cordoned-off area. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a full beard, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, hurried over and asked Director Wang. Sporting a receding hairline and a full beard, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, he hurried over and asked Director Wang.
Old Kong, it's not looking good.
Even the fire brigade can't contain this blaze. If it keeps burning like this, by the time we find Old Yen and Lu Feng, there might only be ashes left.
Something major must have happened inside. You need to see if there's any way to break through this. Commissioner Wang urgently replied.
Since physical firefighting efforts were proving ineffective, their only hope lay in esoteric techniques and unconventional remedies. This middle-aged man with a receding hairline was named Kong Tianyi. He was currently GS City's third paranormal consultant, with years of experience not much shorter than Old Yan's. But he was notoriously lazy and rarely took on assignments unless absolutely necessary. The position was unique and difficult to manage, so Director Wang had little recourse with him. Still, when it really mattered, he'd step up and deliver.
A fire the fire brigade can't extinguish? Could it be some kind of ghost fire?
Kong Tianyi finished speaking, then pulled a small liquor bottle from his breast pocket and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor flushed his cheeks a deep crimson, the color spreading rapidly. He then stripped off his traditional Chinese robe, revealing only a white undershirt beneath. With quick strides, he raced toward the building. 10 directions, all realms, upper and lower void, omnipresent, manifest in all emptiness, hasten your descent. Disciple Kong Tianyi now beseeches the celestial immortals, Buddhas, and divine beings to descend and preside, bestowing upon this disciple miraculous divine power. Kong Tianyi traced intricate hand gestures with both hands, forming finger seals as he chanted the incantation. He planted his right foot firmly, stamped his left foot 3 times on the ground, and chanted repeatedly, "Enter my body, enter my body." Only after completing these actions did Kong Tianyi slowly lower his hands.
At this moment, his demeanor and aura seemed entirely different from before.
His eyes blazed with an intense light, as if piercing through all things in the world, and he strode directly toward the building.
Chief Wang, what is Master Kong doing? A new police officer looked at Kong Tianyi in confusion, unsure of what was happening.
Old Kong says he's practicing spirit possession techniques, essentially channeling divine power to perform exorcisms. As Old Yen mentioned before, while Master Kong might not excel in other techniques, when it comes to summoning spirits, he's absolutely unmatched.
Wonder which deity he's summoning now. Let's hope it works.
Commissioner Wang explained. The officers beside him finally understood and nodded in agreement.
That made perfect sense. Master Kong was essentially a proxy. He's gone in. Master Kong is inside. Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. In the distance, Kong Tianyi executed a fluid leap, slipping precisely through the window. He cleared the wall of flames and vanished into the building. It really is him. Fantastic.
That's why you should always leave the job to the pros. You wouldn't know it normally, but now we see old Kong's skills are truly impressive.
Commissioner Wang exclaimed excitedly.
But no sooner had the words left his mouth than another window revealed.
A figure charred black from head to toe was flung backward, crashing onto the ground in utter disarray. Chapter 64, Grandpa Zhang is inside too. Heat surges. Ouch, damn it.
Kong Tianyi grimaced in pain, clutching his chest and coughing dryly, black smoke billowing from his mouth. Gone was the commanding presence he'd exuded moments before.
Chief Wang. The officers? Master Kong's in. Master Kong's in. Master Kong is done for. Well, that was pointless.
Several officers rushed forward to help Kong Tianyi to his feet.
No, Chief Wang, we're in big trouble. Kong Tianyi swallowed hard and said, there's good news and bad news. The good news is we don't need to bother with this fire. It's fake, it can't be extinguished.
Hearing this, Director Wang and the others instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them.
That's good.
It meant there was a high chance Xie Heng and the others inside the building were probably unharmed.
And the bad news? Commissioner Wang asked urgently. The bad news is that the ghost realm is real.
This entire building has been enveloped by it.
This is the first time I've witnessed a genuine ghost realm.
If the spell isn't broken in time, the fire will become real. At this moment, Old Yen and the others are likely trapped within the ghost realm.
This situation is far more complicated than we imagined.
It's 10 times more troublesome than if this fire had actually ignited.
Kong Tianyi said solemnly.
Earlier, his divine summoning ritual had actually been quite successful, invoking a rather formidable immortal being. Yet even so, it proved utterly powerless against the ghost realm. He could only shield himself from excessive harm before being instantly repelled.
This meant the ghost realm within the building was no ordinary entity.
Seeing that Director Wang and the others didn't understand, Kong Tianyi explained once more what a ghost domain meant. Director Wang and the others felt a chill run down their spines.
So this building has completely become a haunted structure? Is there absolutely no way to break through it? Commissioner Wang exclaimed in shock.
Inside the building, it was highly likely that there weren't just various minor ghosts and evil spirits, there was an overwhelming chance that fierce ghosts were present too. Their numbers were beyond anyone's estimation.
There must be a way.
Everything in this world, no matter how formidable, has its weaknesses. But with my abilities, it's definitely beyond my reach.
Kong Tianyi stated bluntly.
At a moment when lives were at stake, he dared not boast as he usually did.
Silence fell over the room.
After a moment's pause, Kong Tianyi said, given the situation, I can only ask my master to come out of retirement.
He might just have a solution.
Director Wang nodded repeatedly.
Kong Tianyi might not be well known, but his master, Zhang Zhouwa, was renowned far and wide.
In earlier years, he was a renowned master of yin-yang arts across several neighboring cities, widely acknowledged as the most formidable practitioner of esoteric arts in Fengcheng, Zhecheng, and Tuocheng. Legend had it that 30 years prior, Zhang Zhouwa single-handedly dismantled an organization of Siamese black magic practitioners entrenched in Fengcheng. He later developed a chronic illness and settled in Fengcheng, with no reports of him practicing for decades. However, these were merely rumors within the circle, and no one knew if they were true or false.
Yet the fact that Kong Tianyi was Zhang Zhouwa's disciple was common knowledge throughout Zhecheng Police Department.
After all, that punk had leveraged that very connection to climb his way into the position of consultant.
Excellent.
If we can persuade Master Zhang to come out, it might just work.
Commissioner Wang exclaimed excitedly.
It was as if he'd spotted a lifeline. At present, aside from this Zhang Zhouwa master, he couldn't think of anyone else who could break this ghostly domain spell.
Hope they can hold out.
Kong Tianyi glanced at the building and murmured under his breath. Even if they managed to bring in reinforcements, if Yin Lao and the others couldn't hold out and fell first, there would be nothing they could do.
Xiao Yang. Yam Wei? Get Master Kong to Fengcheng immediately. Commissioner Wang shouted at an officer.
Before performing his divine striking technique, Kong Tianyi always needed to drink some alcohol first. Having drunk alcohol, he couldn't drive himself and had to be escorted to Fengcheng.
After seeing Kong Tianyi off, Commissioner Wang remained anxious. After communicating with the fire brigade and explaining the situation, he instructed them to temporarily halt rescue operations. It was now certain this fire was beyond human means to extinguish. There was no point in wasting firefighting resources or exhausting their personnel. They were to stand by on site, with no immediate need to withdraw. Hang in there. Yen Lao, Zheng Shun, you guys. And Mr. Xia, you must hold on. Bureau Chief Wang clenched his fists in anxiety, staring helplessly at the building still engulfed in raging flames. Meanwhile, the city's online forums had already erupted in chaos. It's this late and the fire still isn't out. This building is probably done for. Han Yuan real estate is gonna take a huge hit. They haven't done anything good in years. It's a bit cruel, but I feel like this is karma. Just hope innocent people aren't caught in the crossfire. Exactly. I worked on a Han Yuan project for a few months. All I can say is they never paid on time and deducted everything under the sun. Regarding the Hanyuan Tower fire, public sentiment was surprisingly unanimous.
Over the years, Hanyuan has made headlines far too often.
But their public standing has always been terrible. But big corporations? The rich just get richer. Even if you have grievances, you still have to do their work. Do you want to starve to death?
Now that Hanyuan Tower is burning, beyond a few sighs, netizens haven't felt much else.
But have you heard the latest? This fire is bizarre. Word is even firefighters couldn't get inside the building, and the flames just wouldn't go out no matter what they tried. Later, the police even brought in a paranormal consultant. What was his name again? Kong, something like that. Holy crap, so it's almost certainly a paranormal case. Wait, hold up. How could they not have Yen Lao? Throttle brother. Gas pedal guy is here. Heard he's inside the building. Wait, you guys are hackers? How do you know all this gossip? Wait, if gas pedal guy is there, could Grandpa Zhang be there too? Exactly. Xia Xiaoxi stopped streaming afternoon. Could both of them really be in the building too? The internet age. A lot of information just can't be blocked as easily as before. Especially within a single city.
Xia Xiaoxi's livestream had generated enormous buzz recently. Not only has Xia Han become widely known, but even Yen Lao, the paranormal consultant from Jie City who interacted with him a few times, has gained widespread recognition. The nickname Throttle Guy has become quite prominent. The online fervor rages unchecked, intensifying and fermenting by the day. Many netizens even went out of their way to leave comments under Xia Xiaoxi's account. They wanted to know if Xia Xiaoxi and Grandpa Sehong were also in the building. Just as they suspected. The grandfather and granddaughter were indeed inside the building at that moment. Don't worry, I'm thinking. Lu Feng pulled a book that looked ancient from his chest. Many pages were torn and tattered, covered in a layer of dust.
Chapter 65, Gunfire on the First Floor. We're the police. This place is haunted. What is this? Old Yen asked curiously. At a time like this, Lu Feng still had the mind to read?
This is a book I brought from home. It documents some Siamese black magic rituals.
My grandfather personally translated it. I'll see if I can find any clues. Lu Feng explained. Last night, from Zhang Shun and Xia Heng's accounts,
he learned about the recent ghostly incidents in Jiechun, which were likely connected to Siamese black magic. That's why he'd specifically retrieved this book from home and brought it alone. After all, whenever he went on missions, he carried every magical artifact and tool he could possibly bring. An extra book might come in handy someday. This was a family rule passed down through generations. More tools never weigh you down, but never show off recklessly. Your family really has everything. Old Yan's mouth twitched. No wonder they're a yin-yang lineage. They even have books on Siamese black magic. And even translations. Where do you even go to complain about this? Lu Feng frantically searched through the pages, silently repeating the word heart under his breath. Searching for any mention of the heart. Finally, his finger came to rest on one page. Looks like I really found it. It's an ancient black magic spell called Yinba Piercing Heart Curse. Lu Feng pointed to the text in the book. The others crowded around to look. There, clearly written, were the details of the Yin 8 piercing heart spell. This curse required 8 girls born on a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day. No specific time needed. The spell was cast on them beforehand. After killing them, their hearts were extracted. Using specially forged knives or other metal objects, the hearts would be pierced. Each heart must be hidden within a complete structure: a house, building, shopping mall, or any self-contained edifice. The hiding places must be shadowy, perpetually deprived of sunlight. After a period of settling, the building, influenced by the 18 hearts, will gradually blur the boundaries between yin and yang energies. For the sorcerer, dispelling or gathering yin energy becomes a simple ritual. It's somewhat like installing a yin-yang switch within this area. Even the most accomplished sorcerer entering this space would struggle to detect it. It is most suitable for concealing ghosts and setting up formations. That's why, after getting out of the car earlier, Lu Feng and Old Yen immediately sensed something was off. They couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Now it was clear, Hanyuan Tower had long been filled to the brim with ghosts. Only the influence of those 8 hearts had blurred the boundaries between the living and the dead, preventing them from discerning the truth. Typically, no place gathers yin energy more intensely than a women's restroom. That's precisely why the sorcerer hid one of the hearts in the women's restroom on the 21st floor. A place like this would have been impossible to uncover without Xia Xiaoxi's heaven-sent big butt. Case solved. Damn sorcerer, why does he always resort to such dark arts? I can't even imagine how many people have died at their hands. Lu Feng cursed angrily. Why, despite its equally vast scope, black magic never gained traction domestically. It's precisely because the methods they employ to achieve their goals are far too cruel. Whenever black magic is cast, lives are inevitably lost. Thus, it is also due to the influence of these 8 hearts that yin energy continuously accumulates within this building. That's how the ghostly domain has been formed to this extent. It seems we must locate all these hearts to escape. Weaken the ghostly domain, then we'll find a way to break the spell and escape. Old Yen said solemnly. The others nodded. At least they weren't completely without a clue now. If they could weaken the ghost realm, they still had a good chance of escaping. 8. This building has 24 floors, meaning there's one heart roughly every 3 floors. Xia Xiaoxi calculated. Finding them all would be a massive undertaking. Bang! 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 Just then, gunfire erupted outside. Xia Xiaoxi and the others jumped in fright. Grandpa Zhang, is that gunfire? Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed in alarm. Xia Hong nodded. It was indeed true. Someone in the building had a gun. It was highly likely that Zhang Shun or Li Shui had run into trouble. Let's go down and check, Xia Hong said. Now that they had a plan, they had to act fast. Got it. Yen Lao and Lu Feng responded in unison. They boarded the elevator and headed down to the first floor. As soon as they reached the lobby, they found a large crowd gathered there. Xia Hong scanned the area and estimated there were at least 200 people. These were likely employees who hadn't managed to leave work on time and had also been trapped here. Zhang Shan and Li Shui stood at the very front of the crowd, each holding a gun. Just moments ago, after they had descended, they saw everyone scrambling in panic. They immediately identified themselves to Li Shui and swiftly gathered everyone together. Crowded into the lobby, each person wore a look of terror. The sudden turn of events had filled them with dread. Captain Zhang, what were those gunshots earlier? Old Yen asked. You arrived just in time. There's something fishy here. Zhang Shun replied. Just 2 minutes prior, shadowy figures had been darting toward them. As they drew near, Zhang Shun fired his gun to scare them off. Though firearms couldn't harm ghosts, the loud noise was enough to scare off ordinary spirits. Officer, what the hell is going on here? Why can't we get out? Is there really a ghost? Where's our boss? Let's go ask him what's going on. This isn't some drill. We've got wives and kids waiting at home. Let us go back. The crowd chattered frantically, panic-stricken and desperate to understand what had happened. Humans instinctively fear the unknown. Even before seeing anything. Simply staying here, in this atmosphere, was enough to make them feel afraid. Everyone, listen to me. It's hard to believe, but we're police officers. We don't lie, and we certainly wouldn't harm anyone. This building is haunted. We can't get out right now. For everyone's safety, stay in the lobby, don't wander off alone. Wait for police rescue. Additionally, we have a professional paranormal consultant here who will work to find a solution as quickly as possible. Li Shui raised her hand high, drawing everyone's gaze toward her. Even though she was nervous inside. But as a professionally trained police officer, she had to set an example before the public and couldn't show weakness in front of others. Otherwise, it would only make them feel even more uneasy. Ghosts? Impossible. How could ghosts exist in this world? Yeah. Cut the nonsense. What era are we in? What about our boss? Did he arrange this as some kind of drill? Is he taking kickbacks again? Some chose silence, while others refused to believe it and immediately voiced their doubts. In these peaceful times, suddenly telling them there are ghosts. It was indeed hard to swallow. Your boss, Zhao Qing, is dead. Chapter 66, Xia Hong is recognized. Which means everything is true. We have a duty to protect your safety, but we also need your full cooperation. Zhang Shun's voice was low and commanding, his tone leaving no room for doubt as he assumed the posture of a captain. The moment those words left his lips, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone found it hard to believe Zhao Qing was dead. But who would joke about something like this? Especially when it came from a police officer, it couldn't possibly be false. Oh no! They'd really run into something supernatural. At that moment, not a single soul in the hall dared make a sound. Mr. Xia, what should we do now? Zhang Shun asked in a hushed voice. We need to locate the heart. Once we weaken part of the ghostly domain, I should be able to force my way through. Xia Hong replied. If it's still at the green zombie level. Xia Hong truly had no effective counter against such a ghost domain. But now he was a flying zombie. His instincts told him that if he could weaken the ghost realm's strength even slightly, forcing a breach might not be impossible. Of course, this was merely Xia Heng's conjecture. No one could be certain until he actually tried. Old Yen recounted the black magic spell they had discovered earlier to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun listened, his heart equally filled with rage. These black magic practitioners truly stop at nothing. The hearts of 8 young women. Meaning 8 living, breathing lives, destroyed by their hands. Xiao Bai. Xia Xiaoxi patted the backpack on her back, where the white flag still lay. The fate of the white cloth shirt was no different from that of these girls. It made Xia Xiaoxi's heart clench. What nonsense about ghosts and spirits. Whoever wants to believe it, believe it. Right now, I'm going out. Who's going to take responsibility for messing with my plans? At that moment, a man stepped forward from the crowd. He wore a crisp suit and tie. His hair was slicked back with a glossy shine, clearly marking him as part of the successful crowd. He impatiently pushed his way through the crowd, muttering curses as he headed toward the gate.
He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits anymore. He didn't even believe in the police officers' identities, not even Zhang Shun's.
As soon as he descended the stairs, he was herded into the lobby and barred from leaving.
Today, he was determined to go out and see for himself what could possibly happen.
As soon as he stepped outside, several others followed him, equally unwilling to remain trapped here.
"Sir, please come back," Li Shui called out.
But they paid her no mind whatsoever. Li Shui hurried forward, trying to block their path. But before she could take a few steps, that familiar dark shadow appeared again.
Swish!
The shadow seized the man in the suit by the foot.
In full view of everyone, he was violently dragged into the air. As the height increased, the man in the suit's screams grew louder and louder. "Ah! What's happening? What's going on here? Help! Help me!"
The man in the suit screamed for help. Lu Feng reacted instantly, somehow producing a peachwood sword from somewhere on his body. He swung it at the dark figure. The next moment, the shadow dodged, and the man in the suit plummeted through the air.
Thud!
He slammed onto the table, head first, instantly still.
After several seconds of deafening silence,
the hall erupted in a wave of screams.
"Ah! There really is a ghost. What do we do? What do we do?"
The few people who had been following the man in the suit, intending to leave together. After seeing his gruesome state, they dared not run about recklessly anymore, fleeing for their lives back into the crowd.
"You'd be better off not swinging that wooden sword," Old Yen snapped irritably.
"If I hadn't swung it, it would have pulled me higher and caused trouble anyway,"
Lu Feng retorted. He meant well. Dealing with ghosts, how could there not be some unexpected incidents?
Xia Xiaoxi trembled nervously, even though she'd encountered ghosts several times alongside Xia Hang. But this enclosed encounter was a first in a closed space. Ghosts could lurk anywhere.
"Stay by my side. Don't wander off."
A cold hand landed on Xia Xiaoxi's head, and a familiar voice whispered in her ear. Instantly, Xia Xiaoxi felt much calmer.
With Grandpa Zhang present, 90% of her fear vanished. Xia Hang scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation.
If Xia Xiaoxi or Li Shui could see Xia Hang's perspective right now,
they likely wouldn't be able to stand steady.
For wherever Xia Hang's gaze fell, it was a sea of darkness, almost entirely filled with ghosts. So terrifying that there wasn't a single gap to be seen.
Pairs of glowing green eyes stared back at Xia Hang. The reason Xia Hang hadn't acted immediately earlier was precisely because there were too many ghosts.
What appeared to be a single shadow grabbing the man's foot was actually 7 or 8 hands.
Once he acted, these ghosts might not be able to stop moving. "No, wait for me. Wait for me to open my eyes."
Lu Feng spoke as he pulled out mugwort leaves soaked in talisman water from his bag and distributed them to everyone. He was practically a walking supply depot, seemingly able to produce any kind of equipment.
After everyone activated their yin-yang eyes,
they froze in place as if simultaneously crashing, even stiffer than Xia Hang.
"Ha ha ha. I must have activated the wrong one. Let me try again."
Lu Feng forced an awkward smile and wiped his eyes.
He tried again, using mugwort to open his yin-yang eyes.
After several attempts, he finally accepted the reality.
Oh no! He'd stumbled into a ghost's lair. This didn't look like the mortal world at all. Ghosts outnumbered humans. He'd clearly entered the underworld. Xiao Shi, help me up."
Li Shui's legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand on her own.
She needed Xia Xiaoxi's support to remain upright. "We can't delay. Hurry and find the heart. Delay any longer, and everyone here will die," Xia Hang said in a deep voice. With so many ghosts, even if he wanted to save them, he couldn't handle it all.
The only option now was to find the heart quickly, break through the ghost realm, and escape. The Siamese sorcerer had likely been colluding with the Zhao family for years.
It certainly didn't begin with Zhao Qing's generation. To think they could turn this entire building into a ghostly edifice.
Zhang Shun, Yan Lao, and Li Shui were assigned to guard the first floor lobby. With so many people, someone had to watch over it. Lu Feng, Xia Hang, and Xia Xiaoxi are tasked with locating the heart. Just as Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi were about to leave the lobby, a little ghost covered in yellow fur suddenly darted out from the stairwell. It charged straight towards Xia Xiaoxi. But before it could get close, it was struck by a golden light. 8 copper coins pierced the yellow-haired ghost, sending splatters of flesh flying as its true form was revealed. "Aya!" A piercing scream followed as the ghostly corpse plummeted straight to the floor. A ghost, another ghost. Was it killed by that guy? Was that golden light from the coins? I recognize him. He's that popular female streamer and her great-grandfather. It's the copper coin formation. He demonstrated it on stream. I watched that live stream too. He really knows Taoist magic. He can actually kill ghosts. So it's all real. The one who mysteriously revived 80 years after death, crawling out of his own grave? Chapter 67, Humans Fear Ghosts 3 parts, Ghosts Fear Humans 7 parts. In present-day Jie City, many people have learned through live streams. And learned of the existence of Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi, the grandfather and granddaughter. Earlier, perhaps due to sheer nervousness, he hadn't recognized Xia Hang. It wasn't until now, witnessing Xia Hong use the copper coin array to slay the ghost, that they recognized him. Earlier, many had assumed that the grandfather and granddaughter were merely staging their livestream for effect. After all, no matter how absurd the elements appearing in the livestream might be, was hard to believe. But now, Xia Hong stood right before them, and they witnessed it with their own eyes. It was impossible not to believe. Mr. Xia, your copper coin formation was executed with such seamless precision. Lu Feng exclaimed. How could he not recognize this fundamental Taoist technique? Yet none he had ever witnessed had been as seamless or possessed such formidable power as the one Xia Hong had just deployed. Basic Taoist arts meaning, things that pretty much everyone knows. It's like learning pinyin in elementary school. Yet in Xia Hong's hands, it could kill a minor spirit in the blink of an eye. Such power was truly unheard of. What's most alarming is that if some other highly skilled Taoist had used it, it might have been understandable. Xia Hong is a zombie. Already fierce enough to kill, tearing apart red-robed specters like it's child's play. And now he's mastering Taoist arts too? He's leaving no one alive. Of course. Xia Xiaoxi declared triumphantly. It seemed Lu Feng wasn't marveling at Xia Hong, but at her instead. Hurry up and find the heart. Xia Hong snapped impatiently. This wasn't the time to exchange magical techniques or show off. The three boarded the elevator. At some point, the zipper on Xia Xiaoxi's backpack had mysteriously opened on its own. The little white flag automatically emerged from it, floating beside Xia Xiaoxi. Xiaobai could sense the danger all around them. Therefore, she needed to emerge and stay by Xia Xiaoxi's side. This was the task Xia Hong had entrusted her with, and she remembered it at all times. After the group had departed, Elder Yen addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yen Xiang, Chief Advisor of Jiecheng's Paranormal Affairs Department. Please remain where you are and do not wander off. People fear ghosts 3 parts, but ghosts fear people 7 parts. Don't worry about where the ghosts are, just close your eyes. Each of you radiates yang energy at all times. Gathered together, ghostly entities dare not easily cause trouble. If anyone strays alone, accidents are likely to occur. If anyone needs to use the restroom, report it. If it's a major need. For minor needs, just go. Yen Lao revealed his identity to earn the group's trust. His intimidating appearance alone screamed high-ranking official. Though currently swathed like a mummy, his voice still carried formidable authority. After discussing among themselves, they decided to keep him, Zhang Shun, and Li Shui behind. On one hand, aside from Xia Hong, only Lu Feng and Old Yen possessed Taoist knowledge capable of countering ghostly entities. As police officers, Zhang Shun and Li Shui had to remain behind. With so many people, it wasn't enough to just know how to fight ghosts. Someone had to be able to keep everyone in line. Zhang Shun and Li Shui were already stretched thin, so keeping Lu Feng here, the kid looked like a slacker, just didn't seem right. Thus, Old Yen was left behind. As for Xia Hong, as the main force, he had no choice but to go out and search for the heart. Xia Xiaoxi? Purely incidental. Xia Hong wouldn't feel at ease leaving that pig-headed fool behind. Besides, though Xia Xiaoxi was a bit slow, she occasionally played unexpectedly crucial roles. Back in Xia Village, she managed to hold the black and white impermanence in place for a few seconds, forcing the lodging ghost to stay put and buying Yen Lao precious time to survive. Even when using the restroom, she managed to uncover a sorcerer's heart buried beneath the floorboards. She does carry a bit of luck with her. Now, everyone, please wipe your faces clean. Seeing everyone had settled down quietly, with no objections to his words, Old Yen continued. As he spoke, he suddenly held a live rooster in his hand. He'd just taken it from Lu Feng. It was baffling. Lu Feng's clothes and bags didn't look that big. How could he possibly have hidden so many things? Old Yen had just casually remarked, if only we had a rooster right now. Lu Feng actually pulled a rooster that was still clucking out of his bag and said, got it. Just 2.5 months old. Old Yen. Old Yen grabbed the rooster by the head with one hand and the body with the other. He twisted the rooster's neck with force, causing thick, fresh blood to flow out, dripping precisely into the bowl Master Yen had prepared in advance. Once the blood had dripped out completely, he set the dead rooster aside. He picked up the bowl filled with chicken blood and walked toward the crowd. With a finger dipped in the crimson blood, he marked each person's forehead. Rooster blood was a common talisman in Taoist rituals for warding off evil spirits and ghosts. When applied to the forehead, the heavenly gate position, ordinary wandering souls and minor spirits dared not approach. This was all Old Yen could do for now. He could only hope these lurking ghostly brothers and sisters wouldn't make any rash moves. Once Xia Hong and the others found all 8 hearts, they could attempt to break through the ghostly realm. Will this really work? Who knows? What else can we do besides follow orders? Better not make any sudden moves. Didn't you see what happened to that guy earlier when the ghost threw him around? How did ghosts suddenly appear out of nowhere? It's not sudden, they've always been here. We just didn't notice before. The group huddled together, murmuring anxiously in low voices. Even now, it all felt like a dream. Over there, Zhang Shun and Li Shui kept shifting positions, holding their phones high to search for a signal. They tried contacting the police station to report the situation and request backup. But within the ghostly realm, there was naturally no signal to be found. All they could do now was wait in silence. After Xia Hong and the others ascended the stairs, they discovered that ghosts weren't confined to the first floor. Ghosts had emerged on every floor. Mr. Xia, I'll lead the way. Lu Feng finally seized his chance to prove himself. Wielding a peachwood sword and soul-capturing bell, he charged forward, executing a series of sword techniques. While Lu Feng might not have extensive ghost hunting experience yet, his footwork was undeniably sharp. It was clear he'd been rigorously trained in martial arts from a young age. With each precise strike of his peachwood sword, the surrounding minor demons scattered in panic. The pair fought their way all the way to the 8th layer, discovering 2 more hearts along the way. Lu Feng dealt with the wandering spirits, while the malevolent ghost Xiahong finished off the more dangerous ones. A ghostly incident of this magnitude hasn't occurred since 30 years ago. My parents weren't even around for that one. This time, if we make it out alive, my name is sure to become renowned among the yin-yang masters across the 3 cities. Lu Feng exclaimed excitedly. Being young, he yearned to make his mark. But the yin-yang master profession was too niche, and opportunities for work were scarce. If nothing goes wrong, it's fine. But when something does go wrong, it's a business where you're likely to lose your life. Chapter 68, Xia Hong again. The Sorcerer's Breakdown. Therefore, making a name for oneself in this field was incredibly difficult. Today, with this rare opportunity finally presenting itself, Lu Feng felt less nervous than he did excited. The 3rd heart. Counting the first one, that makes 4 in total. We're past the halfway point. At this rate, we'll find all 8 hearts soon. Lu Feng held the heart in his hand, happily tucking it back into his bag. But when he turned around, he found no one behind him. Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi, who had clearly been right behind him moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Mr. Xie. Lu Feng called out. But there was no response. He turned to leave the women's restroom. But the moment he turned, a bloodied hand suddenly shot out from the toilet bowl, grabbing hold of Lu Feng's thigh. Holy! What the hell? Lu Feng shuddered in terror. Wielding the peachwood sword in his hand, he swung it down toward the ghostly hand. But just as the sword was about to strike the hand, a woman's head emerged from it. He stared in disbelief. It was Xia Xiaoxi. Lu Feng's sword arm froze mid-swing. Xiaoxi? What are you doing in the toilet? Lu Feng asked in alarm. Don't ask so many questions right now. Hurry up and pull me out. Xia Xiaoxi urged urgently. Only then did Lu Feng retract his peachwood sword, smashing the toilet completely open to pull Xia Xiaoxi out. Phew. Are you okay? Where's Mr. Xie? Lu Feng exhaled in relief, panting from exhaustion. Before he could finish speaking, the Xia Xiaoxi before him suddenly attacked, her hands clamping down fiercely around his throat. Her face twisted into a terrifying grimace, gradually shifting into the form of a female ghost, clearly a female water spirit. Though this water spirit was merely a relatively weak malevolent ghost. Lu Feng was choked to the point of suffocation, his body drained of strength, unable to break free. Cough cough. Lu Feng reached for the peachwood sword, but it unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His vision blurred, and even the water ghost's deathly pale face faded from view. It's over. His mind was already racing through flashbacks, climbing snowy mountains. Lu Feng knew full well that if this continued, his life would surely be forfeit. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly felt the pressure on his neck ease. The female water ghost before him let out a piercing scream, having been struck by a slap that sent her plunging back into the toilet bowl. Huff, huff, ha! Bending over, Lu Feng gasped for air in the stifling bathroom. At that moment, Xia Hong stood before him. Clearly, the slap the female water ghost had just received came from Xia Hang. At the same time, Xia Hong was holding Xia Xiaoxi in his arms. Her eyes were vacant, as if she were swimming, her arms and legs flailing wildly in the air. Be careful. The ghost realm is growing stronger. You've all been bewitched by the spirits. Xia Hong cautioned, patting Xia Xiaoxi's head as she continued her swimming motions. Stop swimming. Wake up. Xia Xiaoxi opened her dazed eyes and mumbled, Where am I? Xia Hong, you're such a disgrace. You nearly drowned in the fish tank. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi snap out of it, scratching her head awkwardly with a sheepish grin. She was still clutching a soggy little white flag in her hand. Bai Bushanzi lay sprawled across the flag, tongue hanging out, eyes rolled back, utterly devoid of will to live. She had gone to wake Xia Xiaoxi earlier, only to get dragged into the fish tank and forced to swim along with her. Where's Teacher Lu? Did you get possessed by a ghost too? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. Judging by Lu Feng's state, he probably wasn't much better off. Yeah, I had the heart in hand and was ready to leave. A hand reached out from the toilet and grabbed me. I was about to chop it off, but when I looked, it was your face. I pulled her out of the toilet, only to nearly get strangled myself. Lu Feng complained. He was still shaken by it. It had truly been a matter of life and death. Xia Xiaoxi. Even if we take a step back, didn't you ever wonder why I was in the toilet, Teacher Lu? That scene didn't seem the slightest bit off? Lu Feng deep in thought, no. Xia Hong, pfft. Now wasn't the time for jokes. As the night deepened, the yin energy grew heavier.
The ghostly realm was steadily intensifying. Under normal circumstances, a pure yang cultivator like Lu Feng wouldn't be so easily blinded by malevolent spirits.
This meant that the longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation became.
At the same time, on the rooftop of Hang Yuan Tower, two figures stood, the Siamese sorcerer Baong and his companion, Ub. Baong surveyed the streets below.
The entire area was sealed off completely, with only police cars and fire trucks still parked below. The raging fire had already spread upward.
Brother, this is getting more complicated by the minute. Shouldn't we get out of here first? Ub asked. It's fine, let's wait a bit longer. These people have thrown our entire plan into chaos.
I must see them worn down to death before I leave,
Baong declared angrily. Years ago, after taking on a collaboration with Hang Yuan Real Estate, thanks to his swift execution and high efficiency, he caught Zhao Qiyuan's attention. He remained at Hang Yuan Real Estate for long-term collaboration, bringing along two junior colleagues.
One was Abu, and the other was Pipa, who had already been eliminated by Xiahang in Xijia village. After a few collaborations, Ba Song felt this pace of earning money was too slow.
He began plotting his next move. First, he would cripple Zhao Qiyuan's health.
His useless son, Zhao Chang, would never be able to manage such a large company. Once Zhao Qiyuan was worn down and gone, he could take control of Zhao Chang.
Then, the money from Hang Yuan Real Estate could be laundered however he pleased.
Particularly crucial was the Xijia village plot, which Mr. De had been prioritizing lately.
Ba Song had specifically investigated it. The interests at stake were far more complex than they appeared on the surface.
There was definitely something buried beneath that land. Otherwise, the German wouldn't be going crazy trying every possible means to get it. Therefore, Baong planned to secure this plot for Hang Yuan Real Estate first.
He even dispatched his junior brother Pipa personally to ensure absolute success. But who could have predicted that Xia Han would suddenly appear out of nowhere?
Not only did he break the ghostly curse, but he also killed his junior disciple in the process. He also triggered the police to raid the place 800 times a day. This threw the useless Zhao Qing into a panic. They then released a horde of ghostly creatures into the city to cause chaos and trouble, diverting police resources. They figured a single red-robed vengeful spirit would be enough to throw the city into chaos for a while.
But then Xia Hong showed up again.
He even discovered a malevolent spirit that had perished at the Hang Yuan Real Estate project. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the red-robed specter, Ba Song personally seized the opportunity to slay that malevolent spirit. He figured it would be perfect to have the red-robed specter deal with Xia Hong. But then, that very night, the red-robed specter was torn apart by hand.
Zhao Chang was utterly panicked and flustered.
He even dared to give orders to his fellow disciples. Thus, Zhao Qing was slain. Under the influence of the poisonous insects, he was transformed into a flesh and blood puppet.
As long as they aren't caught during this period, it'll be fine. Once the job was done, they could abscond with the money and return to Siam.
But that man, the zombie from the back of Xijia village, he's charging at us again. This just won't end.
Chapter 69, Where the hell am I? We've been wiped out.
And sure enough, they discovered Zhao Qing was already dead. With the CEO dead, this company is bound to be sealed off and subjected to a thorough investigation. This meant the company had lost all value to them. Thus, Ba Song threw caution to the wind.
He activated the ghost realm outright. Today, no matter what, he would kill Xia Hong inside the building before leaving. He would never be satisfied until he saw Xia Hong eliminated with his own eyes. As for the land deal, once Xia Hang the obstacle was eliminated, they would figure out another solution. With enough money, they could always find another company to bid later, though it would be considerably more troublesome. Are you sure it's safe? If we run now, we still have time. Alb worriedly asked. Just as Baon had suspected. That zombie in the building Xia Hong was simply too monstrous.
I've always felt that fighting such an existence would surely bring no good.
Hadn't Bipa just died?
Now they were rolling in cash, though not as much as originally planned. Still, it was more than enough to squander back in Siam.
Staying any longer, Abu sensed trouble brewing.
What are you afraid of, Abu?
Don't you know our ghostly domain? Across the entire city of Jiecheng, not a single soul can break through it. Not to mention the Yin-Ba piercing heart curse reinforces it.
Forget that he's just a zombie. Even if he were a full-fledged ghost today, escaping this domain wouldn't be easy.
Midnight is approaching. Once midnight strikes, our ghostly domain will reach its peak power. Even malevolent spirits can be commanded as fierce ghosts. He might handle one vengeful spirit, but what about 3, 5, or even more?
Stop worrying. I must see him die. You know how much I despise those who disrupt my plans.
Once he's eliminated, we'll slip away. No one will ever find us. Baon gazed out at the nightscape of Jie City.
The building was engulfed in flames, and no one knew what was happening inside.
Sighed.
Even though Baong had said it, he still felt deeply uneasy, a constant sense of foreboding weighing on his heart.
You're just too timid. If I hadn't brought you here from Siam, with your timid nature, could you have ever achieved what you have today? With our ghostly domain and all those spirits. Even if they cast the same spells we use, they couldn't find the heart amidst so many ghosts attacking them. At most, they're stuck on the second layer now. You believe me? Baong sat in the rocking chair, sipping wine contentedly. Ab listened and shook his head, clearly unconvinced. Baong couldn't persuade him. He retrieved his phone and activated the building's surveillance system. Earlier, he'd made it clear if Zhao Chang wanted to get rich, he'd have to grant his phone access to the entire building's surveillance system. First floor, look, they're all right here. So many people. Soon they'll all be dead. Ha 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 ha. Baong activated the first floor lobby surveillance feed. On the screen, Yen Lao, Zhang Shun, and the others were still lingering on the first floor. As the ghostly domain intensified, the ghostly creatures were already stirring restlessly. Old Zhang Yan remained highly vigilant, daring not to relax. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find Xia Heng anywhere. Look, this is the second floor. He must be on the second floor, you believe it or not? Baong reviewed all surveillance footage from the second floor but still couldn't spot Xia Heng. He glanced at Abu beside him, gave an awkward chuckle, and said, if he's not on the second floor, then he must be on the third floor. No. Baong sat up straight. He then hurriedly switched to the fourth, fifth, and sixth floor surveillance feeds. Still, he couldn't find Xia Heng anywhere. Both the second and sixth floors contained hearts. Yet in the footage, the floor outside the bathroom stall had been smashed to pieces. Yes, they had installed hidden cameras outside the restroom as well. Still nothing. Where the hell is he? Is he just sitting around doing nothing? Bason's forehead was already beaded with sweat. Ab's expression was equally grim. The two hurriedly checked the surveillance footage all the way up to the 12th floor. That meant they'd covered half the building, yet still nothing. How is that possible? Not only did they uncover the black magic, but they also found all 4 hearts hidden across the first 12 floors? The ghost realm has been amplified to near its absolute peak. Where are the ghosts? Why didn't they kill them? Baong exclaimed urgently. If this continues, all 8 hearts will be discovered. Then the ghost realm would be weakened, which would be extremely disadvantageous for them. The ghosts are. Look closely, isn't this a field of ghost corpses? Ab pointed at the screen. Baong looked closely and saw exactly what Abu had described, not that the ghosts were motionless. They had all been killed. The ground was littered with ghost corpses. Finally, on the 18th level, Baong located Xia Heng and his grandson, along with Lu Feng. The 18th floor. They already have 6 hearts in their possession. In such a short time, they've managed to break through the ghost's encirclement. They've reached the 18th layer. Ba Song exclaimed in panic. Gone was his earlier composure, he couldn't even sit still. This building only has 24 floors in total. It's over, it's over. It's about to hit us right in the butt. This can't be happening. What the hell is that thing? How powerful is it? Killing ghosts is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Even zombies couldn't be this vicious, right? What level is that? White zombie, green zombie, or? Baong swallowed hard. This time, he seemed to have really messed with the wrong guy. Having worked for Heng Yuan Real Estate in Jiecheng for so many years, he'd certainly encountered his share of rivals, but never before had anyone made Ba Song feel this uneasy. Senior brother, we can't underestimate him anymore. If we wait any longer, he'll be right on top of us. Abu urged anxiously. Ba Song might want to die recklessly, but he certainly didn't. All right, I understand. Baong said. After all these years, beyond the ghostly realms of the skyscraper, he couldn't possibly have no hidden cards left. He just hadn't expected to have to use them so soon. This thought only deepened his resentment towards Xia Heng. Once this trump card was played, Ba Song couldn't imagine Xia Heng having even the slightest chance of escaping the building. The vast 10,000 ghost banner towered half a body taller than any man. With a forceful flick of his wrist, Ba Song sensed several ghostly figures of varying colors flying out. These specters were precisely the reason Ba Song dared to remain seated here. Not long after, Xia Heng and his group had already fought their way to the 24th floor. However, despite smashing every inch of the women's restroom floor, they still hadn't found the final heart. By now, Xia Heng and his group had found 7 hearts. Only 1 heart remained. Chapter 70, Zombies are great, right? Unlimited stamina. Please keep reading. Merely extracting the hearts wasn't enough. They had to find all 8, place them together, remove the curse from them, and burn them. Otherwise, as long as the hearts remained within the building, they would continue to exert their influence. Looks like the 24th floor doesn't have it. This is the last floor. Nothing above it. That can't be. Where could the last heart be? Lu Feng held the shovel in his hand, scraping at the shattered tiles he'd smashed apart. Xia Xiaoxi fell deep in thought. After a long moment, she said, "Tell me where you even dug up such a huge shovel." Lu Feng, that's not important. Xia Heng paused and said, "Looks like the last one must be on the first floor." Lu Feng slapped his thigh. Right. They had been searching all the way up from the first floor. But they hadn't checked the bathroom on the first floor yet. Right. You're absolutely right, it's the first floor. Then let's head down first. I'm exhausted. Mr. Xia, you're the best. Zombies, they seem to have infinite stamina, never getting tired. I'm seriously jealous. Lu Feng exclaimed excitedly. Victory was within reach, how could he not be excited? Though young and physically fit, he looked surprisingly energetic after slaying so many ghosts. In truth, he was already struggling to keep going. You should have said so sooner. Xia Hengyi grinned, revealing sharp zombie fangs. Who'd have thought anyone would envy being a zombie? No problem. Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror. No. That's not what I meant. The group boarded the elevator and descended back to the first floor. The moment they stepped inside, Lu Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Something was off. This building was shrouded in ghostly energy, and every corner felt chillingly cold. Why was the elevator so hot? It hadn't been this hot when they came up earlier. Watch out. Before Lu Feng could process his confusion, Xia Hong slammed his head down. Whoosh! A jet of flame nearly grazed Lu Feng's head as it shot past. Holy crap! It's on fire! Lu Feng frantically slapped at his singed hair. He should have known better than to use so much hairspray before leaving. Grandpa Zhang! There's a ghost! Xia Xiaoxi instinctively crouched low, shrinking into the smallest possible space in the elevator corner. Immediately after, another searing flame erupted from the elevator ceiling. It instantly engulfed Xia Heng's entire body in flames. Mr. Xie! Lu Feng ignored the flames above his own head. He reached behind him, pulled out a large bottle of talisman water and splashed it upward. Sizzle! The talisman water collided with the flames, hissing as it did so. Thankfully, the flames did indeed vanish. Xia Heng's body was still steaming. For the first time, his icy body felt this warm. What a terrifying body! Lu Feng gasped in astonishment. A ghost fire this powerful would have reduced an ordinary zombie to nothing but ashes. Yet Xia Hong, aside from the steam rising from his body, showed not a hint of harm. It was truly unimaginable just how monstrously abnormal this body was. Lu Feng froze for barely half a second before grabbing his weapon, ready to attack. Xia Hong, however, gestured for him to hold his fire. The elevator was still descending. If the ghost got desperate and wrecked the elevator, and it crashed straight down from above, Xia Hong himself would likely be fine, but Xia Xiaoxi and Lu Feng might be in danger. Lu Feng was quick-witted and immediately understood Xia Heng's meaning. Though he hadn't seen the ghost yet, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. He was terrified the ghost might suddenly appear from any direction. From that single burst of flame alone, Lu Feng and Xia Hong could tell this specter was far more than a mere malevolent spirit. It was undoubtedly a fierce ghost. So wrecking an elevator was child's play. But Xia Heng and the others hadn't made a move, and ghosts don't play by the rules. Boom! A wrinkled, burn-scarred ghostly hand burst through the elevator ceiling. Reaching down to grab Xia Xiaoxi below. Xia Hong wasn't about to let that slide. He grabbed hold of it. He yanked it downward with all his might. Boom! He yanked the entire ghost down from above, slamming it hard onto the elevator floor. The entire elevator shook violently from the impact. Xia Xiaoxi's face turned pale with fright. Holy crap! Simultaneously, after the ghost landed, the temperature inside the elevator began to rise. Looking closer, the ghost was clad in a crimson robe. Every exposed part of its body was wrinkled and shriveled, including its face. Not a single inch of skin remained intact. It appeared to have been disfigured by burns in life, making it exceptionally unsettling. The crimson robe fire ghost. Xia Hong recognized the ghost at a glance. This ghost is a young maiden who was burned alive, leaving her disfigured and filled with immense resentment. They particularly target young girls. Even among fierce ghosts, it ranks among the most formidable. Ah! I'll kill you! The crimson-robed fire ghost glared furiously at Lu Feng, scrambling to her feet and lunging at him with clawed hands. Holy crap! He hit you, why are you grabbing me? Lu Feng was dumbfounded. After getting beaten by Xia Hong, why was it now targeting him? Wasn't this just targeting him? First floor lobby. Cold sweat beaded on Old Yan's forehead as he nervously glanced around. He could sense the building's malevolent energy growing heavier by the moment. These ghosts couldn't contain themselves any longer, they were ready to strike. So many ghosts, a dark, dense mass stretching as far as the eye could see. If he had to face them alone, his old life would surely end here today. Have Mr. Xia and the others found the heart yet? Old Yan murmured anxiously. No sooner had the words left his lips than the elevator floor indicator flashed 1F, accompanied by a sharp ding. They're here. Old Yan spun around to look. The next moment, the elevator doors were violently kicked open. Lu Feng's figure tumbled out, ignoring the pain as he scrambled to his feet and continued fleeing. Behind him, a crimson-robed fire ghost pursued relentlessly, seemingly possessed in its intent to kill Lu Feng. And behind the red-robed fire ghost, another figure pursued none other than Xia Hong. They're back. They're back. But there's a ghost following them. How come it feels like the entire hall's temperature just shot up? It must be that ghost. Damn it, that Lu paranormal consultant is being hunted down.
That ghost seems to be being hunted by Grandpa Zhang too. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the commotion, just in time to witness the scene. It was almost like a game of beast chess.
Ghostly flames spattered everywhere, illuminating the entire hall.
Old Yen shouted immediately, "It's one of the most powerful vengeful spirits. The Crimson Robe Fire Ghost.
Everyone, get down. If ordinary people were touched by this fire, they'd be reduced to ashes in an instant."
At the mere mention of fierce ghost, everyone immediately threw themselves to the ground in terror.
Yet the ghostly flames that should have engulfed them halted mid-air.
The crowd looked again and saw that Xia Hong had caught up to the Red Robe Fire Ghost. He pinned the Red Robe Fire Ghost to the ground, using his fists to forcefully cover its mouth.
One of the most formidable vengeful spirits? This can't be right? A deafening silence fell over the scene. Chapter 71, Heaven-Filling Corpse-Sealing Talismans? Power Limiter, Release.
Even though they were ordinary people who knew nothing about ghostly entities, the term fierce ghost was still familiar to them. Whether in novels, movies, or TV dramas, any specter worthy of being called a fierce ghost symbolized the descent of terror. Moreover, this crimson-robed fire ghost, as described by Old Yen, was among the most formidable of all fierce ghosts.
Earlier, when it was hunting Lu Feng, it was incredibly ferocious. Yet now, it lay pinned to the ground, being beaten by Xia Hong. How was this different from what they imagined? Ah! Whoa!
The red-robed fire ghost pounded the ground in rage, its mouth covered by Xia Hong, able only to emit muffled whimpers. Such high-level ghosts as these, belonging to the fierce ghost class,
possess clear consciousness and can speak intelligibly. Unlike the white cloth ghosts, whose low rank prevented them from speaking human language.
But the overwhelming resentment within them caused them to instinctively lose control, craving slaughter.
Truly the most formidable of fierce ghosts. Xia Hong remarked solemnly.
This was the first time he had encountered a ghost that made him feel even slightly pressured. Moreover, bolstered by the power of the ghost realm, the Crimson Robe Fire Ghost proved far more ferocious than ordinary spirits.
After several desperate struggles, it couldn't rise under Xia Hong's suppression, only managing to let out furious roars.
The entire first-floor hall reverberated with the ghost's shrill screams, creating an eerie atmosphere. The lesser ghosts scattered about seemed to respond, darting about restlessly.
"Mr. Xia, I'll help you."
Lu Feng swiftly rolled off the ground. He drew another fresh peachwood sword, affixed a ghost-slaying talisman to it, and charged straight at the red-robed fire ghost.
"Scream! Scream! What are you screaming about?"
Lu Feng swung his sword at the red-robed fire ghost's head. But just then, two green figures flew out from nowhere. They collided with Lu Feng, sending him flying into a stone pillar before tumbling to the ground.
Cough cough.
Blood spilled from Lu Feng's mouth.
Damn it. This scene felt eerily familiar to last night.
Yesterday it was a streetlight pole, today a stone pillar. If he weren't young, his back would be ruined for sure.
Staring intently, he saw that the two figures radiated an aura of darkness as thick as the crimson robe fire ghosts.
No need to say more, they were undoubtedly two fierce ghosts, no mistake.
Damn. Male and female Chine ghosts. Lu Feng clutched his chest, struggling to rise to his feet.
A single red-robed fire ghost was already troublesome enough, and now two soul-devouring ghosts had appeared. These male and female chain-capturing ghosts typically embody individuals consumed by deep, unavenged hatred. After dying unjustly, they lie in their coffins, their resentment so intense it keeps their bodies from decaying for 49 days. Their blood flow reversed after death, turning their blood green, hence the name green-blooded vengeful ghosts.
The pairing of one male and one female is equally understandable.
In life, they were most likely a married couple who died unjustly together.
Judging by their appearance, they must have died at least several hundred years ago.
Even a single one of these is no weaker than a red robe fire ghost.
Should they appear together, even the king of hell would be troubled.
The most critical detail, Lu Feng recalled. With these male-female chain ghost pairs, killing one causes the other to collapse. In collapse, they self-destruct, exploding their ghostly bodies in a suicide pact. The sheer force of their explosion would claim the lives of everyone nearby.
This is bad.
Old Yen, tense, shielded the group from the front, stripping off all the bandages from his body. By now, he was drenched in cold sweat from sheer tension. The current situation had far exceeded their expectations. Who could have imagined that those Siamese sorcerers would not only set up a ghostly domain within Hangyuan Tower, but also harbored a crimson-robed fire ghost and a pair of male and female soul-stealing ghosts? Even his grandfather, who had roamed the world for years and encountered countless ghosts, had never faced such a formidable array.
Could it be that they were truly going to meet their end here today? Die. All of you must die.
The male spirit-capturing ghost, shapeless and ghostly, had already materialized before Lu Feng while he was still in a daze. A green-faced, fanged creature seized Lu Feng by the throat and pinned him against the wall. No matter how fiercely Lu Feng swung his sword, it proved utterly useless, inflicting not a single scratch.
You die too.
Meanwhile, the mother Qing ghost charged straight towards Xia Hong.
We're done for. So many powerful ghosts suddenly appearing.
Look at Advisor Yin, his legs are shaking. If he's trembling, this must be serious trouble. Are we all going to die here today? I don't want to die yet. Why? Why are there so many ghosts? I see it now, the only one with real power here isn't either of the advisors, but Grandpa Zhang. Advisor Lu got one shot instantly, and Advisor Yan's shaking like a leaf. We're done for. Even if they knew nothing else. As a group of corporate drones, they at least knew how to read the room. Just seeing Yen Lao and the others' reactions was enough to chill their hearts halfway. The three ghosts that appeared last were undoubtedly terrifying entities of the highest order. Not even Jiecheng's most seasoned paranormal consultants paled at the mention. Only this recently viral Grandpa Zombie seemed capable of facing them. But facing one was manageable, three appearing suddenly. Faced with such numbers, even the formidable Grandpa Zhang would struggle to hold his ground. Mr. Xie. Though panicked, Old Yan's mind remained far more composed and seasoned than Lu Feng's in this crisis. Without further hesitation, he smeared chicken blood on the golden sword and charged forward to rescue Xia Hang. After all, Xia Hong was currently occupied restraining the crimson robed fire ghost and likely couldn't spare the hands to deal with the mother soul devouring green ghost. A specter of this caliber was leagues beyond last night's red-robed specter. Just as Old Yan sprinted forward with all his might. Over there, Xia Hong flung the black hat from his head toward the mother capturing green ghost's face. Rip! The mother capturing green ghost's vision was instantly blocked. It lashed out with a ghostly claw, striking the hat and sending it flying. Suddenly, yellow talismans drifted down from the air, leaving Old Yan utterly bewildered. See? Corpse sealing charms! Old Yan exclaimed in astonishment. He had assumed Xia Hong wore the hat to avoid sunlight, but it turned out it was filled with corpse-suppressing talismans? There must be at least a dozen of them? What kind of zombie would use that many corpse-suppressing talismans? By the time the mother-capturing green ghost regained its vision, Xia Hong had already closed the distance. The instant their gazes met, for some inexplicable reason, the mother ghost instinctively felt a flicker of fear. A ghost's instinctive perception was far more acute than a human's. From the very first glance, the mother ghost was completely overwhelmed by his presence. Xia Hong gave her no time to react. His left hand grabbed the crimson-robed fire ghost like a chicken, while his right fist shot forward. He drove straight for the mother Qinggui's face. The flying corpse's punch was too much even for the formidable Chang ghost, the strongest of the fierce ghosts. Green ghostly blood spurted wildly as Xia Hong knocked her entire head askew. No! Look! Grandpa Zhang can still pull off a move. Why does losing that hat feel like breaking some kind of seal? I think I've seen that live stream before. They're all corpse-binding talismans. What does that mean? Just think of it as the power limiter being removed. Chapter 72. From now on, you're my dear great-grandfather. Find all 8 hearts. Everyone was stunned. They'd expected a crushing defeat, but our jungler actually pulled off a clutch play. Aren't these ghosts supposed to be formidable? They always manage to scare Old Yan and the others half to death. But why, whenever they face off against Grandpa Zhang, they suddenly don't seem so terrifying anymore? This? Ah! Old Yan's eyes widened. Wait, the soul-devouring ghost and the crimson-robed fire ghost? The most vicious ghosts to appear in Jie City since Old Yan became a paranormal consultant. This is just a bit too much, isn't it? Yen Lao and Xia Hong had known each other for quite some time. It seemed that every time he met this elder, he felt even more terrifying than before. Back in Xia village, he could barely knock a parasitic ghost flying with a single punch. Yesterday he tore apart a red-robed vengeful ghost with his bare hands, and now he's beating the red-robed fire ghost and the soul-stealing ghost like they're his own children. Stop it, help me. Lu Feng struggled to speak. If he didn't get help soon, he'd be done for. Alright. Old Yan finally snapped into action, forming finger seals and silently chanting thunder spells from his heart. Ordinary methods were useless against a fierce ghost like the Qing ghost. A peachwood sword was like picking his teeth. The only technique Old Yan could deploy in the shortest time was palm thunder. Though nowhere near as potent as Xia Hang's thunder techniques. But my goal is simply to drive the Qing ghost back. Yen Lao's gaze hardened as he unleashed a barrage of palm strikes at the public Qing ghost. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts struck the Qing ghost, instantly erupting into bursts of fiery light. Yet the blue capturing ghost didn't budge an inch. Clearly, Old Yan's palm thunder had no effect whatsoever on the public captured green ghost. Instead, it caught the ghost's attention. Its ghostly hand reached out, clawing toward Old Yan. Fortunately, Old Yan reacted swiftly, rolling sideways to evade the ghostly hand. He immediately unleashed several more palm thunderbolts in rapid succession, but the Qing ghost absorbed every single one. Relying on heaven and earth is no match for relying on yourself. Lu Feng seized the moment while Old Yan distracted the public photography green ghost. He steeled his resolve, biting through his own tongue until the metallic taste of rusty blood filled his mouth. Just then, the ghost hand turned around. Put! Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of pure yang essence blood, landing squarely on the ghost's green face. The blood corroded the ghost's face like acid, hissing and sizzling. The already hideous specter's visage became even more terrifying. The public shooting green ghost screamed in agony. Lu Feng tried to seize the moment to flee, only to find himself completely immobilized by the Qing ghost's elongated hand.
Beneath Yin Lao's feet, a ghostly hand emerged from the earth.
It clawed at old Yin, sending him tumbling away. There was no chance to get close to rescue Lu Feng now. Over there, Zhang Shan and Li Shui fired wildly, attempting to suppress the blue ghost's movements with their firepower.
But clearly, ordinary firearms couldn't harm the Qinggui. I want you dead.
The Qing ghost's hideous visage fixed its gaze on Lu Feng, snapping its gaping mouth shut in a vicious bite. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with an air of utter despair. Fortunately, a deep, commanding voice cut through the chaos. Freeze! Or your wife is dead. The field fell deathly silent. It felt as though time itself had frozen.
Everyone, including the male blue ghost, turned to look in the direction of the sound.
Over there, Xia Hong had one hand clamped around the mother blue ghost's neck. As for the red-robed fire ghost, it lay limp on the ground. Even Xia Hong, facing such a fierce ghost within the ghostly realm, had to exert tremendous effort to subdue it. He had intended to deal with this female ghost first before rescuing Lu Feng, but it seemed that opportunity was now lost. Had he spoken half a second later, Lu Feng's head would have been torn off.
What just happened? Seems like in the blink of an eye, that red-robed fire ghost was already taken down. I swear I didn't fast forward. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The crowd murmured excitedly. From now on, you're my own great-grandfather. Lu Feng's eyes welled up. Just now, for a split second, his soul had nearly flown out of his body. In all his years on the job, he'd never felt such sheer terror. They had thought all hope was lost, yet Xia Hong had forcibly carved out a sliver of opportunity for them. The Qing ghost and Xia Hong found themselves locked in a tense standoff. Neither made a move. For as things stood, whether Gongxi Qinggui killed Lu Feng or Xia Hong killed Mushi Qinggui could be done with a single move. Given that these male and female Qinggui were so bound that the death of one would cause the other to self-detonate in a suicide pact, neither would stand idly by. The female ghost in Xia Hong's grasp bristled with fury, its green fur standing on end. Its eyes burned with such hatred they seemed ready to devour Xia Hong alive. Damn it! Damn it! Damn! Smack! The sharp crack of a slap cut off the female ghost's rant. Xia Hong wasn't about to indulge her. Over there, the male Qinggui was so furious he nearly lost control and killed Lu Feng. Though the ghost remained motionless, Xia Hong could sense its presence. The surrounding lesser ghosts were growing restless, imperceptibly drawing closer to the direction of the light. The ghostly domain was growing stronger. This couldn't go on. All hope now rested on that pig-headed Xiaoxi. At the rear of the hall, a shadowy figure was frantically pounding bricks inside the women's restroom. Only two white eyes stood out starkly in the darkness, looking utterly sleazy. This coal-like figure was none other than Xiaoxi. It turned out that the bag Grandpa Zhang had made her carry contained nothing but pot ash. According to Grandpa Zhang's instructions, smearing pot ash on one's body rendered them invisible to ordinary ghosts. That's why she'd slipped into the first-floor women's restroom amid the chaos to search for the final heart. And sure enough, not a single ghost had spotted her along the way the pot ash really worked. Found it! Found it! The floor tiles in the women's restroom were shattered as Xiaoxi excitedly picked up the last heart and turned to head back. But just then, a male ghost slipped stealthily into the women's restroom. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he began to admire the toilet inside. Xiaoxi cowered in the corner, frozen in place. Yet, the male ghost sensed something was off. As he groped his way past Xiaoxi, he accidentally brushed against her nose. Ha! Ha, a woman! The male ghost exclaimed excitedly. Holy crap! I'm not a woman! Terrified, Xiaoxi took off running. But how could she outrun a ghost who could float? The distance between them kept shrinking. In the nick of time, Xiao Bai emerged from the little white flag, looking dazed. He scooped up Xiaoxi and sprinted away. But Xiao Bai was simply too low level. Even in this building filled with ghosts, he was among the weakest. He couldn't shake off the male ghost. As the creepy ghost closed in, Xiaoxi frantically pointed at the window and shouted, Xiao Bai! Throw me out! Quick! Xiao Bai obeyed without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, he immediately hurled Xiaoxi out the window. In the lobby, the stalemate was broken simultaneously. A divine but plummeted straight onto Lu Feng's head. Chapter 73, Why is Mr. Xie glowing red? Earlier, Lu Feng had been complaining the whole way. Now they found themselves in a realm called the Ghost Domain, resembling hell itself. There was no conventional way out. The items Old Yen had thrown out, along with Xia Hang's copper coin array, all inexplicably returned to the skyscraper, each time pinpointing Lu Feng with precision. This infuriated Lu Feng. Even if he was unlucky, he couldn't possibly be this unlucky, could he? During her earlier escape, Xiaoxi suddenly recalled this detail. Taking a chance, she had Xiao Bai toss her out. After all, if the male ghost caught her, she was as good as dead anyway. Take a chance, and maybe a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Ah! Xia Xiaoxi screamed as she plummeted through the air. Just as she'd anticipated, she landed precisely on the unlucky star Lu Feng. What the hell is that? Lu Feng's face turned ashen with fear. It felt like a 1,000-pound weight had crashed down on him. Boom! He hadn't been about to die so quickly, but Xia Xiaoxi's palm strike came crashing down from above. The world spun, stars danced before his eyes, and he felt crushed flat. Sorry, bro. I had to do it or the ghost would have caught me. Xia Xiaoxi's sallow face twisted into an awkward grin. She scrambled off Lu Feng and dashed towards Xia Hang as if fleeing. Grandpa Zhang. I found the last heart. Gong Shiqing, mistaking it for a sneak attack, instinctively sidestepped half a step. Now's our chance. Yen Lao shouted, charging forward with his sword raised. This time, catching the public photographer Green Ghost off guard, he pierced straight through its eye. Put! The coin sword pierced through the Green Ghost's eye, instantly splattering Yen Lao's face with green ghost blood. Immediately following, Old Yen delivered a powerful kick, sending Lu Feng flying to a safe distance. Joining forces with you lot has been nothing but misery. Mid-air, Lu Feng's smile looked painfully forced. He hadn't been killed by the ghost, but he was nearly driven to exhaustion by his teammates. No wonder people in the circle often say, humans are far more terrifying than ghosts. Ah! Die! The public shooting blue ghost roared furiously, clutching Yen Lao's hand gripping the golden sword with deadly force. The ghostly claws tore viciously, leaving 3 bloody gashes across Old Yen's body. Old Yen's body flew backward under the force. Damn it! Gong Shiqing Gue shouted. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. The ghost realm reached its zenith, empowering nearly every spirit within its domain. In the main hall, ghosts of all ranks and sizes surged forth. They were heading straight for the first-floor lobby. Whether it was the elevator entrance, the emergency exit, or any other passageway, they were all blocked by ghosts. It's over. We're too late. Yen Lao lay sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated, his body drained of the strength needed to rise. Like Lu Feng, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. The ghostly realm intensified. All the ghosts erupted simultaneously. If they couldn't withstand this wave, it would be the end for all of them. They themselves might be manageable as long as no fierce ghosts closed in, they still had a chance to fight back. But what about the others? With so many people in the hall, even ordinary wandering spirits could slowly wear them down until death. The ghostly entities coalesced, forming a surging tide of spirits. A dark, oppressive mass swept toward the hall. The terrifying yin energy condensed so densely that even those without open eyes could see them. Each one looked terrifying beyond description. Hanged ghosts, drowned spirits, headless specters, beings with severed limbs, others with intestines half exposed. Pick any one of them at random, and it could haunt you with nightmares for half a month. And to think there were so many of them. At that moment, the entire first floor of Hangyuan Tower resembled a living hell. Zheng Shun and his men had never witnessed anything like this. A single glance felt like a million ants crawling across their faces. Over 100 people, nearly 200 collapsed instantly. Ghosts? Nothing but ghosts. Ghosts everywhere. How could this happen? Why did so many ghosts suddenly appear? They're coming for us. What do we do? What should we do? Someone save us. The crowd screamed in terror. They had all thought today would be just another ordinary commute. Who could have imagined such a sudden catastrophe? This wasn't just encountering ghosts, they'd stumbled into a ghost's lair. As the tide of ghosts closed in, everyone huddled together, retreating further and further back. Until they were pressed against the rear wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Old Yen's forehead was covered in sweat as he scanned the ghostly tide. He made a preliminary assessment of the ghosts' ranks. There were at least 10 ordinary fierce ghosts alone, not to mention the countless evil spirits and lesser ghosts. With such a gathering, it was no wonder the concentrated yin energy could sustain an entire ghostly domain. What the hell is that Siamese sorcerer planning? Setting up such a massive scheme in Jie City? Lu Feng cursed. Even Old Yen felt this scale could rival the Great Battle 30 years ago. Hangyuan Real Estate was Jieqing's leading enterprise. Their ambitions were immense. According to Basan's plan, the goal was to control Hangyuan Real Estate. They planned to amass wealth recklessly in Jieqing, establishing and building their own power base. Jieqing's coastal location made it an excellent choice for their domestic expansion. Though those who came before them had failed 30 years ago, Baong did not believe they would meet the same fate. Thus, over the years, they poured immense effort into this Hangyuan Tower. Who could have predicted that their plans would be repeatedly disrupted during this period? Left with no other choice, they had no option but to reveal the ghost realm prematurely. Otherwise, once Hangyuan Real Estate collapsed and the building was sealed by the police, all their efforts would be wasted. Lu Feng, can it still be moved? Old Yen inquired. Lu Feng nodded. Old Yen continued, for now, we'll join forces with Mr. Xie to set up a 3 talents formation. Let's see if we can hold back the ghost tide. Every second we buy is precious. Every extra second counts. Lu Feng nodded in agreement with Elder Yan's proposal.
The three talents formation required three fellow cultivators to unite their energies. Formed by the elements of heaven, earth, and humanity, once established, it creates its own balance of yin and yang. The Taoist energy within the three practitioners could repel the approach of ghostly entities and malevolent spirits, serving both as a weapon and a defense. This formation was the most suitable strategy for their current predicament. Beyond their Taoist energy, they could barely move an inch.
Where is Mr. Xie? Lu Feng scanned the area and noticed Xie Hong was nowhere near them. Old Yen was puzzled too. Hadn't Xie Hong been with them just moments ago? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Without Xie Hong, the two of them couldn't form the three talents formation.
Wait, there! Old Yen exclaimed in alarm. He pointed far ahead toward the ghost tide. In the dim light, a figure was indeed heading straight into the ghost tide. It's far too dangerous. Even Mr. Xie shouldn't act so recklessly against a ghost tide of this magnitude.
Am I seeing things? Is Mr. Xie glowing? Lu Feng rubbed his eyes and exclaimed. Old Yen, you're not mistaken, it is glowing. Red light. Chapter 74, Crimson 5 Thunder Righteous Punishment. Explosion. 100 ghosts extinguished. On the rooftop of Hanyuan Tower, Baong and Abdu gazed at the moonlight. Glancing at the time, Ba Song declared, it's midnight. This is when the ghost realm is at its peak. Before long, they'll all perish within this building. We should probably start preparing to leave. Ub nodded. Though their efforts had yielded results far different from what they'd imagined. But once they took care of Xie Hong and his crew, once the ghost realm dispersed and the undead poured into the entire city, by then, Jiqing would be in for a world of trouble. It would be a satisfying revenge. No matter how capable you are, you're still just a zombie. Let me see how you get torn apart by my ghosts. Ba Song sneered coldly. The male and female Qing ghosts, the Crimson Robe Fire Ghost, all were first-rate fierce spirits he had spent half his life refining and sacrificing to summon. It was their existence. Ba Song had the confidence to establish himself in Jie City and prepare for their grand scheme. Ordinary fierce ghosts were already formidable enough to make even the most seasoned Taoist priests think twice. Much less his three specters, which were far beyond the reach of ordinary malevolent spirits. Each one seethed with boundless resentment. Evil spirits like the parasitic ghost could easily turn on their hosts if not properly controlled. The Crimson Robe Fire Ghosts were an entirely different matter. Baon was confident that once unleashed, even Xie Hong, formidable as he was, would stand no chance. He had seen it clearly. As long as Xie Hong was eliminated, the others posed no real threat. Had he known he'd provoke such a formidable presence in Xie Village? Ba Song felt he should have gone to Xie Village himself back then, joining forces with Bipa to eliminate Xie Hong. This way, everything they had planned could proceed as usual. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. All Baong wanted now was to witness Xie Hong being torn limb from limb by 100 ghosts. Only then could he satisfy his burning hatred. With that thought, Baong once again activated the surveillance feed for the first floor lobby. Abu, standing nearby, leaned in closer. Abu, watch this. Watch how he dies. Baong flashed a confident smile. After watching this, it was almost time to leave. Once the police hit a dead end, they'd definitely call for backup. To avoid more trouble, it was best to leave first. The surveillance feed flickered incessantly, distorted by the malevolent aura. Still, it was clear to see vast hordes of materialized ghostly entities coalesced into a surging tide, filling the entire hall. Looks like we timed our opening perfectly. Ba Song chuckled. The expressions of fear and despair on the faces of everyone in the hall filled Baong with satisfaction. Such expressions were precisely what he relished most. But, where is that zombie? Ab searched the scene thoroughly but couldn't locate Xie Heng's position. Abu's remark piqued Ba Song's curiosity too. Could it be they were too late and Xie Hong had already been killed by the vengeful ghost? What is that? What is it? Ab squinted, pointing at a faint red glow on the screen. The red glow was shrouded by the ghostly tide, making it extremely difficult to spot unless one looked closely. Yet, this faint red glow grew brighter under Ba Song and Abu's watchful eyes. It even pierced through the ghostly mist's obstruction. What is that? What is it? Baong sensed something was terribly wrong and couldn't help but stand up. Suddenly, both men felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, as if the entire building were shaking. They were on the top floor. An earthquake? No, wait, this doesn't feel like an earthquake. Looking again, the surveillance feed was now filled with a blinding red glow. Amidst the blinding light, a tall, upright figure seemed to stand there. It's him! How is he still alive? Abu shouted urgently. For some reason, they felt as though Xie Heng's gaze was fixed on them through the screen. A thread of fear instinctively crept into their hearts. As sorcerers, they dealt with malevolent spirits daily, possessing mental fortitude beyond the ordinary. Yet even so, in this moment, they still felt fear. Where are my Crimson Robe Fire Ghosts? My male and female soul-capturing ghosts? Baong frantically searched for the three most powerful spirits under his command. Yet in the end, he found the corpse of the Red Robe Fire Ghost lying on the floor in a corner. Dead.
The ghost he had once been so proud of, the one he considered his ultimate trump card, was dead. How could this be? How much time had passed? Which meant that in such a short span, Xia Hong had managed to kill the red-robed fire ghost. As for the male and female Qing capturing ghosts, they seemed severely wounded and were fleeing the hall. Don't panic yet. Even if he managed to kill the crimson-robed fire ghost, this massive ghost tide will leave him no place to bury his remains. Ba Song said coldly, though it was unclear whether he was comforting himself or Abu. Yet reality was starkly at odds with his hoped-for outcome. A crimson glow enveloped Xia Hang's entire body, while countless arcs of electricity danced around him. This spectacle bore no resemblance to a zombie. It was as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Everyone present was utterly transfixed. Old Yen trembled with excitement, gripping Lu Feng's arm tightly as he shouted, "The Five Thunder Righteousness. It's the legendary Five Thunder Righteous Law, the strongest thunder technique ever spoken of." Yen Lao was a figure recognized by all disciples of the Maoshan sect's branches. How could Lu Feng, a practitioner of the Zhengyi tradition, not know of it? Yet he dared not imagine it. Such thunder techniques, existing only in legends and ancient texts, were now being witnessed before their very eyes. Grandpa Zhang ascended to immortality? Xia Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be a zombie? What was that thunder light? Mr. Xia's Five Thunder Righteousness technique is actually red. Lu Feng exclaimed in bewilderment. Different practitioners manifest the Five Thunder Righteous method differently after cultivation. Some manifest as black, others as blue, and still others as gold. It varies from person to person. Lu Feng had studied countless records since childhood, yet red had never been mentioned. As Xia Hang's body flickered with thunderous light, he seemed to transform into a demonic furnace. Wherever it passed, whether it was a malevolent ghost, a minor spirit, or a fierce specter, were all melted by the clashing lightning bolts. This scene sent shivers down the spines of both Baong and Abu. Run! At that moment, their first thought was to flee. With the Five Thunder Righteousness technique unleashed, even the witch Ancestor would have to turn tail and run. Who could have imagined a zombie would master Taoist thunder techniques and the most formidable Five Thunder Righteous Law at that? They knew full well they had no chance of victory. If they didn't flee immediately, even they would meet their end here. Baong grabbed the 10,000 ghost banner, his lifeline, and swung it with all his might, attempting one last desperate summon to recall the remaining male and female Chang ghosts. If the pair could return, their losses wouldn't be too devastating. The male and female Chang ghosts seemed to sense the banner's summons, soaring straight upward. How could Xia Hong not notice these two ghostly creatures? He gave chase at full speed. Chase? You can't possibly fly, can you? This is the top of the 24th floor. Before Ba Song could finish his sentence, Xia Hong leapt into the air and actually soared behind the male and female Qinggue. At that moment, Ba Song's mind felt like it had been struck by a muffled thunderclap, leaving him utterly blank. Chapter 75. Your great-grandfather flew. Flew away? Aren't they zombies? How could it fly? Ba Song and Abu's jaws nearly hit the floor. His mouth was like a magic spell tonight. Everything he said came true. Basin had never actually seen a flying zombie with his own eyes. After all, cremation and sea burials were the norm in this era. Bodies couldn't be preserved, let alone undergo corpse transformation. Unlike ghosts, which were plentiful, anyone who died would inevitably become one. Still, Ba Song and his group weren't entirely ignorant about the hierarchy of zombies. For a zombie to reach the stage where it could fly, it signified that Xia Hong had reached the rank of a flying zombie. Such zombies, in their eyes, were typically confined to the realm of legend. Yet here it was, standing before them in the flesh. A flying zombie descended upon the back mountain of Xiejia village. Thinking of this, Ba Song felt more and more certain that Xiejia village absolutely hid some secret. The most troubling part was that if Xia Hong were merely a zombie, it might be manageable. Even against a flying zombie, they weren't entirely powerless to fight back. They could fight it out, and who knows who would come out on top. But looking at Xia Hang's body enveloped in crimson lightning, did he look like someone willing to reason? The moment the Five Thunder Righteous punishment struck, his ghostly tide was instantly obliterated like rotten wood. Run! Abu, run! Ba Song shouted. At a time like this, who cares about capturing the Qing ghost? The most important thing was to survive under Xia Hang's hands. It flew again? Xia Xiaoxi's expression froze as she recalled how Grandpa Zhang had inexplicably appeared outside the 16th floor balcony of their home last night. Case solved. Finally understood how Grandpa Zhang had gotten up there. So he really did fly. Between the most powerful thunder magic and walking on air, Xia Xiaoxi felt she could go back to the village and tell the villagers. Why bother worshipping the city god temple? They should just worship her Grandpa Zhang instead. Am I blind? Did I see that correctly? That entire swarm of ghosts just melted away. Is this Taoist magic? It's clearly sorcery. But great-grandfather is a zombie. She's flying. She's actually lifted off the ground. Without wings. How did she do that? I must still be half asleep. This is insane. After witnessing Xia Hong slay the 100 ghosts with the 5 thunder righteous law and soar into the air,
every single person in the arena was utterly stunned.
Then, as that figure shot skyward at incredible speed, hope reignited in their eyes. They had believed that facing a million invaders, they would all perish here today. But who could have imagined that this streak of crimson light could pierce through layers upon layers of darkness, illuminating them all? Kill. Grandpa Zhang, kill. Wonderful. We're saved. We want to live. Slaughter every last one of those demons. Amidst the cries of battle, Xia Hong had already flown behind the male and female Qing ghosts. What are you doing? The 2 Qing ghosts turned to stare at Xia Hong, their eyes filled with nothing but terror. As ghosts, they had already died once. They knew all too well the scent of death. Xia Hong paid them no mind, his body covered in crisscrossing, flickering red lightning. With a single punch, he pierced through the chests of both the male and female ghosts mid-air.
Killing one would cause the other to self-detonate? What did it matter?
He could simply kill both at once. The male and female Qing ghosts' hideous faces contorted in fury, their eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, as if they could devour Xia Hong whole. Immediately after, 2 ghostly corpses plummeted from the sky. Boom! Boom! They crashed directly into the main hall, mingling with the countless ghostly corpses below. As for Xia Hong, he was still soaring upward.
Both male and female Qinggui ghosts stared upward in their final moments.
Moreover, specters of this caliber couldn't have been present in the building from the start.
Otherwise, Xia Hong would have noticed them.
Therefore, it could only mean that midway through the chaos, they and the red robe fire ghost had been released
to handle the final cleanup for the black magic practitioner.
Upon reaching the 24th floor, Xia Hong and his team had already searched the entire area for the heart, finding absolutely nothing. The only remaining possibility was the rooftop. A cold gleam flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. These foreign demons had committed every conceivable evil in Jia City, even forging such a vast ghostly domain.
Who knew how many lives they had secretly destroyed? They had repeatedly targeted Xia Hong's family. No matter what, Xia Hong must settle the score with them today. Had Xia Hong not recently ascended to the flying corpse rank and mastered the 5 thunder righteousness technique, today's situation would have been impossible to resolve. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Baong and Ab had no time left to watch the surveillance footage. They immediately took off running. At the speed Xia Hong was flying, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to them. If caught, death was their only fate. Below, the crowd stared blankly at Xia Hong's figure as he grew smaller and smaller in the sky. After a long moment, they slowly came to their senses. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. The immediate crisis seemed to have passed. Xia Xiaoxi suddenly remembered Xiao Bai and began searching frantically. Thud. Lu Feng lay half collapsed on the ground, adjusting his posture. Suddenly, something fell from above, landing squarely on his head. Ouch. Who's tossing things around again? Lu Feng clutched his head and angrily stood up. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the little white flag that had been floating around Xia Xiaoxi all along. Hey! Xiao Bai's head poked out from the little white flag, waving at Xia Xiaoxi. Xiao Bai. You're okay, you're okay. I had to get the heart back immediately, that's why I thought to have you throw me out the window. Xia Xiaoxi hugged the little white flag tightly as she explained. She had just been about to go back and look for Xiao Bai when, thankfully, Xiao Bai had crawled back into the little white flag and flown back on its own. Xia Xiaoxi finally relaxed. Though Xiao Bai was also a ghost, other spirits likely wouldn't bother her. But Xiao Bai was still too weak, even the slightest collateral damage would be unbearable. Alright, you've had your fun. You all treat my head like a teleportation scroll, huh? Lu Feng snapped irritably. He. Xiao Bai and Xia Xiaoxi exchanged a knowing smile. If it works this well, why not use it? Hurry up and take out the hearts, then? See if we can break the curse, weaken the ghost realm, and help Mr. Xia a bit. Yen Lao exhaled a long, heavy breath. Lu Feng nodded, and each of them brought out all the hearts they had found. They laid them out neatly on the ground. 8 shriveled hearts, each pierced by a small knife. Blood still oozed from them intermittently, emitting a foul stench that was utterly terrifying. Those nearby, who had initially gathered out of curiosity to take a closer look, only to nearly vomit from the sight. Lu Feng asked, then what? How do we handle this? Chapter 76, is it? Xia Hong? Slaughtering through the ghost realm. They've all been roused. The group fell into deep thought. It seemed they had only known to find the 8 hearts earlier. They knew breaking the curse was the goal, but the specifics of how to do it remained unclear. After all, as cultivators, it was only natural they knew little about sorcerers. Old Yen motioned for Lu Feng to quickly consult his ancient text, to see if it contained any methods to counter the scene 8 piercing heart curse. Is there? Old Yen inquired. Lu Feng flipped through several pages repeatedly, but there were few records of the Yinba piercing heart curse. Nor did it contain any instructions on how to counter it. He could only shake his head helplessly. Burn it to ashes? Lu Feng entertained the crude idea. But after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. If black magic could be broken so easily, why would so many people fall victim to it? Burning it without removing the curse would likely be useless. Just then, Li Shui approached. After carefully examining the 8 hearts on the ground, she paused and said, I recall seeing something in a web series I watched before. Most black magic fears 2 things. Though Li Shui mentioned learning this from web dramas, Lu Feng and Yan Lao weren't entirely convinced it was reliable, but since Li Shui had spoken up, they decided to hear her out. One is fox spirit blood, preferably from a fox with as many tails as possible. The other is virgin urine. The older the virgin, the better. Li Shui continued. Everyone knew this was her peculiar hobby. When she had too much free time, she loved watching soap operas, scrolling through short videos, and tuning into live streams. Her interests were incredibly diverse. She enjoyed all sorts of random things. At first, the others hadn't paid much attention to Li Shui's remarks, merely responding perfunctorily. But when she finished speaking, Old Yan's eyes lit up. This concept was also documented in their Maoshan arts. Throughout history, there have been not only techniques for healing and saving lives, but also dark arts designed to profit at others' expense, causing harm and even death. The most common countermeasures against such dark arts were the urine of an uninitiated child and the blood of a spirit fox. While virgin urine might be somewhat common, fox spirit blood was exceedingly rare, virtually impossible to find in the South. Over thousands of years of domestic development, these practitioners had branched into various schools and lineages. In many records, black magic traces its origins to the Gu sorcery of China's Yunnan and Sichuan provinces. After spreading to the Siam region of Southeast Asia, it evolved by blending with local witchcraft traditions. Given this history, it makes sense that fox spirit blood in virgin urine could counteract black magic. At this realization, Old Yen slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Worth a shot." Li Shui responded, noting that fox blood was impossible to obtain. But as for virgin urine? With so many people here, even if not dozens, finding 10 or so should be a breeze, shouldn't it? He turned to the crowd behind him and announced, "We need your help to get out of here. Is there anyone here who is still a child? Step forward." The moment her voice fell, the crowd fell silent. They looked at each other, but no one responded for a long while. Li Shui wondered if she hadn't spoken loudly enough for them to hear. She raised her voice another notch and declared, "Are there any virgins present? Step forward. Everyone else, step back 3 paces." Almost simultaneously, everyone stepped back 3 paces in perfect unison, as if they were participating in a military parade. Every face bore an expression of guilt. At a moment of life and death consequence, who could still care about saving face? Not only Li Shui, but even Old Yen was stunned. Seriously? With all these people, not a single youngster could be found. People's livelihoods have certainly improved. Old Yan's mouth twitched. Who would have thought finding a virgin chicken these days would be as hard as tracking down fox blood? I have one. Is that good enough? After a moment, Lu Feng finally stood up, his face flushed crimson. 1 or 2. That was nothing to him. Now you know what pure yang essence blood is, right? Zhang Shun sauntered over to Li Shui's side and said. Li Shui? Who could have guessed? Lu Feng looked at least 30 years old. And he was still a virgin. Compared to the others, that was truly rare. Finding a secluded spot, Lu Feng soon returned with a small bowl. The liquid inside was a sickly yellow, causing the others to recoil in horror. "Brother, you've been running a bit of a fever lately, haven't you?" Old Yen remarked. Taking the boy's urine, he poured it evenly over the 8 hearts. Then, pinching the yellow talisman between 2 fingers, he silently recited the incantation over his heart. The talisman immediately ignited. He flicked his wrist, sending the burning talisman into the 8 hearts. Instantly, the heart still dripping with blood began to burn as well, emitting a hissing sound. Whoosh! As the hearts burned, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly felt a sensation. A sensation similar to what she had felt back at the old mansion when old grandfather Zhang had used the yin-dispelling talisman to purify the house. It felt like the temperature was rising, yet it wasn't quite the same. It was more like a faint restoration of yang energy all around. "Now, it's up to you, Mr. Xia," Old Yin murmured. Xia Xiaoxi tilted her head back, gazing silently toward the direction where grandfather Zhang's figure had vanished. She believed grandfather Zhang's words would surely lead them out of the ghostly realm. The rooftop. The bodies of Baoong and Abdu lay discarded on the ground. However, their heads were nowhere to be seen. Carrying their bodies would have been impossible in time, so when necessary, both men decisively employed the flying head technique. This was their final life-saving measure within black magic. Abandoning their bodies to preserve their heads. At worst, they could find other bodies to possess once they escaped to safety. "He hasn't caught up yet, has he?" Abu's head floated in midair, asking anxiously. Both heads flew out through the only exit they had left behind on the rooftop. "He won't be that fast. We just need to run fast enough. We're the only ones who know the ghost realm's sole escape route. Unless..." Before Baoong could finish, he was cut off by someone beside him. "Senior brother, don't say another word. That mouth of yours, I'm genuinely scared." But Baoong couldn't hold his tongue. He retorted, "It's fine.
What I mean is, unless he can actually force his way through the ghost realm, how could he chase us? If the ghost realm were that easy to breach, would it even be called the ghost realm? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind him, freezing Basong's expression. The back of his head grew scorching hot, as if something was closing in. Below the building, numerous police officers and firefighters noticed the unusual activity above the tower. They all looked up. Against the pitch-black night sky, streaks of crimson lightning flashed repeatedly. Within the lightning, a human figure seemed to be enveloped. Ha! The fire's gone out. What the hell just flew out from the rooftop? It's a person. Someone flew out. And they're holding SSH. He's clutching two human heads in his hands. Chapter 77, We survived, we survived. Below, the crowd gazed upward at the figure in the sky, all gasping in shock. From the height of the 24th floor, none could make out who the person was. This scene would be the stuff of big-budget movies. It looked exactly like a mysterious cultivator undergoing tribulation. Meanwhile, Kong Tianyi had already located his master in Fengqing. Zhang Zhouhua had arrived. Zhang Zhouhua enjoyed considerable fame across the three cities and held an extremely high standing within the circle. Therefore, upon receiving the call announcing their arrival, Director Wang personally went to the intersection to greet them. The vehicle came to a halt. Director Wang opened the door himself and an elderly man clad in a long robe stepped out. His frame was unnaturally thin, gaunt and sallow. Standing just over 5 feet tall, he likely weighed no more than 150 pounds. His face appeared to belong to someone in their 70s or 80s, and his eyes were particularly cloudy. Yet despite his apparent lack of vitality, his posture was remarkably upright. He moved with a brisk, almost wind-like pace, his movements seeming even sharper than those of his disciple, Kong Tianyi. Master Zhang, you're here. Director Wang hurriedly greeted him. Director Wang, it's been a long time. Zhang Zhouhua replied, Tianyi has informed me of the situation. I never imagined that after 30 years, these sorcerers would still be causing trouble. Upon hearing the news, I came here immediately. Zhang Zhouhua spoke, his expression tinged with anger. He had always harbored a deep distaste for these Southeast Asian sorcerers and black magic practitioners. These people never brought anything good when they came to the mainland. It was true back then, and it remains true now. Based on his apprentice Kong Tianyi's account, he had gained a rough understanding of the horror lurking in this demonic realm. The situation was extremely dire. Master Zhang, do you have confidence in breaking the curse? There are still quite a few employees from the former Hengyuan real estate company inside, along with our police comrades. Commissioner Wang asked anxiously. At present, Zhang Zhouhua represented their last hope. If even Zhang Zhuo couldn't handle it, there might not be a second person in the entire Sancheng region capable of doing so. As the primary responsible officer, he desperately needed a definitive assurance from Zhang Zhouhua to ease his anxiety. Before the ghostly realm formed, everything was negotiable. But once it forms, consider this place a living hell. I can only do my best. If you insist on a guarantee, it's less than 10%. Zhang Zhouhua was a straightforward man, describing the situation exactly as it was. He'd only encountered a ghost realm once in his entire life, counting this time as the second. He understood clearly that ghostly realms defied forced intervention. Therefore, his plan was to find a way to get himself inside the ghostly realm. He would search within for the source, the one pulling the strings behind the ghostly realm. If he found them, he'd eliminate them. If not, he'd simply await his demise. Hearing this, Director Wang's heart sank instantly. If even Zhang Zhouhua said this, Xia Hong and Zhang Shan were likely facing certain doom today. How could this tiny city of Jicheng, which couldn't even develop properly, stir up such a huge commotion? Commissioner Wang couldn't fathom it, cursing those damned sorcerers under his breath. Tianyi, you just protect me during the ritual. Zhang Zhouhua said in a deep voice. Yes, master. The three men walked in from the intersection with grim expressions, looking as if they were ready to face death. But the moment they reached the building's entrance, question marks appeared on all three of their foreheads. This doesn't make sense? Where's the fire? The blaze that was raging so fiercely just moments ago. Now the entire building looked as if nothing had ever happened. It stood serenely, its exterior still bearing numerous water stains from the fire department's hoses during the blaze. Other than that, there wasn't a single sign of fire damage. Why did it stop burning? It was clearly burning just a moment ago? Commissioner Wang scratched his head. It made no sense. He had only stepped away to greet Zhang Zhouhua for less than 2 minutes. Had the fire extinguished itself? Could this mean the ghostly trap had been broken? Where's the ghostly realm? Zhang Zhouhua spun around to confront his young apprentice. He had braced himself mentally countless times to stand here. But no matter how he looked at this building, it didn't seem like there was any ghostly presence at all. Could it be that this kid was just drunk and making things up? Blowing a minor incident out of proportion just to lure the old man out? It's real. It really happened just now. Just look at what I've been through. I wouldn't make this up. Kong Tianyi sensed the murderous intent in his master's eyes. Terrified, he stumbled backward, stammering an explanation. He hadn't had time to wipe his face after the chase, and now it was charred black. Phew. That's wonderful. Director Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Never mind how the ghostly realm had vanished. At least it was gone, a good thing. The report could be written, the assignment could be handed in. The only question was what had become of the people inside. Second squad, assemble. Break down the door. Director Wang bellowed. At his command, the officers assembled, ready to breach the door. But just then, the door creaked open from the inside. A disheveled head peered out. Chief Wang recognized him instantly. It could only be Zhang Shun. Ahem. Finally out. Zhang Shun sighed. Not just Zhang Shun, behind him, Yan Lao, Lu Feng, Xia Xiaoxi, and the others emerged as well. Each of them looked disheveled and covered in dust, looking utterly bedraggled. Divine aura. Nectar. We made it. We survived. Lu Feng greedily gasped for air outside, gulping down 2 mouthfuls of water in quick succession. Immediately afterward, a large group of employees trapped inside the building also poured out. Director Wang nearly burst into tears, his heart finally able to settle. Alive! They're all alive! The moment the doors swung open, a suffocating wave of dark energy surged out. Even Zhang Jiuhua couldn't help but shiver. What terrifying yin energy! Such immense darkness, just how many ghosts lurked within? Zhang Jiuhua and Kong Tianyi stepped closer together, scanning the scene. The hall was littered with countless ghostly corpses strewn haphazardly across the floor, a scene that could only be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. How many ghosts could this be? And a red-robe fire ghost? A soul-capturing ghost. Zhang Jiuhua instantly recognized the most vicious entities among them, his jaw dropping in shock. Ghosts of this caliber, whether soul-devouring ghosts or red-robed fire ghosts. Even a single one of them was formidable, let alone all gathered in one place. And there were so many countless lesser ghosts and malevolent spirits gathered together. How could the yin energy not be overwhelmingly heavy? It was unimaginable how powerful the demonic realm formed by so many ghosts must be. Senior 9 calamities. You're here too? Lu Feng greeted Zhang Jiuhua. Due to family connections, he had met Zhang Jiuhua several times before. Lu Feng? You're here too. This kind of ghostly realm, how did you break through it? Zhang Jiuhua pressed urgently. He was genuinely desperate to know why the ghostly realm had suddenly vanished on its own. Could it be that Lu Feng and his group had broken through it? But no matter how he thought about it, it seemed unrealistic. Even he couldn't manage it. How could Lu Feng and his group possibly succeed? How could we possibly manage that? It was thanks to Mr. Xie. He forcibly broke through the demonic realm, allowing us to escape. Lu Feng replied. Chapter 78, Second Grandfather returns to Jie City. Another zombie. Mr. Xie? Forcibly broke through the ghost realm? Zhang Jiuhua was utterly baffled. He knew every single yin-yang master in the 3 cities who possessed genuine abilities. But among them, there was simply no one surnamed Xie. He should be here any moment. Old Yan leaned in to say. True to his word, the moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiuhua heard a violent tremor behind him. Boom! It sounded like something had fallen from a great height. He's coming down. Straight from the 24th floor. I didn't blink. It just came straight down. And he's actually clutching 2 heads in his hands. Who is it? I couldn't make it out clearly just now. It's Mr. Xie. Grandpa Zhang Xiahong. Only after Xiahong landed did someone finally recognize him. Unbelievably, Xiahong had plunged straight down from over 20 stories, landing with both feet firmly on the ground. This scene instantly reminded Xia Xiaoxi of the moment Grandpa Zhang had leapt to save her when she nearly fell to her death after descending the mountain. Those legs never bend. Grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi rushed over excitedly. She had intended to embrace him, but upon seeing the 2 heads in Xiaheng's hands, she immediately recoiled in fright. In Xiaheng's hands, the heads of Baong and Ab still blinked their eyes, an eerily unsettling sight. It's ruined. This is truly ruined. Baong exclaimed in despair. He never imagined the flying head spell would manifest. He still couldn't escape Xiaheng's grasp. Now that he'd been captured, he'd lost any chance of turning the tables. Still screaming? Shut up. I said shut up. Ab opened his mouth and bit down hard on Baong's ear. He tore the ear clean off. Ah! The excruciating pain made Baong scream in agony, while Abu's mouth filled with blood. He couldn't take it anymore. He'd told Baong to shut up countless times. But the man wouldn't listen. His mouth was like a curse spell, whatever he said came true. Now look at this mess. Not only were their ambitions crushed, but both of them were caught in the crossfire. Xiahong paid no attention to this dogfight. After tying them together with red rope, he handed them over to Zhang Shun for the police to deal with. Zhang Shun felt a chill run down his spine as he held the 2 heads. The texture alone was beyond creepy. Commissioner Wang hurried over to greet Xiahong, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Xia, I'm Wang Su. Thank you for stepping in to assist. Without your help, we never would have solved this case today.
These two Siamese sorcerers had been entrenched in Jiecheng for so long.
On the surface, they had Han Yuan real estate and the Zhao family as cover. Who knows what evil deeds they've committed behind the scenes, or how elaborate this scheme truly is. Relying solely on the police, it would have been impossible to apprehend Baong and Ib so easily.
Even with Yen Lao, Lu Feng, and Kong Tanny as our paranormal consultants. Facing such supernatural forces, they could only be left with headaches. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, as the bureau chief, Wang Su felt compelled to express his gratitude. He had originally planned to visit Xia Hong after achieving some results, but unexpectedly, he ended up needing their help to solve the case. No need for thanks.
But after all these years, someone has been committing crimes right under our noses, and you haven't noticed a thing.
That's a bit of an oversight. Xia Hong didn't exactly give him a warm reception. If these Siamese sorcerers had been allowed to operate for just a few more years, wouldn't Jiecheng have been completely infiltrated? Wang Su deserved every word of the scolding. Hearing Xia Heng's rebuke, Wang Su's face instantly drained of color.
Yes, it was our oversight.
We'll definitely heighten vigilance and identify issues promptly from now on.
While Wang Su took the scolding, Zhang Shan and the others dared not utter a word. Though Xia Hong usually appeared stern, he was generally quite approachable in daily interactions.
He'd never been this stern before. Xia Xiaoxi gasped beside him. When Grandpa Zhang got serious, he even scolded Director Wang. Such a figure was someone Xia Xiaoxi would never normally have access to.
Worst of all, Director Wang actually apologized with such sincerity.
What's Grandpa Zhang's deal? Could he have some secret identity? That doesn't make any sense.
Grandpa Zhang came down the mountain from the grave right before her eyes. After that, she'd been by his side the whole time.
She couldn't believe she hadn't fast-forwarded through it. Damn it, where exactly did I lose track? Senior Jiuhua. This is Mr. Xie.
He's the one who forcibly broke through the ghost realm and rescued us.
Lu Feng introduced.
After finishing, he leaned close to Zhang Jiuhua's ear and added in a hushed tone, Mr. Xie is a soldier who sacrificed himself in the anti-Japanese war years ago. He's only recently been revived, so show him some respect.
Zhang Jiuhua nodded.
From the moment he first laid eyes on Xia Hong,
a zombie.
And a legendary flying zombie at that.
It was unimaginable that a zombie in one of the flying zombie class could appear in Jia City.
Even more baffling was the reason why Xia Hong, despite being a zombie, retained such a complete sense of self-awareness. On the surface, he looked exactly like a living person. It seemed likely that all those ghostly corpses seen earlier in the building were Xia Heng's handiwork. After a pause, he stepped forward and said, Mr. Xia, hello.
I'm Zhang Jiuhua, Jia City's former paranormal consultant. Xia Hong nodded in response. Looking at Zhang Jiuhua, something felt off. He scrutinized him from head to toe.
Only then did he realize that this little old man named Zhang Jiuhua before him was also not a living person.
The human aura emanating from him was deliberately feigned. Most likely, he was just like Xia Hong, a zombie. However, Xia Hong kept this observation to himself. Everyone had secrets they couldn't reveal.
Zhang Jiuhua had heard about the ghostly realm and made a special trip to rescue someone. And since he recognized Lu Feng and the others, he figured they couldn't be all bad. After a night of turmoil, even Xia Hong, being a zombie, felt exhausted. The Five Thunder righteous punishment had taken a significant toll on Xia Heng's current body.
Xiao Shi, we're leaving.
Xia Hong called over his pig-headed companion, exchanged farewells with Director Wang, and departed first.
Li Shui would be responsible for escorting them back.
Mr. Xia, I'm afraid I must remain here to handle matters at the scene.
I'll pay you a visit tomorrow instead. Wang Su said.
Yen Lao and Lu Feng also needed to keep watch for a while longer. Though the powerful ghosts had been dealt with, some lesser spirits might have slipped through.
Master, breaking through the ghost realm, you really weren't exaggerating? Kong Tanny asked in a low voice, still finding it hard to believe.
There are always those more skilled than us, it's beyond our reach.
That's a good thing.
With this one here, the three cities will finally know peace.
Zhang Jiuhua sighed.
Even among zombies, the gap was vast.
Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Xia Hong,
Zhang Jiuhua found confirmation in his heart that the path he was currently walking might indeed be the right one. At the same time, Jiecheng Airport. A gray-haired old man, leaning on a cane, emerged from the airport exit. Gazing into the pitch-black night sky, the familiar scent of his hometown washed over him.
After all these years, I'm finally back. Father, I've been a disobedient son. The road outside is treacherous.
It took me all these years to find my way home.
Chapter 79, Grandpa Zhang probably has another identity. Han Yuan Tower. Zhang Shan and the others worked until past 2 a.m.
The fire department had left earlier, while the police station had left some personnel behind to collect evidence.
They were properly securing the scene.
With the incident escalating this dramatically, Han Yuan Properties had no choice but to seal off the area immediately.
Seal it off.
Zhang Jiuhua stood in the first-floor lobby. Holding the ghost-catching jar, he silently recited the incantation. He extended 2 fingers, effortlessly capturing each stray ghost one by one into the jar. His technique was exceptionally swift and precise, bearing no resemblance to that of a frail old man.
Senior Jiuhua, it's been ages. How come you seem to have gotten so much stronger? Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. This wasn't flattery, he had witnessed Zhang Jiuhua's prowess firsthand. The title of the number 1 in the 3 cities was no joke. But now, the more Lu Feng observed her, the more he felt that Zhang Jiuhua seemed to grow more formidable with age. The future of the 3 cities rests on your shoulders, young people. Their ambition truly never ceases for a moment. Zhang Jiuhua sighed. The ghostly corpses littering the ground beneath their feet were gradually dissipating with the passage of time. By dawn, they would likely vanish entirely on their own. 30 years ago, Jia City had already experienced an extremely large-scale ghost incident. At the time, Jia City was still developing, and many sorcerers and black magic practitioners had infiltrated from Southeast Asia. They formed underground organizations and caused considerable trouble. The entire city was thrown into chaos. After so many years, most people had nearly forgotten about it. It was Zhang Jiuhua who led a group of paranormal consultants from the 3 cities. The confrontation with this organization was fierce and brutal, lasting a full several months. Ultimately, both sides suffered heavy casualties. As the standoff reached a stalemate, Zhang Jiuhua gambled everything, infiltrating their stronghold alone. By destroying their stronghold, he successfully averted the crisis. However, in that battle, Zhang Jiuhua was cursed with a black magic spell. His vital energy drained away, and overnight, his hair turned completely white. Worst of all, his soul became permanently trapped within this body. As his body aged and weakened, Zhang Jiuhua would inevitably die. This soul imprisonment meant he would never find rebirth after death. Thus, Zhang Jiuhua devised a plan. Using the Maoshan sorcery he had mastered, he would attempt to transform his body into a zombie prematurely. This way, even if his body could not withstand the ravages of aging, once transformed into a zombie, he would be free from such torment. Before this, it seemed no one had ever attempted such a thing, meaning the risks were immense. Fortunately, Zhang Jiuhua's gamble paid off. After his corpse transformed, his body became stiff yet incorruptible, turning into a zombie. His 3 souls and 7 spirits, bound by black magic, could not escape his body. Through the convergence of these factors, Zhang Jiuhua became the half-human, half-zombie he is today. It sounds simple enough, but in truth, every step Zhang Jiuhua took was fraught with peril. The slightest misstep could have led to the complete annihilation of both his soul and body. Yet, after becoming half-human, half-zombie, Zhang Jiuhua discovered something. He was now stronger than ever before. Not only did he no longer need to worry about aging or declining physical strength, but he could also wield some of the Taoist arts he had previously learned. It felt as if he had transcended his limitations. Yet Zhang Jiuhua still felt uneasy deep down. After all, even though he remained in the mortal realm, he was no longer truly alive. In the end, he chose to hide away on Fengcheng Mountain, avoiding all contact with friends and family. Had Kong Tianyi not sought his help, he would have remained there indefinitely. But just now, after seeing Xia Hong, much of his unease dissipated. He suspected Xia Hang's condition must be the same as his own. A physique far surpassing ordinary humans, a fully intact consciousness, no need to worry about lifespan, and freedom from the constraints of yin and yang. Perhaps this could be a new way to live. What do you need us for now? I'm just a lowly errand boy now. With Mr. Xia around, we're living the easy life. If not for that piercing heart curse, the ghost realm would have been breached long ago by Mr. Xia. Lu Feng sighed. Since childhood, he'd been praised for his natural talent born to study the Tao. Yet here he was, well into his 30s, still stuck in this sorry state. Ba piercing heart curse? Zhang Jiuhua gasped in astonishment. Having dealt with many sorcerers, he knew this spell well. He had assumed the ghost realm alone was already formidable enough. But with this curse amplifying its power, the vengeful spirit was no ordinary specter. That Xie Hong could still fight his way through the ghost realm under these circumstances was truly unbelievable. I don't even think Mr. Xie is a zombie. He's nothing like the zombies described in legends. I don't know if you find this exaggerated, but to me, he seems more like a god we can actually interact with. Old Yen couldn't help but speak up. The more they interacted with Xie Hong, the more they realized this gentleman was unfathomably profound. Zhang Jiuhua nodded silently to himself. It seemed he'd have to find an opportunity to pay a visit to this Mr. Xie. Director Wang, are you planning to visit Mr. Xie tomorrow? Zhang Shan asked. Mr. Xie helped us crack such a major case. He's assisted us so many times before and after. Regardless of the perspective, it's necessary to pay him a visit. While we're at it, we should prepare some gifts. Commissioner Wang replied. Sometimes, overly strict regulations aren't necessarily a good thing. In cases like Hangyuan real estate, where it's already clear there are major issues. Yet we still have to follow the procedures step by step, gather evidence first, then make arrests, then secure convictions. If they couldn't find it, they'd keep searching. Where's the swiftness of Xie Hang's approach striking directly at the source? If this drags on any longer, who knows what trouble those 2 sorcerers might stir up in Jiecheng. The file access request should yield results soon. Commissioner Wang mused.
Don't forget this old man Zhang probably has some other aliases up his sleeve.
Inside Taoyuan residential complex. After seeing Xia Hang and his grandson home, Li Shuai left ahead of them.
There was still much to handle at the police station, no time for slacking off.
The Hangyuan real estate matter was finally settled.
The grandfather and grandson returned home, collapsing onto the sofa in perfect unspoken agreement. No wonder Xia Xiaoxi behaved the way she did. Her ancestors had a bit of that in their genes.
Xiaoxi, what kind of posture is that for a young lady?
Xia Zhihao scolded her. At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi was sprawled out on the sofa, stretched out like the Chinese character for big. Though they were at home, Xia Zhihao remembered grandpa was still there.
How could she be so undisciplined? He couldn't help but give her a gentle reminder.
When you're tired, just lie however you feel comfortable. There's no need for all those rules.
Xia Hang chimed in.
After having died once, Xia Hang had gained a new perspective on life.
After all, life only lasts a few decades.
As long as it doesn't harm your health or violate moral boundaries.
Why not do whatever feels good and brings joy?
Why live so stiffly?
Did you hear that, old man? Freshly minted family creed.
Xia Xiaoxi immediately seized the opportunity to retort. Even with her dad, she refused to let her sharp tongue be outdone.
Xia Zhihao, 6. Chapter 80, Father and Son Reunion. Xia Heng, was it you who engraved the wrong epitaph on my tombstone?
With Xia Heng having spoken, Xia Zhihao naturally dared not say another word, sulkily closing his mouth. He could tell tonight had been eventful, leaving both grandfather and grandson utterly exhausted.
So he and Li Lan didn't dare disturb them, letting the grandfather and granddaughter rest well. Even now, Xia Xiaoxi still felt a lingering sense of dread. Who could have imagined Hangyuan Tower harbored so many ghosts, even spawning a ghostly realm? If not for Grandpa Zhang's words, who knew how long they would have been trapped inside?
Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoxi quickly pulled out her phone to scroll through videos and calm her nerves. After hours without touching her phone, she could finally relax and surf the web. You naughty phone, just wait till I give you a good look with my big eyes.
Xia Xiaoxi chuckled. Xia Heng. Unfortunately, Xia Zhihao and Li Lan were too old. Otherwise, they should have been encouraged to try again with a new account. Someone like Xia Xiaoxi? Even after being cured, they'd probably still drool.
As soon as Xia Xiaoxi opened her phone, a flood of messages nearly crashed it.
Ding. Ding.
Ding 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 ding. Whether it was private messages, likes, comments, or fan notifications, every single one showed 99 plus. When she checked her follower count, Xia Xiaoxi nearly lost her fake eyelashes in shock. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, making sure she wasn't seeing things.
Finally, she gasped, Grandpa Zhang, I'm back on top, and so am I. 50,000. 50,000 followers. My account has hit 50,000 followers. Xia Xiaoxi remembered it clearly.
When she ended her stream that afternoon, she had specifically checked the follower count.
It had only been 118,000 something. How could she have gained 400,000 followers in such a short time? Why? Why did so many people suddenly start following me? Xia Xiaoxi wondered. Thankfully, it was a new phone. If it had been that old one, it probably wouldn't even be able to scroll right now. Xia Xiaoxi opened the list of videos tagged to her, and to her surprise, they were all the same video. So Xia Xiaoxi tapped into the video. To her surprise, the video had over 900,000 likes. It's our video from Hangyuan Tower. Xia Xiaoxi whispered. Although the screen kept shaking, probably because the person holding the phone had shaky hands. A familiar figure remained clearly visible. Red lightning flickered across their body as they leapt into the air, instantly slaying both the male and female Qinggui spirits. It looked just like movie special effects, except movie special effects couldn't possibly be this real. Plus, Xia Xiaoxi's livestreams have been gaining traction lately. So many netizens recognized the figure in the footage as Xia Xiaoxi's great-grandfather, Xia Heng. The comments section was buzzing with activity, flooded with hundreds of thousands of comments, too many to even read through. Wait. I thought this was all for show, Ajin. You're serious? No twist, guys. My version is still stuck on zombie Grandpa Zhang. When did you update your system? He's flying? And that's lightning on his body? Ha! Ha! I just took a nap, woke up to darkness, and the world changed? Don't tell me spiritual energy has awakened. Netizens were stunned. Suddenly, the world had advanced to this level. People even started wondering if spiritual energy had truly awakened. How else could someone fly that high? Even if Grandpa Zhang is a zombie, that doesn't make sense. Gathering of on-site weirdos, anyone else here? Let's figure out what's really going on. We're here. Hangyuan employees trapped in the building. Cops were here too, saying the place is haunted. We're trapped in this ghost thing? Like being stuck in a ghostly maze? Can't get out anyway. You wouldn't believe it, countless ghosts. So many people fainted on the spot from sheer terror. The paranormal consultants are dropping like flies. Finally, Grandpa Zhang's body suddenly glowed red. Every ghost that touched him vaporized instantly. After that, they said we could leave. Hearing the explanation, the other clueless netizens were even more baffled. The entire building was filled with ghosts. They couldn't escape until Grandpa Zhang single-handedly cleared out every last ghost. He saved them? Are we listening to a novel? This is way too out there. But upon reflection, ever since the appearance of this character named Grandpa Zhang in Xia Xiaoxi's live stream room in Jiecheng, the character Grandpa Zhang appeared. Things have seemed unusually extraordinary. They were already convinced 80 to 90% that ghosts truly existed in this world. Not only did police show up at ghost crime scenes, but every city also had professional paranormal consultants. They couldn't possibly be fake. Impersonating police officers or government officials is illegal. Even with the intense competition in the live streaming industry these days, they wouldn't dare break the law, would they? Plus, there's video evidence. As everyone knows, videos can't be faked. Almost every netizen who watched the footage felt a chill run down their spine. Regardless of which province or city they were in, they felt a chill run down their spines. In that moment, they finally realized. Perhaps, the world was fundamentally different from what they had ever imagined. The fear of the unknown made their hair stand on end. No, I'm from Jiecheng. Han Yuan building caught fire in the dead of night. No matter how hard the firefighters tried, they couldn't put it out. It burned for over 2 hours. But just moments ago, the roadblocks were lifted, and the building shows no signs of damage whatsoever. It doesn't look like it was ever on fire, just water stains remain. What do you think happened? Late-night surfers were now even more wide awake, terrified by the news. That means, in truth, from start to finish, Han Yuan Tower never caught fire at all. The fire was fake, but the ghosts are real. Grandpa Zhang, they're all talking about you. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed. Alright, I got it. Xia Hong rolled over and slumped onto the other side of the sofa. He seemed utterly unconcerned about being exposed. Xia Xiaoxi pursed her lips. Truthfully, she sometimes found it strange. According to the usual tropes in novels or movies, a special being like Grandpa Zhang, possessing extraordinary abilities, shouldn't they hide themselves away, avoiding discovery and exposure? Ultraman doesn't reveal his identity until the very last episode. Everyone knows what happened to Jungu. Yet Grandpa Zhang's script seems entirely different from others, sometimes even requiring her to go live. This baffled Xia Xiaoxi. One night passed. Early in the morning, the doorbell rang. Li Lan hurried over to answer it. The moment she opened the door, she saw a frail old man standing outside, leaning on a cane. With a friendly expression, he inquired, "Excuse me, is this the home of Xia Zhihao? I'm Xia Chang'e." Xia Chang'e? That name wasn't he Xia Xiaoxi's second uncle, Xia Zhihao's uncle? Li Lan responded warmly, yes, yes. Please come in. Xia Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't come to the wrong place. He stepped inside. The moment he entered, his cloudy eyes locked with those of the young man playing games on the sofa. The familiar face sent a jolt through Xia Chang'e's heart, freezing his expression. You. Before Xia Chang'e could finish, Xia Hong cut him off. Hey, kid. Did you engrave my tombstone wrong? Chapter 81, Dad? It really is you. With a poem attached, ha ha ha. Xia Chang'e froze in place. He stared intently at Xia Heng's face, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word for a long while. As his biological son, even after 80-odd years had passed, he couldn't possibly fail to recognize him. The man before him bore an identical resemblance to his father from years past. Yet his father had perished in the anti-Japanese war. In the war against the Japanese invaders. Now approaching 90, how could his father possibly be here? Could this be a hallucination born of overwhelming homesickness? Xia Chang'e approached Xia Hong with trembling steps, his heart pounding harder with every step. The resemblance was uncanny, absolutely identical. Or could this young man be the son of his nephew, Xia Zhihao? That's why he bears such a striking resemblance to his great-grandfather? What did you just ask me, child? Xia Chang'e asked gently. Xia Xiaoxi, ha, kid. Xia Zhihao, second uncle, this is. Xia Hong sighed and stepped closer. Allowing Xia Chang'e to see his face clearly, he said, take another look at who I am. This time, Xia Chang'e completely lost his composure. That demeanor, that aura, even that tone of voice. There was no mistake, it had to be his father, Xia Hong. Dad? Is it really you? After shouting that, Xia Chang'e couldn't catch his breath for a moment. At nearly 90 years old, he couldn't catch his breath in one go and nearly fainted. His legs went stiff and he collapsed straight onto the sofa. Second uncle. Second uncle. Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Zhihao rushed forward to support him. But it was too late, Xia Chang'e had already fainted. His breathing remained steady, though he'd merely fainted from fright. Looks like we should have told him sooner. Grandpa Zhang, you really scared second uncle half to death. Xia Xiaoxi sighed. Xia Heng's mouth twitched. Who's old? Xia Xiaoxi immediately ducked her head, not daring to say more. Together with her mother, Li Lan, she helped Xia Chang'e lie flat on the sofa. Then they fetched a towel to wipe him down.
Xia Hong stood nearby, gazing at his second son, now aged beyond recognition, and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. 80 years. A full 80 years had passed. The once tiny child had grown old like this. His hair was sparse and streaked with gray, his eyes clouded by age and presbyopia, and his body stiff and inflexible. After all, he was his own child. Even though Xia Hong had faced life and death before, couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions at this sight. Time, that thing, is far more terrifying than 1,000 vengeful spirits combined. After a moment of distraction, Xia Hong finally pulled out a calming mind talisman. He instructed Li Lan to fetch a basin and fill it halfway with water, then bring it over. Then, using the incantation, he ignited the yellow talisman. The ashes of the talisman fell entirely into the basin. Finally, he dampened a towel, wrung it out, and gently wiped Xia Chang's face. Only then did Xia Chang slowly come to his senses. It wasn't just that he'd been exposed to something impure, he seemed to have been startled. Washing one's face with the ashes of a calming talisman or even drinking the water directly could be effective. After waking, Xia Chang sat up, still staring at Xia Hong in disbelief. How could this man, dead for 180 years, still be standing here alive? Thus, with a skeptical tone, Xia Chang opened his mouth, spring sleep, unaware of dawn? Xia Hong, father will take you bird watching. Xia Chang, the sound of wind and rain at night? Xia Hong, yours is still too small. Xia Chang, dad? It really is you. Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Zhihao. Li Lan. Now Li Lan finally understood why Xia Zhihao and Xia Xiaoxi sometimes seemed so eccentric. It seemed the seeds had been planted long ago. Family genes are like that, nothing you can do about it. They'd imagined countless heartwarming scenes of father and son reuniting. But they never imagined it would involve a secret code. Exchanging secret signals is one thing, but what the hell kind of signal is this? Isn't that just corrupting the young? But then again, Xia Chang'e was barely 10 years old at the time. Indeed, it was probably just a childish. Xia Chang'e suddenly embraced Xia Hong, burying his face and sobbing uncontrollably. This scene felt awkward no matter how you looked at it. A 90-something-year-old man clutching a 30-something young man and crying without a shred of dignity. It shows that no matter how old one is, one inevitably reveals their true emotions in the presence of a beloved elder. Had Xia Hong not mysteriously revived, Xia Chang'e would likely have swallowed those tears forever, taking them to his grave. All right. I was just asking you a question. Was it you who engraved the wrong epitaph on my tombstone? Xia Hong demanded impatiently. How outrageous. If not for the system awakening him from his slumber, he wouldn't have crawled out of his grave for air and discovered that his epitaph had been wrong for over 80 years. If he had truly descended into the underworld after death, it wouldn't have reached him at all. He couldn't imagine how miserable his life down there would have been. Xia Xiaoxi whispering, great-grandpa really holds a grudge. You bet I am. Big Brother was in charge of it. I hadn't learned that many characters back then. Big Brother said he'd read more books so he'd handle it. Xia Chang'e hurriedly interjected. Xia Hong sighed. So it was the eldest son's doing after all. But judging by the names he'd given the children, his level of education was clearly not very high. What names did Xia Hong give his two children? One was named Xia Chang'an, the other Xia Chang'e. They weren't exactly melodious or deeply symbolic. At the very least, they weren't overly vulgar, quite progressive for 80 years ago. Now look at the names chosen by the eldest son Xia Chang'an's branch. Xia Zhihao, Xia Xiaoxi. Suddenly they pale in comparison. Dad, what's your situation now? Are you alive again? Xia Chang'e inquired. He was still curious about his father's actual condition. Xia Hong, half alive. Xia Chang'e. Xia Xiaoxi whispering, family comedy routine. The moment the words left her mouth, Xia Hong shot her a look. Instantly sent a shiver down Xia Xiaoxi's spine as she grasped his meaning. She was tasked with explaining Grandpa Zhang's current condition to second grandpa. Xia Xiaoxi deliberately opened a bottle of sugary soda. She began chattering away, explaining everything to Xia Chang'e. Xia Chang'e listened in a daze, and by the time she finished, the soda was just about gone. So that's how it is. So Dad, you're not human anymore, you're a zombie. But you're no different from when you were alive, and you're even more powerful than humans? Xia Chang'e summarized. Though it sounded fantastical, Xia Chang'e remained surprisingly composed. Over the years, he'd drifted far from home, carving out a life alone in Siam. He'd encountered his share of strange occurrences, and at his age, he possessed a certain resilience. Earlier, it was because he was caught completely off guard, and it was his own father he had seen. That's why he'd been so utterly shocked he fainted. After all, who wouldn't panic upon meeting their biological father at 90? Chapter 82, the former wealthiest family of Jie City, the old Xie clan. Now everyone sat down, the family chatting warmly about everyday matters. It was then that they learned that after arriving in Siam, Xia Chang'e had entered the restaurant business. Starting with just the home-cooked dishes she learned while at home, she managed to build something bigger and bigger over there. Now, he has opened numerous chain restaurants throughout Thailand. Just as Xia Hong had predicted back then, he's built up a modest fortune. He later handed over the business to his children to manage, no longer needing to get involved himself. So he lives a very leisurely life. Now it's just a matter of living out my days and waiting for the end. I'm thinking of returning to my hometown before I go. Xia Chang'e chuckled. Xia Hong snapped his fingers, calculating the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and declared, "Right, you really are ready to retire and wait for death." Xia Chang'e, stop. Stop it. I don't want to know that much yet. Later, Xia Zhihao asked curiously. Why did Xia Chang'e decide to go to Siam to make his fortune? It was the trend back then. Everyone around here kept saying, go make your fortune in Siam, go make your fortune in Siam. I figured I was getting older, my family wasn't well off, and I needed to make something of myself, so I went alone. Xia Chang'e sighed. If he could have avoided it, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to leave his homeland. To go so far away to make a living. And once he left, it was for decades. Now the entire city of Jiecheng had changed beyond recognition. But wasn't Grandpa Zhang quite accomplished back then? Why did our family still struggle so much later on? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. Xia Chang'e glanced at Xia Hong and pursed his lips. To be honest, it all comes back to your great-grandfather. The conversation turned to great-grandpa Zhang. Xia Xiaoxi and her family of three perked up with interest. What could Grandpa Zhang have done to cause the family's circumstances to deteriorate so badly? What problem? Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask. Actually, back in the day, our Xia family was considered the wealthiest in the entire city of Jiecheng, no exaggeration. Just like the city's top tycoon today. What a pity, what a pity. Xia Chang'e shook his head, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Xia Xiaoxi, the wealthiest family. She couldn't help but wonder if her second uncle was exaggerating. It had only been a mere 80 years. If their family had truly been the wealthiest back then, how could they have ended up like this? Even a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. But it didn't make sense. Looking at second uncle's face, he didn't seem like the type to lie or brag. How else could their business have grown so large? Xia Hong, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. He whipped his hand around and smacked Xia Chang'e on the head. This kid was actually blaming him. What's really going on? Where's the money? Had. Xia Zhihao couldn't help but ask. In his mind, he could already picture the classic TV drama trope. Buried beneath ancestral lands lay 10,000 tales of gold. If things really unfolded as he imagined, it would be nothing short of a middle-aged dream come true. Money? It's all gone, not a single coin left. Even the original mansion was traded away for a smaller one. Xia Chang'e replied. Xia Xiaoxi, Xia Zhihao, Lilan, what? Donated? Was it real or fake? He just gave away his status as the richest man in the country? That's a bit too extravagant. Why not leave some for the family? This only made the others more curious about why he needed to donate so much money. Xia Chang'e glanced at Xia Hong, as if seeking permission to speak. After all, seeing how curious Xia Xiaoxi and the others were, it was clear their grandfather Xia Chang'e's older brother hadn't mentioned this to them. The brothers had completely different personalities. Xia Chang'e was reserved, honest, and straightforward, not one for many words. Xia Chang'e, on the other hand, was more outgoing and adept at communication and socializing. This was precisely why Xia Chang'e had set his sights on venturing to Siam. Xia Chang'e, on the other hand, chose to stay in Jiecheng and live an ordinary farming life. Xia Hong showed no reaction, turning back to his room without a word, unwilling to listen further. This meant Xia Chang'e could speak his mind freely. After all, they were family, and there was nothing forbidden about it. Since they were reunited after so long, let him say whatever he wished. As his son, how could Xia Chang'e not know Xia Hong? That stubborn pride of his. So Xia Chang'e began telling the others, over 80 years ago, back when our old Xia family was still wealthy landowners. Your great-grandfather was the second son of the Xia family, just like me. Life was going smoothly enough, but then the war escalated. The Japanese invaders even attacked Jie City. With the war situation critical, your great-grandfather chose to join the army immediately. Then the civil war erupted in full force. At that time, the Germans were still one of the main sources of military support, providing not only technical expertise but also equipment and weapons. Of course, it wasn't entirely free. Jiecheng happened to need a batch of weapons for arming its forces, so... At this point, Xia Chang'e's voice trailed off. Xia Xiaoxi and the others understood the implication. Essentially, our family's money had been used to acquire equipment. Given that, there wasn't much to say. After all, it was a time of national crisis, one couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Still, for a penny pincher like Xia Xiaoxi, it stung. Just then, Xia Hong emerged from his room. He was wearing the corpse-suppressing hat Xia Xiaoxi had remade for him. After slaughtering a floor full of ghosts last night, his ghost blood reserves were nearly depleted. But flying zombies were a whole different level. Breaking through to that stage wouldn't be so easy. Even among those ghosts, there were formidable ones including male and female chain-capturing ghosts, and fiery red-robed ghosts. The distance to the next rank, the wandering corpse, remained vast. But the number of corpse-binding talismans required for the corpse binding had skyrocketed to 32.
I never said it was a donation. Xia Hong interrupted.
The remark instantly froze the others in their tracks.
Not a donation? Could it be that Xia Hong had kept the purchased military equipment for himself? Then what does that mean, Dad? Xia Chang'e asked curiously. I traded them for something else back then. Xia Hong replied again. Exchanged them? For what? You never told me. Xia Chang'e quickly asked, realizing his father had kept something from him. What could possibly be worth trading the entire Xia family fortune? Its value must be astronomical.
If he'd just said so earlier, he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard in Siam.
Then I'd be dead. How could I have told you? Xia Hong replied.
Anyway, he hadn't mastered the skill of communicating through dreams after his death.
Xia Chang'e. What did you swap for it? Grandpa Zhang, where are you now? He. Xia Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, ready to take off at any moment. Who would have thought? This heiress thing might actually happen for her. Didn't I already give it to you? Xia Hong continued. As a zombie, holding on to anything valuable was pointless. He'd given everything to Xia Xiaoxi long ago, she just hadn't realized it. Xia Xiaoxi pointed at herself, expression blank. Ha? Me? Chapter 83, The Time of Xia Heng's Death. The Secret of Xia Village. Xia Xiaoxi scratched her head. How could that be? She had absolutely no memory of Grandpa Zhang giving her anything. Moreover, something acquired by sacrificing the entire family fortune would either be extremely valuable or an enormous quantity. There was no way she'd have no recollection at all. Could she have lost her memory? What is it? What is it? What on earth is it? Grandpa Zhang, please tell me. Xia Xiaoxi pressed. But Xia Hong had no intention of telling her directly. He had given it to her anyway. If she didn't know about it now, it meant she didn't need it yet. Xia Chang'e, Dad, what about me? As the son, he deserved to be left something, didn't he? All these years, how much hardship had he endured out there? Just thinking back made him feel miserable. You? Xia Hong flashed a row of zombie teeth. I suppose I could give you a gift too. Seeing this, Xia Chang'e shuddered twice. He knew exactly what Xia Hong meant. No rush, no rush. I feel like I can hold out another 2 years. Xia Chang'e hurriedly waved his hands. Better to live on than die well. He knew full well that not every zombie could enjoy the same ease as his old father. His family was utterly baffled, but seeing Xia Hong had no intention of explaining further. They dared not press further. After all, so many years had passed and life was still going on as usual, wasn't it? But Dad, I have one important matter to discuss this time I'm back. Xia Chang'e's expression suddenly grew serious and solemn. He sat back down beside Xia Hong. He had learned that his older brother, Xia Chang'en, had passed away. He'd intended to visit his nephew's family, properly reacquaint himself, and spend time together. Then he planned to return to the village to pay respects at the ancestral graves and see his elderly father. After that, he would handle the main business he had come to Jiecheng to attend to. He hadn't expected to see Xia Hong again in this manner, so he felt it necessary to discuss matters with his father. Xia Hong nodded, and he knew. That rascal Erwa had made something of himself out there. At his age, he wouldn't deliberately rush back unless it was something serious. There must be something he needs to handle. Xiaoxi, what's the current situation in our village, Shejia village? It hasn't been reclaimed or developed for any projects yet, has it? Xia Chang'e inquired. Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi exchanged glances. They hadn't expected Xia Chang'e to suddenly bring this up. Considering the recent events in Shejia village, it seemed Xia Chang'e might know something. This was also something Xia Hong had long wanted to know. No, but there were some incidents recently. Thanks to Grandpa Zhang and me, of course, Hang Yuan real estate didn't get their way. Xia Xiaoxi explained. She recounted in detail the ordeal the grandfather and granddaughter had endured in Shejia village. Xia Chang'e sighed repeatedly as he listened. Only after learning that Hang Yuan real estate and the Siamese sorcerer had been eliminated by Xia Hong and his team just last night did he finally exhale a long sigh of relief. It wasn't just Xia Chang'e. Xia Zhihao and Li Lan, who had been listening nearby, were also shaken to the core. They never imagined such dramatic upheaval could unfold in Shejia village within such a short span. Xia Xiaoxi hadn't mentioned any of this to them before. And Wang's son had just married and had a child. Now he was gone. And then there was old master Xia Weicheng, a lifelong good man. He did so much for the village, yet in the end, he did something so foolish. It was enough to make anyone sigh with regret. At least the village hasn't fallen apart yet. Thanks to you all. Xia Chang'e exhaled a long, heavy breath, relieved he hadn't arrived too late. Otherwise, if the village had already been reclaimed or some project established, it would have been troublesome for him to intervene. Xia Chang'e didn't dare keep his father in suspense. After a brief pause, he continued, earlier I mentioned that during the war, Old D provided us with considerable assistance. He even sent a special envoy to Jieching to guide and assist our troops. It happened right when the battle in Jieching broke out. Dad, you were the one who sacrificed yourself during that time. That special envoy, Old D, was wounded and stayed at Xia village to recuperate. Xia Hong frowned, as if deep in thought. Too much time had passed, but his memory seemed to confirm such an event. Was I already dead back then? Xia Hong murmured under his breath, his voice barely audible to himself. Too much time had passed, and with this new mind, recalling past memories proved difficult. But after his injuries healed, he never left. He spent his days muttering to himself, drawing some kind of blueprints in the house the village had cleared out for him. Then one day, 3 years later, he suddenly passed away. Xia Chang'e said. At that time, he was still in the village, so his recollections were clearer. However, Xia Chang'e added that he hadn't thought much of it at the time. He and the other kids in the village all figured the foreigner must have suffered brain damage from the war. Only Xia Weiqian would occasionally drop by to check on him. After that, I left Xia village. I sailed out to sea with them and drifted all the way to Siam. For decades, I never heard a single word about my hometown. It wasn't until 30 years ago that I first heard news of my hometown, and even then, it came from the mouths of the Siamese. Xia Chang'e recounted his past experiences slowly. 30 years ago, Xia Chang'e was already a fairly prominent businessman in Siam. Moreover, during that turbulent period, chaos reigned everywhere. Siam was no exception. To open a business, one inevitably had dealings with sorcerers and black magic practitioners. They would make regular visits demanding so-called peace offerings, essentially protection money. Xia Chang'e had dealt with them before. Unexpectedly, he learned from them that many people had fled to the Great Xia Kingdom during those 2 years. Moreover, they had chosen to settle in 3 coastal cities. Namely, Tua City, Jie City, and Feng City. Using witchcraft and black magic, they thrived, causing chaos throughout the 3 cities. They even formed an underground organization known as the 100 Witches Alliance. Organized and disciplined, they built momentum across the 3 cities, with Tua City bearing the brunt of the impact. The failure of Doqing to develop today owes much to the legacy of the 100 Witches Alliance. Compounding this, the 3 cities' location was too remote for the times. Transportation was inconvenient, and communication spread was not so easy, so management was not so quick, leading to chaos at one point. Most crucially, he continued, I learned from one of the sorcerers who escaped back to Siam. In the following 2 years, they uncovered a tremendous secret in Jie City. He couldn't specify what it was, as he wasn't a member with much influence. It's said their leader once declared that if they could obtain whatever they desired, it wasn't impossible for the so-called 100 sorcerers to rename themselves the 10,000 sorcerers, or even the boundless sorcerers sect. Nor would they remain confined to the 3 cities, or even the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. It took considerable effort, but I finally tracked down the location. According to him, it's roughly at the junction of the 3 cities, but it's a small village under the jurisdiction of Jie City. Upon reflection, that sounds exactly like our village. Chapter 84, Grandpa Zhang, you call second uncle petty bourgeois? Fortunately, they didn't get to do anything. The 3 cities had already gathered numerous yin-yang masters and Taoist grandmasters, who united to successfully crush the 100 witches. Otherwise, that witch wouldn't have fled back to Siam in such disarray. Xia Chang'e said. Xia Xiaoxi's nostrils flared as she sucked in 2 sharp breaths. She never imagined such secrets existed. She knew nothing about them, had never heard a word. Even Xia Hong was taken aback. What on earth could make this rundown mountain village of Shiejia so coveted by the Germans and the Siamese? Xia Hong had lived in Shiejia village for so many years, yet he had no idea what secrets it held. However, Shiejia village's geographical location was indeed quite unique. Situated at the convergence of 3 cities, any journey between them inevitably passed through this village. It was also a crucial strategic location during wartime. But in peacetime, it was nothing more than a godforsaken backwater. It was incredibly remote from any city center, requiring a 20-mile trek just to catch a bus. Doesn't that mean the matter is already settled? They've already been driven off, haven't they? Xia Xiaoxi asked. That was the case, but then at the end of last year, I heard rumors again. The remnants of the Baiwu faction who fled back to Siam back then have tasted success here. So they haven't given up their criminal ambitions and seem poised to act. On top of that, the Thai side has been eyeing this area greedily. That's why I thought I should hurry back and take a look. Xia Chang'e explained. If things had simply faded away, peace might have endured. But after 30 years, they were still scheming. How could Xia Chang'e feel at ease? Though he'd spent most of his life away from his homeland. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, his heart remained tied to his homeland. So that's how it is. Everyone understood. So this was why Xia Chang'e, even in his 90s, insisted on returning to his hometown. But Uncle Xia, after you told me you were coming back, what happened during that long period of disconnection? Xia Zhihao pressed. During that period, they had feared Xia Chang'e might not return. Unable to reach him or see him, they began to suspect he might not be coming back at all. I had a lot of people watching me over there. I ran into some trouble before coming back.
I should have arrived much earlier, but it ended up taking so long. In the end, I caught a late flight back alone.
Xia Changyi made it sound like no big deal. But whether it was Xia Zhihao or Xia Heng, could tell that the trouble Xia Changyi had encountered was likely no small matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Thankfully, he made it home safely. Once he was home, everything would be manageable. Xia Heng stood right there, and no one could do anything about it. Now that my heart's been put at ease, the village is still standing, and I've seen Dad. There's still time for everything. Xia Changyi said with a smile. What are you planning to do about second uncle? Is there anything we can do? You said they'd make another move. Xia Xiaoxi pressed. Even with her pig brain speed, she could figure out that since the Germans and the Siamese were so fixated on Xia village, and were even willing to expend such enormous costs, time, and effort, they absolutely wouldn't give up easily.
Granduncle had traveled all the way back from Siam at 90-something years old. He must be planning something to stop them. My idea is to go back to the village and acquire all the vacant residential plots from the villagers first. If any development projects come down the line, I can compete for them next. If I take charge, I won't do anything detrimental to the village. Xia Changyi lowered his voice as he replied. This was the most crucial task he had come back to accomplish. Xia Xiaoxi lifted her water cup with a composed expression, but her hands betrayed her, trembling more violently than those of an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. Her teeth chattered against her gums, water splashed everywhere, and she couldn't manage a single sip. Second uncle, you can't be serious? How much would that cost? Are you really that powerful? Xia Xiaoxi asked in stunned disbelief after a long moment. Grandpa Zhang had mentioned during his fortune-telling session that second grandfather was quite wealthy, possessing a modest fortune. But he never specified just how wealthy. You're planning to buy up land, and you call that a modest fortune? At that moment, not just Xia Xiaoxi, but even Xia Zhihao and his wife felt like they'd lived half their lives only to suddenly be thrust into a whole new world. Yes, I've accumulated quite a bit over the years. This time around, I brought nearly everything I could manage. It should be achievable. Xia Changyi said solemnly. He had carefully calculated the figures and conducted thorough investigations. With his assets and his status as a local resident, there shouldn't be any issues. Xia Heng nodded in agreement. This approach was acceptable. In today's society governed by the rule of law, everything must ostensibly follow regulations and procedures. Securing the land under his own control offered far greater peace of mind than handing it over to others. Though he still didn't know what magic Shejia village held that made the Germans and Siamese so obsessed. What good could they possibly be up to? Once the land was handed over to them, they were bound to cause trouble. Any future schemes would first have to pass through Xia Changyi and his people, turning passivity into initiative. Father, I'm a disobedient son for not returning to see you all these years. Xia Changyi suddenly stood up, facing Xia Heng with a look of shame. Xia Heng waved his hand, signaling the family to let him drop the pretense. He died young, leaving his child still small. In truth, Xia Heng felt even more guilty himself. But clearly, Xia Heng wasn't one to wear his heart on his sleeve. No matter what happened, Xia Heng always appeared composed and calm, but that didn't mean he was without emotion. Xia Changyi scanned the room, taking in his surroundings. It was a standard 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, roughly 120 to 130 square meters in size. To Xia Changyi, it felt a bit cramped. He glanced at Xia Heng, then turned to Xia Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, your second grandfather came back in a hurry. He didn't bring you any gifts either. How about this? How does Grandpa Xia giving you a house sound? The words had barely left his mouth. Xia Xiaoxi not only trembled violently, but the water she'd just swallowed shot out of her nostrils in 2 streams. She began to doubt whether she'd heard correctly. Her second uncle had just met her and was already offering her a house. That measure word was incredibly subtle. A house? A house. That doesn't seem quite right. Xia Xiaoxi swallowed hard and looked at her great uncle, Xia Heng. Her eyes were filled with panic. Middle class, is this what you meant by middle class? Even if her second uncle seemed wealthy, this was far too extravagant. Even if it were meant for Xia Xiaoxi, she wouldn't dare accept it. Truthfully, Xia Changyi never intended to give it directly to Xia Xiaoxi. He wanted to use her name as a pretext. He wanted to use her to help his elderly father, who had just emerged from the grave, secure a larger, more comfortable living space. Xia Xiaoxi's family could live there too, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It sounded like a win-win. Nothing's inappropriate about it. Come on, I'll take you to see the place right now. Chapter 85, Second Uncle must put on a front in front of the old father. Just like that? Xia Xiaoxi and her parents were all stunned. Is this what rich people are like? Holy crap. A house. Just like that, given away. For ordinary folks, a house is something most can't afford even after a lifetime of hard work. Most people struggle to scrape together a down payment only to get stuck in a financial rut. And now Xia Changyi just says he'll give one away? That's just ridiculous. All 3 family members turned their gaze towards Xia Heng. To them, this gift was simply too extravagant.
So their eyes immediately turned to Xia Hong, seeking Grandpa Zheng's opinion. Clearly, Xia Hong's stance was, why bother with formalities? Xia Zhihao's current place was indeed too small. Living there felt genuinely cramped, limiting his ability to do many things freely. With the Hangyuan real estate matter finally settled, if nothing else came up, Xia Hong planned to return to the ancestral home.
But since Xia Changyi had shown such consideration, Xia Hong didn't intend to refuse.
Let's go, let's go! Xia Changyi exclaimed cheerfully. Right now, the family was reunited together. Nothing could be more joyful than this.
It all felt almost dreamlike to Xia Changyi.
He even wondered if he was still asleep on the plane, dreaming, and hadn't woken up yet.
They stepped outside and got into the car Xia Changyi had arranged in advance. For people like Xia Changyi with modest assets traveling abroad, they always had assistants accompany them in advance, with reception teams pre-arranged to handle every detail of their travel, meals, lodging, and transportation with meticulous care. It was nothing like ordinary people, who had to meticulously research and plan every detail before departure, only to arrive at their destination, peacefully change locations, and sleep in a hotel for 3 to 5 days. Holy crap, a starlit ceiling! Xia Xiaoxi gasped, feeling uneasy in the car, as if it didn't quite suit her. So she picked up her phone and started scrolling through short videos. Her piggy fingers quickly paused on one video. Taoism tailored for Chinese folks, say no to self-sabotage. Better a fellow practitioner perish than this Taoist priest. Either the timing is off, or the environment is flawed, or others are at fault, but it certainly can't be this monk's problem. Pwa ha ha ha. Grandpa Zhang, now I get why so many folks around here practice Taoism. It's just perfect for the Chinese constitution. Xia Xiaoxi giggled softly in the car. Lately, following Xia Hong, she'd developed a deep fascination with Taoism. Come to think of it, every spiritual advisor she'd encountered in Jieqing so far, all of them were Taoist practitioners, at most from different branches, with no other sects represented at all. Now Xia Xiaoxi began to grasp the reason behind it. Scrolling through the comments again, the witty remarks from netizens gave Xia Xiaoxi a fresh perspective on Taoism. Foreign religion, God, grant me strength, then go at it yourself. Taoism, God, grant me strength, then help me go at it. Other religions, let go, step back, and the world opens wide. Taoism, if you don't avenge a grudge, the demons in your heart won't fade. LOL, unbelievable. This is a spiritual philosophy passed down for millennia, way ahead of its time. Fun fact, Taoism's official Weibo signature used to be, believe if you want, leave if you don't. Don't disturb my ascension. It was later ordered to be revised. When I visited a Taoist temple to burn incense, I curiously asked the priest, can monks swear? Guess what the Taoist master said? He told me, only when curses are spoken aloud does the heart remain pure. Confucianism, pick it up. Buddhism, let it go. Taoism, take it down. Xia Xiaoxi was laughing so hard at the netizens' comments she forgot all her nerves. That's why when you're feeling unstable, just pull out your phone and scroll through videos. Those silly netizens always have something to amuse you. Grandpa Zhang, is that why you became a Taoist? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. Xia Hong shook his head. Where would he have learned it? He just used whatever the system gave him. Still, as a native religion, it was bound to resonate more with the people. As far as Xia Hong was concerned, if the price of revival was becoming a Buddhist, he'd rather stay buried in his grave. Cultivating the Tao? Beside him, Xia Changyi froze in surprise. Is the old man practicing Taoism now? I never heard him mention any religious beliefs before. Could it be he only started after his sacrifice? That's a new one. Still, Xia Changyi didn't press further. After all, compared to the fact that his father, who had been dead for over 80 years, was standing right before him, anything else seemed trivial. Soon, Xia Changyi's dedicated driver escorted Xia Xiaoxi's family into Yulong Bay. Though Bihua County had been the finest residential area in Jie City before, Yulong Bay was a villa district, presenting a significant difference. Xia Xiaoxi hadn't dared to imagine that her second grandfather would bring them straight here. She was sweating buckets. Soon, they entered the sales office. Xia Changyi pulled out a black card and handed it to the sales manager. Second uncle, we haven't even looked at any properties yet. Why are we handing over the card? Xia Xiaoxi asked in confusion. What's the point of handing over the card before even looking at the place? We need to verify your funds first. Xia Changyi explained with a smile. He glanced at his father, Xia Hong, beside him. Even though Xia Hong passed away early, in Xia Changyi's eyes, his father remained an imposing figure in his mind. After all these years of striving in the outside world, he had finally achieved some success. Xia Changyi constantly imagined how his parents would react if they were still alive to witness this moment. No praise from anyone else could compare to a single word of approval from his parents. Today, I can finally install it. Dad had become a zombie and revived. What a perfect opportunity. To secure the upgrade, Xia Changyi even pulled out that black card he'd specially arranged. Without reaching a minimum asset threshold, it's impossible to obtain, and even meeting the requirement doesn't guarantee approval, as it's a limited edition card. Thus, this card also symbolized status. Now he just had to wait and see how the sales agent and manager would change their attitude. Thinking this, Xia Chang'e kept stealing glances at his elderly father, Xia Heng. The stooped figure of the man in his 90s had straightened considerably. When the sales manager took the black card, he could already faintly hear faint murmurs of discussion rising from the surrounding area. Xia Chang'e relished this feeling. This was precisely the reaction he wanted. Speak up. It's fine. Discuss it louder. Best if Dad hears it too. Even someone as seasoned as Xia Chang'e couldn't help but harbor such petty thoughts in Xia Heng's presence. No wonder they say men are forever boys at heart. Their entire lives revolve around two words, face. Grandpa Zhang, did you hear that? They seem to be staring at us. What's up? Are we dressed too casually? Xia Xiaoxi whispered. Had she known about this event today, she would have woken up early, applied her most expensive makeup, and spruced up her parents too. They'd come too hastily. She couldn't shake the feeling that everyone around them was whispering about them. Chapter 86, Former Comrades in Arms, Old Friends. Xia Xiaoxi, Xia Zhihao, Li Lan, and the others sat on the sofa, all visibly uneasy. Only Xia Chang'e remained perfectly composed. After all, he was a man who'd seen it all. Oh no! Grandpa Zhang! They seem to be coming over. What do you mean? Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed nervously. Xia Heng also noticed the approaching figures, seemingly confirming Xia Xiaoxi's words. They were walking straight toward them, and no one knew what they intended. Fortunately, Xia Chang'e stepped forward to meet them. Based on his years of business experience, anyone coming to this place to view properties were generally quite well connected and placed great importance on interpersonal relationships. He surmised that they had likely spotted the black card he'd pulled out earlier. So someone who recognized its value had come over to introduce themselves and make a connection. Of course, this was precisely the reaction Xia Chang'e was seeking. But who would have guessed that as Xia Chang'e stepped forward to greet them, the approaching group bypassed him entirely, heading straight for Xia Heng on the sofa. Excuse me, are you Grandpa Zhang? Xia Heng? We're your fans. This is amazing. We never imagined we'd meet you here. Are you here to buy a house too? For Zhu Shi? Aha! He's even more handsome in person. So excited to actually meet the real person. The group enthusiastically swarmed around Xia Heng, chattering nonstop. Xia Chang'e, standing nearby, blinked rapidly. He couldn't quite process the situation. Wait, this isn't right. Weren't they supposed to come over and greet him, exchange pleasantries, and introduce themselves? Why are they all rushing toward his dad, Xia Heng? This wasn't quite what he'd imagined. Is Dad really that popular in Jia City now? And even female fans. Young female fans. Who would have thought? Xia Xiaoxi. Here? I'm here too. I'm the account owner. I'm the streamer. Hey, can you hear me? Calling me pig she to my face isn't exactly polite, is it? Xia Xiaoxi's eyes welled up too. She was sitting right there, yet no one noticed her? Heartbreak. True heartbreak isn't about shouting and fighting. At that moment, Xia Chang'e and Xia Xiaoxi froze in place like two stone statues. Grandpa Zhang, can we take a photo together? Zundu really likes you. Several people gathered around Xia Heng, requesting a group photo. Xia Heng's popularity in Jiecheng had recently surged, and the three cities were simply too vast. Xia Xiaoxi's account, which had reached 500,000 followers last night, was still slowly growing. It had already surpassed the 600,000 mark. Getting to see Xia Heng in person was a rare chance. They definitely had to snap a photo to commemorate it. Xia Heng, sure, but no editing, just to make yourself look good. Fan, ahahaha. Grandpa Zhang himself is so funny. Flashbulbs kept flashing over there, and the shutter sounds never stopped. Beside them, Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Chang'e stood together. They silently watched everything unfold, appearing unusually cool and detached. As if they belonged to a different artistic style altogether. Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Chang'e, finish the inspection? We need to go view the property. Clients like Xia Chang'e required personal attention from the manager. Inside the villa complex, the atmosphere was much more serene. Greenery adorned nearly every visible space, and other amenities were exceptionally well equipped. Forget Taoyuan community, this place was several tiers above Bihua County town. Xia Heng gave it a quick glance. For residences like this, detailed blueprints are typically designed before construction begins. Master practitioners are invited to conduct on-site inspections, carefully assessing the feng shui layout. Every detail is meticulously considered: where to place specific elements, which trees are suitable for planting, and even the precise location of public restrooms. The more upscale the residential area, the greater the emphasis placed on these details. Sometimes, certain facilities in some communities are oddly placed, causing inconvenience for residents. Professional designers certainly know more than homeowners about such matters. The difference lies in the need to consider feng shui principles. Especially for places like schools and hospitals, masters are almost always consulted beforehand. Spiritual consultants like Old Yen occasionally take on similar projects. Even he, however, isn't a true feng shui master. It's not his primary field of expertise. Therefore, they can only handle mid to low-end residential projects.
Xia Hongda took a quick look around the interior of Yulong Bay.
The layout was meticulously planned and calculated. No wonder it was a wealthy neighborhood in Jiecheng.
Grandpa Zhang, did you notice how the restrooms are built over there? Looks high-end. Even the toilets are fully smart. I feel like I can't even poop in there without feeling embarrassed.
Xia Xiaoxi shrank her neck and muttered resentfully. Her problem was that she was like a wild boar that couldn't eat fine bran.
Xia Hong, actually, you don't have to tell me everything sometimes. Xia Xiaoxi, hee, we're good, right?
After viewing several properties, they finally settled on a 200 square meter unit, costing Xia Chinyi roughly 8 million yuan.
When she heard the price, Xia Xiaoxi's lips trembled. 8 million. How could second uncle swipe his card without even flinching? Xia Chinyi even mentioned that villa prices in Jiecheng were considered relatively affordable. How much would the expensive ones cost? Xia Xiaoxi dared not even imagine.
When it came time for her to sign the documents, she couldn't manage to write her name straight. In the end, Xia Zhihao had to sign it for her.
Even given the chance, she couldn't manage it. The keys are right here. You're welcome to move in any time. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime.
The manager rarely encountered clients as quick to sign contracts as Xia Hong and his group. His smile stretched almost to his ears. In the soaring lobby, the family sat on the sofa, momentarily overwhelmed.
Dad, you'll have to make do here for now. It's certainly not as comfortable as before.
If I manage to secure the village land lease later,
we can go back and expand the old family home. Xia Changyi spoke up. This is what you call making do? Xia Zhihao and his wife couldn't help but gasp.
It was hard to imagine just how wealthy their ancestors must have been back in Jiecheng.
Judging by Uncle Xia Changyi's tone, it sounded downright terrifying. The mansion isn't the issue. Xia Hong replied.
The most crucial thing was that piece of land. Since everyone knows the Siamese and the Germans aren't up to good,
it certainly couldn't be as straightforward as Xia Changyi suggested that acquiring it would be best.
After feigning embarrassment for a moment, Xia Xiaoxi the young lady promptly began assigning rooms. The 2.5-story house spanned over 200 square meters, even granting Bai Chuanzi his own private room. Xiaobai, overjoyed, fluttered wildly around the room, terrifying Xia Changyi so much his face turned deathly pale, nearly fainting again.
Who would have thought the old man even kept a female ghost as company for Xia Xiaoxi?
It was truly a bit too indulgent. Even he, as the son, felt a twinge of jealousy.
Downstairs, the family bustled about. Xia Hong stood alone on the balcony, gazing out the window as his thoughts drifted far away.
80 years had passed, and everything had changed beyond recognition.
What had become of those old comrades who had survived back then? Chapter 87, Comrade in Arms Not Dead. The Centenarian Veteran. Casting the divination again.
In Xia Heng's memory, not everyone in their company had perished back then. Many comrades in arms had remained steadfast on the battlefield, fighting on. During his time since revival, Xia Hong had gained a complete understanding of the war's final course and outcome after his death. The war of resistance against Japanese aggression achieved complete victory.
Those old comrades should all have been able to return home as they wished. Recalling those days, Xia Hong couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow.
Back then, it truly felt like putting your life on the line. No one knew when they might fall, and no one could predict the future. Each and every one was a brother who had shared life and death experiences, someone you could trust completely and entrust your life to. Among them, the one who stood out most in Xia Heng's memory and with whom he shared a particularly close bond was Li Ermeizi from neighboring Fengcheng.
Back then, conditions were poor, and Li Ermeizi's pockmarked face couldn't be treated, leaving him with a permanently scarred appearance.
Combined with his second-born status at home and his consistent second-place finishes in various training exercises,
that's how he earned the nickname Li Ermeizi.
As the fighting intensified during one surprise assault operation,
Li Ermeizi was shot in the arm while covering Xia Hong. Due to the urgency of battle, he couldn't get it treated right away. He only used a small knife to remove the bullet.
Later, the wound gradually became inflamed and worsened, but the kid kept it to himself. He endured for 10 days before finally collapsing and being rushed back to Fengcheng for emergency treatment. Unexpectedly, that farewell became the last time Xia Hong and Li Ermeizi saw each other. In Xia Heng's memories before his sacrifice, he never saw Ermeizi again.
He never knew what became of him afterward. Grandpa Zhang, what are you thinking about? Xia Xiaoxi poked her pig-like face into Xia Heng's line of sight.
Xia Hong brushed it aside with a careless swipe of his hand.
Just wondering how my old partner is doing now. Xia Hong replied.
But then again, so many years have passed, they're probably all gone by now. Back then they were in their 20s or 30s.
80 years have passed since then, wouldn't they be over 100 now? Grandpa Zhang, if you remember his name or where he lived, maybe we could try to find him.
I sometimes come across old veterans streaming live, sharing their stories from back then with viewers. With how much better things are now, maybe they're still alive.
Xia Xiaoxi remarked.
This wasn't just idle talk, especially during late-night streams. Sometimes while scrolling, Xiaoxi would come across old veterans streaming their stories. True. This kid used to get sick every few days, with a major illness every 6 months, yet he managed to endure it all. Life is unpredictable after all. Xia Hong shifted his gaze to his second son, Xia Chang'e. Xia Chang'e, thinking his father was praising him, responded with a smile and a nod, clearly delighted. With that thought, Xia Hong produced some copper coins. He cupped them in his palms, gave them a vigorous shake, and finally flicked them onto the table. Now he's gotten better at divination. Why waste time guessing? A simple divination would make everything clear. Though he'd long forgotten Li Ermeizi's birthdate and hour, predicting life or death only required a name and age. He really hasn't died yet? Xia Hong couldn't help but be surprised. Back then, Li Ermeizi should have been 26. Over 80 years have passed since then. So this fellow lived past 100? Must be a turtle in the zodiac, right? Great-grandfather, right? I told you conditions are better now. People live longer these days. Xia Xiaoxi chuckled. Xia Chang'e watched his father's actions and approached with curiosity. Seeing the scattered coins on the table, he asked in confusion, "Dad, what are you doing?" "Grandpa Zhang is divining. He wants to know if his old comrades in arms are still alive, so he cast a divination. And it turns out they really are still alive." Xia Xiaoxi explained. "Fortune-telling? Dad, you actually know how to do that?" Xia Chang'e gasped. Earlier in the car, Xia Xiaoxi had mentioned her father practicing Taoism. He hadn't thought much of it then, but now his father was actually performing divination. If it were anyone else, Xia Chang'e might not have been so shocked. But Xia Hong was a zombie. A zombie practicing Taoist arts and even divining omens? This style is way too bizarre. Who would believe it if it got out? Not only does it work, but it's remarkably accurate. When second uncle went missing, great uncle Zhang cast a divination for you. It said you'd be doing well, with a modest fortune. He also said the reason for the loss of contact was an unexpected incident, though not life-threatening. You'd manage to extricate yourself. And sure enough, thanks to you, second uncle, we're living in a little Western-style house now. Ha 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 ha. Xia Xiaoxi said triumphantly. Xia Chang'e glanced at his father again, feeling a chill run through his body. That morning in Taoyuan community, Xia Hong had calculated that his days were numbered and it was time to prepare for retirement. He'd even asked if Xia Chang'e was interested in becoming a zombie together. Surely he wasn't serious about that? Combined with all the information he'd uncovered that morning, Xia Chang'e finally understood, his father Xia Hang's revival was far from simple. There must be secrets they couldn't possibly know. Still, Xia Chang'e chose not to pry further. To see his family again in his twilight years was enough to leave him with no regrets in life. Knowing more wouldn't change anything. Xia Hong pocketed the copper coins, his thoughts tangled with complex emotions. Since Ermeizi was still alive, he would look for him when he had some free time soon. He could indeed follow Xia Xiaoxi's suggestion and go find him. Over 100 years old. That age surprised even Xia Hong, its shock value rivaling his own resurrection. He'd have to ask him when they met if he was interested in becoming a zombie together. Of course, Xia Hong wouldn't invite just anyone to join him as a zombie, only those with a bond forged through life and death experiences. "Oh, Grandpa Zhang. Li Shui just called me. She and Captain Zhang are coming over to visit. Second uncle has already arranged for people to move things over from Taoyuan residential area. I gave them this address and told them to come here," Xia Xiaoxi reported. Xia Hong nodded, acknowledging the information. No sooner had he finished speaking than the doorbell rang. Li Lan on the first floor went to answer the door. Sure enough, it was Zhang Shan and the others who had arrived, including Director Wang. Sorry to bother you. We're here to visit Mr. Xie." Zhang Shan greeted them politely. Li Lan and Xie Zhihao exchanged glances. They had met Zhang Shan and Li Shui before. But Director Wang was different. Li Lan and her husband had only seen him on television. Commissioner Wang of Jiecheng Police Bureau. He was always on Jiecheng TV. How could they not know him? The esteemed chief himself had made a special trip to visit grandfather? Such an honor few in all of Jiecheng could match it. Under normal circumstances, they would never have had the chance to meet such a figure. Much less have him come knocking on their door. "Quickly, please come in." Li Lan hurriedly invited them in. "Xiao Shi. We're here," Li Shui called out in a loud voice. The two girls had grown increasingly close. Chapter 88. What Grandpa Zhang gave was an envelope. Please keep reading. Xia Hong and the others came downstairs at the sound. Everyone gathered in the living room and sat down together. "Mr. Xia, the matter with Hang Yuan, we encountered some complications wrapping things up yesterday. That's why we're visiting so late. Please forgive the delay," Commissioner Wang said respectfully. Xia Hong usually gave perfunctory responses to such pleasantries. But Director Wang's attitude this time showed genuine sincerity. It seemed he would pay closer attention to Jiecheng's security matters going forward. After all, Han Yuan Real Estate had colluded with the Siamese sorcerer for so long. Back then, Director Wang might not even have held his position yet, and dealing with black magic practitioners, those shadowy entities.
Ordinary people couldn't have possibly uncovered such information. Therefore, the blame cannot be placed entirely on Director Wang. Oh, right, Mr. Xia.
Besides coming to thank you for stepping in to resolve the Han Yuan matter,
we've also brought this over for you. This is the overdue construction payment owed to Xiaoxi's father.
We've advanced the funds to settle it for him. Commissioner Wang pulled out another card and handed it to Xia Zhihao. Li Shui had mentioned it earlier, and Director Wang had remembered immediately. Everything else could wait. The most important thing was to settle this construction payment.
This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Xia Zhihao exhaled a long sigh of relief.
The heavy weight that had been pressing on his chest these past days finally lifted.
A wave of melancholy washed over him. They, ordinary working people, toiled so hard.
Even the wages they deserved had to be claimed with trepidation, fearing they might never receive them. He had visited Han Yuan countless times himself, only to be met with excuses for delays each and every time. It was only because his grandfather, Xia Hong, had stepped in that the long-delayed project payment had been personally delivered by Director Wang in just one night. Had that payment come through sooner, perhaps little Lu wouldn't have.
We've just submitted the case closure report. It's such a major case. Once it's approved, the bonuses for the paranormal consultants won't be shortchanged.
Old Yen, Lu Feng, and Master Kong all unanimously stated they would only take 1 or 0.5% of the bonus based on their actual contribution.
The remainder should be yours, Mr. Xie. Your assistance this time was crucial. Without you, who knows what chaos might have ensued. So please don't refuse.
I'll arrange for the payment to be transferred directly to Xiaoxi's account.
Director Wang continued.
As the bureau chief, he needed to set the right tone first. This was his first formal interaction with Xia Hong, and he needed to make a good impression.
Xia Xiaoxi stifling a giggle. Ha! Li Shui lowering her voice. What are you laughing at? Xia Xiaoxi, overthinking it. My great-grandfather wouldn't refuse anyway, haha. Li Shui and Zhang Shun, pht.
Though their giggles were quiet.
But everyone in the living room could hear them loud and clear. Laughter erupted from the group, instantly lightening the mood. Only Xia Hong shot Xia Xiaoxi a less than friendly look. That pig-headed fool was constantly ruining people's reputations.
The conversation then turned to Old Yen and the others.
Unlike Xia Hong, they didn't possess the bodies of flying zombies.
Being mere mortals, their role in yesterday's battle had been negligible. Each had sustained significant injuries. They needed a couple days to rest before tackling other missions. The situation across the 3 cities was dire. Though the cancer of Han Yuan Real Estate had been excised, complacency was unthinkable. Therefore, once they've recovered, we must assemble a specialized squad dedicated to handling ghost-related cases. Relying solely on the 3 advisors like Elder Yen would be too taxing.
Here, this is for you. It's my own flat. It's in Bihua County. Mr. Xia, feel free to move in.
I just bought it recently, so there's no need to go through the hassle of renting. Director Wang pulled out a set of keys, the most significant gift he had brought with him. He had heard from Zhang Shun that Xia Hong had previously lived in Taoyuan residential complex. He reasoned that Xia Hong couldn't stay in that place, so he decided to offer him the house in Bihua County. Xia Hong had only recently regained consciousness and surely had little money on hand.
Renting a place in Yulong Bay was no cheap endeavor. That won't be necessary. Xia Hong waved his hand. Mr. Xia has been a tremendous help.
I hope you'll accept my offer. Director Wang hurriedly said.
Xia Xiaoxi, Director, really, there's no need.
Li Shui chimed in. Director Wang meant, well, let's not be so polite. Li Shui and Zhang Shun chimed in to support her.
Xia Xiaoxi scratched his head and grinned. The thing is, this place isn't even rented. My great-uncle just returned from Siam. He just swiped his card to buy it a few hours ago.
Li Shui and Zhang Shun's eyes widened in disbelief.
Bought? A house in Yulong Bay.
This one must be worth at least 10 million.
Bought?
Only then did they turn their serious attention to Xia Chingy, who had remained silent all along. This elderly gentleman, who appeared to be in his 80s or 90s, was Mr. Xia's second son.
Buying a villa on a whim? Looks like his business in Siam has really taken off, and he's got deep pockets. Bureau Chief Wang couldn't help but swallow hard, awkwardly tucking away the keys. My apologies. I never imagined Xiaoxi's second grandfather possessed such wealth.
Xia Chingy nodded with a composed smile on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. He'd finally pulled off a major show of strength in front of his old man. Forget waiting 2 years, he'd gladly let him take it right now. Only then did Director Wang broach the most crucial matter of his visit, the affairs of Xia Village.
The cooperation project application from Dilao had been rejected, no approval granted. That's fantastic. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. But before she could fully celebrate, Director Wang continued, while the original cooperative project wasn't approved. A new development project has been drafted.
With the current population of Xijia village being too sparse, the higher-ups still intend to reclaim that land. Just as Director Wang was speaking, the doorbell rang again. This time, Xia Xiaoxi scurried to answer the door. It was the moving company hired by Xia Changyi's assistant, delivering their belongings. This way, this way. Could you please carry it up to the second floor? Xia Xiaoxi directed. Bag after bag of luggage was carried upstairs. It really pays to have money. Moving like this would normally take days. With a wave of his hand, Granduncle Xia Changyi had his assistant arrange everything perfectly. Xia Xiaoxi followed them upstairs, directing them to deliver her parents' belongings and her own to their respective rooms. Bring my bag up too. Xia Xiaoxi picked up the bag she usually carried. This bag contained all her important belongings, which she needed to put away herself. She instinctively opened it to glance inside, and her eyes immediately fell on the envelope her great-grandfather had earlier instructed her to put away. Her pig brain suddenly snapped to attention. Right. She nearly forgot. Could this envelope be the gift Grandpa Zhang mentioned giving her this morning? Chapter 89. You want to be sisters with me, you're not after my Grandpa Zhang, are you? Xia Xiaoxi pondered it over and over. It seemed that the only thing Grandpa Zhang had mentioned giving her earlier that morning was this very envelope. He had already given her, could only be this envelope. It looked like an old relic, yellowed and worn. But no matter how hard Xia Xiaoxi tried, she couldn't figure it out. According to great-grandfather's words, it can be useful in the most dire of circumstances. What on earth could possibly be inside this tiny envelope? At this thought, Xia Xiaoxi's mouth twisted and her eyes narrowed as she mused, even if she secretly opened it now. Grandpa Zhang probably wouldn't even notice, right? It couldn't be anything serious. Ha ha ha. Xia Xiaoxi had already grasped the envelope's flap, carefully preparing to open it. But just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xia Xiaoxi jumped in fright and quickly stuffed the envelope back into her backpack. She looked up to see Li Shui knocking. Xiaoxi, what are you sneaking around upstairs doing? Li Shui asked curiously. Nothing much. Just moving in, tidying up my stuff. Damn it, why are you calling me that too? Xia Xiaoxi complained. How could she be a pig? She was clearly sharp as a tack. I've seen everyone online calling you that lately, ha ha ha. It's perfect. So fitting. And it rolls off the tongue. Li Shui said. Oh. Beside them, Xiaobai, who had appeared out of nowhere, nodded in agreement. Even Li Shui had grown accustomed to Xiaobai's presence now, showing no sign of being startled. You too. Xia Xiaoxi's face flushed crimson with anger. Alright. I'm here to tell you we have to go. We'll come back to hang out with you later. Hey, or how about grabbing some barbecue tonight? I just got promoted and want to treat you guys. There's an amazing barbecue place in West City. They have private rooms, so we can bring Xiaobai along. Li Shui had just stood up when she suddenly remembered. She'd just been talking about Xia Xiaoxi, but Li Shui was no different, a food-obsessed girl through and through. Really? That sounds great. Come pick us up later then. We should get out for a walk. Who knows, maybe we'll spot some handsome guys. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed happily. She'd been exhausted these past few days, so catching up with her girlfriends over a meal sounded perfect. And Xiaobai could come along too, it was simply irresistible. Forget about handsome guys. Hee, I haven't seen anyone as handsome as your great-grandfather anyway. Li Shui chuckled, her eyes lighting up. You wouldn't be becoming such good friends with me just to get close to my great-grandfather, would you? I suggest you give up on that idea. Last time at the old house, I mentioned finding Grandpa Zhang a new companion. The incense at my great-grandmother's shrine spontaneously burst into 3 long and 2 short flames. Xia Xiaoxi retorted, looking slightly annoyed. Li Shui stuck out her tongue that really was terrifying. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment that Xiaobai stepped forward, patting his chest. He let out a dumbstruck whoa. Li Shui looked at Xia Xiaoxi in confusion, signaling for translation. Xia Xiaoxi, Xiaobai probably meant she'd be more suited to being a ghost. Li Shui, ha! Who knew you were this kind of ghost, Xiaobai? 3 women make a drama, as they say. 3 girls get together, huddling close, one of them even a ghost. They could instantly liven up the entire cottage. After playing and laughing, Zhang Shun's urging voice came from downstairs, and only then did Li Shui go down. After seeing off Li Shui and the others, the house fell quiet once more. Grandpa Zhang, what did Director Wang and the others say just now? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. They'd been talking for so long, and it seemed they'd already touched on matters concerning Xijia village earlier, but she hadn't heard the whole conversation. They said that even though Uncle Di's project was rejected, Xijia village will still face development and will also be open for investment. Xia Hong replied. Normally, Xijia village was a barren backwater. It was an incredibly long way from the urban centers of all 3 cities. Yet it served as a crucial transportation hub for all 3 cities. With its dwindling population, leaving it abandoned felt wasteful. According to Director Wang, perhaps the higher-ups intended to establish some sort of transit business there. Ha! But if they still planned to develop it, why reject the proposal? Xia Xiaoxi pressed. On the surface, it seemed absurd to reject the project when someone was willing to take on the challenge of developing such a remote area. Even Xia Xiaoxi could grasp this logic. Because there's another stipulation: even if the Xia village plot is fully reclaimed, large-scale construction is prohibited. No theme parks, no industrial zones, nothing like that can be built. Plus, the contract doesn't include the Fish Spine Mountain area behind it. That basically nullifies its commercial value. You can't just fence it off and turn it into some primitive little park, can you? Or maybe a rest area? Granduncle Xia Changyi, a lifelong businessman, was highly attuned to such matters. With these restrictions in place, viable projects become exceedingly limited. Not only few, but mostly money-losing ventures. How would we make money? Parking fees? Ha! Who in their right mind would take this on? Xia Xiaoxi retorted. Hey, you guessed right. The German guy actually is willing. Xia Changyi added. Earlier, they learned from Director Wang that even under these circumstances, Dalal still intended to participate in the bidding. As for what exactly he was after, no one knew yet. But the more they coveted the land in Xijia village, the more they couldn't let them have it easily. There must be something seriously wrong here. Damn it, they want this too? What are we supposed to do? Second uncle, can you still take it on? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Xia Changyi glanced at his father, Xia Hong, beside him. His expression grew increasingly grave. Though he never made deals that left him at a loss. But under these circumstances, he absolutely couldn't back down. We should certainly try, but I fear our financial resources may be insufficient. Xia Changyi sighed. With Dalal pulling this move, they must have deep pockets. It'll be tough to outbid them. The project bidding session would commence in 2 days. By now, every household in Xia village must have the character for demolition painted on their walls. Xiaoxi, you should come along with us then. Xia Hong suddenly spoke up. Me too? To an event like this? Xia Xiaoxi froze. This kind of event sounded high-end. What would she be doing there? Yes, Xiaoxi, you should come with me. It'll be good for you to see how things are done. Xia Changyi added. Though unsure what use she could be, since Grandpa Zhang had spoken. Xia Xiaoxi agreed. After that, Xia Changyi left the villa to attend to business. He had only just returned. Since virtually no one in Jiecheng recognized him, to ensure a smooth bidding process, Xia Changyi reached out to Director Wang for connections. He planned to spend the remaining 2 days cultivating relationships. At home, Xia Xiaoxi followed her usual routine. She started a livestream as requested by Grandpa Zhang. This was the first time she had gone live since her account's popularity had skyrocketed. Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Hong sat at the table. Both wearing sunglasses, they sat with arms crossed in front of them, facing the camera with a commanding presence. Viewers who had just entered the livestream were startled. Moreover, the number of online viewers kept climbing, quickly surpassing the 10,000 mark. Yet the rate of increase showed no sign of slowing. The pair kept up their act, playing a set of intense music. Silently watching the numbers climb. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Chapter 90, Xia Hong, A Century of Cultivation? Bring on the purple-robed one, I'm terrifyingly powerful now. It finally halted only after reaching 50,000 concurrent viewers. Xia Xiaoxi took off her sunglasses, astonished. Ha! It stopped already? Just before going live, she had been bragging to Xia Hong. She'd claimed today's viewership would explode, and maybe the two of them could become legendary 100k plus streamers. But then it stalled at 50,000, deflating instantly. Xia Hong. This is a total bust. What's the point of even continuing? She flung off her sunglasses and stood up to leave. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoxi pulled him back and he sat down again. Seriously, it's only been a few days. A top-tier streamer with over 50,000 followers and he's still not satisfied? CC, you're getting cocky. Forget it? Not long ago, you were just a 200-plus subscriber, third-rate streamer. Oh no. Grandpa Zhang seems to be getting trendier by the day. I feel like I can't keep up. Even if he weren't trendy, you wouldn't be his match. That's what I'm saying. I still prefer the down-to-earth, unpretentious you straight out of the grave. Promise me you'll go back to that, Grandpa Zhang? Ha 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 ha. That was down-to-earth, way too down-to-earth. Up, up, up. The up team keeps pushing up. With a whopping 50,000 viewers in the livestream, the bullet comments flooded in so fast they made Xia Xiaoxi's eyes spin. If she didn't have thick skin, she'd be nervous enough to freeze up. Just then, someone spotted Xia Hong and the others. The livestream setting had changed, and sharp-eyed viewers recognized the decor as the place where the grandfather and granddaughter were currently staying. It was Yulong Bay, the affluent district of Jia City. Wait, weren't they still at the old house just 2 days ago? How did it suddenly become Yulong Bay? I can't handle this. Still laughing? They laughed their way into Yulong Bay. No, 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 you're all wrong. Zhu Shi and Grandpa Zhang don't take ads or promote products. They're just radiating their damn charm. Their income couldn't possibly be that outrageous. Exactly. How many days has it even been? There's no way they could afford a place in Yulong Bay. I was there. I even took a photo with Grandpa Zhang.
At that moment, among the bullet comments,
a live streaming enthusiast appeared, spamming multiple super comments. Everyone followed the comment to her profile page, and sure enough, there was a photo with Xia Heng.
This left the other viewers green with envy.
She was one of the people who took photos with Xia Heng at the sales office that morning. She'd already posted the photo online so quickly.
Just the likes alone number in the tens of thousands. The comments are all saying, "Grandpa Zhang, didn't we agree you couldn't just edit yourself? Tell me honestly. Video creator, hee, minor tweaks." Her clarification only left viewers even more baffled. If it wasn't from streaming earnings, how did Xiaoxi, a minor streamer with just over 200 followers not long ago? How did she suddenly end up living in a Yulong Bay villa? Could it be that Xiaoxi was already wealthy all along and was just streaming to experience life on purpose? At this thought, some viewers were already banging on their desks. "Damn it! You dare to play me? Whoa! You dare say bastard? Old man Zhang wouldn't tolerate that."
Fortunately, someone else explained that it was actually another elderly man who swiped his card to pay at the sales office. It seemed to be Grandpa Zhang's son, the very same second uncle Xiaoxi had mentioned in her livestream, the one who drifted off to Southeast Asia.
He had returned. This news immediately sparked a flurry of discussion in the livestream chat. Just returned and casually bought a villa?
This must be what Grandpa Zhang meant by a modest fortune in his fortune-telling.
Holy moly, my goodness gracious, my mind is blown. With all this wealth, he still streams for us? Tears up, everyone.
Haha, I don't know how it happened, but things suddenly turned around. Xiaoxi said cheerfully.
Good fortune kept coming one after another, and she could barely keep up. Watching her fake smile made the viewers so furious their back teeth nearly shattered. By the time she met her streaming quota, night had fallen. Just before closing the stream, the chat suddenly flooded with messages urging viewers to burn incense. According to them, out of the 50,000 viewers in the livestream, most were netizens from the 3 cities. These days, they don't bother going to temples or shrines to pay respects anymore.
Instead, they came straight to Xiaoxi's livestream to pay respects to Heng. It felt way more effective.
Cyber incense, electronic worship.
Even though they knew full well Xia Heng was a zombie, they still bowed with great enthusiasm.
Ever since the Heng Yuan incident concluded, they fully realized that Grandpa Zhang never played games with them. Not only was he a veteran of the anti-Japanese war, radiating righteous energy, but his zombie body was nearly invincible. Worst of all, he mastered Taoist arts, even wielding the legendary 5 Thunder Righteousness. Why bother questioning such overwhelming power? Forget it, just bow down and worship him already. With the current fervor surrounding him, if no one stopped them, they might just build a temple for Xia Heng outright. Some even set Xia Heng's photo as their phone wallpaper, claiming it wards off ghosts and evil spirits. When Xiaoxi told him this, Xia Heng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What's this, treating him like a ghost exorcising deity? But Xia Heng isn't the petty type.
Whether these young netizens were just playing with memes or genuinely revering him, he didn't mind, let them have their fun. After all, Xia Heng needed more attention to boost his profile. Xiaoxi had just closed her livestream.
Almost simultaneously, the system panel automatically popped up before Xia Heng. Ding!
Congratulations, host. Your popularity has reached 50,000.
Acquired 1 ghost phone. Taoist cultivation advanced by 100 years. Xia Heng exhaled a long, heavy breath.
When he first emerged from the tomb, he feared gaining attention as a zombie would be difficult. Little did he expect to reach 50,000 in such a short time. The most troubling thing was that this system seemed to have taken a particular interest in his Taoist cultivation. It kept bumping up his cultivation levels from 10 years at the start to a full century now.
Did the system truly believe that advancing Taoist cultivation was the most suitable path for him? This couldn't help but remind Xia Heng of Zhang Jiuhua, the man he'd encountered at Heng Yuan Tower. He too had been a Taoist priest, once serving as Jie City's paranormal consultant. Somehow, he'd transformed himself into a half-human, half-zombie. 100 years. Xia Heng glanced at his hand. How many ordinary people could live 100 years, let alone cultivate Taoist arts for a century? At this moment, Xia Heng felt his own power was terrifyingly formidable. With his Taoist arts alone, he felt he could even go toe-to-toe with those legendary purple-robed Taoist masters spoken of in tales. Not to mention his body possessed the strength of a flying undead. Yet one thing puzzled Xia Heng. Why did the rewards include a ghost phone from a ghostly fiend? In the hierarchy of ghostly entities, after fierce ghosts came ghostly fiends. They are also the most formidable ghosts typically encountered in the mortal realm. This truth left Xia Heng somewhat perplexed. As he pondered, his gaze happened to fall upon the white-clad figure hanging upside down from the staircase. "Hey, little Bai, come here for a moment." Xia Heng called out. Chapter 91, Little Bai opens his mouth, urgent business. Zhu Shi, Grandpa Zhang isn't suitable, is he? Xiao Bai was utterly baffled. She hadn't expected Xia Heng to call her suddenly, but she obediently came over anyway.
She'd suffered greatly at the hands of that sorcerer. Since joining Xia Hong, not only had he helped repair her ghostly body, but he also willingly kept her by his side. Xia Xiaoxi treated her kindly too, never viewing her as a ghost or an outsider. He always thought of her when good things came his way. Sometimes she'd just mutter a few words, causing Xia Xiaoxi to worry about something serious and end up eating a lot of mud pills. Life was so good now that she didn't even want to be reincarnated. Xia Hong called, and she came. Here, she had come to fully trust the grandfather and granddaughter, and indeed, their entire family. Great-grandpa, what's that in your hand? Did you lose a tooth? Didn't your baby teeth fall out yet? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xia Hong smacked her upside the head with a flying stiff. She clutched her sore head, grimacing in pain. Xia Hong snapped irritably, ever seen a zombie whose baby teeth never fell out? Xia Xiaoxi, heh. Xia Hong held the ghost fong in his hand and gave Xiaobai another look. This thing was definitely useless to him personally. But perhaps it could be of some use to Xiaobai? Xiaobai, open your mouth. Xia Hong instructed. The little white-clad figure obediently opened its mouth. With such delicate features and a petite face, Xia Hong found her surprisingly adorable up close. What a pity such a fine young girl should suffer this fate. Those sorcerers deserve to die 10,000 times over. Xiaobai had suffered the ravages of a parasitic ghost. Her spirit body had been severely damaged, nearly causing her soul to scatter into oblivion. Though over time, Xia Hong had gradually restored her to near normal health. But the ghost tooth in her mouth would take time to grow back. At the moment, several were still missing. If you feel any discomfort, just raise your hand to signal. Xia Hong instructed. Xiaobai nodded blankly, opening her mouth as wide as she could. What are you doing to Xiaobai, great-grandpa? I'm right here. What kind of nonsense is this? Ouch! Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed, shooting her great-grandfather a strange look. Xia Hong swiftly delivered a backhand slap. I've been too lenient with you. What were you thinking? Xia Xiaoxi, her head now sporting a large bump, finally managed to stand up again. Her smile turned solemn, and she dared not utter another word. Xia Hong grasped the ghost fong and slowly inserted it into Xiaobai's mouth. It fit perfectly into the missing groove in Xiaobai's jaw. Xiaobai frowned, a rare expression, and quickly raised his hand. Doesn't fit? Xia Hong was about to pull the fong out of Xiaobai's mouth again, only to discover that the ghost fong was now welded fast within Xiaobai's mouth. It was impossible to budge. Immediately afterward, Xia Xiaoxi felt the hall suddenly grow chilly, and the sensation was unmistakable. This chill was definitely emanating from Xiaobai. Grandpa Zhang, what's wrong with Xiaobai? What is that tooth? Xia Xiaoxi asked anxiously. She rushed forward to support Xiaobai, but his entire body suddenly trembled. A white mist spread out, enveloping him. The ghostly energy is growing stronger. It's fine, don't worry. I just pressed it for her. It's a ghost slayer grade ghost tooth. Xia Hong reassured her. Hearing Xia Hang's words, Xia Xiaoxi finally relaxed. Sure enough, the white mist dissipated shortly after, revealing Xiaobai's figure once more. Her condition appeared unchanged from before. Superficially, nothing seemed different. Xiaobai, are you okay? Xia Xiaoxi asked anxiously. Xiaobai shook his head, examining his own body from head to toe. Just as Xia Hong had said, she could clearly feel that this ghostly form was immeasurably stronger than before. She instinctively replied, I'm fine. I'm fine. Xia Xiaoxi froze in shock, taking a moment to process before exclaiming excitedly, Xiaobai. You can talk now. Xiaobai froze even more. Yes. She could speak. Xiaobai, you should now possess the strength of a fierce ghost. Xia Hong, with a century of Taoist cultivation, possessed heightened sensitivity to ghostly entities. He could clearly sense that the current Xiaobai, thanks to the ghost fong from the ghostly fiend, her ghostly form alone had risen to the level of a fierce ghost. And not just any fierce ghost. Even against the crimson-robed fire ghost from Hunyuan Tower earlier, she wouldn't be far behind. However, compared to those fierce ghosts, Xiaobai lacked far too much resentment. This powerful. Xiaobai, did you hear that? Xia Xiaoxi was more excited than Xiaobai himself. That was just her nature. Her empathy ran deep whenever others spoke of Xia Hong. She instinctively felt it as her own concern. Xia Hong was quite satisfied with this improvement. It was a pleasant surprise. With Xiaobai by Xia Xiaoxi's side, Xia Hong felt more at ease. After a while of playing around, the two girls grew tired. Xia Xiaoxi collapsed onto the sofa, waiting for Li Shui to come pick her up for dinner. She was the type who would never stand if she could sit, and would never sit if she could lie down. Scrolling through videos on her phone, she sipped a refreshing drink through a straw. Now even temples are getting into marketing? I've scrolled through several videos in a row, all about Fengcheng Baoji Temple. Are those comments fake? Why is everyone raving about how miraculous Baoji Temple is? How seeking oracles and divinations always grants wishes, and how it cultivates virtuous connections? Real or fake? Xia Xiaoxi pursed her lips, sensing something off about it all. This Baoji Temple hadn't been this famous before. Suddenly there were so many videos about it.
Granting every wish? Is that really true?
Xia Xiaoxi smacked her lips.
Grandpa Zhang, if it's so miraculous, should we go pray for second uncle's bidding to go smoothly? Xia hum. Sometimes having a stiff ancestor is just so helpless. Last time in Xia village, they dragged him to the city god temple to hide. This time was even more absurd, asking him to go to a temple to pray to Buddha? Xia Hong was so exasperated he laughed. Not only was he a zombie, but he was also cultivating Taoism. How delusional did one have to be to think of praying to Buddha? Xia Xiaoxi sensed the chill emanating from great-grandfather Zhang.
Her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively ducked her head like an old turtle, terrified of getting another flip-flop from Xia Hong.
Something's off. More than off, it's dead wrong.
This video script of his makes me feel very uncomfortable.
What did it say?
The people's hearts are clouded, demons and evil spirits are skilled at deception and confusion, their nature is inherently corrupt and cannot be trusted lightly. Only the Buddha is truly good and righteous. I can't shake the feeling, are Grandpa Zhang and the others talking about you? Xia Xiaoxi scratched her head and said. Even she could tell this script was full of hot air.
They never posted videos before. Ever since Grandpa Zhang, you've been trending these past couple days.
They suddenly started churning out videos non-stop. I suspect they've spent all their incense money on boosting their views.
What do you mean, the masses are deceived? The more I watch, the more it feels like they're talking about you. Trust me, it's absolutely not just me being overly sensitive. Never underestimate a woman's intuition. Chapter 92, Xia Hang's file access permission application results reach the police station.
Xia Xiaoxi grew increasingly furious as she read, muttering curses under her breath.
Xia Hang scrutinizing her up and down. You, a woman? Xia Xiaoxi. This description, if it's not referring to her great-grandfather, then who else could it be?
It implies that her great-grandfather was a zombie whose nature was inherently evil.
And now everyone's been deceived, so they need to quickly turn to Buddhism to regain their senses, right? What's the big deal? Can't afford to live anymore?
Though Xia Xiaoxi was previously just a stable small-time streamer with over 200 viewers.
But it's clear that in the online world, fame brings controversy. But who would have guessed that Grandpa Zhang hadn't even been famous for long before someone tried to scam off his fame? The worst part? It's a temple trying to scam him. Let him talk. Don't pay it any mind. Xia Hong waved his hand dismissively.
When people want to pick a fight, excuses and reasons are never in short supply. Having lived twice, Xia Hang's mindset wasn't so easily shaken.
The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
I'll post a video and have my fans report him.
If they're so skilled, why didn't any of them show up to catch ghosts when the haunting happened? Not a single spiritual consultant recited a single prayer.
Xia Xiaoxi's mind grew unusually sharp when she got angry, her thoughts becoming crystal clear. Her little mouth started chattering non-stop. She was dead serious, immediately screenshotting the video and posting it to her big NetSilk account with over 600,000 followers, letting her fans and fellow netizens judge the situation.
Just how popular was this account right now?
The newly posted content, just a single screenshot, garnered over 10,000 likes within 10 minutes. As a bonus, that promotional video for Baoji Temple was successfully reported and taken down. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi curl her Nike-branded lips in satisfaction.
Lock it up.
Remember this, our family doesn't start trouble, but we don't fear it either.
For big assholes, stay the hell away. Xia Xiaoxi was feeling pretty cocky.
The thought of that old monk probably fuming on his end brought her a wave of satisfaction.
As dusk fell, Li Shui came to the house again and took Xia Xiaoxi out.
She claimed things were hectic at the bureau. But things should ease up in a few days.
Regarding the Han Yuan real estate case, once the investigation concluded and approval was granted,
both she and Zhang Shun would be officially promoted. Still, Zhang Shun wasn't sure whether to stay on in the township or transfer to the municipal bureau. In any case, Li Shui would definitely be transferred back. Her personnel file was originally with the municipal bureau anyway. If they get promoted this time, it'll also mean her internship period gets moved up.
That meant she'd be much closer to Xia Xiaoxi.
To thank Xia Hong, Li Shui brought quite a few gifts herself: graphics cards, headphones, keyboards. She got them all sorted. She loved playing FPS games, how could she do without good gear? When Director Wang was buying gifts earlier, she deliberately didn't mention a single word about Xia Hang's preferences.
She did it all to create an opportunity for herself to shine.
Her little scheme was painfully obvious, making Xia Xiaoxi feel even more flustered.
Sisters, please don't turn into Auntie Zhang. Grandpa Zhang, we're heading out first.
After bidding farewell to Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi grabbed the white flag and practically dragged Li Shui by the collar out the door.
If she lingered even a minute longer.
The moment Xia Xiaoxi left, the entire house felt noticeably quieter.
Only then did Xia Hang realize just how noisy Xia Xiaoxi usually was.
Xia Zhihao and his wife were still tidying up the house. Xia Hong sat alone for a while, growing increasingly bored. So Xia Hong stepped outside the front gate, deciding to go out and bask in the moonlight. It might sound strange, but basking in the moonlight was actually a very pleasant activity for zombies. Much like how elderly folks enjoy stepping outside to bask in the sun. Especially tonight, being the 15th day of the first lunar month, the moon was exceptionally full and bright. Ever since emerging from the grave, troubles had followed one after another, and Xia Hong had never experienced such leisure as he did now.
Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yulong Bay residential complex,
a middle-aged man was stopped by security at the entrance.
"Guys, I'm genuinely here to find someone. I know one of your residents. Please let me in, just this once?" The middle-aged man's white short-sleeved shirt looked well-worn, faded grayish-yellow. His head bore 2 distinct bald patches, and he wore a pair of reading glasses, giving him a decidedly scruffy appearance. He seemed completely out of place against the opulent architecture of the Yulong Bay entrance. "Sorry, sir, we can't just let anyone in. It's our job." The young security guard shook his head, unwilling to let him pass. Security management at high-end residential complexes like this is extremely strict. Access isn't granted lightly. It was all to ensure the safety and privacy of the residents. It wasn't about looking down on people, but judging by the middle-aged man's appearance, he just didn't seem like someone who should be let in. "But I really have an urgent matter."
The middle-aged man pressed on, his expression growing increasingly anxious. He'd been haggling with the guard for quite some time, but still hadn't been allowed in. "If you could provide the name of the resident you're seeking and their specific building number, we can contact the owner directly. If they say it's okay for you to enter, we'll let you through," the security guard said helplessly. The middle-aged man sighed. After careful thought, he nervously replied, "I don't know his building number.
"I only know his name. His name is Xia Hong. Could you please contact him for me? I really need to speak with him urgently." The 2 security guards exchanged glances. They recognized him too. Xia Hong had only moved in today. Given Xia Hang's current prominence, it was hardly surprising that people recognized him. They couldn't just help anyone who dropped a name, could they? If they got complaints, they could lose their jobs. They'd worked hard to land this job that saved them 40 years of detours. They weren't about to get fired. Besides, they were handsome enough to be security guards, and they were hoping that someday a single, beautiful homeowner might take a liking to them. Just as the 2 guards were feeling stuck, a figure emerged from the small gate of the residential complex. The familiar face was instantly recognized by the 2 guards. It was none other than Xia Hong. "Mr. Xie, you're just in time. There's a gentleman here who claims to know you and insists on coming in. Could you see if you know him?" the guard called out. Xia Hong paused at the sound and turned to look. He scanned the middle-aged man from head to toe. The face was utterly unfamiliar, never before seen in his memory. "If he doesn't know me, why is he looking for me?" As the man drew nearer, Xia Hong finally detected a faint sense of familiarity in his features. Jiqing Police Station. Chief Wang set down the thick stack of documents in his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. The reports from these past 2 days had been a real headache. Fortunately, after all the hustle and bustle, most of it was finally completed. A knock sounded at the door, and Old Yen entered. "Chief Wang, what's the urgency in summoning me?" Old Yen inquired. Thankfully, he had a high health bar, otherwise, his injuries wouldn't have withstood all this turmoil. But Director Wang's tone had sounded quite urgent during the earlier phone call. Under normal circumstances, Director Wang wouldn't have disturbed his recuperation. No sooner had he entered than Zhang Shun arrived as well. Once both men were present, Director Wang's expression turned solemn as he spoke slowly. "Mr. Xie, the results of the request for access to Xia Hong's files are in." Chapter 93, Capital Officials Approaching, Seeking an Audience with Xia Hong? The highly anticipated bidding event. Ever since the incident involving Zhang Shun and Xia Village last time. After reporting Xia Heng's case, Director Wang immediately applied for access to Xia Heng's file. Several days had passed since then. Just after rejecting Mr. De's development proposal for Xijia Village, within a single day, the results of his request to access Xia Heng's files had arrived. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, both Elder Yen and Zhang Shun perked up. After all, through their interactions over this period, they had grown increasingly curious about Xia Heng's identity and past. This man was simply too mysterious. The idea of someone resurrecting as a zombie after death might have been conceivable in the past. But in this modern era, Xia Heng's resurrection was nothing short of explosive. Most crucially, not only had he returned as a zombie, but Xia Hong retained his complete self-awareness. His abilities were terrifyingly unreasonable, tearing apart fierce ghosts with his bare hands, forcefully traversing the ghostly realm. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't do. Even his files are locked down with top-level encryption. This implies that when Xia Hong sacrificed himself over 80 years ago, he must have accomplished something truly extraordinary. Secrets that hold implications for the nation itself. So what do you think? Can we see it now? Did you call us here so we could take a look too? Zhang Shan asked excitedly. For files encrypted to this level, Director Wang, as the bureau chief, could normally request access. But they weren't the director, so they couldn't just view it whenever they wanted. It depended on the circumstances. Old Yen also waited eagerly for Director Wang's decision.
Yet Director Wang shook his head and said, "If I could access it directly, I wouldn't have called you both over."
Zhang Shun and Old Yen exchanged puzzled glances. Yen Lao, what do you mean?
Commissioner Wang rose from his seat, his expression growing increasingly grave.
This is more complicated than we imagined. I can't see it. My request was denied.
And I suspect my request wasn't even approved at the provincial level. It needs to go higher. The reason it took so long to review is because the approval had to be passed up through layer upon layer of authorities, all the way to the top, that is, the capital.
Zhang Shun and Old Yen felt a chill run down their spines. Could even the application of the esteemed chief of the Jiecheng City Police Bureau be rejected?
Logically speaking, with Director Wang standing, there should be no reason for it to be insufficient.
What the hell? How deep does this go?
Both Chief Wang and the others had assumed that at most, it would only go up to the provincial level before a decision was made. Yen Lao, Zhang Shun, and even Chief Wang were all well aware.
Given this situation, they probably don't need to bother trying to access Xie Heng's file anymore.
Just notifying the higher-ups is sufficient. Because a single request for access, bearing the name Xie Heng, could reach all the way to the capital. Therefore, even if Director Wang and his team understood the underlying reasons, it wouldn't matter, they couldn't get involved.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did you know it wasn't provincially approved, Director Wang? Could there be another notification coming your way? Zhang Shun asked in confusion.
Logically, Director Wang himself shouldn't be able to see where the notification actually came from.
Just as applications are submitted layer by layer, approval results must also be relayed down the chain. Well, that brings me to my father-in-law backing Guangzhou. Commissioner Wang's face flushed. Zhang Shun. Old Yen.
The wise ones wisely refrained from asking further.
It's no wonder they say marrying well is an art in itself. So this means the situation is even more serious than we thought.
Zhang Shun scratched his head.
Old Yen swallowed hard, unsure what to say. They still couldn't fathom what monumental deeds Xie Heng had accomplished before his sacrifice. Could it be that the rejection of Old Di's application for the Xie village project is also connected to Mr. Xie?
Old Yen suddenly interjected. Director Wang and Zhang Shun both looked up simultaneously. The remark had indeed struck a chord with them. Logically speaking, over the past few years, Jie City, or the other two cities, Fengcheng and Tuo City, had been vigorously promoting development, with various projects underway non-stop. For a foreign enterprise to take an interest in a place like Shijia village, a place where even birds wouldn't fly over to defecate, it made no sense for the application to be rejected. Once construction began, it would undoubtedly bring only benefits to Jiecheng. After all, the losses would be covered but by the Germans' money. Jiecheng isn't even sharing in the development costs. It's a surefire win no matter how you look at it. The crucial issue is that the bidding project approved by higher authorities comes with peculiar requirements. Large-scale construction is prohibited, mountains cannot be blasted, and the restrictions are shockingly stringent. All these peculiarities had puzzled Director Wang. Now, hearing Old Yan's explanation, he couldn't help but connect it to Xie Heng. Suddenly, it all seemed to make a bit more sense. Because of Mr. Xie, even a sure wind development project was rejected? Zhang Shun gasped in disbelief. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying the implications became. But it's not entirely without news. Over the past couple of days, special envoys have been dispatched from above. It's been 10 or 8 years since any leadership has set foot in Jiecheng. I suspect they came specifically to meet Mr. Xie. My guess is, if not a department head, then at least a bureau chief. They should arrive right around the time of the bidding in Xie village. Director Wang stated solemnly. Zhang Shun couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. So the files weren't being shown to Director Wang? The higher-ups were sending someone down specifically to verify things? In other words, even if they were still completely in the dark now, the moment the special envoy arrived, they would finally uncover what Xie Heng had actually done back then. Xie village, Xie Heng. Commissioner Wang murmured under his breath, convinced there must be some connection. He told Zhang Shun and Old Yen the reason, partly because they were the ones who had interacted most with Xie Heng. On the other hand, he also wanted to see if they had any insights. 2 days the bidding 2 days hence seemed inexplicably drawing heightened attention. Not only was the German side certain to get involved, but Xie Heng's second son, Xie Chang'e, had also contacted him upon returning to the country, declaring his intent to compete. Yet Director Wang sensed that this was merely the surface of the matter. By then, it was highly likely other parties would emerge. What possible benefits could this piece of worthless land hold to make it so fiercely contested? He couldn't figure it out, couldn't make sense of it. The entire office fell into a moment of silence. By the way, where are Lu Feng and Kong Tianyi? Director Wang inquired. Lu Feng is recuperating. Old Kong went to Fengcheng to help out. They'll likely be there for the next few days. If I weren't injured myself, I'd go help too. Yen Lao replied. Commissioner Wang nodded and acknowledged the response. After they finished wrapping up the final details at Hangyuan Tower, Bureau Chief Wang dispatched personnel to escort Kong Tianyi's master Zhang Zhouhua back to Fengcheng. In recent times, Fengcheng hadn't been entirely peaceful either. However, compared to the situation in Jie City, it was not as severe. The three supernatural advisors in Fengcheng were capable of handling it. Yet, on his way back, Zhang Jiuhua encountered a sudden attack by malevolent spirits. Fortunately, Zhang Jiuhua's power was formidable, 2 tiers above even Yen Lao's generation. After several fierce exchanges with the malevolent entity, the battle reached a stalemate and the entity fled. But today, bizarre murders have resurfaced in numerous locations across Fengcheng.
The three consultants were overwhelmed, forcing Kong Tianyi to be dispatched for assistance.
When something happens, the three cities always provide timely support to each other.
So you're saying we still haven't figured out what kind of evil spirit this is? Commissioner Wang inquired. The most critical issue is that Fengcheng's problem isn't like Jiecheng's. It was clear that ghostly entities were responsible for the killings, yet even Zhang Jiuhua couldn't confirm it immediately.
Senior Jiuhua did elaborate later. After returning, he studied it thoroughly and deduced that the malevolent force is far more complex than a mere ghostly entity.
Daoist spells and talismans had negligible effect on it.
Currently, Senior Jiuhua suggests it feels akin to a spirit creature. But it remains merely a hypothesis. Old Yen said solemnly. If it were a ghostly entity, it would be easier to handle. One could always find some weaknesses. At the very least, yellow talismans and peachwood swords would have some effect. But if it truly is a spirit creature, that's another matter entirely. Bureau Chief Wang took a deep breath. This was entering his blind spot. He couldn't even handle ghostly entities, let alone anything beyond that realm. Old Yen then explained to him that all things in heaven and earth possess a spirit. Certain aged animals, and even plants, could potentially transform into spirits. Such beings were neither ghost nor human, particularly sinister. Director Wang, but wasn't it forbidden for creatures to become spirits after the founding of the nation? Yen Lao, there are many things forbidden. Humans don't listen, let alone them. Director Wang. Currently, Zhang Jiuhua is personally investigating the matter. Should any developments arise or assistance be needed, they would be notified immediately. Of course, if even Zhang Jiuhua can't handle it, calling for their backup probably wouldn't make much difference. But what concerns me more is Senior Jiuhua's condition. This isn't the first time I've seen him after all these years. Last night, the moment I saw him, I was startled at first glance. There's a peculiar aura about him now, one that wasn't there years ago. Yen Lao lowered his voice as he spoke. Last night, with so many people present, he hadn't voiced his suspicions openly. But now, with only the three of them present, he brought up the matter. What kind of aura? An old man's scent? Zhang Shan asked. Old Yen. No, it's the stench of death. Although Senior Jiuhua concealed it well, I could still sense it faintly. I shouldn't be mistaken. On the contrary, I've never detected any corpse aura on Mr. Xie. After all, Yen Lao was the most senior among the three supernatural advisors, both in cultivation experience and age. He had encountered far more deceased souls than the other two. Moreover, as a practitioner of the Maoshan lineage, he possessed heightened sensitivity to corpse qi. Even Zhang Jiuhua, despite years of cultivation and knowing precisely how to conceal corpse energy, to the point where Lu Feng, and even his disciple Kong Tianyi, couldn't detect it. Yet Master Yen could still sense it to some degree. At this revelation, Zhang Shan and Director Wang both widened their eyes in shock. A living person carrying corpse qi? That was clearly impossible. Old Yen, of course, saw their confusion and continued, I suspect. Could it be that Senior Jiuhua, like Mr. Xia, is actually already dead? Chapter 94, The Familiar Old Military Badge. The Former Honorary Warrior. Bonus chapter, Apologies. The words fell silent. The entire room fell silent, not a sound to be heard. It must be said that Elder Yan's suspicion was truly audacious. After all, Zhang Jiuhua was the most revered yin-yang master within the three cities. Such words could only be spoken to Zhang Shan or Director Wang. Had anyone else overheard it, Old Yen would have certainly gotten a beating. I wouldn't dare speak recklessly. Commissioner Wang hurriedly interjected. I was merely expressing suspicion. Old Yen added, quickly covering his tracks and covering his ass to save his skin. When it came to survival instinct, he was quite strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted so long in the underworld. But Wang and Zhang Shan knew full well that Old Yen wasn't joking. They urged Yen Lao to continue. Only then did Old Yen relax enough to continue. Since encountering Xia Hang, his horizons had broadened considerably. He never imagined zombies could be like this. His thinking was no longer so confined. The impression Zhang Jiuhua had left on him last night was strikingly similar to Xia Hang's. Setting aside the corpse aura, Zhang Jiuhua's eyes, like Xia Hang's, showed not a trace of living vitality. Yet there was a subtle distinction between the two. Xia Hang's gaze resembled the calm surface of a lake, instilling a sense of peace. Zhang Jiuhua's, however, was simply hollow, instinctively unsettling. Of course, such distinctions were difficult to discern without deliberate scrutiny, like that of Old Yen. The most crucial point is, compared to before, Senior Jiuhua has grown stronger. After his battle with the 100 Witches of Nanyang 30 years ago, his health deteriorated significantly, growing increasingly frail.
He resigned from his advisory position and withdrew to recuperate.
After that, every time I saw him, he seemed on the verge of collapse, as if he might fall at any moment. But this time, that feeling was clearly absent.
Even when ambushed by spirits midway, he fought them off and forced their retreat.
Old Yen remarked gravely.
Though spirits, like ghostly entities, vary in strength.
But creatures like the white cloth spirit are difficult for ordinary people to even approach, capable only of frightening the timid. As for spirits, having spent so many years cultivating their essence, even the weakest among them couldn't be that feeble. This is precisely why Elder Yen found it peculiar.
Could it be that Master Zhang has mastered some powerful Taoist technique? Commissioner Wang inquired.
As a layman, he didn't quite grasp Old Yen's meaning. He could only imagine that if that were the case, it might be like those martial arts dramas on TV.
Some old men suddenly grasped formidable martial arts, even purging hidden ailments from their bodies. They'd become incredibly vigorous overnight.
Yes, the principle might be something like that, but it's not quite that simple.
Old Yen nodded. Earlier, after the incident in Xia village concluded, he spent time recuperating in the hospital.
During his idle hours, he leafed through ancient texts and came across writings on the connection between the physical body and the soul. He realized that whether it was the body alone or the soul alone, their potential for enhancement far exceeded that of ordinary living beings. He had specifically mentioned this to Xia Hong over the phone back then, asking if it was possible that his soul might still be wandering the mortal realm. If it could be found, combining Xia Hang's now flying corpse with a century-old soul. Who knows how terrifying that would be? Thus, Zhang Jiuhua's condition led Old Yen to speculate on the most probable scenario. It's just that, his body had been transformed into a zombie, but his soul remained intact within him. This explains why Zhang Jiuhua, who had been suffering from a hidden ailment, suddenly stopped being so weak and instead grew stronger.
Though we don't know how it was achieved, this seems the most likely explanation. Let's not speculate about Master Zhang's affairs for now, it's rather presumptuous. If Fengcheng needs anything, they'll contact me promptly.
Our immediate priority is awaiting the arrival of the Imperial Envoy from above and standing ready for summons at any moment. Additionally, I must use my connections to help Xia Chang'e secure the bid.
As Mr. Xia mentioned, having the land in their hands is far preferable to it being in the Germans' grasp.
Director Wang's words signaled the end of the discussion. Today's intelligence exchange was nearly complete, yet the pressing matters still weighed heavily on him, stirring an uneasy sense of foreboding. Yan Lao and Zhang Shan acknowledged the response. With nothing further to discuss, they took their leave. They had just stepped outside. Old Yen paused, then sent a message to Xie Xiaoxi. He reminded her of the recent situation in Fengcheng and advised her not to go there unless absolutely necessary. She should stay close to her great-grandfather Xia Heng. In the current state of the three cities, nowhere would be safer than remaining by Xia Heng's side. Outside the gates of Yulong Bay, Xia Heng looked at the scruffy middle-aged man before him. His features seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before.
Mr. Xie? Is that you? I've been searching for you for so long. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I've finally found you.
The middle-aged man grabbed Xia Heng's hand excitedly as he spoke. Xia Heng frowned slightly, displeased by the gesture. However, seeing that the man seemed genuinely earnest, he didn't press the issue. Instead, he asked, "And who might you be? This much enthusiasm, could he be an insurance salesman?" "Oh. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Li Chunpeng.
I rode all the way here from Fengcheng specifically to find you."
Li Chunpeng pointed to the roadside, where an aged phoenix bicycle stood.
An iron frame was strapped to the back, suggesting he likely used a small scale for his business. From Fengcheng to here was at least 20 kilometers.
He'd cycled all this way just to see him? Xia Heng grew even more puzzled. His descendants all lived in Jiecheng. He couldn't recall knowing anyone in Fengcheng.
"You probably don't recognize me, but my grandfather often spoke of you. I saw you in that video this afternoon, so I hopped on my bike and came straight over."
"My grandfather's name is Li Tianyu. Do you remember him?" Li Chunpeng added.
When the conversation turned to their grandfather's generation, Xia Heng finally understood.
After a long pause, Xia Heng finally spoke. "Oh, Li Ermeizi. So you're Li Ermeizi's grandson?" Li Ermeizi's real name was Li Tianyu.
Just this afternoon, Xia Heng had thought about that fellow, wondering how he was doing.
Then, come evening, Li Ermeizi's grandson showed up at his door. "That's right.
My grandfather often spoke of you, saying he served under you back in the army. Unfortunately, he later said he was hit by a bullet, his injuries were too severe, and he was sent back to Fengcheng for treatment.
After that parting, he never saw you again." Li Chunpeng paused here, still looking up and down at Xia Heng in disbelief.
Seeing that Xia Heng truly recognized this middle-aged man, the two security guards finally turned and walked away with relief. Yulong Bay took the safety of its residents very seriously after all, there was a reason for the high price tag.
"Did your grandfather send you to find me?" Xia Heng inquired.
Knowing he was the grandson of Li Ermeizi, Xia Heng felt genuinely pleased. Since this was the descendant of an old acquaintance, Xia Heng naturally felt less guarded.
"Mr. Xia, you're joking. It's been so many years. But my grandfather lived a long life. He passed away just a couple of years ago and he didn't suffer.
It's because my grandfather kept a photograph of himself with you, treasuring it all these years.
I recognized you, so I came looking. Li Chunpeng sighed as he spoke.
By family hierarchy, since Xia Hong was his grandfather's comrade in arms, he should actually address him as Uncle Xia. But considering Xia Hong had died young, his age frozen at around 30. And being much older himself, he feared addressing Xia Hong as great uncle might cause offense.
Moreover, since Mr. was already a respectful title, he simply addressed Xia Hong as Mr. Xia.
Old Zhang Shan and the others had always addressed him that way too.
Your grandfather passed away? Xia Hang's expression shifted slightly.
The guard he had lowered rose again.
No, that couldn't be right. He had specifically cast a divination for Li Ermaizi that afternoon. Xia Hong was confident his divination couldn't be wrong. Li Ermaizi had to still be alive. Yet this man before him, claiming to be Li Ermaizi's grandson, said Li Ermaizi had passed away 2 years ago? This made Xia Hong feel a bit suspicious. Outwardly, however, Xia Hong gave no sign of his unease. He responded, I see.
Seeing Xia Hong fall silent, Li Chunpeng, hoping to gain his trust, he reached into his tattered waist pouch and pulled out a small military badge.
Mr. Xia, look, he said. This is a military badge my grandfather left me. Do you recognize it? Xia Hong looked closely.
The copper badge had oxidized and developed a patina over the years. Nevertheless, it was well preserved, with its colors and inscriptions still largely discernible.
Composed of red, yellow, and blue. A blue border encircled the insignia, flanked on either side by a red star with a yellow outline. Engraved on it were the military units Xia Hong and Li Ermaizi had served in, with the brightly colored characters Honorary Warrior prominently displayed in the center. Seeing this badge, Xia Hong finally confirmed beyond doubt that Li Chunpeng was indeed Li Ermaizi's grandson.
This badge was actually a commemorative medal. It had been specially issued after the Battle of Jiqing to honor wounded soldiers. Before reaching Li Ermaizi, the medal had passed through Xia Hang's hands.
How could he not recognize it? Memory suddenly pulled him back 80 years. So, you came all this way to see me. Is there something you need? Xia Hong asked.
If it had been Li Ermaizi himself who had come all this way to find him, Xia Hong might have thought he was concerned about him and had come to recognize him.
But Li Chunpeng was only Li Ermaizi's grandson.
Though he seemed honest and straightforward.
But would he really make a special trip just because Xia Hong was his grandfather's old comrade in arms and they shared a photograph? Xia Hong still found it hard to believe.
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Indeed. I do have a favor to ask.
Li Chunpeng said nervously.
Xia Hong motioned for him to continue. Given the connection to his grandfather, a small favor wouldn't be too much trouble.
Besides, Xia Hong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Li Chunpeng. There's been a ghost haunting Fengcheng lately, and my wife unfortunately fell victim to it.
My family's circumstances are modest. I can't afford a master exorcist. I've seen online that Mr. Xia is renowned for his ghost hunting skills. That's why I came to ask you, Mr. Xia, to help save my wife for my grandfather's sake. Li Chunpeng clasped his hands, his expression earnest. If he hadn't been driven to desperation, he wouldn't have come begging to Xia Hong. Yet to Xia Hong, his seemingly sincere expression held not a shred of authenticity. In his heart, he silently concluded. Fake. This kid's up to no good. His wife was possessed, yet he showed not a trace of dark energy? Could it be that he and his wife were separated? Deliberately declaring Grandpa Li Ermaizi dead, that's even more suspicious. Chapter 95, I'm a zombie, surely I'm not falling for a scam? Want a century-old kidney?
Though Xia Hong felt suspicious about the Li Chunpeng before him. Given the striking resemblance between Li Chunpeng's features and those of Li Ermaizi, plus that military insignia.
This man was indeed Li Ermaizi's grandson. What could his purpose be? Xia Hong couldn't fathom it. He was a zombie now, surely he wasn't about to get scammed? Even if they lured him to northern Burma, what then? Rip out his century-old kidneys? Xia Hong remained impassive, silently nodding. Li Chunpeng, of course, remained oblivious to how clumsy his words sounded to Xia Hong. He waited quietly for Xia Hong to speak. You said your wife was possessed. What were the symptoms? Xia Hong inquired. This was crucial. Usually, just hearing the description would give a rough idea of what was going on.
One morning, my wife got up early to pick vegetables from the field for the morning market. Then she said she saw something that startled her.
Since then, she's been listless. It's been over half a month now.
She says every night she dreams of an old woman with only half a face trying to take her away. She keeps having the same dream over and over, often waking up in terror. She's even lost so much weight she's become unrecognizable, dropping over 10 pounds in half a month. These past few days she's been bedridden. I went to the city to get some traditional Chinese medicine for her, but it hasn't helped. I'm the only one at home, and I have to go out for business, so I can't stay and take care of her all the time. Those so-called masters quote exorbitant prices. I simply can't afford them.
That's why Li Chunpeng said with a heavy sigh. Xia Hong couldn't detect any inconsistencies in this account.
Sometimes when a person's spirit is startled and their body grows weak, it's nothing serious. But if a wandering spirit happens to fixate on them, it's not impossible for it to cling for a while. Especially at night, girls already have weaker yang energy, and when frightened, they're more susceptible to attracting negative forces. According to Li Chunping, vegetable vendors at the morning market typically had to arrive at the market around 4 or 5 in the morning to secure their spots. Therefore, their departure time for picking vegetables in the fields would be around 3 or 4 in the morning. At this hour, wandering spirits and ghosts are still active. Weak spirits like wandering souls and minor ghosts. Unable to speak and lacking full consciousness, they too feel the loneliness of drifting through endless time. If they discover someone has seen them and reacted, they will follow that person persistently. Their original intent might simply be to find companionship and ease their loneliness. But humans and ghosts walk different paths. What good can come of a living person being followed by a ghost? Therefore, even if you accidentally encounter a ghost at night, the correct course for ordinary people is to pretend not to see it. As long as it doesn't know you saw it, you'll be fine. Or, if you're bold enough, scare it away outright. It's too late tonight. Let's do it tomorrow. You go back first and give me the address. I'll come by then. Xia Hong paused thoughtfully before speaking. Xia Hong himself wanted to meet Li Ermeizi. As for Li Chunping's intentions, he'd find out once he got there. See what tricks he was playing. Mr. Xia, you're really willing to come see my wife? Thank you so much. This is wonderful. Hearing Xia Hong agree, Li Chunping was beyond thrilled. This 20-plus kilometer bike ride was totally worth it. Truthfully, Li Chunping had only approached this with a tentative hope. First, there was no guarantee he'd even meet Xia Hang. Second, Xia Hong might not recognize the bond between him and his grandfather. Li Chunping pulled a small card from his pocket. It was clearly torn from a cigarette pack. It bore the address of Li Chunping's home, which he respectfully handed to Xia Hang. Mr. Xia, this is my home address. And my phone number. If you come over, please give me a heads up beforehand. I'll meet you at the village entrance to greet you. Li Chunping said. Xia Hong acknowledged him, glancing at the phone number and address on the card. He didn't linger with Li Chunping any longer. Cycling back over 20 kilometers would take at least 2 hours, and he had a wife waiting at home. Mr. Xia, I'll be on my way then. My apologies for the disturbance. Li Chunping pedaled away, glancing back occasionally. Only after he had ridden far away did Xia Hong resume his stroll. He looked up at tonight's moon. It was round, yet not quite full, just a tiny bit short of perfection. They say the moon is fullest on the 16th, and there's truth to that. With his hands behind his back, he wandered the surrounding streets several times. Gazing at the towering buildings and the twinkling lights, Xia Hong found himself lost in thought. Over 80 years, the city had transformed beyond recognition, becoming a world entirely different from what it once was. Even now, Xia Hong found it all a bit surreal. After wandering around for a while, Xia Hong returned to the villa. Later that evening, Xia Xiaoxi also returned home. Grandpa Zhang, you're still awake? Me? I've only been awake for a few days. Xia Hong retorted irritably, who's like you, thinking 12 hours of sleep a day isn't enough? After all, everyone will sleep eternally after death, why waste time sleeping too much while alive? But this pig's greatest skill was sleeping. She could fall asleep the moment her body hit a flat surface. And once asleep, not even a nuclear bomb going off outside would wake her. Xia Xiaoxi gave a sheepish chuckle, pouting her lips as she mumbled, what's wrong with a girl getting a few extra hours of sleep? More sleep means better skin. Xia Hong hadn't noticed earlier, but as Xia Xiaoxi approached, he exclaimed in surprise, you just ate a meal, and now you're pregnant? Xia Xiaoxi. We had all-you-can-eat barbecue with Li Shui tonight. This belly proves I got my money's worth. Xia Hong. Xia Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows triumphantly and pulled out the little white flag from her bag. She'd been feeling cheated, but thankfully she'd brought Xiaobai 3 mouths to feed, yet only 2 meals paid for. As soon as the incense was lit, Xiaobai dove in, eating at an astonishing pace. Just as Xia Xiaoxi was about to head upstairs, she suddenly remembered something and took a step back. Oh, right, Grandpa Zhang. Old Yan sent me a message last night, saying Fengcheng hasn't been peaceful lately. He advised us to avoid going there if possible. Grandpa Zhang, do you think something happened in Fengcheng too? She'd received Old Yan's message right in the middle of dinner. Xia Hong shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Having stayed in Jieqing all this time, how could he possibly know what was happening in Fengcheng? Though, come to think of it, he had heard something about it from Li Chunping. It said that Fengcheng has seen its share of bizarre cases lately. Previously, perhaps because Jieqing had its own share of troubles, they hadn't paid much attention. Now that Jieqing has calmed down somewhat, Fengcheng has become quite turbulent. We'll see tomorrow. Get some rest, we're leaving tomorrow afternoon. Xia Hong instructed. Huh? We're really going to Fengcheng? Is there any chance I could take a day off, Grandpa Zhang? Xia Xiaoxi asked sulkily. Xia Hong, what kind of leave? Xia Xiaoxi, maternity leave. Xia Hong baring a row of zombie teeth.
Xiaoxi, go away. I'll definitely be able to get up tomorrow. With that, Xiaoxi fled upstairs as if escaping. Chapter 96, Found money to save my life? Throw it in the temple offering box, let the Buddha deal with it. The following evening, grandfather and grandson had already hailed a cab and arrived in Fengcheng. They headed to Luoyang village, where Li Chunpeng resided. Of course, Xia Hong hadn't called Li Chunpeng ahead of time. He planned to check the village first for any signs of trouble. Luoyang village bore some resemblance to Shijia village, both nestled at the foot of mountains. Of course, most suburban villages in Sancheng were built with mountains as their backdrop. The village appeared desolate. It was the first month of the lunar calendar, so there should have been quite a few people around. Yet along the paths of Luoyang village, only a few scattered figures could be seen. The weather wasn't particularly good today. As soon as the sun was blocked by the mountain peaks, a chill settled in. Why is it getting dark so quickly? Xia Xiaoxi pulled her clothes tighter as she spoke. Xia Hong couldn't be bothered to respond. It was all because Xia Xiaoxi had slept straight through until noon. Even Xia Hong couldn't rouse her. Just as he was fretting about it, thankfully her mother Li Lan came in wielding a shovel. She literally shoveled her out of bed. After eating and dawdling a bit, it was perfectly normal to arrive in Fengcheng after dark. Before setting off, Xia Xiaoxi expertly started her livestream. Since everyone was there to see Grandpa Zhang anyway, she didn't need to worry about what to stream. All she needed to do was point the camera at Grandpa Zhang. The viewership would naturally soar. Just look at Grandpa Zhang's expression. She must have slept in again. Standard procedure, no need to overthink it. Otherwise, why would she start streaming so late? I've been waiting forever. We're just saying, could you maybe stabilize your streaming schedule? Is this Fengcheng? Which village is this? Looks so deserted. Knowing she was in the wrong, Xia Xiaoxi started buttering him up. She rummaged in her pocket and pulled out 200 yuan, saying, "Don't be angry, Grandpa Zhang. Look. I picked it up secretly last night. Li Shui doesn't even know about it. Today, you and I will spend this 200 together. Let's splurge. What do you say?" Though 200 yuan was hardly anything to Xia Xiaoxi, who now had millions in savings. But with her penny-pinching nature, she might treat others to meals, but found money was strictly hers to keep. So, offering to split 200 with Xia Hong, even her own parents wouldn't get that kind of treatment. No need. Keep it for fireworks. Xia Hong waved it off. What would a zombie like him spend money on? Besides, in this desolate village, 200 yuan was a fortune, hardly something you could easily spend. He wasn't oblivious to Xia Xiaoxi's little scheme. No sooner had he spoken. Xia Hong instinctively glanced at the money in Xia Xiaoxi's hand. His brow furrowed slightly as he grabbed her hand and demanded, "Wait, where did you find this money?" "Yesterday, by the river. I passed a banyan tree and found it under the tree." Xia Xiaoxi paused for a moment before answering. "Finding money, does it even matter where you find it?" Xia Hong pressed further. "When you picked it up, there must have been more than just money, right?" Xia Xiaoxi nodded. She explained, "I saw this pretty little red mesh pouch. Inside were 200 yuan. There were also 2 candies, but they were those red envelope candies. I don't like them, so I gave them to Li Shui." "Xia Hong, you're really good to Li Shui. Keeping the money for herself and giving the candies to her bestie, proof positive she's the enemy's honey. Only Xia Xiaoxi could pull off a move like that." Xia Xiaoxi gave an embarrassed smile and said, "But I paid for the meal." Feeling guilty, she chose to compete with Li Shui for the bill. She picked up 200, but the 2-person buffet came to 280, leaving her 80 short. She insisted on keeping things separate. Xia Hong took the bills, gave them a quick glance, and confirmed his suspicion. "You dare pick up money meant to buy someone's life? Risking your own life for 200 yuan? Xia Hong scolded. Buy my life?" Xia Xiaoxi clearly didn't understand what he meant. Xia Hong proceeded to explain. This practice stems from an obscure form of black magic, exchanging wealth for life. When someone dies unexpectedly, their family, unable to accept the reality, would set aside some money. They would hire someone to perform a ritual, then discard the money used in the ceremony onto the road. Once someone picks it up and spends it, the transaction is complete. The deceased spirit would then attach itself to that person, demanding vengeance. This is supposed to achieve the effect of resurrecting the dead. However, this black magic of borrowing a life is a sham and cannot be achieved. It merely entices the deceased spirit to kill others, with no possibility of actual resurrection. As for the 2 candies, they were used to ensure adults wouldn't be deceived by the money. So they used candy to lure unsuspecting children into picking them up. How vile. Xia Xiaoxi turned pale with fright. Oh no! Oh no! How could picking up money cost me my life? Wait. So that's how it is. I think I picked some up when I was little too. Yeah, especially during the New Year. Sometimes you'd see money deliberately dropped on the ground or tied to trees with red string. You're not supposed to pick it up? It's life-threatening? Holy crap. I've picked it up so many times. Calm down. Calm down. We're all still alive, which means not all life-risking money actually attracts ghosts. Exactly. Most of it's just charlatans fooling people. Everyone, stay calm. I picked up 2 yuan. My life must be worthless. Grandpa Zhang, could this money be another scam by those charlatans? Xia Xiaoxi asked, glancing at the comments. Whether she was trying to reassure herself or not. Wouldn't I be able to tell if it's fake? Xia Hong retorted. Xia Xiaoxi. This is ruined. What do we do now? Grandpa Zhang. Quick, save your adorable great-granddaughter. Xia Hong, ugh. Xia Xiaoxi, give me some face, great-grandpa. Xia Hong held 200 yuan bills, glancing around. He spotted a temple nestled at the foot of the mountain. The temple's plaque bore the 3 characters, Baojia Temple. Grandpa Zhang, I think this is the temple we scanned earlier. So it's in this village after all. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed. The temple featured in that promotional video they'd seen earlier was none other than this very Baoji temple before them. The video's caption was quite malicious, and Xia Xiaoxi had been furious at the time. Who would have thought we'd run into it again today? You, go put this money in their donation box. Let them put in some effort too. Xia Hong commanded. Xia Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she covered her mouth. Ha, stealing damage. Seriously? Xia Hong waved his hand, his tone solemn. We can't just take without giving back, can we? Xia Xiaoxi paused, then grabbed 200 coins and dashed straight toward the temple. Better to let the Buddha deal with the ghost than have it haunt her. Money donated, life saved, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Minutes later, Xia Xiaoxi scampered back, her eyes sparkling with excitement too vivid to describe. Grandpa Zhang. I donated. He should thank us. Chapter 97, you'll understand when you're my age, Grandpa Zhang in reverse. He kept saying it wasn't appropriate. But it was clear to everyone that Xia Xiaoxi found the whole thing quite thrilling. When she walked toward the donation box earlier, the 2 young monks beside her lit up. They showered her with praise until Xia Xiaoxi felt embarrassed. Who knew you could pull that off? Got it. Finding a dead soul's offering money isn't a big deal, just toss it into the temple's merit box, and Buddha will deal with it. That's why Grandpa Zhang is the man. Who else could think of this? If it were me, I'd keep half for myself and donate the other half to Buddha. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. Buddha, hands up, I'll only put in half too. Fa ha 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 ha. Grandpa Zhang, are you sure this is okay? You're the one who told me to do this. Xia Xiaoxi asked repeatedly. It was thrilling, but she clearly didn't want to take responsibility. We're enjoying his offerings, what's wrong with asking him to do a favor? Xia Hong found it perfectly reasonable. You burn incense in temples all the time, can't you just let others handle ghosts sometimes? What's the difference between that and freeloading? Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi finally relaxed, her burden lifted. But upon reflection, she still felt cheated. Slamming her thigh, she exclaimed, damn it. But if that's the case, I've paid for the meal and lost my money too. I was already out $80, now I'm down 280. Her expression crumpled as she spoke, her smile vanishing in an instant. Money or life? What's there to be sad about? Xia Hong retorted. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't exactly broke now. Between the bonus Yen Lao had sent and the money she'd swindled from that agency last time, she had over 1 million yuan in cash on hand, money Xia Hong couldn't use anyway. Plus, with her recent surge in popularity from live streaming, she'd racked up tens of thousands just from gifts alone. For the young girl to quibble over a mere 100 or 2 with such a narrow perspective, it was hard to fathom how she'd managed to become his great-granddaughter. Xia Xiaoxi sighed, you'll understand when you're my age. Xia Hong. The great-grandfather in reverse. I didn't laugh at anything before, but this line? I couldn't hold it in. Xia Xiaoxi, let me just say this age doesn't equal experience. Is this funny? My brother's water broke. Comments are turning into a hot mess, better grab yours while it's hot. Xia Hong didn't linger on the topic with Xia Xiaoxi. He glanced once more at the distant Baoji temple. These days, even temple footage gets heavily beautified in short videos. Compared to the videos, Baoji temple's actual appearance fell short. The temple must have been around for quite some time. Even after multiple renovations, it still looked quite old. Occasionally, scattered devotees entered and exited the temple. Most were middle-aged or elderly women, some accompanied by children. Young people were almost nowhere to be seen. When I went inside earlier, they were bragging about it. They said this temple has a history of 400 or 500 years. It's produced many great monks and is incredibly efficacious. They also said that if I donate incense oil, the Buddha will surely bless me. But I did catch them mentioning that it wasn't always called Baoji Temple, the name was changed later. What was it called? Four-faced Buddha, I think. They say it's the Buddha who presides over human prosperity and wealth. Xia Xiaoxi gave Xia Hong quite the explanation. Though only a few minutes had passed since they donated the incense oil, it felt like they'd experienced so much. Especially when she mentioned the four-faced Buddha being the deity who presides over human prosperity and wealth, her eyes lit up noticeably. Four-faced Buddha? That name was unfamiliar to Xia Hong, he'd never heard of it before.
Even when he was alive, he had never been one to worship gods or pray to Buddhas.
Xia Hong, oh? Is it that powerful? Xia Xiaoxi, you bet. You bet. Xia Hong, should we donate some more then? Xia Xiaoxi, I'll do it next time I find some money. Xia Hong.
You can tell with your own eyes that Grandpa Zhang is genuinely speechless.
Actually, Zhu Shi is a pretty decent person. Don't get the wrong idea, everyone. Exactly. If you're willing to spend a minute getting to know Pig Shi, you'll realize you just wasted a minute. By now, darkness had completely fallen. The gates of Baoji Temple had closed. The grandfather and grandson walked toward Li Chunping's house. Luoyang village consisted mostly of single-story houses, few of which had been renovated.
The old blue house numbers were still intact, not yet peeling off.
This made finding their way quite easy. Just as they reached the alley entrance, they encountered Li Chunping coming out. He was pulling his old Phoenix bicycle, seemingly rushing off somewhere. Mr. Xie. You're finally here. I thought you'd forgotten about me. I was just about to come find you. Li Chunping said with a simple, honest smile. This old guy, had he really come all 20 kilometers to find me? If his wife really was possessed, then Li Chunping truly did care deeply for her. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi had already heard from Grandpa Zhang during their journey about the grandson of an old comrade in arms seeking help. At first glance, she guessed this man must be the Li Chunping Grandpa Zhang had mentioned. He looked every bit the ordinary farmer from the village, with a very down-to-earth appearance. This must be your great-granddaughter, right? What a beautiful young lady, tall and striking. Li Chunping gazed at Xia Xiaoxi, showering her with praise. No, no. Xia Xiaoxi waved her hands repeatedly. But the corners of her mouth were already curling up so much she couldn't suppress it. What girl wouldn't be pleased to hear such praise? Oh my, even Pig Shi is being praised for her beauty. Keep praising her, and her head might get stuck in the alleyway. But honestly, I've always thought Pig Shi has a certain charm. Remember, let's go. I want to see your place. Xia Hong couldn't stand it anymore and cut in. Hey! Li Chunping responded, turning the car around to lead the way. Xia Hong and his grandfather followed behind. Xia Hong watched Li Chunping's retreating figure, his gaze holding a hint of unease. When he had seen Li Chunping yesterday, the man hadn't been tainted by yin energy. This had made Xia Hong deeply suspicious. But now, seeing Li Chunping again, he noticed his complexion had turned dark. 3 distinct strands of ghostly energy now faintly swirled around his body. How could the ghostly aura become so heavy in just one day? Could it be that Li Chunping's wife was truly possessed by a ghost? Ghostly energy and yin energy are distinct. Yin energy, as the name implies, is the energy of the dark and sinister. Anything that shouldn't exist in the mortal realm can generate yin energy there. It's not limited to ghosts alone, the categories are extremely diverse. Ghostly energy, however, is a type of energy unique to ghosts, a specific form within the spectrum of yin energy. Without seeing anyone yet, Xia Hong couldn't be certain. Only upon entering the door will it become clear. Mr. Xia, this is my home. Li Chunping pointed to the last door at the end of the alley. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance and stepped forward. Chapter 98, 5 Ghosts Moving? The real culprit caught. Changing faces, masks to ward off ghosts. Meanwhile, things were getting complicated over at Beiji. Zhang Jiuhua's end. In another part of Luoyang village. Zhang Jiuhua led Kong Tianyi and another Fengqing paranormal consultant, Su Zifu, as they hurried along a narrow path. Senior Jiuhua, it's right here. Su Zifu closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and wore an expression of rapture. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointing at a house in the distance. Su Zifu possessed a rare innate ability to attract spirits. Not only had he possessed the ability to see spirits since birth, allowing him to perceive all manner of ghosts and vengeful souls. His perception of ghostly auras, the very essence of yin energy, was exceptionally keen. His nose, in particular, could pinpoint the presence of malevolent spirits from great distances. Thus, the paranormal consultants of the 3 cities mockingly dubbed him Su the Ghost Sniffer. Alright, you two get yourselves ready. Zhang Jiuhua instructed. Keeping a watchful eye on the distant house, they adjusted their position slightly, preparing for a surprise attack. The little ghost they'd been chasing all this time. It was hiding in the house ahead. Recently, Fengqing had been plagued by a series of bizarre murders. Particularly concerning were cases where victims vanished without a trace. As if they had vanished into thin air. They must find a breakthrough quickly. Even Zhang Jiuhua had to be called in to assist. Just like the recent hauntings in Jieqing, something was undoubtedly driving these events. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many ghostly crimes to suddenly appear. Let's go! Zhang Jiuhua spoke first. He immediately charged ahead, reaching the old tile-roofed house first. Kong Tianyi swiftly crossed his hands and placed them on his extended knees. Zhang Jiuhua stepped onto his hands. Kong Tianyi gave him a swift upward push, and Zhang Jiuhua landed lightly on the roof. Their years of master-disciple coordination were exceptionally seamless, leaving Su Zifu, watching nearby, momentarily dumbfounded. Having become a zombie, Zhang Jiuhua possessed not a drop of moisture in his body.
Thus, his body was exceptionally light, standing on the roof without making a sound.
Traditional tile-roofed houses were built with a skylight opening in the floor to let sunlight into the rooms. Zhang Jiuhua peered through this opening into the house. In the pitch-black room, an elderly man in his 70s or 80s lay on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. Elders of this age in the village usually went to sleep at dusk. It was perfectly normal for him to be asleep at this hour. However, two distinct dark figures stood clearly visible at the headboard in foot of the bed. These two shadowy figures were the ghosts Su Zifu had sensed earlier. Zhang Jiuhua, however, did not make any rash moves. Instead, he waited to see what those two dark figures intended to do. Below, Kong Tianyi and Su Zifu waited silently for Zhang Jiuhua's orders. If necessary, they would break down the door immediately. Zhang Jiuhua gradually made out the true forms of the two shadowy figures. Upon closer inspection, they were two children. Their skin was eerily pale, their lips and cheeks a vivid red, clad in crimson undershirts that made them look particularly unsettling. Ghost children? Zhang Jiuhua watched the movements of the two ghost children below.
They seemed to be conferring, until finally the one at the head of the bed reached out a small hand. It covered the old man's eyes and ears, knocking him unconscious. Once the old man was unconscious, the two ghost children each grabbed hold of his head and feet. They lifted him up and slowly moved him off the bed. To ordinary eyes, it appeared as though the old man was floating in midair. Watching the two ghost children carry the old man toward the doorway, Zhang Jiuhua signaled his men to move. Kong Tianyi and Su Zifu below immediately understood and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was smashed open by the two burly men, Kong Tianyi and Su Zifu. The sudden commotion startled the two ghost children, who spun around to flee through the rear window.
Where do you think you're going? But Zhang Jiuhua clearly wasn't going to give them that chance. He leapt directly from the roof, blocking the ghost children's path. The two little ghosts hadn't expected another expert to appear. They immediately shifted their focus, carrying the old man toward the opposite wall. Zhang Jiuhua and his companions didn't anticipate the ghost children would attempt to crash into the wall. Just as they moved to stop him, they realized the ghost children could actually carry the old man through the wall. Ghosts passing through walls was normal, but the old man was a living person. Could they actually walk right through walls? Not only Kong Tianyi and Su Zifu, but even Zhang Jiuhua found it hard to believe. Looks like some people have gone missing in Fengchun lately. It must be their doing, Zhang Jiuhua remarked. His feet never stopped moving as he spoke. He charged straight toward the door. In the blink of an eye, the two little ghosts had already gained a considerable distance. Master, what kind of ghosts are these? How can it carry people through walls? Kong Tianyi pressed. It must be the 5 ghosts transport. Only the 5 ghosts transport can take people's valuables without opening doors or breaking chests. Except they didn't carry off treasure, they carried off the old man instead. Zhang Jiuhua explained. Beyond the 5 ghosts transport, he could think of no other explanation. As for why only 2 ghost children appeared and where the other 3 had gone, that remained to be investigated. Disciple Kong Tianyi now beseeches the celestial immortals, Buddhas, and divine beings to descend and preside over this place, granting this disciple miraculous divine power. Kong Tianyi silently recited the incantation for the divine strike technique, stamping his feet 3 times before shouting, "Enter me! Enter me!" Immediately, his muscles began to twitch violently. A surge of power not his own erupted within him, pushing his consciousness aside. With several swift rolls and turns, he caught up to the 2 ghost children in the blink of an eye. But these 2 ghost children were no pushovers. The 5 ghosts, also known as the 5 plague ghosts, were far from ordinary spirits. They only appeared under extremely harsh conditions, and each one was no weaker than a fierce ghost. When all 5 appeared together, they could even hold their own among fierce ghosts. Seeing they were being caught, the 2 ghost children simply dropped the old man. Simultaneously, they turned and charged toward Kong Tianyi. Each grabbed one of Kong Tianyi's feet, flinging him violently to the ground with astonishing force. Kong Tianyi crashed to the ground, his divine striking technique instantly rendered useless. Cough cough. Hired a dead ghost, and all it can do is run fast. What a useless piece of junk. Kong Tianyi groaned, clutching his chest. His divine strike technique was sometimes formidable, other times far less effective than he himself. That's because who you summon depends entirely on fate and luck. Though called spirit summoning, in most cases, it ended up summoning dead spirits to possess him. Still, temporarily holding off the 2 ghost children counted as completing the task. Zhang Jiuhua stepped in as backup and charged forward. The 2 ghost children seemed to realize Zhang Jiuhua was no match for Kong Tianyi. With no desire to linger, they turned and fled. But unexpectedly, Zhang Jiuhua grabbed one by the shoulder. They instinctively spun around, their faces smashing into Zhang Jiuhua's. Now, Zhang Jiuhua's face bore an additional green-faced mask. In the night's darkness, it looked exceptionally fierce. A jet of flame erupted from his mouth, scorching the 2 ghost children into shrieking cries. Pretty impressive, huh? This is the ghost-slaying technique my master developed by combining theatrical face changing with his own research. Different masks exert varying levels of deterrence on ghosts. Kong Tianyi declared triumphantly. Chapter 99, The Ancient Photograph. Is that you, great-grandfather? Unlike Xia Hong, Zhang Zhouhua didn't have the system's blessings. After becoming a zombie, he could borrow divine power to use Taoist magic without limit. A mortal body could scarcely match the might of demons and spirits. Thus, divine power became essential. Most Taoist arts fundamentally harness divine power for personal use. Zhang Zhouhua is no longer a living being, though he cultivated Taoism for many years in life. But if he were to shout something like "Laozi, hasten as the law commands," now, the old lord would surely ignore him. At best, he might be met with a bolt of heavenly lightning. Thus, if Zhang Zhouhua wished to borrow power, he could only turn to the forces of the yin spirits. These masks no longer follow the conventional theatrical conventions where red signifies loyalty and righteousness, black represents justice and integrity, and white denotes cunning and treachery. Each mask now symbolized a specific shadow spirit. The green-faced mask he wore now, for instance, channeled the power of the green-faced ox-headed general among the 10 great yin generals. Green-faced with fangs, a head bearing broken horns, eyes like copper bells. Far more reliable than his disciple Kong Tianyi's spirit summoning arts. Kong Tianyi's spirit summoning was far too unstable. Only a traitor's luck could summon a truly formidable entity. Unlike Zhang Zhouhua, who channels the power of whichever spirit he channels when changing his mask. Impressive. Su Zifu marveled with a series of tisk-tsk sounds. He'd never witnessed such a technique before. Most crucially, it happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang Zhouhua spat a jet of flame from his mouth, instantly scorching the two ghost children until they hissed and sizzled, rolling on the ground in agony. If he and Kong Tianyi, with their current skill levels, were to face off against those two ghost children, they'd definitely struggle to gain the upper hand. It seemed that senior Zhang Zhouhua had grown considerably more formidable than before. Was this a final burst of strength before the end? Combined with Su Zifu's keen perception of yin energy, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Zhang Zhouhua. He couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what it was. Of course, it wasn't just Su Zifu. As his disciple, Kong Tianyi had also sensed it. Lately, the master's behavior had been highly unusual. Just moments ago, when he'd lifted the master onto the rooftop. Judging by the weight, his master now likely weighed no more than 50 or 60 pounds. Strange, truly strange. However, so far, aside from Old Yen directly voicing his doubts, no one else had voiced it openly. "Master, be careful." Kong Tianyi noticed the changes in the two ghost children and shouted a warning. The two ghost children rolled on the ground, extinguishing the flames engulfing their bodies. They shot resentful glances at Zhang Zhouhua before taking hold of his small hand. Two streams of ghostly energy merged into one. The 5 plague ghosts of the 5 ghosts transport technique were inherently part of the same system, possessing an extremely high degree of compatibility. Under the gaze of the 3, they abruptly vanished into the earth. Penetrating walls and burrowing through earth were naturally no challenge for them. However, relying on subterranean escape to evade Zhang Zhouhua's pursuit was hardly realistic. Their only option was to launch a surprise attack from underground. Eerie energy surged chaotically across the ground, making their exact location unpredictable. Even Zhang Zhouhua had to swiftly shift positions to avoid being caught off guard by the two ghost children. Suddenly, 4 tiny ghostly hands seized Zhang Zhouhua's legs. They aimed to drag him down into the earth. Kong Tianyi and Su Zifu rushed forward to help. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, half of Zhang Zhouhua's body had been pulled into the earth. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The ghost children's laughter was eerie and piercing. Just as they thought they had successfully seized Zhang Zhouhua, instinctively looked up, only to see Zhang Zhouhua flick his sleeves. The mask on his face had changed again from its original blue hue. It had now split into half black and half white. This was the mask through which Zhang Zhouhua simultaneously channeled the powers of the yin-yang impermanence. In his left hand, a morning staff, in his right, a soul-reaping rope. The two ghost children felt as though chains had bound their entire bodies, leaving them unable to break free. In the next instant, the morning staff came crashing down. It smashed the two ghost children straight into the earth, shrinking their bodies by a full size. The morning staff strikes ghosts, a single blow shrinks them 3 inches, no joke. Though Zhang Zhouhua had only channeled a fraction of its power, it was more than enough to subdue the two ghost children. Wah, wah. The two ghost children rolled on the ground, wincing in pain as their skin split open from the lashes. Holy crap. That was insane. Su Zifu exclaimed in astonishment. He had expected facing two ghost children would be a grueling battle. But it was over so quickly? He glanced at Zhang Zhouhua again. His face had already returned to its original appearance. This was called recovering his face. The transformation could only be described as flawless. This display left even his disciple, Kong Tianyi, in disbelief. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he demanded, "Whoever you are, get off my master." Then, he savored the satisfaction of delivering a hard kick to Zhang Zhouhua's instep with his own foot. The soul-reaping ropes that had bound the two ghost children had, at some point, transformed into crimson cords. "Let's go. Take us back to where you came from." Otherwise, I could just wipe you both out right here. Zhang Jiuhua threatened. Where were the other 3 ghost children? Where had they all come from? Why were they after the old man? What were their peculiarities? What were their objectives? These matters still needed thorough investigation. The 2 ghost children exchanged glances. Now that they were prisoners, they had no choice but to follow Zhang Jiuhua's orders and lead the way. Otherwise, they'd surely be beaten to death. Take the old man back to his house first. We'll follow the tracking signal over later. Zhang Jiuhua instructed Su Zifu. They all had their phones on location tracking, connected to each other. By following the phone's location, they could find each other's whereabouts. What era is this? Technology is the cornerstone of progress and development. Let's go. Zhang Jiuhua flicked the red rope, leading the 2 ghost children away. Kong Tianyi followed behind. On Su Zifu's side, they lifted the old man onto their shoulders. But after taking just a few steps, the old man suddenly woke up. Who are you? What do you want? The old man, realizing he was being carried by a man, panicked and struggled free. Staring at Su Zifu in terror, he instinctively pulled his clothes tighter and cursed, "Damn it! You won't even leave an old man alone?" Su Zifu. Without hesitation, he slapped a calming talisman onto the old man's forehead. Meanwhile, Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi had already entered Li Chuanping's home. The interior was equally old and worn, every corner brimming with the warmth of lived-in life. However, upon stepping inside, they discovered it was far more spacious than its exterior suggested. Outside, farming tools were stored, along with pots and pans drying from cooking, and various household items. Inside was a small living room furnished with a wooden sofa, coffee table, and a large screen television. The innermost room, presumably the bedroom for Li Chunping and his wife, had its door closed. His wife must still be resting. My wife is still resting. Please have some water, Mr. Xia. I'll go wake her up. Li Chunping brought 2 cups of hot water and handed them to Xia Hong and the others. Xia Xiaoxi looked around the room curiously. Peering left and right, she seemed to have never seen much of the world. After all, she had lived in the Xia family's old residence as a child, and after moving to the city, she resided in Taoyuan residential complex. She hadn't often seen old houses like this. Finally, Xia Xiaoxi's gaze settled on a photo frame hanging on the wall. Inside the frame was an old photograph of 2 people together. Oh my! Grandpa Zhang, is that you? Chapter 100, Xia Hong in military uniform. What rank did he hold back then? In the photo, the 2 stood side by side. Whether it was originally black and white or had faded, it looked very dim. Even so, Xia Xiaoxi could instantly recognize one of them, her great-grandfather. The other man stood beside Xia Hong, about half a head shorter than him. His face was pockmarked and he grinned widely. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong stepped closer to take a look. The other man in the photo was Li Chuanping's grandfather, Li Mizi. Seeing the photo stirred up memories from Xia Heng's past. Back then, it was he who had called out to Li Mizi to take this very photo together. Despite his age, Li Mizi had never had his picture taken before. When he heard he could get his picture taken, he was overjoyed, his smile stretching almost to his ears. But after it was developed, he complained that his face was too pockmarked and he didn't look good. Xia Hong never imagined he'd see this photo again after all these years. Grandpa Zhang, you're wearing a military uniform. Damn, that's so cool. It looks just like me. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. In the photo at home, Xia Hong hadn't been wearing a military uniform. Seeing Xia Hong in uniform now, he looked even more imposing than she'd imagined. Turned upside down, ha ha ha. Who looks like who? Holy crap. Spot on. Just looking at the photo gives me the chills. He didn't quite have that effect before, but now in uniform? Who can even describe it? So commanding, yet not intimidating. So this is what Grandpa Zhang looks like in uniform. If I were an enemy soldier, I'd be scared just seeing him. You think the Japanese weren't scared? Grandpa Zhang sure ate well back in the day. The live stream exploded with comments from lurkers who'd been sitting on the sidelines. Back then, conditions weren't that great. The fabric for military uniforms was pretty shoddy. It was pretty much like what you see in TV dramas about the anti-Japanese war. Just gray cloth uniforms and a round military cap. Yet they radiated an aura that instantly reassured the people whenever they saw them. Xia Hong died young, leaving behind few photographs. This particular photograph is not among those kept at the Xia family's ancestral home. The one at the ancestral home was taken specifically for the family before Xia Hong joined the army. But Grandpa Zhang, our family was quite wealthy back then, so we could afford to hire someone to take photos. I understand that. But back then, how many people in the military actually got their faces photographed? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Xia Hong nodded in agreement. She was right about that. Given the conditions back then, a single photograph was incredibly precious. Not just any soldier could get his picture taken. Grandpa Zhang must have held a pretty high rank back then. I agree. Just his bearing alone doesn't look like a lowly soldier. So curious. Can you share more? Netizens were buzzing with curiosity. Xia Hong naturally couldn't answer everything.
80 years have passed, there's little point in discussing it now. Besides, his file was likely still classified, not everything could be disclosed. What preoccupied Xia Hong more at present was this. Since he had deduced that Li Ermezi was still alive, and he wasn't at home, where on earth could he be? At Xia Hang's signal, Xia Xiaoxi ended the livestream. Xia Hong still needed to carefully control what could and couldn't be broadcast. As the live stream went dark, the chat exploded once more. They'd never seen such a capricious streamer before. No matter how many viewers were online or how many gifts were sent, she'd go offline at the drop of a hat. What's infuriating is that despite this, her viewership keeps growing day by day.
I can't take it anymore. When are you hosting a fan meetup? I need the real Grandpa Zhang in person. Are you sure about this?
Ever since stepping inside, Xia Hong had faintly detected the scent of incense.
Following the scent, Xia Hong made his way into the kitchen.
Hanging above the stove was a small shrine dedicated to the kitchen god. In Sansheng, every household venerated the kitchen god in their kitchen.
However, the lamp and red candles on the shrine were all electronic, powered by LED lights.
Yesterday was the 15th day, when the kitchen god was worshipped. Today, the 16th, was not a day for offerings.
So the scent of incense wasn't coming from the kitchen god's shrine.
Xia Hong ventured deeper into the kitchen and discovered a dilapidated wooden door hidden at the far end. Approaching the door, Xia Hong placed his hand upon it. Xia Xiaoxi followed closely behind Grandpa Zhang, not daring to speak. The room suddenly felt eerily quiet, an unnerving stillness settling over it. Guessing that Grandpa Zhang must have discovered something, Xia Xiaoxi held her breath, afraid to make a sound. After pausing for about a second, Xia Hong confirmed the scent of incense was indeed coming from behind the door. He pushed the door open with a slight effort.
With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door swung open. Behind it stood a figure. Someone's here. Grandpa Zhang.
Xia Xiaoxi was so startled her soul nearly flew out of her body, her entire pig-like head ducking behind Xia Hang.
Mr. Xia, is there something you need? I was just about to head out.
The voice behind the door spoke up a familiar tone.
It was Li Chunpeng. Xia Hong glanced around the room and noticed a small door hidden within.
It appeared to be a small partitioned-off space separated from the main room. With just one glance, Xia Hong could see the basic layout inside. It was completely empty except for a redwood altar holding a golden Buddha statue. A few small fruits and some bread were placed on the altar. The incense in the burner had clearly been forcibly extinguished just moments ago, leaving a large portion still burning. Yet just moments ago, Xia Hong could still smell the incense smoke.
So Li Chunpeng claimed he went back to his room to wake his wife, but in reality, he came here to extinguish the incense?
Oh, that's the Buddha statue my grandfather worshipped before he passed away. After he passed, I'd come burn incense whenever I had time. Seeing Xia Hang's gaze turn toward the altar table, Li Chunpeng offered an explanation.
Xia Hong said nothing more.
The three returned to the living room, where Xia Xiaoxi was still shaken.
Sometimes, people can scare others to death. Alright, where's your wife? Did she wake up? Xia Hong pressed. She's awake. She'll be up shortly. Please bear with us a moment, Mr. Xia. She's feeling quite unwell. My apologies. I'll go pick some vegetables from my garden right now. I'm a decent cook.
You two are welcome to have a simple meal at my place tonight. Li Chunpeng said, preparing to leave.
Xia Xiaoxi leaned close to Xia Hang's ear and whispered, Grandpa Zhang, this uncle is so hospitable. No need to trouble yourself.
But Xia Hong paid no heed to his great-granddaughter's words. Instead, he walked straight toward the tightly closed door of the room. He simply couldn't stand watching Li Chunpeng's clumsy charade any longer.
Mr. Xia, what are you doing? My wife is still inside. She doesn't like wearing clothes when she sleeps.
Li Chunpeng visibly tensed up.
Before he could finish, Xia Hong cut him off. You don't have a damn wife.
As the words fell, the door burst open. On the bed, aside from a pile of bedding, there was clearly no one else.
Spill it. Who are you going out to meet? Chapter 101. Ever heard of a Taoist zombie? Put away that pathetic artifact.
Xia Xiaoxi, standing nearby, was stunned by Xia Hang's words. She followed his gaze toward the doorway, her expression blank with confusion.
Wasn't Li Chunpeng's wife supposed to be sleeping in there? Why wasn't there a single soul inside? And what was Grandpa Zhang trying to imply? I haven't gone anywhere.
Li Chunpeng visibly tensed up.
Then where's your wife? Xia Hong pressed. Li Chunpeng's eyelid twitched and he couldn't answer right away. Xia Hong couldn't be bothered to argue further. He cut straight to the point. Can't answer? Because you don't even have a wife, right?
Most of the household items don't look like they belong to two people living together.
We came too suddenly, so you didn't have time to prepare? And that Buddha statue in the room, you worship it yourself, right?
You fiddle with your fingers because you habitually carry prayer beads.
What exactly was your intention in luring me to Luoyang village?
The barrage of questions left not only Li Chunpeng flustered, but Xia Xiaoxi equally bewildered. So, claiming his wife was possessed was just a ploy to lure Xia Hong here. In truth, Li Chunpeng had no wife at all.
Moreover, during their 2 meetings, Li Chunpeng's subconscious hand-tapping motion bore an uncanny resemblance to the rhythmic movement of reciting Buddhist prayer beads. Li Chunpeng's eyes widened. It seemed unimaginable that his performance could be so riddled with holes in front of Xia Heng.
After all, having spent decades farming in the village, he was never particularly skilled at deception. Since Xia Heng had seen through him, there was no point in pretending any longer.
Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I had no choice.
I truly have no wife, and I did deliberately lead you here. But for my late grandfather, I must do this. Li Chunpeng said, his voice trembling. By now, Xia Xiaoxi had grasped the situation. Li Chunpeng was a devout Buddhist who had never married. There was no such thing as his wife being possessed by evil spirits. But he was indeed the grandson of Li Ermeizi, Grandpa Zheng's comrade in arms from back in the day. All these lies were spun just to lure Xia Heng here.
You're still lying. Even my great-grandfather knew the truth. Your grandfather isn't dead at all, is he? Xia Xiaoxi retorted. Li Chunpeng trembled even more violently upon hearing this. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The gap was too vast.
In front of Xia Heng, it seemed like any pretense or deception would be seen through. He could understand the earlier remarks.
Xia Heng observed meticulously, possessed keen insight, could detect clues and explain them.
But how could he possibly know that his grandfather was still alive?
How did you know that? Mr. Xia, I'm sorry for deceiving you. But for my grandfather's sake, I must kill you.
As Li Chunpeng spoke, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Gone was his earlier simple-mindedness, replaced by a new, sinister ruthlessness.
Damn it, you're being unreasonable. You're going to kill my great-grandfather just for your grandfather? Xia Xiaoxi couldn't bear to listen anymore and cursed under her breath. Normally, she'd hide behind Xia Heng out of fear of ghosts.
But when facing humans, she never backed down.
Back when she took on Yu Huihui and her husband, she hadn't backed down. It's different. Mr. Xia is long dead.
He never should have existed in the first place.
Li Chunpeng retorted. Xia Xiaoxi's face flushed red with anger. What kind of nonsense was that?
She rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach Li Chunpeng a lesson. He could insult her, but insulting her great-grandfather was out of the question. And to spout such nonsense. How could this person possibly know how many lives her great-grandfather had saved during this time? She took 2 steps forward before Xia Heng stopped her. Leave Grandpa Zheng to me. Xia Xiaoxi tried to break free from Xia Heng's grip. But when she saw Li Chunpeng pull out a fruit knife from somewhere,
she obediently retreated, burrowing back into Xia Heng's embrace. Sometimes, I guess I'm just a weak woman after all. Xia Xiaoxi said awkwardly. Where exactly is your grandfather? What do you think you're doing? Xia Heng's voice carried anger.
It was only because of Li Ermeizi that he had agreed to make this trip. Even though Li Chunpeng's lies were full of holes, Xia Heng still came. He wanted to get to the bottom of it himself and see Li Ermeizi face to face.
But Xia Heng wasn't one to tolerate disrespect.
If Li Chunpeng didn't know his place,
even if he was Li Ermeizi's grandson, Xia Heng wouldn't hold back. You say I didn't prepare properly? No. I actually did prepare. I was just waiting for you to arrive.
Li Chunpeng spoke as he pulled another unknown object from his bag. Clutching it in his palm, he flung it forcefully toward Xia Heng. Zombies fear glutinous rice the most.
You can't escape it.
Li Chunpeng said coldly. But Xia Heng merely pushed Jushi aside. He stood completely still, letting the sky-filling glutinous rice rain down upon him. The raw glutinous rice crackled and popped against Xia Heng's body, yet it failed to affect him in the slightest. The glutinous rice scattered across the ground, yet Xia Heng's feet remained firmly planted.
How is this possible? Aren't zombies most afraid of glutinous rice? Why isn't it reacting? Li Chunpeng exclaimed in shock.
Xia Xiaoxi tapped her head, thinking it was supposed to be so powerful.
She'd prepared something extraordinary. And then, she just flung a handful of glutinous rice?
Her great-grandfather was a Taoist zombie who needed half a pound of corpse-suppressing talismans to contain his power.
Glutinous rice would be useless against great-grandpa. You, look at my prayer beads and Vajra pestle. Li Chunpeng swung both hands simultaneously, one holding prayer beads, the other wielding a Vajra.
These were sacred artifacts he'd offered before the Buddha for years. Even if glutinous rice had no effect on Xia Heng,
Buddhist ritual implements should surely have some effect, right? Li Chunpeng first hurled the prayer beads at Xia Heng.
Xia Heng caught them directly with his hand, examining them closely.
He spoke up, human bone prayer beads? What kind of Buddha do you even worship?
These beads were strung from the brow bones of human skulls. The earliest makers of these human bone rosaries didn't just take bones from anyone's brow ridge. Instead, they sought out venerable monks who had attained enlightenment through their practice. They believed that these monks read scriptures and observed the heavens and earth through their eyes. Thus, their cultivation was concentrated in the brow bone, which was why it was taken to make the beads.
Later, the requirements gradually became less stringent, and any human brow bone would suffice. Typically, the beads numbered 110 or 108.
The number of beads equaled the number of human brow bones used.
Today, Buddhism in China has become deeply localized through centuries of evolution.
It's highly unlikely that such human bone prayer beads are still used today. Especially for someone like Li Chunpeng, an old farmer, it's even less likely he'd possess such an item.
You're not afraid of prayer beads? Li Chunpeng was utterly dumbfounded, having no idea what Xia Hong meant by human bone rosary. He only felt terror. Glutinous rice was useless. Even the prayer beads obtained from the temple couldn't harm Xia Hong. What about the Vajra staff? As Xia Hong snapped the Vajra staff in two, Li Chunpeng was utterly paralyzed. His legs began to buckle. He dared not regard Xia Hong as a zombie anymore. What kind of zombie is immune to all magical artifacts? This was downright cheating. Chapter 102, Xia Hong's primordial soul emerges? A sudden system alert. Please continue reading.
But now that the arrow was drawn, there was no turning back. For his grandfather's sake, he had to push forward. Li Chunpeng finally pulled out a bottle of black dog's blood stored in a mineral water bottle from his pocket.
He twisted off the cap and charged straight at Xia Hong. Is this never going to end? Xia Hong snapped angrily.
He grabbed Li Chunpeng's wrist with a backhand and twisted it hard. The mineral water bottle filled with black dog's blood slipped from his grasp and crashed to the floor. The blood splattered across the floor, filling the entire room with a foul, pungent stench.
Ah! My hand!
Li Chunpeng screamed in agony, his face drenched in sweat. Yet no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Xia Hong's grip. This strength was simply beyond his ability to resist.
In that moment, Li Chunpeng finally understood.
If Xia Hong wanted to kill him, he could end his life in an instant.
Xia Xiaoxi, huddled in the corner, dared not speak, watching silently. This time, she could sense it too. Grandpa Zhang was genuinely furious. Snap!
A sharp crack echoed through the air. The bones in Li Chunpeng's hand snapped apart, twisted into a twisted mass by Xia Hong's bare hands. A man this deranged won't come to his senses unless he tastes real pain.
Talk! Where is Li Ermatzi? If you don't talk, next time I'll twist your neck. Xia Hong demanded. Li Chunpeng nearly fainted from the agony, yet he forced himself to turn and face Xia Hong. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry.
His gaze instinctively drifted toward the kitchen.
That worn wooden door.
Beneath the red cloth of the altar table, 3 ghost children remained hidden.
The consecrated Buddha statue could conceal ghostly energy as long as it remained hidden beneath the altar table. This was Li Chunpeng's backup plan.
He was certain Xia Hong had no time to prepare. That was why he uttered words like "I'm sorry."
Little did he know.
From the moment Xia Hong spotted Li Chunpeng at the alley entrance, he had already detected the 3 ghostly auras emanating from him. If he truly needed to guard against it, he would have done so long ago.
Xiao Bai! Xia Hong called out in a low voice.
From Xia Xiaoxi's backpack, the little white flag fluttered out with a swish. It flew out automatically, darting straight into the small room.
Less than a minute later, Xiao Bai emerged holding the flag, herding 3 ghost children out like ducks. 3 ghost children, their faces bruised and swollen, clad in red belly bands, were herded out.
Ever since Xiao Bai acquired a ghost-slaying fong, his power had increased significantly.
Even 3 ghost children were no match for him. Whoa! Xiao Bai exclaimed blankly, signaling he'd successfully completed his mission. Though she could speak now, she still rarely uttered words, preferring only whoa. No one knew where she'd picked that up. Holy crap, Xiao Bai! You're so powerful now? Quick, lend me that Xiao Bai flag, let me show off a bit. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. This. Li Chunpeng couldn't hold back any longer. Even 3 ghost children were defeated so easily? Wasn't it said that even if he started off badly, with the help of the 3 ghost children, he'd definitely be able to take down Xia Hong? How could things turn out so completely different from what he'd imagined? So it was the 5 ghosts' transport, but how did 2 go missing? Xia Hong recognized the 3 plague ghosts at a glance. With only 3, it made sense that Xiao Bai could handle them so easily. If all 5 had appeared together, Xiao Bai wouldn't have won so easily. He'd likely end up getting beaten up instead. Xia Hong dragged Li Chunpeng into the small room. Only now did he finally get a clear look at the Buddha statue Li Chunpeng worshipped. They hadn't had a chance to examine it closely earlier. The statue stood about half an arm's length tall, gilded and seated upon a lotus pedestal. It looked no different from ordinary Buddha statues. The peculiarity lay in the fact that this statue possessed one head with 4 distinct faces. Facing north, south, east, and west, each of the 4 faces was distinct, with only one face possessing complete facial features. The other 3 faces were either missing mouths or eyes, while one had only 2 ears. Upon closer inspection, it appeared exceptionally eerie. Isn't this the 4-faced Buddha you mentioned? Xia Hong looked at Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Xiaoxi had followed him inside. But Xiao Bai was still outside guarding the 3 ghost children. They couldn't perceive the consecrated Buddha statue directly. Earlier, Xiao Bai had only entered by using the white flag. No, it's not. The Buddha statue at Baoji Temple is huge.
Though it also seems to have 4 faces, it looks quite benevolent, not like this.
Xia Xiaoxi explained. Xia Hong nodded in agreement.
Indeed, if such a statue were placed in a temple, who would dare to burn incense there? It would be a miracle if people weren't scared to death.
You're not even afraid of Buddha statues? Li Chunping couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment.
Standing before the statue, he seemed completely unfazed.
In truth, Xia Hong wasn't entirely unaffected.
But this repulsive force was practically negligible to him.
What were you thinking, worshipping this thing?
It drives believers to commit crimes and even sends ghosts to help.
Use your brain. What good can come from dealing with ghosts? Xia Hong laughed bitterly in rage.
Sometimes he truly couldn't fathom how brainless followers like Li Chunping could even think.
They're truly possessed. Whatever the Buddha commands, they obey.
It's not that believing in Buddha is wrong, but you can't lump everyone together. It's just like Taoism, there are many branches, some righteous, some wicked. And the 4-faced Buddha is so disgusting even ghosts recoil from it.
How could this possibly be a benevolent deity? But you also exorcise ghosts,
Li Chunping said, pointing at Xiaobai outside the door.
Xia Xiaoxi couldn't take it anymore.
Her face flushed red as she jumped out to retort, "Nonsense. My great-grandfather is no monster."
Hey, my great-grandfather was a good soul. Wait, no, that's not right either. Xia Hong.
It hadn't been this humiliating before, but his great-granddaughter's explanation left him utterly disgraced. Without another word, he delivered a swift karate chop, knocking Li Chunping unconscious. Since this madman stubbornly refused to speak, he'd just go to Baoji Temple himself. With the 4-faced Buddha enshrined there had to be some connection. A visit would reveal all. Xia Xiaoxi carried the Buddha statue while Xiaobai herded the 3 ghost children toward Baoji Temple at the mountain's base. The 3 ghost children resisted fiercely as they were led out the door. Little Bai nearly slapped her bottom raw. Xia Xiaoxi even suspected that Xiaobai might have been a kindergarten teacher in a past life.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the shaman to be killed and sent to serve the infant like ghost. Soon, the grandmother and granddaughter arrived outside Baoji Temple. The temple gates were tightly shut. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. But as they approached the gate, shouts and curses erupted from within.
Damn it!
Who the hell is that? Who's so heartless?
Throwing money into the merit box for a dead soul.
Damn it!
Xia Xiaoxi struggled to stifle her laughter, surprised the monk had noticed so quickly. Her lips murmured under her breath, "Grandpa Zhang, so monks swear too." However, Xia Hong paid no heed to her words. His expression seemed distant, lost in thought. Just a second ago, a system interface had suddenly popped up before Xia Hong's eyes.
Ding!
Detecting faint traces of the host's primordial soul essence.
Host, please take note. Chapter 103, Where did you come from, benefactor? Xia Hong, I came from the grave.
Xia Hong stared at the system interface that had suddenly appeared before him.
He couldn't help but freeze for a moment.
Previously, whenever the system appeared, it was merely to grant rewards.
This kind of prompt had never appeared before. What did it mean, detected primordial soul essence? Could it be that his soul had some connection to this temple? As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Hong recalled what old Yen had said earlier. He had inquired whether Xia Hong's soul might not yet have entered the cycle of reincarnation. If not, perhaps it could be found. This has appeared? The pity was that Xia Hong's soul, unlike others, it lacked any function for dialogue or communication. Therefore, it was impossible to ask him why, upon awakening the system within the tomb. Why did the system only reconstruct his physical body? Could it be because Xia Hong's soul was still? The more he pondered, the more tangled his thoughts became. Overwhelmed by doubts, Xia Hong froze in place for a long while. This wasn't the first time Xia Xiaoxi had seen Grandpa Zhang suddenly space out like this. So she didn't find it particularly strange. Sometimes he just freezes up, it'll pass in a bit. It's normal. Moments later, Xia Hong was roused by another voice, snapping him back to reality. Mr. Xie? What brings you here? Behind Xia Hong, footsteps approached from below the temple steps. The grandfather and grandson turned to see none other than Zhang Jiuhua and Kong Tianyi. Not only them, but they were also escorting 2 ghost children. Zhang Jiuhua? Xia Hong remembered him well. Glancing at the 2 ghost children he held captive, Xia Hong surmised they must have been on a mission in Luoyang village. Xia Hong dispatched his liaison representative, Xia Xiaoxi, to approach them and gather information. Only then did he learn that Fengcheng had recently been plagued by a series of brutal murders. In most cases, young people who encountered ghostly entities were killed outright. In contrast, it was the elderly, specifically old men, who went missing without a trace. The police were utterly helpless in the face of these supernatural cases, unable to investigate them at all. Even Su Zifu and his team of paranormal consultants found the situation deeply troubling. They knew these were ghostly crimes, but the supernatural beings acted too swiftly. By the time they arrived on the scene, accidents had already occurred. Tonight, led personally by Zhang Jiuhua, they pursued the spirits all the way to Luoyang village. Only then did they manage to rescue one person and successfully capture 2 ghost children. So the other 3 ghost children were captured by Mr. Xia. Zhang Jiuhua breathed a sigh of relief. Through Xia Xiaoxi, he also learned why Xia Hong and his grandson had ended up in Luoyang village. After exchanging intelligence, they could roughly deduce that Li Ermeizi had likely been transported away by the 5 ghosts as well. It was certain that Li Ermeizi was still alive. The only lingering doubt, however, lay with Li Chunpeng. No matter how he thought about it, there was no logical reason for him to kill Xia Hang. Moreover, he kept insisting it was for his grandfather's sake that he targeted Xia Heng. Even if he was possessed by madness, someone must have instigated him first, right? The crux of the matter circles back to the 4-faced Buddha that Li Chunpeng worships. At present, whether it concerns Xia Heng's primordial soul, or the whereabouts of Li Ermeizi, or Li Chunpeng's motives, the only lead might be this temple. As he pondered this, the 5 ghost children gathered together, huddling close. The next moment, they actually began to speak. Big brother. Third uncle. Fifth aunt. Are you all okay? 5 small figures stood together, their little hands clasped. Their mutual addresses left everyone present utterly bewildered. Ha? Xia Xiaoxi looked utterly incredulous, muttering under her breath, what an obscure way to address each other. Great-grandpa, I don't get it. Xia Heng, and you call yourself a college student? Xia Xiaoxi, huh? Whether living or dead, people are forever drawn to the bizarre. The 5 ghost children's antics amused the crowd, who all wanted to see what was going on. But in the next instant, the 5 ghost children's eyes suddenly changed. The ghostly energy emanating from each child surged violently, intensifying to several times its previous level. 5 ghosts transport their only at their most powerful when together. Kong Tianyi exclaimed in alarm. Earlier, preoccupied with exchanging intelligence, he'd forgotten to secure control over them first. This was trouble. Earlier, we were outnumbered. Now that the 5 ghosts are united, you're all going to die. The 5 ghost children stood together, their venomous gazes first locking onto Zhang Jiuhua. The sudden display of power forced even Zhang Jiuhua to stumble back several steps. With a flick of his sleeve, he covered his face only to reveal a second mask, a green-faced ox-headed demon. He opened his mouth wide and flung his head back. Licking flames surged toward the 5 ghost children, scorching the ghostly energy enveloping them. The flames Zhang Jiuhua unleashed were neither ordinary nor Taoist fire. It was yin fire, the flame of the yin spirit, specifically designed to strike down lesser demons. Ah! The 5 ghost children screamed in unison, their bodies smoking from Zhang Jiuhua's yin fire. 5 little faces flushed bright red, looking rather adorable. Over there, Zhang Jiuhua wasn't faring much better. The ghostly energy surged along the yin fire, violently shoving him back several paces. This force was far more potent than before. Both sides had effectively fought to a standstill. Kong Tianyi inwardly gasped in astonishment. While others might not understand his master, he certainly did. When he took Zhang Jiuhua as his disciple to inherit his teachings, Zhang Jiuhua had already been afflicted by a hidden illness, his health deteriorating day by day. Yet now, even facing the full 5 ghosts transport technique head on all 5 plague spirits, there was a sense of equal strength. He was merely forced back, not injured at all? Understand this, when the 5 ghosts unite, they stand among the absolute pinnacle of fierce spirits. Well, see how formidable we 5 ghosts are? The 5 ghost children stood with hands on hips. They pointed at Zhang Jiuhua, gloating. The 2 ghost children Zhang Jiuhua had captured earlier had suffered greatly in the flames. Now they were finally getting their revenge. Press our advantage and kill this old Taoist. Before the leader could finish his threat, 5 bald heads were instantly smashed, each swelling into a large bump that began to smoke. The 5 ghosts instantly collapsed to the ground. Looking closer, it was Xia Hong who had struck. His fist, as big as a clay pot, had swung down on each of their heads. You ambushed us. The ghost child protested indignantly. Xia Hong couldn't care less. Why bother with chivalry when dealing with ghosts? He motioned for Zhang Jiuhua to come over, and together they bound the 5 ghost children. What, did they think banding together would let them rule the world? Kong Tianyi sulked behind him, thinking to himself, this one is even heavier weight. Just then, inside the temple, the sounds of the fight outside seemed to have reached their ears. Footsteps drew nearer, and the sound of the main gate creaking open came from within. 3 figures stood behind the door, 2 in grey robes and 1 in yellow, all monks of Baoji Temple. Among them, the one in yellow robes glanced at the group. His gaze lingered on the 5 ghost children before quickly withdrawing. He turned to Xia Hong, the leader. Where do you come from, layman? What brings you here at this late hour? I come from the grave to pay my respects to the Buddha. Xia Hong replied. Chapter 104, Xia Hong. If kind words fall on deaf ears, this stiff knows a few fist moves too. The yellow-robed monk frowned slightly. He certainly recognized Xia Hong recently, the entire 3 cities. Who hadn't come across Xia Hong's videos or live streams? It was precisely because of Xia Hong that fewer people had been coming to the temple lately. Young people especially hardly any came anymore. Only the elderly women kept the place going. They even hired someone to make promotional videos for the temple.
Even so, it hasn't made much of a difference. Most of the likes and views are fake.
Relying solely on subsidies, they're barely scraping by.
The 5 ghost children have all been captured. And then there's this Lee Chunpeng.
Each held a natural connection that prevented Xiahong from fully lowering his guard and seizing an opportunity to act. However, to ensure the subsequent plan could proceed smoothly, they had long prepared for the possibility of being tracked down. Even though his mind was racing with thoughts, the yellow-robed monk remained outwardly composed and calm. Our temple closes for rest at night. Please return tomorrow during daylight hours to pay respects and offer incense.
The yellow-robed monk clasped his hands together respectfully. This lady devotee looks somewhat familiar. One of the gray-robed monks beside him glanced at Xia Xiaoxi and remarked deliberately. Even though Xia Xiaoxi had worn a mask during the day, they could still recognize her instantly. It was this girl who had donated the money to buy the dead ghost's life.
What rotten luck! She'd just gotten them scolded by the abbot. Not at all, not at all. This is my first time here. Xia Xiaoxi frowned and stepped back behind the others.
We're here on official business.
We suspect your temple is haunted. Please cooperate. Kong Tianyi stepped forward, pulling out his credentials. As paranormal consultants, they lacked formal search authority, but they could always pretend they had it.
Few people had even heard of their profession, let alone knew what powers they possessed.
Claiming authority was enough as long as they could intimidate the other party. Officer, this is a temple. To suggest malevolent spirits roam here, isn't that absurd?
The yellow-robed monk retorted.
Please cooperate. Kong Tianyi held up his credentials, repeating the same demand.
The ghost child had led them this far, and there was also intelligence from Xia Hang's side.
This temple had too many suspicious elements. It had to be investigated.
The yellow-robed monk sighed, realizing he couldn't stand his ground against Kong Tianyi.
He raised his hand, gesturing for them to enter. Very well, please come in. This monk's dharma name is Hui Ming, and I am the abbot of Baoji Temple.
These two are my disciples, Pu Xuan and Pu Kong.
Whatever you require, simply give the word.
Hui Ming stepped aside as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had returned to the White Flag camp, where Kong Tianyi had taken on the task of carrying the unconscious Li Chunpeng.
Do you recognize this man? Zhang Jiuhua pointed at Li Chunpeng's face and asked. I do.
He's a villager who often comes to burn incense at the temple.
Hui Ming replied.
Zhang Jiuhua then pointed at the 5 ghost children and said, they were causing trouble in the village and we caught them.
They led us here to the temple. What's the story with these? As he spoke, Zhang Jiuhua kicked one of the ghost children.
But clearly, the ghost children had cooperated in leading them here.
Now that they were inside the temple,
their mouths seemed to have been sewn shut instead. Not a single word escaped them.
A vague sense of unease crept over Zhang Jiuhua. The ghost children's behavior suggested they had deliberately led them here. Did it think the temple could protect them? Amitabha Buddha. So these are the 5 plague demons. How pitiful.
I suppose they know of the Buddha's mercy, which is why they fled to this temple in their desperation to survive.
But you committed evil deeds first. Even the Buddha cannot tolerate you. Hui Ming shook his head and sighed.
With just a few words, he completely distanced himself from the 5 ghost children, leaving them utterly disconnected from him. He was clearly playing dumb, which was infuriating. But now, no matter how hard Ghost Child kicked him, he wouldn't speak. Zhang Jiuhua and Xia Hang exchanged glances, knowing full well that mere questioning wouldn't yield any meaningful answers. Entering the temple, a thick scent of incense hit them. The entire Buddhist hall felt unusually solemn. Yet strangely, it was obvious this temple was inextricably linked to ghostly entities. Xia Hang scanned the surroundings, yet found not a single trace of anything unusual. It was nothing more than an ordinary, dilapidated little temple. Even the system remained silent. Tianyi, you stay here and watch over them. Xia Hang and I will investigate. Zhang Jiuhua instructed his disciple. He was to stay behind and watch over Li Chunpeng and the 5 ghost children. They were crucial witnesses, both human and ghost, and undoubtedly harbored information that hadn't yet been extracted. That was precisely why they hadn't been killed outright. Go ahead. Hui Ming replied calmly. Xia Hang, accompanied by Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Jiuhua, ventured deep into the temple's interior to begin their search. Even the faintest trace of yin energy would be a breakthrough. But the temple itself was a natural environment for concealing yin energy. The incense offerings blanketed the air, masking any traces of it. Regardless of its presence, locating it proved difficult. After circling through the temple, they found nothing. Midway through, Xia Xiaoxi grew curious and asked, Master Zhang, did you just perform a face-changing act? She had noticed Zhang Jiuhua's face shift momentarily while he was spewing fire, only to snap back into place. It happened so fast she couldn't quite make it out, like a magic trick. Was this another form of Taoist sorcery? Yes, it was a face-changing technique. Zhang Jiuhua replied. That was so fast. Xia Xiaoxi marveled. Beside them, Xia Han waved his hand in disagreement. No, you change much faster. Xia Xiaoxi, me. Ha? Grandpa Zhang, it seems like we've reached the end. There's no path further. The trio halted their steps. Having passed through the temple's rear courtyard, the monastic quarters beyond were largely dilapidated and uninhabitable. Beyond that lay a grove of banana trees, with no path leading further.
What a vast banana grove! Zhang Jiuhua exclaimed in surprise.
He hadn't expected such a vast grove to lie hidden behind the temple. Facing this dead end, Zhang Jiuhua seemed to recall something, his expression pensive.
Grandpa Zhang, what should we do if we don't find anything? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Wouldn't that mean we came all this way for nothing?
Turning to look, Xia Hong had already rolled up his sleeves.
Mr. Xia, what are you doing? Zhang Jiuhua asked in confusion. We won't find them anyway. Just round them all up first, Xia Hong said in a deep voice.
Just like with Han Yuan before, if everything had to go through proper procedures and gather evidence.
Han Yuan real estate would never be completely eradicated.
Over the years, who knows how many more spirits those two sorcerers would have cultivated, how many more lives they would have ruined. That's why Xia Hong had already made up his mind before even entering the temple.
If he found clues, all would be well. If not, then it was time to put on the armor, ahem.
In short, if the monk wouldn't listen to reason, Xia Hong knew a thing or two about martial arts. Once he got his hands on them, he'd surely extract the whereabouts of old men like Li Ermazi. And why they specifically targeted old men?
Who knows? Solving this mystery might even lead to the discovery of Xia Hang's own primordial soul.
With that thought, Xia Hong placed the corpse binding cap over Xia Xiaoxi's pig-like head.
He turned and headed straight back. Chapter 105, The Exquisite Banana Spirit. Yet she favors old men? This isn't quite right, is it? We haven't found anything yet. Isn't it a bit illegal to just arrest someone like this? Zhang Jiuhua voiced his unease.
Though the situation was highly suspicious, he still felt outright arrest was unwise. My great-grandfather often said, laws are meant to restrain people.
But he's a zombie, Xia Xiaoxi replied. Ha?
Zhang Jiuhua's eyes lit up at this, his thoughts suddenly becoming clear.
Wait, right. Laws are meant to bind humans, what does that have to do with him? He was now a zombie like Xia Hong, not human. He'd obeyed the law his entire life, slaying countless ghosts and demons. He'd even transformed himself into a zombie, why should he still be afraid of this and that? How frustrating. No wonder the old masters live with such clarity. If something seems suspicious, just arrest them. At worst, it's a case of mistaken identity.
But in a situation like this, there's no way this temple is without its problems.
Being decisive might just save a lot of trouble.
Of course, Xia Hong didn't mean to underestimate that monk. To say nothing else, just the fact that he could command the 5 ghosts to move things. Even if the one behind the 5 ghosts' transport wasn't Huiming himself.
Yet upon seeing the 5 ghost children, Huiming recognized them instantly.
And he remained utterly composed. This alone proved that the abbot of this temple, Master Huiming, was far from ordinary.
Xia Hong removing his hat in advance was proof enough.
The last battle at Han Yuan had already ruined one hat. Removing it early this time meant it wouldn't get damaged. Just then, Zhang Jiuhua, who had been walking at the rear, suddenly halted. His brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something.
Rustle, rustle. Was it the wind?
A rustling sound came from the banana grove behind them.
It hadn't been this loud just moments ago. Zhang Jiuhua glanced back. The positions of the frontmost banana trees seemed slightly different than before. Had he misremembered?
Zhang Jiuhua stared intently at the banana trees. Only after confirming they hadn't shifted did he turn back with renewed confidence. He took a few more steps forward, but the rustling sounds behind him started up again. This time the sound was closer. Zhang Jiuhua whipped his head around. The banana trees that had been in their original positions were now closer to him.
It wasn't an illusion. The banana trees were indeed moving.
Zhang Jiuhua wasted no time, swiftly pulling a yellow talisman from his robe and flicking one out.
Such basic Taoist talismans were still within Zhang Jiuhua's capabilities.
After all, he had once been a Taoist master and knew how to avoid certain pitfalls.
The yellow talisman struck the banana tree and instantly exploded. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. A deathly pale woman's face had grown on the banana tree, startling Zhang Jiuhua into stumbling back several steps. Then, her entire body emerged from the banana tree. It was unmistakably a woman's form, her body wrapped in ribbons, her figure so alluring it made one's blood boil. In the blink of an eye, she was upon Zhang Jiuhua. Mr. Xie. Something's wrong with the banana tree. Zhang Jiuhua shouted. Xia Hong, having heard the explosion, had swiftly retreated. Now, Zhang Jiuhua was locked in combat with the woman. Her body felt as though it had no bones, clinging tightly to Zhang Jiuhua. Under these circumstances, Xia Hong refrained from intervening immediately. Otherwise, he might have accidentally injured Zhang Jiuhua as well. So it's you again. The woman's supple body wrapped around Zhang Jiuhua, binding him tightly. The two locked eyes at an unnatural angle. Now Zhang Jiuhua recognized the woman's origins. So you're a banana spirit? You were the one who ambushed me earlier. I never thought you'd dare show your face today. Zhang Jiuhua snapped coldly. It was this very banana spirit who had ambushed him on the road back to Fengcheng. However, their encounter had been brief, and he hadn't been able to determine what kind of creature she truly was. He could only deduce it wasn't a ghostly entity, but more likely a mischievous spirit. Sure enough, it was a banana tree spirit. Earlier, when Xie Xiaoxi donated temple offerings, she had heard that this temple had stood for hundreds of years. The vast banana grove behind it had been chanting sutras and sharing in the temple's offerings day and night. It was hardly surprising that a banana tree spirit had cultivated itself over centuries. I let you go that day. And today you dare come knocking at my door. Then you'll all stay behind to become my fertilizer. The banana spirit sneered coldly. Xie Xiaoxi had long since weathered countless storms and gained rich experience. She immediately found a safe corner to hide in. However, this was her first encounter with a spirit creature. Previously, she'd only ever encountered ghosts. The moment she laid eyes on the banana spirit, even as a girl, she couldn't help but be captivated by its beauty. That level of beauty, if it were a celebrity, it would rank among the top stars in the Chinese entertainment industry. Truly breathtaking. Typically, spirits born from animals or plants never lack in looks. Female spirits especially possess an innate allure. Ordinary men would be utterly spellbound upon seeing them. Seems the monk's composure stems from knowing a banana spirit guards the rear courtyard, just waiting for us to walk right into his trap. Those 5 ghosts must also be under the banana tree spirit's command. Xia Hong pondered. If that were the case, some of his lingering doubts could be explained. But Xia Hong still couldn't quite grasp why this banana spirit, having cultivated such beauty with such difficulty, why did it suddenly take a liking to the old man? Given the bizarre movements between Zhang Zhuo and the banana spirit right now, who could tell they were even fighting? Xia Hong felt awkward about intervening at this moment. It seemed Zhang Zhuo had been ambushed earlier precisely because he himself was an old man. But after facing Zhang Zhuo, the banana spirit realized this old man was a tough nut to crack, so it didn't bother pursuing him further. What an arrogant tone. Though Zhang Zhuo's hands were bound, it didn't hinder his ability to change his face. With a flick of his head, his aged features instantly masked beneath a blue-painted mask. Among his many masks, the blue ox-headed one was Zhang Zhuo's most frequently used. It was easy to wield and suited many situations. Like now, this woman was a banana tree spirit, and nothing terrified her more than fire. Thus, Zhang Zhuo immediately donned the ox-headed mask, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth toward the banana spirit. This wasn't his first encounter with a banana tree spirit. Zhang Zhuo had a solid grasp of the banana spirit's capabilities. Thus, he felt confident in his approach. Yet when the flames engulfed the banana spirit, they failed to cause even the slightest harm. Amidst the flames, the enchanting face even wore a smile. You think this measly fire can burn me? The banana spirit sneered coldly. What the hell? Zhang Zhuo flicked again, and the blue mask on his face shifted once more. The black and white division drew upon the yin spirit's power of the black and white impermanence. Yet even this failed to break free from the bonds. During their earlier clash, the banana tree spirit clearly hadn't been this formidable. Centuries of cultivation to become a spirit truly set it apart from ordinary ghostly entities. But no matter what, Zhang Zhuo was borrowing the power of the yin spirits. And yet he still couldn't stand against the banana tree spirit? It was unimaginable what had happened to the banana tree spirit these past 2 days. Chapter 106, Zombie, 5 Thunder Righteous Punishment? Buddha, this is my house. Let's just say you're out of luck. My cultivation has surged dramatically these past 2 days. You stumbled right into my mouth, it's fate. The banana spirit declared triumphantly. How could you have advanced so much in just 2 days? Zhang Zhuo exclaimed in shock. Cultivation is no easy feat for spirits, and demons decades pass in the blink of an eye for them. How could it have grown so powerful in just 2 days? Zhang Zhuo dared not delay any longer. With another flick of his wrist, the black and white face shifted again, transforming into a flower-shaped ingot face. Its dominant colors were black and red, accented with white, its lines sharply defined. This was the face mask of Judge Zhong Kue. The mere appearance of this mask was enough to send ordinary little ghosts running in terror. This was Zhang Zhuo's ultimate trump card. It also represents the absolute limit of the shadowy divine power he could borrow. A jet-black demon-slaying sword fell from his sleeve. He gripped it and swung it with all his might. This time, even the banana spirit was startled, finally breaking free from its grasp. Xia Hong seized the moment and charged forward. But just then, the banana trees that should have been outside the backyard began moving in droves. In an instant, Xia Hong found himself surrounded by layer upon layer of banana trees. Mr. Xie! Zhang Zhuo cried out urgently. How dare you lose focus in front of me? The banana spirit seized Zhang Zhuo by the throat. Zhang Zhuo immediately swung his ghost-slaying sword at the banana spirit's head, slicing the banana spirit's head clean off and sending it crashing to the ground. Before Zhang Zhuo could rejoice, the woman's head lying on the ground transformed into a banana bud. The 69th old man. Ha 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 ha. It's done. I'm about to become an immortal. The banana spirit laughed wildly, even calling itself an immortal. After transforming into human form, the next pursuit for spirits and monsters was to become immortals. The banana tree spirit was no exception. The gains of these past 2 days had given her a taste of sweet success. Her choice had become even clearer. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she underwent a complete transformation. Amidst the shrill laughter, the banana trees seemed to respond in unison, their leaves slapping against one another. No matter how fiercely Zhang Jiuhua's ghost-slaying sword hacked at the banana spirit, any severed part that fell to the ground instantly transformed into a banana plant. Then new limbs would sprout, leaving not a single scratch on her body. But Zhang Jiuhua's spirit power was not infinite. At some point, Zhong Kuei's mask faded away, revealing his true face. You're not dead this time. Seizing the moment, the banana spirit struck Zhang Jiuhua with a palm, sending him flying. Fortunately, Zhang Jiuhua's zombified body was far harder than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, that single blow alone would have dislocated his internal organs. Zhang Jiuhua stared at the banana spirit in disbelief. The gap was too vast, it was a completely different level from before. At that moment, Zhang Jiuhua's heart sank halfway. Surely he couldn't have transformed himself into a zombie only to fail here? The blood curse remained unbroken. If his body suffered damage, his soul would automatically dissipate. Zhang Jiuhua instinctively glanced toward where Xia Han was trapped. Don't bother looking. Every single one of my banana trees can shift positions at any moment. Once trapped, there's no escaping. I'll kill you first, then go kill him. The banana tree spirit laughed. His hand pressed down on Zhang Jiuhua's head. Zhang Jiuhua harbored a secret intent, preparing to fight to the death. But at that very moment, a blinding light flooded the entire temple. What the hell? The banana spirit and Zhang Jiuhua both looked up. Amidst layer upon layer of banana trees, streaks of crimson lightning flashed incessantly. The surrounding banana trees were all scorched black and burst into flames. A path had been forcibly cleaved open by the crimson lightning. 5. Thunder Righteous Law. Zhang Jiuhua's eyes widened. As a cultivator, he instantly recognized the thunder technique Xia Han was now employing. He had only heard of it before from Lu Feng and Old Yen. They had spoken of Xia Hang's 5 Thunder Righteous Law, which could annihilate 100 ghosts in an instant and even shatter the ghostly realm. Yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, Zhang Jiuhua's pupils, reflecting crimson light, trembled uncontrollably. The 5 Thunder Righteousness technique was the aspiration of nearly every Taoist. Zhang Jiuhua was no exception. When he first entered the Taoist path, he too had fantasized about whether he might one day wield this ultimate thunder technique. Yet the more he cultivated, the more he realized how distant that goal remained. Even after all these years, not to mention himself, he had never witnessed anyone else successfully wield it either. Now, here it was, the orthodox 5 Thunder orthodoxy appearing before him. But they were all zombies. How could the difference be so vast? Zhang Jiuhua, now a zombie, had 90% of his Taoist arts sealed away. Now he relied entirely on borrowing the power of the yin spirit to maintain his strength. And Xia Han? He wields his Taoist arts freely, and worst of all, no restrictions on thunder magic? A zombie. Thunder magic. Don't these two things clash? Yet with Xia Han, they seem perfectly compatible. And terrifyingly powerful. How is this possible? My banana tree spirit. The banana tree spirit stared at the man before her in utter terror. She wasn't a spirit born from a single tree in this grove. Rather, she was the essence distilled from the entire grove. In other words, every banana tree here was a part of her. Each could be manipulated at her whim. Just a moment ago, she could clearly see this man lost among the banana trees. The next moment, why did he suddenly snap? Electricity began to surge from his body, violently blasting a path through her banana trees. What kind of power was this? More than Zhang Jiuhua, she now desperately wanted to know Xia Hang's true origins. Who the hell are you? Why are you meddling in this? The banana spirit asked nervously. In her view, possessing such power, it was certain that Xia Han was definitely not human. Could he be some sort of spirit creature like herself? Was he a mountain spirit, an earthy mortal, or a spirit descended from the underworld? Yet this thunder technique was fierce and overbearing, clearly a Taoist art. Didn't you provoke me? What exactly is the purpose of capturing so many old men? Xia Han demanded in a deep voice. I provoked you? The banana tree spirit froze for a moment. Hui Ming immediately came to mind. It must be that fat, bald monk who's been stirring up trouble. How dare he provoke such a god of death to come after him? From Xia Hang's lightning strike alone, the banana tree spirit knew he stood no chance. At least not yet. Given another 3 or 5 days, she would have faced him without fear. If only she'd let them go earlier instead of ambushing them like this. Now look at this mess, she'd hit a brick wall and fallen flat on her face. Watching Xia Hang approach, radiating crimson light, the banana spirit finally got a clear look at Xia Hang's appearance. His posture and features felt strangely familiar. Where had it seen him before?
Yet throughout the long ages, the banana spirit had lived a life of extreme caution, never venturing far, always quietly cultivating. It was only recently, when a major opportunity arose, that action was taken. How could he have ever met Xia Hong? Countless memories flashed through the banana spirit's mind as it strained to recall where it had seen Xia Hong before. Suddenly, the banana spirit trembled violently, its gaze toward Xia Hong growing increasingly terrified. It's you. Chapter 107, The Sullen Righteousness of a Battle-Hardened Veteran, Crimson Radiance Overshadowing Buddha's Light. Classic 2-in-1. Not just Zhang Juo and Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Hong himself froze in surprise. What did this mean? Had he encountered this banana spirit before? But how long had Xia Hong been revived? He'd barely had time to bump into a ghost or raise some pigs. He hadn't even left Jie City yet. How could he possibly have encountered this banana spirit? Or was this banana spirit deliberately playing coy to stall for time? Was it deliberately putting on an act? Now that it had recognized Xia Hong, it was acting unusually panicked. It vanished in an instant, transforming into smoke and burrowing into one of the banana trees. The crimson lightning bolts on Xia Hong's body flickered and intertwined, immediately splitting into a bolt that struck the banana tree. But as a spirit born from a banana tree, it was exceptionally agile within its element. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into another banana tree, moving like a ghostly apparition. Escape! That was the only thought in the banana spirit's mind now. Not a shred of resistance remained. Impossible. Why him? The banana spirit frantically shifted positions among the many banana trees. Simultaneously, it moved other banana trees to confuse Xia Hong's perception. Yet it dared not linger on any single banana tree for more than a second. If it lingered for even a second longer, the banana tree it occupied would be struck by lightning. The only thing the banana spirit could be thankful for was that she hadn't encountered Xia Hong elsewhere. Otherwise, where would she find enough banana trees to escape? Even here, her home turf, she fled in utter disarray. I'll help. Zhang Jiuhua rose again, pulling out incense, candles, and red rope from her bosom. He flung the red cord, sending it flying to wrap around several nearby banana trees. He lit the incense and candles, stuck them into the ground, and tied the red rope around his ankles, muttering a chant under his breath. Each banana tree here was a fragment of the banana spirit. Using the banana trees as a medium, combined with Taoist techniques for summoning spirits, there was a chance to force the banana spirit out. Damn old man! Get out of my way! The banana spirit's vicious voice echoed through the grove. Even Xia Xiaoxi, listening from afar, felt a chill run down her spine. This spirit creature, having cultivated its form over hundreds of years, was indeed far more formidable than mere ghostly entities. Such a vast banana grove had concentrated the essence of sun and moon into a single banana spirit. And with the Buddhist temple nearby, where it listened to sutras enchanted daily, it was far beyond what ordinary ghostly entities could compare to. Only Zhang Jiuhua could hold out against it for so long. Had it been Lu Feng or Yan Lao, they would likely have been overwhelmed long ago. Come out! Come out this instant! Zhang Jiuhua bellowed. Suddenly, the surrounding banana trees began to stir violently. In the darkness, it seemed as though every banana tree had sprouted the face of a banana spirit. Their hideous expressions were utterly terrifying, glaring viciously at Zhang Jiuhua. If this continued, she would surely be forced out of the trees. However, Zhang Jiuhua had already clashed with the banana spirit earlier. She was no match for them. Forcing them out was possible, but defeating them entirely depended on Xia Hong. Watching as the banana spirit was about to be stripped from the banana grove by Zhang Jiuhua, the desperate banana spirit fixed her gaze on Xia Hong, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. She still couldn't fathom why Xia Hong had appeared here. Meanwhile, Xia Hong had already prepared to strike. The moment the banana spirit emerged, Xia Hong's five thunder orthodoxy, honed through a century of Taoist cultivation, would crash down from the heavens. But at that very moment, a resounding bell tolled. Wham! The sound reverberated throughout the entire temple in an instant. The shock made Zhang Jiuhua's face turn pale. The red cord tied around his ankle snapped abruptly. Zhang Jiuhua reacted with lightning speed, instantly grabbing the red cord with both hands and wrapping it around his wrist several times to barely maintain the pulling technique. Typically, temple bells are engraved with various Buddhist scriptures and mantras. This particular bell, having existed within the temple for centuries, was no ordinary object. The tolling of its bell exerted a powerful deterrent effect on all manner of undead and malevolent spirits, anything of an evil nature. As a zombie, Zhang Jiuhua was no exception. The moment the bell tolled, his consciousness went blank. Fortunately, years of Taoist energy shielding him allowed him to recover quickly. What the hell? Zhang Jiuhua was startled. He had thought that enduring the chime would be enough. But as soon as the chime ceased, several figures burst through the main gate. At the forefront stood none other than Abbot Huiming. Behind him followed several gray-robed monks. The monks carried a bamboo frame bearing a towering, man-sized statue of the four-faced Buddha. You audacious beasts! How dare you enter my Baoji temple to cause trouble? Huiming barked coldly. The monks behind him set down the statue, and Huiming followed suit, sitting cross-legged. Chanting sutras and holding prayer beads, a brilliant aura of Buddha light erupted behind him. Ah! The blinding golden light seared Zhang Jiuhua's body as if it were on fire, causing excruciating pain. His face contorted in agony, his grip on the red cord slipping as he collapsed to the ground. The incense and candles on the ground extinguished one after another. How could you betray your own people? Are you here to help or cause trouble? Xia Xiaoxi cried out urgently. But Huiming seemed to pretend not to hear. His lips continued murmuring sutras. Suddenly, his prayer beads flew from his hand, hurtling toward the banana grove. The beads spun relentlessly in midair, gathering speed with each rotation. Judging by its trajectory, it didn't seem aimed at the banana grove at all. It appeared to be heading straight for Zhang Jiuhua instead. Fortunately, midway through its flight, the beads were struck by a bolt of lightning. They scattered across the ground, their power shattered. A blinding red light erupted, instantly overwhelming and pushing back the Buddha's light. With the Buddha's light no longer shielding him, Zhang Jiuhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. His consciousness began to return, and the pain in his body gradually subsided. What? Huiming's eyelid twitched as he stared at Xia Heng in horror. He had intended to use the banana tree spirit to eliminate the three of them. But he never imagined the banana spirit would be no match for Xia Heng and Zhang Jiuhua combined. He had long known Xia Heng was a zombie, so he deliberately rang the temple bell and brought in the Buddha statue. Under the Buddha statue's blessing, he seized the chance to attack Xia Heng. But unexpectedly, this entire scheme had not the slightest effect on Xia Heng. Instead, it severely wounded Zhang Jiuhua. Which meant Zhang Jiuhua couldn't possibly be human either. But why was Xia Heng, a zombie, immune to the temple bell and Buddha's light? And what was this Taoist thunder technique? Completely overwhelming his Buddhist arts. This was happening in a temple his own turf, with Buddha statues blessing him from behind. Yet he was crushed so thoroughly not even a glimmer of light remained? No wonder the banana tree spirit couldn't hold its own. This is downright terrifying. Master! Master, are you alright? Who hurt my master? Kong Tianyi rushed in from outside. Hearing the commotion, he had rushed over immediately, only to find his master beaten to the ground. After Zhang Jiuhua was helped up by his disciple Kong Tianyi, he weakly addressed Xia Heng, Mr. Xia, I failed. His focus had been disrupted by Huiming's sudden appearance. Though brief, it was enough for the centuries-old banana tree spirit to vanish without a trace. Xia Heng shook his head, signaling that self-reproach was unnecessary. Huiming and Xia Heng locked eyes, and Huiming's imposing aura instantly crumbled. He scrambled nervously to his feet, stammering, Layman, I truly meant to come and assist. I never expected to accidentally harm this layman. How could Xia Heng possibly believe such words? If someone were utterly wicked yet bold enough to own their misdeeds, Xia Heng might even respect their candor. But someone like Huiming playing dumb, scheming and slick, trying to treat everyone like they were little darlings. Xia Heng despised him from the bottom of his heart. Fuming with rage, he glared at Huiming, his expression darkening. The entire backyard was a scene of chaos. Banana trees lay scattered haphazardly across the ground, charred black by lightning strikes, leaving the area in utter disarray. The only sound was the howling wind, creating an oppressively tense atmosphere. Xia Heng, a battle-hardened veteran, radiated such an aura of righteous indignation that no one dared speak a word. Master! Huiming hadn't finished his sentence. A solid punch landed squarely on his abdomen. Thud! The dull thud of the punch sent Huiming crashing to his knees in agony. His bald head was covered in bulging veins. What are you doing? Why attack Abbot Huiming? Several monks quickly surrounded Xia Heng, though not a single one of them could keep their legs from trembling. Still pretending? Xia Heng's voice was cold. He'd finally gotten a lead. The banana spirit had revealed itself only for this bald-headed monk to cut it off. How could he not be furious? But it didn't matter. The monks might escape, but the temple couldn't. The banana spirit might have escaped, but Huiming and his band of monks couldn't possibly get away. Playing dumb and pretending to be virtuous. If you've got the guts, keep it up. You've gone too far without any reason. Huiming clutched his stomach, struggling to rise. He never imagined Xia Heng would act with such ruthless decisiveness. No questions asked, just straight to the beating? That's not how things are done. Xia Heng couldn't be bothered to argue. He hadn't finished them off with the banana spirit's help, and now they were suddenly putting on a show. The banana grove had been right next to the temple for years. How could Huiming, as the abbot, not know it had become possessed? Judging by his moves, he wasn't an ordinary man. He had some skills. Plus, the banana spirit had just confronted Xia Heng, demanding why he was meddling in others' affairs. Xia Heng's response was that she had provoked him first. The banana spirit's behavior was clearly off. She seemed unaware of the matter involving Li Chunpeng. To capture the old man, the five ghosts transport technique was sufficient. There was no need to resort to bewitching Li Chunpeng like this. This meant Li Chunpeng and the banana spirit were not connected. The only possibility left was Baoji Temple. It wasn't the banana spirit who wanted Xia Heng dead, it was this abbot Huiming. A large group of monks surrounded Xia Hong, yet not a single one dared to make a move. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced through the walls. Thank goodness. Hui Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the sound. In Xia Hang's presence, he dared not even breathe heavily. He genuinely feared that if Xia Hong grew displeased, he might be killed on the spot. With the police arriving, as a monk and the abbot of Baoji Temple, he should still hold some authority. Before long, 2 groups of officers rushed into the temple.
Su Zifu was among the crowd. Finally found you guys. Su Zifu complained. What took you so long? Kong Tianyi demanded.
The fight was already over before this kid showed up.
You can't slack off like that. Don't even get me started.
The old man woke up halfway there and wouldn't believe I saved him.
He thought I was up to no good. Even the calming talisman couldn't hold him down. He grabbed me, wouldn't let me go, and even called the cops. So I just brought the cops along with me. Su Zifu explained. Tonight, the old man had really worn him out. Officer, you're just in time. He came into the temple and assaulted someone. Please uphold justice. Hui Ming grabbed one of the officer's hands, his face innocent and earnest. All right. Just wait a moment. The officer nodded reassuringly. He turned to approach Xia Hong and inquired, Mr. Xia, how would you like to proceed? It wasn't just Fengqing police who arrived. Zhang Shan had heard from Kong Tianyi that Xia Hong had also arrived in Jiecheng, so he had rushed over overnight. Something's off about this temple. Zhang Jiuhuan nearly lost his life here. Take all the monks away first. Especially this one, interrogate him thoroughly. Xia Hong pointed at Hui Ming. After spending time with Xia Hong, Zhang Shan had no reason to doubt his words. If Xia Hong said the temple was suspicious and ordered all the monks taken away, then they should be taken away first. What? You two are clearly in cahoots. Hui Ming was dumbfounded. He'd thought the police might help muddy the waters. After all, humans versus zombies, the police wouldn't believe the zombies, right? But reality had just slapped him hard across the face. Before he could recover from the shock, his hands were already cuffed with silver handcuffs. Zhang Shan had already tipped off the Fengqing police officers beforehand. As for further explanations, that task fell to Xie Xiaoxi, the ace commentator. Through Xie Xiaoxi's explanation, Zhang Shan and Li Shui finally grasped why Xia Hong had been so furious today. It involved Mr. Xie's old comrade in arms and Hui Ming's sudden betrayal. And yet this old monk still tried to play dumb. Once we get back, I'll interrogate him thoroughly. Mr. Xia, give me 1 day. Before tomorrow's bidding session concludes, I'll have everything thoroughly reviewed. Zhang Shan gave his word. When it came to dealing with ghosts, they were helpless. But when the criminal was human, they were confident they could handle it with precision. Xia Hong nodded. Special tasks required special people, and trusting the investigation to Zhang Shan was acceptable. Behave yourself. Zhang Shan and his team loaded Hui Ming and his fellow monks, along with Li Chunping as suspects, into the police van. Once the bidding session concluded, if Zhang Shan could uncover their motives through interrogation, they could trace the leads back to Li Ermeizi and his crew. In fact, based on the current situation, it was possible to make some educated guesses. The banana spirit colluded with Hui Ming and the Baoji Temple monks, using the 5 ghosts transport to carry off the old man. As for what the banana tree spirit intended to do with these old men, and why Li Chunping kept insisting he wanted to kill Xia Hong for his grandfather Li Ermeizi's sake, these reasons remain unknown. Anyway, these people have been arrested. All we can do now is wait. We trust officers like Zhang Shan will uncover the clues through interrogation. Grandpa Zhang, are you alright? Xia Xiaoxi asked anxiously. Now that things had calmed down, she dared to show her face. Xia Hong assured her he was fine. With the centuries worth of Taoist cultivation just rewarded by the system, he could now sustain the 5 Thunder Righteousness technique just as easily. He didn't want to exhaust himself like last time. I'm so relieved. Xia Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Though she knew her great-grandfather was unlikely to be in trouble, she couldn't help worrying every time. Then, suddenly remembering something, she asked curiously, "Oh, right, great-grandpa. Did you know that banana tree spirit from earlier?" Xia Hong shook his head, indicating he didn't. This question had also been weighing heavily on Xia Hang's mind. He couldn't figure out when he might have encountered the banana spirit before. You don't know her, but she seemed to know you. Aren't banana tree spirits supposed to be centuries-old spirits? It doesn't make sense that you'd know her, you died so young. But just now, when she recognized you, that look of fear didn't seem like an act. Chapter 108, Mr. Xia, is your soul still within your body? Xia Xiaoxi had been watching the entire battle from a distance. Although the banana spirit was indeed intimidated by Xia Hang's display, she hadn't been completely immobilized. It wasn't until she clearly saw Xia Hang's face that she utterly lost the courage to resist. It turned and fled. That sheer terror, if it were an act, it would easily win an Oscar. Xia Hong was puzzled. He genuinely had no recollection whatsoever. Knowing him yet fearing him, it was too strange. This banana spirit is far more formidable than the last one. If I'd been alone, I'd have definitely fallen into her trap. Zhang Jiuhua sighed. If he weren't a zombie, these old bones would never have endured such turmoil. Such a huge improvement in such a short time? Xia Hong had noticed it too. The banana spirit's abilities were undeniably formidable. Without resorting to the Five Thunder orthodoxy, defeating her so easily would be no simple feat. Add to that the fact that this was her lair, with all sorts of enhancements, and she was truly a formidable foe. Just then, Xia Hong remembered something. Upon arriving at the gates of Baoji Temple, the system had suddenly popped up with a notification. Detected host's faint primordial soul essence. Host, please be cautious. Yet once inside the temple, the system went completely silent, showing no signs of life. Where had the soul gone? Where had it gone? Or could it be that the banana tree spirit was somehow connected to my soul? Thinking about it that way, it might make a bit more sense. After all, there was simply no other way to explain why the banana spirit recognized him. Whether it's because of Lier Maisie or the primordial soul, we absolutely must capture the banana spirit. I refuse to accept this. What right do you have to arrest me? I'm a monk. You should be arresting him. Hu Weiming's shout still echoed in the air. But Zhang Shun paid no heed, forcing him into the police car. The temple also needed to be temporarily sealed off pending the investigation results. But given the current situation, it seemed unlikely the seal would ever be lifted. Master, are you all right? Were you injured by the banana tree spirit? Kong Tianyi asked anxiously. At his age, Master's bones were brittle, he couldn't afford any falls or bumps. Many elderly people who seem perfectly healthy can become bedridden after just a minor bump or fall. The elderly don't recover as quickly as the young. Injuries must be avoided at all costs. No. Zhang Jiuhua shook his head in shame. Though battling the banana spirit had been taxing, he hadn't sustained any injuries. But how could the Buddha statue have injured you so badly, Master? Kong Tianyi asked in confusion. He had never seen a Buddha statue capable of harming a living person. Even if Weiming had intended to ambush him, it would have required physical force. Only physical damage could have caused such harm. Zhang Jiuhua instinctively glanced at Xia Hong, as if wrestling with some internal conflict. Most of the other officers had already evacuated, leaving only Zhang Shun and Li Shui behind. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jiuhua spoke in a low voice, "Foolish disciple, your master has long since passed away." Not just Kong Tianyi. Everyone present was stunned speechless by Zhang Jiuhua's sudden words. How could that be? Master, don't scare me. Kong Tianyi frantically grabbed Zhang Jiuhua's shoulders. He knew his master had always been a stern, taciturn man. Joking was practically unheard of. He'd never seen him crack a single joke. Zhang Jiuhua extended his right hand, the long nails slicing a deep gash into the inner arm of his left hand. The skin was torn by the sharp nails. Yet not a single drop of blood flowed. This sight left the onlookers even more stunned. No blood. It was true, Zhang Jiuhua was truly dead. Master. Kong Tianyi's eyes instantly welled up with tears. After years of master-disciple bond, learning his master had suddenly passed away naturally filled him with grief. The rear courtyard of Baoji Temple fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Kong Tianyi's choked sobs. After a long moment, Zhang Shun finally spoke. Master Zhang, what are you doing now? Zhang Shun inquired. A zombie. Just like Mr. Xie, I'm also a zombie. Zhang Jiuhua answered calmly, after death, I hid myself deep in the mountains, clinging to life. This life of hiding and avoiding people is truly exhausting. I'd rather die completely, but I just can't bring myself to do it. Had I not heard of the ghostly realm appearing in Jie City and needing rescue, I wouldn't know how much longer I'd have stayed in the mountains. After descending the mountain this time and meeting Mr. Xie, I finally understood that all along, I was the one holding myself back. Even knowing he was a zombie, Xia Hong dared to appear before everyone. And he earned the respect of so many. In the 3 cities today, who among those online doesn't know Xia Hong? What exactly defines a zombie? In movies and books, zombies are always malevolent spirits that kill and harm. So must a zombie always be such a terrifying existence? Looking at Xia Hong, clearly not. It's no exaggeration to say many people even regard Xia Hong as a guardian deity. By becoming a zombie, one gains a longer lifespan and greater powers. To accomplish what was once impossible, or to fulfill unfinished missions to the very end. This was precisely what Zhang Jiuhua yearned for, his ultimate aspiration. 2 days had brought Zhang Jiuhua profound realizations. Overcome by emotion, Zhang Jiuhua stepped forward, grasped Xia Heng's hand, and expressed his gratitude. Mr. Xia, thank you so much. It's all thanks to you that I've come to understand these things. Xia Hong, ? What's up? Of course. What Zhang Jiuhua didn't know was that Xia Hong hadn't thought that deeply at all. It was just like reading comprehension in Chinese class. 1,000 people would have 1,000 different interpretations of the same passage. Then Master Zhang, why did you become like this? Su Zifu asked curiously. As a cultivator himself, he understood well. Throughout history, zombies have generally been incapable of retaining consciousness. Zhang Jiuhua must have employed some method to preserve his consciousness.
30 years ago, during the battle against the 100 witches. At that time, I had already been cursed with a blood curse. My soul is bound, I cannot leave this body, lest both spirit and soul be utterly destroyed.
That is why I devised a way to transform my body into a zombie prematurely. Zhang Jiuhua sighed. Su Zifu and Kong Tianyi suddenly understood.
So that explained it. Everyone present felt profound sorrow for Zhang Jiuhua. But misfortune brought fortune. The fusion of my primordial soul with this zombie body has elevated my abilities to new heights. Apart from being unable to use most Taoist arts, there's hardly any other impact. Zhang Jiuhua continued, the greater the power, the more one can accomplish.
His gaze shifted to Xia Hong as he asked curiously, and you, Mr. Xie? Is it also because your primordial soul remains within your body? Chapter 109, The Police Interrogation Yields Results. Second grandfather's bidding war commences. This question wasn't just posed by Zhang Jiuhua. Old Yan had inquired about it earlier as well.
But the moment he asked, Zhang Jiuhua suddenly realized something was off. He had been struck by a blood curse, learning his soul was imprisoned.
That's why he hastily transformed his body into a zombie.
Xia Hong had been dead for so many years that his corpse should have long since decayed. His soul should have departed long ago, reincarnated into another life.
How could it have remained dormant for over 80 years before finally stirring to life? Xia Hong shook his head. I have no soul.
He had harbored some distrust toward old Yan before. Now that Zhang Jiuhua was also a zombie, it wouldn't hurt to say a little more.
Zhang Jiuhua paused.
He had always assumed Xia Hong was like him.
With the support of the primordial soul, one could maintain consciousness. But now Xia Hong claimed he had no primordial soul. With only a body, how did Xia Hong manage to preserve his consciousness like this? And most crucially, even without a primordial soul, Xia Hong was incredibly powerful.
According to Zhang Jiuhua's assessment, Xia Hong's zombie rank was at least that of a flying zombie. Since Zhang Jiuhua himself is a green zombie, Xia Hong couldn't possibly be lower or even equal to him. Not only that, but he wields Taoist arts with ease. He even unleashed the most formidable thunder technique, the Five Thunder Righteousness, at will, overwhelming Huiming, who carried a Buddha statue.
All these displays left Zhang Jiuhua utterly perplexed. He even began to doubt whether Xia Hong's claims were genuine. Yet Xia Hong had absolutely no reason to deceive them. If he was this formidable without his primordial soul, what would happen once it was recovered?
Like Yan Lao, Zhang Jiuhua was stuck here, unable to dare think further.
It's getting late. Though the banana spirit got away. Thanks to Mr. Xia, we've at least captured the temple abbot colluding with it.
It's still a significant gain. If we can extract information from him, we'll have new leads.
Everyone should return for now. Zhang Jiuhua said. It's now certain that the one behind the widespread abductions of old men is the banana spirit.
The temple, meanwhile, had colluded with the banana spirit, providing cover for its activities. Therefore, Huiming must know something.
Otherwise, Xia Hong would have killed him outright in his rage. Just now, why keep him alive? For now, with the banana spirit wounded and on the run, and the temple sealed off. At the very least, no one else should come to harm in the short term. After a night of turmoil, they all needed proper rest. Zhang Shan and his men were tasked with escorting Xia Hong and his grandson back. As for Zhang Jiuhua and the others, they were already based in Fengcheng. Apart from Huiming, Li Chunpeng and the others were taken back to Fengcheng police station. 5 ghost children remained behind in the temple. Earlier, they had been bound with red ropes in the main hall. Now, seeing Huiming arrested, they knew something was wrong. The 5 ghost children didn't dare make a sound. Huddled in the corner, they resembled children punished by their teacher to stand in the hallway during school, idly rubbing their bare feet. They glanced left and right, trying desperately to make themselves invisible, hoping Xia Hong and the others wouldn't notice them. Mr. Xia, may I take custody of these 5 ghost children? Zhang Jiuhua inquired. After all, he wasn't the only one who had captured ghost children. Xia Hong had caught 3. Therefore, he still needed Xia Hong's consent. She already had Xiao by raising 5 more ghost children would be such a hassle. While the 5 ghosts transport technique was quite formidable, it held little use for Xia Hong. Since Zhang Jiuhua wanted them, he'd give them to him. Late into the night, after escorting Xia Hong and his grandson back home, Zhang Shan and the others didn't linger either, heading straight off their separate ways. Finally home. I'm dead tired. Xia Xiaoxi collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if her whole body had fallen apart. Why are you so tired? Xia Hong asked curiously. He hadn't even mentioned being tired yet. How come Xia Xiaoxi was complaining first? Grandpa Zhang, look at this mess. First, your comrade's grandson ambushed us. Then 3 ghost children popped up out of nowhere. Once we got inside the temple, we ran into a banana tree spirit. Finally, even the temple's abbot tried to attack us. Luckily we dodged disaster, but after all that chaos tonight, how could I not be exhausted? Xia Xiaoxi lamented. Even now, recalling it sent shivers down her spine. She had always thought the existence of ghosts was terrifying enough.
Little did she know that spirits and demons truly existed. Had Grandpa Zhang not been present, a banana spirit of that caliber,
Zhang Jiuhua and the others would have been doomed. As for ordinary people encountering a spirit like the banana tree spirit,
they wouldn't stand a chance.
In all these incidents you've described, what role did you play? Xia Hong inquired. Many events unfolded, yet Xia Hong couldn't recall exactly what Xia Xiaoxi had done.
Now, this girl had cultivated to the point where she would automatically vanish whenever danger arose. Back when she was fighting the lodging ghost in the village, she'd nearly been killed by it.
By now, demons and monsters could scarcely detect her.
It had to be said, this was a unique ability in its own right. My character has always been positioned as a pretty face, you know that.
Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly explained. Xia Hong, ugh. Xia Xiaoxi. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Xia Xiaoxi got herself ready and came downstairs. Backpack slung over her shoulder, she wore a form-fitting black cocktail dress.
Her vibrant lipstick made her skin appear even fairer.
Did the sun rise in the west today? Why are you up so early? Xia Hong exclaimed in surprise.
Seeing Xia Xiaoxi in the morning shocked him far more than encountering a ghost in broad daylight.
You forgot. You told me to go to the bidding meeting with second uncle today. I got up extra early to get ready. So, do I look like an Eastern noblewoman? Xia Xiaoxi stood on the staircase, arching her eyebrow dramatically. She kept striking poses, switching through 3 different looks in a single second.
Standing there for just an hour could burn over 1,000 calories on the spot.
Lady, want some rice rolls before you head out?
Xia Zhihao rolled out of the kitchen in his wheelchair and blurted out unexpectedly.
Xia Hong, pfft. Even Xia Hong couldn't hold back a laugh. Fine. Just wait and see. I'll be the center of attention tonight. I won't bring shame upon my second grandfather. I, Xia Xiaoxi, will be the only darling under the spotlight today. Xia Xiaoxi declared with grandiloquent words.
Finally, her day had come.
Today, this once obscure minor internet celebrity would walk the red carpet. Just then, Lilan emerged from the kitchen and asked, Miss Darling, do you still want the rice rolls?
With char siu pork.
Xia Xiaoxi, oh my gosh, yes.
At the mention of char siu rice rolls, Xia Xiaoxi's carefully constructed persona as a high society lady instantly crumbled.
After all, no matter how posh one pretends to be, one can't exactly skip meals, right? Xia Hong on the sofa was amused beyond belief. This family was truly too crazy. Ring ring ring. Amidst the commotion, the living room phone rang and Xia Hong picked it up.
On the other end came Zhang Shun's familiar voice.
Hello? Is this Mr. Xie? Over in Fengcheng, they've already interrogated the monks from Baoji Temple overnight. Chapter 110, Paying Respects to Grandfather, Begging Grandfather to Protect My Great-Grandfather? Wait. Xia Hong paused.
He hadn't expected the police to move so swiftly. He'd assumed it would take at least a day or two. Little did he know that Master Huiming, the abbot of Baoji Temple, was such a pushover. It only took one night for him to break.
But this was a good thing. Xia Hong had many questions about the events at Baoji Temple. Getting answers would be ideal. I'm already on my way. Shall I come pick you up, Mr. Xia, and take you to Fengcheng police station together? Zhang Shun inquired. Although this case occurred in Fengcheng, it also involved Jiecheng.
The 3 cities were so close together that they were practically one family. Plus, Zhang Shun had recently been promoted, giving his words more weight. Therefore, going to observe and assist with the investigation posed no problem whatsoever.
All right. Xia Hong agreed.
After hanging up, Xia Xiaoxi immediately came over.
Grandpa Zhang, has Captain Zhang gotten any results from the interrogation? Xia Xiaoxi asked.
She held a plate of rice noodle rolls drizzled with special sauce.
Even Xia Hong, the flying zombie, found it smelling delicious.
No wonder they called her Piggy Xia, she sure knew how to eat. Xia Hong nodded, but told her she didn't need to come along. Xia Hong wasn't needed at the bidding event. Xia Xiaoxi could just tag along to add some color to the scene. In that case, they would split up and each await good news.
Xia Xiaoxi obediently agreed. Whatever Grandpa Zhang arranged, she would follow.
May our ancestors bless us with smooth sailing.
May everything proceed smoothly and peacefully.
Lilan pressed her palms together in prayer and walked reverently to the newly set up ancestral tablet to offer incense.
As the head of the household, Lilan rarely inquired about the busy affairs of Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Heng.
But whenever Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Hong, grandmother and grandson, went out, she would quietly light a stick of incense for the ancestors at home, hoping the ancestors would bless them with smooth sailing in all matters.
Mom, who are you praying to? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Silly child, at home, it's definitely your grandfather I'm praying to.
Lilan clapped her hands and placed the lit incense stick before the ancestral tablet.
Wait, that's not right. So you're saying you're praying to my grandfather to bless my great-grandfather? Xia Xiaoxi scratched her head.
Oh no, she'd gotten herself tangled up in her own logic.
Lilan looked at Xia Hong and scratched her head too. Whoa, huh? Xia Zhihao, my dad probably never imagined he could be this capable, ha ha. Xia hung. Soon, Xia Changyi's private car arrived at Yulong Bay. These past 2 days had completely worn Xia Changyi out. He had barely returned to Yulong Bay at all. Xia Changyi's aged and stiff body stepped out of the car and walked towards Xia Hong and the others. Dad, I'm here to pick up Xiaoxi so we can leave together. Xia Changyi said. Xia Hong gave a slight nod. Xia Xiaoxi bid farewell to Grandpa Zhang and her parents before getting into second uncle's car. She had never been to such an occasion before and felt a bit nervous at the thought. Fortunately, second uncle Xia Changyi was there. During the ride, Xia Changyi chatted with Xia Xiaoxi, reassuring her there was no need to be nervous. Today was just about having fun and broadening her horizons, no need to overthink it. Even if the bid didn't go through, it wouldn't be a big deal. Xiaoxi, what have you been doing these past few days while staying with your great-grandfather? The drive from Yulong Bay to the bidding venue would take about an hour. Worried Xia Xiaoxi might get bored, Xia Changyi struck up a conversation. Xia Xiaoxi recounted their adventures since arriving in Fengcheng with her great-grandfather yesterday. She recounted everything to Xia Changyi, embellishing the details and painting a vivid picture. Even Xia Changyi, who hadn't been present, listened with bated breath. That man actually tried to kill your grandfather, Zhang? And what about the 5 ghosts transport, a centuries-old banana tree spirit, and colluding with monks to capture people? Xia Changyi was no stranger to the world, having traveled far and wide. But usually, he only heard such tales secondhand. Hearing these events unfold around his own family members instantly made him feel deeply invested. Most crucially, amidst all these perilous events, his own father had managed to escape unscathed with such ease. Not only did he capture 5 ghost children, but he also drove off the banana spirit and sent a group of monks straight to the police station. Even the most over-the-top dramas wouldn't dare portray it this way. Xia Changyi had always known his revived father was no ordinary man. But this was beyond anything he could have imagined. So, Xiaoxi, have you learned anything from your great-grandfather in your daily life? Xia Changyi asked with a kind smile. Oh yes, I have. Being with great-grandpa these past few days has exposed me to so many things. So lately, I've been cramming all kinds of esoteric knowledge. Let me show you something I just learned. Everyone knows that when people die, they become ghosts. But do you know what happens when ghosts die, second uncle? Xia Xiaoxi asked. Xia Changyi shook his head. When a ghost dies, it ceases to exist. What else could it become? Seeing that second uncle didn't know, Xia Xiaoxi continued, when a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, it becomes a ling. When a ling dies, it becomes a 11. When a 11 dies, it becomes a yi. When a yi dies, it becomes a kuei. When a kuei dies, it becomes a liang. When a liang dies, it becomes formless. Then, formlessness gives birth to the Tao. The Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. This lengthy passage poured forth. Xia Changyi was completely baffled. Though he didn't understand a word, it all sounded profound and impressive. It seemed Xia Xiaoxi hadn't studied in vain. She truly mastered a great deal of knowledge. His body clapped its hands and asked, impressive, impressive. What comes next? Is there more, Xiaoxi? Xia Xiaoxi's head visibly swelled with pride at the praise. She proudly continued, of course there is. All things originate from the Supreme Ultimate. The Supreme Ultimate gives birth to the 2 instruments. The 2 instruments give birth to the 4 uncles. The 4 uncles give birth to the 8 sons, and the 8 sons need milk. Drink this cup of milk, forget that little one onesie milk. Xia Changyi. Xia Xiaoxi gave an awkward chuckle. Hee, I got mixed up while reciting. The assistant in the passenger seat sensibly and quietly turned on the car stereo, playing a theatrical piece. The bidding hall was set up in Jiecheng's technology building. This bidding session featured not only the development project for Xia Village. Numerous other Jiecheng projects were also up for bid. Consequently, the venue was packed with attendees. Nearly all were business owners and commercial heavyweights with considerable clout in the 3 cities. Just walking through the venue, Xia Xiaoxi was utterly dazzled. To put it dramatically, any car here could be scraped for paint that would be worth its weight in gold. I had no idea Jiecheng had so many wealthy people. Xia Xiaoxi smacked her lips in astonishment. Relax, Xia family girl. You can't let your presence fade. Xia Changyi reminded her. Xia Xiaoxi nodded weakly. She might say that, but standing here still felt incredibly daunting. Led by her second uncle, they entered the building, where even more people gathered. Yet, upon seeing Xia Changyi, immediately approached to greet him. Xia Changyi smiled and returned their greetings, leaving Xia Xiaoxi utterly bewildered. Hadn't second uncle only been in Jiecheng for a couple of days? How did he suddenly know so many people? And what's with the way they all spoke? Each and every one of them seemed to be buttering him up. Chapter 111, The Secret of Xia Village. Old Day makes an appearance. Please keep reading. Old Xia, you're here so early? And this young lady, is she your daughter? She's quite the beauty. I've met countless celebrities in person, but 99% of them can't hold a candle to your daughter.
The man in the black suit, cigarette dangling from his mouth, spotted Xia Chang'e and immediately flicked it out before hurrying over.
He showered Xia Xiaoxi with compliments.
Though Xia Xiaoxi knew these words were meant to curry favor with her second grandfather, she still felt a warm glow of pride. Who would have guessed she was just a little girl who loved char siu rice rolls? The Xia family genes are truly exceptional. If it's possible, how about letting my son meet your daughter?
Forget it. Your son. Xia Lao's daughter would never give him the time of day. My son, though he's 6 feet 2 inches, dark-skinned, and an athlete, just started college. Maybe they could meet early? My family.
My wife and I had a long-distance relationship, so our child is mixed race.
Would Miss Xia be interested in getting to know him? Vietnamese counts as mixed heritage, right?
In an instant, Xia Chang'e and Xia Xiaoxi found themselves surrounded by a crowd.
They didn't know how to get on Xia Chang'e's good side, but that was fine.
Clearly, Xia Xiaoxi had become their point of entry, as they relentlessly touted their children's qualifications.
Some even pulled out their phones to show Xia Xiaoxi photos. Xia Xiaoxi was completely flustered.
She never realized how sought after she was until she stepped out into the world. She scanned the room, not a single one of these young men caught her eye. Perhaps spending too much time with Grandpa Zhang had made her taste far too discerning.
Ahem. All right, gentlemen.
My Xiao, she is still young. We're not considering such matters for now.
Xia Chang'e seemed concerned about frightening Xia Xiaoxi, his expression turning slightly displeased as his voice dropped. These bosses, not one of them is a fool. They've mastered the art of reading people like an open book, and they'll drop the topic instantly if they sense it's not going over well. At gatherings like this, business owners are always looking to connect with more professional contacts.
Expanding their network is key after all. They say more friends mean more opportunities, and there's truth to that. Thus, the bidding hall transforms into a networking hall.
Some people had even begun discussing potential collaborations. However, from Xia Xiaoxi's observations, among these individuals, second uncle still commands considerable prestige. Business owners with lesser clout tend to network with those of comparable or slightly greater standing.
Those with stronger clout, in turn, sought connections with even more powerful figures. That was the basic pattern.
Yet after her second uncle brought her into the venue, he was seated directly in the front row.
Naturally, people from all walks of life came over to greet him.
Second uncle, you've only been back for 2 days. Why does everyone seem to know you? Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but voice her confusion. Silly girl, what do you think I've been busy with these past 2 days? Xia Chang'e replied with a smile. Adults forge connections with remarkable speed.
So fast, in fact, that they don't even need to meet face to face. Through Director Wang's connections, Xia Chang'e learned about several companies interested in the Xia Village project. Through his efforts, he managed to dissuade nearly all of them. After all, the more bidders involved, the fiercer the competition and the greater the costs incurred. In the process, Xia Chang'e's reputation gradually spread. Barring any major surprises today, we'll be heading home to pop champagne. Xia Chang'e continued. Xia Xiaoxi nodded thoughtfully. She seemed to grasp her second uncle's meaning.
Of course, it wasn't a sure thing.
As far as Xia Chang'e knew, 4 or 5 companies had submitted bids. That meant, besides Xia Chang'e, there were at least 4 other competitors.
Xia Chang'e didn't really care much about the others.
For a guaranteed profit tender project like this one in Xia Village, no one would spend much money on it.
When it came to sheer capability, Xia Chang'e wasn't afraid either.
After all, he was now retired and living in his hometown, with more money than he could ever spend.
Among them, the one that concerned Xia Chang'e the most was a company from Fengcheng. This company specialized in selling floor tiles. Its name was Chen Xiai, and its owner was also named Chen Xiai. In Fengcheng's market, it was roughly on par with Han Yuan in Jiecheng. The only company capable of posing significant competitive pressure to Xia Chang'e was this one. He couldn't fathom why they'd get involved in this mess. The bidding terms explicitly stated no large-scale construction projects were allowed. What's the deal? Are they planning to win the bid and then tile the entire Xia village? However, Xia Chang'e also noticed something. The German guy Director Wang had been mentioning earlier was notably absent from the list of submitted proposals this time. But based on all the information from before, De Lao wouldn't give up so easily after all this time. They've been after this plot of land all along, there's no reason they'd just walk away. Therefore, according to Xia Chang'e's speculation, it's highly probable that among these 4 or 5 competitors, one of them is actually hiding the German guy, essentially resurrecting him through another entity. Thus, they must guard not only against the Chen family of Qinxi, but also against whichever enterprise the Germans are hiding within. Thinking this way, the battle suddenly seemed far more challenging. Huff. Xia Chang'e exhaled a heavy breath at this realization. At the same time, outside the technology building, a buffet pulled up slowly. Inside sat 2 middle-aged men. One was Fengcheng's leading tile manufacturer, Chen Xiai. The other was a foreigner speaking broken Chinese. Mr. Chen, I'll only see you this far. It's not convenient for me to go inside. Jonas spoke up.
He was the German who had previously collaborated with Hanyuan Real Estate for a period. Hanyuan Real Estate's failure and the rejection of his submitted development project.
2 consecutive setbacks made Jonas feel he should exercise restraint.
Appearing again in this bidding hall would likely seem too deliberate. That would inevitably draw unwanted attention from higher-ups, which would be troublesome.
Therefore, after Hanyuan Real Estate was rejected, Jonas sought out Chen Xiai in Fengcheng. Understood. Since we've agreed on the terms, I know what to do. Chen Xiai finished speaking, opened the car door, and walked straight out. Despite his outward composure, he couldn't fathom why the old German wouldn't give up. He was determined to get his hands on that piece of worthless land. But business is business. The terms Delau offered were actually quite satisfactory to Chen Xiai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to be used as a pawn. Besides, he figured a project with guaranteed compensation wouldn't face much competition. He wouldn't even need to grease any palms beforehand.
With the Germans backing, it would be a breeze to secure. Only after watching Chen Xiai enter the building did the car doors close again. Inside the car, Jonas's sapphire blue eyes narrowed slightly. This was an opportunity not to be missed. May Chen Xiai complete this mission without a hitch. Shejia Village, Yueyu Mountain. It's been over 80 years. It's time for that secret to see the light of day again. Laugh all you want. It doesn't matter how much you mock our foolishness now. Chapter 112, the military unit designation of the garrison stationed at Jiecheng 80 years ago.
As the vehicle gradually pulled away from the building,
Jonas leaned back in his seat, exhaling a long, heavy breath before closing his eyes to rest.
He hadn't slept all night.
Of course, he was nervous too.
The plan had been solid as long as Hanyuan Real Estate could secure Shejia Village.
Then, all these troubles wouldn't have arisen. If everything went smoothly, construction could have started by the end of last year.
Why wait until now? In fact, Jonas had pushed the investment costs nearly to his absolute limit to avoid unnecessary complications.
All to ensure a swift resolution. Yet even so, it dragged on for so long, and in the end, it still failed.
Jonas later learned the truth.
Zhao Qing of Hanyuan Real Estate had pocketed at least 80% of the investment funds. As a result, the compensation each household received was pitifully small.
No wonder it failed to sway those elderly residents,
already reluctant to move much in their old age. And with such a meager sum, they were even less inclined to leave their village.
Thus, Jonas decisively withdrew his investment. We will no longer collaborate with Hanyuan Real Estate.
Instead, they submitted a project proposal directly to higher authorities within the country.
Unexpectedly, it failed again.
The project was rejected and converted to an open tender. Left with no other choice, Jonas had no option but to seek out Chen Xiai. He had gone to extraordinary lengths for this plot of land. He had expended untold energy and burned countless brain cells. But if they could win the bid, it would all be worth it. No matter the cost, it wouldn't matter. Suddenly, Jonas sat up straight. He pulled a brown paper diary from the briefcase beside him. About the size of a palm, its leather cover was worn and frayed, but the pages inside remained remarkably intact. Only, due to the passage of time, the ink had faded somewhat. Jonas had lost count of how many times he'd flipped through this diary. He remembered every single word with crystal clarity. The entire contents of the journal had long been etched deeply into his mind.
Great-grandfather, I will succeed. Jonas solemnly vowed to himself. This diary was written by his great-grandfather, Weibo Jonas.
But his great-grandfather had died many years ago. He had died in Jiecheng, also known as Xia Village. The only thing brought back was this very diary. Jonas opened one of the pages, the one he had turned to most often. Staring at the faint handwriting, Jonas fell deep in thought. This page contained a very simple sketch of a route, which appeared to be a bird's-eye view of a mountain. If any villager from Shejia Village were present now, they would recognize it instantly. The mountain sketched in the diary was none other than the hill behind Shejia Village, the very shape of Leaping Fish Mountain. At the very bottom, a brief note was added: it is a door that truly exists, yet cannot be touched. Beyond the door lies another realm, they emerge from within it from time to time.
Not just me, no one can approach that door.
Only one person can, he holds the key to unlocking and sealing that door. The commander of the Independent Regiment, 186th Division, stationed at Jie City. Alas, he too died, becoming one of the creatures beyond the door. As a child, Jonas couldn't comprehend the meaning of these words. He didn't understand why his great-grandfather chose to die in Jie City rather than return home.
And why, even in his final moments, he insisted on sending this diary back to their home. But Jonas understood his great-grandfather must have had his reasons. So, after researching extensively later on, he discovered what his great-grandfather had written about in his diary, what exactly they were. They were ghosts. The commander of the Independent Regiment held the key to the door. But he too had died, becoming a ghost. The secret of this door became a lifelong obsession for Jonas's great-grandfather. Over 3 years, he devised countless ways to approach the door, documenting them all in his diary. Sadly, none were ever realized before he died suddenly in Xia Village. Jonas also learned that after the regiment commander's death,
the mountain became a perilous place, with no one daring to set foot there.
It was said that to pacify the mountain, any fallen soldier from the independent regiment would be brought back to Uau Mountain for burial. Gradually, Uau Mountain returned to tranquility.
Few had known of this affair to begin with, and with the passage of time,
few people knew about it anymore.
Jonas felt his great-grandfather must have been profoundly shaken by the experience.
This led to many details in the records being unclear, disjointed, and fragmented. Jonas turned to the final page of the diary.
On this page, there was only one sentence. This sentence was precisely why Jonas had paid such a heavy price to obtain Shejia village.
Trust me, this is a door that can change everything. Jonas believed his great-grandfather would never deceive him.
Thus, bearing that final wish, he journeyed thousands of miles to Jia City.
Bidding hall.
The start time was drawing near. Many had already taken their seats, and Xia Xiaoxi was starting to feel more at ease with the atmosphere here.
Second uncle, what do we need to do in a moment? Xia Xiaoxi asked curiously.
No one around seemed to be using their phones, making her hesitate to pull hers out either. So she could only choose to chat with her second grandfather.
Our proposal has already been submitted.
Besides us, 4 or 5 other firms have submitted theirs too.
They've all passed the initial review.
What we're here to do today, to put it bluntly, is bid.
The higher the bid,
the greater our chances of winning the contract.
Xia Changyi explained.
The Shejia village project had too many restrictions, leaving only a handful of viable proposals.
For instance, Xia Changyi's proposal involved investing in a wetland park.
Likely, the other proposals were similar.
Ultimately, it all comes down to price. Without secured funding, no matter how extravagant the proposal, it wouldn't pass review or gain approval. Just 2 days, and you've accomplished so much, second uncle? Xia Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. Lobbying connections, drafting proposals.
Suddenly, 2 days seemed like an incredibly productive span of time.
Sometimes Xia Xiaoxi could sleep for a day and a half straight. Of course, you can't handle everything yourself.
If you take on everything yourself, you'll never have enough time.
You have to learn to delegate some of the pressure. What's the point of hiring so many people? Xia Changyi explained with a smile.
Most of the work was assigned to his assistants. His assistants then found specialized teams, and the tasks were distributed layer by layer. Xia Changyi himself only needed to do 2 things, assign tasks and wait for the results.
Xia Xiaoxi suddenly understood. No wonder he could be a boss. Let others do the work while the money flows into your own pockets. Chapter 113, Second Uncle's Fury. The innate presence of the old Xia family. Those attending today's bidding session were mostly local industrialists. However, a small number of new media entrepreneurs were also present. The rise of self-media platforms over the past 2 years had similarly made many people wealthy. With some capital in hand, these entrepreneurs still preferred to invest in tangible industries. Therefore, at events like this, as long as they're invited, they'll come to take a look, to broaden their horizons and scout for opportunities. At the very least, networking with industry heavyweights is always worthwhile. Among them is the owner of a media company. Over the past couple of years, this boss had made a fortune by creating internet celebrities and swindling young people through shady contracts. After circling the room, Sun Haiba realized these people didn't seem to care much for him. His gaze then settled on the grandfather and grandson sitting in the front row. Earlier, he had overheard them discussing. Recently, a wealthy tycoon who had made his fortune in Southeast Asia had returned to Jiecheng. Today, he'd even brought his daughter along, and everyone was eager to make connections. Mr. Xie, Miss Xie. Hello. I'm Sun Haiba, owner of Jiashang Media. Sun Haiba approached with a broad smile. Xia Changyi glanced at Sun Haiba, nodded in response, and said, Mr. Sunday. No. Mr. Xia, just call me Xiao Sunday. The moment I stepped into the hall, Miss Xia caught my attention. In the entire lobby, Xia Xiaoxi was the most eye-catching. I run this self-media platform. In just 1 year, I've built several million follower influencers. Lately, I've been working on this star creation project. I wonder if Xia Xiaoxi might be interested in collaborating. With Xia Xiaoxi's looks and the resources our company has just secured, she's bound to stand out. Sun Haiba showered her with praise. Truthfully, he hadn't even gotten a good look at Xia Xiaoxi. He was simply looking to establish a connection with Xia Changyi. Who knows? Maybe some business opportunities would come his way. At the very least, securing some investment would be excellent. Xia Changyi glanced at Xia Xiaoxi. They were talking to her, after all. He needed to hear what she had to say. Jiasong Media? The name of this company, so familiar it made Xia Xiaoxi's scalp tingle, made her eyes narrow into slits. Yes. What an honor Miss Xia has actually heard of our company. Sun Haiba's eyes lit up. It seemed their company had made quite a name for itself in Jia City. He hadn't expected Xia Xiaoxi to recognize the name immediately. Why don't you take a closer look at me? Xia Xiaoxi grinned. You? Sun Haiba scrutinized Xia Xiaoxi closely.
His heart skipped a beat and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Oh no! He recognized her. This is none other than Xie Xiaoxi, currently the biggest streamer in Jie City. Whenever her grandpa Zhang appeared on stream, tens of thousands would tune in simultaneously. What's worse, this girl used to be just an unknown streamer at their company. After signing the contract, they just left her to fend for herself. Who knew she'd suddenly blow up 6 months later? They immediately tried to get her into product sales. But the team led by manager Lin not only failed to close the deal, they ended up taking a huge hit. The contract vanished too. They thought having a grandpa Zhang as a connection was already outrageous enough. But who could have imagined this girl also had connections to the big shot from Nanyang, Xia Changyi? With such powerful connections, why would she bother being a streamer? The matter had already blown over. Facing such a formidable grandpa Zhang, Sun Haiba figured he'd just have to swallow his pride. But now this guy's practically begging for trouble. If he'd known, he wouldn't have bothered coming over to say a few words. Now he couldn't just walk away. Miss Xia, it was all a misunderstanding. Sun Haiba hurriedly explained. What's going on, Xiaoxi? Do you know him? Xia Changyi asked in confusion. Xia Xiaoxi lowered her voice and recounted to her second grandfather the entire scheme Jia Shang used to swindle recent graduates. She included her own experiences in the account. Mr. Sun, at your age, you must have children of your own. Could you bear to deceive your own children like this? Money is important, but you can't lose your conscience. Xia Changyi stood up, his voice unusually deep. Though his voice was soft, the seasoned authority radiating from him sent a cold sweat running down Sun Haiba's back. This was the first time Xie Xiaoxi had ever seen her second grandfather angry. At first glance, she could see a faint shadow of her great-grandfather in him. It seemed the Xie family possessed this innate aura by birth. But by her father Xie Jihao's generation, it had faded. He'd become too honest. And as for herself? She was half mad, half foolish. As the saying goes in novels, it was likely a matter of the bloodline growing increasingly diluted. Yes. Old Master Xie is absolutely right. Sun Haiba responded repeatedly. Though he was no slouch himself, he still paled in comparison to Xia Changyi. At the very least, within this bidding hall, Xia Changyi's authority was in a league of its own. No one in their right mind would dare provoke him. My granddaughter doesn't want to see you, Xia Changyi said coldly. He didn't want to spell it out too clearly. But Sun Haiba understood perfectly well and quickly responded. He fled the bidding hall like a scared rabbit. He hadn't come to bid on any projects anyway, he was just here to broaden his horizons and make connections. Having offended Xia Changyi now, staying here would only be torture. Better to leave now than risk Xia Changyi taking further offense and causing trouble. His hasty exit drew the attention of many present, who began whispering among themselves. That Bai Renzi guy? I didn't like him from the start, always butting in. Did he offend old Xie? Upsetting us is one thing, but offending old Xie? That's gonna be rough. Seems he screwed over Xia Changyi's granddaughter before. Old Xie got furious when he heard. But she's not his biological granddaughter, right? Not the one who came back from Nanyang? Should be a grandniece, right? He's surprisingly generous even to his grandniece. Hey, look, Mr. Chun from Fengcheng is here too? Suddenly, everyone's gaze was drawn to another figure entering the bidding hall. It was none other than Chen Ci. Ignoring the stares, Chen Ci strode purposefully toward the front seats. He finally came to a stop in the very front row, sitting side by side with Xia Changyi. As a major enterprise in Fengcheng, he naturally had the standing to occupy this position. Is this Nanyang boss in such a rage? Chen Ci smiled as he addressed Xia Changyi. Over the past 2 days, he had naturally heard Xia Changyi's name. He understood clearly that in this bidding war, the greatest rival was likely this old man. Xia Changyi slowly sat down, placing his cane aside, and remarked indifferently, I'm getting on in years, so my temper runs hot. Mr. Chen might want to sit back a bit further, lest my temper affect you. The implication was clear, if you're afraid, you can step aside. Chen Ci was about to say something. At that moment, the female host stepped forward, took her seat on the stage, and grasped the microphone. Good morning, everyone. I am Wu Shui, host of this bid opening session. The bidding proceedings are about to commence. Chapter 114, Bidding breaks the 100 million mark. The boldness of the old man from Nanyang. It is my honor to host this conference. First, I would like to thank all the leaders, colleagues, and partner organizations for participating in this bidding meeting for Jiecheng. The host delivered the opening remarks with practiced fluency. Upon hearing the bidding session commence, Chen Ci remained silent. His mission was clear this time, no need for unnecessary words. With a seasoned veteran like Xia Changyi, speaking too much in front of him would only invite trouble. It started, second uncle. Xia Xiaoxi said nervously. With the fate of Xia village at stake, her heart was filled with anxiety. Beside her, Xia Changyi patted her hand reassuringly, signaling her to relax. It was rare for Jiecheng officials to organize a bidding event, let alone one that drew so many business leaders. Therefore, the bidding projects weren't limited to Shiejia village's development alone. Several bundled projects were also up for bid. On stage, the host sat at the front, with Jiecheng's leaders of various ranks seated behind him. Their final review would be required in the concluding phase. However, the projects announced earlier were relatively minor, with bids generally not exceeding 10 million yuan. The bidding was quite intense, with voices rising and falling in waves. For the 4 elementary schools project, I'll go up to 8.3 million. I'll go 8,500,000, haha, and throw in a running track for free. One bidding project after another passed by. Neither Xie Changyi nor Chen Xiai made a move. It wasn't until the host announced the development tender for Shejia Village that Xie Changyi and Chen Xiai perked up. After reviewing the project proposals from several bidders? After careful review, the leadership has reached a decision. The Shejia Village development project will be designated as a wetland park. The wetland park proposals were submitted by Mr. Xie Changyi and Mr. Chen, owner of Chen Xiai. The minimum bid price for the project shall not be less than 50 million yuan. The host announced. Xie Changyi frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Chen Xi's proposal to be identical to his own. Then again, there really weren't many other viable options for Shejia Village. 50 million? Xia Xiaoxi almost thought she'd misheard. How could the starting price be 50 million right off the bat? A month ago, even if she worked non-stop without eating or sleeping, at the very least, she'd have to start working from the Qin dynasty. To her, it was an astronomical sum. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but worry about her second grandfather. With that much money, she should have persuaded second uncle not to buy the house in Yulong Bay. If she'd saved that money, what if today's bidding had been just 8 million short? 55 million. While Xie Xiaoxi was still in a daze. Someone on the other side had already started bidding. Their opening bid was already 5 million higher. These wealthy individuals truly don't treat money as if it matters. Alright, Mr. Li from Chunhua Department Store bids 55 million. The auctioneer announced. Hearing this figure, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The Shejia Village project had now become the highest bid of the entire auction. But this project? It sounds like a surefire money pit. They had money, but they weren't fools. The only reason they might take the gamble was likely because it was a project approved by the higher-ups in Jiecheng. There might be some hidden agenda at play. Of course, the cost of taking that gamble was no small matter. The 50 million yuan threshold alone would deter 90% of the bidders in the hall. 60 million. I'll go 70 million. 2 more voices echoed through the hall. In just a few seconds, the bid had soared another 20 million. Many people could spend their entire lives and still never earn that much money. Alright, Mr. Wang has bid 70 million. The auctioneer responded, his smile exceptionally bright. Beside her, the officials all picked up their pens, scribbling furiously on their papers. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated that Shejia Village, of all places, would command such a high bid for a wetland park development. Second uncle, can we really afford this? Xia Xiaoxi whispered. The pressure now fell squarely on their shoulders. She wasn't quite sure what kind of clout her second uncle actually had. Xia Xiaoxi wasn't entirely sure. 70 million yuan. Even if second uncle was wealthy, this sum would be too much for him to handle, wouldn't it? There's no rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Xie Changyi spoke up. His expression remained largely unreadable, utterly composed. Sure enough, before Xie Changyi could speak, Chen Xiai on the other end couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, 100 million. Whoosh! The moment this bid was announced, the entire bidding hall erupted in an uproar. This was only the first round. How could it already reach 100 million? What kind of treasure trove is Shejia Village that it warrants such massive investment for a wetland park? I didn't even fast forward, so how did it suddenly jump to 100 million? That's Mr. Chen for you. He really knows how to make a statement, jumping in with a 30 million yuan bid. Is this a flea market or what? Forget it, forget it. Let the big shots play with it. Probably Boss Chen just wants to wrap this up quickly, no time to waste. Now I'm wondering if Mr. Chen has some inside info? He's so determined to win this. In the lobby, whispers of discussion filled the air. There weren't many projects left anyway. Essentially, they were all there to watch the big players clash. Everyone was stunned by Chen Xi's bold moves. But aside from Chen Xiai, they all knew something else. Regarding today's Shejia Village project, besides Chen Xiai, the elder Xie who had just returned from Nanyang was also exceptionally invested. But he still hadn't made a bid. What could be going on? Could he be intimidated into staying silent? Didn't everyone say he's very wealthy? Starting at 50 million, and he hasn't said a word yet. Surely he wouldn't make such a grand show only to never bid once. Many people have begun to doubt Xie Changyi. After all, while everyone knew Xie Changyi was undoubtedly well off, no one had a clear idea of just how wealthy he truly was. A moment of silence fell. Xie Changyi patted Xie Xiaoxi's pig-shaped head, signaling her to speak up. Xie Xiaoxi froze. The sheer magnitude of the sum made her mouth water just thinking about announcing it. But she did want to indulge in the thrill. If she could, she'd even stream herself shouting it out. It would definitely be a huge status symbol. But she feared it might embarrass her second grandfather, so she quickly dismissed the idea.
She quietly asked second uncle what amount he planned to shout out.
When she saw his hand gesture, her eyes went wide. After a long moment, she finally gathered her courage and blurted out, "We'll offer 150 million. The words fell. The auction hall fell into an eerie silence. At a moment like this, even the faintest sound could be heard with crystal clarity. After a long pause, the room erupted in an uproar. Holy, I'm speechless. I thought old Xia and the others were just scared, but turns out they were holding it in.
Just casually adding 50 million? Is this for real? Holy crap. Is it really worth that much? Could there be some hidden deal here? Chapter 115, the old envelope opens.
The Xia family's true strength.
This is driving me crazy. Even if there is something fishy, so what?
The bidding's already at 150 million.
Do you have the clout to challenge that?
Well, that's true. They had assumed Chen Xi's 100 million was the ceiling.
No one expected Xia Chang'e to join the bidding.
And they certainly didn't expect that when Xia Chang'e finally spoke up, he'd go all in like this.
Mr. Xia bids 150 million. The auctioneer announced. Behind her, the pens in the executive's hands were practically smoking from the frantic scribbling. This bid far exceeded their estimates from the previous day.
Initially, they feared that with such a modest investment, the wetland park project would appear too meager.
Shejia village's location was also at the heart of the three cities. It was easily visible from the road.
If it ended up looking shoddy and run down, it would be a huge embarrassment. That's why they set the minimum bid price at 50 million.
Now look, the bidding skyrocketing. This big boss who just returned from abroad is no ordinary figure.
And rumor has it he's a native of Shejia village. Seems he's determined to win at all costs. Over there, Chen Xi's lips twitched. He'd raised his bid from 30 million to 100 million precisely to intimidate Xia Chang'e.
But now he's the one feeling intimidated? No way. No matter what, today's bidding must succeed. Failure is not an option.
Gritting his teeth, he shouted again, 200 million. This time, it wasn't just the crowd in the room who were stunned.
Even Xia Chang'e was baffled. Why bid so high for such a rundown piece of land? What kind of wetland park costs 200 million? What, are you paving it with tiles?
Beside him, Xia Xiaoxi was still reveling in the thrill of bidding.
Hearing the 200 million figure, her heart sank instantly.
Glancing at her second uncle's expression, it didn't look too good either.
There's no reason for that. There's only one reason someone would pay that much.
That this project isn't something he wants for himself. Someone else must be backing him. And the only one who's always had his eye on Shejia village is Old Day.
Xia Chang'e sighed.
At first, he'd been suspicious. Why, when the bidding finally came, Dalao, who had coveted Shejia village so intensely, was nowhere to be seen. Now it seemed clear, after abandoning Hengyuan real estate, he'd found Feng to shoulder the burden of the porcelain project.
200 million yuan, what a massive sum. But the more they pushed, the less likely Xia Chang'e was to relinquish Shejia village. Nothing good could come of this. They certainly weren't up to anything good.
This time, Xia Chang'e personally raised the bid to 220 million yuan.
Chen Xi pushed back, driving it up to 250 million. The officials' mouths were practically splitting to their ears.
The room fell deathly silent. This bidding war had completely transformed into a chess match between Xia Chang'e and Chen Xi. With billions at stake, it was like watching God's battle.
It was beyond their reach.
Still, witnessing bidding at this level live was thrilling. Even if they couldn't get a word in edgewise, today's trip was well worth it.
This is terrifying. Even for Mr. Chen, such prices must be crippling, right? I doubt it's just a blow, it's probably a massive hemorrhage.
What blows my mind most is this Mr. Xia. He's got some serious clout.
He's only just returned and already pulling off such a grand gesture, holy moly.
Back in the day, barely 1 in 10 made it out of Siam alive.
To rise to this level? That's 1 in 10,000.
It was their village to begin with. I think Mr. Chen should just hand it over. It'd be a way to make friends.
Hey, that's where you're wrong.
Business is business. There are no friends in the marketplace. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Before anyone realized it, the bidding price had steadily climbed to 300 million. This was already 5 or 6 times the reserve price. Before the auction began, no one could have imagined bidding reaching such heights today. The problem was, even at this staggering amount, the bidding showed no signs of stopping.
300 million. Chen Xi's face darkened completely.
In truth, the authority granted by the German side only extended to 200 million. But seeing Xia Chang'e's aggressive stance, Chen Xi knew that even if he topped up another 100 million, he would have to go head-to-head with Xia Chang'e. In Chen Xi's view, the fact that both the German guy and Xia Chang'e placed such importance on this plot of land, there must be some hidden agenda at play. If he could get involved, he might just score a piece of the action too. With the atmosphere already this heated, it was impossible not to bid higher. Xia Chang'e gripped his cane tightly, lost in thought. 300 million yuan was also his limit. This time back, he had brought most of the cash flow with him. But with so many stores and companies, fixed assets, and working capital still tied up in Siam,
300 million was the absolute limit of cash he could muster. Anything beyond that would complicate matters.
But no matter what, Xia Chang'e refused to hand over his hometown to the Germans. With such a large sum involved, any discerning person could see this was absolutely no longer just about the wetland park. Seeing that Xia Chang'e hadn't made a move for quite some time,
Chen Xiai began to laugh. He could tell Xia Chang'e was done for.
It was about time he couldn't keep up.
If he did, Chen Xiai would truly find it unbelievable.
Host Wu Shui instinctively glanced at Xia Chang'e, as if asking whether he intended to continue bidding. Xia Chang'e paused, closed his eyes, and shouted, leaning on his cane, 320 million. This was his final shout.
Whether he could secure it afterward or not. 320 million yuan was his absolute limit. Mr. Xia bids 320 million. The auctioneer announced. Chen's eyes reddened. He was already hooked. Having come this far.
Whether he added another 100 million or 100 million plus tens of millions, it wouldn't make much difference to him. Besides, he doubted the German would refuse to chip in a little more. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xiai rose to his feet and bellowed, 330 million. It was merely 10 million more than Xia Chang'e's bid. Yet at this moment, that 10 million felt like an insurmountable chasm. Even Xia Chang'e, though willing, was powerless to match it, and could only shake his head silently.
Looks like Mr. Chen's got this bid in the bag. Over 300 million, that's truly extravagant. He seems to have gotten carried away. If we could, we should try to talk him out of it. But now we know just how formidable old Xia is. To bid over 300 million, that's terrifying in itself. Chen Xi's decisive declaration seemed to cut through all speculation. Everyone now believed the Xieji village project was undoubtedly Chen Xi's to claim. Mr. Chen bids 330 million. The auctioneer announced. This was likely the final bid. From the initial 50 million to over 300 million, it was already staggering. Xia Chang'e sighed, massaging his temples to steady his nerves. But then he noticed Xia Xiaoxi sitting beside him, gently poking his arm. Xia Chang'e looked at his grandniece in confusion.
Xia Xiaoxi lowered her voice, her tone trembling with uncertainty.
Second uncle, what if we bid higher?
Xia Chang'e frowned in confusion, his gaze catching sight of a yellowed old envelope unfolding in Xia Xiaoxi's arms.
Chapter 116, $1 trillion IOU. The true power of GS City's wealthiest man 80 years ago. You can't just shout out any price. Otherwise, if you can't deliver later, it's illegal. The current bid stood at 330 million. Beyond that, Xia Chang'e truly felt powerless. While he absolutely didn't want old D to get this land. But if he kept bidding, he'd have to liquidate Siam's fixed assets. Not to mention what would happen to his grandchildren and sons after the liquidation. It was uncertain whether the funds could even be secured in time. After all, liquidating fixed assets isn't something that happens overnight, it takes time. Are there any other bidders participating? The auctioneer asked. His gaze fixed solely on Xia Chang'e.
For this project in Xieji village, the bidding was essentially a battle between Chen Xiai and Xia Chang'e.
Others simply couldn't compete. At this point, if Xia Chang'e withdrew from the bidding, Chen Xiai would undoubtedly win the contract.
Seeing Xia Chang'e remain silent, the host continued, therefore, the wetland park tender project for Xieji village in Jiecheng will be awarded to. At this critical juncture, Xia Chang'e nervously glanced at Chen Xiai, who stood nearby with a smug, raised lip.
His gaze met Xia Xiaoxi's once more.
No time to think twice, he'd follow Xia Xiaoxi's lead and shout once more. He threw caution to the wind.
350 million. Xia Chang'e shouted.
The bidding hall fell deathly silent. Just a moment ago, they had all believed Chen Xiai had the bid in the bag. But now, after the bidding began, Xia Chang'e was still pushing the price higher. What kind of power is this? How much had he made in Siam over the years to dare display such audacity? I'm stunned. Is this really a bidding session I'm witnessing in Jiecheng? I've only been away for 2 years, and now Jiecheng has reached this level of intensity? When did the game update? Why wasn't I invited? Holy crap, this South Seas tycoon is seriously insane. Back in the day, their ancestors were supposedly Jiecheng's wealthiest family like 100 years back. Mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Chen Xi's face darkened noticeably over there, cursing Xia Chang'e silently countless times in his mind. Just when it seemed like the deal was closing, he's pushing the price up again? 350 million. The authority given by the German side was only 200 million. Originally, they figured that with 200 million, it would be nothing more than a wetland park. They were certain to secure it, no one else would dare compete. But since the boss considered this plot so crucial, even though we originally agreed on 200 million, adding a bit more shouldn't be a deal breaker. But what if he refused after we secured it? Chen Xiai was torn. Scraping together an extra 130 million yuan was already pushing the limit. If we push it another 30 million to 360 million, and the project fails to materialize, or if the German side didn't follow through with any further commitments, the company would go bankrupt.
The risk was too great. Mr. Xia, the bid has reached 350 million. The auctioneer announced loudly. She had been invited to host bidding events in Jiecheng many times before. This was the first time she'd ever presided over a project of this magnitude. Silence fell. All eyes were now on Chen Xi, waiting for his response. Only he could go toe-to-toe with Xie Changyi. But this time, Chen Xi seemed unable to hold his ground. After a long pause, he still hadn't spoken again. Congratulations! Our very own Xie Changyi, Mr. Xie, has won the bid for the Shijia Village Wetland Park Development Project at a price of 350 million. Let's give Mr. Xie a round of applause. The host announced. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the bidding hall. This bidding battle had truly been a thrilling spectacle, utterly exhilarating, even. It was a mad dash where money seemed to mean nothing. And who could have guessed that Xie Changyi would emerge victorious in the end? Unbelievable. This project's gotta make at least 500 or 600 million, anything less would be a huge loss. I still can't wrap my head around it, but whoever has the clout to pull this off today can't be stupid. It's all in the palm of his hand. Next time I get the chance, I absolutely have to get to know this Mr. Xie better. Over 300 million? They just shouted out. They could easily scrape together some investment from their fingernails and give us a huge boost. Amidst the applause, murmurs of astonishment mingled with the applause. The financial clout Xie Changyi displayed was far more extravagant than anyone had imagined. Beads of sweat formed on Xie Changyi's forehead. Though he had won, it had been a crushing defeat. Only then did he find the chance to ask Xie Xiaoxi, "Xiaoxi, is there something in this envelope of yours? Did your great-grandfather give it to you?" Seeing such an old envelope, Xie Changyi immediately thought of his own father. Yes, it was from great-grandpa. Xie Xiaoxi replied. Hearing it was from his elderly father, Xie Changyi instantly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Xia Hong remained a figure of unwavering reliability in his heart. Anything his father gave him was almost certainly trustworthy. Look, there's an IOU inside. Xia Xiaoxi handed the note from the envelope to her second uncle. Xia Changyi's eyelid twitched as he took the note and unfolded it layer by layer. It was indeed an IOU. But this promissory note was over 80 years old. It even bore a red seal. Really? Xia Changyi suddenly jolted as he recalled the day he first arrived in Jiecheng just 2 days prior. His father had said that the family's assets back then hadn't been donated. If there's this IOU, then it means it was a loan back then. How much was borrowed? Could it amount to tens of millions? Xia Changyi asked anxiously. He had just raised the offer by 30 million at the very least, it should be worth 30 million. Of course, more would be better, ideally, 100 million. But Xia Xiaoxi didn't respond to Xia Changyi's question right away. Instead, she tapped away at the calculator app on her phone, rapidly crunching numbers. After a moment, she paused and showed Xie Changyi the number displayed on her phone. Second uncle, don't worry. That doesn't even include the promised interest. Just the items lent out alone, conservatively converted to cash value, total over 300 billion. Add in the interest, and it'll be in the trillions. Xia Xiaoxi's screen was nearly overflowing with the calculated figures. The dense forest of numbers made Xie Changyi's throat go dry. Over 80 years ago, the Xie family had managed to lend out assets equivalent to over 300 billion in today's value. It was even more staggering than Xie Changyi had imagined. And that was over 80 years ago. What conditions? No wonder they were called Jiecheng's wealthiest family. Not just Jie City back then, not a single family in the 3 cities could have matched them. Now Xie Changyi felt at ease. The knot in his chest finally loosened. Still, he keenly caught the crucial words in Xie Xiaoxi's statement. Promised interest? What was promised? Xie Changyi carefully read the promissory note. The text on the note was still written in traditional Chinese characters from back then. The handwriting, however, was not particularly neat, rather sloppy. It must have been written by a military officer. As he read, Xie Changyi found himself murmuring aloud, 80,000 silver dollars, 80,000 taels of gold, 80,000 caddies of rice. Chapter 117, Military Grade Signature, Guaranteed Reliable. Please keep reading. First came the currency, silver dollars and gold bars. A single silver dollar alone held purchasing power equivalent to roughly 400-500 yuan today. 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 1 silver dollar in value. However, silver was likely more convenient to store back then, while circulation primarily relied on silver dollars. As for gold bars, needless to say, 1 tael equaled 32 grams. Beyond these tangible assets, there were countless other goods: rice, flour, cloth, and so on. It nearly filled an entire page. And whether it was sheer foolishness or not, all measurements were in multiples of 8. The most crucial part lies in the final 2 sentences. The pledge Xie Xiaoxi just mentioned, the above loan shall double every 10 years with interest included. It shall not be repaid for 50 years. This document serves as proof. The signature was even more remarkable. It was personally signed by the commander of the 66th Army. If it doubled every decade as stated, over 80 plus years, 8 or 9 cycles, 300 billion could easily balloon to trillions. Second uncle, asking for a few more tens of millions should be fine, right?
Xia Xiaoxi asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Sitting nearby earlier, she had sensed her second uncle's predicament. She understood even more clearly that Xia village couldn't fall into the hands of those villains. Suddenly, she remembered the envelope great-grandfather Xia had given her earlier.
Grandpa Zhang had said, no matter how big the problem, this can help.
This time, Xia Xiaoxi opened the envelope without hesitation.
The moment she read the promissory note, Xia Xiaoxi's mind went blank. Such a large sum, signed by a military-level official, it couldn't possibly be fake, could it? Only now did it dawn on her.
Xia Xiaoxi finally understood why Grandpa Zhang had the confidence to say he could help with anything, no matter how big.
Forget just being able to help. With this promissory note in hand, what problem could possibly stand in the way?
Who could have imagined Grandpa Zhang had been quietly holding onto such a massive ace up his sleeve?
What could possibly go wrong?
I'm even thinking of adding a few more 100 million to the pot.
Xia Chang'e chuckled.
The pressure from earlier had completely vanished.
Calm down, calm down. Keep your cool.
Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly tried to stop him.
Money shouldn't be played with like this. Who bids against themselves? Just as grandfather and granddaughter were enjoying themselves, the bidding session was drawing to a close.
The development project for Xieji Village was the grand finale of this bidding session.
With the winning bidder already determined, there shouldn't be any further discussion.
But just as everyone was preparing to rise and depart, Chen Xi suddenly stood up and shouted, "Hold on.
Honorable leaders, I have an objection."
The moment his voice fell, everyone in the room halted in their tracks.
Countless eyes turned toward Chen Xi.
The bidding session had concluded. There was no opportunity for further bidding now.
What was Chen Xi trying to accomplish now?
Even Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Chang'e looked puzzled.
What was he up to? Was he dissatisfied? As everyone knows, Mr. Xia has just returned from Siam. While it's true his ancestral roots trace back to our hometown of Jiecheng, but no one knows the exact extent of Mr. Xia's assets. Is he truly putting up 350 million yuan to invest in developing the wetland park? I remain skeptical about that point. Chen Xi declared loudly.
In Chen Xi's view, even if Xia Chang'e had indeed built a substantial business overseas,
since he'd just returned, how much tangible assets could he actually have in hand? Anyone can shout bids at an auction. Unless he puts up real money, Chen Xi simply wouldn't believe it. Yeah, what if we can't come up with that much money later?
Once we leave the bidding hall, we won't be able to see what happens next.
Exactly. If no one's watching, they'll just do whatever they want.
On this point, I do tend to agree with Mr. Chen.
What are you thinking? Do you really believe old Xie is just bluffing? He definitely has the resources to back it up. Enough already, what are you arguing about? Just sit tight and wait to see what happens.
The numerous business owners and tycoons who had already risen to leave all instinctively sat back down at their seats. The innate human desire to watch the show unfold is ingrained in our very bones.
The project leaders on stage exchanged glances, signaling for the host to speak. The host then inquired, "So, Mr. Chen, what exactly are you suggesting?" After winning a project bid, the successful bidder is required to deposit a certain amount of security deposit. However, the investment funds are replenished incrementally as the project progresses. Therefore, it was far from certain whether Xia Chang'e could actually come up with the 350 million. Typically, they wouldn't bother following up afterward to scrutinize the details. Precisely because Chen Xi understood this point clearly, he raised his doubts directly in the bidding hall.
I request that the leadership conduct a capital verification first.
If Mr. Xia truly possesses 350 million yuan in available assets, I will offer my sincere apology.
If not, I request that the leadership reopen bidding for this project.
Chen Xi added.
Several leaders returned to their seats. None of them had anticipated Chen Xi would take his bid failure so seriously, even demanding a direct capital verification. While the regulations certainly allowed for such a request, it was unprecedented for it to be taken so seriously. The leaders turned their gaze back to Xia Chang'e, seemingly seeking his opinion. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Xia Chang'e was undoubtedly a boss with considerable clout. Even as officials, they didn't want to antagonize him. After all, there might be plenty of future dealings between them. But when everyone present turned their gaze towards Xia Chang'e and Xia Xiaoxi, grandfather and granddaughter, they noticed the pair's current state was a bit too relaxed. Both crossed their arms, legs casually crossed, heads tilted back slightly. Completely unfazed, they paid Chen Xi no mind whatsoever, radiating confidence. "Mr. Xia, regarding the dispute. If convenient, please provide the evidence for us to verify the capital," the host stated. Xia Chang'e glanced at Chen Xi. He had already memorized that face. Now that the bidding session was over. Yet he still came looking for trouble. If given the chance in the future, Xia Chang'e would certainly not hesitate to create some trouble for him. Seeing how calm and composed Xia Chang'e and his grandson appeared, Chen Xi's heart began to race. If possible, he'd rather avoid conflict with Xia Chang'e. But the project in Xieji Village? The price De Lao had offered him was a full 50 million. For that 50 million, Chen Xiai had no choice but to make one final gamble. He was betting that Xie Chang'e, having just returned, couldn't possibly come up with 35 million yuan on the spot.
Observing Xie Chang'e's demeanor, the others concluded Chen Xiai had hit a brick wall. Fine. I can accept that. Xie Chang'e replied. He had 300 million readily available to verify right now. If Chen Xiai kept haggling, he'd just shove the IOU left by his late father right in his face. After all, no matter what, the IOU had to be cashed in eventually. Sooner or later, it would have to be produced. Chapter 118, Trillions Can't Borrow Them for War? War, you say? He actually agreed? You don't actually have it, do you? Over 300 million, can you really show it? Net worth and actual assets you can put up aren't the same thing. If someone can casually pull out over 300 million, wouldn't their net worth break $1 billion? I suspect it might be even higher. What did you go and do to Mr. Chen? Looks like you've hit a brick wall now. Hold on. There's more to come. Xie Chang'e agreed too quickly. The host held his words, preparing to offer Xie Chang'e a way out. Asking him to provide proof within the next few days would suffice. Who could have imagined Xie Chang'e would agree outright? Was he really that confident? Alright. If Mr. Xie can really let us verify the funds on the spot, I'll apologize publicly right away. I admit I was being petty and suspicious. But with such a promising project, I truly don't want to miss out. I hope Mr. Xie understands. Please show us, Mr. Xie. It'll be an educational experience for us younger folks. Chen Xi's lips twitched, but he forced a smile as he spoke. After all, as a seasoned businessman, his verbal skills and emotional intelligence were undoubtedly sharp. His words were flawlessly crafted, avoiding any awkwardness in the situation. After all, doing business in Sancheng, he might cross paths with Xie Chang'e again. If they really came to blows, he'd be the one to suffer. After all, his businesses were all in Sancheng, while Xie Chang'e's were overseas. If it came down to a fight, the one wearing shoes would never beat the one going barefoot. Xie Chang'e rose from his seat and shuffled toward the podium, leaning heavily on his cane. Chen Xiai had already cornered him here. He had no choice but to play along, lest he appear guilty. He proceeded to display every asset he could mobilize at a moment's notice. Long before returning to China, Xie Chang'e had already prepared for this. He had transferred his assets into domestic accounts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain that black card used for purchasing the property. The documentation Xie Chang'e provided circulated among the leaders. They huddled together, whispering among themselves. Finally, the chairperson spoke up. The total comes to approximately 310 million. That figure seems about right. We all know Mr. Xie has just returned from abroad. Given the tight schedule, he may not have had time for comprehensive preparations. Rest assured, once the project is officially launched, Mr. Xie will certainly secure the remaining investment funds. The host certainly knew how to speak. Just moments ago, they were worried. They feared Xie Chang'e might only contribute 1 or 200 million, which would make things awkward. Since 300 million is on the table, it's merely a matter of shortfalling 50 million. So, by giving him a way out, everyone could part ways happily. The atmosphere in the room grew unusually tense. Everyone remained silent, unwilling to speak. Over there, Chen Xi's expression darkened slightly. Every word he uttered now weighed between the interests of the German and Xie Chang'e. After pausing for about half a second, he finally spoke, but it's still less than what was promised. Leaders, I believe we still need to follow up on this. 50 million is no small sum. It could very well determine the critical construction role of the wetland park project. The host and the leaders behind him all shot Chen Xiai a displeased glance. None seemed to grasp why Chen Xiai was deliberately antagonizing Xie Chang'e today. They'd already managed to secure 300 million. Did it really matter if the rest could be covered later? Enough already. It was as if Chen Xiai had demanded over 300 million and they were going to force him to cough up the entire sum. It wasn't that strict. After receiving nods from several leaders, the host stated, then we'll just ask Mr. Xie to submit the remaining documentation within a week. Even if the project starts, it won't happen that quickly. Chen Xiai tried to say something more. But the officials on stage shot him a stern look. Clearly, they didn't want Chen Xiai to cause any more trouble. Offending Xie Chang'e wouldn't benefit anyone. But having come this far, Chen Xiai refused to accept it. Yet, seeing the stern expressions on the leaders' faces, he dared not speak further. It was at this moment that Xie Chang'e spoke up, cutting through the tension. No need. I can prove it right now. All the leaders are here anyway. Xie Chang'e stated. The city officials overseeing the bidding session were primarily leaders from the finance department. He intended to redeem the IOU, and would need to find these very people later. Therefore, since he intended to establish himself in Sancheng going forward, he needed to establish his authority and make it clear to them that the Xie family was unshakable. This was the first time. That's why nobodies like Chen Xiai dared to keep popping up and causing trouble. Back in Siam, Xie Chang'e wouldn't have given such scum a second glance.
Today, however, presented the perfect opportunity. Make it clear to these people, they're not to be messed with. It would save a lot of trouble down the line. Oh no. Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Xia Chang'e had truly been pushed to the brink. The others, including the leaders on stage, dared not utter a word. Xia Chang'e glanced back at Xia Xiaoxi. Xia Xiaoxi immediately understood and hurried forward, placing the envelope into her second uncle's hands. Distinguished leaders, we have here an IOU from 80 years ago. Please take a look and see if you can help us obtain a verification. As Xia Chang'e finished speaking, a dead silence fell over the room. The officials were utterly baffled. Wait, a promissory note? What possible use could an 80-year-old promissory note have? This old man Xia was well past his prime. Why was he still playing such childish games? Nevertheless, out of respect for Xia Chang'e, several leaders from Jieqing's finance department opened the envelope. Mr. Xia, this kind of IOU usually requires locating the debtor to recover the funds before it can serve as proof. One of the officials remarked while opening the envelope. Xia Chang'e and Xia Xiaoxi exchanged a knowing smile. How convenient. He then added, exactly. We're here to collect the debt from you leaders. Us? The officials could scarcely believe their ears. In all their years in office, they'd never encountered anyone daring to ask them for money. The entire bidding hall erupted in an uproar. Shen Xi couldn't help but chuckle. He thought Xia Chang'e had some killer move up his sleeve. And this was it? This wasn't a live broadcast. What was the point of all this theatricality? The envelope opened, revealing lines of old traditional Chinese characters. The yellowed stationery and faded ink clearly bore the marks of age. But the more they read the contents, the more sweat trickled down their backs. Silver dollars, gold, cloth, rice, flour, even horses and carriages. Doubled every decade, now over 80 years, meaning it's doubled 8 times? Whose IOU was this? Could one borrow so many things 80 years ago? What for? Borrowed to wage war? Holy cow, it really was for war. The leaders crowded their heads together, eyes fixed on the last line of text in the envelope. Guangdong Province, 66th Army. A personally signed promissory note at the army level, complete with the army's official red seal. Chapter 119, Xia Hong. Yes, that was the money the army commander borrowed from me back then. Calculate it. Quickly calculate it. In the bidding hall, several finance leaders simultaneously tapped their calculators. Soon, they collectively arrived at an astronomical figure that differed only slightly. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, grand, great, great grand. 300, at least 300 billion? The host's jaw dropped as he stared at the numbers on the calculator, his brain momentarily oxygen deprived. First off, the IOU couldn't be fake. It bore an official seal. Forging such a document would carry severe penalties. So this sum of over 300 billion yuan was genuinely borrowed by Guangdong Province's 66th Army from Xia Chang'e's family over 80 years ago? The most critical part is this final clause, doubling every decade. So now it's 1 trillion? The leader could barely get the words out. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Xia Chang'e's personal wealth was already staggering. He could produce 300 million yuan at a moment's notice. But what truly terrified people was his family's wealth. 1 trillion yuan debt note. Even if they sold the entire city of Jieqing, they might not be able to scrape together that much money. Mind-blowing. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. No wonder Xia Chang'e had such confidence. He's going after the leaders to collect the debts. Xia Chang'e's ancestors hailed from Jieqing. Demanding repayment from the city's finance department leaders was perfectly justified. Over 300 billion yuan. 300 billion yuan from before the founding of the nation. Do you have any idea what that means? I'd heard Xia Lao's family was once Jieqing's wealthiest, but never imagined it was on this scale. Back then, even if you combined the wealth of the top tycoons from all 3 cities, they probably couldn't match that fortune. Be confident, will you? They definitely couldn't match it. Multiply that 8-fold, and you're looking at trillions. The 3 cities might see another upheaval soon, with the Xia family dominating once more. Do you think we can actually get that money back? I doubt it. While the military doesn't joke around, the sum is simply too vast. This must be a warning through the commendation banner. Below the stage, murmurs filled the air. Actually, similar news stories had been broadcast on TV before. When clearing out old houses or digging foundations for new construction, people sometimes uncover cultural relics passed down through generations. Once reported to the relevant authorities, it becomes a warning with a commendation banner. At most, they might offer a token reward, and that would be the end of it. What can ordinary folks do? They just have to accept it. But Xia Chang'e was different this time. Xia Chang'e wasn't just any ordinary citizen to begin with. He was a billionaire himself, a man who could sway entire cities. Moreover, Xia Chang'e deliberately announced it at such an occasion, giving them no chance to prepare. These business tycoons were undoubtedly eager for a spectacle. The leaders' faces fell. It was too sudden. This IOU had appeared far too abruptly. They couldn't help but shoot resentful glances at Chen Ci. If that jerk hadn't insisted on dragging this out and demanding a capital verification, none of this would have happened.
Now, without a proper explanation, none of them could get off scot-free.
Shen Xi's face had gone deathly pale. He knew full well how serious this was. He'd stirred up a huge mess. He dared not put on any airs anymore, sitting quietly in his seat, not uttering a single word.
Leaders, I don't know about this IOU from my family. Can you guarantee its validity? Xia Chang'e said with a smile.
Xia Xiaoxi fidgeted nervously beside him, wringing his hands like a madman. This debt, no, this entire sum if it could be recovered. Not only would we be set for life, but we'd have enough to last several lifetimes.
Mr. Xia, we...
The leaders were sweating buckets at the question.
Who dared to agree? Who dared to agree? To promise they could handle it would be tantamount to acknowledging these debts. But if we promise what we can't deliver, how do we explain it to Xia Chang'e? The bidding session wouldn't conclude.
All these prominent business leaders from our 3 cities are watching. My family supported the resistance against the Japanese invaders back then.
My father even sacrificed his life in the war. Because we mortgaged our entire estate, I was forced to flee overseas, ending up in Siam, unable to return home for decades. I trust that our family's contributions to the nation will not go unrewarded. Right, Xiaoxi? Xia Chang'e spoke slowly.
They said we couldn't claim it back for 50 years, but now it's been 80, there's no reason we shouldn't get it.
Right. I believe it too. Xia Xiaoxi chimed in promptly.
The leaders scratched their heads in frustration.
What the hell were they supposed to do? Ah, that's incredible. Now it's the leaders' turn to be put on the spot. At a time like this, anyone who dares nod in agreement will lose their position in an instant. But isn't supporting the country the right thing to do? And after all these years, demanding more, isn't that a bit excessive? Well, you sure have a way with words. Where's your support, then? Loans are loans, donations are donations. Gold and silver just blow in on the wind, right? They refresh daily, don't they? You really have a way with words. It's an IOU signed by a military general. How could we refuse? I'll say it again, a banner warning. We'll give you the IOU but don't expect it to end up in a museum. Just as the leaders had anticipated.
The crowd of business owners below the stage devoured the drama, not a single one showing the slightest intention of leaving. Shen Xi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, yet dared not move.
Bidding events were a rare occurrence in Jiecheng.
And today's event was a heavyweight affair, with many bigwigs receiving invitations.
It was even being livestreamed via Jiecheng's official information account.
Such livestreams happened daily, with barely anyone watching.
It was purely for meeting performance metrics.
The cameraman was practically nodding off.
But the moment Xia Chang'e pulled out the IOU, the number of viewers in the livestream room suddenly skyrocketed. Local netizens, drawn by the buzz, flooded in. What's happening? What's happening? A trillion yuan IOU from 80 years ago? Is this real? This actually happened? And they're demanding repayment now? How could it be fake? A bunch of legit city officials are making a scene with you? Scripted? Wait, why do this grandfather and grandson look so familiar? Holy crap! It's that streamer. Xia Xiaoxi and her great-uncle. Seriously. Isn't Grandpa Zhang here today? I was wondering why there was no livestream today. Turns out they're so busy with their relationship they don't need to stream anymore. As the audience grew, many recognized Xia Xiaoxi. Some netizens even recognized the second grandfather, a character just introduced. At the same time, Zhang Shan also picked up Xia Hong at Yulong Bay.
Together, they arrived at the Fengcheng police station.
Haha, I thought this might be a bit of trouble. Turns out they're all pushovers. Zhang Shan chuckled.
Things had gone more smoothly than he'd anticipated, which made him look good in front of Xia Hong.
When it came to handling people, the police certainly knew their tricks.
As the two entered the police station, Li Shui immediately came forward to greet them. She had arrived in Fengcheng ahead of schedule. Her trembling eyes fixed on Xia Hong, as if trying to see right through him. It wasn't until she received the same forehead tap as Xia Xiaoxi that she snapped back to reality. Mr. Xia, did you really lend 30 billion to Guangdong Province's 66th Army? Li Shui asked nervously. Xia Hong paused briefly before replying, yes, the division commander did borrow money from me back then. Chapter 120, Xia Hang's Memories, the independent regiment I commanded. Silence. The police officers who had been moving about the room all froze in their tracks, staring blankly at Xia Hong. Did I just hear the words military commander? Yeah, I heard it too. Not just military commander, I also heard 300 billion. Two passing junior officers exclaimed in bewilderment. Their eyes darted frantically around the area, searching for the source of the conversation. It's nothing. Don't go spreading rumors. Get moving. Go do your jobs. Zhang Shan waved his hand dismissively, shooing them away like flies. Then he himself tiptoed closer to Xia Hong and asked what they had been discussing. Only then did Li Shui pick up her phone, pointing to the live stream feed from Jiecheng News, and handed it to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shun looked at the screen. Sure enough, there were Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Changyi. The location appeared to be the bidding conference. Through the constantly refreshing comments, Zhang Shun picked out the key information. After a long moment, he finally processed it. 300 billion. An eightfold increase, over a trillion. I've never heard of such a huge sum in my entire life. Mr. Xia, was that money you borrowed from the commander of the 66th Army back then? Zhang Shun forced himself to lower his voice. If his voice had been any louder, the others in the bureau would have heard it. Everyone would have been stunned into silence. Xia Hong nodded. He was actually quite surprised himself. He hadn't expected the envelope to be opened so quickly. He'd called Xia Xiaoxi along specifically so she could use the IOU as a backup. But it was just a precaution. Seemed like being cautious was the right call after all. If it could have been kept hidden for another few decades, or even a century, that would have been something else. But 80 years was enough. It was already quite a lot. I'm speechless. Could we even spend it all? Li Shui and Zhang Shun both swallowed hard. They couldn't even imagine how much cash that would be. It would pile up like a small mountain. It was easy to guess that the Xia family back then must have been one of the wealthiest merchants in Jiqing. But who could have guessed they could have pulled out over 30 billion back then? Watching the live stream, they saw Xia Changyi holding the IOU. And Xia Xiaoxi putting on airs beside him. Xia Hong couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Time truly flies by in an unreal way. He still remembered when the Japanese invaded Guangdong province. They had assumed they could seize numerous coastal ports in one fell swoop. Yet unexpectedly, they were outmaneuvered by the 66th Army's flanking strategy. They were ultimately trapped in 3 coastal cities. Even if they were temporarily trapped, relying on their advanced weaponry and equipment, if they launched a final counterattack, the 3 cities would still suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, the Germans were willing to supply a batch of new weapons, though they refused to extend credit. At this critical juncture, Army Commander Mu Jixian personally contacted Xia Heng. Xia Hong could still vividly recall that phone call. How much? 300 billion? Are we buying warships? Xia Hong asked. 300 billion yuan at that time could indeed buy warships. It wasn't an exaggeration. Mu Jixian's voice came through the line. Old Xia, you know as well as I do, without new weapons, even if it comes to war, we might not have the upper hand. This battle is crucial. We need to bring more brothers home. Mu Jixian's tone was heavy. He had a duty to prepare for every battle. Minimize casualties. Save as many brothers as possible. Once the battle for the 3 cities concluded, at the very least, the people wouldn't have to live in fear for a short while. If there were truly no better options, he wouldn't have to ask Xia Hong for this favor again. Commander, if it comes to fighting, I'll be the first to charge. Isn't it my job to lead the regiment and crush those Japanese bastards? If they counterattack, I'll be the first one who can't go home. After pausing, Xia Heng added, besides, I've already donated all the money I've stolen. If I go home now, my old man will beat me to a pulp. It's not just the money. I've already given my life. Let me leave something for my old man, my wife, and my kids. Mu Jixian sighed. It was precisely this reason that made him hesitate to speak up. He knew Xia Heng's family was quite wealthy, having already requested their support several times before. But over the years, the Xia family had accumulated this wealth through generations of hard work in the textile and aquatic products trade. It wasn't something that came easily. At first, everyone assumed Xia Hong, the pampered scion of the Xia family, was incapable of enduring hardship or fighting in battle. Yet over the years, every task assigned to Xia Hong had been accomplished without fail. In fact, the recent surprise attacks on 3 cities were all led by Xia Hong charging at the forefront. Mu Jixian often remarked about Xia Hong in front of others, that kid has no fear of death. Don't follow his example. Xia Hong wasn't exaggerating. If anything went wrong, he'd be the first one not coming home. This time, he was asking for 300 billion. Xia Hong wasn't without a wife and children. Old Master Xia was already in his 60s or 70s, and Mu Jixian truly couldn't bear to see him suffer. But without that shipment of weapons, it simply wouldn't work. Both men held the phones, neither hanging up, but their voices had fallen silent. One last time. Consider this final favor for me. Old Xia, how about this? Consider this money alone for now. I'll personally draw up a written agreement for you. Mu Jixian finally gritted his teeth and said, help me scrape together 30 billion any way you can. Equivalent goods will suffice. Every 10 years, I'll repay you double the principal plus interest. But don't demand repayment for 50 years. Let everyone catch their breath, ease up a bit. This was the last solution Mu Jixian could come up with. Even between superiors and subordinates, this matter depended entirely on voluntary agreement. Coercion was out of the question. Therefore, Mu Jixian chose to offer a reasonable condition. Alright, understood. I'll do my best. But I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Sanqing too. Xia Heng's voice grew heavier as he spoke. Generation after generation, they had lived on this land in the past, and they would continue to do so in the future. If possible, he certainly didn't want his homeland to be defiled.
He wanted to eliminate every single enemy. Mu Jixian gave a brief acknowledgement.
For some reason, he found himself surprised that Xia Hong had agreed so readily.
It was almost as if he had known all along that Xia Hang would agree. Complex emotions surged within him, and Mu Jixian remained on the line even after receiving the reply.
I'll arrange for the weapons to be transferred in advance and prioritize their distribution to your sector.
Even with weapons, don't rush into battle. Against the Japanese counterattack, retreat and defense should remain your primary strategy. Reinforcements will arrive here soon.
Every soldier we save means 10 more civilians we can rescue.
Your lives matter too. Mu Jixian instructed.
Yes, sir.
But I command an independent regiment with its own strategy. Chapter 121, Personal Interrogation. The reason for targeting Xia Hong? In a daze, Xia Hong seemed to hear shouts. He snapped back to reality. Mr. Xie? Are you all right? Zhang Shun called out. Xia Hong nodded, indicating he was fine.
The memory of what had just happened weighed heavily on him.
After that, Xia Hong had lent out over 300 billion, only to receive a promissory note personally signed by the division commander in return. Yet he hadn't survived that battle. As a result, this promissory note remained unopened until today. His second son was fairly clever. He knew that presenting it in such a setting was a deliberate provocation aimed at those leaders. Truthfully, Xia Hong wasn't afraid the higher-ups wouldn't repay him. If push came to shove, he could go personally and get it back. For now, however, he'd leave this matter for Xia Xiaozi and Xia Changyi to handle. Xia Xiaozi would surely relish the chance to meddle in such affairs. For Xia Hong, the more pressing matter at hand was dealing with Li Chuanping's situation. Not only for Li Ermeizi, but also for Xia Hang's own primordial soul. Whether it was connected to the banana tree spirit remained unknown. But Xia Hang sensed vaguely that there was some connection, no matter how slight. Otherwise, there's simply no way to explain why the banana spirit recognized him. Mr. Xia, this way please. Li Shui led the way. At that moment, Li Chunpeng and Hui Ming were both locked up in separate interrogation rooms. Remember when the incident occurred in Xia village earlier? They were waiting for Xia Hong and Zhang Shun to arrive. Xia Hong had also been led to the interrogation room by Li Shui, where he encountered Old Yen. It was precisely through their cooperation that they successfully eliminated the parasitic ghost and the sorcerer who had been wreaking havoc in Xiejia village. Upon entering the interrogation room, Hui Ming was strapped to the chair, the light casting a harsh glow on his face, making him look exceptionally haggard. It was clear he hadn't slept a wink the previous night. Upon seeing Xia Hong arrive, fear flashed in his eyes. He knew full well that while police interrogations were intense, but they would never take his life. Xia Hong was different. If he truly angered this zombie, he could be killed without a second thought. Xia Hong had even driven off the upgraded banana spirit. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Why did you bring him here? Didn't you say if I confessed, he wouldn't kill me? Hui Ming struggled briefly, his voice trembling with fear. Zhang Shun chuckled. So this old monk was afraid of Xia Hong. Don't worry. This is a police station. Even if Mr. Xia intends to kill you, he wouldn't do it here. For now, you're safe. Zhang Shun said with a smile. Then, Li Shui and Xia Hong both sat down nearby. Another officer approached Hui Ming and barked sternly, "Speak up. Repeat everything you said earlier. Otherwise, we'll have to let you go." Li Shui could only scratch her head at this, while Zhang Shun struggled to stifle his laughter beside her. This was the first time they'd ever heard a police officer interrogating a suspect. Threatened to release someone for not cooperating. Of course, the Fengcheng police hadn't figured this out overnight. It took several rounds of trial and error before they finally arrived at this conclusion. This old bastard was practically begging to be locked up first. Hui Ming instinctively glanced at Xia Hong, gave up struggling, and said, "Ask away." Zhang Shun and the others exchanged glances, signaling for Xia Hong to take the lead in questioning. The other three officers stood by to take notes. How did you collude with the banana spirit? Xia Hong wasted no time, cutting straight to the most crucial question. Hui Ming sighed. When you're in a tight spot, you have no choice but to bow your head. He replied, to tell the truth, we actually come from the same school. Though strictly speaking, I should address him as my great-uncle. Seeing Hui Ming begin to speak honestly, the others fell silent, letting him continue. Over 100 years ago, the essence of the banana grove on the back mountain crystallized into a spirit, quietly cultivating within the forest. Day after day, it listened to Buddhist scriptures, absorbing their teachings through constant exposure, and its cultivation advanced remarkably fast. Once, drawn by the chanting from the temple, it slipped inside. Though it was a spirit creature in human form, the patriarch at the time was filled with compassion. Not only did he refrain from harming the banana spirit. Instead, recognizing its innate thirst for knowledge, he took it as a disciple. Thus, the banana spirit continued to study Buddhism under the founder until the master passed away over a decade later. Out of gratitude for the kindness shown to her, the banana tree spirit secretly protects our Baoji temple. She would appear before every abbot who took office. The figures in the interrogation room were struck by sudden realization.
They hadn't realized the banana spirit and Baoji temple shared such a connection. They knew there must be a connection, but never imagined the banana tree spirit was actually a disciple of the Buddhist faith. However, when spirits first take human form, their consciousness is newly awakened. They are utterly pure, neither inherently good nor evil. Their nature depends entirely on the environment they encounter afterward. Hearing Buddhist teachings daily, it's only natural she developed an interest in the monastic path. What was her purpose in seeking you out? Or rather, what purpose does commanding the 5 ghosts to transport goods and capture those elderly people serve? Xia Hong pressed further. This point was even more crucial. Perhaps it was connected to the banana tree spirit suddenly growing so much stronger in just 2 days. Just then, a knock sounded at the interrogation room door. Li Shui immediately went to open the door. The visitors were none other than Zhang Zhouhua and Yin Lao. They too had received news from Zhang Shun. They had rushed over immediately, eager to hear what had transpired. How's it going? Old Yan asked in a low voice. Zhang Shun tilted his head, gesturing for them to look over there. Xia Hong was interrogating Hui Ming. Their arrival allowed them to catch the crucial information. Hui Ming, oblivious to the new arrivals, continued his explanation, the specifics. I'm not entirely sure myself. We monks never speak falsely. Not long ago, she suddenly approached me, saying she needed my help. Everyone knows that all spirits and demons cultivate ultimately to pursue one supreme goal, immortality. The banana tree spirit was no exception. But her progress had slowed considerably, especially over the past decade. This left her deeply anxious until recently, when she discovered a method to accelerate her progress. She discovered a sacred site in Jie City that could accelerate her growth tremendously. The problem is, even she cannot approach that place. It requires a specific medium. She didn't elaborate, only instructing me to find elderly individuals over 60 years old, whether through temples or other means. Once this task is accomplished, she will take me along to cultivate together. The group exchanged bewildered glances. A treasure trove? In Jiechen? One that could help the banana spirit advance? Yet a place she herself couldn't approach? Still, such a crucial matter, the banana spirit wouldn't have revealed everything to Hui Ming outright. Li Chunpeng, you sent him to find me, didn't you? And his grandfather, Li Ermeizi, was he also the banana spirit you handed over? Xia Hong asked coldly. Chapter 122, I have General Li Chunpeng to slay Xia Heng. Hui Ming nodded. There was no point in denying it. He explained that Li Chunpeng had sought out Xia Hong specifically through his grandfather's connection. To take action against Xia Hong and commit the crime. The reason was that Xia Heng's influence in the 3 cities had grown too great recently. Even the young monks at the temple frequently mentioned the name Xia Hong. Though Hui Ming wasn't entirely clear on the details, it was undeniable that due to Xia Hong, Baoji Temple had seen few visitors lately. Were it not for the monks offering incense and paying respects, relying solely on pilgrims, the Buddha might not even catch a whiff of fragrance for half a day. Therefore, Hui Ming took advantage of his connection to Li Chunpeng. He tampered with the Buddha statue Li Chunpeng had invited back, specifically that 4-faced Buddha statue. He made Li Chunpeng blindly worship Buddha, believing everything he said. Not only did he get Li Chunpeng to send his own grandfather away, but also set his sights on Xia Heng. Hui Ming had initially thought that with the connection to Li Chunpeng's grandfather, Xia Heng's guard wouldn't be so high. Li Chunpeng's chances of a successful ambush were quite high, especially with 3 ghost children dispatched to assist. There was no reason he couldn't take down Xia Heng. Ha! With this lineup, they actually dared to try to scam Mr. Xie? Zhang Shun and Yan Lao couldn't help but laugh. Li Shui couldn't help but recall an alien friend's boast, I have the Titan General, I can slay Noah. You gotta hand it to them, brave they are. Forget Xia Hong, they wouldn't even get past Xiaobai. Had Hui Ming bothered to do even a little background check on Xia Hong, he would have known. 3 ghost children? Xia Hong was a zombie who could single-handedly shatter even the ghost realm. With a century of Taoist cultivation, he could even wield the 5 Thunder Righteousness technique, his zombie rank having ascended to flying zombie. How could such petty tricks possibly shake him? Well. He'd thought dealing with Xia Heng would be a breeze, but now the tables had turned. Even the banana tree spirit, whose cultivation had greatly increased, couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Xia Heng. Don't be fooled by Hui Ming's confident demeanor. Now he was kicking himself inside. Why on earth did he have to provoke such a formidable deity? Case solved. The mastermind is the banana tree spirit. These missing elders weren't killed outright, they were captured by the banana tree spirit to serve as conduits for accessing that so-called sacred land. Hui Ming, no, the entire Baoji temple is an accomplice. They exploited the temple's status to aid the banana spirit in abducting people. Zhang Shun summarized briefly. The matter wasn't actually that complicated. It was just that Hui Ming didn't know everything, so many mysteries still lingered. Xia Hong exchanged glances with the others. They had asked all the pertinent questions and reached a certain conclusion. For now, the most crucial task was to locate the banana spirit. Only by locating the banana spirit could they rescue everyone and uncover the true nature of this treasure land.
The banana spirit is extremely cautious. After getting beaten up by you last night, it'll be tough to track her down now.
At the very least, she won't be lingering in that banana grove anymore.
Hui Ming suddenly laughed and addressed the group.
With that, his instructions were complete. Though Xia Hong probably wouldn't kill him as long as he stayed in the police station. But he also refused to waste his days in a cell.
He had to get out.
Therefore, the time ahead was when he would prove his worth.
You have a way to get her out? Zhang Shun asked. Hui Ming nodded. Zhang Shun's eyes lit up. Without the banana grove, the banana spirit could emerge again. With Xia Hong present, they could certainly slay the banana spirit. Yes, I can lure her out too. But I have conditions. Hui Ming replied.
At that moment, Li Shui was the first to rush forward.
Shedding her usual girlish demeanor, she grabbed Hui Ming's monk's robe. She shouted angrily, "Conditions? Do you even know what kind of situation you're in right now? This is a police station, and you're a criminal.
You have no right to negotiate terms with us. Refuse to cooperate with the investigation, and we can send you straight to prison or even sentence you to death." Li Shui's sudden outburst. The interrogation room fell deathly silent.
Hui Ming glanced up at Li Shui, his expression eerily calm.
"Then kill me," he said defiantly.
"Or just lock me up in prison." This attitude instantly deflated Li Shui's fiery demeanor.
She retreated to Zhang Shun's side, awkwardly scratching her head.
"Captain, he's not scared."
At that moment, Captain Zhang Shun stepped forward.
"Alright, what are your terms? We'll consider them on a case-by-case basis." Currently, seeking the banana spirit through Hui Ming was the most efficient approach.
Hearing Zhang Shun's words, Hui Ming finally let out a silent sigh of relief.
A people's police officer shouldn't lie.
I can lure the banana spirit out, but I must leave Sancheng. No, you must escort me out to sea and away from the mainland.
Hui Ming stated.
Originally, he had only intended to say that leaving Sancheng would suffice.
But upon reflection, staying within the country still felt unsafe.
He might as well sail directly to the Southeast Seas, head to the Kingdom of Yu, and simply return to lay life. After all, the four-faced Buddha had originally come from Southeast Asia, from Siam.
For Hui Ming, the Buddhist teachings he had studied would be equally applicable there.
Zhang Shun fell deep in thought. After weighing his options, he made his decision. "Alright, but only you can go." He agreed for now, planning to take things step by step. At the very least, he needed to lure the banana spirit out first.
"Great!" Hui Ming exclaimed excitedly. Escaping alone was enough.
Brotherhood meant nothing when compared to saving his own life.
"I need to rest and recover. Tomorrow night, I'll handle luring out the banana spirit. Everything else is none of my concern." Hui Ming set the time. His eyelids were already drooping shut. If he didn't come clean soon, these cops wouldn't let him sleep. That wasn't a problem, just one more night. "It's all yours from here on out." Zhang Shun addressed the junior officer in charge of the interrogation.
Just as they were about to leave, Xia Hong paused, as if remembering something.
He stopped and asked, "Did you also send the banana spirit to deal with me?"
Xia Hong wanted to know if the banana spirit recognized him because Hui Ming had told her about him. Caught off guard by the question, Hui Ming's expression visibly faltered for a moment. He quickly replied, "No, it was likely that as you approached, the banana spirit came out on her own to ambush you.
I never mentioned you to her. The reason she provoked Xia Hang was solely because Hui Ming believed Xia Hong was affecting the temple's incense offerings, preventing him from profiting. It had nothing whatsoever to do with the banana spirit incident." Xia Hong sighed.
It seemed things were never this straightforward.
But judging by what Hui Ming said, the banana spirit shouldn't have looked so terrified after recognizing Xia Hong.
Chapter 123, The Legend of the Spirit Path Stiffening. I want mass production.
Far away, Zhang Jiuhua also overheard everything. Because of the banana spirit's earlier display, aside from Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi, Zhang Jiuhua had also witnessed it.
Similarly, Zhang Jiuhua harbored doubts in his heart. After leaving the interrogation room, the group proceeded to the conference hall.
Preparations must be made for confronting the banana spirit tomorrow night.
Though Xia Hong was present, the banana spirit had lived for so many years and was cunning.
Moreover, they couldn't fully trust Hui Ming either, so they had to make contingency plans.
Gather as many advisors as possible from Jieqing and Fengcheng who aren't currently on assignments. After all, overwhelming numbers and firepower can never be wrong.
Zhang Shun proposed. On the surface, Hui Ming would lead the decoy operation while the supernatural advisors set up an ambush. The moment the banana spirit appeared, they would immediately rush forward to surround it. Wear down the banana spirit. Then, Xia Hong would enter the fray. They must wait until they were absolutely certain before Xia Hong made his move. They had already frightened the banana spirit once. If they failed again this time, it would be extremely difficult to trick the banana spirit again in the future. "When the time is right, I'll send out a distress signal," Zhang Jiuhua declared. With Xia Hong out of the picture, Zhang Jiuhua naturally became the undisputed leader of the three cities' advisors. The group then refined certain details of the plan. After all, the power of the banana spirit was undeniable.
Apart from Xia Hong, only Zhang Zhouhua could barely hold his own against it. Most critically, the banana spirit was still growing stronger. If left unchecked, the danger posed by it would be unprecedented. It would surpass even the threat posed by Hangyuan real estate. Therefore, we absolutely cannot afford to be complacent. But speaking of it, Senior Zhouhua,
I actually came to see you specifically today. After finalizing the plan, there was little else to do.
Old Yan rose from his seat and walked behind Zhang Zhouhua, his gaze sweeping up and down her body.
The scrutiny made Zhang Zhouhua feel uneasy. What are you doing? Zhang Zhouhua snapped irritably.
There was something off about the look in Old Yan's eyes.
Senior, you've actually benefited from misfortune, you've won it. How amazing.
From now on, you won't have to worry about birth, aging, sickness, or death beyond the reach of earthly constraints and untouched by heavenly fate.
Old Yan sighed. Last night, Zhang Zhouhua confessed his true identity as a zombie.
Old Yan heard about it later from Su Zifu and was so shocked he couldn't sleep all night.
For research on zombies, their Mao Mountain lineage held the deepest expertise.
Among the ancient texts he had pored over, some mentioned methods for cultivating both the corpse and the soul together. However, most were incomplete, and Old Yan merely knew of the concept's existence. He had initially assumed Xia Hong practiced this very method.
Yet after questioning Xia Hong, he received a denial.
Unexpectedly, it was the famed Taoist master Zhang Zhouhua who had mastered it. Thus, Old Yan eagerly followed him to Fengcheng early that morning, primarily to observe Zhang Zhouhua once more.
If possible, I naturally wouldn't choose this path. Zhang Zhouhua shook his head. Going forward, barring any unforeseen circumstances,
what awaited him was an endless expanse of time. Everyone would gradually pass away, while only he would remain. Having lived through decades of such days, Zhang Zhouhua had come to understand this reality. But if he were to die, due to the blood curse, it would mean the annihilation of both body and soul. It all depended on when he could endure no longer. With nothing pressing lately, I've researched quite a bit more.
Throughout thousands of years, emperors and generals have pursued immortality and eternal life.
Many have considered becoming zombies as a path. Yet the one insurmountable challenge has always been preserving consciousness. The more Old Yan spoke, the brighter his eyes grew. Ever since meeting Xia Hong, his fascination with the zombie system had only deepened. Day and night, he pored over various records. The deeper he delved into this matter, the more astonishing Zhang Zhouhua's existence seemed to him. He had come today with much to discuss.
But everything depended on meeting Zhang Zhouhua first. What he intended to say today might carry immense implications not just domestically, but for everyone.
Seeing how agitated he was, the assembled crowd showed no intention of leaving. They were all prepared to hear what Old Yan had to say. Thus, many Taoist practitioners conceived the idea of first refining corpses and then capturing souls.
But once a soul leaves the body, it faces rejection by the corpse when attempting to return. After countless years and countless attempts,
only a minor branch of the Western Mountain sect preserved authentic records. Of 3,000 disciples, only 3 ultimately succeeded.
These 3 came to be known as the Spirit Dao Zombies. The truth remains unverifiable, but after witnessing Senior 9 calamities, I doubt there can be any mistake.
Old Yan continued. The others froze.
So this thing actually had a name? So that meant the current Zhang Zhouhua was the legendary Spirit Path Zombie?
None of them, including Xia Hong, chose to interrupt Old Yan at this moment. Being cut off mid-sentence, especially when deeply engrossed in thought. While ordinary people might fly into a rage, those on the path of cultivation like them were prone to having their thoughts become obstructed. Spirit Path Stiff, the name itself reveals its nature. Soul, Dao cultivation, and undead, all 3 are indispensable. Neither living nor dead, transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements, yet still retaining one's true self. This is terrifying. As Old Yan spoke, he felt a shiver of awe run through himself. It was precisely because Zhang Zhouhua had been cursed with a blood oath that he accidentally cultivated himself into the legendary Spirit Path Zombie. That's why he became far more formidable than he ever was in life. Then what about Mr. Xie? How does he differ from Master Zhang? Li Shui posed the question. Mr. Xie doesn't fit within our projected parameters. Old Yan glanced at Xia Hong, smacked his lips, then closed his eyes again. Xia Hong was a monster beyond comparison. Without a soul, he somehow surpasses even the most formidable Spirit Path Zombies? Where could one even go to make sense of this? Zhang Shan and the others nodded silently. Xia Hang's revival remained an unsolved mystery to this day. The group processed Old Yan's words. Though they understood Old Yan intended to highlight Zhang Zhouhua's current prowess, it couldn't be that he only meant to say this, right? Then what exactly are you implying? Zhang Shan asked directly. The laymen among them couldn't understand, as if they knew exactly what Old Yan intended to do. Old Yan confirmed the conference room door was closed. He glanced at Zhang Zhouhua once more before speaking. They can walk, move, think, and live. What difference is there between a Spirit Path corpse and a human? There's no difference.
In fact, it seems like they've become more advanced, doesn't it? What I'm pondering is, could we mass produce them? Chapter 124, Killing Enemies for the Nation. You call that deeply sinful? Mass production?
The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present was startled.
Who would have thought old Yan's ambitions were this grand?
Spirit path zombies possess self-awareness, formidable physical bodies, and were immune to aging, illness, and death.
If such creatures could be mass-produced and deployed on the battlefield, what war could possibly be lost? The scale of the endeavor suddenly expanded dramatically. But if everyone became Lingdao Jians, wouldn't they all become immortal? Is that really acceptable? Li Shuai asked doubtfully.
She often enjoyed watching dramas and reading novels.
She'd encountered similar plots before, but none had ever ended well. If no one died and no one entered reincarnation, with finite resources being constantly depleted, problems would inevitably erupt someday. Therefore, this method cannot be placed in the hands of individuals. It must be entrusted to our nation. Yen Lao replied. No matter how selfless or noble an individual may be, cannot be entirely free of personal desires. Even he, a cultivator dedicated to self-cultivation and tempering his nature, sometimes fears he might succumb to the allure of romantic temptation. Much less anyone else.
The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, handing it over to the state was the most appropriate course. But at that moment, Zhang Jiuhua spoke up. If mass production were truly that simple, there wouldn't be only 3 documented successful cases, as you mentioned. His success was entirely accidental. The blood curse of the headhunter required decades of Taoist research, and even luck. None of these elements could be overlooked. If mass production were truly that simple, the first person to refine a spirit Dao zombie would have already begun churning them out. With a mass production of spirit Dao zombies, what dynasty wouldn't achieve its ambitions? As mentioned before, had Zhang Jiuhua encountered even the slightest flaw during his attempts, it would have meant certain and irreversible doom. To truly research the method of creating spirit path zombies, who knows how many people would have to serve as guinea pigs? Each one would risk their life. Would the state ever permit such research? Zhang Jiuhua's words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. It snapped the previously excited old Yen back to reality. When the things you read about in books appear right before your eyes, the thrill is beyond words. If it truly unfolded as he envisioned, what wars would there be left to fight? Wouldn't it be as simple as sending over a batch of spirit path zombies? The conditions are too harsh. Zhang Jiuhua continued. Old Yen nodded slightly. Still, with Zhang Jiuhua's successful case preceding this, he remained convinced that research success was achievable. Unlike Xia Heng's case, it was incomprehensible to look at, utterly baffling in its underlying principles. Though discussing science within the realm of mysticism was somewhat inappropriate, every time old Yen thought of Xia Heng, he couldn't help but inwardly grumble, this is unscientific. Others don't know. But if Mr. Xia can locate the primordial soul, his chances of success are equally high. Zhang Jiuhua stated. Since the system had prompted him, Xia Heng couldn't shake the feeling that as long as he recovered his primordial soul, it would surely benefit him in some way. He just didn't know exactly what that benefit might be. If Mr. Xia were to become a spirit path zombie again, old Yen dared not contemplate the consequences. Even as a flying zombie, he was already so formidable. If he truly became a spirit path zombie, he might single-handedly withstand an entire army. Gunfire would be like tickling him, and artillery shells would be equally incapable of breaching Xia Heng's defenses. What could possibly harm Xia Heng then? Every time this thought crossed his mind, old Yen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Fortunately, Xia Heng was a pioneer of the resistance during the war years, possessing sufficient righteous energy. Otherwise, if such a zombie were to truly awaken and run rampant across the 3 cities, those of us serving as advisors would likely not survive. We're on the government payroll, how could we not step up when the people are in danger? But going meant certain death. A guaranteed death. The matter of the Lingdao zombie can wait until after we handle the banana tree spirit. Xia Heng stated. Without eliminating the banana spirit, Fengchang would remain in chaos. Who knows when you might wake up to find your own elders vanished. The spiritual advisors of the 3 cities were too busy to spare any time, let alone study the Lingdao zombie. The immediate priority was to concentrate our efforts on eradicating the banana spirit. Mr. Xia is correct. Zhang Shun responded. Just then, a knock sounded at the conference room door. An officer entered and addressed Zhang Shun. Captain Zhang, Li Chunping has regained consciousness. Should we go check on him? Zhang Shun glanced at Xia Heng. Through Hu Weiming's testimony, they all knew about the relationship between Li Chunping's grandfather and Xia Heng. Therefore, they still wanted to leave Li Chunping's case to Xia Heng to decide how to handle it. In the small holding cell where Li Chunping was temporarily detained. Now at the police station, free from the influence of that 4-faced demon Buddha statue, Li Chunping had fully regained consciousness. His hands gripped the iron bars of the door, his eyes fixed on the outside. His eyes held a hint of fear. Having lived an honest, farming life in the village his entire life, this was his first time being brought to the police station.
Not long after,
a familiar figure approached the small room.
Li Chunpeng immediately looked up. The visitor was none other than Xia Hong, a close friend of his grandfather. Before Xia Hong arrived, the officers had already informed Li Chunpeng about Huiming and the events at Baoji Temple. Now, as Li Chunpeng looked at Xia Hong, his face was filled with shame. Mr. Xia, I was wrong. I don't know what possessed me to lose my mind and lay a hand on you. I'm sorry to grandfather, and I'm sorry to you. Li Chunpeng choked out. Xia Hong shook his head.
This man had merely been influenced by the Buddha statue, his mind clouded. His nature wasn't inherently evil, everything he claimed to do was for his grandfather. However, Xia Hong remained curious. Why had they claimed it was for Li Ermazi when they intended to kill him? So he inquired about Li Chunpeng out of curiosity. Li Chunpeng finally confessed honestly. He didn't know when he'd lost his mind. He had simply believed the words of Abbot Huiming, who claimed that his grandfather, having fought on the battlefield, carried too much karmic debt from killing. Though he lived a long life, he was tormented day and night by ghosts and demons. Therefore, he needed to be sent to the temple. Only after monks chanted sutras before the Buddha for 36 days could his sins be cleansed. Only then would the little ghosts not block his path when he was reincarnated. Without another word, Li Chunpeng took the old man and headed straight for the temple. He simply dumped him at the temple and left. Then, a couple days ago, Huiming found him again, saying it wouldn't work, the old man's karmic debt from killing was too heavy. Merely chanting sutras before the Buddha wouldn't suffice. He explained that accumulated merit could offset the karmic debt and that the good deeds of descendants also counted toward the elder's merit. Recently, a zombie named Xia Hong had emerged in Jie City, an old comrade in arms of the old man. But a zombie is still a zombie, it has no place in this world. You must go and kill Xia Hong. This will accumulate merit, helping your grandfather expiate his killing karma sooner. As Li Chunpeng spoke, Xia Hong's brows knitted together in disbelief. What kind of lame, far-fetched excuse was this? So in his eyes, a soldier who fought for his country becomes a heavy burden of killing karma? Xia Hong demanded, his voice thick with anger. Chapter 125, The Legality of $1 Trillion IOUs and the Visiting Leader surnamed Mu? What you're doing truly brings shame upon the legacy of elderly. Not only Xia Hong, but even Zhang Shun couldn't bear to listen any longer and snapped back. As a police officer, he held the greatest respect for these heroes who fought against the Japanese invaders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dedicated himself to the cause of public service. Li Chunpeng's face flushed with shame, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. After shooting the man a cold glance, Xia Hong finally spoke in a deep voice, if killing Japanese devils is considered sinful, then I'd rather be utterly damned and fall into hell forever. With that, Xia Hongzai turned and left the room. Had this Li Chunpeng not been the grandson of his comrade in arms, Xia Hongzai would have given him a taste of his own medicine. His current feeling was that these Buddhist teachings spreading from outside truly caused no end of harm. As the saying goes, in times of chaos, Taoist priests descend the mountains to save the world. In times of peace, Buddhist monks open their doors to collect offerings. Xia Hong harbored not a shred of goodwill toward Buddhism. Just then, Zhang Shun and Li Shui approached. Seeing Xia Hong's troubled expression, they hesitated. Mr. Xia, this Li Chunpeng. After all, Li Chunpeng was the grandson of Xia Hong's comrade in arms. Moreover, it had now been confirmed. He had been bewitched by the four-faced Buddha. For the moment, they didn't know how to handle the situation. They wanted to see what Xia Hong thought. Proceed according to the law. Sentence him as appropriate. If I were his grandfather, this kid would probably drive me to my grave. He's not even as good as my pig, Cici. Xia Hong sighed helplessly. He wouldn't speak favorably for Li Chunpeng just because he was his comrade's grandson. After all, if someone does wrong, they must pay the price. Li Shui, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and giggled. If Xia Xiaoxi were here, she'd probably be furious by now. Just how much did Grandpa Zhang look down on her? Seeing Xia Hong and his group emerge from the room, Old Yen immediately approached, asking curiously, Mr. Xia, did Li Chunpeng confess? He briefly recounted the conversation. Both Zhang Jiuhua and Old Yen instantly stiffened, their fists clenching. They couldn't help but wonder, how could the venerable elder Li Tianyu, with his lifetime of distinguished reputation, have ended up with such an unreliable grandson? They'd only ever heard of soldiers from foreign countries like the United States developing post-war psychological syndromes after returning from battlefields. Suffering from some sort of post-war psychological syndrome. But they had never heard of veterans returning from the anti-Japanese battlefield suffering from such psychological disorders. After all, those Japanese devils weren't human, burning, killing, looting, committing every conceivable atrocity. What else could it be but madness? I've never heard of a single veteran of the anti-Japanese war feeling remorse for killing too many Japanese soldiers. They only regretted not having killed more of them back then, which led to the suffering of the common people. The reason why the venerable Mr. Li suffered so much in his later years. It's easy to see why. He was already a wounded veteran returning from the battlefield. Compounded by advancing age, he naturally suffered from a multitude of ailments. Instead of taking the old man to the hospital for proper treatment. Instead, he carried the old man to Baoji Temple. Superstition truly kills. The immediate priority is to use Huiming to locate the banana tree spirit and bring those elderly people back safely.
After giving these instructions, Xia Hong left the police station.
Having extracted all the necessary information, there was truly no reason to linger.
At the same time,
at the bidding conference, after the leaders had sought approval from their superiors through multiple layers of authority,
a mysterious call suddenly rang on one of the executives' phones.
The call was marked top secret, no caller ID or location information was visible. Even the world's most elite hackers would struggle to trace its origin through the lines.
However,
the moment this high-ranking municipal leader in Jiecheng answered the call, an expression of solemnity immediately appeared on his face and his posture unconsciously became more dignified. The others present instinctively lowered their voices upon witnessing the official's solemn demeanor. The once bustling bidding hall fell completely silent, as still as a sealed chamber. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat,
netizens were practically going wild. Not buddies? Judging by the leader's expression, that IOU is probably legit. Are you crazy? Who would dare joke about something like this?
Spreading rumors and causing trouble would get you locked up.
Holy crap, so that means Xie Xiaoxi's great-grandfather really lent our military 30 billion yuan back then? And it was for fighting the Japanese?
That's only fair, the leaders have to acknowledge it.
Otherwise, they'd be betraying the patriotic fervor of our martyrs.
But here's the kicker, for anyone else, it'd just be an old family debt note.
But for Xie Xiaoxi's family? The original creditor is still alive. Seeing this comment, netizens finally remembered. That's right. Isn't that creditor Xie Xiaoxi's great-grandfather?
And he's still alive and kicking. At this point, some netizens might try to argue, but that's different.
Great-grandpa isn't human anymore, he's a zombie. But what of it? He fought bravely against enemies his whole life. What's wrong with him enjoying himself now?
At this moment, the most tense person present was undoubtedly Chen Xi. To secure this plot of land and seal the deal with the German, he had recklessly stepped forward, offending numerous municipal leaders present.
Power and commerce are inseparable. A businessman at his level must constantly gauge the mood of higher-ups with every move.
Had Jonas not offered exceptionally favorable terms, he would never have waded into this murky business. When he saw the solemn expression on the face of the leader who answered the phone,
Chen Xi's complexion was now beyond mere pallor.
Cold sweat poured down his face, leaving him as lifeless as burnt-out ashes. He instinctively slumped in his seat.
He thought to himself, it's over. Everything is over. Just then,
the city leader finally finished his call.
The instant the call ended, everyone could clearly see.
This high-ranking municipal official let out a long sigh of relief, his expression visibly lightening. The other officials immediately crowded around, asking about the final outcome of the matter.
So, can this IOU be honored? We're talking about a full trillion yuan here.
You must understand, our city's general public budget revenue barely broke the 100 billion mark last year.
Even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't repay this trillion. Just for laughs, last year's GDP for the entire city of Yangcheng was only 3 trillion. Which means that Grandpa Xie's IOU is worth 1/3 of Yangcheng's annual total revenue.
No wonder the leaders are so cautious, this sum is practically astronomical. The municipal leader who answered the call then spoke in a mysterious tone.
Headquarters has instructed, approve this land to the Xie family patriarch first, no payment required.
Additionally, regarding this promissory note matter, a final decision will be made after he personally visits Mr. Xie in Jiecheng.
Finally, he added one more thing, his surname is Mu. Chapter 127, a loyal and martyr family, bankrupted 80 years ago. His surname is Mu. Just 3 simple words.
Yet they seem to carry an immense, almost magical power.
Upon hearing those 3 words, the leaders present all wore expressions of profound secrecy. No wonder he dared to take on such a monumental task. If his surname is Mu, it all makes sense.
Everyone, according to that person's suggestion, we should first approve this land for Mr. Xie Changyi.
I assume there are no objections?
The municipal leader who had taken the earlier call inquired with a smile. The other officials dared not voice any dissent, nodding repeatedly like chicks pecking at grain. The host saw smiles spread across the officials' faces, signaling they'd reached a consensus.
Showing keen awareness, he promptly handed the microphone forward. Ahem.
After discussion among our city leaders,
we acknowledge the validity of this promissory note.
However, the specific amount to be repaid will be determined once our higher-level leaders arrive in Jiecheng. What can be confirmed at this moment is that this plot of land has been successfully auctioned off to Mr. Xie Changyi. As the words fell, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. The business world is like a battlefield. As Fengcheng's wealthiest man, Chen Xi had climbed to his current position.
Naturally, he had made many enemies along the way.
In contrast, the elderly Mr. Xie Changyi, who had returned from overseas, held no grudges against anyone.
Moreover, Chen Xi's persistent harassment had been utterly disgraceful and unbecoming. Therefore, the assembled business leaders were more inclined to applaud Mr. Xia Chang'e. Chen Xi really got himself into a big mess this time. Who could blame him for being blind to the obvious and choosing to go against Mr. Xia Chang'e? Now that the IOU has surfaced, he's got to be stunned, right? The Xia family truly hides their depth. If the authorities validate this death note, it proves the Xias sacrificed everything to fund our nation's anti-Japanese struggle back then. Truly admirable, a family of loyal martyrs. Regardless, after this auction concludes, I must cultivate a proper relationship with old Master Xia Chang'e. Upon hearing this news, Xia Xiaoxi. She laughed so hard she sounded like a pig squealing, completely disregarding her image. Second uncle, we won the bid. I knew the things Grandpa Zhang left me would come in handy. Seeing the girl's overjoyed and unrestrained expression, Xia Chang'e considered scolding her. But then he thought better of it. Kids being lively wasn't such a bad thing. Best leave disciplining the younger generation to their father. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Ci was practically being escorted out by his assistants. In his mind, he'd already cursed Jonas to high heaven. He cursed him with every vile word imaginable. Today was truly a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Not only did he fail to secure the Shijia village plot, but he also alienated city officials. Don't be fooled by his flashy appearance as Fengqing's richest man today. Tomorrow, it could be anyone else. And the shock on netizens' faces right now is no less than seeing a sow climb a tree. No way, bro? You're serious? So does that mean she might become the little princess of a trillionaire family? I can't accept this. I'm worried the streamer will suffer, yet I'm also afraid she'll drive a Range Rover. Other streamers go live to save up for a Cullinan, but ours was born riding in one. Holy crap, a legit $1 trillion IOU. I'm burning incense for my ancestors tomorrow to ask if they ever signed a national debt note back in the day. The $1 trillion IOU incident. Like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, it instantly sent ripples across the entire internet. It ignited fervent discussions among netizens. While stunned at the potential emergence of a trillionaire, netizens expressed even greater admiration. After all, not everyone would have been willing to pull out such a massive sum to save the nation and its people during those years when the country lay in ruins and faced existential peril. Today, many overseas Chinese communities are comprised largely of wealthy landowners who, during the nation's darkest hour, compared to them, the decision made by the Xia family, especially Xia Heng, back then was truly heroic. Compared to them, the decision made by the Xia family, especially Xia Heng, truly stands as a heroic and moving act. It perfectly exemplified the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. The bidding session concluded. The moment she got home, Xia Xiaoxi collapsed onto the sofa in utter exhaustion, feeling as if her body had fallen apart. I'm dead tired, dead tired. My legs are killing me. Grandpa Zhang, this bidding session was no fun. I'm never going again. As she spoke, she flung off her high heels. She began vigorously massaging her feet. Usually when she went out for live streams, she mostly wore sneakers or flats. Today, wearing heels just once nearly killed her. The shoe flew right over Xia Heng's head. Xiao Wei immediately came over. He was puzzled too. How could such a pretty girl have feet that stink so badly? Without a word, he smacked her forehead with a sharp flick. Go wash your feet. You're stinking up the place. But Xia Heng underestimated Xia Xiaoxi's shamelessness. Seeing Grandpa Zhang covering his nose and frowning, she only grew more spirited. Her tiny feet stretched high into the air, as if she wanted to jab them right into Xia Heng's face. In response, Xia Heng promptly delivered 3 sharp smacks on the forehead in quick succession. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi finally settle down. By the time she finished washing her feet, Xia Xiaoxi noticed Xia Heng was already holding a talisman in his hand, waiting for her. Grandpa Zhang, what is this? Xia Heng didn't bother explaining. He simply slapped Xia Xiaoxi's calf and said, 1,000-mile talisman. Stick this on, and you can travel 1,000 miles a day. It'll effectively relieve leg fatigue. It must be said, Xia Heng's methods were remarkably effective. The moment the talisman touched her skin, Xia Xiaoxi felt her back pain vanish and her legs grow light as a feather. She could now climb 5 flights of stairs in one breath. She spun excitedly around the sofa, driving Xia Heng to distraction. Seeing the twitching at the corners of Grandpa Zhang's mouth, Xia Xiaoxi promptly sensed the mood and stopped. She wrapped her arms around Xia Heng's arm and began to pout. Grandpa Zhang, did our family really lend the military 300 billion yuan back then? Even though she'd received confirmation from city leaders today, Xia Xiaoxi still felt it was like a dream. Xia Heng shot her a disapproving look inside. It's written in black and white. How could it be fake? Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She had always known Grandpa Zhang was a hero of the anti-Japanese war, but she never imagined that to support the resistance, Xia Heng had nearly depleted the entire Xia family fortune. Although this led to the Xia family's later days being less prosperous than before. But that sense of pride was priceless. No surprises with the bidding, right? Xia Heng ignored Xia Xiaoxi, who was chuckling foolishly beside him, and suddenly asked,
He knew about Xia Chingy and Xia Xiaoxi using sealed bids at the auction today. He just found it a bit odd. Theoretically, with Xia Chingy's preparations, it should have been more than enough. It shouldn't have come to the point of needing to use the envelopes. At this point, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly clenched her fists and declared indignantly, "No, Grandpa Zhang, the other bidders were fine. It's just that Chen Ci, the chairman of Fengqing Shinsi Group, is so despicable. He kept going head-to-head with second uncle. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had to pull out the envelope." Chen Ci? Xia Hong repeated the name in his mind, unable to resist pondering it further. Chapter 152, The Bizarre Death of Hui Ming. Someone wants to silence him. The wealthiest man in Fengcheng. Why would he wade into this mess at the Jiecheng auction? Xia Hong couldn't quite figure it out. Could that plot of land in Xia village really hold such immense appeal? That it would drive a well-established businessman to risk offending his superiors? As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. As Xia Hong delved deeper into his thoughts, his mind suddenly drifted to Hung Yuan real estate. Both were top tycoons, both were determined to acquire that plot in Xijia village. It was hard not to suspect that someone else was pulling the strings behind Chen Ci's words. "Dad, you think there's something off about Chen Ci too, right?" Seeing Xia Hong deep in thought on the sofa, Xia Changyi asked slowly, leaning on his cane. "HM?" Xia Hong nodded. Xia Changyi continued, "I thought so too. That's why after the auction ended, I had someone follow Chen Ci. Turns out, this guy has some shady dealings with a German guy named Jonas. Moreover, after investigating Jonas' background, we uncovered some even more interesting details." Xia Changyi didn't keep Xia Hong in suspense. He immediately pulled out a tablet and handed it to him. "Dad, take a look at this." Xia Hong glanced at it. He realized that this German guy named Jonas had a grandfather named Waba Jonas. Coincidentally, he was none other than the eccentric German fellow who had stayed in Xia village all those years ago. So everything suddenly clicked perfectly into place. No wonder this German was so determined to get his hands on Xijia village's land. It seemed he had discovered something decades ago. Though Xia Hong still hadn't figured out exactly what they were searching for in Xijia village. But deep down, he sensed an inextricable connection to himself. After reviewing the documents, and the photo of Chen Ci and Jonas riding in the same car, Xia Hong couldn't help but pat Xia Changyi's shoulder with a satisfied smile. "Well, you've grown up." Hearing those words, Xia Changyi wasn't sure whether to feel happy or sad. At his age, and yet, in his lifetime, he could still receive such a comment from his father. Meanwhile, that pig-headed Xia Xiaoxi had already secretly started streaming. Had secretly started a live stream. Netizens watching this scene nearly choked on their laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. This is killing me. Poor second uncle at his age, to be praised by Grandpa Zhang like this. He can't deny it. After all, this is Grandpa Xia Changyi's own father. Though he does look a bit too young. I feel like background music should be playing here, always taking from you without ever saying thank you. These Germans are so annoying. What the heck are they scheming on our Jiecheng land?" Regarding this, Xia Hong had nothing to say. It was merely a matter of meeting force with force, water with earth. The coffin lies buried deep in the valley. There are no secrets that last forever. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xia Xiaoxi was jolted awake by the ringing of her phone. She picked up the phone to find it was the police station calling. Something important must have happened. Xia Xiaoxi dared not go back to sleep. She scrambled out of bed in a flash. The first words she heard after answering were, "Hui Ming died last night." "Ha?" Xia Xiaoxi froze. She knew that wicked monk too. Moreover, she knew full well that finding the banana spirit and the whereabouts of those elders would require this bad monk's help. How could he have died so suddenly? And inside a heavily guarded police station, no less. "Mr. Xia, please come to the station. Hui Ming's death is highly suspicious," Zheng Shun said weakly on the other end of the line. This monk had met with an accident at the station. The entire group of officers involved couldn't escape responsibility. Yet they also felt an unusual sense of strangeness. The surveillance cameras had captured everything clearly. How could this man have vanished so suddenly? What's so strange about it? Tell me what you think. In the blink of an eye, she discovered her phone had already been snatched away by Xia Hong. Only then did she suddenly realize that her great-grandfather's abilities had become even more unfathomable. The faint sound coming from the other end of the line could be heard crystal clear even through several rooms. At that thought, Xia Xiaoxi's smile vanished instantly. Because she realized that every time she sang at the top of her lungs in the shower, Grandpa Zhang had likely heard every single word. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun was desperately painting a grim picture of the detention center's current conditions for Xia Hang. Hui Ming's death had been highly unusual. According to the night shift officer, starting at 3 in the morning, he kept shouting that he was freezing. But in reality, the detention center's air conditioning ran nonstop around the clock. Most crucially, Fengcheng is located on the southern coast. Even without air conditioning, the temperature remains relatively constant throughout most of the winter.
Young people could often be seen walking around in short sleeves during the day.
Yet under these conditions, Hui Ming kept repeating how cold he was. Yet the duty officer detected nothing unusual about yesterday's temperature.
He said. Zhang Shun sent another video clip over.
Xia Hong glanced at it, his expression gradually turning grave.
Xia Xiaoxi also leaned in at this moment.
But merely watching the bizarre actions on the screen,
goosebumps instantly rose on her skin.
A chill shot straight up to the crown of her head.
This was far too abnormal.
The detention center was a square room. Yet on the screen, one could clearly see Hui Ming shivering as he
began circling along the wall, pausing at each corner to strike an odd pose.
This cycle repeated until he finally collapsed, utterly exhausted.
Grandpa Zhang, could this monk be possessed?
Why do those poses look so bizarre? Xia Xiaoxi felt her scalp tingle with unease.
Hui Ming's every movement was downright eerie.
It was as if he were performing some kind of cult ritual.
Along with the video were several autopsy photos.
What was even more bizarre was that, despite Master Hui Ming repeatedly crying out, so cold, yet the coroner's report listed the cause of death as dehydration. Even more terrifying, his body showed signs of severe burns. It looked as though the entire body had been exposed to the scorching desert sun for 3 days and nights. The entire corpse was nothing but a desiccated corpse.
He wasn't possessed. He was brainwashed by the four-faced Buddha. Those peculiar poses you saw are actually rituals for worshipping the four-faced Buddha in Siam.
Most people worship the Buddha clockwise, the first face for career success, the second for love and marriage, the third for wealth and fortune, the fourth for health and safety.
But he was kneeling in a counterclockwise direction that changes the meaning entirely.
The first face brings chronic illness, the second face brings poverty and destitution, the third face brings loneliness and a life ending in solitude, and the fourth face brings misfortune in all endeavors. I suggest you send someone to watch over Li Chunping immediately.
Someone wants to silence him. Chapter 153, the white-haired one is the son, the black-haired one is the father. Hearing this, Zhang Shun's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized.
Indeed, since monk Hui Ming was already dead, Li Chunping, who had also been bewitched by the four-faced Buddha, was highly likely to be the killer's next target.
Damn it! I almost forgot that point. Mr. Xia, thank you for the reminder.
With that, Zhang Shan rushed straight to the place where Li Chunping was being held.
Only to discover. Li Chunping's current predicament, while not exactly identical to that of monk Hui Ming, was strikingly similar.
His entire body began to shake violently, his mouth repeating over and over, so cold, so cold. Zhang Zhouhua, Yan Lao, and others had already surrounded Li Chunping, restraining him.
Upon seeing Zhang Shun return, Zhang Zhouhua immediately asked, "What did Mr. Xia say? Could he determine who killed Hui Ming?" Xia Hong hadn't hung up yet.
Hearing Zhang Zhouhua's question, he replied in a low voice. Unclear, but similar to the Han Yuan real estate case, definitely connected to the Siamese. After all, the four-faced Buddha originated from them.
Plus, I've been to the secret room in Li Chunping's house.
The four-faced Buddha they worshipped there wasn't normal either. Heavenly flaws, earthly imperfections, not a single face had complete features. It was utterly sinister. Hearing Xia Heng's words, Zhang Zhouhua, Yan Lao, and the others instantly grew solemn. In truth, as Taoist practitioners who traveled far and wide, what they feared most were Buddhist ghostly entities. To many, Buddhism appeared noble and solemn, a religion of light and righteousness. But the truth was, the Buddhism most people recognized had been heavily sanitized. The true indigenous Buddhism, however, harbors practices as filthy as they come.
Especially the esoteric sects within Tibetan Buddhism. It's far more terrifying than any vengeful ghost. So what should we do next? With monk Hui Ming dead, can we still track down the banana tree spirit? Zhang Zhouhua couldn't help but frown as he asked.
The turn of events had caught him completely off guard. Old Yan also wore a look of deep concern.
If this crucial lead were to vanish, what fate awaited those elderly people who had been mysteriously abducted?
For Jie City, this would undoubtedly pose a grave threat. Xia Han, however, felt a sudden sense of clarity.
In truth,
by piecing together the recent events, he could roughly guess the banana spirit's specific movements. I plan to return to Xia village first.
You guys search thoroughly around the police station.
You should find an object resembling a Buddhist amulet.
Once it's destroyed, Li Chunping's condition should improve. Once matters here are resolved, we'll meet up at Shijia village. With that, Xia Hong hung up immediately.
Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi peeked out cautiously, her pig-like brain poking out as she asked.
Grandpa Zhang, are you saying that banana spirit has hidden itself in our village?
Her response was met with a sharp flick to the forehead. Xia Chang'e then emerged, leaning on his cane, and explained on Xia Heng's behalf, it started back with Han Yuan real estate. Even the current richest man in Fengcheng has tried every trick in the book to get his hands on that plot of land in our village. That means there must be something in that land they simply can't let go of. Dad, you see my analysis is correct, right? Xia Hong nodded. Xia Chang'e was indeed correct. From the ghost that haunted the village dormitory earlier, to the four-faced Buddha at Baoji Temple later. All had inextricable ties to that spiritual organization in Siam.
And now, they were willing to take such enormous risks to silence Wei Ming and Li Chunping from the police station.
It was hard not to draw parallels to the many events that had unfolded in Xia village.
Depart immediately. Better safe than sorry, Xia Hong said with a grave expression.
He had a premonition that this journey back to the village might uncover some of the lost truth.
At the same moment, at the headquarters of Fengqing Shinsi Group in an office,
Chen Xiai sat composedly at his desk, while before him stood two monks dressed in peculiar attire. Unlike the robes commonly seen domestically, these monks wore plain brown or yellow cotton cloth, devoid of any patterns or adornments.
Moreover, both monks possessed a distinctly dark complexion, suggesting they were not locals but rather resembled ethnic groups from Southeast Asia. Fire Buddha, cultivate unity. Heart Sattva Mu.
With a peculiar chant of Buddhist invocation, one of the monks finally spoke slowly. Benefactor, the matters requiring attention at Fengqing police station have been settled by this humble monk on your behalf.
It's time to settle part of the agreed-upon compensation, wouldn't you say? After all, our Buddha speaks not of money, but of karmic connection. Hearing this, Chen Xiai couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What a fine way to put it, no talk of money, only of karmic ties. All his arduous efforts to bring these masters back from Siam hadn't been in vain. However, the matter at Fengqing police station could only be considered half completed at best. The most critical threat remained unresolved. That was the Xia family's great-grandfather, the legendary Mr. Xia Hong, said to be impervious to blades and bullets, capable of commanding thunder and lightning. The police station operation was indeed well executed, those officers and paranormal consultants. They'd probably break their heads trying to figure out that the mastermind behind it all is actually Nifengqing's wealthiest man. But the real reason I invited you two masters here is the matter concerning that plot of land in Xia village. According to reliable sources, that great-grandfather of the Xia family is already heading towards Shijia village. I implore you both by any means necessary to ensure the Xia family suffers some misfortune. Especially that old man Xia Changi. If we could eliminate him outright, that would be ideal. Even if that fails, we must force the Xia family to back down. They must understand this land is beyond their reach. After uttering these words, Chen Xi's gaze drifted involuntarily toward a vase in the corner of the office. It wasn't an antique, just an ordinary vase. The only difference was this. A camera was cleverly installed on it. And Jonas was right behind that camera, constantly monitoring the room's activity. Unlike Zhao Cheng, Chen Xiai had reached this stage entirely through meticulous planning. He would never act rashly. Instead, he had secretly dispatched people to gather every piece of information about Xia Heng. Now, everything he had gathered was now laid out before the two monks. The elderly man in this photograph is the ultimate winner of that previous auction. He is also the actual controller of that plot of land. An overseas businessman who returned from Siam, named Xia Changi. And the young man standing beside him, appearing to be around 20 years old, is Xia Changi's father. A man who should have been dead for years, yet mysteriously returned to life. His name is Xia Hong, and he may well be the greatest obstacle you two masters will encounter on this journey. The white-haired one is the son, the black-haired one is the father. You two must remember this well. Chapter 154, The Village Chief Terrified by the Moving Willow Tree. Chen Xi's solemn warning hung heavy in the air. The two monks showed little change in expression, replying calmly, "Layman, there is no need for concern. My junior brother and I have served at the side of the four-faced ghost Buddha since childhood. We have already gathered all relevant information concerning Xia Heng. At worst, he's merely a zombie, nothing to fear. Do not lump us in with those sorcerers hired by Heng Yuan Real Estate. They practice mere petty magic. My junior monk and I practice only the highest Buddhist teachings, orthodox Buddhist sorcery." Seeing the two monks so confident, Chen Xiai finally felt somewhat reassured. To bring these two from Siam, he had paid a hefty price of 20 million. If this mission failed, he'd have to settle accounts with Jonas all over again. Only after the monks departed did Chen Xiai open a hidden chamber within the room. Jonas was indeed inside. "Mr. Chen, this collaboration with you has been most pleasant," Jonas said with a smile, clearly satisfied. Chen Xiai was far more reliable than Zhao Qing had been. However, Chen Xiai waved away the pleasantries, his expression turning slightly stern. "Mr. Jonas, you needn't waste words on pleasantries. Our goals are aligned anyway to secure that plot of land in Shijia village. As for what you choose to do with it once it's in your hands, that's entirely your business. As long as my share of the payment arrives on time." Chen Xiai spoke with obvious irritation. Because of that worthless piece of land, he had already offended city leaders. If the deal with the German couldn't be sealed, it would truly be a case of losing both the wife and the army. That was precisely why he was so invested in this matter. After hearing this, Jonas patted Chen Xiai on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Once we secure that land, the price I offer then will definitely satisfy you." Meanwhile, Xia Hong and his group had already set out.
Originally, Xia Hong had planned to return to the ancestral home for some recuperation. However, on the way, he was intercepted by the village chief. At that moment, Xia Hong was sitting in the car, playing a game on Xia Xiaoxi's phone, Tencent's Honor of Kings. The game wasn't difficult to operate and was easy to pick up. After casually playing a couple of rounds, Xia Hong got the hang of it and jumped straight into ranked matches at the king tier. Xia Xiaoxi had originally planned to watch Xia Hong get humiliated. As someone who struggled with games, she usually only dared to play support characters like Yao or Kai Wenji when she played. She certainly wouldn't dare to pull a stunt like Xia Hong did, jumping straight into the jungle role. And not just any jungler, a notoriously difficult one, Li Bai. Xia Hong's reasoning was simple enough. After all, this was the immortal poet. Handsome and dashing, if not Li Bai, then who? Surely not some bumbling hero like Zhu Beiji? The entire journey had Xia Hong so engrossed in the game he was practically frenzied. Even as the village chief pulled the car over and tapped on the window, Xia Hong was still shouting, "Hold on! Let me kill that Japanese woman one last time." This line instantly had the live stream viewers in stitches. Oh, I see. Because when Xia Hong played this game, the enemy mid laner was Unshifuma. The moment he started, he blurted out in Japanese, "Ola, Ganbat." Xia Hong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Who would have thought he'd run into a Japanese girl while gaming? His killing intent flared instantly. He stopped everything else and focused solely on hunting down that Shiranui maiden across the map. He got so worked up he couldn't help but shout in the chat, "Hey, Li Bai, you got a problem? What did I ever do to you to deserve this insane targeting?" Xia Hong simply replied coldly, "Who told you to play a Japanese girl? Not happy? Got a problem with that?" Hearing this, the female player controlling Unohana immediately panicked and shouted, "Honey, he's bullying me." Seeing his girlfriend getting mercilessly ganked by the enemy jungler, the male player couldn't stand it. But the problem was, the character he was playing happened to be one of the few Japanese characters in the entire game, Yukio. Now things had really gone south. Upon hearing Yukio's voice, Xia Hong realized, damn, there's a Japanese guy here too? He was suddenly fired up. Ultimately, after killing Shiranui Mai 20 times and Kikyu 30 times, securing a flawless 55-0 victory to win the game, Xia Hong still felt unsatisfied, so he couldn't resist reporting both players. Surprisingly, both reports went through. The system detected they were intentionally feeding kills, and it'd probably take them dozens of games to rebuild their reputation points. Ha 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 ha. I really love Grandpa Zhang's temperament. He just goes for it whenever he sees a Japanese soldier, killing them without mercy. Scary Grandpa Zhang. Next time I get matched against him, I'm never picking a Japanese character, got it? That Li Bai play was insane. Reminds me of that news story about the 60-year-old grandma getting a pentakill with Zhao Yun at 3 a.m. Honestly, seeing this centenarian anti-Japanese veteran rage kill Japanese devils with Li Bai? I don't feel the slightest bit of incongruity. Grandpa Zhang, take me up the ranks next time you're free. I'm Yao on the Chinese server, check my stats. Xia Xiaoxi was laughing so hard reading these comments she was nearly in hysterics. She couldn't help but admire her own Grandpa Zhang. While everyone else is an internet-addicted teenager, with her, it's like she's the internet-addicted ancestor. Only after the game ended did Xia Hong reluctantly toss his phone back to Xia Xiaoxi. He turned to the village chief, demanding to know what had happened. "Mr. Xia, you're finally here. Things have been anything but peaceful around here these past few days." The village chief patted his chest, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. It turned out that after Xia Hong and his group left, Shejia village had enjoyed a few days of relative calm, with no more strange occurrences. But just a few days ago, while strolling through the village chief suddenly discovered that the old willow tree, the one prone to harboring ghosts, had inexplicably shifted several meters on its own. Remember, this was the very willow that Xia Hong had uprooted, the one the village chief had personally witnessed being relocated. How could it have suddenly moved? Moreover, judging by the churned-up soil beneath it, the village chief was almost certain the willow had indeed been moved. The question remained, had it been moved by human hands, or had it somehow risen and fled on its own? For a moment, the village chief found himself quite preoccupied with this willow tree. He deliberately marked the spot on the ground and secretly installed a camera. He wanted to see what was really going on. But he never expected. By midnight, the village chief had indeed uncovered something. The great willow tree was actually moving on its own. Though its pace was painfully slow, the footage clearly showed the tree swaying constantly. Its lower trunk was inching steadily in one direction. This was utterly bizarre. Chapter 155, The Banana Spirit's Trail, the wicked beast finally reveals itself. A self-moving willow tree? Hearing the village chief's words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This was unprecedented throughout history. Trees aren't animals, could they possibly grow legs and walk on their own? Village chief, do you have any video footage? It's not that I don't believe you, but I'd just like to see it for myself. Xia Xiaoxi asked with genuine curiosity. To everyone's surprise, the village chief actually pulled out a phone from his pocket. Playing on the screen was the footage captured by the surveillance camera. Everyone immediately crowded around to take a look. Just as the village chief had said, there was no wind at this late hour, yet for some reason, the big willow tree began rustling wildly on its own. Especially the lower half of the trunk, which swayed strangely. Only then did the village chief add, "You can't tell much from the video, right? Here, look at the photos I just took." The village chief swiped his phone to reveal 2 freshly taken images. Only then did the crowd realize something was indeed off. Something was definitely off. The photos were taken on different dates, 1 day apart. Both captured the same location, the base of the large willow tree. But strangely, in just that short span of a day, the big willow tree had inexplicably shifted forward by about a meter from the spot the village chief had marked earlier. The big willow tree had actually started moving on its own. For a moment, the viewers in the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. No way, has this willow tree become a spirit creature? So terrifying. I always thought only spiritual animals like weasels and foxes could become spirits. But today you tell me even trees can become spirits? It's truly spine-chilling. Like that banana tree spirit before? Oh no, now I'll never dare trample flowers and plants again. What if one of these plants has cultivated its spirit? I'd be toast. Regarding this, Xia Hong concluded, birds of a feather flock together. Nothing strange about it. There's only one possible explanation for such eerie occurrences. That the banana spirit might be lurking near Xia village. As for this great willow tree, it too was an ancient tree that had grown for many years. While it might not possess its own consciousness, it certainly had the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Either it instinctively sought proximity to the banana tree, hoping to gain the chance to transform like it. Or it was so terrified of the banana tree that it sought to flee. Whichever explanation it was, it didn't differ much from Xia Heng's conjecture. That is, the banana spirit was indeed present here. Moreover, the reason this spirit creature's power had surged to such a level was inextricably linked to the peculiar soil of Xia village. Banana spirit? Hearing those 3 words, the village chief's curiosity was instantly piqued. Xia Xiaoxi, ever the chatterbox, proceeded to vividly recount the events that had unfolded over the past period to the village chief. After listening, the village chief pondered thoughtfully before exclaiming in realization, "No wonder. I've been hearing reports of elderly people vanishing in nearby villages lately. Elderly people have gone missing here too?" Upon hearing this news, Xia Heng's eyes narrowed instantly. The village chief then continued, "Yes, isn't there a Li village not far from our Xia village? I heard people there mention an elderly person went missing from one household, but nobody believed it. Because that Li family's daughter-in-law treated the old man terribly. She never let him sleep in the house, instead making him sleep in the old pigsty with just a makeshift bed and a few ragged quilts. But these past few days, they rushed to the village committee to report that their elderly relative had vanished. The villagers are all gossiping that the Li family's daughter-in-law found the old man troublesome and secretly abandoned him. It's causing quite a stir." Upon hearing this news, Xia Hong narrowed his eyes. He immediately recalled that although the banana spirit had escaped last time, it must have been severely weakened. He didn't know why the banana spirit had captured those elders. It must serve some crucial purpose for that ghostly creature. The fact that elderly disappearances had already occurred in Li village meant the banana spirit could no longer contain itself. It had begun targeting the elderly in surrounding villages with frenzied abandon. Yet it was clear she still held some reservations. Daring not to act too brazenly, she instead targets those neglected elders with unfilial children who receive no care. That way, even if something truly happened, the villagers wouldn't immediately suspect supernatural mischief. At this thought, Xia Hong couldn't help but ask, "Village chief, are there any elderly people in our village now who are in a similar situation to the old man from the Li family? I have a feeling this banana spirit won't let it rest. She'll likely strike again." Upon hearing this, the village chief pondered for a moment before nodding immediately. "Now that you mention it, there is indeed one. His name is Xie Jianhua, and he must be in his 70s or 80s by now. His children aren't very filial either. They work away from home and haven't returned once in 3 or 5 years. He lives alone in an old house in the village. If the banana spirit is going to strike, he'd be a prime target." Hearing this, Xia Hong knew there was no time to waste. Whether they could catch that banana spirit tonight depended entirely on the preparations made right now. After speaking, Xia Hong immediately asked the village chief to lead the way as they all headed toward the home of the elderly Xie Jianhua. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a remote, dilapidated courtyard. Just as the village chief had said, this place was highly likely to be the target of the banana spirit's attack. Only an elderly man in his 70s or 80s lived here. Yet his children were unfilial. The house was easily 40 or 50 years old. They never came to help maintain it. It was in such disrepair that no one dared push the door open with force, fearing they might break the creaking, rickety wooden door. At that moment, the village chief stood outside the wooden door, shouting with all his might, "Xie Jianhua, are you in there?" After several shouts, an elderly man appeared, leaning on a cane, his hair streaked with gray. The moment he saw the village chief, he seemed overjoyed, exclaiming, "Oh my, how kind of you to come see this old man. The village chief scratched his head awkwardly and quickly made up an excuse. Well, you know, the government encourages us to care for and look after you elderly folks who live alone, right? I just came to see how you're doing health-wise.
Xia Xiaoxi, ever observant.
She quickly handed over the rice, cooking oil, and eggs she had bought earlier, took the old man's hand, and began chatting warmly. Grandpa, these are gifts we brought for you.
Please don't be polite, you must accept them.
Xia Jianhua was originally a lonely little old man.
Suddenly, so many people came to visit him. Naturally, he was overjoyed.
He warmly pulled the village chief's hand, insisting that everyone stay for dinner.
For the moment, Xia Hong and the others couldn't refuse.
But when evening came, Xia Hong suddenly pulled Xia Xiaoxi aside and whispered urgently. Later tonight, sneak into old man Xia Jianhua's room.
Best to hide under the bed.
At the first sign of trouble, call out for Xiao Bai to come help.
Chapter 156, The Great Battle Against the Banana Spirit. Xia Xiaoxi is in danger. After hearing Xia Heng's instructions,
Xia Xiaoxi patted her chest and assured him.
I'll definitely complete this task perfectly. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang. I'll definitely capture that banana spirit. Right? Xiao Bai.
At those words, the little white flag fluttered in the breeze. Suddenly, a ghostly head popped out from within, letting out a startled whoa. Ever since Xia Hong had fitted Xiao Bai with the ghost-slaying fangs, she had gained the ability to speak. However, she still didn't talk much. When a response was needed, she'd usually just utter a yo to indicate she'd understood. Seeing the human and ghost standing there with such solemn determination,
Xia Hong felt little cause for worry.
After all, Xiao Bai now possessed the strength of a fierce ghost. At the very least, she could hold off the banana spirit for a while without issue.
Moreover, he had already sent word to Yen Lao and the others.
Once Zhang Jiuhuo and the others arrived, dealing with this banana spirit would certainly pose no problem. His real worry now was whether some other complication might arise. Take Chen Xi and Di Lao's situation, for instance.
Hui Ming's death was far from clear-cut. Xia Hong suspected some organization might be pulling the strings behind the scenes.
The only connection he could draw pointed toward the Siamese. After all, that bizarre four-faced Buddha had been introduced from their region.
After arranging everything, soon, night fell.
During this period, Xia Xiaoxi had been hiding in the wardrobe of the elderly Xia Jianhua's room, not daring to breathe a word. Mainly because the old man went to bed early, so she had hidden away before 8 o'clock. 4 hours had now passed. Not eating or drinking during that time was one thing, but the real problem was that she had to go to the bathroom. She couldn't hold it in any longer.
My stomach hurts so much. Xiao Bai, if I'd known, I wouldn't have stuffed myself so full tonight. Xia Xiaoxi whispered in a pitiful tone. Xiao Bai couldn't do anything about it. After all, she was now a ghost and couldn't comprehend what this stomachache felt like. All she could do was give Xia Xiaoxi a look that said, "You're on your own." Do you think that banana spirit is actually coming or not? It's already past midnight. If we keep waiting like this, how long will it take? Xia Xiaoxi sighed helplessly, wishing she hadn't made such a bold promise to Grandpa Zhang earlier. Just as she clutched her stomach, fighting the gnawing ache in her lower abdomen, Xiao Bai suddenly tapped Xia Xiaoxi on the shoulder. At that moment, she noticed the red string tied to her wrist suddenly began to vibrate violently. This was a method Xia Hong had taught her earlier. Prepare a red string, one end held in your own hand, while the other end is tied to the toe of the elderly Xia Jianhua. Remember, never tie it in a knot. Under these circumstances, whenever the surrounding magnetic field shifted, whether a ghostly presence descended or was about to appear, the red string would tremble inexplicably on its own. This would allow for preparation and reaction. Xia Xiaoxi had naturally committed this to memory. So, after confirming Xia Jianhua was asleep, she had quietly slipped out to complete these preparations. And now, the red string was reacting. Didn't this prove the banana spirit was about to arrive? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Xia Xiaoxi's heart instantly leapt into her throat. It wasn't as if she'd never dealt with this banana spirit before. But back then, Grandpa Zhang had been by her side. Now, facing it alone, just her and the ghost, was she truly prepared? Just as Xia Xiaoxi was lost in thought, a chill wind swept through the room, and suddenly, a figure draped in a crimson gown materialized within the chamber. The banana spirit had arrived. Her crimson robe billowed like ribbons, instantly wrapping around the elderly Xia Jianhua. He was about to be swept away. Xia Xiaoxi knew that if she didn't stop it now, the banana spirit might just escape. Therefore, in desperation, she yanked hard on the red rope. The sudden tug from Xia Xiaoxi, that pig-headed girl, jolted Xia Jianhua awake, even though he had been sleeping like the dead. Opening his eyes, he saw a woman in a red dress floating mid-air, while his entire body was now tightly wrapped in red ribbons. The elderly man was easily startled. Before he could even cry out at the sight, he fainted from sheer fright. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoxi realized there was no chance the old man would save himself. Therefore, she had no choice but to crawl out of the wardrobe and shout, "Xiao Bai, attack!" At Xia Xiaoxi's roar, Xiao Bai immediately floated forward, transforming his palm into a blade. In an instant, he sliced through the red ribbons binding the old man. At that moment,
The banana spirit finally snapped out of it, glaring fiercely at Xia Xiaoxi and gasping, "It's you." She couldn't care less about Xia Xiaoxi. But she cared deeply about Xia Heng, who had been with Xia Xiaoxi before. "Has he arrived yet?" The banana spirit asked in terror, instinctively turning to flee. Xia Xiaoxi knew exactly who the he in the banana spirit's mouth referred to. She immediately put on airs, crossing her arms smugly. "You mean my great-grandfather? He's right outside the door, waiting for you." "Ah, banana spirit, this time you won't escape even if you grew wings." Hearing this, the banana spirit grew even more terrified and instinctively scrambled out through the roof. Xia Xiaoxi stared at the gaping hole in the roof, through which she could faintly see stars twinkling. Xia Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. Was Xia Heng really that terrifying? After all, this banana tree spirit had cultivated into human form. Was it really so terrified by the mere mention of great-grandfather being here that it fled in panic? Poor old Xie Jianhua, he'd merely taken a nap, only to wake up and find his house gone. "You wretched beast, where do you think you're going?" But the banana spirit hadn't gotten far. The moment it burst out of the house, Zhang Jiuhua's voice echoed from outside. Xia Xiaoxi immediately gave chase, only to find several paranormal consultants had already arrived. Zhang Jiuhua led the charge. This time, he dared not be overconfident, immediately donning the mask of Zhong Kuei. A ghost-slaying sword gripped in his hand, he swung it down at the banana tree spirit. He had never forgiven himself for letting this spirit escape before, and now, facing his enemy, his hatred burned fiercely. Slashing wildly, Zhang Jiuhua roared, "Without the banana grove to hide in, I'll see how you escape this time." Not only Zhang Jiuhua, but even Xiao Bai, who had rushed out, immediately sealed off the other escape route for the banana spirit. They surrounded it completely, cutting off every possible escape route. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi notice something was amiss and hurriedly asked, "Ha? Where's my great-grandfather? Didn't he come?" Hearing this, Zhang Jiuhua paused to shout, "Mr. Xia encountered other enemies and can't make it over right now. Watch your back. They're after you." Xia Xiaoxi gasped in shock. Just then, a sudden chill ran down her neck. She glanced down furtively. A thin, charred infant's hand she didn't know when it had appeared suddenly clutched her throat. Chapter 157, The Emergence of the Siamese Demon Monk, the 4-century-old celestial child. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? Xia Xiaoxi froze, instinctively trying to fling whatever it was off her neck. Just then, a Buddhist chant echoed from nearby. "Fire Buddha cultivates unity, Heartska. Layperson, it would be best not to act rashly. Otherwise, this celestial child cannot guarantee the severity of my response." Xia Xiaoxi followed the source of the voice. A monk dressed in peculiar attire appeared before her out of nowhere. "Wait, who are you?" Xia Xiaoxi forced herself to remain calm, silently wondering why Grandpa Zhang hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, the peculiar monk continued speaking. "This humble monk is Gu Koan. I come from Siam. Entrusted by another, I come to settle an unfinished matter. As for that plot of land in Xia village," he advised, "this monk urges you to relinquish it." Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi finally understood the monk's background, much like the previous shamanic practitioners. They were all here for that piece of land. This puzzled Xia Xiaoxi. It was just a piece of worthless land, why was everyone scrambling over it? Just then, a few reinforcements finally arrived. Zhang Shan and Li Shui appeared out of nowhere, each holding a pistol raised to the monk's head as they shouted, "Police! Freeze!" Up until now, they hadn't been much help dealing with these supernatural incidents. Now that the monk stood right before them, if they couldn't subdue him, they might as well resign. However, what Zhang Shan and Li Shui hadn't anticipated was this. This peculiar monk from Siam, with a gun pointed directly at his head, showed not a shred of fear. A faint, contemptuous smile touched his lips. Then, a shrill scream erupted from Li Shui. It turned out to be the so-called celestial child that had been clinging to Xia Xiaoxi's back earlier. Suddenly sprang into action, lunging straight at Li Shui. She immediately fired back, but the little creature was as nimble as a mouse, impossible to hit. In the end, it was Zhang Shan who fired a crucial shot at the last moment, causing the creature to stagger. With an inexplicable agility, it dodged Li Shui's vital areas. But when the bullet struck its body, it actually sparked. It was unimaginable how hard this little creature's skin must be. The first strike missed. The creature, known as the Celestial Child, instantly darted back to Gu Kuan's side. Perched on his shoulder, it appeared remarkably docile. Only then did everyone clearly see the true form of this little rat, an undeveloped infant. Palm-sized. Its entire body was jet black and glossy, looking utterly grotesque and terrifying. Only then did Gu Kuan speak with smug satisfaction. "I know you've dabbled in occult arts too. Even that so-called great-grandfather of the Xie family was nothing more than a zombie crawling out of the earth. But so what? This celestial child of mine has listened to Buddhist teachings before the Buddha for 400 years straight. He's long since cultivated an indestructible body. A mere bullet? Even if you bombed it, not a scratch would touch the celestial child." Celestial child? The celestial child again? What on earth is this thing? Just then, Xia Chang'e suddenly appeared, leaning on his cane, and snorted coldly, "What heavenly child?
It's nothing but a gumantong. Those Siamese monks spend their days refining these murderous abominations, don't they fear hell after death?"
Seeing Xia Chang'e appear, Xia Xiaoxi gasped in surprise and exclaimed excitedly, "Thank goodness.
Second uncle, you're okay?" Seeing Xia Xiaoxi's concern, Xia Chang'e smiled and nodded.
Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his brow and say, "Your second grandpa is fine. Those bald-headed devils are definitely targeting our old Xia family.
I was ambushed by one of them too.
Thankfully, your great-grandfather was with me and subdued that gumantong.
He should be here soon." Hearing this news, Xia Xiaoxi felt slightly reassured, but her curiosity only grew.
She pressed on, "Second uncle, I know gumantong is similar to raising a ghost child. But what exactly is this heavenly child?" Seeing Xia Xiaoxi's question, Xia Chang'e smiled and explained to everyone, "It's like this in Siam, there are many sinister practices.
Gumantong shares similarities with raising ghost children, yet they are entirely different.
Broadly speaking, one is an official practice while the other is folk tradition.
One retains a physical form, while the other exists as a spirit entity.
Among them, the gumantong is an official method that retains a physical form. There are three types: celestial child, earth child, and human child. The heavenly child utilizes the body of an infant who died unexpectedly before birth. This body is sealed within a Buddha statue, or it listens to sutras and teachings day and night before the Buddha. Over time, the infant corpse within the statue becomes imbued with the dark Buddhist arts of Siam, cultivating an immortal, indestructible body akin to the invincible form of a diamond. Simultaneously, because these infants were forcibly transformed into puppets before seeing the light of day, they harbored profound resentment. Originally, the intent of Buddhism in Siam was to liberate these vengeful infants, allowing them to be reborn. But this monk clearly wasn't from Orthodox Buddhist lineage. So there's only one possibility: the gumantong they crafted wasn't meant for liberation at all. Instead, they intensified the resentment within these vengeful infants while sealing them tightly within the Buddha statues. This prevented their resentment from dissipating, causing it to grow ever deeper and heavier. When the day of its forging arrives, the vengeful infant shall be born possessing boundless strength, immortal and indestructible, and utterly savage.
As Xia Chang'e spoke, a chill crept down his spine.
Having roamed the seas for years, he'd only ever heard whispers of such dark arts.
Never did he imagine he'd encounter one himself today.
After Xia Chang'e finished explaining the origins of the celestial child, the monk sneered coldly, "Who would have thought you old man knew so much? But you will die today."
Gu Kuan's original mission was to eliminate Xia Chang'e before him.
Only by doing so would he have a chance to secure that piece of land. Now that the target had walked right into his trap, if he didn't strike now, when would he?
As Gu Kuan formed the hand seal, the little mouse-like celestial child.
With a swift whoosh, it shot forward like a sharp arrow.
Its speed was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only a blurred afterimage.
Just as the celestial child was about to strike Xia Chang'e's face, delivering a bone-chilling blow, suddenly, a figure clad in flowing white robes appeared before Xia Chang'e. It clashed head-on with the celestial child, exchanging a direct punch. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi realize it was Xiao Bai who had come to lend a hand. It turned out that over at Zhang Zhou's side, the banana tree spirit had lost the protection of the banana grove, causing its power to plummet. While the paranormal consultants couldn't guarantee its complete elimination, delaying it for a while was certainly within their capabilities. This freed up Xiao Bai to step in. Now he could exchange blows with this so-called celestial child.
A vengeful ghost? Trivial sorcery. Witness my supreme Buddhist teachings crush you. Recognizing Xiao Bai's identity as a fierce ghost, Gu Kuan also made his move. Chapter 158, Xia Hung emerges, delivering electroshock therapy to the bald demon. To Sana Supa, Rukapaputa, Ooh. As Gu Kuan chanted strange incantations, it became painfully obvious that strange chains were mysteriously appearing around Xiao Bai's body. These chains were formed from Buddhist scriptures. While they didn't directly harm Xiao Bai, they did hinder his movements and actions. His speed dropped by at least 30%. This meant that Xiao Bai, who had previously matched the celestial child in speed, now struggled to keep up with the opponent's movements. However, the actual impact was not significant. Though Xiao Bai's speed was slightly diminished, the power of a fierce ghost remained undeniable. Even though Tendoji was faster, he couldn't inflict any substantial damage on Xiao Bai. Seeing Xiao Bai's formidable combat prowess, Xia Xiaoxi was thrilled. It seemed that Ghost Fong Grandpa Zhang had placed in Xiao Bai's mouth earlier was no ordinary thing. She exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Bai, you're amazing. Go for it, take down this little brat." As the two remained locked in a stalemate, Gu Kuan's expression darkened. Back in Siam, the two brothers had already become notorious demon monks. They practiced the minor Buddha Dharma, worshipped the four-faced ghost Buddha, and had amassed countless karmic debts through their killings. Yet here they were, unexpectedly trapped in this tiny village of Shejia. Fury boiling within him, Gu Kuan pulled another peculiar magical artifact from his monk's robe. This artifact resembled a blade yet was not quite a blade. The hilt bore intricate, ancient patterns. Countless incantations were engraved along its blade.
In short, the mere act of pulling it out sent a wave of intense dread washing over Xiaobai. The moment this peculiar blade was drawn, Gu Kuan's first action was to slash his own wrist with brutal force. But strangely, not a single drop of blood appeared where the blade had cut. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that all the blood flowing out was being absorbed by the blade, causing the incantations engraved on the blade to glow a blood-red light.
The others assumed Gu Kuan was preparing to charge forward wielding the blade himself. But unexpectedly, after he drew this peculiar blade, Tiantongzi suddenly halted, his nose twitching as if detecting the scent of blood in the air. He instantly retreated back toward Gu Kuan's position. Then, everyone finally understood this blade wasn't for Gu Kuan himself, but for the celestial child to wield. Tiantongzi suddenly opened its massive jaws wide. The entire mouth seemed torn apart, stretching back to the back of its head in an instant. The sight was terrifying beyond description. The bizarre blade was now clamped between the celestial child's teeth. Using both hands and feet, it lunged once more toward Little White. But this time, the situation had clearly changed. Whatever this bizarre blade was, it actually inflicted real damage on Xiaobai. Though it only slightly grazed the edge of his clothing, one must remember Xiaobai was a ghost. Ghosts aren't like humans, they don't wear clothes. The form a ghost reveals to humans is an illusion created by its spirit body, including any clothing. Therefore, if this blade could cut through Xiaobai's clothing, it meant it could pierce his defenses. This was dangerous. With no other choice, Xiaobai could only frantically dodge, his situation looking extremely perilous. Xiaobai's speed was constantly being held back by that bald bastard. Seeing Xiaobai at a disadvantage, Zhang Shan and Li Shui couldn't stand by any longer. They quickly raised their pistols, determined to take down the leader first. They aimed to restrain Gu Kuan and relieve some pressure on Xiaobai. However, Zhang Shan and Li Shui were still too naive. If Gu Kuan dared to appear so brazenly before everyone, how could he possibly rely solely on the heavenly child's abilities? With a jingle, he pulled a string of amulets from his monk's robe. As he finished chanting a series of incantations, the amulets shattered instantly. One after another, little ghosts flew out from within them, instantly swarming around Zhang Shan and Li Shui. This is the Siamese practice of raising little ghosts. It's fundamentally different from the Guman Tong. Typically, they use the corpse oil of premature infants, refined into these amulets. Though they lack the terrifying power of a Guman Tong, they're still incredibly troublesome. Xia Chang'e grimaced as he spoke. Having spent so many years overseas, he had some understanding of the bizarre practices practiced there. Both ghost children and Guman Tong are witchcraft techniques that rival black magic in potency. Both raising ghost children and creating Guman Tong were witchcraft practices that rivaled black magic in potency. And at this very moment, Xia Chang'e had formed a certain suspicion about the peculiar blade clenched between Tiantongzi's teeth. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a demon-slaying blade from Siam. Against malevolent entities like ghosts and demons, it possesses an exceptionally potent restraining effect. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi was confused. If Xiaobai were a fierce ghost, it would make sense for the demon-slaying blade to harm it. But this celestial child? He didn't look like a good guy at all. How could it carry it without harm? This is the terrifying aspect of Siamese Buddhism. Their methods are utterly sinister, yet they cloak themselves in the name of Buddha's compassion. It's utterly disgusting. Xia Chang'e said with utter disgust. This is precisely why many people look down on Buddhism. It appears noble and righteous on the surface, yet behind the scenes, who knows how many underhanded deeds it has committed. With the little demon's aid and the celestial child suppressing Xiaobai, the situation quickly turned extremely unfavorable for Xia Xiaoxi and her companions. Just as everyone was about to collapse from exhaustion, suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed from the horizon, followed by several crimson bolts of lightning streaking through the sky. In an instant, they reduced the little demons to ashes. Even the celestial child, struck by a bolt of crimson lightning, let out a wretched scream as the demon-slaying blade clenched between his teeth instantly fell to the ground. He slunk back to Gu Kuan's side, hiding behind the bald monk's back, his eyes darting warily around. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed with delight, "Grandpa Zhang, you finally made it." That blazing crimson lightning was too conspicuous. Besides Xia Hong, who else could wield such a domineering technique? Inwu Thunder? Seeing that crimson ball of lightning, a rare look of gravity appeared on Gu Kuan's face. Only then, as the smoke cleared, did Xia Heng's figure appear in the center of the field. "It's you? What have you done to my junior brother?" Gu Kuan recognized Xia Hong, the very real estate tycoon who had repeatedly warned him to be cautious. Xia Hong wasted no words. He tossed the charred, coal-black spherical object in his hand toward Gu Kuan and said coldly, "You mean this monk? I've already chopped him into charcoal. Only his head remains." Chapter 159, You have no idea how terrifying your other self is. Xia Hong wasn't deliberately stalling for time. He'd mainly been held up by another monk. This demonic monk from Siam had some skills. He exchanged blows with another ancient spirit child of the same heavenly child level. He hadn't controlled his strength well and crushed it with a single slap. The other monk, however, was still trying to resist, chanting incantations non-stop, all phrases Xia Hong couldn't understand.
The chanting irritated Xia Hong to no end, so he simply struck the monk dead with a bolt of lightning.
Junior brother. I'll avenge you. Seeing the charred, blackened remains on the ground, Gu Kuan's eyes instantly filled with tears.
An orphan since childhood, he had grown up alongside his junior brother, training together in the temple. Though not blood brothers, they were closer than any. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine his junior disciple would be killed by this bizarre man before his eyes. In that instant, his murderous intent surged, and he wanted nothing more than to crush Xia Hong to death. Fire Buddha, cultivate unity. Heart, Sattva, Mu. As Gu Kuan chanted these 8 words once more, suddenly everyone witnessed Gu Kuan's monk's robe burst open. Then, 4 hideous, terrifying ghostly faces suddenly appeared on his body. Some had no noses, some had no eyes. Each face was missing a vital organ, creating an utterly grotesque sight. Moreover, each face wore an expression of profound agony, as if enduring immense torment. Simultaneously, Gu Kuan's muscles surged like the Hulk's transformation, instantly morphing him into a monstrous figure standing a full 3 meters tall. Witnessing this scene, Xia Hong showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a cold, contemptuous sneer spread across his face. I thought you had some god-defying trick up your sleeve. Turns out it's just a symbiotic curse after all. Fire Buddha, cultivate 1, heart Sattva? Do you truly understand the meaning of these words? Xia Hong sneered. What do you mean? Gu Kuan demanded in a deep voice. The physical transformation that granted him terrifying power also subjected him to excruciating agony. But if it meant hammering Xia Hong to death, it would all be worth it. Only Xia Hong's sudden words had piqued his interest slightly. Fire Buddha cultivation 1, heart Sattva Mu? It's not some profound, mysterious incantation. It's merely a phonetic transcription of Min dialect. The correct pronunciation should be, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, life and death are predestined. It's a symbiotic incantation, meaning your fate becomes bound to the malevolent deity you worship. It grants you power, yet also bestows calamity. All this time I thought it was some foreign demon, but turns out it's just a fellow countryman. Xia Hong was genuinely amused. But this wasn't entirely surprising. In the 1920s, amid national turmoil and upheaval, indeed, a significant number of practitioners of various dark arts and heretical paths fled to places like Siam. Gradually, they took root and flourished. This so-called 4-faced ghost Buddha was likely a malevolent deity once worshipped by a small faction of Fujianese sorcerers. After migrating to Siam, however, they adapted to the prevailing Buddhist culture there, disguising themselves as deities to attract followers. Gu Kuan and his fellow disciples had always believed they were adhering to Buddhism. In the end, it turned out to be nothing more than a demon god. Though this entity could indeed grant him power, Xia Hong had nothing to fear. With his current strength, let alone Gu Kuan's reliance on borrowed power, even if the so-called 4-faced ghost Buddha himself appeared, he would still smash it to pieces without a second thought. Faced with Xia Hong's scorn, Gu Kuan could no longer endure. While absorbing power, he was also enduring immense agony. His mind had long since shattered, his temperament twisted into uncontrollable fury. Therefore, before Xia Hong could finish his sentence, Gu Kuan charged toward him like a raging demon. Of course, he didn't forget to grab the demon-slaying blade lying on the ground. What he hadn't anticipated was that Xia Hong didn't even bother to dodge his full-force attack. With a single kick, Xia Hong sent Gu Kuan flying backward. Simultaneously, he pressed forward with his interrogation. If I'm not mistaken, you were sent by Chen Xiai, weren't you? Speak. What exactly is his purpose in sending you here? Is it just for this piece of land in Xia village? Is there some old devil pulling strings behind Chen Xiai? Xia Hong asked casually, holding little hope for Gu Kuan's response. After all, the man was already losing his mind. What old man? I don't know. That land holds something very important. You bastard. Gu Kuan was sent flying by Xia Hong's kick. By the time he scrambled to his feet, his brain was barely functioning. It was precisely because of this dazed state that he had subconsciously answered Xia Hong's questions. But soon, hatred and murderous intent consumed him once more. Drool dripping from his mouth, he lunged at Xia Hong again, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace. This time, however, Xia Hong had no intention of showing mercy. Gu Kuan clearly couldn't bear the power of the 4-faced ghost Buddha. He had completely lost his consciousness, becoming little more than an empty shell driven solely by the urge to kill. Given that, it was better to grant him a dignified end. With that thought, Xia Hong unleashed the 5 Thunder Righteousness technique. A ball of crimson lightning coiled tightly around Xia Hong's palm. With a casual strike, it transformed into a thunderbolt. In an instant, it pierced through Gu Kuan's chest, delivering a chill that sent his heart soaring. The power of the Yin 5 Thunders, cultivated over a century, was truly formidable. Xia Hong spared none of the vicious, cruel celestial children either. These ancient spirit dolls were, after all, once pitiful infants. Before they could even emerge from their mother's wombs, they were forged into these treacherous, murderous tools.
Xia Hang's thunder technique, the ultimate manifestation of yang energy and unyielding force, struck them down.
Ironically, this very act granted them the chance to be reborn and cycle through reincarnation.
A form of liberation, if you will. After dealing with the demonic monk here, Xia Hang finally turned his attention to the face of the banana tree spirit.
Zhang Jiuhua, Kong Tianyi, and the others were still locked in a fierce battle with the banana tree spirit. They didn't expect to kill it, but merely hoped to hold it off. After all, this was a tree spirit that had already taken human form. Defeating it would be an immense challenge.
But with Xia Hang present, nothing posed a problem.
Thunder magic was inherently potent against such tree-form spirits. The moment it sensed Xia Hang's gaze fix upon its face once more, the banana tree spirit instantly felt a chill run down its spine, as if its entire essence had exploded. She had witnessed this man's terrifying power firsthand and knew full well that Xia Hang possessed the genuine ability to annihilate her. Thus, with a muffled groan, the banana spirit instantly burrowed into the earth. Even at the cost of severely depleting her vital energy, she had to flee swiftly.
She wanted nothing to do with Xia Hang. You shouldn't have awakened.
You have no idea how terrifying the other you truly is.
After tossing out this cryptic warning, the banana spirit slipped away like grease on a hot pan, gone. Chapter 160, The Old Man Returns, Western Reinforcements, Bats and Wolves. As a plant-type spirit, if forced to use Earth Escape, there really was no way to stop it. After all, it was an extremely energy-draining survival technique. But that didn't mean they'd let the banana spirit slip away so easily. Back at Baoji Temple, the paranormal consultants hadn't been fully prepared. But now, after the banana spirit fled, Zhang Jiuhua immediately pulled out a compass and chuckled, "Mr. Xia, I knew this banana spirit wouldn't be so easy to deal with. I specifically placed a tracking coin on her. Now, with this compass, we can pinpoint her exact location." As he spoke, he began casting his Taoist arts. Though his true form was that of a corpse, these minor tracking techniques remained within his grasp. Then, everyone watched as the compass needle spun wildly before finally settling firmly on a specific direction. That precise location was Yu Mountain, the very plot of land Xia Chang'e had acquired at the auction earlier. After all this circling around, we've come full circle back to this lead. Let's go see for ourselves. What could possibly be so valuable about this plot of land that so many people fought over it? After a silent sigh, Xia Hang murmured softly. He didn't want to dwell on the meaning behind the banana spirit's words, yet he couldn't help but ponder them. Another me? Xia Hang fell silent. He could clearly sense that his current existence in this world was nothing more than the shell of a zombie. As for why his consciousness remained intact, he couldn't explain it. Yet this banana spirit had mentioned another self. This reminded him of sensing a wisp of soul back at Baoji Temple. This made it hard for Xia Hang not to wonder, could it be that his soul had not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation? Instead, it might still linger somewhere in this world, existing in ways unimaginable to anyone. Could it have even fallen into darkness, becoming a terrifying force that wreaks havoc upon the land? How else could it have connected with the banana tree spirit? Thus, Xia Hang's thoughts grew complex in that moment. Seeing Xia Hang slip into a momentary daze, Xia Xiaoxi knew that Grandpa Zhang had once again become lost in his own thoughts. She hurried over, slipped her arm through his, and said, "Oh, Grandpa Zhang, you shouldn't overthink it. That banana spirit is a villain. How could we trust a word she says? In life, you were a great hero who sacrificed yourself for the nation, bravely resisting the Japanese invaders. Even after all these years, rising from your grave, you're still a righteous zombie protecting us common folk and vanquishing demons. If she says you're terrifying, it's only because she's the villain. It's like a little ghost seeing Zhong Kuei, of course she'd be scared." It must be said, Xia Xiaoxi was quite skilled at comforting people. Though she hadn't completely eased Xia Hang's worries, she did manage to make him feel a little more at ease. "Come on, let's head to Fish Leap Mountain together." Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Xia Hang began leading the group toward the direction indicated by the compass. At the same moment, on another side of Xia village, another group was cautiously searching for something. Among them was Chen Xiai, Pingqing's wealthiest man. By his side, naturally, was Jonas the German. However, this time, accompanying the two were several individuals who appeared quite peculiar. One of them was deathly pale, dressed in a Western-style black tuxedo, with blood-red pupils that gave off an utterly terrifying vibe. The other two were dressed in wildly unconventional attire, not modern clothing, but what appeared to be the hides of some unknown beasts. These two seemed to detest the man in black intensely, recoiling as if repelled by his very scent from 4 or 5 meters away. After a thorough investigation, the two savage-looking figures, who resembled wild men, crouched down and sniffed the ground vigorously several times. Pointed everyone toward a specific location. When they arrived at the scene, however, all traces of Xia Hang's earlier battle with the Siamese monk had been meticulously cleaned away. Only a charred, human-shaped imprint remained at the scene. Only 2 or 3 police officers remained on guard at the scene. Seeing this, Jonas couldn't help but say, "Dracula, it's your turn to act." Paul and Paul the brothers don't hold back when they strike. If they kill someone, it'll cause a whole lot of trouble. After all, this is the East.
It's not like the West, where killing someone can be handled with a simple cover-up. Hearing this, the man in the black suit called Dracula flashed a contemptuous sneer.
Jonas, I agree with you. Werewolves are nothing but muscle-bound, brainless fools.
Hearing this, Paul instantly flew into a rage, baring their teeth and snarling, their faces contorting slightly.
Witnessing this, Chen Ci couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
He had only intended to collaborate with Dracula to make a quick profit. But now he found himself dragged onto this pirate ship by this group. The three men standing beside Jonas were all capable lieutenants he had personally recruited from the West.
Among them was this Dracula fellow, a native vampire from England. Rumor had it his bloodline was quite diluted, though his name bore a striking resemblance to the original Dracula.
In truth, Dracula was a weak bloodline, at least 5th generation. Yet even so, the abilities he displayed were more than enough to crush the two monk brothers Jonas had spent a fortune to bring over from Siam. The other two wild-looking creatures were mixed-blood werewolves Dracula had brought from his homeland. They too were extremely diluted descendants, yet after transformation, they possessed strength beyond ordinary comprehension.
As for Chen Ci himself, Jonas had practically dragged him along. Jonas simply couldn't trust Chen Ci to stay put alone, fearing he might ruin his plans. Since that was the case, it was better to keep Chen Ci right by his side. Jonas also promised that this time, besides supernatural treasures, they'd be seeking many mundane treasures as well. According to Jonas, beneath that mysterious land likely lay countless treasures left behind by the Japanese pirates during their raids, hoarded as wartime reserves. Preliminary estimates suggested at least several thousand caddies of gold were stored there. While Chen Ci held little interest in supernatural matters, the prospect of thousands of caddies of gold was undeniably tempting. After sneering at the werewolf brothers, Dracula made his move.
Like a ghostly apparition, he materialized before a police officer in an instant. Then, the pupils within his eyes began to spin eerily. The officer, meeting his gaze for but a moment, collapsed unconscious to the ground.
Chapter 161, Ascending Fish Leap Mountain, Xiaoxi's Memories.
This was one of the vampire's techniques. Simply put, it's a form of hypnosis triggered through the eyes. Of course, it's not the Sharingan, it merely induces unconsciousness in the target. Given that vampires possess terrifying speed as a species, it took merely a few seconds. They had already hypnotized every officer present. After handling all this, Jonas led Chen Ci and the others forward, while the werewolf brothers crouched near the charred remains of the monk, sniffing the area before swiftly reaching a conclusion.
He's dead. Looks like he was struck by lightning. Probably been dead for over an hour. Paul, the elder of the werewolf brothers, frowned as he spoke. He could tell the monk had been struck by lightning, but this lightning was strange, it gave him a terrifying feeling. Lightning? Upon hearing the news, Jonas frowned. It was difficult for them foreigners to comprehend the existence of the Five Thunder punishment. He was merely puzzled as to why someone would be struck dead by lightning. Let's observe a moment of silence for that unfortunate monk, Paul. Can you still track the whereabouts of that group? Jonas continued, his brow still furrowed. He was worried the lightning might disrupt the werewolf brothers' pursuit. However, upon hearing this, Paul nodded. No major issues. Because around this corpse's trail, I detected another scent. It's peculiar human-like, yet carrying an intense aura of death. But strangely, this death aura lacks the stench of decay. It's entirely different from the undead in those graves. It's more like, those damn bats. As he spoke, Paul couldn't help but glance at Dracula. Werewolves and vampires had always been sworn enemies. Their derogatory term for vampires was bats. True to form, Dracula instantly flew into a rage at Paul's description, cursing, "Damned filthy dog. Who the hell are you calling a bat? And you dare compare us, the noble vampire clan, to those lowly Easterners? Are you looking for death?" The vampire clan prided themselves on their noble bloodline, for there was another belief that their progenitor was Cain, the second son of God. And this dim-witted werewolf dared to suggest an Oriental bore any resemblance to them? How could he possibly tolerate such an insult? Enough! You're both hired to do my bidding. Any issues can wait until the mission is complete. You can settle your clan feud then. Jonas rushed to mediate. To achieve today's objective, he'd spared no expense. This time, failure was absolutely not an option. Under the werewolves' search, the group pressed on towards Xia Hang's advancing position. Meanwhile, Xia Hang and his group had already entered the Fish Leap Mountains. However, the moment they ascended the mountain, something extremely bizarre occurred. First, the compass in Zhang Jiuhua's hand suddenly malfunctioned. The moment they entered the mountain, the compass needle began spinning wildly. Forget about determining any direction. Even the simple task of pointing north or south became exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Yu Mountain was an extremely eerie place. It earned its name Leaping Fish because its shape resembles a carp leaping out of the water. For those unfamiliar, picture the water splash leap of the Carp King. Mr. Xia, it seems this compass is completely useless. After one final attempt, Zhang Jiuhua shook his head with resignation. Xia Hang, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along, nodded and continued. This place feels off. Everyone stay alert and stick together, don't split up. Xia Hang's concern was certainly not unfounded.
In truth, the moment he stepped onto UUM Mountain, his consciousness had flickered with a fleeting disorientation. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with this place. It felt as though he had been here decades ago, leaving an indelibly profound impression. Yet when he tried to recall specific details, no matter how hard he strained, nothing came to mind. This only strengthened Xia Hang's conviction that he must have lost some crucial memories, perhaps connected to his still unfound primordial soul. The deeper they ventured, the more peculiar this place felt. The trees themselves seemed to grow in bizarre, grotesque shapes, their branches twisted and claw-like. Without careful observation, one might mistake them for the work of some mischievous spirit. However, Xia Xiaoxi had been unusually quiet since they began their ascent, which struck Xia Hang as odd. Something was off. This place was so eerie that even Zhang Zhouhua and the others were getting goosebumps. Given Xia Xiaoxi's temperament, she should have been freaking out by now. Why was she so quiet now? What's gotten into you? You seem off today? Scared your brain into a pig state? Xia Hang suddenly asked. It was the first time he'd ever seen Xia Xiaoxi act so docile. Startled by his call, Xia Xiaoxi snapped back to reality and immediately protested, "No way. Grandpa Zhang, why do you always pick on me? I didn't overload my pig brain. No, I'm not a pig brain. I just feel like this place looks familiar. I think I've been here before." Hearing this, Xia Hang's eyes lit up instantly. Earlier, their group had already circled the mountain several times. Not a single clue had surfaced, and none of them expected a breakthrough to come from Jushi. Tell me exactly what happened. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi begin to recall seriously. I can't really explain it either, but this place is pretty close to our Xia village. When I was really little, maybe 4 or 5 years old, I was running around outside with some playmates. I might have come here once. I was just a kid back then, following the others around. Later, I got bold and ran up this mountain to play hide and seek with them. I was so competitive back then. I found this super hidden spot to hide. It was like a cave or something. They started searching everywhere, but by the time the game ended, they were shouting all over the mountain, saying I'd won and telling me to come out. I thought those little playmates were tricking me. I refused to come out no matter what. It wasn't until after the sun had set that I realized the game might actually be over. But when I crawled out of the cave, it was pitch black outside. Not a soul in sight. I was terrified. I ran frantically around the mountaintop, crying as I ran. Later I found out that my friends, unable to find me, thought I'd gone home long ago. So one by one, they all headed back to the village. As I kept running, somehow I ended up at the edge of a cliff. My foot slipped, and before I knew it, I fell down. Chapter 162, Xia Xiaoxi remembered it was Grandpa Zhang who saved me. Fell down? Hearing this, everyone immediately grew tense. A vivid image flashed through their minds, a 4 or 5-year-old girl skipping and jumping near the cliff's edge, only to lose her footing and tumble down. How terrifying. It was almost unbelievable. What happened next? What happened next? Zhang Zhouhua and the others couldn't help but press for answers, desperate to know what happened next. Xia Xiaoxi continued, after that? I don't remember what happened next. All I know is that when I woke up, I was already lying in the old house. My parents said they found me on the mountaintop. And at the time, the whole village found it unbelievable, because back then, there might still have been wolves lurking in the mountains. But I lay on that mountain all night and nothing happened at all. That's what shocked them so much. Hearing this, everyone found it rather peculiar. It did seem somewhat unnatural. Theoretically, people might accept Xia Xiaoxi's claim about falling off a cliff. After all, she was young back then, and her memory might have been distorted. Perhaps that was understandable. But the idea of a 4 or 5-year-old girl lying on the mountain all night long? That was hard to wrap their heads around. As they walked in disgust, they were nearing the summit. Just then, upon catching sight of the cliff edge at the summit, the very mouth of the fish, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly clutched her head in a wave of pain, crouching down. Only after more than 10 seconds did she slowly rise, her voice trembling with excitement. It's this cliff. I remember now, I remember everything. Grandpa Zhang, it was you. You were the one who caught me. And saved me. Hearing this, Xia Hang froze. This couldn't be right, could it? Nonsense. When you were 4 or 5, I was still buried underground. How could I have had the time to come save you? But Xia Xiaoxi insisted with unwavering certainty, there's no mistake. It was definitely you. I couldn't possibly be mistaken about that. It's just that the clothes you wore back then are a bit different from what you're wearing now. It kinda looks like a Zhongshan suit from the Republican era. Navy blue, it looked so handsome. The fact that she could describe such specific details suggested Xia Xiaoxi might genuinely be telling the truth. But how could Xia Hang, who was still buried in the tomb at the time, suddenly appear on this fish-leap mountain? For a moment, no one could fathom the reason behind it. They could only urge Xia Xiaoxi to think harder, to see if any other details had slipped her mind. Then, as if some shackle had been released, wave after wave of memories surged into Xia Xiaoxi's mind. Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. Staring blankly, she murmured, Grandfather Zhang, it turns out we met over a decade ago. Only back then, I didn't know it was you, or rather, not this version of you. Not the Xia Hong of today? What did that mean? Could it be true, as the banana spirit claimed, that there are two Xia Hongs in this world? At that moment, Li Shuai pulled out a tissue, handed it to Xia Xiaoxi, and gently wiped away her tears while comforting her. Xiaoxi, don't rush. Take your time to think and tell us slowly. After a long moment of composing herself, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly broke into a smile through her tears and began recounting the story that had unfolded over a decade ago. It turned out that on that night, after discovering all her friends had vanished, Xia Xiaoxi was terrified and ran frantically through the mountains. In her panic, she stumbled and fell off a cliff. Just as she thought she was about to meet her end, a warm, powerful hand reached down from above and mysteriously pulled Xia Xiaoxi back up. She remembered him as a young man in his 20s, exceptionally handsome, though dressed in clothing that seemed completely out of place in the modern era, almost like a character from a television show. Moreover, Xia Xiaoxi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She still remembered clearly, after rescuing her, the first thing the young man did was gently brush the dust off her clothes before asking softly, "Little girl, how careless of you. Wandering around the mountains late at night like this?" Xia Xiaoxi felt so wronged. She wailed and complained to the blue-clad youth, saying her friends had abandoned her alone, and now she couldn't get home. She was sure to get a beating tomorrow. Seeing how heartbroken Xia Xiaoxi looked, the young man produced a candy wrapped in oil paper as if by magic. To this day, Xia Xiaoxi still remembered how exceptionally sweet that candy had been, so much so that no candy she tasted afterward could ever match that flavor. The candy silenced her tears, but she then noticed the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon. Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what are you looking at?" The blue-clad youth merely smiled and ruffled Xia Xiaoxi's hair. "You wouldn't understand. I'm watching the myriad lights of homes, a sign of national peace and prosperity." Following his gaze, Xia Xiaoxi realized he was looking toward the direction of Xia village. Later, the two chatted about all sorts of things for quite a while. Yet the blue-clad youth's questions were always remarkably ordinary. What he asked most often was how Xia Xiaoxi was faring in her current life. "Little girl, are you eating your fill every day? Do you get to eat meat during the holidays? Are you going to school? Can you count from 1 to 100? Do your mom and dad have jobs? Is their work hard? Do they get time off?" Xia Xiaoxi was too young back then. She just thought this older brother was strange. Why did he keep asking questions that any normal person could answer? But looking back now, she realized it must have been because Grandpa Zhang had always been deeply concerned about the common people of today. He didn't want them to live in turbulent times like decades ago. Fortunately, with the innocence of childhood, she answered Grandpa Zhang in blue clothes every question earnestly and thoroughly. When Grandpa Zhang in the blue robe heard that Xia Xiaoxi was living exceptionally well now with more rice than she could eat every day and meat at least once every 3 meals, his eyes crinkled into slits with laughter. Unfortunately, when Xia Xiaoxi mentioned school, she complained a bit, saying studying was boring and she hated it. She promptly received a sharp smack on the head. When the conversation turned to her parents' work, Xia Xiaoxi admitted she didn't know if they worked hard, but at least they made time to be with her at home every Sunday. The blue-clad youth smiled again, a smile Xia Xiaoxi had never seen before. It was exceptionally bright and radiant, like the ultimate satisfaction of achieving a lifelong goal. Chapter 163, Locating the Banana Spirit's Whereabouts, Xia Hong mistaken for a Taoist master. Just as Xia Hong and his companions gathered around Xia Xiaoxi, listening to her recount past memories, Jonas and his group had already reached the foot of Fish Leap Mountain. It's confirmed they've all headed up the mountain. After crouching on the ground sniffing for a long while, Paul stood up and declared with absolute certainty. Hearing this, Jonas instantly grew anxious. He knew better than anyone what lay hidden within those mountains. And now that Xia Hong and his group had ascended, meant they were highly likely to uncover that secret. No! They must be stopped. In that moment, Jonas lost his composure. He immediately shouted, "Let's go! We must head up the mountain immediately and stop them before they find what I'm after." Chen Ci, however, was not pleased. He retorted, "Wait a minute. You're off looking for your thing, but what about mine? Where is the gold? You must tell me that first." Hearing this, Jonas couldn't hold back any longer. He exchanged glances with Dracula and the werewolf brothers. All 3 of them laughed. Only then did Chen Ci finally realize something was amiss. After all, he was just a useless ordinary person. Why was Jonas so determined to bring him along? If those 2 Siamese monks hadn't been sent out to ambush Xia Hong, he might still have had a glimmer of hope. But now, with both Siamese monks gone, he was no different from a lamb led to slaughter. Seeing Chen Ci's face as pale as paper, Jonas chuckled, patting his shoulder and saying, "Chen, there's an interesting term in your language. It's called a collaborator. You're our guide, the one leading the way. Of course, I'm sure you're well aware that guides never meet a good end. Dracula, since you've already demonstrated your abilities, this blood offering is yours to handle. Replenish your energy while a fierce battle may be coming soon. As for you werewolf brothers, if you don't mind, you can help Dracula take care of him too." In these deep, old woods, a missing person isn't exactly a strange occurrence.
Hearing this, Shin Si instinctively wanted to flee. But Dracula was a vampire renowned for his speed. How could he possibly escape his grasp? In an instant, a blur appeared beside Shin Si. Fangs bared, Dracula sank his jaws into the young man's neck.
The bite severed Shin Si's vocal cords, leaving him able only to make gurgling sounds, unable even to scream.
After about half a minute, Dracula licked his lips with satisfaction, then tossed the desiccated remains of Shin Si before the werewolf brothers with utter disdain. You two clean up the rest. I'm stuffed. This act naturally enraged the werewolf brothers. They snarled, you stinking bat. You really think we're dogs? Keep that dried up corpse for your own slow enjoyment. But there's a delicate little girl among those humans. I bet she'd be absolutely delicious. With that, Jonas burst into laughter as the group pressed on toward the mountain peak. Meanwhile, everyone was still listening to Xia Xiaoxi recount the events of years past. What happened next? After asking you those questions, what actually transpired? Xia Xiaoxi paused to think before continuing, then Grandpa Zhang in the blue robe left. He said he had something very important to do and told me to go to sleep obediently, promising he would always watch over me. I couldn't stay awake. As we talked, I drifted off in Grandpa Zhang's arms. When I woke up, I found myself lying in my own bed at home. And all my memories of the mountain were like they'd been sealed away. I couldn't recall a single thing. Hearing this, everyone fell into confusion once more. Though Xia Xiaoxi had revealed her childhood memories, the clues still felt as broken as ever. It was completely useless. The only certainty now was that somewhere on this mountain, another Xia Han might still exist. However, one thing remains certain. That is, whichever Xia Hang it is, he's absolutely a good person. At that moment, Xia Hang, who had been quietly listening all along, finally spoke up. Jushi, do you remember where that cave is? I suspect that cave is the key to luring out the other me. Hearing this, everyone suddenly had an epiphany. Right. Xia Xiaoxi had mentioned before that she had hidden in a cave during a game of hide and seek. If there was any place left unexplored in these mountains, it could only be inside that cave. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi began to carefully recall the details. After all, so many years had passed since the incident. Reliving it now wouldn't be easy. The group could only follow Xia Xiaoxi as she searched the area over and over again. Just as they passed through a grove of trees, Xia Hang suddenly frowned. He swiftly swung his blade, unleashing a thunderstrike. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A human face suddenly materialized on the old locust tree struck by Xia Hang's lightning. In an extremely aged voice, it cried out incessantly, "Spiritual Master, spare my life. Spiritual Master, spare my life. I've made a mistake. I'll never dare again." Xia Hang had no time for its nonsense. Gathering a ball of crimson lightning in his palm, he sneered coldly, "You're the banana tree spirit's accomplice, aren't you? Enough excuses. Die." At that moment, the old locust tree hastily shifted its trunk aside. Only then did the crowd see what lay hidden behind it, a pitch-black cave. Earlier, Xia Hang had distinctly sensed something amiss at this location. One tree seemed to be shifting ever so slightly, as if concealing something. He had struck suddenly, and it turned out there really was a tree up to no good. It's not my fault. That old banana tree harms people, but I've never harmed anyone. I've been quietly cultivating here on this mountain all along. She forced me to block your path. Otherwise, she'd have stripped me bare and dug up my roots, leaving me no chance to survive. The old locust tree continued wailing its explanation. Xia Hang noticed that this ancient tree was even older than the banana tree. Judging by its current state, it hadn't even succeeded in taking human form yet. Considering the cultivation time required for tree-type spirits, this seemed entirely plausible. At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi stepped forward and asked, "Old locust tree, do you recognize me? More than 10 years ago, wasn't there a little girl who wandered into this cave? It's okay, just tell me the truth. My great-grandfather won't harm you." Hearing these words, the old locust tree's fear eased slightly as it began to scrutinize Xia Xiaoxi's features. After staring intently for a few moments, it suddenly cried out in shock. "It's you! It really is you! What brings you back here, you little brat?" Chapter 164, Old Man finally catches up, the past of Fengmen Cave. No wonder the old locust tree recognized Xia Xiaoxi at a glance. The thing was, this girl hadn't changed a bit over the past decade, still the same old mischievous look about her. Xia Xiaoxi's face lit up with joy. Since old locust tree claimed to have seen her over a decade ago, that meant everything she'd said before was true. There had merely been a slight discrepancy in her memory for a moment. But regardless, she had now fully recalled everything, and there would be no issues. "Old locust tree, since you remember me, do you recall what happened over a decade ago? I did indeed enter this cave back then, but what happened afterward? Did you happen to see a young man wearing a blue Zhongshan suit who bore a striking resemblance to my great-grandfather?" Hearing this question, the old locust tree froze in confusion, shaking its head hastily. "No, I've never seen any man in blue, not even after all these years I've spent here. You are the only one who ever emerged from this cave unharmed." The banana spirit didn't enter through this cave entrance.
She has another passageway. Hearing this, the group's brows furrowed once more.
Could they have been searching in the wrong place?
Only then did the old locust tree continue its explanation. I truly meant no harm. On the contrary, I was trying to prevent you all from stepping into danger. This cave is called the Sealed Gate Cave.
Since ancient times, it has been utterly sinister. Legend says something utterly terrifying is sealed within.
Though I've cultivated for hundreds of years, it was only a dozen years ago that I first gained a glimmer of sentience.
It was around the same time you entered the cave, young girl. Alas, back then I couldn't move swiftly enough. I could only watch helplessly as you walked in, unable to stop you.
The old locust tree spoke with a hint of guilt. In truth, it was a relatively benevolent spirit creature.
It had always followed the most unassuming cultivation method, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon.
This was precisely why, despite its long cultivation, it had only succeeded in taking human form a dozen years ago.
Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi's slightly stirred heart instantly cooled.
So it turned out she was the only one who had ever seen Grandfather Zhang in blue robes. The old locust tree had never laid eyes on him at all.
Seeming to sense her disappointment, Xia Heng patted her piggy brain and said,
"It's okay, no need to lose heart.
Perhaps this old tree's cultivation level is too low, so it simply couldn't perceive him.
Anyway, we're already at the cave entrance.
Just go inside and take a look, the truth will reveal itself." Xia Xiaoxi's mood finally lifted after Xia Heng's reassurance.
Upon hearing they intended to enter the cave, the old locust tree grew frantic.
It shook its branches urgently, protesting, "You mustn't, Master Taoist.
The depths of this cave are exceedingly perilous.
Entering means certain death." But Xia Heng couldn't care less. How could one know without venturing into the lion's den?
Just as the group prepared to step into the cave, a terribly awkward Chinese accent suddenly echoed behind them. "I recall an ancient saying from your country, you search high and low in vain, but when it comes without effort. It seems this cave is precisely where we've been searching."
"Very well. Now you Easterners can get lost. This place belongs to us now."
The group turned to look and realized that, unbeknownst to them, a group of foreign faces had appeared not far behind them. They looked like trouble. Where did these damn foreigners come from, spouting such nonsense?
Zhang Jiuhua couldn't stand it any longer and barked out in anger.
He already despised these foreigners intensely, and now he couldn't believe these bastards had actually come all the way up to Yuya Mountain to cause trouble.
Constantly telling him to get lost, didn't they know how thick-skinned they were?
Naturally, Zhang Jiuhua's words provoked the foreigners' resentment.
The moment he finished speaking, Dracula couldn't hold back any longer. His form halted, then instantly flashed before Zhang Jiuhua. He opened his gaping maw, sharp fangs gleaming in the night. That speed was absolutely beyond what any normal person could comprehend. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jiuhua found himself in mortal peril. But in the blink of an eye,
before Xia Heng could react, Xiaobai suddenly burst out from the flag, delivering a vicious kick straight to Dracula's face, sending him flying straight backward. It must be noted that with the ghost slaughterfang equipped, Xiaobai now possessed the strength of a fierce ghost. At the very least, his speed was more than enough to match a low-level vampire like Dracula.
Clearly, Xiaobai's appearance was something Jonas and his group hadn't anticipated.
They had thoroughly assessed Xia Heng's team's capabilities beforehand, confident their strength alone would suffice to take them down. Yet unexpectedly, a ghostly woman in white had mysteriously materialized on Xia Heng's side.
A undead? And a high-level one at that. After closely observing Xiaobai, Dracula's expression instantly turned grave. It seems this is the strongest combatant among their group. Well, there's nothing to fear about that. It's just a high-level undead after all.
Upon realizing Xiaobai was a high-level undead, the werewolf brothers dropped their earlier playful demeanor, instantly growing serious.
But that was all.
A mere high-level undead was hardly worth their attention.
Soon, everyone watched as the werewolf brothers flexed their muscles, swaying their heads back and forth. Woo!
Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing howl to the heavens, both figures rapidly swelled in size, transforming under the moonlight into their primal werewolf forms.
In that instant,
Zhang Jiuhua and the others instantly wore expressions of facing a formidable enemy. To be honest, this was their first encounter with werewolves and vampires. Previously, they had only heard legends about these creatures through various films and television shows. Never did they imagine these creatures would appear before them in the flesh.
"Mr. Xia, how do we deal with these vampires and werewolves?
We've never dealt with these foreign creatures before either."
Kong Tianyi was dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that investigating a banana spirit would lead to vampires and werewolves?
At that moment, Zheng Shun began to show off his knowledge.
"I know about this. I learned it from watching movies before.
To fight vampires, you need crosses and garlic. But werewolves are trickier, you need silver bullets." Hearing this, Li Shui rolled her eyes at him in exasperation.
"So where exactly are we supposed to get a cross and garlic right now? And what about these silver bullets you mentioned?" "Well said. Don't mention it again next time." Chapter 165, Zhang Jiuhua plays the game, fails to trap, Xia Heng steps in. While the group debated how to deal with the vampire and werewolf,
Across the way, Patience was wearing thin.
These damned Orientals dared to discuss tactics right in front of them.
They clearly held them in utter contempt. This was intolerable.
This is intolerable.
Damned Orientals, you're courting death.
Dracula could no longer contain his rage.
In an instant, he transformed into a blur of motion, charging toward the group. The werewolf brothers, refusing to be outdone, followed close behind and launched their own assault on Xia Hong and his companions.
In response,
Xia Hong merely stood by, watching without intervention. In his view, most of the supernatural consultants from Jess City and Feng City had been mobilized today. If a mere vampire and 2 werewolves could force him to intervene, these people would never gain any real experience. Xia Hong had no desire for these paranormal consultants to remain as fragile as flowers in a greenhouse.
Soon, the battlefield descended into chaos.
Zhang Zhouhua was the first to strike, immediately targeting Dracula across the field. He held a grudge Dracula had nearly bitten through his throat earlier, and he'd never let it go. Without a word, he immediately donned his Minotaur mask and unleashed a fierce blast of fire at Dracula as he charged forward.
This completely threw Dracula off guard. It was the first time he'd encountered such bizarre Eastern tactics. How could someone suddenly spew a ball of fire?
Vampires, as creatures, feared light. Sunlight would reduce them to ashes, condemning them to roam only at night.
While fire wasn't as potent a deterrent as sunlight against vampires, it was still enough to make him wary.
Dracula scrambled to retreat, his speed naturally halved, granting Zhang Zhouhua his chance. He instantly changed the mask on his face, this time unleashing his ultimate technique, transforming into the Zhong Kuei mask. This not only greatly increased his power but also held immense deterrent power over ordinary lesser demons. For Zhang Zhouhua knew full well he was no match for this vampire.
However, he had miscalculated one crucial point.
Switching to the Zhong Kuei mask was undoubtedly the right move, but the problem was this creature wasn't some Eastern specter. The deterrent effect was essentially useless.
Dracula showed no fear whatsoever, charging straight at Zhang Zhouhua's face. In that instant, everyone grew frantic.
They had witnessed this vampire's savagery firsthand. This was a creature that would lunge for your throat at the slightest provocation. Xia Xiaoxi felt especially helpless, as she had little combat ability and could only watch the situation unfold from the sidelines. Therefore, when she saw Zhang Zhouhua in danger, she immediately grabbed Xia Heng's arm, exclaiming anxiously, "Oh no, Grandpa Zhang.
Old Zhang is in trouble." Yet Xia Hong remained coldly watching, showing no intention of intervening. Meanwhile, the others were held back by the werewolf brothers. It must be said, after transforming, these werewolves were truly terrifying, their strength and speed vastly enhanced. Truly a terrifying creature capable of tearing vampires apart with its bare hands. Unfortunately, their power came with certain limitations. Like Paul and Bauer, these 2 pairs of hybrid werewolf brothers could only assume this transformed state when the moonlight was exceptionally bright. With such formidable bodies, they drove Kong Tianyi and his group back relentlessly. Had Xiaobai not held one of them off, the paranormal consultants would likely have been overwhelmed. But this positioning had been strategically assigned by Zhang Zhouhua earlier. He insisted on confronting the vampire himself, leaving the others powerless to intervene. At this very moment, Zhang Zhouhua seemed trapped in a desperate predicament. The vampire had closed in around him, its razor-sharp fangs poised to pierce Zhang Zhouhua's throat. Just as everyone thought, Zhang Zhouhua's overconfidence had led him to the brink of decapitation. Suddenly, a look of confusion and bewilderment spread across Dracula the vampire's face. He had indeed sunk his fangs into Zhang Zhouhua's neck. Yet no matter how fiercely he sucked, he couldn't draw even a single drop of blood from Zhang Zhouhua. Only then did everyone remember. They'd all forgotten that Zhang Zhouhua, just like Xia Hong, was actually a zombie. Holy Master, you scared the hell out of me. I just suddenly remembered you're a zombie. How could a zombie possibly fear having its blood sucked? Kong Tianyi's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped the truth. Xia Xiaoxi's eyes lit up too. Right. Zhang Zhouhua, like her great-grandfather, had already died once. How could he possibly fear vampires? Great-grandfather, you realized this long ago, didn't you? That's why you didn't rush to intervene. Xia Xiaoxi finally understood why Xia Hong had stood by and watched earlier. Still want to suck this old man's blood? Got you now, huh? Then it's time for this old man to make his move. Zhang Zhouhua sneered coldly, raising the ghost-slaying sword in his hand. He swung it viciously toward Dracula's neck. Vampire or not, I'll slice your throat clean off and see if you can still live. Dracula clearly hadn't anticipated this. As Zhang Zhouhua's demon-slaying sword came crashing down, his teeth were still embedded in the man's neck. He couldn't pull away in time. Only when Zhang Zhouhua finished his horizontal slash did Dracula finally yank himself free, accompanied by a piercing scream. Ah! Damn it, you cunning Oriental! At that moment, everyone was startled to realize just how ruthless Zhang Zhouhua's sword strike had been. It could be said that it had come within a hair's breadth of decapitating Dracula. Now, only a sliver of skin clung to Dracula's neck. However, that minuscule margin of error meant Zhang Zhouhua's desperate strike had fallen just short of success.
For the vampire race possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. He simply adjusted his head, and within seconds, the gash on his neck began to rapidly close. Though it drained a great deal of his life force. At least Dracula had repaired his wound and retained enough strength to continue fighting. That was close. It seems our previous investigation wasn't thorough enough. I never imagined there would be more than one undead among you what you call zombies. But this trick, he sneered, you can only use once. Dracula chuckled coldly. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Hearing this, Zhang Zhouhua inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. He had been so close. But he refused to be discouraged. Since he hadn't finished him off with a single strike, he would simply fight on. He refused to believe he couldn't take down this damned foreign devil. Just as he prepared to attack again, Xia Heng suddenly spoke. Rest for a moment. I'll deal with him. Chapter 166, Host Strong Primordial Soul Information Detected. Host, please take note. It wasn't that Xia Heng was itching for a fight, he mainly wanted to see how this Western vampire differed from himself. Theoretically, zombies and vampires shared certain similarities. But the biggest difference lies in how they're portrayed in media. Eastern zombies mostly appeared in Uncle Nine's films, dressed in old-fashioned Qing dynasty attire, bouncing about like adorable little creatures. But these foreign vampires? That's a whole different story. No wonder the Westerners know how to market them. Nearly every vampire portrayed in films and TV series embodies a coldly handsome persona. They're just ridiculously handsome. Even when Xia Heng read through Xie Xiaoxi's collection of novels, he noticed many featured vampires as the male leads. Xia Heng couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Aren't they all blood-sucking monsters? What, just because they're Western, they're suddenly cool? Meanwhile, upon seeing Xia Heng approach, Dracula adopted a posture as if facing a formidable enemy. He knew full well that Xia Heng was the most terrifying individual among this group. Therefore, he dared not relax for a moment. As he watched Xia Heng advance step by step toward him, he instantly assumed his full combat stance. Like a werewolf transforming, a pair of bat wings unfurled directly from Dracula's back. However, because he was an inferior vampire, those wings looked particularly cheap and tattered. With the wings boosting his speed significantly, Dracula gained a huge advantage. Yet Xia Heng showed no reaction whatsoever. Only when Dracula closed in did he suddenly lash out with a single blow. A single, simple slap, no unnecessary movements. He didn't even unleash the five thunder punishment. Moreover, to everyone watching, the strike appeared incredibly slow. Yet despite this, it sent Dracula crashing to the ground with a single blow. Half his face was utterly mangled, rendered unrecognizable as human. Is that it? Xia Heng was stunned. He hadn't even exerted much force. How could this vampire not hold up? He couldn't take a punch. Dracula, though stung by the pain, scrambled to his feet immediately. That blow to his face felt like an utter disgrace. As a member of the noble vampire clan, when had he ever suffered such a humiliation? In an instant, rage overrode reason. His wings slammed against the ground, propelling him upright in a single fluid motion. He seethed with the desire to tear Xia Heng limb from limb. But all he got in return was the dark soul of a foot. Xia Heng wasn't one for pleasantries. Seeing how easily this vampire took a punch, he immediately followed up with another kick, aiming squarely for the face. Before Dracula could react, another brutal kick slammed into his face, burying his entire visage deep into the dirt. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. During this barrage, Dracula wasn't without counterattacks, but against Xia Heng, they were as feeble as a chick's. They were utterly ineffective. At that moment, Jonas could no longer maintain his composure. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. He thought himself the sparrow, unaware that he was the so-called mantis, while Xia Heng was like a massive chariot. A mantis trying to stop a cart, utterly overreaching. Seeing Dracula kick to the ground like a dead dog, Xia Heng couldn't be bothered to play with him any longer. A crimson thunderbolt flared in his palm. Yin's five thunders moved at his command, instantly reducing Dracula to ashes. Witnessing this, Jonas was utterly dumbfounded. Only now did he truly grasp the monstrous being they had provoked. Jonas couldn't help but glare at the two werewolf brothers and shout, "You two bastards, what the hell are you standing around for? Attack! Finish this bastard off now, or we'll all die." No wonder they say werewolves are all brawn and no brains. The two werewolf brothers, sensing the danger and pressure emanating from Xia Heng, had already instinctively wanted to flee. But then, unexpectedly, Jonas's words had instantly persuaded them to stay. The brothers exchanged a glance. Wah! Gritting their teeth, they let out a piercing howl and charged towards Xia Heng once more. Having just tested the vampire's combat prowess, Xia Heng sneered coldly at the werewolves' renewed charge, delivering two swift kicks. It must be noted that in their fully transformed state, these werewolves stood a full 3 meters tall. Xia Heng wasn't short by any means, but standing before these two colossal beasts, he still seemed dwarfed. Yet the final outcome was undeniable. Both beasts, resembling miniature mountains, were sent flying by Xia Heng's kicks. With his current strength, these two mere hybrid werewolves weren't even worthy of tying his shoelaces. After tumbling several times through the air, the werewolf brothers finally regained their senses, realizing the man before them was far beyond their ability to provoke. But when they turned to flee, it was already too late. Two flashes of crimson lightning erupted, and the werewolf brothers met the exact same fate as the vampire before them. Consumed by the blazing flames, they ultimately turned to ash. Gazing at the three scorched, charred marks left by the blazing inferno, the crowd's faces twisted in horror. Too powerful Xia Hong's strength had far surpassed everyone's imagination. Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, a sudden scream erupted from behind Xia Xiaoxi's voice. "You stinking German bastard, where do you think you're running?" At that moment, everyone immediately turned toward the sound. What they saw was Jonas the German, taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the vampire and the werewolf brothers. He had already sneaked toward the cave. Only Xia Xiaoxi, an outsider to the conflict, had noticed his movements. By the time the others snapped back to reality, they were stunned to see the German had already crawled into the cave. And that reckless Xia Xiaoxi had actually followed him inside. Only old Locust Tree was frantically stomping his feet outside the cave. "Don't go in. You absolutely must not go in. Something's wrong. Something terrible is about to happen." But at that moment, no one paid any attention to the old Locust Tree's feelings. That pig-headed Xia Xiaoxi had recklessly followed Old D into the cave, so Xia Hong couldn't possibly stay put outside. With a stern expression, he strode straight into the cave. Ding! Detected intense primordial soul essence from host. Host, please be aware. Chapter 167, entering the cave. Is this the anti-Japanese battlefield? The moment he heard this news, Xia Hong was utterly dumbfounded. He stood at the cave's entrance, just one step away from stepping inside. The information from the primordial soul undoubtedly confirmed Xia Xiaoxi's earlier claim once more. The blue-clad Xia Hong had perhaps truly appeared beside Xia Xiaoxi before. Things have come to this. We'll just have to grit our teeth and push forward. After a faint sigh, Xia Hong ordered everyone to halt. Under no circumstances were they to make a move until he emerged. With that, he strode boldly into the pitch-black, soul-devouring cavern. Kill! Xia Hong never expected that the moment he stepped into the cave, the scene before his eyes would suddenly burst into light. Instead of the dark, narrow cavern he'd imagined, he found himself in a world woven from blood and fire. It resembled a ruined village, and Xia Hong found himself transformed into a young man crouched behind an earthen wall. Just as he stood frozen in shock, a sharp slap cracked against his cheek. "Hey, you! What are you spacing out for? Are you crazy? The Japanese are about to charge. Hurry up and follow me to the front lines to hold them off and cover the villagers' escape." The voice belonged to a square-jawed man. Xia Hong felt he recognized the man, but couldn't quite place him. At the same time, a familiar feeling welled up inside him. He scanned his surroundings carefully and realized that this desolate wasteland was none other than Xia Village over 80 years ago. How had he ended up here again? Strange. This scene was too strange. Could it be some kind of illusion? But at that moment, Xia Hong had no time to dwell on such thoughts. As the square-jawed burly man pulled him to his feet, he was already being forcibly dragged into the battlefield. The two darted through the trenches dug long ago by the villagers, and this memory was etched into Xia Hong's very bones. It had almost become a combat instinct. Finally, they fought their way to the very front of the trenches. Yet the sight before him made Xia Hong feel as though his heart would leap from his chest. Horrific. It was utterly horrific. The trenches were littered with bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, every single one of them a comrade from Xia Hong's former independent regiment. Not far away, the Japanese forces were stirring, their numbers dozens, even hundreds of times greater than their own. Wah! You little devils, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the vast expanse of fallen comrades, the square-jawed man before him could no longer hold back. Two trails of hot tears streaked down his dust-covered cheeks as he charged toward a heavy machine gun, ducked down, and began unleashing a hail of fire at the Japanese soldiers. Xia Hong's heart was equally torn. His boiling blood now raged, yearning to tear every single one of these Japanese devils before him to shreds. After all, he was still an undead zombie. What could bullets possibly do to him? But just as he prepared to leap from the trench and fight the Japanese to the death, the same square-jawed, burly man suddenly yanked him back. "You fool," he roared. "Are you out of your mind? I know you're furious too, but what good does anger do? The regiment commander's orders are to hold this position. Hold it for as long as we can. I know you want to prove your bravery, but what good would your sacrifice do? There are still so many villagers left. If they suffer any losses, then the sacrifices of our comrades will have been for nothing." The square-jawed, burly man spoke with heartbreaking grief. He understood Xia Hong's fury all too well. He felt it just as keenly. But this was no time for individual heroics. They had to hold this position, even if it meant dying. And it was through the square-jawed man's tug that Xia Hong suddenly realized a terrifying truth. His strength seemed to have vanished. When the burly man had grabbed him just now, he had instinctively tried to resist. But with his current strength, he couldn't break free from the man's powerful grip.
Could it be my zombie body is ineffective in this realm?
Xia Heng's heart lurched with alarm and he immediately pinched his thigh hard. Pain clear, distinct pain instantly confirmed his worst fears. Because when he existed as a zombie before, he had never felt this sensation at all.
It's fine.
Even without my undead form, my gun will still help me fight bravely.
Upon realizing he was no longer the invincible zombie Xia Heng's resolve remained unshaken.
He raised his Type 38 rifle and steadily aimed it at the forehead of a Japanese soldier.
Bang!
With the crack of the gunshot, a Japanese soldier's forehead exploded in a spray of blood amidst the crowd. Even the helmet offered no protection.
Xia Heng spared no one under his gun. He racked the bolt. Another shot. Bang! Then, another Japanese soldier collapsed in the crowd. Xia Heng's trigger pulling speed was astonishingly fast, firing nearly every 2 seconds.
And with each shot, he invariably claimed the life of a Japanese soldier. In just a few minutes, his rate of fire was nearly matching that of the square-jawed burly man wielding the heavy machine gun.
Holy? You're something else, kid.
Never would have guessed you were such a sharpshooter. The square-jawed burly man exclaimed in astonishment. Among this group of frontline gunners, they had no other special skills except one: their eyesight was absolutely top-notch. During the recent barrage, he'd witnessed Xia Heng moving like a grim reaper.
Every gunshot meant another Japanese soldier's life was taken.
Not just the square-jawed man, but every other soldier holding the line now stared at Xia Heng, thumbs raised in silent praise. But Xia Heng had no heart to acknowledge these praises. Only one thought occupied his mind.
Kill. Kill relentlessly. Leave not a single one alive. Annihilate every last one of these Japanese soldiers.
Just as his consciousness was on the verge of descending into madness, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside him.
Grandpa Zhang. Wake up, it's me. It's Xia Xiaoxi.
Hearing these words, Xia Heng turned his head to look, but his face instantly clouded with confusion. For standing behind him now was not Xia Xiaoxi at all, but a girl with wheat-colored skin and 2 braids. The blood-stained gauze in her hands confirmed her role within the group. She must be the medic.
You're Xia Xiaoxi? What does that mean? In this space, we've each entered different bodies? Then who am I now? How did you recognize me? Xia Heng asked in confusion.
At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi's face betrayed a look of hesitation.
Xia Heng's heart sank with a sense of impending trouble. Chapter 168, Meeting Xia Xiaoxi again. This world is a cycle of rebirth. It's Grandpa Li Ermazi. Ha! Hearing this, Xia Heng was stunned. He never imagined that after entering this cave, he would transform into the appearance of Ermazi. Yes. Didn't I see a photo of you with Grandpa Li Ermazi before?
Then, the moment I stepped into this cave, I saw an aged version of Grandpa Li Er. And many other elders. They're all being sheltered in a courtyard in Shijia village now. But before I could go over and talk to them, I was dragged away and brought to this front line.
Li Ermazi and a whole bunch of elders?
Hearing this, Xia Heng suddenly recalled that the group of elders previously abducted by the banana spirit had been brought one by one to this very cave.
That meant the banana spirit was definitely in this space too.
Xia Xiaoxi continued. After arriving at the front lines, I'd been busy bandaging the wounded.
Thankfully, medics in this era don't require highly specialized medical knowledge.
You just need to know how to quickly bandage and stop bleeding.
There weren't even many medicines.
If this is the real anti-Japanese battlefield, then Grandpa Zhang and all you martyrs really had it tough.
Xia Xiaoxi remarked with emotion.
She couldn't fathom how time flowed in this space. She had entered only a few minutes before Xia Heng, yet it felt like she had experienced several extra hours. Then, some basic medical knowledge she had learned it in school, so she could manage. But when she saw Xia Heng on this battlefield, acting like a madman, she couldn't help but immediately associate that figure with her own second grandfather.
It was mainly the aura. The resemblance was uncanny.
Listening to Xia Xiaoxi's description, Xia Heng smiled with a hint of satisfaction. Who'd have thought you'd actually be smart for once, you pig-headed girl?
Since you've been inside for several hours now, have you figured out what exactly is going on in this space? Xia Heng asked with a grave expression.
He distinctly remembered that this particular fragment was absent from his own memories. He had no recollection whatsoever of this defensive battle at Xia village.
Xia Heng couldn't tell whether this space was real or self-generated.
The most important thing now was to find a way to break free from this illusion. At that moment, Zhu Xia's expression suddenly darkened as he solemnly uttered 2 words.
Reincarnation. Grandfather Zhang, everything happening here is part of a cycle. Though I haven't been here long, I've already experienced 4 or 5 cycles. The first time, I didn't understand the situation and ran around aimlessly on the battlefield. In the end, I was shot dead by a Japanese soldier. The second time, I'd adapted to the battlefield, running around the trenches bandaging the wounded. But sadly, we couldn't hold back the Japanese assault. The position fell, and I was killed in action.
Xia Xiaoxi vividly recounted how heroic she'd been during her second death. Clutching a pile of grenades, she feigned death on the ground. When several Japanese soldiers came to clear the battlefield searching for any survivors, she pulled the pin on the grenade and blew herself up along with them. As she spoke, tears streamed down Xiaoxi's face. Grandpa Zhang, I was actually terrified at the time. But for some reason, seeing so many of my compatriots brutally killed by the Japanese, I couldn't care about anything else. I just wanted to take as many of those bastards with me as possible before I died. But when I pulled the pin, I still felt fear of the pain, fear of death. And that was only because I already knew this was an illusion, it wouldn't really kill me. Then what kind of resolve did those heroic martyrs possess back then? What kind of spirit drove them to sacrifice their lives, determined to fight the Japanese to the death? Hearing these words, Xia Hong felt truly comforted. He smiled, ruffled Xiaoxi's hair, and said calmly, "Well done. You've done our Xia family proud." Scared? Of course I was scared. Were all human who could truly claim not to be afraid? But what they feared even more was that if this battle wasn't fought to the end, there would be endless battles to come. Who do you think they're fighting for? It's all for you, isn't it? Hearing this, Xiaoxi wept even harder, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, education truly came full circle. The lessons and characters she once encountered only in textbooks suddenly came alive with vivid clarity. Yes. If not for that generation enduring the harshest struggles and exhaustion, fighting 3 generations worth of battles at once, how could later generations have known peace? Then, through countless cycles, I traversed this battlefield relentlessly, doing everything in my power to save the wounded. But I could never change the fact that this front line was breached. The enemy was simply too overwhelming, and our comrades too few. Even giving everything we had, we couldn't stop them. Eventually, I grew utterly disheartened. I began seeking change. During the 5th cycle, I didn't step onto the front lines. Instead, I shed my medic's uniform and fled with the villagers in the rear. Only then did I realize the frontline fighters were holding out to cover the villagers' retreat from Shijia village. But the Japanese pressed relentlessly. Trapped in their search and encirclement, there was no escape. We had no choice but to flee into the mountains. But by then, the front lines had completely collapsed. In the end, I had no choice but to follow the villagers into hiding inside a mountain cave. But at that moment, Xiaoxi paused dramatically, her expression turning grave. But what? Xia Hong frowned as he asked, sensing that what Xiaoxi was about to reveal might finally draw closer to the truth of the story. A person bound in chains. The cave was nothing like what we see now, it was a pitch-black space. I could even faintly hear the sound of water. I was terrified and clung to the villagers' heels, feeling my way deeper into the cave. The cave was incredibly deep. After what felt like an eternity, just when I thought we'd reached the end, I was stunned to discover, in the deepest darkness, a man standing there bare-chested and covered in wounds. He was chained in the cavern's deepest recess, and behind him shone a deep blue glow. And what was even more terrifying was that this man looked exactly like you, Grandpa Zhang. Chapter 169, huh? Xiaoxi got killed by Grandpa Zhang? Chapter 169. Looks exactly like me? Xia Hong froze in shock. But Xiaoxi waved her hands frantically at that moment. No. Grandpa Zhang, please don't misunderstand. It's just a resemblance. I can tell that person isn't you. Because his eyes were too cold, filled with murder and cruelty. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong understood. The answers to all the mysteries must lie hidden within the true Fengmen cave, the very cave Xiaoxi had entered on the back mountain. And the space they were currently in? Perhaps it was nothing more than a vast, twisted realm of darkness. The formation of this phantom realm was likely tied to the visions Xiaoxi had seen of herself. Perhaps that was his very soul's origin. What happened next? How did it come to reincarnate again? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxi finally sighed softly. Ah. Grandpa Zhang, you might not believe this. In the end, I was killed by your own slap. Hearing this, Xia Hong froze in surprise before suddenly realizing. When Xiaoxi said she was killed by his slap, she must have meant killed by his past self in that cave. Not the present him. You killed even yourself? He can't sense the bloodline of the Xia family? Xia Hong immediately asked. That shouldn't be possible. If the version of himself in the cave was one of the primordial souls, then there's no reason for it to attack Xiaoxi. After all, that pig-headed girl was still blood of the Xia family. If he harmed even Xiaoxi, wouldn't that mean he'd turned his back on his own kin? I have a vague feeling this must be that blue-robed old Zhang who saved me when I was a child. But there's also an inexplicable sense that something's off. The difference in demeanor is so stark, it's hard to believe it's the same person. In any case, Grandpa Zhang, we should still err on the side of caution. Hearing this and seeing Xiaoxi's still shaken expression, Xia Heng's face couldn't help but grow solemn. Originally, he had planned to investigate the cave on the back mountain first to figure out what was going on. But judging by Xiaoxi's tone, this other himself didn't seem particularly friendly. Moreover, the most crucial reason was that Xia Hong couldn't bear to leave his comrades on the front lines behind. He couldn't stand by and watch them get slaughtered by the Japanese one by one on the front lines. Not even in some illusory realm.
Alright, I've heard everything you said. But right now, the most urgent task is to hold back the Japanese attack. Stay close to me. Don't wander off. On the battlefield, bullets don't have eyes.
After giving this warning, Xia Hong resumed slaughtering the Japanese soldiers, taking them down one by one without pause.
Xia Xiaoxi, trailing behind, was utterly dumbfounded.
Earlier, after Xia Hong crawled out of the grave, he had briefly shown her a trick at the balloon stall.
But those were neatly arranged, stationary balloons. What was she facing now? Well-trained, living Japanese soldiers?
Yet Xia Hong still took them down one by one, each shot a headshot, like a true gun god.
Holy crap! Grandpa Zhang, you're incredible. Hearing this, Xia Hong didn't even lift an eyelid or pause his hand. He replied calmly, how else do you think I became a regiment commander back in the day? You gotta understand, back in our day, we counted every single bullet. We had no idea how many hands those guns had passed through. From the moment I first touched a gun, I swore to myself, I'd take down at least one Japanese soldier with every 3 bullets I fired. Otherwise, I'd have betrayed all those brothers who died. As he spoke, Xia Hong suddenly fired another shot. This time, however, he took a moment to aim. Only after the bullet left the barrel did Xia Xiaoxi finally understand why Xia Hong had aimed, because that single shot had taken out 2 Japanese soldiers. Because they happened to be standing on the same horizontal line.
Xia Hong had wasted a fraction of a second, but it had cost more Japanese soldiers their lives. Strangely enough, even after Xia Hong joined the fray, the situation on this front remained dire. Yet it was now clearly possible to hold the line, however precariously.
Xia Hong's firepower suppression was simply overwhelming.
Even though he was alone, a marksman capable of one-shot kills carried immense deterrent power on the battlefield. After all, humans are flesh and blood capable of fear and dread.
Learning that a terrifying killing machine had appeared on the enemy side, the blow to morale was devastating.
Compounding this, Xia Hong selected his targets with ruthless precision, specifically targeting those brave, fearless charging soldiers. The moment they exposed themselves, they were instantly eliminated. Gradually, the Japanese forces' offensive weakened. After repelling several waves of attacks, the Japanese finally quieted down, retreating into hiding. For a full 2 or 3 minutes, they did not launch another assault. Just as Xia Hong thought the front line had been held with great difficulty. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted something slowly approaching from behind the enemy lines. At that moment, the square-jawed giant from earlier suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs.
Retreat! Retreat now! We can't hold this trench. Fall back to the village and prepare for guerrilla warfare. The enemy tanks are coming. Tanks?
At the sound of those 2 words, Xia Hong's expression instantly turned grim. As a veteran of the anti-Japanese war, he had seen countless bloody battlefields. Xia Hong knew all too well what the appearance of a single tank meant at this moment.
It was practically invincible. Small arms fire was practically useless against tanks. Even grenades were virtually useless unless they landed in the exact right spot.
In that moment, Xia Hong finally grasped the true reason why the front lines were inevitably doomed to fall.
They've deployed tanks, for crying out loud, how could we possibly fight back? Hopeless.
At this moment, the only option was to retreat into the village and continue guerrilla warfare.
These trenches were utterly useless against tanks. After all, these beasts were designed to adapt to any terrain and advance unimpeded. Just as everyone was hastily retreating, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly grabbed Xia Hong and said in a low voice, Grandpa Zhang, look. It's that German guy. Hearing this, Xia Hong turned his head and saw it. Among the tanks led by the Japanese soldiers, one suddenly opened its hatch. A head peered out furtively. It was holding binoculars, observing this direction. The kid had blonde hair and blue eyes, clearly a foreign devil. However, after scrutinizing him closely for a few moments, Xia Hong suddenly shook his head and continued, he looks a lot like that German bastard, but it probably isn't him. This tank driver's observation technique is too professional. He must have been hardened by battle. Still, it feels odd that the German keeps staring at that patch of land near Yushan. We'll capture the German alive later and see if we can get anything out of him. Chapter 170, the square-faced man who faced death without flinching. These tanks must be destroyed. Xia Hong and his group retreated all the way to Xia village. They engaged the Japanese troops in guerrilla warfare, using the ruins of houses and crumbling walls for cover. Amidst the rumbling roar of tanks, a large group of Japanese soldiers followed behind the tanks, sweeping into the village. In this era, Shejia village's houses were mostly mud brick structures, utterly unable to withstand tank impacts. House after house collapsed as the tanks plowed through unopposed. Damn it! Xia Xiaoxi clenched her jaw, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Even though she knew this was all an illusion, witnessing the tanks demolishing the houses, Xia Xiaoxi couldn't hold back, nearly shedding tears. After all, these were the homes her former neighbors had painstakingly built. Though they looked crude and dilapidated, they were the very homes that sustained their livelihoods. Yet under the onslaught of these tanks, they shattered like paper, crushed instantly. Xia Hong was furious too, but he knew anger was useless in this situation. How could flesh and blood possibly stand against these steel monsters?
All he could do now was kill as many Japanese soldiers as possible and see if he could disable that German tank. Though the situation was extremely unfavorable for Xia Hong and his comrades. Everyone fought back with all their might. Even Xia Xiaoxi darted across the battlefield, doing her utmost to tend to every wounded soldier. Yet even so, after the tank appeared, the Japanese attackers' intensity instantly escalated by several levels. Even with Xia Hang's exceptional marksmanship, he could only delay the Japanese soldiers' advance. Against tanks, however, he was utterly helpless. After all, on the battlefields of this era, tanks were virtually invincible against infantry. Much like cavalry crushing infantry in the age of cold steel. This can't go on. Someone must destroy these tanks. Seeing their situation grow increasingly dire, the square-jawed man suddenly clenched his teeth and declared. He wiped the soot from his face, seemingly wrestling with a decision. After a moment, he finally made up his mind. He abruptly approached Xia Hong, patted his shoulder, and declared solemnly. "Pock-marked brother. With your marksmanship, you shouldn't die here for nothing. You must survive. Only by staying alive can you kill more Japanese devils. Head for the back hills, brother. Leave this battlefield to us." Seeing the square-jawed man's sincere face. If Xia Hong still couldn't guess his intentions, then all those years as a regiment commander would have been wasted. What are you planning? Charge under the tank with explosives strapped to you? Take them all down with you? Xia Hang's expression darkened as his voice trembled slightly. He knew all too well what the square-jawed man was thinking. Countless comrades and fellow soldiers had sacrificed themselves on such brutal assault routes. Because the Japanese weren't pushovers either. When tanks appeared on the battlefield, they naturally focused most of their attention on protecting the front. Any enemy attempting to breach the tank's armor would face a hail of gunfire and shells. During the War of Resistance, destroying a single tank often cost several, even over a dozen lives. I know this method is crude. But we have no better option. If we can't destroy these tanks, more comrades will fall. In that case, I'd rather sacrifice myself than let those devils reach the rear mountains. The square-jawed, burly man declared with a ruthless expression. Simultaneously, he gathered every last grenade remaining among the men and strapped them all to his body. Even if he could only take down one tank in the end, he would have no regrets. Every additional enemy killed was a gain. And what about one of those damn Japanese armored vehicles? Seeing the other man's resolute, death-defying expression, Xia Hong fell silent. At this moment, he could no longer tell. Despite his inner clarity that this was likely a powerful illusion created by someone. Yet this tragic scene had played out countless times in his memories. All right. I'll cover for you. After a long silence, Xia Hong finally made his choice. He respected the square-jawed giant's decision. Since the other had already resolved to drag the enemy tanks down with him in a mutual destruction. Then all he could do now was clear every obstacle from the square-jawed man's path. All right. Seeing Xia Hang's resolute gaze, a smile finally broke through the dust-covered face of the square-jawed man. The operation commenced. This time, Xia Hong did not use his rifle, no matter how precise his marksmanship might be. The rifle's efficiency was simply too low to suppress the enemy's firepower. Xia Hong now hoisted the heavy machine gun previously used by the square-jawed burly man. No need for precise aiming, just lock onto a general direction and hammer the trigger. As long as the enemy dared not show their heads, it would give the square-jawed man a chance to close in on the tank. However, on the battlefield, the heavy machine gunner was undoubtedly the enemy's primary target, no question about it. Sure enough, the moment Xia Hong unleashed his furious burst of fire, countless bullets poured down like rain toward his position. Not just bullets, even several tank barrels slowly shifted their aim toward Xia Hang's position. A single shell could obliterate Xia Hong into dust. Yet in that moment, he felt no fear. Some men, desperate to destroy enemy tanks, strapped explosives to their bodies, willing to trade their lives for victory. So, in this situation, if Xia Hong still clung to life and feared death, he would have no words to face all those fallen comrades. And it was precisely under this relentless, death-defying barrage. The square-jawed, burly soldier had been crawling cautiously along the ground, yet not a single Japanese soldier noticed someone attempting to advance toward the tank. All the attacks, all the fierce artillery fire, were unleashed upon Xia Hang's position. Yet he neither ducked nor retreated. Clutching his machine gun, he continued to unleash his fury upon the Japanese soldiers. Finally, a deafening roar erupted. The lead Japanese tank suddenly erupted in flames from its underside. The immense shockwave sent the Japanese tank tumbling over. Xia Hong witnessed this scene clearly. For it was the square-jawed, burly man who had used his own body to resist the tank's crushing weight. Only when half his body was firmly pinned beneath the tank did he pull the pin on his grenade with a bitter smile. Only by doing so could he inflict the most devastating damage upon the tank. However, before Xia Hong could even feel a sense of satisfaction, several deafening explosions erupted. The enemy tanks had opened fire, targeting the very earthen hut where Xia Hong lay. Chapter 171, Restoring the Zombie's Body, Xia Hang's Rage. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosions. Then came Xia Xiaoxi's piercing scream. Grandpa Zhang. To shield the square-jawed burly man, Xia Hong shouldered a heavy machine gun and positioned himself at the most conspicuous spot.
With almost no cover, he launched a reckless, all-out assault on the enemy.
Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi had been driven by Xia Hong to a safe position. Even though this pig-headed girl claimed she'd already been through several reincarnations, Xia Hong refused to let her take even the slightest risk. Therefore,
he naturally became the Japanese soldier's primary target.
During the recent covering action, Xia Hong had actually sustained injuries from bullet impacts. Bullet after bullet struck Xia Hong's body, his arms, his legs.
The sharp, piercing pain felt utterly real.
Since becoming a zombie, he hadn't tasted this kind of agony in a very long time. Yet in this moment, even riddled with holes like a sieve, Xia Hong did not retreat a single step, holding on by sheer willpower. Eventually, sensation faded entirely. He clung to the trigger with sheer conviction, refusing to let go.
It wasn't until the tank shell struck, its immense shockwave finally knocking Xia Hong unconscious.
Facing the explosion at such close range, he could distinctly feel half his body torn apart by the blast.
However,
in the split second before the blast, the square-jawed giant had finally completed his mission.
He successfully blew an entire column of enemy tanks sky high. Only then did Xia Hong's consciousness begin to clear. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the dark cave Xia Xiaoxi had spoken of. At the cave's end, a man identical to himself, bound by chains, appeared to be smiling at him. Then, in that instant, endless memories began to awaken within Xia Hong's mind. Unit designation, 186th Division. 3rd Battalion Commander Lu Dezhuang. Under the command of Regiment Commander Xia Hong, we were stationed to defend Shejia village. The Japanese sent tanks to attack. Our mission is to hold Shejia village. We absolutely cannot let the Japanese get even half a step closer to the back mountain. Hold them off. Hold them off even if it kills us. Tanks? So what if they have tanks? If bullets can't destroy them, we'll blow them up with explosives. If grenades can't destroy them, we'll crawl under the tanks and detonate them. Even if it means dying, we must hold this last line of defense. Commander, I'm sorry we failed to complete the mission you assigned us. The 3rd Battalion wiped out. Not a single survivor. As the memories gradually resurfaced in his mind, scene after scene began flashing before Xia Hong's eyes. He remembered now. This square-jawed young man had once been a soldier under his command. Back when he was stationed at Jiecheng, he had assigned Lu Dezhuang to lead a group to guard Shejia village. The final report stated that the enemy had deployed armored forces, launching an all-out assault on Shejia village. The entire 3rd Battalion was wiped out in the end. Barely a few intact bodies were recovered. The most tragic fate befell Lu Dezhuang. He died charging toward enemy tanks, cut down by a hail of Japanese bullets before he could reach them. His explosives detonated prematurely, leaving him no chance to reach the tanks. In the end, he met a fate where not a single bone remained. So, this cursed land? Is this Lu Dezhuang's lingering obsession? Xia Hong murmured, feeling his eyes grow moist. By sacrificing everything to cover Lu Dezhuang, he had fulfilled that long-held wish for him. In truth, Lu Dezhuang's obsession was truly insignificant. Facing the overwhelming Japanese forces, he knew their single battalion was utterly powerless to stop them. Yet he never retreated even half a step. Not a single man of the entire 3rd Battalion retreated even half a step. His final wish was simply to take one enemy tank with him before dying. To trade a human life for a cold, steel-plated tank. It was a completely unequal exchange, but Lu Dezhuang didn't care. This was his final wish. Nothing more. At that moment, a surge of immense fury welled up within Xia Hong's heart. And at that instant, that long-lost sense of power finally returned. He could distinctly feel that after his unfamiliar body was torn apart by the tank shell's explosive fire, a familiar sensation returned once more. He had finally reverted to his former zombie form, unable to feel pain, yet consumed by unbridled fury. Meanwhile, the smoke cleared. Xia Xiaoxi was still screaming frantically. She didn't know why, but her tears kept flowing uncontrollably. She knew this was merely an illusion, yet when she saw Xia Hong engulfed by the explosion's flames, she couldn't help but weep. What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. Seeing Xia Xiaoxi crying her eyes out, Xia Hong snapped irritably. Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Xiaoxi suddenly looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my! Grandpa Zhang, you! The moment she saw Xia Hong was safe and sound, Xia Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy, then realized something. Xia Hong no longer bore the disfigured appearance of his former self. He was now his true self. So, could it be? Xia Xiaoxi couldn't quite believe it. Xia Hong, however, proved Xia Xiaoxi's conjecture through his actions. Suddenly, he began to move, slowly walking toward a tank. Along the way, countless bullets rained down on Xia Hong like a storm. Yet he didn't retreat even half a step, allowing the bullets to tear into his body. In truth, even before becoming a flying zombie, Xia Hong had already developed near immunity to bullet damage. Now, with his flying corpse-level physique, the firepower of these World War II-era bullets was nothing more than a light drizzle to him. Xia Hong even considered testing his resilience against a Barrett sniper rifle.
The Japanese soldiers witnessing this scene were utterly stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground.
Though this was merely an illusory realm, these Japanese soldiers, like Lu Dazhuang and his men, possessed their own independent thoughts.
Now, witnessing a human being advance through a hail of bullets as if no one else existed. The sheer impact of this spectacle was beyond their wildest imagination. What the hell? What's wrong with this guy? Are bullets ineffective against him? Is he some kind of monster? Throw grenades at him, quick! As the Japanese officer's order rang out, countless grenades exploded around Xia Hang. Then, a slender figure slowly emerged from the barrage of fire. Chapter 172, The land and rivers are safe, the brave souls return home. In truth, Xia Hang deliberately refrained from using his flying ability to project an aura of overwhelming pressure. In his eyes, these Japanese soldiers were utterly unforgivable. Letting them die so easily would be far too lenient. His stride knew no hindrance, step after step, his footsteps echoing like the Grim Reaper's call. The Japanese soldiers ahead were petrified with fear. Several of them were so terrified they forgot to pull the trigger. At that moment, Xia Hang suddenly opened his mouth wide. Instantly, the dozen or so Japanese soldiers at the front dissolved into a shimmering blue light, vanishing into his mouth. This was one of the flying corpse's abilities, the power to suck blood from afar. However, since this was all a product of the ghostly illusion. Therefore, what Xia Hang absorbed wasn't blood, but a peculiar energy form. He couldn't quite define what it was, but after it entered his stomach, he felt something extraordinary. It felt as if his entire zombie body had undergone a profound transformation, as if it were being reborn with new vitality. To the Japanese soldiers witnessing this scene, however, it appeared as if a demon had emerged from hell itself, come to devour souls and steal spirits. In an instant, countless Japanese soldiers dropped their weapons and began fleeing toward the rear. Seeing their enemies utterly demoralized, the other soldiers wasted no time. Raising their rifles, they charged forward to press the attack. Some, having exhausted their ammunition, even picked up the weapons dropped by their foes and began firing indiscriminately. As the bugle call echoed across the battlefield, the guerrilla fighters defending Shijia village sounded the trumpet of their counterattack. Xia Hang's next task was to take out this cluster of tanks. After all, these steel beasts weren't something ordinary soldiers could handle. With a swift sidestep, Xia Hang materialized directly before a tank, staring straight into its blackened barrel. Seeing Xia Hang so recklessly disregard his own life, the Japanese soldier inside the tank roared baka and fired at Xia Hang. Yet he didn't even flinch. One hand shot out to block the barrel's path. Then, a truly astonishing sight unfolded. The shell failed to penetrate Xia Hang's palm entirely, instead detonating mid-barrel. The explosion rippled through the tank's hull. Though the exterior appeared largely intact, Xia Hang knew the men inside were undoubtedly dead, obliterated by the blast's shockwave. Witnessing this, those still hiding inside the tanks lost all will to resist. One hatch after another opened. A group of tank drivers stood up, raising their hands in surrender. From a macro perspective, this battle had been decisively won. Watching the vast expanse of captured enemy soldiers spread out before him, Xia Hang finally let a smile spread across his face. At last, this battle had been won. We won. Grandpa Zhang, we won. Xia village has finally been defended. Watching the dejected Japanese soldiers being escorted back by the soldiers, Xia Xiaoxi wept and laughed at the same time. She understood all too well how hard fought this victory had been. Every soldier passing by Xia Hang instinctively saluted him, their eyes showing no trace of fear toward him. Though they couldn't comprehend what kind of being Xia Hang truly was, possessing such terrifying and formidable power. But simply because Xia Hang stood alongside them, fighting the Japanese together. These soldiers could never harbor any fear toward Xia Hang. After all, compared to the Japanese invaders who committed every conceivable atrocity, murder, arson, and more, Xia Hang was a whole lot better off. But it wasn't until the group of soldiers had walked far away that Xia Hang faintly caught their whispered murmurs. That guy over there was incredible. Could he be some kind of martial arts master? No idea. If only I were as skilled as him, I could take down so many more Japanese devils. I heard Shaolin has some golden bell cover and iron shirt techniques. Could he be practicing that kind of skill? Bull. I'm Shaolin myself, never heard of such a technique. Hey, you guys, doesn't that young man look like someone? Who? The regiment commander. No way. The commander is leading the battle in Jie City. How could he be here in Xia village? Xia Hang froze upon hearing this. Damn, he almost got recognized. After watching the prisoners being led away, Xia Hang slowly walked to the spot where Lu Dazhuang had fallen. The overturned tank stood as a symbol of Lu Dazhuang's heroic sacrifice in this battle. Xia Hang found himself at a loss for words. He could only offer a toast across time and space, raising a cup to this fearless comrade. If failing to defend Shijia village back then was your greatest unresolved regret before dying, now you can rest in peace. This time, Shijia village has been defended. The land is safe once more, may your noble spirit rest in peace. Let's go. We should find that old German fellow and ask him what story this land holds. With that, Xia Hang led Xia Xiaoxi away.
Back in Shiejia village, the prisoners had been bound in a row.
Covered in dust and dirt, heads bowed in defeat, they bore no trace of their earlier arrogance and ferocity. After scanning the crowd, Xia Hong finally spotted the German soldier he'd seen on the battlefield, blonde hair, blue eyes, clearly distinct from the Japanese troops. But foreign devils were still devils. Those not of our kind harbored treacherous hearts. Xia Hong harbored no goodwill toward such outsiders.
You're German, right? Speak. What are you scheming by following these Japanese devils into our Xia village?
Xia Hong yanked the German out of the crowd, gripping his throat with one hand as he demanded coldly. This German had never witnessed such a scene. Already terrified after suffering defeat, he now found himself gripped like a chicken by Xia Hong. His mental defenses shattered instantly. He stammered out in broken Cantonese, "I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything." But while Xia Hong interrogated the German, he failed to notice that among the Japanese soldiers, one man with a sinister glint in his eyes also wore an expression of curiosity.
Actually, a Japanese man commissioned me to come.
That Japanese man is named Nishikawa Saimai, one of the strongest onmyoji of his generation in Japan. According to his calculations, this land of Xia village holds some indescribable entity.
Whoever obtains this thing will gain everything they desire.
I've been sent to Shiejia village by the Führer to investigate. In his view, while the power of technology is undeniably formidable, but certain ancient and mysterious forces are in no way inferior to advanced technology. Take this mysterious entity within Shiejia village. It too possesses the power to conquer the world.
Chapter 173, Waiting for the Big Fish to Bite. The power to conquer the world? Hearing these words, Xia Hong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he hadn't guessed wrong, what this German fellow had been desperately pursuing was the object hidden within the cave on the back mountain. But what he hadn't anticipated was that this thing would be connected to the Japanese onmyoji. Did this Japanese onmyoji tell you what exactly he sent you here to find? Xia Hong asked coldly.
These Germans were indeed up to something. Fortunately, they had never succeeded back then. Otherwise, Xia village wouldn't have remained peaceful all these years.
No, the onmyoji never said. That's all I know. Please, spare me. The German man couldn't help but beg for mercy. He failed to realize that even as a spirit-like entity, he still possessed an instinctive will to survive. Xia Hong, however, had no intention of killing the creature immediately. Though despicable, these people were ultimately nothing more than a collection of spirits. His plan was to use this German fellow as bait to reel in a bigger fish. He knew full well that Jonas's guy had been the first to charge into this cave. Later, he learned that within this haunted realm, people constantly shifted between various forms. Therefore, Xia Hong deduced that the other German, Jonas, hadn't escaped either. He just didn't know what form he'd taken to hide. If he had transformed into a Japanese soldier, that would be somewhat manageable. The real danger lay in him taking the form of a villager from Xia village or one of the soldiers. That would be impossible to guard against. Having such a German lurking among them would always be a hidden threat. Piglet, keep a close eye on that German. If you see any signs of trouble, make sure to notify me immediately. Also, I plan to investigate that cave. Therefore, after instructing Xia Xiaoxi to monitor this German closely, Xia Hong prepared to personally make a trip to the back mountain. As things stood, all the problems seemed to stem from that cave. Only by entering the real cave and confronting his other self could he unravel all the mysteries surrounding Yueyue Mountain. With that thought, Xia Hong hesitated not a moment longer and immediately prepared to head for the back mountain. Time slipped away quietly. Xia Xiaoxi, along with a group of fellow villagers from Shiejia village, had locked up the Japanese soldiers and the German man in a cellar. By midnight, Xia Xiaoxi was utterly exhausted, her eyelids fighting to stay open. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I promised Grandpa Zhang I'd keep a close watch on this German. Xia Xiaoxi pinched her thigh hard, trying to force herself to stay alert. Just then, an old woman clad in coarse hempcloth suddenly appeared beside Xia Xiaoxi, carrying a bowl of noodles. Oh dear, you're still awake, girl? Why don't you rest for a bit? I'll take over for you, okay? People are made of iron, but food is steel. Skip one meal and you'll be famished. Luckily, I just cooked a bowl of noodles. Eat up quickly. This woman was from Xia village and everyone called her Auntie Zhao. Through the cycles she'd experienced, Xia Xiaoxi had naturally come to know the villagers a bit. Plus, she was a big eater herself. Though she hadn't felt hungry during the time spent in the illusion. But when Aunt Zhao brought out this bowl of noodles, Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel her appetite stir. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Xia Xiaoxi quickly declined. No, Auntie Zhao, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I really can't eat this bowl of noodles. I know life is tough for everyone here. You should keep it for yourself or give it to the other soldiers. Though Xia Xiaoxi had a sweet tooth, she knew right from wrong. This illusion was set during the anti-Japanese war, when village life was already tough. This bowl of noodles was likely all Auntie Zhao had managed to save up. If she really ate it, her conscience would never forgive her. What's the big deal? You drove the Japanese invaders out of our village. We're all so grateful to you. Eat up, eat up. There's plenty for everyone else. Anchao kept urging him, and Xia Xiaoxi finally wavered. He asked uncertainly, "Well, could you watch my things for a moment? I'll just take a few bites and come right back." With that, she carried her bowl outside the village and began wolfing down the noodles in big gulps. But before the noodles reached her mouth, a large hand suddenly swatted at her bowl, sending the noodles flying. "Glutton! Didn't I tell you to keep a close eye on Dilao? Look at what you're eating." Hearing the voice, Xia Xiaoxi snapped her head up to find Xia Hong standing beside her, appearing out of nowhere. Then, she looked down at her feet and saw that the noodles had turned into a mass of white maggots, several of which were writhing frantically on the floor. Thank goodness she hadn't swallowed any. The thought made Xia Xiaoxi retch violently, her stomach heaving with a loud wah. Xia Hong impatiently patted her back. "This greedy little thing. This illusion is as dangerous as it gets, yet she's got nerves of steel actually daring to eat someone else's noodles. Come on, let's go inside and take a look." After fishing for so long, the big fish finally showed up. Once inside the house, they discovered the cellar door had already been pried open. Then, a German soldier and a Japanese soldier were struggling to crawl out of the cellar. And Aunt Zhao no longer bore her previous kind and gentle appearance. One of her arms had transformed into a vibrant green vine, stretching deep into the cellar to help the trapped men climb out. If Xia Xiaoxi still couldn't figure out what was happening after seeing this scene, then she really would be a pig-headed fool. "Banana Spirit. It's you?" Hearing Xia Xiaoxi's startled cry, the Banana Spirit's face twisted into a cold sneer. "Oomph, you finally spotted me. I had several chances to finish you off before. But who'd have thought that the one in the cave would step in and smack you dead first? Too bad. You should know that within this Ghost Gate illusion, if you're killed by an entity within the illusion, you have the chance to be reborn. But if you're killed by someone who invaded this illusion from the real world, you die like a lamp extinguished, no chance of revival. I should have struck sooner than smashed you to death with a single blow." Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi finally pieced together why, during her previous cycles, the man who looked exactly like Grandpa Zhang suddenly attacked. She had thought he was trying to kill her, but it turned out he was protecting her. Just then, seeing Xia Hong follow Xia Xiaoxi inside, the Banana Spirit's expression abruptly shifted. Weren't you supposed to be at the back mountain? I saw it with my own eyes. How could you be here?" Chapter 174, The Banana Spirit Surrenders, and the Secret from 80 years ago. Seeing the Banana Spirit's face turn green with shock, Xia Hong smiled. He had anticipated this all along. Someone would inevitably jump in to save this old fool. After all, this fellow was likely one of the few who truly knew the secrets hidden within that cave. His original plan, however, had been to lure out Jonas's descendant. He never expected to reel in this unexpected bonus, the Banana Spirit. "Don't even think about escaping. You know the gap between us. Spill it. When did you first discover this cave? And what else did you discover in this cave?" Xia Hang's lips curled into a faint smile as crimson lightning flared in his hands. The Five Thunder Righteousness technique posed an immense threat to plant-type spirits like the Banana Spirit. Now that he had regained his flying zombie powers, the Banana Spirit stood no chance. "Damn it! I planned everything meticulously, yet I still fell into your hands. Do you believe I never intended to harm anyone? Capturing those old men was out of necessity. Only the death energy emanating from them allowed me to draw slightly closer to that presence within the cave." The Banana Spirit gritted her teeth in fury, yet under Xia Hang's threat, she truly had no means to fight back. The gap between them was simply too vast. "Interesting. Keep talking." Xia Hong carefully analyzed the Banana Spirit's words in his mind. Finding them somewhat intriguing, he urged her to continue. With her very life in Xia Hang's hands, the Banana Spirit couldn't pull any tricks without the strength to back them up. With no other choice, she could only recount everything she knew, truthfully and in full detail. "Decades ago, I was just an ordinary Banana Spirit, listening to Buddhist teachings and absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. After finally gaining the ability to take human form, I wandered aimlessly around Jia City, playing and exploring. It was a time of war, with corpses everywhere. I was afraid and dared not wander the main roads, venturing only deep into the ancient forests. Until one day, while passing through Xia village, I saw a strangely dressed old man leading a group of followers, surveying the area. I couldn't understand their words, but after transforming into different tree forms and following them for a long time, I finally figured out one thing. This German man was searching for his brother's body. His brother seemed to be a soldier on the Japanese side who had fallen in battle. This man and his brother weren't on the same side. He had settled in Shejia village under the guise of helping the villagers and had gained the trust of many. After searching for a long time, he finally found his brother's body and discovered some personal belongings and notes among the remains. But after discovering these belongings and notes, the German went completely mad. He stopped doing anything else, just wandering aimlessly around this mountain. Later, he actually found some clues and discovered a cave on Yuya Mountain. But only that old man went inside. I wanted to follow him, but my instincts warned me that this cave held true terror. If I went in, I might die. As she spoke, the Banana Spirit's face still bore a look of lingering dread.
She recalled that first encounter with such dread, and even now, she couldn't stop trembling.
What happened next? Xia Hong didn't press for details, merely gesturing for her to continue.
If he wasn't mistaken, this German fellow who later arrived in Xia village was the very same strange German fellow his son, Xia Chang'e, had once mentioned, the one who'd stubbornly refused to leave the village. Who would have thought they were actually a pair of foreign brothers? But that would explain why this later Delao became entangled in so many incidents. He had indeed entered the cave and knew what lay within. This knowledge caused Jonas, the later German fellow, to become obsessed with Yuyuan Mountain, stirring up endless trouble. When that old German went in, he looked no more than 20-something.
Then, in less than a day, he came out.
But strangely, he instantly transformed into a decrepit old man, as if he'd aged 50 years in an instant. I even suspect that this cave possesses the power to devour vitality and lifespan. But strangely, after becoming a 70-year-old man, he could enter and exit the cave freely without restriction.
He kept going in and out, and his age didn't seem to change much at all. This went on for another decade or so until the old man finally couldn't hold on any longer. He passed away in Jia City, and that's when my exploration of this cave truly began.
The banana spirit side. She had never intended to share this secret with anyone, but now, forced by circumstances, she could only say with resignation, later, I discovered this cave truly possesses the power to erode time itself, and the death energy within the old man could resist that force. After that, I started capturing old men everywhere, making them enter through the cave's entrance while I secretly transformed into a banana plant and followed behind them.
Once inside, these old men would transform into villagers, trapped in this endless cycle of rebirth. I don't see this as a bad thing. They didn't have much time left to live anyway. Time flows differently in this cave's illusion, it actually grants them a much longer lifespan. The banana tree spirit spoke with obvious resentment. Her logic left Xia Xiaoxi utterly baffled. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Grandpa Zhang, can I punch her? Xia Hong actually wanted to slap her too, but his status prevented him from acting on it. Hearing Xia Xiaoxi's question, he chuckled, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things. If she dares to fight back, I'll electrocute her. Hearing Xia Heng's words, Xia Xiaoxi finally relaxed completely and immediately went up and slapped the banana spirit twice across the face. Seriously, are you out of your mind? Does that even sound like something a sane person would say?
What do you mean? These old men were already near death, and your help just gave them more time to live.
Do you think they want to experience this kind of reincarnation? This is a battlefield, not some peaceful village in peacetime. You're telling me to hang my head by my belt every day? See if I can live a decent life like that. Xia Xiaoxi was genuinely furious.
She'd only endured a few cycles of reincarnation, and she was already nearing her breaking point. The thought of those martyrs, constantly living in such precarious conditions, made her tear up with sorrow. And this vicious banana spirit actually thought trapping these elders in this cycle was a good thing.
Seeing Xia Xiaoxi's reddened eyes, Xia Hong knew she was hurting. He quickly pulled her behind him and asked, What's in that cave that makes you risk your life to go in again and again? Chapter 175, How terrifying is the other Xia Hong? Seeing Xia Hong press the question, the banana spirit's face instantly turned green. Besides the clueless old man, Jonas, now transformed into a Japanese soldier, also perked up his ears.
Ultimately, there was only one reason this group had holed up here, to uncover the secrets hidden within the cave. And without a doubt, this banana spirit was the one among all present who had entered the cave the most times. Meeting Xia Heng's threatening gaze, the banana spirit finally sighed deeply before reluctantly speaking. I have no idea what lies hidden within that cave, nor do I dare to probe deeper. It's not something I can afford to provoke. But the reason I've repeatedly exploited the loophole in this cycle illusion to enter the cave, it's actually for you. As the words left his mouth, the banana spirit fixed his gaze intently on Xia Hong, enunciating each syllable deliberately.
Me? Go on. What is it about the other me that makes you so relentless?
Xia Hong wasn't surprised by the banana spirit's words, for he had already known the truth. Inside the cave, there must be another version of himself existing. But the banana spirit must have something to gain, which was why it kept approaching the cave time and again.
That was what truly concerned Xia Heng. Soul power? Cultivation? Spiritual prowess? Vital essence? Spiritual energy?
It all boils down to the same thing, that other part of you is incredibly powerful, terrifyingly so, even beyond your current reach. But for some reason, it seems to have never left this very cave. And when I use the old men's death energy to enter the cave and approach your other self, I can absorb even more power. That's why my cultivation has advanced so rapidly. Sitting in the cave for a single day is almost equivalent to a year of arduous training outside.
Unfortunately, I can't stay in the cave forever. This cycle follows a pattern.
The anti-Japanese forces of Xia village are destined to be defeated by the invading Japanese troops besieging the mountain. I've experienced countless cycles, and the outcome remains unchanged, always the same. It is your arrival that has shattered this cycle. The banana spirit gritted her teeth as she spoke, unsure what twists fate might bring next. If everyone were trapped here with no escape, that would be truly laughable. If the cycle hadn't been broken, the normal sequence would be the Japanese forces breaching the front lines, then the anti-Japanese fighters retreating to defend Shijia village. The villagers would then flee up the mountain with a few fighters, eventually hiding inside the cave. Then I would follow among these villagers into the cave to cultivate, each session lasting about 40 minutes. After that, the illusion would reset, and a whole new cycle would begin. At this point, the banana spirit looked utterly aggrieved. In her view, she had merely resorted to some unscrupulous means for the sake of cultivation. Yet this man before her had unleashed indiscriminate lightning strikes without a moment's thought. Not only had she suffered severe damage to her vital energy, but she had also revealed every last secret without reservation. Hearing this, Xia Hong began to grasp the situation. It seemed the cave within this illusion held no major dangers. The only thing to be wary of might be the dreaded force of time's erosion. But as a zombie, the erosion of time was something Xia Hong could essentially ignore. Moreover, Xia Xiaoxi had stumbled into this place several times before without incident, likely protected by the bloodline of the Xia family. It seemed the banana spirit had been thoroughly milked for information. No matter how much more he pressed, he likely wouldn't get any useful information. Xia Hong saw no point in further discussion. With a sweeping gesture, a ball of crimson lightning shot forth. It coiled into a thunder whip, binding the banana spirit tightly. This one's finished with questioning. Xiaoxi, keep a close eye on her. Now it's time to have a proper chat with these two foreign friends. What on earth brought you all the way to Xia village? Xia Hong smiled as he pulled out Dalao and Jonas, the fake Japanese soldier beside him whose eyes darted nervously. Speak up. What exactly is it in Shijia village that you two covet so much? Seeing Xia Hang's expressionless face, the German guy who had been hiding inside the tank was so scared he nearly wet his pants. He hurriedly explained, I told you, I've said everything I know. Didn't you already question me before? At that moment, the banana spirit chimed in, he genuinely shouldn't know anything. I investigated him earlier, he has no memories related to the cave. 80 years ago, they likely only began their investigation after the invasion succeeded. So this German guy in the illusion shouldn't know anything. Seeing the banana spirit's earnest expression, Xia Hong reluctantly accepted the explanation. But he pressed on, he might not know, but the person beside him definitely knows something. You must have known all along that this kid is also an outsider, right, banana spirit? Hearing Xia Hang's question, the banana spirit nodded helplessly. As a spirit who had cultivated within this illusion for decades, her understanding of this realm far surpassed anyone else's. Even an extra blade of grass or flower would be instantly discernible to her. Yet this old fool believed his disguise was flawless. But in truth, it was nothing more than self-deception. Truthfully, the banana spirit had long known he was an intruder, but she had never exposed him. It wasn't until she mistakenly believed Xia Hong had entered the cave that she rushed over, intending to seize the old man and interrogate him about his purpose for entering. Sigh. You Easterners are truly cunning. After being exposed by the banana spirit, Jonas nodded helplessly. He now appeared as a Japanese soldier. But in truth, what came out was a terribly broken Mandarin. Indeed, my obsession with Xia village stems solely from what lies deep within this cave. But I'll never tell you what it is. Unless you take me inside that cave yourself. Jonas spoke calmly. He knew that in terms of combat strength, even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance against Xia Hong. Now, his only bargaining chip was betting that Xia Hong still found him useful. Xia Hong and his men wanted to know what was written in grandfather's notebook. Only then could he strike a deal with Xia Hong. Otherwise, he would rather kill himself than utter another word. Jonas had expected Xia Hong to fly into a rage at this demand. Yet to his surprise, after hearing his request, Xia Hong suddenly smiled and said very generously, alright, since you're so eager to take a look inside the cave. Then let's go right now. Chapter 176, Japan's wolfish ambitions, aiming to sever the nation's fortune. Hearing these words, Jonas' eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't imagined Xia Hong would actually agree. Xie? You're not lying to me? You're truly taking me to that cave? He shouted in disbelief, his eyes burning with fervor. In truth, ever since he'd obtained his grandfather's notebook, he'd been utterly consumed by it. Jonas came from a wealthy family and had inherited billions at a young age. For someone of his status, ordinary things held little interest for him anymore. Yet the contents of this notebook had captured his attention like nothing else. He had even taught himself Chinese and traveled thousands of miles to Xia village, all to find the door mentioned in the old notes. However, the initial contact with Hanyuan real estate proved utterly unreliable, solely intent on extracting money from Jonas. Yet they failed to deliver on any of their promises. With no other options, Jonas eventually reached out to Chen Xiai. Even then, he failed to outbid Xia Changyi at the auction. In desperation, he resorted to spending a fortune to hire Western supernatural experts. Unfortunately, they were no match for Xia Hang. Yet Jonas remained undeterred, persistently attempting to strike a deal with Xia Hong using the notebook's contents. What he never anticipated was that Xia Hang would actually agree, and so readily at that. I have no reason to deceive you. But you need to think this through carefully. You heard what the banana spirit said earlier.
Your grandfather went in there and aged decades overnight. You want to experience that too? Xia Hong truly couldn't care less. In his eyes, neither the banana spirit nor Jonas could make any real waves.
In this illusionary realm, the only potential threat to him was likely the other version of himself within the cave. Hearing Xia Heng's words, Jonas's face visibly flashed a hint of hesitation. However, after a moment's thought, his eyes hardened with ruthlessness. He had spent considerable time studying the contents of this notebook. Now that he was so close to the finish line, there was no reason to back down. Rest assured, Mr. Xie. I've been mentally prepared for this for ages. Isn't there an ancient saying in the East? To hear the truth in the morning, to die in the evening would be enough. If I could just set eyes on that cave, I'd die content. Jonas spoke earnestly. He had come with the resolve to die, for no one knew what lay beyond that door. If Xia Hong continued to suppress him so relentlessly, Jonas dared not imagine ever gaining control of that door. To unravel this mystery and resolve this regret, there would be nothing left to regret.
Agreed. Then let's go. We'll talk as we walk.
I too want to know, old Jonas, what exactly happened in that cave before.
The four pressed onward, leaving the old man from the illusion behind.
After all, he was merely a spirit form. Bringing him into the cave would serve no purpose.
Xia Hong deliberately walked behind Jonas, unconcerned about the young man playing any tricks.
The banana spirit, meanwhile, was entrusted to Xia Xiaoxi's custody. Bound by Xia Heng's five thunder orthodoxy, it couldn't stir up much trouble. This mountain is called Leaping Fish Mountain, or perhaps Fish Leaping Mountain. It was named for the mountain's shape. After emerging from the cave, my grandfather scoured every ancient text and record, ultimately arriving at an astonishing conclusion. 1,000 years ago, there was no mountain here at all.
No mountain? Hearing this, everyone frowned. Jonas's statement was truly unexpected. If there was no mountain here 1,000 years ago, then what exactly were they climbing now? Could it have risen from flat ground?
Moreover, this wasn't just within the illusion. Even in reality, the great mountain behind Xia village was very much real.
Xia Xiaoxi had the strongest objection. How could there be no mountains?
I used to play on this very mountain as a child.
It can't possibly be man-made, can it? Xia Hong nodded silently.
Only then did Jonas gaze toward the mountaintop, his voice thick with reverence. Indeed, there was no mountain.
I speak of 1,000 years ago. I used to think this might be some mythical tale, but when I learned that in your Eastern world even a single tree can cultivate into human form, I began to believe the contents of grandfather's notes.
This leaping fish mountain is actually a fish, a gigantic carp. In your Eastern ancient tales, there's a legend called the carp leaping through the dragon gate. Once a carp achieves mastery through cultivation, when it leaps over the dragon gate, it gains the chance to transform into a dragon. And my grandfather speculated that this massive fish leaping mountain was actually modeled after a gigantic carp. It existed for untold ages until one day, having perfected its cultivation, it leapt with all its might, seeking to transform into a dragon.
Alas, for reasons beyond our comprehension, it ultimately failed.
Its massive body gradually petrified, eventually taking the form of this leaping fish mountain.
Jonas recounted solemnly, drawing from his grandfather's meticulous notes. Yet after arriving in Jie City,
he had sought verification from multiple sources and discovered that the accounts in his grandfather's notes were, with high probability, true. Upon learning this, Jonas felt boundless reverence for the mysterious entities of the East. It also strengthened his belief that the gate mentioned in his grandfather's notes might truly possess the power to alter everything.
That's way too fantastical. Are you sure you're not just making this up? Xia Xiaoxi demanded skeptically.
She had completed 9 years of compulsory education. How could she possibly believe such nonsense?
But the banana tree spirit suddenly interjected. Actually, it's not impossible. Theoretically speaking, it makes perfect sense. After all, even a single banana tree like me can become a spirit. Xia Hong nodded in agreement.
After all, he himself had been buried for decades and turned into a zombie. The idea of a carp, having cultivated its powers to the point of aspiring to become a dragon, didn't seem entirely implausible. Jonas continued, what gives me confidence in this story's authenticity are the subsequent entries in my grandfather's notebook.
This ties into the Anmyoji of Hua.
Back when Hua invaded your lands, they didn't just send well-trained armies.
They also sent a large contingent of Anmyoji masters skilled in the arts of yin and yang. At that time, they devised two strategic routes and tactics. The Emperor of Hua understood profoundly that the Eastern great nation possessed formidable destiny. After all, it was a nation that had endured for 5,000 years. How could it be easily destroyed? They understood that even if they conquered every inch of your land, it would be difficult to truly usurp your throne and replace you. Perhaps this world truly possesses such a thing as national destiny. The other strategy proposed by the Emperor of Hua was to sever your nation's destiny. To achieve this, they must seize control of the 10 dragon veins of the East. Deploy the dragon sealing great formation. Chapter 177, you finally arrived. Sever the nation's destiny? Deploy the great array? The more I listen, the more fantastical this sounds. Jonas continued speaking to himself.
According to my grandfather's theories, based on extensive research into ancient Eastern texts, this carp attempted to leap through the dragon gate. Though it failed, it successfully absorbed a trace of dragon energy. Dragons, as the most mysterious and enigmatic creatures in your Eastern legends, no one can confirm whether they truly exist in this world. Under these circumstances, even a large carp that failed to transform completely merely absorbing a trace of dragon energy could actually be one of the most powerful ancient spirits cultivated in antiquity. Therefore, beneath the Fish Leap Mountains, there may lie one of these hidden dragon veins. The reason my grandfather could confirm this lies in his accidental discovery of a Japanese figure during his exploration of this cave.
And this Japanese man was one of Japan's most powerful Onmyoji Nishikawa Saimai. After the battle between Sia village and the Japanese invaders concluded, Seiko Saimai led a squad of Onmyoji into this very cave. They brought dragon sealing pillars and dragon binding nails, intending to use Onmyo magic to completely seal off and sever this dragon vein. But they failed. What existed within this cave was not a dragon vein at all, but something far more terrifying. In short, not long after that group of Onmyoji entered the cave, all manner of agonized screams began echoing from within. Then, one by one, the Onmyoji began fleeing the cave. Each one looked as though they had aged decades overnight, reduced to frail, decrepit old men. Some were missing limbs, as if they had endured unimaginable terror within the caves, driven mad by horror. The only one who retained his sanity was the most powerful among them, Nishikawa Saimai. Upon emerging, his first order was to seal off the entire cave, forbidding anyone from approaching. He also left behind a message: should Wa country find itself in dire straits during the war, they could send men to blow up the cave, a move powerful enough to turn the tide of battle. However, after Nishikawa Saimai departed, your Eastern anti-Japanese fighters soon returned in force and reclaimed Sia village. The Japanese invaders ultimately failed to hold this place, granting my grandfather the opportunity to study the secrets of this cave. As for what secrets this cave truly holds, I'm afraid I cannot reveal them. Once you enter the cave, everything will be revealed. By the time he finished speaking, the group had finally reached the mountaintop and stood before the cave entrance. Then, as if possessed, Jonas exclaimed with wild fervor, "Yes! This is it! This very cave! The ultimate secret, everything lies hidden in the deepest recesses of this cave. Sie? What are we waiting for? Let's hurry inside." Faced with Jonas's urging, Xia Hong said nothing, instead furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. He had sensed something mysterious about this cave before, but now, standing directly before its entrance, he finally grasped the true meaning of the banana spirit's earlier words. Danger. Extreme danger. Merely standing at the entrance sent a chill down Xia Hang's spine. This cave undoubtedly concealed something utterly terrifying. But that wasn't all. His perception of the primordial soul grew ever more intense. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xia Hong ultimately made his decision: he absolutely had to go in. However, he had no intention of bringing Xia Xiaoxi along, though she had previously remained unaffected by the cave's corrosive forces of time. But judging by Jonas' grandfather's fate, it remained a danger that couldn't be ignored. Xiaoxi, you stay outside. Don't go into the cave. Wait here quietly for me to come out. Don't wander off, understand? Xia Hang's tone was unusually stern, the first time he'd ever spoken to Xia Xiaoxi with such gravity. She obediently nodded, a rare display of compliance. Okay, great-grandpa, be careful. Though Xia Xiaoxi usually seemed a bit dim, she knew exactly what to do when it mattered most. Though she too was eager to know what secrets lay hidden within this cave. Yet from Xia Hang's expression and tone, she could clearly sense that this cave undoubtedly concealed immense danger. Since she couldn't help Grandpa Zhang in any way, she could only try her best not to slow him down. Not only did Xia Han leave Xia Xiaoxi outside, but he also pulled out various talismans from his person and thrust them all into her hands. He had no idea what unexpected situations might arise once they entered the cave. In short, he hoped nothing happened to this girl. Otherwise, Xia Han wouldn't be able to face the ancestors of the Xia family. After settling matters here, Xia Han finally felt a little more at ease. Next, it was time to step into the cave. Let's go. Let's see what secrets this cave holds that you foreign devils are so desperate to uncover. With that, Xia Hong strode into the cave. Just as he had imagined, it was pitch black inside, so dark he couldn't see his own hand in front of him, and eerily silent. It felt as if all light and sound had been swallowed whole. The only sounds people could perceive, besides their own footsteps and breathing, was a faint, intermittent dripping sound, its origin unknown. All three advanced cautiously through the cavern. Xia Hong remained vigilant, constantly channeling the Five Thunder orthodoxy in his hand, directing the banana spirit to lead the way. After all, she had entered this place countless times and knew it like the back of her hand. Something's wrong. This cave isn't the same one I entered before. Yet, after taking only a few steps forward, the banana spirit suddenly plopped down onto the ground, her face frozen in terror. She scanned the surroundings warily, as if something utterly terrifying lurked in the darkness. At that very moment, Jonas's situation also took a turn for the worse. A piercing scream erupted from him. Then, Xia Hong immediately activated the Five Thunder Righteous Law. By the faint red light, he saw Jonas rapidly aging, his golden hair instantly turning white. His skin rapidly sagged, making him appear like a man in his 70s. Just then, a voice he knew all too well echoed in Xia Hang's ears. "You're finally here." Chapter 178, Thank you for returning my body. Hearing that voice, identical to his own, Xia Hang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if an enchanted melody had invaded his ears, threatening to pull his entire being from his body. In truth, he had anticipated this moment. If what existed within this cave at this moment was his true source soul, then it meant that what had been born within this zombie's body was an entirely new consciousness. And when he encountered his primordial soul, conflict between the two was inevitable. It was a matter of either one perishing or the other surviving. For no matter how powerful the primordial soul might be, it remained merely a spirit entity. To manifest openly in the world, it must seize control of Xia Hang's body, otherwise, all its aspirations would remain empty dreams. Xia Hang faced the same dilemma. To regain his full power, he too must devour the primordial soul. Therefore, Xia Hang understood clearly that the moment he stepped into this cave, the entire space would be filled with murderous intent, and the confrontation between the two would officially begin. The banana spirit and Jonas, however, clearly failed to grasp this reality. Their audacity to follow Xia Hang into the cave was nothing short of courting death. Now, before the battle between Xia Hang and his primordial soul had even truly commenced, innocent bystanders were caught in the crossfire. But Xia Hang had no time to concern himself with these two insignificant pests. He was already struggling to save himself. Suddenly, a blinding green light erupted from the depths of the cavern. Green patterns then began spreading throughout the entire cave, an eerie sight. Xia Hang scrambled backward several steps. As the green light reached the feet of the banana spirit and Jonas, skeletal arms thin as dried bones burst forth from the glow. Each time these arms tore at the two, they instantly ripped chunks of flesh from their bodies. Then, one after another, emaciated specters emerged from the green light, swallowing the flesh whole. The scene was utterly bloody and gruesome. "Save me, please, save me. I don't want to die." The banana spirit and Jonas screamed shrilly, scrambling towards Xia Hang like mad dogs. Their lower halves were entangled by these bizarre creatures, leaving them utterly unable to break free. Witnessing this, Xia Hang channeled thunder and lightning, unleashing a 5 thunder punishment strike. Yet, the once infallible Yin 5 thunder technique proved utterly ineffective against these eerie creatures. Not only did it fail to harm them, but it only made the hungry ghosts grow more ferocious, tearing at him with even greater ferocity. Finally, the banana spirit could endure the agony no longer. She could barely even utter a sound. She could only form her thoughts into words with her mouth to convey her current state to Xia Hang. Xia Hang understood her meaning from her mouth movements. She was clearly begging him. "Kill me. I beg you, kill me." Understanding the banana spirit's plea, Xia Hang hesitated not a moment. He unleashed a bolt of lightning directly at her. The banana spirit was instantly reduced to ashes. After all, this lightning-based spell proved far too devastating for a plant-type spirit like her. Jonas, however, was not so fortunate. While the banana spirit met a swift end, he was torn apart alive by the starving ghosts. His death was gruesome beyond words, causing even Xia Hang to grimace at the sight. With both the banana spirit and Jonas devoured, Xia Hang, now the sole survivor, became the hungry ghost's sole target. As the green light spread toward the cave entrance, Xia Hang knew escape was impossible. He could only fight to the death. He didn't even think about running. Since the 5 thunder righteous law was unusable, he at least still had his physical body to rely on. He darted left and right, dodging the hordes of hungry ghosts as he pushed himself to the limit, striving to reach the depths of the cave. Yet Xia Hang had underestimated the terrifying nature of these hungry ghosts. Even though his flying corpse body was impervious to blades and arrows, it still struggled to withstand the relentless gnawing of these hungry ghosts. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Xia Hang remembered the unique ability granted to him as a flying zombie. With a sudden stomp of his feet, his entire body shot upward into the air, gliding forward slowly. This tactic proved effective, for once Xia Hang rose into the air, the hungry ghosts could no longer harm him. He also noticed something curious. These hungry ghosts were born from the green light, yet they couldn't truly escape it. At most, they could wriggle half their bodies out before becoming utterly trapped, unable to free themselves any further. Therefore, anyone present in the cave at that moment would witness an utterly bizarre scene. A man hovered mid-air, suspended in flight. From the cave walls beside him, countless withered arms stretched out from the eerie green glow, flailing wildly yet forever failing to touch the man in the air. Slowly drifting deeper into the cavern's heart, Xia Hang finally beheld the most terrifying and bizarre sight. There was a man who looked exactly like himself. This man was bound head to toe in chains, and behind him stood a massive portal of light. The most terrifying thing was that the gate had been pried open a crack. A pair of enormous, pitch-black hands reached out from within the light, desperately trying to pull the gate wide open. These hands were utterly terrifying. A single finger alone was likely as large as an adult's head. The green light Xia Hang had seen earlier was all leaking out from this crack. As if sensing Xia Hang's approach, he saw the other version of himself suddenly lift its head.
Only then did Xia Hong realize with shock that this doppelganger, identical in every way, possessed eyes of completely different colors. The left eye shimmered with an eerie green glow, matching the surrounding light. The right eye, however, was a deep azure blue, within which the patterns of the bagua seemed to swirl. Very good. I've finally waited for you to arrive. All this painstaking preparation was not in vain. Thank you for returning my body. As the other Xia Hong finished speaking, the chains binding him suddenly sprang to life, hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Xia Hong dodged them mid-air with great difficulty, for he had to be wary of the withered arms protruding from the mountain wall. If caught, escape would be impossible. The chains, seemingly sensing his hesitation, intensified their assault, leaving him less and less room to maneuver. Xia Hong was in grave danger. Chapter 179, Hungry Ghost Realm, Xia Xiaoxi is doomed. However, even while constantly at a disadvantage, Xia Hong remained utterly rational throughout, trying to coax something out of his other self. Wait for me? Meaning your actions are restricted, you're trapped in this hole. I'm not wrong, am I? Xia Hang's mind was razor-sharp, instantly detecting crucial details in the other's words. He responded with a cold laugh. This remark instantly enraged the spirit form of Xia Hong. His expression twisted into a ferocious grimace. He reached out, grabbing the chains floating in midair. Clearly visible was the moment Xia Hong seized the chains. As his palms erupted with blinding green and blue light, two distinct flames, each a different color, ignited along the chains. Though he couldn't fathom how these flames had formed, years of combat honed his instincts. They told him to stay far away from these flames. Otherwise, unimaginably dreadful consequences might ensue. Therefore, after careful deliberation, Xia Hong decided to stop merely evading and instead launch a counterattack. Xia Hang's counterattack mirrored that of the spirit entity. He too seized the two flaming chains and unleashed the Five Thunder Righteousness technique with both hands. Suddenly, two crimson bolts of lightning began to flash along the chains, spreading forward with frenzied intensity. Finally, when the blue and green flames collided with the lightning bolts generated by Xia Hang's Five Thunder Righteousness technique, these two utterly different elements reached a stalemate on the chains. Neither could overcome the other. The flames could not continue burning downward, while the lightning bolts were blocked by the flames midway along the chains, unable to advance further. At this moment, the two formed an eerie stalemate, appearing on screen as if engaged in a tug of war. Give up the struggle. You cannot escape. Once I refine the last remnant of consciousness lingering in this body, I will finally break free from this prison and find liberation. The spirit form of Xia Hong sneered coldly. Though Xia Hong had unleashed his thunder magic to resist the ghostly flame's corrosion, yet, because his hands clung to the chains, he was being dragged along by them, drawing ever closer to the physical Xia Hong. Just as he was about to be dragged over by the two chains, Xia Hong suddenly moved. He deliberately released his grip on the chains, clenching his right hand into a fist. A sudden punch slammed into the spectral form of Xia Hang's face, accompanied by a cold sneer. Dream on. I think you'd better just wipe out your consciousness and merge with me. The spirit form of Xia Hong seemed utterly unprepared for Xia Hang's decisive action, the deliberate relinquishment of control over the chains. Instead, it chose to attack him, the primary entity. Yet, this too proved futile. Within this cavern, it was entirely his domain. As long as he didn't want to lose, no one could defeat him. As Xia Hong landed a punch and swiftly followed with a kick, the spirit form of Xia Hong didn't hesitate, countering immediately. He opened his mouth wide, and a column of green flame erupted from his maw. This flame was utterly vicious, radiating not heat but bone-chilling cold. Before it even touched him, Xia Hong felt his entire body freezing solid. He dodged desperately, but the spectral Xia Hong wouldn't let him escape. With a sudden sweep of both hands, countless chains shot toward Xia Hang's position. The intent was clear: to bind him completely, then melt him away with the flames. Xia Hong would never let that happen. While dodging frantically, he once again gathered a blinding ball of lightning in his hands. This time, Xia Hang aimed a direct strike at the main body. True to form, the opponent seemed deeply wary of this move. He immediately swallowed the flames back, shielding himself with both hands to desperately block the thunderbolt. Under the Yin Wulei's effect, one could even see the opponent's arms charred black. Xia Hong was not surprised by this. After all, Taoist techniques like the Five Thunder Righteousness were exceptionally potent against spirit entities and ghostly beings. Thunder is the most young and most potent force in the world. Since this creature was merely his own primordial soul essence, no matter how terrifying it might seem, it was ultimately just a spirit form. Seeing his strike land, Xia Hong intensified his assault. A piercing thunderclap echoed, followed by two blinding red bolts of lightning coiling around his fists. This time, Xia Hong abandoned his ranged lightning attacks, choosing instead to engage in close-quarters combat, pitting fist against fist. The spirit form of Xia Hong seemed to anticipate this choice. With a cold sneer, he conjured two balls of ghostly fire around his hands. One was a sinister, eerie green. The other was an enigmatic blue. Protected by the ghostly flames, the two Xia Hongs clashed in midair, exchanging blows. Strangely, their techniques seemed identical, as if trained by the same master. No matter how fierce Xia Hang's attacks became, he could never break through his opponent's defenses. They exchanged hundreds of blows in midair, yet neither gained the upper hand.
Is that all you've got? Then you might just lose.
The hungry ghost realm is about to crawl out of this cave entrance.
If my senses were correct earlier, a descendant sharing our bloodline should still be waiting outside the cave, right? She's as good as dead.
The hungry ghost realm seals away spirits starved for thousands of years. They devour everything in sight, leaving nothing untouched. Wherever they pass, it's like a swarm of locusts has ravaged the land.
That young one is doomed.
She'll be torn to shreds and utterly devoured by the hungry ghost realm. The spirit form of Xia Hong sneered coldly, continuing to disrupt Xia Hang's composure.
It must be said, this tactic was indeed effective.
As Xia Hang's punches grew faster and faster, the spirit could sense that Xia Hong was clearly becoming impatient. Through the periphery of his combat vision, Xia Hong could see the green light spreading faster and faster, threatening to spill out of the cave any moment. Plus, he had instructed Xia Xiaoxi to stay outside the cave, telling her to be good and not wander off.
That pig-headed Xiaoxi, could she really be completely oblivious? If she was that stupid, she might as well be dead.
But Xia Hong simply couldn't face the ancestors of the Xia family. Sure enough, the moment the green light reached the cave entrance, a woman's shriek pierced the air.
Ah! What the hell is that? So disgusting.
No need to guess, it was undoubtedly this so-called hungry ghost realm spreading before Xia Xiaoxi.
Xia Hong panicked instantly, trying to force his way out. No matter what, he had to rescue Xia Xiaoxi first. But how could the spirit form of Xia Hong possibly let him succeed? With a wave of his hands, countless chains instantly sealed off Xia Hang's retreat. I told you, this brat is as good as dead. Chapter 180, Mastering the Taoist Secret Art, Golden Light Mantra, Am I a Zombie? With his escape route sealed, Xia Xiaoxi's life hung in the balance. But at this critical moment, Xia Hong abruptly halted all his movements. A bold idea struck him. It had already been proven that the Five Thunder Righteousness technique had little effect on these hungry ghosts. That left him with one final trump card, the Flying Corpse's technique of sucking blood from afar. He would attempt to remotely refine and devour his own primordial soul essence. With that thought, Xia Hong opened his mouth wide.
Instantly, a faint shadow appeared upon his primordial soul, while the soul energy within his physical body was being violently torn apart and devoured by Xia Hang.
Flying corpse? A mere broken shell. After 80 years apart, it has cultivated to such a level. In the end, you cannot be spared. With that, the spirit form of Xia Hong swept his hand.
Instantly, rolling green flames surged from the chains. They then enveloped Xia Hong, beginning a frenzied process of refinement. Now, it had become a pure contest of wills, a battle to see whether Xia Hong could devour the primordial soul first, or if he himself would be consumed by the other. For a time, the two reached a stalemate, and this time, Xia Hong was fighting with everything he had. The searing torment of the ghostly flames upon his body was unbearable, a bone-chilling coldness that penetrated deep. Yet Xia Hong had no time to spare for such discomfort. Even under the scorching green flames, he was determined to tear a chunk of flesh from his opponent.
Then, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded.
Within Xia Hang's primordial soul, a blue soul fragment suddenly stretched out, elongating into a long, thin strand. It extended all the way to Xia Hang's front, where he viciously tore off a chunk of its soul essence. Yet the scene felt oddly surreal. It didn't appear as though Xia Hong had forcibly extracted it, but rather as if this blue spiritual entity had willingly offered itself to Xia Hang's grasp. But at this point, dwelling on such matters was no longer necessary. With the assistance of this blue soul entity, a clear electronic voice sounded in Xia Hang's ear.
Ding! Primordial soul devouring successful. Taoist cultivation advanced by 50 years. Golden Light Mantra automatically mastered. Golden Light Mantra? Upon hearing these three words, Xia Hong instantly beamed with delight.
Having previously mastered the Five Thunder Orthodoxy, he never imagined his next acquisition would be none other than the Golden Light Mantra. This was one of the most supreme Taoist arts. It was even hailed as the foremost divine incantation of Taoism, possessing peerless divine might and virtue. Even Taoists who hadn't cultivated much spiritual power could achieve mental clarity and tranquility by regularly chanting this incantation. In the hands of someone like Xia Hong, possessing centuries of cultivation, the Golden Light Mantra became truly formidable, capable of fully manifesting its original divine might. It transformed into a dazzling ball of golden light, instantly sweeping away all demons and spirits. With this realization, Xia Hong hesitated no longer, immediately beginning to chant the Golden Light Mantra. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, the root of all chi, the primordial source. Cultivating through countless eons, attaining my divine power. Within and beyond the three realms, the Tao alone reigns supreme. Golden light permeates my being, enveloping my form. Ghosts and demons lose their nerve, spirits and monsters vanish from sight. Within lies thunderous might, the thunder god conceals his name. Insight and wisdom intertwine, 5 chi surge forth, golden light swiftly manifests, shielding the true person. As the incantation concluded, in an instant, Xia Hang's body seemed enveloped by a layer of golden film. Then, boundless golden light instantly dyed the entire cave golden. Countless hungry ghosts, exposed to this radiance, instantly turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace.
Golden light mantra? Damn it!
How could a zombie like you possibly cultivate such a pure Taoist technique? The moment the golden light illuminated the cave, Xia Hang's primordial soul was utterly stunned. He had already considered it absurd that a zombie could wield the Five Thunder Righteousness technique. But now, this zombie had unexpectedly pulled out the golden light mantra as a follow-up.
Uncanny. Absolutely unnerving.
Under the golden light's divine illumination, endless wails of malevolent spirits rose. The green traces etched upon the cave walls recoiled as if encountering a specter, desperately retreating toward the entrance behind Xia Hang's spirit form.
But that wasn't all.
Under the spell's radiance, the green flames summoned by the spirit Xia Hang melted away as swiftly as ice meeting fire. Shadows of countless vengeful spirits instantly appeared on his body, wailing pitifully within the core soul of Xia Hang. As the green flames were utterly consumed, the chains that had been wildly dancing through the air finally fell silent, slowly drifting back to the spirit form of Xia Hang. Once all the chains had coiled around Xia Hang's spirit body, both his pupils instantly turned a deep azure blue.
At that moment, he performed an action that left Xia Hang utterly bewildered.
He descended from midair to the ground, hoisted the chains onto his shoulders, and began dragging them forward with all his might. Under his strenuous effort, the massive green door behind him began to shift forward, pulled along by the chains. Were it not for the obstruction of two enormous hands, it might have slammed shut completely.
Help me.
At that moment, the spirit form of Xia Hang finally spoke, though the icy killing intent from before had vanished from his tone. Instead, it sounded incredibly gentle.
Xia Hang understood the other's meaning.
The reason the door couldn't be pulled tight was likely due to the arms reaching out from within. Therefore, he once again cast the golden light spell. This time, however, it wasn't the sweeping, all-encompassing golden light. Instead, he condensed all the golden light enveloping his body, ultimately manifesting it into a pure golden sword of light. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, Xia Hang plunged through the air, delivering a fierce strike directly above the two massive hands. The strike was razor-sharp, its momentum peerless. With a single stroke, the two massive hands were severed. Immediately afterward, he heard a terrifying, enraged roar echo from behind the door. Xia Hang had never heard such a terrifying sound before. The boundless fury and murderous intent within it seemed to echo from the depths of the nine hells. After severing those monstrous, terrifying hands, Xia Hang flew over to assist the spirit form of Xia Hang, helping him bear the weight of one chain. With both of them pulling together, the massive door finally slammed shut, locking tightly with no gap.
What was that giant hand that just crawled out from behind the door?
Seeing his companion finally finish the task at hand, Xia Hang gripped his golden sword tightly and coldly pressed for an answer.
Nothing.
Similar to the hungry ghost realm we encountered earlier, both are part of the 6 realms of rebirth.
This one belongs to the Azura realm.
This time, the spirit form of Xia Hang bore none of his earlier ferocity, his eyes reflecting only boundless exhaustion. Finally, after a long, drawn-out sigh, he spoke slowly.
I know you have many questions. Ask them quickly.
The gate of reincarnation has closed. This illusory realm won't last much longer before it collapses.
The time we have left together is running out.
Chapter 181, The Wheel of Rebirth shatters, the illusionary realm collapses, heaven and earth turn upside down.
The gate of reincarnation? Upon hearing these words, Xia Hang's brows instantly furrowed.
Truthfully, he had already harbored a vague suspicion about it. Yet, when the other party confirmed this theory, Xia Hang was still somewhat stunned. The Hungry Ghost realm and the Azura realm. These were all realms within the 6 realms of rebirth. The others included the heavenly realm, the human realm, the hell realm, and the animal realm. This was a Buddhist doctrine, the belief that after death, one would be reborn into one of these realms,
enduring countless karmic retributions and suffering endless torment. At this thought, he couldn't help but ask, the gate of reincarnation? What kind of existence is it truly? If this gate were to open, what consequences would it unleash? And what karmic connection exists between you and me? Xia Hang knew time was running out. Before departing, he must uncover the truth and the reasons behind all this. After posing these questions, the spirit form of Xia Hang, as if anticipating his inquiries, began answering them at a leisurely pace. The gate of reincarnation is simply the gate of reincarnation.
I cannot explain how it came to be. Such a divine artifact must have existed since ancient times. But it cannot be denied that the gate of reincarnation possesses terrifying power, governing the cycles of all beings. It can be said that both you and I are bound within the cycle of reincarnation. As for the nature of our relationship, I believe you already know the answer deep within your heart.
You are me, and I am you.
The spirit form Xia Hang spoke calmly, and his final words confirmed all of Xia Hang's previous speculations.
If you are me and I am you, then why does my empty physical shell still possess independent consciousness? If we merge, would I still be me, and you still be you? Xia Hang couldn't help but ask, for this was his greatest concern.
He knew his body contained no soul, yet his consciousness was undeniably real, capable of thought and judgment. If the two were to merge, one consciousness would inevitably be erased, a prospect Xia Hang could not accept.
No?
The only consciousness that truly exists has always been yours alone. I'm merely a fragment of your soul, a terrifying memory you sealed away.
How did you die back then? Do you truly know?
Instead of offering a direct explanation, the spirit form of Xia Hong smiled and countered with a question. When Xia Hong heard these words, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his brain. Memories he had once held with absolute certainty began to waver at that very moment.
How did I die? Who killed me? And who did I kill? I can't tell. I really can't tell.
In that instant, Xia Hang's mind began to tremble violently. He suddenly realized something. Memories could be altered too, and the truth perhaps he had long since forgotten it.
Can't remember, huh? What happened 80 years ago isn't as simple as you think. I'm just a fragment of a soul. One fragment of your 3 souls and 7 spirits.
I don't possess complete memories either, so I can't piece together the whole truth for you.
But I can confirm this: what happened 80 years ago is far more complex than you imagine.
After being severed as one of your spiritual fragments, I was ordered to guard this very gate of reincarnation. I've guarded it for 80 years. During that time, the gate seal cracked, allowing reincarnation energy to leak out, forming the illusionary realm you see before you now.
Decades ago, a certain German did indeed break through. In the moment I suppressed the seal, he touched this gate and was seduced by its allure. He believed that opening this gate would grant him everything. And indeed, it is so. The gate of reincarnation governs the cycle of rebirth.
When this gate is fully opened, the entire world will plunge into a new cycle of rebirth.
Everything would be destroyed.
It was also because of that despicable old devil that the seal on the gate of reincarnation grew increasingly unstable. Countless malevolent spirits attempted to crawl out from within the gate, threatening the mortal realm. As its guardian, the only solution I could conceive was to use my own soul to devour these vile creatures.
Ultimately, this caused me to be corrupted by the energies of reincarnation, plunging me into a state of half-consciousness, half-madness.
Thankfully, you mastered the golden light mantra, banishing the darkness and freeing me. By this point, the spirit form of Xia Hong had already resolved many of Xia Hang's lingering doubts. Numerous previously unclear points suddenly became crystal clear. Just as he was about to ask more questions such as how to permanently seal this very gate of reincarnation.
Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake violently.
The ground spun and twisted as if it were about to collapse. Only then did the spirit form of Xia Hang's expression change.
He shouted urgently, "You must leave now.
Without the support of the power of reincarnation, this illusory realm is about to collapse. It was merely the lingering attachments of some heroic spirits from the past. Now that you've protected Xia village for them and repelled the invaders, the gate of reincarnation has closed. This illusion no longer has a reason to exist.
Those abducted elders are now safe and sound within Xia village. When you leave, you must take them with you.
I'm sorry, but I cannot fully merge with you yet. The greatest threat concerning this gate has not been resolved.
Beware the Japanese on Myoji.
This entire affair stems from their wolfish ambitions.
They are all madmen, utterly insane. Go!"
As the spirit Xia Hang's words faded, he struggled to raise his arms.
Blue light flickered as he painstakingly stabilized the entire space for the moment. Xia Hong didn't hesitate.
He knew he couldn't offer much help at this moment.
He immediately began sprinting toward the cave exit.
Only upon reaching the opening did he realize that the situation inside the cave was relatively manageable.
Outside, the illusionary realm was a true scene of cataclysmic destruction. It resembled the apocalypse itself. The entire Fish Leap Mountain had begun collapsing and dissolving, transforming into a torrential mudslide surging towards Xia family village below.
Fortunately, Xia Hong was a flying corpse he could soar through the air.
Scanning the skyline, Xia Hong finally spotted Xia Xiaoxi struggling desperately amidst the chaos. If not for Little by clinging to her with all his might, she would have been swept away by the dissolving rocks long ago. "Grandpa Zhang! Save me, save me!"
Seeing she still had the strength to thrash about, Xia Hong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately flew over, grabbing her and hoisting her up. But unexpectedly, the first tug failed to pull her out completely.
Xia Hang's face darkened instantly. "I always tell you to eat less, but you never listen." Chapter 182, Emerging from the Cave, Rescuing All the Elders. Scolded by Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi immediately snapped back in defense. "I don't. I may eat a lot, but I'm not fat, okay? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore, Grandpa Zhang." Of course, Xia Hong was only joking. With a slight tug of his hands, he pulled Xia Xiaoxi out. He scooped her up and began flying down the mountain. Only then did Xia Xiaoxi suddenly ask, "Hey, Grandpa Zhang, didn't Jonas and that banana spirit go in with you? Why didn't they come out? And what exactly happened in that cave?"
Hesitating for a moment before answering, Xia Hong sighed helplessly, "Delao and that banana spirit are dead.
But it wasn't my doing.
You could say they were killed by the mysterious force within the cave because of their own greed. Also, that person you encountered over a decade ago, it was me, yet not me. Same bloodline, same origin, I suppose. That's why it recognized you as one of us Xia family blood. So remember this, great-grandfather Zhang saved your pathetic life once again.
Xia Hong said jokingly, though deep down he couldn't help but feel uneasy.
The events inside that cave were simply too bizarre. He had to make plans sooner rather than later. This time, at least, he'd managed to drive those hungry ghosts back using the golden light mantra. But if the wheel of rebirth truly opened one day, it would unleash unimaginable devastation upon the world. Anyway, let's get those old men down the mountain out of here first. This place is about to collapse. Zhang Jiuhua and the others are probably waiting impatiently outside. After saying this, Xia Hong began dragging Xia Xiaoxi down the mountain. Fortunately, the old men were huddled together in terror, unaware of what was happening. Having lingered too long within this illusory realm, they had nearly lost their own consciousness. Fellow villagers. Fish Leap Mountain has collapsed.
A mudslide is coming any second. Follow me out of the village now.
Xia Xiaoxi raised the flag where Xiaobai was perched, waving it frantically like a tour guide, urging the villagers to follow her out.
Xia Hong brought up the rear, constantly alert for potential dangers lurking nearby. Fortunately, the mudslide only posed the threat of boulders tumbling down the mountain. Xia Hong wasn't fazed by this. With a single powerful punch, he shattered those massive boulders. As they fled, Xia Hong and Xia Xiaoxi managed to rescue all the elderly villagers to safety just before the entire village was submerged. Then, a blinding white light flashed at the village center, plunging everyone instantly into darkness. When Xia Hong opened his eyes again, he was startled to find the illusion had completely dissipated. They were now in a real cave, surrounded by pitch-black darkness so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Without hesitation, Xia Hong recited the incantation for the golden light mantra. This time, however, he controlled his power perfectly, concentrating all the light points onto a single finger. That single finger now shone like a miniature sun, instantly illuminating the entire cave. Witnessing this, Xia Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. Whoa! Grandpa Zhang, what kind of trick is this? How come it's glowing? That's so amazing. Wait, why are you cursing? But when she realized which finger Xia Hong was using to emit the light, she couldn't laugh anymore. It turned out that when Xia Hong cast the golden light spell, he hadn't thought about which finger to use for illumination. Out of habit, he'd extended his middle finger. Thus, no matter where Xia Hong aimed the light, it appeared as if he were extending his middle finger in contempt toward that spot. The worst part was that others couldn't say anything about it. After all, the moment Xia Hong withdrew the golden light spell, the entire cave would instantly plunge into endless darkness. Cut the chatter. Just feel your way to carry the people out. Call Zhang Jiuhua and the others in to help move them too. There are quite a few old men here. Glancing down at the ground in the dim light, he saw a sprawling mass of 50 or 60 old men, all likely abducted by the banana spirit. Xia Xiaoxi didn't just sit around either. She immediately started carrying an old man out of the cave. Xia Hong followed, shouldering 2 old men on either side as he made his way out. Xiao Bai couldn't help. Its innate fear of the golden light incantation had long since driven it to hide inside the banner, floating far away. Upon exiting the cave, they saw that Zhang Jiuhua and his group hadn't left yet, but several others had already departed. The moment Xia Hong appeared, everyone immediately surrounded him, asking with concern, "Mr. Xia, what exactly happened inside? Did you encounter any trouble?" Out of nowhere, Yuyue Mountain started shaking violently, and this cave felt like it was about to collapse. "We were terribly worried, fearing something had happened to you inside." After hearing this, Xia Hong inquired carefully and learned that during the time he and Xia Xiaoxi had been inside, almost simultaneously with the collapse of the illusion within the cave, the real-world Yuyue Mountain had also experienced violent shaking, as if hit by an earthquake. Fortunately, it gradually subsided without any aftershocks, allowing Zhang Jiuhua and the others to relax a little. It was indeed strange. After the shaking stopped, I immediately checked and found no earthquake warnings issued for Jia City. Which means this cave shook on its own. It had nothing to do with an earthquake. Xia Hong's conjecture likely tied back to the Wheel of Rebirth. Perhaps when the spirit form of Xia Hong had dragged the chains and pulled on the gate earlier, it had caused a disturbance in the Earth's veins here. After all, Jonas had mentioned before that Fish Leaping Mountain might be a dragon vein site in the east. Anyone with a basic understanding of feng shui and terrain knows this. Dragon veins are a type of earth vein, among the most potent of all. Disturbing the earth veins could naturally trigger geological shifts, so seismic-like tremors wouldn't be all that surprising. We'll discuss the cave matter later. The most pressing issue now is that I've rescued a group of elderly men. They're all lying in the cave right now. Follow me inside. We need to get these elders out first. With that, Xia Hong hurried back to the cave to continue his work. Fortunately, when they re-entered the cave, Zhang Shan and the other officers had already pulled out their phones, flashlights, and other tools. They illuminated the cave interior, freeing Xia Hong from needing to maintain the lighting with the golden light mantra. Good heavens! So many elderly people? Were they all brought in by that damn banana spirit? How on earth did they manage their basic needs all this time? Zhang Jiuhua couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Chapter 183, Tear-Jerking Reunion. A conversation between old comrades after 80 years. I'm not sure. Check them over and see if their health has been affected. Xia Hong had no better explanation for this. The most likely explanation still involved the illusion. After all, as Zhang Zhouhua had pointed out, it was a tiny cave. And the cave itself didn't appear to have any facilities for storing food. Therefore, the fact that it could sustain the vital signs of so many elderly people meant that this cave must possess some kind of special power. We've already examined them. Each elder's vital signs are normal, but they appear mentally drained, as if they haven't rested in ages. So now, one by one, they've all fallen into a deep slumber. Hearing this, Xia Heng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Alright, as long as they're safe. As for why they were so listless? The explanation was obvious. Hell, stuck in that endless loop of the illusion. It was like being cursed by Tsukuyomi. Even young people couldn't endure that kind of torment, let alone a bunch of old men? The thought struck him, and Xia Heng abruptly reached out. Does anyone have talisman paper and a brush? Hearing this, Kong Tianyi, Zhang Zhouhua's disciple, immediately handed over his toolkit. Mr. Xia, I have some right here. Xia Heng didn't hesitate. Taking the paper and brush, he swiftly drew a large batch of calming talismans on the spot, instructing them to affix one to each elder's forehead. Then he simply waited for them to wake up on their own. After completing all this and settling the elderly folks, he finally saw officers Zhang Shun and Li Shui emerge from the cave, looking utterly perplexed. Ha! Mr. Xia, why is there nothing in this cave? Then how did you and Xia Xiaoxi manage to stay inside for so long? And that old guy and the banana spirit are nowhere to be found either. After exchanging a few words, Xia Heng learned that Zhang Shun and Li Shui had just led a team in conducting a thorough search of the entire cave. But the cave was completely empty. Not a single soul was in sight, not even a ghostly shadow. It was utterly devoid of anything. After a moment's thought, Xia Heng figured it out. It was likely that the spirit form of Xia Heng had used some ability to conceal the entire Wheel of Rebirth Gate. This matter was of grave importance. It would be unwise for ordinary people to learn of it too soon. Let's withdraw for now. The less you know about what's inside this cave, the better. As for Jonas and the banana spirit, they're dead. But don't expect to find their bodies. You handle it as you see fit. After delivering these words, Xia Heng prepared to depart with Xia Xiaoxi and Xia Changyi. However, just as he was about to descend the mountain, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly called out to Xia Heng. See, Captain? Is that you? Hearing the words, Xia Heng instinctively turned his head and realized it was Li Chuanping's grandfather, Li Ermeizi, who had regained consciousness. Looking at his former comrade in arms, now an old man with a face creased with wrinkles, Xia Heng saw what seemed like hot tears glistening in the cloudy depths of his eyes. Xia Heng felt a pang of emotion, unsure what to say. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi, who had barely escaped the cave alive, deftly pulled out her phone and opened her long-dormant livestream channel. Hey, guys, did you miss me? I've missed you all so much. You have no idea what I just went through. The moment the stream went live, countless viewers flooded in. Instantly, bullet comments began flying across the screen, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. You pig-headed Xia, you finally decided to come back. Damn it, you haven't streamed in so long. What the hell have you been up to? We were all freaking out, worried something happened to you and Grandpa Zhang. Bull. What could possibly happen to Grandpa Zhang? We were mostly worried Zhu Xu would get too big for his britches and stop streaming for us. Let me see Grandpa Zhang. You little assistant, get out of the way. The fans' enthusiasm instantly brought tears to Xia Xiaoxi's eyes. The events of the past day and night had been overwhelming. Especially those cycles within the reincarnation illusion. Each loop felt like living multiple distinct lives. Now, as she went live again and saw this group of adorable fans, she finally felt like she was truly alive once more. You want to see Grandpa Zhang, right? Let me find where Grandpa Zhang is first. But despite her emotions, Xia Xiaoxi hadn't forgotten the important task Xia Heng had entrusted her with. Since the fans were clamoring to see him, Xia Xiaoxi immediately began searching for Xia Heng's whereabouts. Just then, the camera happened to capture Xia Heng talking to Li Ermeizi. Ermeizi, I told you I'm Xia Heng. Do you recognize my surname? After much hesitation, Xia Heng decided not to hide his identity from these comrades in arms who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Truthfully, he had considered keeping it hidden. After all, Li Ermeizi was getting on in years, and it would be awkward for him to see Xia Heng looking so young now. That wouldn't do. But to Xia Heng's surprise, upon hearing this, Li Ermeizi's face showed no trace of astonishment. Instead, he scrutinized Xia Heng carefully. It was like an elder looking fondly upon a younger relative. Good, very good. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that after living this long, I'd get to see you, Captain, one last time. Now I can die without regret. Though I still can't figure out how you've managed to stay so young all these years. I clearly heard the news that you died on the battlefield. I was depressed for a long time after that. But then I thought, someone as outstanding as you, Captain, couldn't possibly have died at the hands of those little devils. After all, even a wounded deserter like me has managed to scrape by all these years. Now that I see you safe and sound, Captain, I can finally rest easy and depart. Those were bitter days. So many of our comrades in arms, our good comrades, fell one after another before me. Later, the country awarded me medals and sent people to visit me every year. They called me a hero. Hero my ass.
I'm nothing but a wounded deserter. But I can probably tell everyone, I may not be a hero, but I once fought shoulder to shoulder with heroes. At this point, Lear Maisie choked up slightly, but quickly regained his composure and continued. Captain, you don't know this, but all these years I've endured all kinds of illnesses and pain.
Many times I even thought about ending it all.
But then I thought this land was fought for and won by our fallen brothers who gave their lives.
I have to live on. I have to witness it. Though they're gone, I must see more of this beautiful world, this prosperous nation, on their behalf. Chapter 184, Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Visitors arrive from the capital. When the viewers in the livestream witnessed this scene, one by one, their eyes welled up with tears. For Lear Maisie wasn't just any old soldier he'd fought in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression. He was undoubtedly a figure worthy of the utmost respect. Without the sacrifices of this older generation, there would be no peace and prosperity today. And now, for elderly to speak such words, how could anyone bear it? Friends! This is the kind of star we should truly admire, a genuine treasure of the Republic. Tears welling up. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. How I wish elderly could stay with us, watching us younger generations strive to build our motherland. It is precisely because our nation has so many heroes that we have been able to advance step by step to where we are today. We pay tribute to our elders, for it is through their arduous efforts that we enjoy our happy lives today. For a moment, the entire live stream audience couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Just then, Lear Maisie continued, now that I see you're safe, Captain, I can finally leave with peace of mind. I truly couldn't hold on any longer. Since leaving the battlefield, the aftereffects have grown stronger with each passing day. Only my conviction kept me going. Captain, from now on, it's up to you to see everything through for us old brothers and comrades. It truly pains me that I won't live to see our motherland achieve great national rejuvenation and stand tall among the world's nations. Our beloved island hasn't yet returned to the motherland's embrace, but I believe it's only a matter of time. Captain, I'm truly glad I got to see you one last time. Farewell. Take care. Do not dwell on me. As the words faded, Lear Maisie slowly closed his eyes. Only then did Xia Hong understand why he had been the first among so many elders to regain his senses. It had all been nothing more than a final burst of strength before death. Seeing Lear Maisie slip back into critical condition, the medical staff caring for these elderly patients immediately began frantic resuscitation efforts. However, after several rounds of CPR yielded no results, Xia Hong stopped them. Stop. Our Maisie passed away with a smile on his face. Don't disturb him. Let him rest in peace. Xia Hong felt a pang of sadness, but it wasn't for Lear Maisie. He knew this old friend had departed happily, leaving this world with a look of contentment after fulfilling his final wish. This sudden turn of events left the livestream viewers and Xia Xiaoxi utterly bewildered. Grandpa Zhang, has Grandpa Lear Maisie really passed away? Tears welled in Xia Xiaoxi's eyes. She couldn't accept this reality. She had worked so hard to rescue these elders. Who could have imagined that in the brief time it took to exchange a few words, they would be separated forever? Xia Hong said nothing, merely ruffling Xia Xiaoxi's hair before offering a comforting smile. There. Don't be sad. This is actually a blessing in disguise. Our generation endured so much hardship. Though I know nothing of what happened afterward, lying in my grave. But to build a nation from utter poverty into the prosperous power it is today, it must have taken efforts beyond what ordinary people can imagine. You could say our Maisie never truly rested from the day he was born. In his later years, he endured all sorts of physical pain and injuries. He was too exhausted. Let him rest in peace. The road ahead now rests on your shoulders, young people. Xia Hong spoke the truth. Lying in that tomb, he had missed so much. Yet looking at today's Eastern superpower, such magnificent achievements would have been impossible without the dedicated efforts of generations. The viewers in the livestream chat were once again overwhelmed with emotion. They never imagined they'd just witnessed a conversation between two veteran heroes. The next moment brought such heartbreaking news that the entire livestream chat erupted in a frenzy of messages. Rest in peace, elderly. Seeing so many viewers spontaneously paying their respects to Lear Maisie, Xia Hong felt a warm glow in his heart. Rest assured, Maisie will surely feel everyone's heartfelt sentiments. With all the elders transported down the mountain, the matters concerning Yu Yushin were finally coming to a close. Just then, Zhang Shunkai suddenly approached Xia Hong with an awkward, hesitant air, as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. What is it? Spit it out. Why are you dithering like a woman? Xia Hong asked with an exasperated look. He had long noticed that Zhang Shun was clearly harboring some concern. But the other guy kept bottling it up, which was starting to get on Xia Hong's nerves. Ha? You noticed? It's nothing major, really. It's just that Director Wang has been calling repeatedly, asking if you've resolved everything yet. Apparently, some high-ranking official from the capital has arrived and is eager to meet with you. Of course, the implication is that your affairs are important, so they'll wait until you're free. They're not in a hurry. But Director Wang is anxious. After all, this is a leader from the capital.
Even if they aren't pushing, having such a high-ranking official sitting around in the bureau all this time is unbearable for him. So he keeps calling me every few hours asking how things are progressing on your end. I've been hounded to the point of exhaustion, which is why I'm coming to you proactively now. Seeing Zhang Shun's utterly defeated expression, Xia Hong understood the young man had been driven to exhaustion by the relentless pressure. But it was understandable. As the saying goes, rank has its privileges. If this really was a leader from the capital who knew how many ranks higher he was than Director Wang? Under these circumstances, the more affable the other party appeared, the more uneasy Director Wang felt, desperate to send this big shot packing immediately. Xia Hong could only roll his eyes in resignation before continuing. Tell Director Wang that matters concerning Yu Yushin are mostly settled. I'll be heading back shortly. However, there are still some crucial matters I must discuss with Zhang Jiuhua and the others. All I can say is, Yu Mountain isn't as straightforward as we thought. There's a reason why the old man and his crew have been keeping a close watch on this place. But even if I revealed the specifics, you probably wouldn't believe me. Just wait. The truth will come out eventually. As for the capital's leadership? Let them wait. Once I've resolved this matter, I'll seek them out. Chapter 185, The Capital Leader Seeks an Audience with Xia Heng? Let him wait. Let him wait? That single, dismissive phrase left Zhang Shun gaping in shock. No wonder they say it takes someone like Grandpa Zhang. That's a leader from the capital city, after all? And he was dismissed with just that? Why are you overreacting like that? Does that mean officials aren't human? Rephrase it exactly as I said. If they're investigating my background and that IOU matter, they should be willing to wait patiently. Xia Hong didn't elaborate further. In his view, the magnitude of the other party's power wouldn't sway his meticulously planned course of action. Forget high-ranking officials. Even if some Western president showed up, nothing could overshadow the matter at Yu Yushin right now. The gate of reincarnation absolutely must not be opened. This was a matter capable of destroying the entire world, one that concerned the safety of all humanity. Xia Hong understood perfectly well what was more important. After relaying these instructions to Zhang Shun, Xia Hong proactively sought out Zhang Jiuhua and the others. Matters involving the supernatural were best handled by these paranormal consultants. Ordinary people, untouched by such forces, were utterly incapable of dealing with them. Even deploying an entire military unit would likely result in total annihilation when confronted by the endless hordes of the hungry ghost realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun immediately dialed Director Wang's number. Upon hearing Xia Heng's exact words, Director Wang was stunned. He actually said that? Zhang Shun nodded and added, Mr. Xie also said that if you find it difficult, just relay his exact words to the people coming from the capital. They'll understand. His scalp tingled, truly tingled. In all his years, Director Wang never imagined he'd speak to a high-ranking leader from the capital in such a tone. Upon reflection, he felt a tinge of secret satisfaction. But everyone was a smart person. He himself was merely acting as a liaison between the two sides. Therefore, when he relayed the exact words to this leader surnamed Mu, Director Wang had expected the man's face to turn grim. To his surprise, this mysterious leader surnamed Mu merely chuckled and continued, "All right, that's all. Go handle whatever you need to handle. Mr. Xie's character truly matches grandfather's description to a T. I'll wait here. No need to worry. I'm here to take full responsibility for Mr. Xie's affairs. Everything else can wait until he's finished with his business." With that, Director Wang hastily claimed he had urgent matters to attend to and hurried out of the reception room. In truth, at that very moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked through. Meanwhile, after locating Zhang Jiuhua and the others, Xia Hong briefly recounted the events that had unfolded in the cave. He hadn't mentioned it earlier for fear of causing panic, but now that everything had largely settled, the elders had been escorted away, and officers like Zhang Shun and Li Shui were busy handling follow-up matters. It was rather ironic. After a police officer came to report, everyone learned that a desiccated corpse had been discovered at the foot of the mountain. The body belonged to Chen Xiai, Bingqing's wealthiest man. It could only be described as reaping what one sowed. According to the coroner's preliminary assessment, Chen Xiai had been killed by having his throat torn open with fangs, then drained of blood. Among those present earlier, the only ones possessing such a capability were likely the two zombies, Xia Heng and Zhang Jiuhua. The other suspect was Dracula, the vampire who had been accompanying Jonas. Zhang Jiuhua, Xia Heng, and the others had been with Zhang Shun the entire time. This meant they had neither the opportunity nor the motive to commit the crime. So how did Chen Xiai die? This outcome speaks for itself. The wealthiest man in the city, trying to skin a tiger only to meet such an end. Truly pitiful and lamentable. Old Yen couldn't help but sigh deeply, and the others let out a collective sigh as well. In their eyes, someone like Chen Xiai could never possibly be short of money. As the city's wealthiest man, he possessed assets worth hundreds of millions. It could be said that Chen Xiai had brought this upon himself. Had he simply lived quietly as a wealthy man, his life would have been comfortable and prosperous. Xia Heng could only shake his head helplessly. Isn't there a saying? For the right price, capital will sell the rope to hang itself.
They're all driven by greed, never satisfied. You think Chen Ci had enough money already? But if it weren't for his greed, why would he have chosen to partner with that German scoundrel, only to end up with his body left to rot in the wilderness?
Xia Hong felt no pity for this outcome. Chen Ci had brought it upon himself. What matters most now are certain matters concerning the cave. I didn't elaborate on some points earlier. I can't go into too much detail about the specifics, but I can give you a general description.
There truly is something inside that cave, and it's utterly terrifying, like an unexploded nuclear bomb.
Its explosive force could obliterate the entire world. Therefore, you may face some challenges ahead.
I urge you to summon more paranormal consultants from nearby cities. First, find powerful paranormal consultants skilled in sealing techniques to reinforce the cave seal. At the very least, prevent any major incidents from erupting in the near future. Second, we must closely monitor the movements of foreigners arriving in Jiecheng recently, especially those from Hua. Those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. The Japanese harbor treacherous ambitions. A significant portion of the chaos here stems from them. Xia Hang's expression darkened as he spoke.
He detested the Japanese most of all. Anything connected to that scum rarely ended well. Hearing this, Zhang Jiuhua and the others immediately grasped the gravity of the situation.
If even Xia Hang found it, it was clearly no ordinary matter.
Understood, Mr. Xie. Leave the follow-up matters to us.
Whatever happens, we'll notify you immediately. The group pledged to Xia Hang, vowing to safeguard the cave at all costs. Hearing this, Xia Hang slowly nodded. He had complete confidence in their capabilities. With that, the matter of Yuyue Mountain was finally settled. Xia Hang prepared to depart.
Just then, Xia Chang'e approached to bid farewell. Upon inquiry, Xia Han learned that Chang'e, feeling his age advancing, had secured the property rights to the land near Shiejia village.
He no longer wished to wander about endlessly.
He planned to settle in Shiejia village, reside in the ancestral home, and begin developing and renovating the surrounding areas. After years of striving outside, he intended to return and benefit his hometown. Naturally, the villagers of Shiejia village welcomed this news with great enthusiasm.
Develop Shiejia village?
Upon hearing this, Xia Hang's mind raced, and suddenly he had another brilliant idea.
Chapter 186, till the end of time, this little zombie will be by your side. Hold on. I'll sketch you a blueprint. I won't micromanage the details, but the overall layout must follow what I draw here.
Xia Hang spoke while simultaneously sketching and drawing.
Had Xia Chang'e not brought it up, he wouldn't have thought of this.
He'd been agonizing over how to protect the cave on Leaping Fish Mountain, while he could rely on Zhang Jiuhua and the others.
But supernatural consultants had their own work and lives. Unless it was truly critical, Xia Hang didn't want to trouble others.
Now that his son proposed developing the entire Xia village, it presented Xia Hang with an opportunity to showcase his abilities.
Centered on Fishleap Mountain, he would lay out an earth-shaking grand formation, using various structures as the array discs. Grandpa Zhang, what on earth are you drawing? You've been lying in your grave for over 80 years, how could you possibly draw architectural blueprints now? Xia Xiaoxi stared at Xia Hang in utter bewilderment.
She never imagined her great-grandfather possessed such skills. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were equally bewildered by Xia Hang's drawings. I graduated from one of China's top 10 civil engineering programs, yet I can't quite make heads or tails of what Grandpa Zhang is drawing here. No building is designed like this, just drawing a circle around Xia village.
But you know what? This diagram actually looks kinda aesthetically pleasing. Hey, does anyone else think this layout kinda resembles a Bagua formation? Damn, bro, sharp eyes. I thought it looked familiar at first glance. It really does resemble a Bagua formation. I knew Grandpa Zhang's work would be extraordinary. This is pure traditional Chinese design elements. In an instant, most fans began discussing the blueprint Xia Hang had drawn. At first, people couldn't quite make sense of it and didn't think much of it.
But once someone recognized the rudimentary form of the Bagua, everyone found it increasingly beautiful and fascinating the more they looked.
Some couldn't help imagining how breathtakingly beautiful Xia village would be once fully developed.
Of course, Xia Hang had no idea what netizens were thinking. He had simply sketched the blueprint based on the array formation, leaving the rest entirely up to Xia Chang'e to resolve.
As long as the overall layout remained sound, that was all that mattered. Remember, the details don't matter, but the overall layout must strictly follow this blueprint.
If you get stuck, bring in Yan Lao, Zhang Jiuhua, and the other supernatural consultants to take a look.
There's nothing else here for us.
We'll head back to the city first.
Hearing this, Xia Chang'e nodded repeatedly. Understood, Dad. Everything will be strictly done as you say. I'm different from you, after all. This old body of mine, if I can make one last contribution to my hometown, I ask for nothing more. At this point, Xia Chang'e couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. As the old saying goes, children wish to care for their parents, but their parents are no longer there. But in his case, he was already halfway to the grave, while Xia Han looked like he was barely in his 20s. Xia Chang'e didn't covet a few extra years of life.
He had seen everything he needed to see in this lifetime. Perhaps his only regret was that he hadn't been able to serve by Xia Hang's side in the end. But realistically, given the vast difference in their physical conditions, even if Xia Chang'e were by Xia Hang's side, he would only be a hindrance. He didn't want to trouble Xia Hang. It was better to stay in the old manor and live out his twilight years in peace. You've suffered enough, kid. I asked you to let me take a bite, but you wouldn't let me. But I'll respect your wishes. When your time comes, I'll be the one to see you off myself. With that, Xia Hang smiled and patted Xia Chang'e on the shoulder. 80 years in the blink of an eye. When he left Xia village back then, Xia Chang'e had been just a young lad. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he'd grown so old? This heartfelt father-son moment left netizens in tears. Seriously? Does it have to be this heart-wrenching? Did I come here for a tearjerker today? First elderly, then second grandfather. Reminds me of some novels and dramas I've seen. They always say the same thing: immortality isn't a blessing, it's a curse. Only now do I grasp the meaning of that line. Sometimes living longer isn't something to celebrate. Because immortality means watching the people closest to you pass away one by one. That's why most immortal beings are lonely. Grandpa Zhang is a zombie. Perhaps one day, even we viewers of his livestream will come and go in waves, but Grandpa Zhang will remain immortal and indestructible. Who knows what lies ahead? At least for now, we find joy in watching Grandpa Zhang's livestreams every day, and that's enough. Perhaps Lier Meizi's death and Xia Chang'e's final decision to stay behind in Xiejia village had also left Xia Hang feeling a little shaken. On the way back to Jiecheng, Xia Hang remained silent, deep in thought. Worried about Xia Hang's state of mind, Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, Grandpa Zhang. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of life. I'm still here with you, aren't I? If it really gets too hard, when that day comes and I'm about to die, just bite me. No matter how long it takes, this little zombie will always be here with you. Seeing Xia Xiaoxi's resolute expression, Xia Hang couldn't help but smile. In truth, his worries had nothing to do with these matters. Lier Meizi had left with a smile. He was overjoyed for Xia Xiaoxi. How could he possibly grieve over this separation? As for Xia Chang'e, in Xia Hang's eyes, his youngest son's life had already been remarkably fulfilling. He journeyed far to Siam to trade, then returned with a fortune to build up his hometown. Both publicly and privately, he'd done more than enough. Xia Hang was proud of the son and had no reason to fret over him. His true concern lay with matters concerning Yuyushin. Historically, Japan's invasion had ended in total defeat, culminating in the 2 atomic bombs dropped by the West. Yet his intuition told him this matter was far from simple. If a single place like Yuyushin could seal a gate of reincarnation, who could guarantee that no other such mysterious sites existed across the eastern lands? As it happens, I'm scheduled to meet with that leader from the capital today. Xia Hang pondered whether to report such a momentous matter to the state authorities. But would those above believe a word he said? Chapter 187, Xiaobai's origins uncovered. Is the leader a third-generation rich kid? Jiecheng Police Station. When Xia Hang and Xia Xiaoxi stepped out of the car, they suddenly noticed a peculiar woman sitting in front of the police station. She appeared unwell, dressed in rags with disheveled hair. She sat there blankly, her eyes vacant, like a soulless walking corpse. The guards at the entrance seemed utterly accustomed to her presence. They didn't even glance at her, treating her as if she didn't exist. This piqued Xia Hang's curiosity, so he sought out Zhang Shun to ask about the situation. After communicating with the guard at the entrance for a while, Zhang Shun finally came over and said, "I've got the details, Mr. Xie." Little Zhao at the entrance said they don't understand what's going on with this woman either. Seems like she has some mental issues. She's been sitting here for over a month now, usually for 7 or 8 hours a day. She leaves on her own once it gets dark. They've tried asking her what happened, whether she needs to file a report or anything. But after talking to her, they realized she's not only mentally unstable but also deaf and mute. Normal conversation is impossible. Plus, she just sits here at the police station entrance and doesn't bother anyone else, so we've just let her be. Besides, the guards say it's dangerous for a crazy woman like her to wander the streets alone. She could easily get taken advantage of by other vagrants. Having her sit here at the station entrance means they can keep an eye on her, which is actually a good thing. Hearing Zhang Shun's explanation, Xia Hang slowly nodded in agreement. It was easy enough to understand the situation with just a moment's thought, much like the village's madwoman decades ago. If families didn't lock them up and left them to their own devices, it wouldn't be long before their bellies mysteriously swelled. Such incidents were far too common to be surprising. These officers were acting out of genuine concern. Unexpectedly, however, the madwoman who had been sitting quietly at the station entrance suddenly went wild upon seeing Xia Xiaoxi approach. She suddenly went wild, rushing to Xia Xiaoxi's side, babbling incoherently. One hand caressed Xia Xiaoxi's cheek, while tears welled up in her cloudy old eyes. "Grandma, what's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me?" Fortunately, Xia Xiaoxi was an exceptionally kind-hearted girl. Seeing this frantic woman suddenly approach her, she showed no fear. Instead, she took the old woman's grubby hand in hers and asked after her well-being. Unfortunately, the woman wasn't just mentally unstable, she was also deaf and mute, unable to hear a word Xiaoxi said. Communication between them was impossible, and after a long while of talking at cross purposes, the mad woman seemed to realize something, her eyes gradually dimming. Finally, she staggered away. Just as the mad woman vanished from sight, Xiaoxi felt something stirring in her pocket. Pulling it out, she found it was the little white flag, trembling violently. Soon, it transformed into Xiaobai's form. Watching the madwoman's receding figure, 2 clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. Xiaobai, why are you crying? Do you know that crazy old woman? Xiaoxi asked curiously upon witnessing the scene. Xiaobai shook her head. I don't know who she is either, but for some reason, seeing her made me feel incredibly sad and heartbroken. Hearing this, Xiahong couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He remembered clearly that Xiaobai's origins had always been shrouded in mystery. Back then, she had been victimized by that group of sorcerers, forcibly transformed into a ghost. So it was only natural that her memories were fragmented. Otherwise, the sorcerers wouldn't have been able to control her so easily. But even a ghost, even one stripped of memories, would still feel something deep inside upon seeing a true relative. This was the bond of blood, an indelible imprint of the soul that could never be severed. Therefore, Xiahong tentatively concluded that this madwoman and Xiaobai must share some connection. She might even be Xiaobai's mother. After all, when Xiahong had recovered Xiaobai, he had asked Zhang Shun to investigate information on recently missing women. But he never found any records on Xiaobai. After all this time, there were only 2 possibilities. First, Xiaobai might not be a citizen of this country, which would explain why no information could be found. Second, after Xiaobai disappeared, her family never reported it to the authorities, so naturally, there would be no missing person records. Originally, Xiahong leaned toward the first possibility. After all, Xiaobai had been brought by that Siamese sorcerer. But now, Xiahong leaned more toward the second possibility that Xiaobai's family, for some reason, simply couldn't file a report. It had been incomprehensible before, but after meeting this deranged woman today, Xiahong began to understand. For a mentally unstable deaf-mute woman, reporting a missing person was indeed an impossibly difficult task. Zhang Shun, find someone to follow that mad old woman and investigate her background. I suspect Xiaobai has some connection to her. Perhaps following this lead could unlock the mystery of Xiaobai's origins. Hearing this, Xiaoxi suddenly realized belatedly, right. Grandpa Zhang was right. How else could we explain Xiaobai's strange reactions? Then I'll come along too. Xiaobai is my friend. If I can help her regain her memories, I won't hesitate. Xiahong didn't object to this. After all, Xiaobai now possessed the strength of a fierce ghost. In Jie City, with Xiaobai protecting her, it was truly difficult for anyone to harm Xiaoxi. Go ahead. Just be careful and stay safe. It worked out well, as he needed to go to Jie City to meet with the so-called Beijing officials anyway. Having Xiaoxi find something to occupy herself with was actually a good thing. As Xiaoxi and Xiaobai set off in pursuit of the madwoman, Xiahong strode into the police station. Chief Wan was already drenched in sweat. After all, this was the first time he'd seen anyone dare to keep a leader from the capital waiting this long. What Chief Wang hadn't anticipated, however, was that after Xiahong entered the reception room, the capital official's face showed no trace of displeasure. Instead, he reached out with visible excitement. Mr. Xia, you finally arrived. I've long admired your reputation. I'm Mu Yunfei. You must know my grandfather, his name is Mu Jixian. Mu Jixian? Upon hearing those 3 characters, Director Wang felt a sudden sense of familiarity. After carefully recalling, he suddenly realized the truth and nearly fainted on the spot. That man had achieved remarkable feats. No wonder this man, who looked barely over 40, was already a leader in the capital. Turns out he was a 3rd-generation heir to a fortune. Chapter 188, Every corpse nurturing site in the nation yours for the taking. The descendant of the old military commander? Upon learning this, Xiahong felt a sense of relief wash over him. He finally understood why the capital had sent Mu Yunfei to make contact with him. With that thought, he smiled faintly and asked, the old military commander. Xiahong trailed off. After all, when he had first met Mu Jixian, the man was already approaching 30. Over 80 years had passed since then. Compounded by years of relentless warfare, he couldn't be certain Mu Jixian was still alive and well. At Xiahong's words, Mu Yunfei's expression visibly darkened. Seeing this, Xiahong guessed he probably wouldn't hear good news. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that after a moment's silence, Mu Yunfei continued, Mr. Xia, you and my grandfather were of the same generation. Technically speaking, I should address you as grandfather too. But I'm nearly 50 myself, it just doesn't feel right to say it. Yet there's one thing I cannot conceal from you, my grandfather is still alive, but it's as if he were dead. Alive, yet no different from being dead? What on earth did that mean? Xiahong was momentarily baffled. Of course it's good news that he's still alive, but what exactly do you mean by that? Xiahong pressed urgently. His initial guess was that perhaps Mr. Mu Ji had fallen gravely ill and was confined to a hospital bed? As a former army commander, his post-founding treatment would only be more generous. The old commander was absolutely entitled to the highest level of state medical care. Therefore, it was also possible that he had contracted some serious illness and was being kept alive by medical means.
Only then did Mu Yunfei continue, I can't say more now.
When you have time, come with me to the capital, and everything will become clear. Come to think of it, the reason my grandfather ended up in his current state is inextricably linked to you.
I'm involved too? Xia Hong froze. What kind of cryptic talk was this? Was everyone suddenly into riddles now? Seeing Xia Heng's hesitation, Mu Yunfei quickly added, Mr. Xia, put my grandfather's matter aside for now.
I came here today primarily to resolve the trillion yuan promissory note issue. The trillion yuan promissory note. Hearing Mu Yunfei bring it up voluntarily sent a jolt through Director Wang's heart.
Could this thing actually be real?
He had heard rumors about the auction incident, how the Xia family grandfather and grandson had produced a decades-old promissory note. Rumor had it that converted to current value, this note could potentially be worth trillions. At the time, Director Wang hadn't believed it. This was no small sum of full trillion yuan. Even if you included all of GS City's tax revenue, it would take years to pay off such a debt. So Director Wang's guess at the time was that while the state might acknowledge the debt, it would absolutely never actually pay out a trillion yuan in compensation.
Wouldn't that be like creating a trillionaire out of thin air? Pondering this, Director Wang couldn't resist checking last year's domestic wealth rankings. He was stunned to discover that last year's richest individual had a net worth of just over 400 billion yuan. In other words, if this debt note were actually repaid, Xia Heng's net worth would instantly surpass that of two top tycoons combined and then some. Go on. I'm listening.
Since the other party had brought up the matter of the promissory note, Xia Heng also wanted to see what the state's official stance was. First off, the state definitely recognizes the validity of this promissory note.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent here. After all, it was my grandfather who borrowed this money from you back then.
However, regarding how much should be repaid to you now, there was quite a heated debate.
Their position is that repayment is non-negotiable, but 1 trillion yuan is simply too much. Forget Jiecheng, even the entire Guangdong province would be severely strained to come up with 1 trillion yuan. So they asked me to speak with you.
The nation will repay this debt, but a reduced amount 1 trillion is simply too extravagant.
Mu Yunfei's words rang true.
It was undeniably a substantial sum. 1 trillion yuan was no small matter. Consider another staggering figure, the nation's entire annual military expenditure barely reaches 1.5 trillion yuan. This alone illustrates just how staggering the value of this IOU truly is.
Oh? And what is your stance on this? Xia Hong remained silent.
In his view, once money reached a certain scale, it became nothing more than a number. For ordinary people, 1 million would be enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. Once you hit hundreds of millions, money truly becomes just a number. After all, 99% of the world's possessions become readily accessible. What Xia Hong sought, however, was nothing less than the stance of an entire nation.
My stance is repayment. It must be repaid.
Regardless of whether this money was originally borrowed by my grandfather from you, the crucial point is that when you wrote this IOU, it represented the full weight of the Xie family. Back then, no one could have known what fate awaited our nation in the end. What if we had failed?
Wouldn't that mean the enormous sum you lent us would have been completely wasted?
Surely you can't expect us to say, back then we made you and the entire Xie family shoulder such immense risk, and now that we finally achieved national prosperity and people's well-being.
When you came back to settle accounts, would we have refused to honor our debt? Mu Yunfei spoke with sincere conviction.
As a member of the Mu family, he felt a deeper gratitude towards Xia Heng than any other leader. Back then, had Mu Jixian not received that colossal sum of 300 billion yuan, forget about holding the entire Guangdong province. The entire 66th Army might have ceased to exist. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Xia Heng the savior of the entire 66th Army.
But this matter probably wasn't something you could decide on your own. So tell me, what conditions did the central government set? Xia Hong was no naive youngster.
Though Mu Yunfei had boasted loudly, he wasn't naive enough to believe the state could actually cough up a full trillion yuan in compensation. Therefore, he concluded that Mu Yunfei must have devised an alternative compensation plan, which was why he'd come to Jie City so confidently to negotiate terms with him.
You're truly Mr. Xie.
As for money, the state genuinely can't come up with that much.
However, after thoroughly reviewing your terms, we've devised a new proposal. May I ask, Mr. Xie, what stage has your current zombie form reached? Our proposal is to secure you a premier corpse nurturing site within the country. To help you break through your current limitations, no matter what kind of burial site is required, the conditions are entirely up to you.
Chapter 189, I want to cultivate my corpse at Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum.
Do you agree? A premier corpse nurturing site? Any location, with terms entirely at my discretion?
Hearing this, Xia Hong couldn't help but curve his lips into an amused smile.
Are you certain it can be anywhere? What if I said, the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang? Xia Hong wasn't joking.
For a zombie like him, the allure of a corpse nurturing site was undeniably immense. After all, in a prime corpse nurturing site, his cultivation speed could increase 100-fold.
But free choice?
That statement was perhaps a bit of an exaggeration, considering he was now at the level of a flying zombie. His next steps lay in becoming a wandering corpse, a lurking corpse, or an undecayed corpse.
Zombies reaching this stage could no longer be regarded as ordinary undead.
After all, at this stage, they transcend the concept of zombie and are instead named as corpse.
So he wants to pick out a burial site for himself? Well, don't blame him for asking for the moon. Originally, Mu Yunfei was brimming with confidence. He believed no zombie could resist the allure of a prime burial site.
Under these circumstances, offering Xia Hong a place to cultivate was far more enticing than a trillion yuan bribe.
And indeed, Xia Hong was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of a corpse nurturing site. But the moment he mentioned Qin Shi Huang's tomb, how could negotiations possibly continue?
This.
Mu Yunfei's forehead was now drenched in cold sweat.
He had no idea how to respond to Xia Hang's sudden turn of conversation. After all, the bold claim had come from his own mouth. He'd said Xia Hong could choose whatever he wanted.
But the condition the other party had just proposed?
He truly didn't have the authority to make that call.
And it wasn't just Mu Yunfei. Director Wan was also stunned.
He'd seen people make outrageous demands before, but never anyone as brazen as Xia Hang.
Demanding to preserve a corpse in Qin Shi Huang's tomb?
That was simply beyond the pale.
I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, but I'm afraid I can't make that call on your request.
I must make a call to consult with higher-ups. You understand, the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum is the final resting place of the very first emperor in our 5,000 years of history.
This is a matter of immense gravity. I simply cannot agree to it outright.
After a long silence, Mu Yunfei decided to advocate for Xia Hong. After all, he'd already committed to it.
If he kept wavering, it might damage the nation's credibility. Fine, go ahead and ask. But I'm only mentioning it tentatively for now.
If there's a master up there, tell him I'm currently at the flying corpse stage and will soon advance to the wandering corpse stage.
For now, Qin Shi Huang's tomb won't be needed.
But once I reach the stage of undecayed bones, or even the stage of the Ba, I will absolutely enter that tomb to see it for myself. So whether you accept my terms or not, that's entirely up to you.
Xia Hong spoke with an expression of indifference.
With the system's assistance, his ability to enhance his strength was naturally countless times faster than that of ordinary zombies. His words carried both negotiation and threat. As Mu Yunfei had noted, as the first emperor in recorded history, Qin Shi Huang had undoubtedly chosen the most auspicious feng shui site on this land for his tomb. An ideal resting place for corpses. As the saying goes, extreme misfortune and extreme fortune are two sides of the same coin. The more auspicious the feng shui, the more likely it was to become a place of supreme calamity. Therefore, regardless of whether the higher-ups approved, once Xia Hong possessed sufficient strength, he was determined to venture into Qin Shi Huang's tomb. Xia Hong believed no one would be able to stop him when the time came. Therefore, the meaning behind his words was crystal clear. Whether you agree or not, I'll go ahead and do it myself. Mu Yunfei, who had risen to this position before turning 50, was no fool. He understood Xia Hang's meaning all too well. After making several crucial calls, Mu Yunfei finally reached an agreement with certain influential figures. Mr. Xia, we accept your terms. You may enter the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. But as you stated, not at this time. Moreover, the state intends to contract all your future corpse-rearing facilities. From wandering corpses to incorruptible bones. Whatever location you require, just give me the word, we guarantee 100% fulfillment. With the offer laid out so plainly, it would be downright ungrateful for Xia Hong to refuse. Therefore, after listening to Mu Yunfei's words, Xia Hong smiled and nodded. Very well. I acknowledge your sincerity. Now then, let's discuss your terms. What do you need me to do? Mu Yunfei shook his head at this point. There are no conditions. This is merely fulfilling our earlier promise. After all, we were the ones who owed you. We will issue an official statement acknowledging the validity of this trillion yuan promissory note and confirming that satisfactory terms have been reached to settle the debt. A storm is brewing. I believe you, Mr. Xie, have also sensed it beneath the nation's calm surface. Countless undercurrents have been surging wildly. We earnestly hope that when the nation faces crisis, Mr. Xie will step forward. My apologies, that last remark was perhaps unnecessary. Please do not take offense. As Mu Yunfei spoke these words, his figure seemed to tremble slightly, revealing the unimaginable weight of pressure bearing down upon his shoulders. Yet, as he himself acknowledged, that final remark was indeed somewhat superfluous. For during the nation's darkest hour of hardship and peril, Xia Hong had sold all his possessions without hesitation, even sacrificing his life to serve his country. Now, having attained the undying body of a zombie, how could he possibly stand by and watch the nation plunge into peril? It seems my hunch was right. There are indeed extraordinary individuals in high places who have sensed something amiss. Xiao Mu, there are some things you haven't been entirely clear with me about. Let me guess, does it involve the Onmyoji of Hua? Xia Hong didn't bring up the reincarnation gate directly, instead steering the conversation toward the onmyoji. He believed that since the nation had begun establishing positions like paranormal consultants and police stations across the country, it meant someone higher up had foreseen the impending danger and was devising ways to handle these supernatural incidents.
However, he remained uncertain about the extent of their knowledge. But one thing Xia Hong could state with absolute certainty: whatever crisis the nation faced, Japan would undoubtedly be involved.
It wasn't that Xia Hong looked down on them, it was simply that the disgusting deeds committed by Japan left him no choice but to harbor suspicion.
Chapter 190, Xia Hong's Gravity: A Conspiracy Involving the Yasukuni Shrine? Chapter 190.
Xia Hong unexpectedly brought up Japan the moment he opened his mouth.
Mu Yunfei was startled and immediately asked, "Mr. Xia, you've guessed it too?"
It wasn't so much that he had guessed, but rather that he had made the connection to Yu Yushin's involvement with the onmyoji. Thus, he posed the question only to unexpectedly draw out the truth.
"Oh? Tell me more." Xia Hong raised an eyebrow.
His hatred for the Japanese devils ran far deeper than anyone else's. After all, he had lived through it all, witnessing firsthand the cruelty of those Japanese devils.
Most modern people hadn't lived through that history.
Even if they harbored hatred, it couldn't possibly be as deeply ingrained as it was for those who had experienced it firsthand.
You really do see through everything. Has Mr. Xia ever heard of the term Sakura Festival? Sakura Festival?
It wasn't that Xia Hong was ignorant, he genuinely hadn't heard of such a thing.
Seeing him shake his head, Mu Yunfei hastened to explain, "It's a festival in Japan.
From March 15th to April 15th each year, people gather beneath cherry blossom trees to sing, drink, and revel until dawn. It seems like a peaceful event, but in ancient Japan, it referred to sacrificing children who had just turned 7 to the mountain deity, seeking abundant harvests. So at its core, it's an evil sacrificial ritual, merely repackaged in modern times to appear harmless.
And in recent years, Japanese cultural invasion has led to many young people in our country idolizing this Japanese culture. Not long ago, they even held cherry blossom festivals in major cities across our country. At first, we didn't think much of it, since so many years have passed since that period of war. But no one could have predicted that some young people today are so utterly clueless. If you simply wore a kimono within the designated festival area to participate in activities and experience another culture, no one would bat an eye. But some young people, for reasons unknown, have brazenly worn Japanese attire to sensitive locations that provoke public outrage. Take, for instance, memorials or monuments honoring compatriots who suffered Japanese aggression. Such actions are naturally unbearable for many patriotic citizens. To make matters worse, these individuals stubbornly insist on so-called freedom of dress, only escalating the situation. At that time, some higher-ups sensed something was amiss and immediately dispatched paranormal consultants to investigate. What they uncovered was shocking beyond belief. Behind it all, certain overseas organizations were secretly orchestrating chaos. And among the crowd watching the commotion, faint traces of onmyoji were discernible. Hearing this, Xia Hong finally understood. No wonder they said these incidents were connected to onmyoji, so that was the reason. After all, following the surge in paranormal incidents, the nation's leadership had placed significant emphasis on monitoring renowned Japanese onmyoji. These individuals possessed formidable yin-yang arts, capable of disrupting the fortune of a region or even an entire nation through various means. Consequently, most were illegally barred from entering the country. Even those onward who managed to enter were kept under strict surveillance within designated areas. However, at that time, when the situation became chaotic due to certain young people's freedom of dress incident, these onmyoji took advantage of the chaos to slip away from the supervision of some supernatural advisors, employing who knows what underhanded tactics behind the scenes. What happened next?
Xia Hong frowned as he asked. This was no trivial matter.
Those heroic martyrs had shed blood and sweat to protect the land. Who could have imagined that decades later, ignorant descendants would wear the enemy's uniforms and strut about near the memorial halls where their ancestors rest or beside the Liberation Monument? The very thought was heartbreaking. Subsequently, through a unanimous decision at the highest levels, numerous restrictions were imposed on the hosting of such foreign commemorative events. If possible, it would be best to halt all cherry blossom festivals. This differs from the current trend among young people to cosplay anime characters at conventions. Most do it simply out of affection for the role. But wearing kimonos? That can only mean one thing: a fondness for Japanese culture. Wearing it at home or in appropriate settings is one thing, but donning it at memorial halls or monuments carries a provocative undertone. This absolutely must be prohibited. Hearing this, Xia Hong finally felt a little better. Alright, it seems most people are reasonable after all. Now that this matter is settled, the Japanese probably won't calm down, they'll likely escalate things instead. Xia Hong analyzed aloud, fully understanding the Japanese mindset. Unless one demonstrated capabilities that instilled utter despair in them. Just like the 2 atomic bombs dropped by the West during World War II, it would shatter their will to resist. Otherwise, given the Japanese's petty and vindictive nature, they would inevitably seek even harsher retaliation. Yes, exactly. Who knows how long they've been scheming about this cherry blossom festival?
They finally succeeded in cultivating a generation of young people in our country who adore Japanese culture.
It must have taken years of scheming to achieve this. So when the plan fell through, the Japanese went completely mad.
According to the latest intelligence we've received, they seem to be preparing some massive conspiracy around the Yasukuni Shrine.
Yasukuni Shrine?
Hearing those 4 words, Xiahong clenched his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. Though he had only recently emerged from the grave, he had already researched everything about this structure. Originally known as the Kyoto Yasukuni Shrine, it was built to honor Japanese soldiers and their families who perished during the 2 world wars. Yet within its walls lay the enshrined spirits of 14 Class A war criminals who had committed heinous crimes in the East. This was deeply repugnant. Worse still, the Japanese government not only felt no shame but took pride in it. Year after year, they conduct these visits and offerings, an act of outrage that infuriates every Eastern soul. According to some high-level paranormal advisors, Japan may be conducting some kind of massive soul-summoning ritual,
preparing to summon back what they call the heroic spirits from hell.
As Mu Yunfei uttered these words, his face turned ashen. Clearly, this matter deeply unsettled him. Xiahong, however, wore not only anger but also a weighty solemnity.
Different perspectives yield different insights. He understood clearly that if Japan's plan succeeded, the blow it would deal to the Eastern realm would be utterly devastating. The Yasukuni Shrine did not enshrine ordinary people. Within its walls lay war criminals, each with blood-stained hands, responsible for the slaughter of countless innocent civilians. Such individuals should have suffered the torment of 10,000 ghosts devouring their souls after death, enduring endless tortures in hell to purge the resentment of the wrong spirits. Yet Japan's approach was to venerate them as deities. As a result, the boundless resentment found no outlet and only grew stronger day by day. It can be said that the resentment within the Yasukuni Shrine today has likely reached a level capable of destroying heaven and earth. Under these circumstances, if the Japanese recklessly attempt to summon these spirits, the calamity unleashed would likely be beyond the capacity of a mere Japan to bear. Chapter 191, Mu Yunfei's departure in Japan's wolfish ambitions. Much like the gate of reincarnation, perhaps the vengeful spirits summoned by the Yasukuni Shrine are not as terrifying as the 6 realms of hellish demons within the gate of reincarnation. But they are absolutely entities far surpassing the level of fierce ghosts. Indeed, they might even surpass ghostly fiends. Xiahong dared not imagine the sheer volume of resentment from so many common folk, all bottled up within a single shrine. And yet, those executioners were still revered as deities by countless worshippers. How could such a thing be justified under heaven? This matter is grave, extremely grave, far more complex than you could ever imagine. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You must report this truthfully. Under no circumstances must Japan's soul-summoning ritual succeed. That nation clings to petty rituals while lacking true righteousness. They harbor wolfish ambitions. Their covetousness toward our vast and glorious land has never ceased for a single moment, though I myself have not witnessed these 80 years of development. But I can roughly deduce one thing: the only reason they were willing to drag things out back then was because our nation's development wasn't so rapid at the beginning. Japan, however, once reached a peak of national strength where it dared challenge the West. Back then, they were confident that Japan would continue to prosper indefinitely until the day it amassed sufficient national strength to launch a massive invasion of our country. Alas, fate had other plans. The West shattered their backbone once more. Meanwhile, we've been advancing at breakneck speed, like a high-speed train that never stops. Under these circumstances, the Japanese have become utterly despairing about their future. And this is precisely where the intrigue of this nation lies. Once they conclude that normal means cannot achieve their objectives, they descend into a state of utter madness. This, I call gambling with the nation's fate. Japan has never hesitated to employ such all-or-nothing tactics. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ever shouted that utterly brain-dead slogan of 100 million shattered pearls back then. Xiahong spoke with a heavy tone. In his view, the act of summoning spirits for the Yasukuni Shrine was utterly detrimental to Japan, offering no benefits whatsoever. After all, no one could predict the catastrophic disasters and consequences that summoning those brutal, vengeful spirits might unleash. But they didn't care, just like dumping nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Were Japan's leaders all naive fools, unaware that such actions would one day backfire on them? But they couldn't care less. As long as this affair caused enough trouble for other nations, it would be worth it, even a huge win. Chaos breeds opportunity for rise. Japan understands this principle all too well. Trust me, if they succeed in holding that soul-summoning ritual at the Yasukuni Shrine toilet, then the entire world will plunge into a colossal crisis. Of course, even if countless lives are lost worldwide, even if Japan itself is the first to perish in this catastrophe, they won't care. Trust me. Only after Xiahong finished speaking did Mu Yunfei finally grasp why he held this matter in such grave importance. Though he knew little of these esoteric matters, he understood the Japanese people's despicable nature all too well. I understand, Mr. Xie. I will report this matter truthfully. I also wish to ask, if we are to resolve this crisis, do you have any suggestions? Mu Yunfei asked humbly, showing not the slightest disrespect towards Xiahong despite his own high position.
For he knew full well that the man before him, like his own grandfather, was a heroic martyr who had sacrificed everything to protect this nation. Their generation had sacrificed everything for the motherland, yet never once considered themselves. It was this unwavering conviction that forged such an invincible force. Resolve? There is no resolution. Wrongs must be addressed to their rightful targets, debts repaid to their rightful owners, debts settled with repayment, and murder avenged with life. These are the natural laws of heaven and earth. To appease the wrath of those wronged souls is simple. Wait until the red flag fills the land, horses trample Tokyo, and cherry blossoms bloom. Destroy the Japanese nation, and the matter will resolve itself. But I know our family's temperament. Well, we must maintain a peaceful image internationally and never fire the first shot. So this isn't so easily resolved. After all, Japan won't just hand you a pretext, sticking its neck out for you to strike. Hearing Xia Hang's rant, Mu Yunfei's face flushed crimson. As a high-ranking government official, he possessed far more information than the average person. Take that incident a couple years back, for instance. Japan sent a helicopter that crashed inexplicably at sea. Any clear-eyed observer could guess who was behind it. Before our side could even speak up, they jumped out themselves to admit it was a helicopter crash unrelated to any other country. A textbook case of denying something you know is true. Still, this incident shows times have changed. Japan isn't the country it was decades ago, ready to provoke war over a single missing soldier. In short, if you want to cure the root cause, just wipe out Japan. If you just want to treat the symptoms, it's simple, just smear some filth on that monument outside the Yasukuni toilet shrine. As if worried Mu Yunfei wouldn't grasp the meaning, Xia Hong elaborated, filth means piss, that sort of thing. Just smear it all over that monument. These substances inherently possess the power to break spells and ward off evil. Plus, while they cause little physical harm, they deliver a devastating insult. Pulling off this stunt will guarantee the destruction of Japan's plans in no time. Xia Hong stated calmly. This wasn't idle chatter, it was a genuine solution. Whether they'd listen depended entirely on the higher-ups' decision. Sure enough, after Xia Hong presented this method, Mu Yunfei's face flushed crimson. He never imagined the solution could be so unconventional. Understood, Mr. Xie. Everything you shared today will be faithfully relayed to the higher-ups. As for where you need to keep the corpse for now, just send me a message. I'll do my utmost to arrange it for you. In that case, I shall not linger long in Jie City. A mountain of affairs awaits my attention in the capital. Mr. Xie, if you ever have the chance, you must visit the capital. My grandfather, perhaps only you can bring him peace. After uttering these words, Mu Yunfei finally departed the Jiqing police station. Of course, the one with the most complicated emotions at that moment was Chief Wang. After all, he hadn't dared to leave on his own earlier, only to end up overhearing things he shouldn't have. Now he wished he could find a block of tofu to smash his head against. How much better it would be if he knew nothing at all. Therefore, the moment Mu Yunfei was out of sight, Chief Wang grabbed Xia Hang's arm and pleaded urgently. Help me, Mr. Xie. Do you have any amnesia-inducing talismans? I desperately need one. Chapter 192, Tracking the Madwoman, Little Bai suddenly goes berserk. A spell to erase memories? Hearing this, Xia Hong couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Director Wang to make such a request. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the matters he and Mu Yunfei had discussed today were highly classified. Director Wang felt it was beyond his purview, so wanting to pretend ignorance was understandable. No need. Since young Mu intended for you to know and didn't stop you from hearing this information, it means he trusts you. Besides, as I handle affairs here in Jie City, I genuinely need to strengthen cooperation with the police department. Since you've already heard it, just don't go blabbing about it. Under Xia Hang's instructions, Director Wang nodded vigorously, promising he wouldn't spout nonsense. Now that the people from the capital had departed, the next matter to address was Xiao Bai's situation. At the same time, after leaving Jie City, Mu Yunfei immediately dispatched officials to issue a formal announcement acknowledging the validity of Xia Hang's promissory note. Moreover, the trillion yuan pledge had been fulfilled in a manner satisfactory to the Xia family. The moment this announcement hit, netizens nationwide erupted in shock. They never imagined this thing could actually be real. What? I thought this was some media stunt. Now you're telling me a trillion yuan IOU is real? And it's actually been paid off? How the hell do you even count that? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, brother, dad, grandpa, ancestors? Oh crap, there's no unit of measurement. This basically creates another richest person out of thin air. The Xia family is seriously powerful now. So that means Zhu Shi really is some runaway princess from a wealthy family? I can't accept this. At this moment, it's no wonder netizens were losing it. The female streamer they'd watched daily, who seemed like the girl next door, suddenly transformed and declared she'd never have to work hard again. Who could possibly wrap their head around that? At the same time, on Xia Xiaoxi's end, countless netizens, upon hearing the news, immediately flooded into her livestream. Hey, Zhu Shi, you're still streaming? Your great-grandfather's IOU has been cashed.
Instead of going home to inherit $1 trillion fortune, you're stuck here as a little streamer? Talk about dedication. Just thinking about Jushi finally living the life of a wealthy heiress makes my heart ache so much I can't breathe. Jushi, will you still stream? If you stop, please be happy, okay? Jushi, you must be joyful, you must be happy. Jushi, I can't live without you, Jushi. Watching netizens go wild with memes in the livestream chat, Xiaoxi finally realized that IOU back home was real. And the government had already fulfilled its promise. But she wasn't particularly happy. After all, Xiaoxi knew better than anyone that Grandpa Zhang would never deceive her. So if he had handed her that IOU with such solemnity, it must possess extraordinary power. Besides, Xiaoxi wasn't particularly greedy, even if she sometimes seemed a bit of a penny pincher. In truth, Xiaoxi knew exactly when to be content. Money? Enough to get by was fine. Anything beyond that was just a number. An astronomical sum like $1 trillion? Xiaoxi felt that even if she spent every penny recklessly every day, she probably couldn't spend it all in a lifetime. Life is meant to be lived doing things that truly interest you. Therefore, after learning the details of the matter, Xiaoxi smiled and said, so what if it's $1 trillion? I'm not going to just sit around at home doing nothing all day. That would ruin a person. I'd rather keep streaming showing everyone what's up. With that, she swiveled the camera back to follow Officer Zhang Shun as they resumed tracking that madwoman. Xiaoxi spent the most time with Xiaobai. Though Xiaobai was just a ghost, Xiaoxi always treated her like a close friend, a sister. Unfortunately, Xiaobai had lost her memory and couldn't even recall her own identity, which deeply saddened Xiaoxi. She desperately wanted to help Xiaobai recover some memories at the very least, prevent her from drifting aimlessly, oblivious even to her own family. That's why, upon learning this madwoman might be Xiaobai's family, she became so invested. They'd been secretly following her for some time. The madwoman's movements were erratic and chaotic. It was obvious at a glance that she was mentally unstable. Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun dared not get too close, instead watching from a distance, afraid of provoking her. The madwoman wandered aimlessly, yet retained enough basic sense to stay on the sidewalk, avoiding the main streets. This meant there were no major safety concerns. Passers-by, upon seeing this deranged woman, generally kept their distance to engage with her. As she walked, she would occasionally rummage through trash bins by the roadside, sometimes picking up leftovers from others and shoving them into her mouth. It was truly heartbreaking to witness. After wandering around for a while, the woman seemed to tire of being outside and finally headed toward a dilapidated area resembling an urban village. It made sense, really. In her state, she couldn't possibly be living in a fancy apartment building. The moment Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun stepped into the abandoned building, Xiaobai suddenly drifted out of the flag again, looking somewhat dazed yet excited. I feel like I've been here before. Any reaction was a good sign. After becoming a ghost and having her memories erased, she wouldn't respond unless it was a place deeply etched in her memory. Otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered such a strong reaction. Xiaobai, think hard. Is this where you used to live? Xiaoxi hurriedly asked, sensing they were closing in on the truth. They continued tailing the madwoman through a series of twists and turns. Finally, in a hidden corner of this urban village, they found the madwoman's dwelling, a shack piled high with all kinds of trash, looking incredibly crude. It resembled a scrapyard. The two waited by the entrance for a while. Finally, after about an hour, the madwoman emerged again. This time, she carried a burlap sack. Evidently, she intended to go scavenging for scraps to sustain herself. This was their chance. While she was gone, they could thoroughly search the room. Without hesitation, they slipped inside. Unexpectedly, the moment they entered the shack, Xiaobai suddenly floated out. His eyes were bloodshot, his head throbbing intensely, as if he'd fallen into some kind of frenzied state. Chapter 193, Xiaobai's Past, the Ghostly Realm Unfolds. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Xiaobai. Xiaoxi hurriedly embraced Xiaobai, utterly bewildered that merely stepping into this room had caused such a transformation. Xiaobai would instantly transform into this state, leaving her momentarily anxious. My head hurts so much. Mom. Xiaobai struggled to maintain control of her consciousness. Countless fragments flashed through her mind, many showing a ragged little girl playing amidst a garbage heap. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun instinctively began searching the room. Soon, he realized that although this crazy woman seemed mentally unstable and unable to speak a deaf-mute, the room was surprisingly tidy. At the far end of the room stood a small desk, upon which hung a picture frame. Inside the frame was a picture of the madwoman in her youth, looking gentle and beautiful. She was holding a little girl in her arms. Sadly, the little girl's face had been slashed beyond recognition. Beyond that, the only other item found was a crumpled diary. Scrawled crookedly across the cover were the words, by Xiaoting. No time to think. Zhang Shun clamped the flashlight between his teeth and began flipping through the pages. The early entries were unremarkable, just the ordinary diary of a little girl. It was mostly just a written record of daily trivialities. The girl's handwriting back then was crooked and messy, not very neat, but the words she wrote were filled with joy. It was clear the owner of this diary had a very happy childhood.
Though most entries described accompanying her mother to collect and sell scrap, the girl's unmistakable joy shone through every line. By the middle of the diary, the girl had started school, apparently entering the sensitive phase of junior high. Her handwriting became much neater, but the joy that once filled her words had vanished. She started caring about others' opinions and confronting her family's shortcomings.
July 8, sunny.
On my way to school today, some boys in my class called me the daughter of a trash picker. They said I was dumb and deaf, that I was just a piece of junk born to a junk collector, destined to pick trash for the rest of my life. September 6, cloudy. After school today, I saw Mom rummaging through trash by the roadside.
I pretended not to notice her. Thankfully, she didn't see me either. December 13th, snow. It's snowing.
So cold, yet so beautiful. I got a new scarf, Mom gave it to me.
So warm, so happy. December 14th, snow.
On my way to school, a girl said my scarf was the one she threw away yesterday. They all laughed at me, calling me a trash-picking ragamuffin.
I hate Mom. I hate Mom.
As they read page after page of the girl's emotional journey, Zhang Shun and Xie Xiaoxi fell silent. They could almost see a pitiful, insecure, and somewhat sensitive little girl gradually growing up and realizing that her family was different from others. The mother who seemed all-powerful in her childhood, taking her everywhere to rummage through trash every day, was in reality just a mute scavenger. A story of a huge psychological gap that led to a massive rift between mother and daughter. The diary continued, and before she knew it, several years had passed. After enduring countless cold shoulders, the girl's resolve gradually hardened, and she developed her own goals.
June 8, rain. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. After waiting so long, this day has finally arrived. I must perform flawlessly, get into my dream school, and then go to the university farthest from home, escape as far as possible and never come back. Here, the diary abruptly ends. With no mention of what happened next, Xie Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun never knew whether the girl ultimately succeeded or failed. As they searched frantically for any other clues about the girl, a faint, almost inaudible sob suddenly reached their ears from behind. Xie Xiaoxi whipped her head around to see that, unnoticed, everything around them had dissolved into nothingness. Purple-black ghostly mist enveloped the small shack. When they looked toward the source of the sound, they saw it was Xiao Bai, crouched on the ground, quietly sobbing. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Don't scare me, Xiao Bai.
Xie Xiaoxi rushed forward to comfort her, but just as she was about to reach her, Zhang Shun yanked her back. Only then did she see Xiao Bai suddenly lift her head, two streams of blood tears streaming down her face.
I remember now. I remember everything. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left.
In an instant, ghostly energy surged violently, pulling both Xie Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun into a realm of illusory consciousness.
So that Bai Xiaoting was actually Xiao Bai's real name.
Back in her senior year of high school, she had secretly resolved to enroll in the university farthest from home. Beyond her mother's influence, this was also because she had once encountered a Japanese tourist boy in Jie City.
This Japanese boy was currently studying abroad here.
After meeting Bai Xiaoting, he used a few clever tricks to easily capture the heart of the girl, who was not yet 18 at the time. Before departing, the Japanese boy introduced Bai Xiaoting to various aspects of Japanese culture and knowledge, promising to take her to Japan someday to see the cherry blossoms. He also told Bai Xiaoting the name of the university he attended, and she secretly vowed to strive to get into that very university. However, after she finally managed to gain admission to this university and excitedly went to register, she never imagined that it was all just a conspiracy. Bai Xiaoting had been betrayed. The Japanese university student brought her before a Siamese sorcerer. He forcibly transformed her into a ghost and sealed her within a flag. However, due to Bai Xiaoting's deep hatred for her birth family, she had hidden the acceptance letter the moment she received it, never wanting her mother to find her again in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Fengtian University, having received no enrollment confirmation from Bai Xiaoting, assumed she had forfeited her admission opportunity. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her, they officially withdrew her acceptance. From that day onward, Bai Xiaoting vanished from this world without a trace. Her mother, already deaf and mute, descended into madness after a fruitless, frantic search. She spiraled into the state she remains in today. Chapter 194, Xiao Bai evolves into a ghostly fiend, heavenly thunder descends.
Xiao Bai, calm down. It's me. Don't you recognize me? Xie Xiaoxi was stunned. This happened so suddenly, how could Xiao Bai turn into this?
Zhang Shun was equally bewildered.
He wasn't some paranormal consultant, how could he handle a possessed ghost going berserk?
Just as the two thought they were doomed, Xiao Bai suddenly spoke again.
It's okay. I remember you both. I won't hurt you. My current state is mainly due to awakening memories.
I can't control the resentment within me, and I'm starting to evolve into a ghostly fiend. At this moment, Xiao Bai spoke again. Though she looked terrifying, her consciousness remained relatively clear. She had no intention of harming Xie Xiaoxi and the others, it was simply that she couldn't control the resentment within her. Originally, after implanting the ghostly fawn, she had already ascended to the level of a fierce ghost. Then, after spending all this time with the ghost fiend fawn, Xiao Bai's ghostly energy had already accumulated to the level of a ghost fiend. Today's events were merely the catalyst. The moment her memories awakened, Xiaobai recalled all the experiences that had filled her with regret. The guilt she felt toward her mother triggered an eruption of resentment, causing her power to surge wildly and form a vast ghostly realm. This was actually a normal occurrence, for ascending to the ghost fiend stage was a perilous endeavor.
The slightest misstep could cause one to lose control, transforming into a bloodthirsty, savage demon.
This was precisely why the ghostly aura had enveloped them.
Xia Xiaoxi and the others were simply unlucky they'd been inexplicably swept into Xiaobai's aura. I can't hold on. Find a way out quickly. I'm losing control.
When a ghostly fiend evolves, it annihilates every living soul within its shroud the instant it forms.
Xiaobai's eyes streamed blood-red tears as she cried out in desperate urgency.
In her human life, she had known few true friends. It was only after becoming a ghost that she truly encountered people who cared for her. If given a choice, she wouldn't want Xia Xiaoxi to suffer even the slightest harm.
And Xia Xiaoxi knew this all too well.
Though she had lost her memories during her transformation into Xiaobai, one's inherent character couldn't be easily altered.
Xiaobai was a kind-hearted girl. Even after enduring so much injustice, even being transformed into a vengeful spirit herself,
Xiaobai had steadfastly upheld her principles, guarding the last vestiges of kindness within her heart.
No, I can't leave, nor can I escape. Rest assured, I won't stand by and watch you turn into an evil spirit. No matter what you become, I will pull you back, Xia Xiaoxi declared with unwavering conviction.
She would never allow Xiaobai to become the very thing she despised most. The transformation continued.
After taking shape, the ghostly entity began to violently contract.
When the ghostly void finally solidified onto Xiaobai's body, it signaled that this evolution had been completely successful. Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun were merely ordinary people, incapable of wielding those mysterious powers.
Therefore, upon witnessing the ghostly void's frantic contraction, they could only huddle as closely as possible around Xiaobai. Otherwise, they risked being swallowed whole by the malevolent energy. Yet despite their desperate struggles, their efforts proved futile. The ghostly void continued to contract, steadily shrinking the space available for their survival.
Just as the two seemed on the verge of being swallowed whole, a crimson lightning bolt suddenly appeared outside the ghostly void. Like a sharp blade, the lightning instantly tore a massive crack in the ghostly void. Then, Xia Hang's slender arm reached in, grabbed Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun by the shoulders, and yanked them out with brute force.
Grandpa Zhang.
The moment she saw Xia Hang, Xia Xiaoxi nearly burst into tears. She had almost believed she was trapped forever, destined to perish here.
Zhang Shun, meanwhile, offered repeated thanks.
Had Xia Hang not intervened, the two of them would surely have faced dire consequences today.
Enough with the chatter. What happened to Xiaobai?
Xia Hang frowned as he asked. Had his perception not been sharp enough to detect the gathering specter here, Xia Xiaoxi and the others might truly have been lost. The two hurriedly blurted out everything they'd discovered during their investigation.
After learning the full story, Xia Hang couldn't help but sigh. Truthfully, I already had a vague suspicion on my way here. Xiaobai must have endured unimaginable torment.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily transformed into a vengeful spirit. But I never imagined my assumptions were still too simplistic. Her childhood was far more tragic than I could have ever conceived. Generally speaking, becoming a ghost is no simple matter. It requires immense injustice or torments suffered before death, leaving the spirit filled with resentment and unwillingness to rest, for the possibility of becoming a vengeful ghost to arise. But Xiaobai, due to her family background, endured relentless discrimination and scorn throughout her upbringing.
This resentment festered within her, finding no outlet.
This made her a prime target, a tempting prey in the eyes of evil beings. It was precisely these hardships and torments that endowed Xiaobai with an exceptionally terrifying talent among vengeful spirits. Had it not been for this, she could never have ascended to the ghost fiend realm in such a short time, relying solely on a single fiend Feng. After rescuing the two from the ghostly realm, Xiaobai's evolution finally reached its most critical phase. At this very moment, the ghostly realm had completely contracted to Xiaobai's side, enveloping her into a large, round sphere. A dark purple aura of resentment constantly swirled around Xiaobai, signifying her uniqueness and formidable power. Xia Han could confidently assert that even if Xiaobai evolved into a ghostly fiend, she would never be an ordinary one. She would inevitably become the sovereign among ghostly fiends, the true king of malevolent spirits. Yet the more extraordinary Xiaobai's evolution, the greater the obstacles she would face. Sure enough, as the ghostly void coalesced into a sphere, the moment Xiaobai within was about to break free from its cocoon. Boom! A thunderous crack split the sky, and a brilliant blue lightning bolt struck the ghostly sphere formed by Xiaobai without warning. It seemed as though the heavens themselves had intervened, attempting to prevent the birth of the ghostly entity known as Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoxi's face instantly turned pale. Though she didn't understand much about Taoist knowledge, having been constantly by Xia Hang's side, she had absorbed some of it through osmosis. She had grasped certain truths. For instance, the thunder and lightning in the heavens were precisely the greatest nemesis of these ghostly creatures. And now, the ghostly sphere forming Xiaobai was being struck by lightning, meaning heaven itself was forcibly preventing Xiaobai's birth.
Chapter 195, Flesh-resisting heavenly thunder. Is this Xia Hang's true power? Oh no! Xiao Bai is being punished by the heavens. Xia Xiaoxi exclaimed anxiously. This thunder from the heavens was different from the 5 thunder righteousness techniques Xia Hong had cast. No matter how formidable Taoist thunder techniques might be, they were ultimately artificial thunder conjured by human hands. But heavenly thunder was different. It was the most primal and potent force in existence. Nothing could compare to it. Moreover, heavenly thunder was the ultimate counter to these demons and monsters. If an ordinary person were struck by heavenly thunder, there might still be an extremely slim chance of survival. But heavenly thunder is different. Even if ordinary ghosts and monsters are merely grazed by it, they will ultimately vanish into thin air. You struck gold, Piglet. This little Bai is no ordinary ghostly entity, and this is merely the stage of breaking through to become a ghostly fiend. It has provoked the wrath of heaven and earth, compelling the heavens themselves to intervene, attempting to slay it with divine thunder. If little Bai survives this, the world may soon witness the emergence of a truly terrifying king among ghosts. There's no other way. This heavenly thunder's might is something little Bai could never withstand alone. With that thought, Xia Hong hurriedly pulled out numerous talismans and brushes from his robes. Finding no ink at hand, he didn't hesitate. He simply spread his hands toward Zhang Shun. Kid, lend me some of your blood. Ha? Stop whining and just deal with the pain. Xia Hong didn't bother explaining further. With lives at stake, there was no time for nonsense. He suddenly lunged forward, extending his sharp claws to slice open a gash on Zhang Shun's body. Blood gushed forth, and Xia Hong swiftly used it to inscribe an intricate formation in midair. This was a thunder-drawing formation, designed to channel lightning from the array onto another target. And at this moment, there was no other candidate for the lightning conduit. Without a doubt, it could only be Xia Hong himself. After all, his zombie body offered slightly more resilience than ordinary flesh. Boom! He had barely finished setting up the formation. Unexpectedly, the second bolt of heavenly lightning followed immediately, a purple thunderbolt. Upon striking the formation, it swiftly transferred onto Xia Hang's body. In an instant, he was reduced to charcoal. When the lightning's glow finally faded, his entire face had turned black and his hair stood on end like an explosion. Where was the handsome, dashing appearance of before? Thankfully, Xia Xiaoxi hadn't started streaming at that moment. Otherwise, Xia Hang's current state would have been turned into 10,000 memes by those netizens. Ah, Grandpa Zhang, you look like a punk rocker now. Xia Xiaoxi couldn't hold back her laughter. Though she knew this wasn't a time for jokes, Xia Hang's current state was undeniably hilarious. You have the nerve to laugh? If you hadn't caused all this trouble, why would your old man have to suffer like this? Xia Hong was speechless. Had he ever been struck by lightning in his life? After mastering the 5 thunder righteousness technique, he'd always been the one striking others. Who could have imagined he'd be forced into actively seeking lightning strikes today? Zhang Shun was utterly stunned. This guy was way too ruthless, taking heavenly lightning head-on with his flesh? Was this man a zombie or a cultivator? But shock aside, Zhang Shun didn't forget his duties. He immediately made several calls to Director Wang. Chief, we've got a major incident. Get some people over here to cordon off the scene immediately. Mr. Xia is taking the heavenly lightning head-on. Withstand heavenly lightning? On the other end of the line, Director Wang was utterly baffled. What the hell? Did that kid Zhang Shun get drunk? Taking the lightning strike with his body? Is that even something a normal person could do? But the moment he thought of Xia Hong, Director Wang understood. What couldn't this guy pull off? If he's taking lightning strikes head-on, so be it. Just don't let the common folk see it. Meanwhile, after weathering the first bolt of heavenly lightning, Xia Hang's entire body throbbed with excruciating pain, as if 10,000 ants were crawling over him. Yet within the thunder-scorched flesh, he faintly sensed a glimmer of vitality. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Hong immediately understood. This heavenly thunderbolt was both destruction and rebirth. His body was nothing but the ultimate yin, the embodiment of evil, a zombie. Yet lightning represented the world's most yang, most potent force. His zombie body, having endured the baptism of lightning, now felt as though it had undergone a trial. After destruction came rebirth. No wonder he had been stuck at the flying corpse stage without progress. Perhaps before evolving to the next stage, the wandering corpse, he must undergo a baptism by heavenly thunder like this. Only then could he shed his zombie form and formally enter the stage of a true corpse. Originally, this would have been an extremely lengthy process for Xia Hong. He would either need extraordinary luck to be struck by lightning by chance, or, after years of diligent cultivation, reach the critical threshold of the flying zombie stage, where the heavenly thunder would arrive as scheduled. But now, thanks to Xiao Bai, Xia Hong had gained an opportunity to undergo the heavenly thunder baptism ahead of schedule. As the second bolt of lightning flashed, Xia Hong's condition worsened. His upper garments were torn to shreds, revealing a body of well-defined, muscular physique. If any girl had seen him now, she would undoubtedly have her eyes filled with desire, unable to resist drooling.
This time, the sensation was even more intense, for zombies possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Beneath the scorched flesh where lightning struck, vibrant life force surged. Xia Hong grew even more certain he must endure this baptism of lightning to become a wandering corpse. With this realization, instead of retreating, he charged forward, soaring into the sky. This time, he would meet the heavenly thunder head-on, up close. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shun deflated like a punctured balloon and called Director Wang again. Chief, no need to send anyone over. It's unnecessary now. You'd better figure out how to contact the media and lock down today's news. Tomorrow's headlines will undoubtedly be about a suspected cultivator undergoing tribulation in Jie City, a mortal body withstanding thunderbolts high in the heavens. After hearing this, Director Wang didn't know how to respond. He'd overheard what he shouldn't have. Now, no matter how big a mess Xia Hong created, he had to clean up the mess. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part as chief of Jie City. Meanwhile, as Xia Hong ascended into the sky, countless Jiecheng residents witnessed the spectacle with their own eyes. Mommy, I think I saw someone flying in the sky. Is that Superman? A little girl sucking on a lollipop stared wide-eyed at the sky and couldn't help asking curiously. Silly girl, how could anyone possibly fly? You must have seen wrong. But before her mother could finish, she glanced in the direction the girl was pointing and immediately swallowed the rest of her words. For she too saw it, a figure truly suspended mid-air. Above his head, a thick, dark cloud descended, and a thick bolt of lightning, like a giant dragon, plunged downward. Chapter 196, which fellow Daoist is undergoing tribulation here? At this very moment, high above the heavens, Xia Hong was desperately resisting the onslaught of heavenly thunder. Endless flashes of lightning enveloped him, obscuring his features from the onlookers below. Only a vague silhouette could be discerned, bathed in the lightning's glow. Naturally, this scene was captured by some curious onlooker and immediately uploaded online. In an instant, the entire internet exploded. This has to be fake, right? Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Everyone knows videos can't be fake, this has to be real. I didn't believe it at first, but I'm from Fengcheng. My classmate from Jiecheng told me to open the window and look, and damn it, there really was someone flying in the sky. Oh crap, the government can't cover this up now. I told you immortals exist in this world. Watching the incident's heat climb steadily, Director Wang was dumbfounded. Holy crap, he knew this would make waves, but who could have guessed it would be this huge? Oh my ancestor, you sure know how to stir things up. Now Director Wang was truly paralyzed. He frantically called various media outlets, determined to suppress the story. But it was already spiraling out of control, seemingly beyond containment. Suppress? How exactly? Several cities nearby are watching millions of people. This thing can't be suppressed at all. Unless you shut down the internet in all 3 cities. The director of Jie City's broadcasting bureau now wore a face like a sour melon. He'd love to shut it down, but the problem was this was the internet age, information spread far too fast. And this wasn't some minor incident, a huge human figure was floating in the sky. Suppressing it was utterly impossible. Just as Director Wang felt utterly helpless, a call rang in his office. He hurriedly answered. Seeing no caller ID, he knew it must be a higher-up. Sure enough, Mu Yunfei's voice came through. Director Wang, if this can't be stopped from spreading, then don't bother trying. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably another one of Mr. Xia's schemes, right? Guide public opinion. Lead people to associate it with cultivators. Don't let them guess Mr. Xia's true identity. Mu Yunfei was both exasperated and secretly stunned. He never imagined Xia Hong could withstand heavenly thunder in his zombie form, causing such a massive uproar. But since that was the case, it was better to be upfront than to suppress it. They might as well admit it openly. After all these years of investigation, no genuine cultivators had ever been found. Places like Dragon Tiger Mountain and Wudong Mountain were Taoist, but they lacked any cultivation systems, merely studying various Taoist arts. Practices like summoning heavenly thunder to undergo tribulation were entirely non-existent, pure fabrications. Perhaps today's video would prompt many uninformed netizens to flock to Jie City in search of cultivators. But it doesn't matter. After all, this is something that doesn't exist. Most people will probably end up disappointed in the end. Still, Mu Yunfei considered the bigger picture. If this news could stir such a commotion domestically, it would inevitably reach overseas. If it could make hostile organizations think twice, that wouldn't be a bad thing. As the saying goes, plan ahead. Mu Yunfei even anticipated that certain foreign factions seeking trouble would undoubtedly want to verify whether the legendary cultivators had truly appeared in the East. By then, deploying a massive manhunt across the city might even uncover spies planted by foreign powers. The top priority now is to immediately dispatch personnel to seal off the scene. Remember, under no circumstances may Mr. Xia's true identity be exposed. No one must know he orchestrated this. Only after finishing these instructions did Mu Yunfei hurriedly hang up the phone. With the leadership's approval, Director Wang's operations became much smoother. He immediately made all necessary arrangements. By now, the outskirts of the urban village were already sealed off by available police forces. Not even a fly could slip through. Meanwhile, after enduring 4 or 5 waves of lightning strikes in the sky, Xia Hong was finally beginning to struggle. After all, this was genuine celestial thunder, with a core temperature reaching 28,000 degrees. An ordinary person would have been reduced to a charred corpse long ago. Fortunately, Xia Hong possessed the resilient body of a zombie, allowing him to endure 4 or 5 consecutive strikes. Even so, by the 4th or 5th wave, he was beginning to feel the strain. Fortunately, after weathering the final wave, the dark clouds finally dispersed. Barring any unexpected twists, this lightning tribulation was now completely over. Xia Hong slowly descended from the sky, his appearance nothing short of wretched. His entire body was charred black as coal, his clothes long since torn to shreds by the lightning. Even Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel heartbroken at the sight. Sniffling and teary-eyed, she cried out, "Grandpa Zhang, are you okay? What harm could have come to Xia Hong?" He merely shook himself, and instantly, the charred skin began peeling away from his body. Then, with speed beyond human reaction, he instantly charged toward Zhang Shun. It wasn't for any other reason. The crucial point was that his pants had been zapped to shreds by the lightning. Walking around bare-bottomed just wasn't a pretty sight. Before Zhang Shun could even register what was happening, he felt a sudden chill on his calf. By the time he snapped back to reality, he realized he was left wearing only his boxer briefs. His former trousers, meanwhile, had been pulled onto Xia Hang's own body. "Lost my clothes, so I'm borrowing your pants for now." Xia Hong patted Zhang Shun's shoulder with a grin, and only then did the latter fully grasp the situation. Mr. Xia's skills had grown even stronger. Just now, in less than the blink of an eye, he had vanished from where he stood. By the time they registered what had happened, Xia Hong had already pulled his pants on. This transcended the realm of flying zombies, marking his formal entry into the stage of wandering corpses. As recorded in notes from the reading micro hall, when a zombie cultivates to its ultimate limit, it can traverse both the mortal and spirit realms, ascending to the heavens above and descending into the underworld below. Though devoid of life force, it moves with the carefree ease of an immortal. This describes the wandering corpse. While not quite as exaggerated as portrayed, it clearly indicates that breaking through to this realm brings a dramatic increase in speed. Unlike the sluggish flight of flying zombies, wandering corpses have completely shed their stiffened corpses, soaring freely through the heavens and earth with utter ease. It was only then that Xia Xiaoxi and the others truly saw Xia Hang's true form. After his previous corpse had been reduced to charcoal by heavenly lightning, Xia Hang's entire body was now covered in newly grown, tender flesh, pale and flawless, resembling a pure, innocent male high school student under 18. Xia Xiaoxi was utterly stunned. Honestly, in the 21st century, with all the celebrities, heartthrobs, idols, and internet sensations around, what kind of handsome guy hadn't she seen? But someone like Grandpa Zhang? This was a first. Just looking at him made her mouth water. Chapter 197, Little Bai breaks through the ghostly curse, transforming into a white-haired lowly. No wonder. It wasn't Xia Xiaoxi's fault that drool and nosebleeds were gushing out. The thing was, Xia Hong looked way too delicate now. His newly formed skin was as pure and flawless as white porcelain. That alone would be one thing, but what about those perfectly sculpted, powerfully defined muscles on his upper body? Those lines were absolutely flawless, the kind that could make any girl's nose bleed. This was the benefit of the heavenly thunder tempering technique. Thunder represents the ultimate yang and the most potent force in this world. It embodies both destruction and rebirth. Xia Hong, having endured the most extreme destruction, now embraced a dazzling rebirth. Shedding his former stiff corpse, he truly transformed into a corpse barely distinguishable from an ordinary person save for his lack of vitality. Yet he possessed far greater speed and overwhelming strength. With a mere flick of his arm, the faint roar of dragons and tigers could be heard, the piercing sound of wind sliced by extreme velocity. Having reached this stage, I've transcended the realm of zombies. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, by the time Zhang Jiuwo returns, we can finally initiate the Spirit Path Zombie Project. Xia Hong had previously felt the timing wasn't right, believing that while zombies were powerful, they also came with limitations. However, after breaking through to the wandering corpse stage, Xia Hong had begun to grasp a deeper truth. When cultivation reached its zenith, zombies might just be a viable path forward. After all, this was a cultivation method he had already verified for himself. I'm fine. Now I'm just waiting for Xiao Bai to break through successfully. I've done everything I can. The rest of the journey is hers alone to walk. Xia Hong said indifferently. He truly had done everything he could. Having withstood 5 heavenly thunderbolts, only one more remained at most. If she couldn't withstand even this final strike, it would be better for her soul to be scattered to the winds. Sure enough. As the dark clouds dispersed, a slanting ray of sunlight pierced through the sky, illuminating a black sphere on the ground. It resembled a giant egg, and beneath it, Little Bai curled up inside. Her pure white skin was covered in swirling black patterns. This was the necessary step for a fierce ghost to transform into a ghostly fiend. What made fierce ghosts terrifying was their intense resentment. To break through to ghostly fiends, they had to transform all that resentment into malevolent energy. The greatest difference between a ghostly fiend and a fierce ghost lies in the fiend's ability to summon vast ghostly realms at will. In feng shui, sha signifies a perilous terrain. Ghostly fiends inherently clash with their surroundings, carrying a unique domain that makes them perpetually immersed in a ghostly realm. This ghostly realm possesses the power to subjugate other supernatural beings. Thus, even 1,000 fierce ghosts pale in comparison to a ghostly aura. This is the true terror of such entities. Now, the breakthrough had reached its most critical stage. A purplish-black aura swirled around Xiaobai, and her entire ghostly form was evolving into the shape of a ghostly fang. As the entire black sphere began to crack, segment by segment, on the verge of shattering. Boom! At that instant, a thunderous roar echoed clearly in everyone's ears. No dark clouds, no flashes of lightning, a thunderclap from nowhere. It was the most treacherous form of thunder, the invisible kind. It seemed heaven hadn't given up after all, saving this final blow to crush the newborn ghostly fiend, Xiaobai, in its cradle. It would not permit her to burst onto the scene. By the time Xia Hong reacted, it was already too late to stop it. Though his speed had reached its absolute limit, it still couldn't outpace lightning, let alone this formless, colorless thunder. The crowd could only vaguely sense that something terrifying was hurtling toward Xiaobai at breakneck speed from midair. And in the blink of an eye, even Xia Hong couldn't help but silently shake his head, convinced little Bai was about to be struck to oblivion by this invisible thunderbolt. Suddenly, a disheveled, ragged figure with tangled hair burst forth from somewhere. Her speed wasn't fast, certainly nowhere near Xia Hang's, but she was undoubtedly unleashing every ounce of potential within her body. A great, mystical force drove her to act on pure instinct. She was a deaf and mute madwoman. She couldn't hear the thunder, nor could she speak. Yet, in that moment, she vaguely sensed that she simply had to do this. Her wrinkled, weathered face bore eyes clouded with age, yet now they burned with unyielding resolve. Her frail arms stretched out with every ounce of strength, throwing themselves recklessly in front of the black, colossal sphere. The invisible thunder, upon striking this madwoman's body, erupted into tangible peril. The blinding flash of lightning nearly seared the eyes of everyone present. Amidst the chaotic dance of silver lightning filling the arena, the madwoman merely turned her head slowly to glance at the black sphere behind her. In that instant, she knew she had finally found it. Though she knew not what lay within that black sphere, an inexplicable force told her this was something she must protect at all costs. Crash! At that very instant, the massive black sphere finally cracked open. From the fissure emerged a pair of flawlessly white arms. They gently cradled the madwoman's cheeks, and then, the newborn little Bai emerged from within. Pure white hair, pure white eyebrows, every inch of her, even her eyelashes, was snow white, flawless as a celestial maiden. She gently rested her tear-streaked head against the madwoman's shoulder, perhaps for the very last time. "I'm sorry. Mom, Xiao Ting is back." The madwoman was deaf, yet somehow, she seemed to understand those words. Her lips trembled as she closed her eyes in disbelief, nodding firmly. In the end, this ill-fated mother and daughter reunited once more at life's final threshold. Alas, it was all too late. The invisible lightning, though seemingly causing no visible harm. But in truth, this lightning specifically targeted souls. In Xia Heng's gaze, he could clearly see a faint blue shadow slowly dissipating from the madwoman's body. This was the madwoman's soul, struck by the invisible thunder. Even if she wished to become a ghost, it was impossible. This was true annihilation, vanishing from the heavens and earth. Xiaobai, having already broken through to the ghost fiend realm, understood this better than anyone. Her face twisted in anguish as she reached out, grasping at thin air several times. Yet the spirit fragments she grasped ultimately scattered like shifting sand, vanishing entirely. "Take care." Xia Hang's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only patted Xiaobai's shoulder, signaling her to accept this reality. Even Xia Xiaoxi, usually slow to catch on, finally sensed something was terribly wrong. "Xiaobai? What's wrong with Auntie? Isn't she just asleep?" Chapter 198, Xia Hang vs Xiaobai, the clash between the wandering corpse and the ghostly fiend. To this, Xia Hang said nothing, merely pulling Xia Xiaoxi back and sighing helplessly. Let her be. Then he left the dilapidated urban village. After all, the area was now cordoned off. Ordinary people couldn't enter, and no one would see Xiaobai in her current state. Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shan wisely departed as well, leaving Xiaobai with a space all her own. Meanwhile, online rumors continued to swirl. However, the authorities issued a denial. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Where in this world are there cultivators? This is merely Jiaqing filming a certain Xianxia TV series. The special effects were just too realistic. People were skeptical at first, but once the official statement came out, oh no. Damn, that's pure bull. I was half convinced before, but now I have to go to GS City to see for myself. Immortals touch my crown, grant me eternal life. Ah, immortal path, here I come. You call this special effects? Got it, they just don't want us knowing the truth, huh? I'm definitely a natural immortal spirit root. Don't even try to steal my thunder, my name will echo through the cultivation world someday. Who hasn't read a few cultivation novels? Ha! Old Demon Han is here. Seeing these heated comments online, Director Wang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This tactic of trying to cover something up only made it more obvious truly worthy of someone trained in journalism. Originally, people might have been skeptical about the source of this news, speculating who exactly was bathing in the lightning to cross the tribulation. But once the Jiaqing Broadcasting Bureau released this news, all eyes shifted to the theory that the authorities were trying to cover something up. Now, many tourists were planning to spontaneously head to Jie City to explore, hoping to stumble upon the legendary immortal connection. Meanwhile, no one was paying attention to Xia Heng's situation anymore. Meanwhile, in the urban village. After waiting for a while, the group saw Xiaobai emerge from inside. Only then did they realize that compared to before, Xiaobai had undergone a complete transformation. Her entire body was now covered in skin so white it was almost translucent, with veins faintly visible beneath the surface. An even more striking feature was that every single hair on her body had transformed into a crystalline, translucent white. She looked like an elf who had just stepped out of the snow. Wow, Xiaobai, you look absolutely stunning. Xia Xiaoxi didn't want to bring up unpleasant memories, so she quickly praised Xiaobai's beauty. Xiaobai nodded, offering a faint, sorrowful smile. Thank you all for helping me recover this lost memory. I've laid my mother to rest. She never left this village in her lifetime. Now, I want to take her to see the magnificent landscapes of our motherland. As she spoke these words, everyone noticed a small flag hanging around Xiaobai's neck. No need to guess, it must have been the madwoman's cremated remains, hidden within the flag and transformed into a wearable form around her neck. After all, Xiaobai was no longer the same being. A ghost fiend that was in existence far surpassing that of a fierce ghost. So what are you planning to do next? If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Xia Hong said calmly. Before, since Xiaobai hadn't regained his memories, keeping him around was understandable. After all, Xia Hong had his own self-interest. Xiaobai could help protect Xia Xiaoxi. But now, Xiaobai's memories had fully returned. From every perspective, she was now an independent individual. Therefore, Xia Hong felt awkward about continuing to force Xiaobai to stay by his side. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that after he finished speaking, Xiaobai immediately shook her head. Mr. Xia, I was ignorant and naive before, but now I've awakened. Everything I've achieved today is thanks to the help you and Xiaoxi gave me. Even though I've become a ghostly fiend now, I'm still weak and alone. My sole purpose now is to find that Japanese exchange student who betrayed me. If he hadn't deceived me, things wouldn't have ended this way. While my own actions bear more responsibility, it's hard to guarantee that guy isn't a repeat offender. Leaving him on our soil will only lead to more people suffering like me. Xiaobai gritted her teeth as she spoke. She didn't place all the blame on others, but it was undeniable that the Japanese exchange student was one of the catalysts. She was an exceptionally kind-hearted girl at her core, unable to bear seeing fellow compatriots suffer the same hardships she had endured. Hearing this, Xia Hong nodded in agreement. In truth, he had already learned the details from Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun. A major reason Xiaobai had fallen into the hands of the Siamese sorcerer was that she had been deceived by a Japanese exchange student. Xia Hong had never held much regard for the Japanese, especially those capable of such heartless and ruthless deeds. He nodded in agreement. No problem. Our goals align anyway, exposing the schemes the Japanese have secretly laid on our soil. Follow along. Sooner or later, we'll cross paths with that bastard again. But first, I have another favor to ask of you. Changing the subject abruptly, Xia Hong steered the conversation back to Xiaobai. The latter immediately asked, just name it. I've been indebted to you for so much help, I truly don't know how to repay you. It's simple. Fight me. Let me see the strength of a ghost fiend. As he spoke, Xia Hong began stretching his limbs. Xiaobai was arguably the first ghost fiend he'd ever encountered. Plus, Xia Hong himself had finally managed to advance to the Wandering Corpse realm. Therefore, he couldn't wait to engage Xiaobai in combat, eager to gauge just how powerful he had become. Xiaobai took Xia Heng's request seriously. The moment his words fell, she had already elevated her combat power to peak condition. In an instant, a massive black ghostly void spread out from beneath her feet in a circular pattern. Before anyone could react, they were all sucked into the ghostly vortex. This was the true power of the ghost fiend at any moment. With a mere thought, it could unleash a colossal ghostly void. Within this realm, the ghost fiend's combat power increased exponentially. Even Xia Hong, now at the Wandering Corpse realm, would likely suffer heavy losses within Xiaobai's ghostly void if he wasn't careful. The pitch-black ghost realm instantly enveloped the entire area. Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun felt themselves wrapped in a gentle force. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already been transported outside the ghostly realm. Chapter 199, Trouble at Yuyushan again, another Japanese scheme? Xiaobai was, after all, fundamentally kind. She knew her aura was heavy with malevolence and didn't want to drag others into it. Take Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shun, for instance, both were human. Prolonged exposure to the ghost realm would inevitably affect them. After sending them out, she had actually provided them with an excellent vantage point to observe the battle. At that very moment, within the ghostly realm, Xia Hong felt as though he had plunged into a space of utter darkness. Not even an outstretched hand could be seen, the surroundings shrouded in thick, black malevolent energy. Xiaobai concealed himself within this dense black aura, periodically launching fierce attacks at Xia Heng. By this stage, their battle had transcended the confines of the ground. They darted through the air like martial arts masters skilled in lightness techniques. In this realm of darkness, since he couldn't see anyway, Xia Heng simply closed his eyes. If he wanted to break the stalemate, casting the golden light mantra would be the simplest solution. The radiant light would dispel all evil, naturally shattering this ghostly realm. However, having already advanced to the wandering corpse stage, resorting to the golden light mantra to deal with a mere ghostly fiend felt rather pathetic. As Xia Heng stood motionless, Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before finally launching her attack. She concealed herself within the black aura, drifting like a white cloth floating through the air, cautiously approaching Xia Heng from behind. Then, curling her palm into a claw, 5 sharp talons lunged towards Xia Heng's back without warning. However, what she hadn't anticipated was Xia Heng's even faster reaction. Merely sensing the slightest hint of danger behind him, he sprang into action instantly. His form flickered in place, and by the time Xiaobai registered what was happening, Xia Heng had already appeared behind her. A sudden kick slammed down hard against Xiaobai's back. Mid-air, Xiaobai spun desperately, attempting to block the attack with both hands. Yet, all she heard was Xia Heng's calm, almost detached sigh, too slow. His form flickered again. When he reappeared, Xia Heng's large hand had already locked onto Xiaobai's neck. The outcome was decided. This was the speed of a wandering corpse, truly astonishingly fast. Even though Xiaobai had now entered the ghost fiend stage, in terms of speed, he simply couldn't compare to Xia Heng. As the ghostly mist dissipated, Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shan watched the two figures emerge slowly from the darkness. Having stood outside the ghostly realm, they had witnessed everything that transpired within with crystal clarity. Initially, Xiaobai held a slight advantage, as the ghostly mist severely impaired Xia Heng's vision. However, the moment she lost her composure and initiated an attack, the true gap between them became starkly apparent. If even a top-tier ghostly fiend like Xiaobai couldn't overcome Xia Heng, it could only prove that zombies possessed far greater potential for growth than ghosts. Mr. Xia, old master Zhang Jiuhua just called. He said something's happened at Yu Yushan. Spotting Xia Heng and Xiaobai reappear, Zhang Shan hurried over eagerly. Just moments ago, he'd received a call from Xia village reporting the discovery of an extremely ominous object at the construction site. Oh? Tell me about it. Seeing Zhang Shan's anxious expression, Xia Heng gestured for him to calm down. Let's sort this out and see what exactly happened. You mentioned earlier that based on the surrounding terrain, we'd start constructing various projects and ultimately set up an array to seal Fish Leap Mountain, right? Well, today during construction, they unexpectedly discovered something extremely bizarre. There were piles and piles of jars. At first, the workers didn't plan to report it, thinking they might be treasures left behind from the anti-Japanese wars. But then, after they secretly opened the jars, they discovered something else inside: human remains, cut into pieces. Human segments? Hearing this, Xia Heng froze in confusion. What on earth did that mean? Yes, human body parts cut into sections. When they opened the first jar, it contained a human head. When they opened the second jar, it held an arm. By this point, the workers were already terrified and dared not proceed further. But no one could have imagined that the head would suddenly fly up on its own, sprouting all sorts of terrifying tentacles that attacked the nearby workers. Most of the workers fled, but one unlucky soul got his leg caught by a hand from the jar, tripping him over. The head immediately bit into him. By the time the workers rushed over with Zhang Jiuhua and the others, that worker had been completely sucked dry into a desiccated corpse, while the head and hand had vanished without a trace. A moving head and moving hands? After hearing Zhang Shan's account, Xia Heng's brow furrowed involuntarily. This meant the jar must contain some kind of strange, malevolent entity. What about the other jars? Xia Heng suddenly asked. If the dismembered remains inside these jars could be reassembled into a complete human body, then would these jars still exist on the construction site? Precisely because the remaining jars are still here, there are 9 jars in total, and only 2 have been opened. But it seems their target wasn't the jars themselves, the remaining 7 haven't been opened. That's why old master Zhang Jiuhua and the others are undecided. They want you to come back and take a look. Upon hearing this, Xia Heng nodded. Never mind the details. Let's go take a look first. Whatever is sealed inside these jars, don't make any rash moves until I'm on site. With that, Xia Heng prepared to head towards Xia village with Xia Xiaoxi and Zhang Shan in tow. By the time they reached the construction site Zhang Jiuhua had mentioned, it was already 1 or 2 in the morning, yet the place was still brightly lit. Zhang Jiuhua and the other paranormal consultants had been keeping watch nearby, not daring to relax for even a moment. The moment they spotted Xia Heng, they collectively exhaled in relief. Mr. Xia, you finally arrived. Zhang Shan should have filled you in on the details. After the tragic incident at the construction site, we've been stationed here non-stop, not daring to leave. Then, at midnight, something changed. These remaining jars started shaking on their own for no apparent reason. We exhausted countless talismans and expended tremendous energy. It took us a great deal of effort to finally suppress them again. Please come take a look immediately. What on earth is this? Hearing this, Xia Hong wasted no time and hurried over to take a look. With just one glance, he noticed that each jar bore a bizarre, intricate pattern.
Only those in the know could discern that each pattern represented the family crest of a Japanese Onmyoji clan. Chapter 200, one of Japan's three great demons Shuten Doji.
Mr. Xia, the markings on these jars look like they're from Japan.
Zhang Jiuhua couldn't help but ask, and Xia Hong nodded in agreement.
Having fought Japan for so many years, he naturally knew a thing or two about the country's traditions.
Any family of some stature possessed its own unique family crest.
Onmyoji held a position of immense prestige in Hua, and any Onmyoji family of even modest standing would possess a corresponding family crest. The designs painted on these jars and pots before them were essentially the family crests of prominent Onmyoji clans.
These are indeed items from Hua.
The markings here are the family crests of Onmyoji clans.
But the question is, how did so many jars suddenly appear here? What exactly were those Japanese fellows trying to accomplish? Xia Hong couldn't help but ponder deeply.
Moreover, from what they mentioned, these things were quite bizarre. Even if only a head or a single arm remained, they still wouldn't die and could move freely. Meanwhile, the jars were violently shaking.
Zhang Jiuhua and the other paranormal consultants were desperately sealing them.
But they were clearly struggling. One jar was shaking the most violently, crashing left and right within the array Zhang Jiuhua and the others had set up. It looked like it was about to break through the layers of barriers and escape. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Xia Hong, who had already ascended to the wandering corpse realm.
The instant the canister flew free, Xia Hong flickered forward, delivering a lightning-fast sidekick that sent the canister crashing back into the formation. Something's off.
Xia Hong halted in place, tapping the ground lightly with his toe. He could sense that this thing was surprisingly strong.
Even sealed away, it still possessed unimaginable power. Something's off. Keep an eye on these jars. I'll go look for the head and hands that got away. See if we can retrieve it. Xia Hong instructed solemnly, concerned the old men might not be up to the task. He even pulled out a few extra talismans himself, reinforcing the formation further.
Zhang Shan and the other officers took this matter very seriously, deploying a large number of police to patrol the surrounding area.
Xia Xiaoxi called her second grandfather, Xia Chinyi, to see if she could mobilize the villagers of Xie village to brainstorm solutions.
Indeed, many hands make light work. Within 10 minutes of the full mobilization, news came from Xie village. They had found the dead ghost head.
Grandpa Zhang, we have news. Aunt Lu from the village runs a liquor shop.
She makes that pure handmade rice wine. And she nearly fainted from fright just now. Because she saw the dead ghost head soaking in one of her own large wine vats, the kind specifically used for brewing.
Not sure if it was drunk, but at least it didn't hurt anyone. Wine shop. Hearing that word, Xia Hong suddenly had a hunch. Damn it, those Japanese shaman bastards, could they have shipped that thing over here?
Without delay, Xia Hong headed to Xia village.
By now, a large crowd had gathered outside Aunt Lu's brewery. Why do they say common folk love gossip? Hearing rumors of a dead ghost's head soaking in liquor, instead of being frightened, they'd brought peanuts, melon seeds, and snacks.
Squatting at the brewery entrance, they were all waiting for the show to begin. Fortunately, the village chief was quite responsible. He did his best to keep everyone at a distance of over 10 meters from the brewery to prevent any casualties.
Mr. Xia, you're finally here. I've sealed off the entire room.
No one dares go in now, and strange noises keep coming from inside.
Strange sounds? Hearing this, Xia Hong's brow furrowed slightly. Just then,
suddenly, a thunderous snore erupted from within the brewery.
It shook the entire building violently.
The village chief shrugged helplessly.
There you go, that's the kind of strange sound I'm talking about. Alright then. Xia Hong's face darkened.
The sound was indeed peculiar, while Xia Xiaoxi struggled to stifle her laughter on the other side. The two stepped into the room and followed the sound to its source, quickly locating the large wine vat Aunt Lu had mentioned. Opening their eyes, they saw a ghostly head floating in the liquor, blissfully dozing away as if oblivious to everything around it. Judging by the flush on its face, the thing was clearly drunk as a skunk.
Xia Hong, however, wasn't about to indulge it.
With a flick of his right hand, a golden bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air, exploding instantly against the ghost's face. Ever since surviving that heavenly thunder last time, Xia Hong discovered he could not only unleash the crimson-hued 5 thunders,
but also the golden yang 5 thunderbolts. Moreover, he harbored a bold conjecture: if he combined 5 thunderbolts with yang 5 thunderbolts, might it produce an extraordinary effect? But he hadn't found an opportunity to test it yet. Struck by Xia Hong's yang 5 thunder, the ghostly head instantly flew into a rage. Bursting out of the wine vat, it opened its mouth to curse. "Who dares disturb this lord's sleep, you blind fool?" His words were spoken in pure Japanese. Only then did Xia Hong respond with a cold smile. "My apologies, then. If I may venture a guess, your identity, could it be Shuten Doji, one of the 3 great demons?" Xia Hong asked with a grave expression. Truthfully, the moment he'd laid eyes on this creature, his suspicions had been all but confirmed. Analyzing from every angle, first, this creature could move freely even with its head severed from its body, truly immortal. That alone proved it was no ordinary human.
Second, the sealing incantations etched upon those jars and vials. Though Xiahong wasn't a master of yin-yang arts, he could recognize their immense power at a glance. They were incredibly intricate, far beyond what ordinary ghosts or demons would require.
Moreover, the fact that its body had been divided into 9 segments for separate sealing pointed to only one possibility: the creature these yin-yang masters had sealed was an utterly terrifying monster.
This naturally brought to mind the tales of demons from Manhwa. Adding to that, Xiahong had heard that this creature was nothing but a dead ghost's head, yet it wasn't rushing to devour humans or kill to replenish its strength. Instead, it sought out a brewery and burrowed straight into a large wine vat, truly a creature with a thirst for alcohol. There was only one possibility left: this creature was likely one of the 3 most terrifying demons in Japanese folklore. Shutendoji.
Chapter 201, Don't underestimate the king of 100 ghosts, you bastard.
And as it turned out, Xiahong hadn't guessed wrong. After he uttered those words, a playful grin spread across the dead ghost's face.
He smirked triumphantly. Kid, you know your stuff, huh? That's right, this old man is Shutendoji.
Since you recognize me and show not a shred of fear.
It seems you're the one that Saimai of Nishikawa ordered me to deal with. Nishikawa Saimai? Hearing that name again, Xiahong's brow instantly furrowed once more. Why is this guy everywhere? This so-called once-in-a-millennium genius of the Onmyoji school, and why, just how many hidden schemes has he laid across the entire eastern continent? Did you strike a deal with Nishikawa Saimai? Did he send you here?
Xiahong asked coldly, testing whether he could coax more information out of Shutendoji.
It is and it isn't.
It wasn't exactly a deal, since he never truly broke my seal. But he did promise, according to his celestial calculations, that decades from now, someone would come to break my seal.
And when that time comes, my only task will be to kill you. From that day forward, the entire Onmyoji clan of Wa will cease bothering me.
Shutendoji remained remarkably composed, continuing to drink at his own leisure, showing no sign of regarding Xiahong as any kind of threat.
Oh?
From what you're saying, it seems you hold the Onmyoji families of Wa in great fear.
Then aren't you afraid of our Taoist clans, who are even more terrifying?
Xiahong deliberately goaded him, hoping to pry information from Shutendoji about just how far Japan's Onmyoji clans had advanced. However, Xiahong hadn't anticipated that after hearing his words, Shutendoji would burst into laughter, a laugh that was utterly brazen. Come on, no matter what, I am Shutendoji, the king of 100 ghosts, the greatest of all great demons.
I admit your Eastern Taoist sects possess some skill. But I am immortal and indestructible.
Had it not been for Saimai and his followers wielding the Tokogiri Yasutsuna to sever my head.
Do you really think they could have sealed me away? Don't you dare underestimate me, you bastard.
The words had barely left his mouth when the ghostly head suddenly hurtled towards Xiahong. Seeing Shutendoji's face twisted in fury, it seemed he wanted to devour Xiahong alive.
Xiahong wasn't about to indulge him.
He kicked out with his leg, sending the ghost's head flying. Unfortunately, he ended up punching straight through the roof of Aunt Lu's house. Since the damage was already done, Xiahong didn't bother with niceties. He leaped up, burst through the roof, and gave chase after the ghostly head of Shutendoji.
Xiaoxi couldn't fly, but Little Bai could.
Grabbing Xiaoxi by the hand, he followed Xiahong out in hot pursuit.
Ow ow ow. Kid, you've pissed me off. A giant shoe print was still plastered across Shutendoji's face. He had to admit he'd underestimated Xiahong.
Never would he have guessed this peculiar kid possessed such terrifying speed. As the words fell, Shutendoji's ghostly head began swelling larger and larger. His appearance no longer resembled the fair-faced youth of before. Instead, it transformed into a hideous demon, red-faced, with disheveled hair and horns.
A massive flame erupted from its gaping maw. Witnessing this spectacle, countless villagers below couldn't help but burst into applause. Whoa, whoa, amazing. Amazing. This ghost head can even breathe fire. What a sight. Shutendoji was stunned. Back in Wa, whenever he appeared, it inevitably meant utter devastation. Not a single commoner dared to face him. So why, after arriving here, did it feel like the villagers were treating him like some kind of monkey? Xiahong was much the same. Though Shutendoji's form had grown larger, he was still just a dead ghost head at heart. His attack methods were far too crude. How could flying flames possibly match his speed?
In a flash, he materialized behind Shutendoji's massive head. His right hand held a ball of golden lightning, while his left glowed with crimson electric energy. He unleashed both Yang 5 Thunder and Yin 5 Thunder simultaneously, smashing them down onto Shutendoji's massive demonic head. Instantly, the creature was electrified to the point of physical numbness. Then he grabbed hold of the creature's long horns and slammed it violently into the ground. But it wasn't over. As Shutendoji's head flew through the air, Xiahong pursued it, delivering over a dozen vicious kicks, each aimed squarely at the creature's face. Not a shred of mercy was shown to this Heian-era demon lord. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Shutendoji screamed in agony. While Xiahong's attacks weren't particularly powerful, the sheer humiliation was undeniable. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Thud! With a thunderous crash, Shuten Doji slammed into the ground, half his skull buried deep in the earth. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Even covered in dust and sand filled, his rage burned brighter than ever, bordering on madness. It was at this very moment that Xia Hang suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. Shushi, take Xiaobai and head over to support Zhang Jiuhua and the others. Damn it! That bastard's ghost hand hasn't shown itself yet. Xia Hong had sensed something amiss from the start. This Shuten Doji was far too easygoing. Legend had it this creature was a savage, tyrannical great demon who'd devour people at the slightest provocation. Now he realized the enemy might have been deliberately stalling for time. Just then, upon hearing Xia Hang's shout, Shuten Doji suddenly burst into laughter. You finally caught on, kid? Too late. Ha! My ghostly hands have likely already wiped out that bunch of stinking Taoists. My body should be racing toward this place at full speed right now. Sure enough. The moment Shuten Doji finished speaking, Xia Xiaoxi heard her phone ring. She picked it up to find it was indeed Zhang Shun calling. Something terrible has happened. A mysterious ghost hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It destroyed the master's formation, and now all the jars have been smashed. Those body parts have assembled into a headless corpse. No one could stop it. We could only watch helplessly as it destroyed the formation, injured many people, and is now sprinting towards Xia village at full speed. Unbelievable. That bastard managed to escape. Xia Hang's expression had grown grim as could be. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Hang immediately ordered, "Run! Get all the villagers out of here including Zhang Jiuhua and the others. This Shuten Doji I'll handle him alone." Chapter 202, follow? Ridiculous. Shuten Doji bewitches Xia Hang. As Xia Hang's words fell silent, Xia Xiaoxi hurriedly led the villagers away, while Zhang Jiuhua and the others also immediately evacuated the scene. Then, a headless corpse was seen charging rapidly toward them. This was Shuten Doji's true form. From beneath his demonic head, a long tentacle suddenly extended, hooking onto the exposed tendrils protruding from his neck. In an instant, the two merged into one, restoring Shuten Doji to peak condition. He shook his head a few times, then fixed Xia Hang with a gaze that regarded him as mere ants. Why aren't you running? Do you truly believe you can stop me? Having been sealed away for centuries, finally seeing daylight again, Shuten Doji showed not a trace of panic. After all, he had once been the foremost of the three great demons that terrorized Hua, the true king of 100 ghosts. With power that made him look down on everything, he naturally held no regard for Xia Hang. So confident, are you? You're nothing but a lowly Japanese brat. Xia Hang remained unperturbed, merely finding this creature's arrogance somewhat excessive. So this is the confidence of Japan's great demons running rampant across this land? Oomph. Nothing but empty boasts. Consider yourself honored to be the first soul to fall at my feet since I returned to this world. Rest assured, I won't kill you so easily. I'll torture you thoroughly, making you understand the consequences of insulting this lord. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shuten Doji moved. True to his reputation as one of Japan's mightiest great demons, his speed was truly unparalleled. In an instant, Xia Hang felt a chill on his back, then saw a massive hand clawing fiercely toward his forehead. Fortunately, he had already ascended to the wandering corpse realm. Though his opponent was swift, Xia Hang was no less agile. With a deft tilt of his head, he evaded the sudden claw strike with a mysteriously precise dodge. Instantly, he launched a flying kick, aiming straight for Shuten Doji's midsection. Exchanging blows back and forth, they clashed over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Throughout the fight, Shuten Doji's initial disdain gradually gave way to growing alarm. He never imagined that this seemingly frail man before him could actually match him in both speed and strength. This was beyond what any human should be capable of. Even Saimai, the Onmyoji who had sealed him away, had relied on mystical arts rather than physical combat. Unlike Shuten Doji, Xia Hang grew more exhilarated with each exchange. It had been ages since an opponent had pushed him to unleash his full power with such satisfying intensity. Each clash of fists and feet mid-air sent shockwaves rippling outward. This was the manifestation of combat power pushed to its absolute limit. Simply put, the force generated at the instant of impact had reached the threshold capable of shattering the sound barrier. Even the air itself shattered. At this very moment, atop the peaks of Yuyue Mountain, Xia Xiaoxi had already reunited with Zhang Jiuhua and the others. It was obvious that this bunch of old-timers, the paranormal consultants, had suffered a major setback at the hands of Shuten Doji earlier. Each of them bore bruises and swollen faces, presenting a rather comical sight. Now, they raised their binoculars, gazing intently towards Xia village in the distance, observing the battle between Xia Hang and Shuten Doji. You have to admit, this zombie body is something else. Just look at Mr. Xia, he's holding his own against this legendary demon from the Warring States period using only his physical strength. Indeed. If the age of chaos truly dawns, where spirits and demons stir once more, we'll likely have to abandon our human forms if we wish to strengthen ourselves swiftly. So be it. We'll stop being human. Against lesser demons, we could barely hold our own with Taoist arts. But before these true monsters, the human body is simply too frail. The Spirit Path Zombie project must be prioritized. Not only must we mass-produce zombies within the military, but even you and I may have no choice but to walk this path of the undead. Otherwise, with my old bones, they'll likely tear me apart in no time. The group of old men exchanged glances, still shaken by their recent encounters. Previously, even the most troublesome opponents had been dealt with by Xia Hang. They had never truly grasped the enemy's power until today, when they finally witnessed it firsthand. This great demon, known as Shuten Doji, possessed no head at all, merely relying on its headless, mutilated torso. Yet it exerted an unimaginable aura of oppression upon everyone. Curses and Taoist arts proved utterly useless against him, landing blows that felt like mere tickles. A single strike from the enemy nearly sent these old veterans to meet the King of Hell. Had Xia Hong not spared them a few thousand mile charms to preserve their lives, they would have been torn to shreds by this creature long ago. It was precisely because they had experienced Shuten Doji's power firsthand that they now possessed a clear, visceral understanding of the combat prowess Xia Hong was displaying. By the time the battle reached this stage, there was absolutely no room for any human to intervene. Yet the battle raged on. After 200 or 300 exchanges, Xia Hong finally realized that such a great demon possessed incredibly powerful regenerative abilities. It was extremely difficult for him to inflict substantial physical damage on it. Earlier, Xia Hong had managed to break through to Shuten Doji's side on several occasions. Using the speed and strength of the wandering corpse, he had violently torn off one of its arms. Yet it had been utterly ineffective. Even if he severed all 4 limbs, within moments, they would fuse back together, restoring the creature to its original state. Only then did Xia Hong understand why the Japanese onmyoji had previously dismembered this creature into 9 pieces, sealing each fragment within separate jars and containers. For a demon of this caliber, it was practically an immortal, indestructible entity. Ha 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 ha. So you finally figured it out? Though I still don't know what kind of monster you are, to match me in both strength and speed. But all this is futile. The reason I accepted the onmyoji's deal back then was precisely because there exists no force upon this land capable of overcoming me. Give up. You can't kill me. Moreover, I recognize your strength. Follow me, boy. I can give you everything you desire. Shuten Doji declared triumphantly. His earlier restraint had been a deliberate test to gauge Xia Hang's true limits. Clearly, despite being sealed for centuries, the power of this young man before him had earned his recognition. Such combat prowess would have earned him the title of a great demon even during Japan's age of 100 demons. Follow? Ridiculous. Xia Hong sneered coldly. This time, he held nothing back, chanting the golden light incantation directly. Chapter 203, Yin-Yang Thunder Technique Convergence. Xia Hang's new move. Shuten Doji believed he was playing a game of cat and mouse with Xia Hang. Little did he know, Xia Hang's thoughts mirrored his own. He merely regarded him as a moving target. At last, he had encountered an opponent whose speed and strength were nearly his own. Xia Hong naturally intended to make full use of this opportunity to familiarize himself with combat in his wandering corpse state. After hundreds of exchanges between them, Xia Hong felt he had mastered it sufficiently. Now, it was time to ramp up the intensity against Shuten Doji. Remember, their earlier exchange had been purely hand-to-hand combat. He hadn't unleashed a single spell. But now, Shuten Doji's words clearly provoked Xia Hang. He intended to teach this brat a lesson. Heaven and earth, mystic origin. The root of all chi. Cultivating through countless tribulations, I attain my divine prowess. As Xia Hong completed the chant of the golden light incantation, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from his body, making him glow like a miniature sun. Only then did Shuten Doji realize that not only had he not unleashed his full power, but his opponent had likely also held back numerous techniques. For instance, during their earlier clash, Xia Hong had casually summoned 2 balls of lightning. And now, this golden light mantra sent a chill down his spine. Damn it! What kind of technique is this, so blindingly bright? And this golden light is making me incredibly uncomfortable. Kitsune covered his eyes with one hand, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This time, Xia Hong employed another application of the golden light incantation, condensing the golden radiance into a luminous ring that enveloped his entire body. This way, every move he made carried the destructive power of the golden light spell. The momentum shifted instantly. With the golden light enveloping Xia Hong, each punch and kick now carried the spell's demon-banishing power. Though Shuten Doji was a Japanese yokai, he essentially belonged to the same category of supernatural beings as ghosts and demons. Naturally, he found himself countered by the golden light mantra. He dared not continue clashing head-on with Xia Hong, for whenever his fists or feet touched the golden light on Xia Hang's body, they immediately began to burn. This layer of golden light rapidly drained the demonic power within Shuten Doji. Damn it, damn it! How can these Eastern cultivators possess such terrifying methods? They're on an entirely different level compared to those on Myoji and Wa. At that moment, Shuten Doji seethed with rage. He wondered if that old man, Saimai, had played him for a fool. What about the Eastern Tao tradition being in decline? This damn decline is a joke. Any random youngster who pops up can match him, a demon king level great demon. Where did this notion of Eastern Taoist traditions being weak even come from? Watching Shuten Doji retreat step by step, Xia Hong refrained from finishing him off. After all, he intended to use this creature as a training partner. If even Shuten Doji had appeared, it meant the Japanese had been stirring up trouble here for years.
Who knew what other terrifying things might emerge next?
He had to boost his combat strength as quickly as possible. Watching Shuten Doji frantically flee, avoiding direct confrontation, Xia Hang's mind shifted. He began channeling another form of the Golden Light mantra. This time, he channeled the majority of the golden light into his right hand. Countless rays condensed into a single point, making Xia Hang's right hand appear as if wrapped in a golden flame. As he unleashed a punch with all his might, the golden flames instantly transformed into a dazzling pillar of light. It shot toward Shuten Doji at lightning speed. Shuten Doji knew this attack was impossible to withstand head-on. With a swift turn of his head, like a face-changing performance in Sichuan opera, he transformed. By the time he turned back, his appearance had shifted from the previous handsome man's visage into a demonic visage with a crimson face and fangs. From the mouth of this ghastly face erupted a burst of purple-blue flames. It collided instantly with the golden beam fired from Xia Hang's right fist. From the perspective of those on Fish Leap Mountain, it appeared as though the two were clashing waves. The flames and the beam collided mid-air, locking in a stalemate for a moment. Realizing the golden light incantation alone was insufficient to subdue this formidable demon, Xia Hang hesitated not a moment. His free left hand suddenly flashed with golden lightning, the Yang Wule technique from the Five Thunder orthodoxy. Then, Xia Hang placed his left hand on his right wrist. The Yang Five Thunder surged like a golden lightning serpent, racing along the golden pillar of light from his right hand toward the front at a speed faster than the blink of an eye. Swiftly circling the flames, it surged before Shuten Doji. Watching this streaking bolt of lightning, Shuten Doji finally felt a genuine sense of danger. His right hand suddenly shattered, propelling itself downward into the brewery below, where it violently hoisted the massive wine vat. Then, Shuten Doji thrust his left hand forward, using his demonic power to stabilize the ghostly flames before him. Meanwhile, his right arm had reattached itself to his body. He hoisted the massive wine vat aloft, and Cuckoo began chugging the liquor straight from the jug. After nearly emptying the entire vat of sake, Shuten Doji let out a distinct burp, then opened his massive mouth once more. This time, however, the flames he unleashed were 10 times fiercer than before. Under the scorching fire, Xia Hang's golden light melted away like rain or snow, and it seemed as though he was about to be completely engulfed by the flames. Witnessing this scene, the members of Yu Yushin instantly felt a chill run down their spines for Xia Hang.
Oh no! Didn't they always say on TV that losing to the left side is bad luck? Grandpa Zhang was clearly standing on the right side. There's no way he could lose. Xia Xiaoxi looked utterly bewildered, clearly unable to accept the unfolding reality. Just then, Zhang Shun chimed in with perfect timing. Could it be this Shuten Doji is actually a son? Only someone from the Sun family could ignore the left-right rule. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi nodded. That must be the only explanation. Their exchange, however, left the other paranormal consultants utterly baffled. What on earth were they talking about? Meanwhile, Xia Hang on the field clearly sensed the pressure emanating from Shuten Doji. He hadn't expected the opponent to have such a move. Using alcohol to amplify the flame's power. Well, there was no choice. He was forced to unleash this move. Though untested, this was his only gamble left. In that instant, Xia Hang withdrew the golden light from his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, it appeared as if he had voluntarily relinquished his advantage. Without the golden pillar to block it, the colossal fireball of liquor spewed forth by Shuten Doji surged towards Xia Hang with terrifying force, as if unleashed from its restraints. Then, a golden flash of lightning erupted from Xia Hang's left hand Yang Wule. Simultaneously, his right hand erupted with a crimson bolt of lightning in Five Thunder. Then, Xia Hang abruptly clasped both hands together and thrust them forcefully toward Shuten Doji. Yin-yang thunder technique converges. Chapter 204, The Ghost City of Heiankyo, Shuten Doji goes all out. The golden lightning and crimson lightning merged together, instantly transforming into a black thunder dragon. This thunder dragon radiated an aura of destruction and deathly stillness, its terrifying presence instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Even those watching from Fish Leap Mountain couldn't help but shiver. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. What kind of lightning is this? So terrifying. Even from this distance, I can feel that dreadful aura of destruction. Isn't this the pure Taoist technique, the Five Thunder righteous method? How could it radiate such terrifying might? Zhang Jiuhua and the others were all stunned. Who was the real demon here? Compared to Xia Hang's fusion thunder technique, even the ghostly flames of Shuten Doji seemed less terrifying and malevolent. Originally, that ghostly flame had nearly engulfed Xia Hang. Yet the moment that Black Thunder Dragon appeared, the situation reversed in an instant. The Black Dragon's head surged forward with unstoppable light. It instantly forced the endless ghostly flames back. Even with Shuten Doji giving it his all, he couldn't withstand the terrifying power of this Thunder Dragon. This can't be. Shuten Doji howled in fury, but it was all for naught. The Black Thunder Dragon was not comparable to the previous two lightning techniques. It was the fusion of two mutually repelling, terrifying energies. Forcibly fused together by Xia Hong, the energy unleashed was utterly terrifying. In an instant, it swept away every obstacle in sight. Just as the Black Thunder Dragon was about to crash through, Shuten Doji suddenly roared in fury. His form began swelling at an alarming rate. At that moment, Shuten Doji knew that if he didn't fight with everything he had, he might truly meet his end here. Arg! With that roar, Shuten Doji finally shed all restraint, revealing himself to all present in his true form as the king of 100 demons. A monstrous demon standing a full 3 meters tall. 2 horns protruded from his head, his face flushed crimson with disheveled hair. His massive, scarlet-skinned body was clad in a large checkered fabric, with a red prayer-style skirt wrapped around his lower body. It was terrifying beyond measure. His massive hands were clasped tightly across his chest, desperately trying to shield himself from the terrifying black lightning. Yet it was futile. He could not halt the lightning's onslaught, which slammed him violently from the sky to the earth. Only when it reached the ground did Shuten Doji manage to drive both legs deep into the earth, barely halting the Thunder Dragon's forward momentum. But this only bought him a few more seconds. When Xia Hong amplified the lightning spell's power once more and thrust his hands forward with all his might, Shuten Doji could no longer hold on. The entire figure was sent flying by the Black Dragon, hurtling dozens of meters across the landscape, collapsing countless houses in its wake. This caused no small amount of trouble for the villagers of Xia Village. But Xia Hong didn't care. After all, Xia Changyi would rebuild their homes later. The crucial thing now was to eliminate this menace, Shuten Doji. At that moment, silence hung heavy. No one knew whether such a powerful assault could truly vanquish the enemy. Is it dead? Xia Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask. This was the first time she'd ever seen Grandfather Zheng unleash such terrifying power. Zhang Jiuhua and the others shook their heads. None could be certain of the current situation. Then, the smoke finally cleared. Amidst the billowing dust, everyone saw a massive figure slowly emerge, breathing heavily with labored gasps. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. Even such a terrifying Black Thunder technique couldn't destroy it? Was this the true power of the legendary Great Demon, Shuten Doji? Cough cough cough. Damned brat. I truly underestimated you. Truly worthy of the ancient and mysterious Eastern Empire. Who would have thought such a terrifying existence still exists? But it seems I still hold the upper hand. That move just now must be your strongest attack, right? Since even that couldn't kill me, now it's my turn to strike. Rest assured, boy, I'll tear you limb from limb. As the words faded, Shuten Doji slowly emerged from the smoke. Only then did the crowd realize. The kid wasn't in good shape either. A gaping hole had been blown through his chest, charred black, likely the result of being completely pierced by that thunder dragon earlier. Worse still, faint black lightning threads flickered across the charred flesh, a destructive aura extinguishing any trace of life. This made Shuten Doji's recovery incredibly slow. It was well known that a great demon of this caliber could instantly restore even severed limbs or a decapitated head. Yet this terrifying black lightning technique possessed the ability to destroy vitality and inhibit regeneration. So confident I have no backup plan? Seeing Shuten Doji's smugly confident expression, Xia Hong felt like laughing. Clearly, this guy was the one at a disadvantage now, right? How could he still look so smug, as if he had you completely under his thumb? Originally, I intended to conquer the East and reign supreme here by my own strength. But now it seems, that might not be possible. Boy, I must admit you're formidable. To push me to this point, even that Onmyoji kid Saimai couldn't manage that. But today, I must thank those Onmyoji bastards. Thanks to the various backdoors they left behind, I now have the chance to turn the tables on them. As he spoke, Shuten Doji suddenly erupted in fury. Both hands shot up to his head, violently wrenching off his massive demon horns. Then, with a face twisted into a hideous grimace, he declared, "You should never have pushed me this far. From this day forward, this land shall become the most terrifying hell on earth for all of you Easterners. Emerge, Heian-kyo. 100 demons descend." As Shuten Doji finished speaking, he forcefully thrust the 2 severed horns in his hands into his own chest. Then, countless streams of black demon blood gushed forth, flowing across the ground to form one intricate pattern after another. Only when the crowd finally made out the patterns did they realize it was an array. Then, beneath the ghostly blood, one after another, buildings steeped in Japanese style rose from the ground. A ghost city materialized from nothingness at Shuten Doji's command. This was Heian-kyo, the city of 100 ghosts from Japan's most chaotic era, the Heian period. But the horror was far from over. As the demon blood flowed unchecked, suddenly, at 2 points around Mount Wazumi corresponding to Shuten Doji's position. Suddenly, earth-shattering demonic energies surged skyward, one green, one purple, forming 2 dazzling pillars of light. Chapter 205, 3 demons emerged, Tamamo no Mei and the Great Tengu. Those 2 demonic auras. This is bad, it's the scent of great demons. Upon sensing these 2 terrifying demonic auras, all wore expressions of utter disbelief. None could fathom that on Eastern soil, the Onmyoji of Wa had employed such extensive measures.
They had buried the seals of 3 great demons. And since the first great demon to emerge was Shuten Doji, the identities of the other 2 demons whose aura matched his in intensity were now obvious.
Tamamo no Mei.
As the green pillar of light gradually began to dissipate, the crowd witnessed a colossal spectral form materializing behind it. It was a fox, pure white from head to tail.
But astonishingly, 9 tails emerged from its back. The legendary 9-tailed fox demon of Japan, Tamamo no Mei. The Great Tengu.
Meanwhile, the purple pillar of light began to fade as well, revealing a massive, shadowy figure behind it. It was a terrifying demonic creature with the face of a dog, the body of a human, and 2 enormous wings protruding from its back.
Indeed, these were the 3 great demons once spoken of in Japanese demon lore. Witnessing this scene, everyone sucked in a sharp breath.
These scoundrel Onmyoji had truly gone all out. Japan had only a handful of notable demons to begin with. Yet these scoundrels had managed to summon them all at once and position them near Mount Fishleap. It was clear just how powerful the attraction of whatever lay atop Fishleap Mountain was for them. Meanwhile, Xia Hang's situation was no better. After Shuten Doji summoned the entire ghost city of Heian-kyo at the cost of immense effort, various Japanese structures rose from the ground.
Following these buildings emerged countless minor demons.
Though known as the King of 100 Demons, the creatures under his command numbered far beyond a mere 100. Fortunately, the villagers of Xia village had been evacuated earlier.
Otherwise, these scattered demons alone would have caused immense calamity. Golden Light Incantation. Xia Hang silently cast the Golden Light spell.
A blinding golden light flashed, and in that instant, the countless little demons were reduced to ashes under its radiance. After that, he saw no point in continuing to engage with this ghost-devouring child. At 2 other points on Fishleap Mountain, visible to the naked eye, demonic energy surged skyward. Clearly discernible were 2 enormous earthenware jars emerging from beneath the earth. The talismanic inscriptions that had once bound these vessels began peeling away one by one, while the clay surfaces themselves cracked and shattered in successive patterns. Pop! As the first shard broke away, the true forms of the other 2 great demons burst forth from their jars. Like 2 streaks of light, they shot toward Shuten Doji. At that moment, the 3 great demons gathered together. Well, if it isn't His Majesty the Demon King in all his majestic glory. How did he end up looking so wretched now? The first to speak was Tamamo no Mei. She had already shed her demonic form, transforming into a stunningly beautiful young woman dressed in a kimono.
Ha 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 ha. Shuten Doji, never imagined you'd meet your end like this.
The other voice belonged to the Great Tengu. His tone was hoarse and raspy, sounding like that of a man in his 70s or 80s, utterly unpleasant to the ear. Oomph. If it hadn't been me who broke the seal first, but you 2 instead, your fate wouldn't have been much better than mine. Don't underestimate this young man before you. His methods are exceptionally cunning.
Originally, I didn't want to call you 2 out.
I planned to claim that cave for myself.
But now, it seems impossible.
The 3 of us should join forces and take this brat out first.
With that, Shuten Doji refocused his attention on Xia Hang.
After carefully examining the injuries on Shuten Doji's body, both Tamamo no Mei and Otengu also revealed deep apprehension towards Xia Hang. Though they were all 3 of the great demons of the Heian period. In terms of raw power, Tamamo no Mei and Otengu still fell slightly short of Shuten Doji.
If even Shuten Doji had been severely wounded, what hope was there for them?
No wonder Shuten Doji had spared no effort to break their seals. Gazing at the fair-featured Xia Hang, Tamamo no Mei's eyes glowed with a seductive light as she smiled.
Such a nostalgic aura, young man. To tell you the truth, we're actually fellow countrymen. I too was born as a spirit fox upon this eastern land. Back then, your eastern alchemists called me the golden-haired, bare-faced 9-tailed fox. Many wicked souls sought to strip my skin, drain my blood, and refine me into elixirs. So I fled, boarding a ship bound for Wa. Never did I imagine I'd find my way back to these lands. Xia Hang had heard whispers of this legend. It was said that Tamamo no Mei, one of Japan's 3 great demons, was originally a 9-tailed spirit fox from the east. She and Daji must have been of the same lineage. Now that Tamamo no Mei had admitted this, it meant the legend was true. Meanwhile, the Great Tengu spoke in a deep, resonant voice. What's with all this niceties? Just kill the brat and be done with it. With that, the Great Tengu flapped his wings and surged forward in an instant, a sharp katana in hand. His swordplay was ruthless. Nearly every strike targeted vital points. Without hesitation, Xia Hang unleashed the golden light spell once more. This time, however, he condensed the golden light into a sword, engaging the Great Tengu in a duel of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Tamamo no Mei drifted about the periphery, poised for a surprise attack. Just as she finally seized an opening. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist spread across the battlefield, obscuring Tamamo no Mei's vision. Turning her head, she saw a woman clad entirely in snow-white robes, with white hair and white eyebrows, blocking her path. Xiao Bai declared coldly, I am your opponent. She had intended to intervene during Xia Hang's earlier battle with Shuten Doji, but seeing Xia Hang consistently dominate and keep Shuten Doji on the defensive, she had restrained her impulse. Now, seeing Tamamo no Mei attempt a sneak attack, Xiao Bai could no longer hold back.
She unleashed her demonic arts, determined to face Tamamo no Mei in battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shuten Doji was about to strike again when unexpectedly, Zhang Jiuhua and the others also came running down the mountain.
As the weakest among the paranormal consultants, they stepped in to confront Shuten Doji, who had already been severely wounded by Xia Hang. If they couldn't even hold back a gravely wounded great demon, then this group of supernatural consultants would be utterly pathetic. The one who breathes fire and changes faces? Come. Let us have a proper fight.
Meanwhile, Kong Tianyi and the younger generation remained vigilant within Heian Kyo, ensuring the lesser demons never approached their battlefield.
The melee commenced. Chapter 206, The Yin-Yang clan surfaces, shocking Xia Hung. In an instant, the entire Yuyu mountain descended into chaos.
Xia Xiaoxi, alongside Zhang Shun and Li Shui, frantically made calls from the outskirts, demanding reinforcements to seal off the area. No one had anticipated the situation near Xia village escalating into such chaos. Meanwhile, in distant Hua, the commotion at Yuyu Mountain had also been noticed. The moment 3 pillars of light shot skyward, someone immediately rushed into an ancient yin-yang family residence to report the situation. The current head of the family was a young man dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously styled, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Young master, the 3 great demons have been roused.
Something is amiss at Yuyu Mountain.
Beside him, a subordinate dressed in onmyoji attire solemnly relayed the news.
This shouldn't be happening.
While this was a contingency plan left by grandfather, we never anticipated it being activated so soon.
The Divine Toilet's grand formation isn't even complete yet. This is rather hasty. Moreover, the Eastern faction is watching us closely now. We can't enter normally. This is trouble. What kind of formidable figure could have provoked all 3 demons to stir simultaneously?
At my command, summon all other onmyoji clans to jointly invoke the demon mirror.
I'm eager to see what kind of master has emerged in the East.
At the young master's command, his subordinate immediately rushed out to relay the situation. Yet before he could relay the message to the other yin-yang families, a vast, surging crowd was already rushing toward this location. In fact, it wasn't just them who observed the changes, and the 3 beams of light members of other yin-yang families had also taken notice. Their location was a secluded island within Hua State, known as Yin-Yang Island, the very place where the yin-yang families lived in seclusion. Those who wielded such unfathomable powers as they did had to be strictly separated from the areas where ordinary people lived.
Otherwise, it would lead to terrifying consequences. The area surrounding Yin-Yang Island was an absolute no-go zone.
This was due to a previous nuclear leak incident in the vicinity, rendering it a deadly for ordinary people. Yet for the yin-yang families, the mutated creatures spawned by the nuclear contamination became invaluable subjects for research. Indeed, many of these mutated creatures were terrifying products of their own deliberate crossbreeding experiments. However, due to prolonged exposure to nuclear radiation, many members of the yin-yang families have undergone mutations, resulting in grotesque appearances. Yet for these yin-yang masters, flesh and blood were merely vessels, matters of little consequence. Leading them was an elderly man named Kikuichiman, distinguished by a massive tumor protruding from his neck. He was the oldest onmyoji on Yin-Yang Island today. What was most terrifying, however, was that claw marks would occasionally appear on the surface of his tumor, as if some utterly dreadful creature was being nurtured within. Young Master Saimai, you must have noticed the changes occurring over at the Eastern Fish Leap Mountain. Could it be that the measures left behind by the late Master Saimai and his predecessors have finally taken effect? Saimai, as the strongest yin-yang lineage within Hua, has every head of the family bearing the name Saimai, differing only in their preceding surnames. The previous generation's head was known as Nishikawa Saimai, while the current young master bore the name Kyukyoku. Kyukyoku Saimai. Hailed as the once-in-a-millennium prodigy among the onmyoji clans. For he descended from the union of 2 supreme onmyoji lineages. The surname Kikiku originates from the Kikiku school, Japan's most ancient onmyo lineage. It traces its roots to the feng shui techniques and yin-yang doctrines of China's Sui and Tang dynasties, later evolving and flourishing. The Kyukyoku school reveres the sacred chrysanthemum as its emblem, with its theoretical foundations rooted in Eastern yin-yang philosophy and the mystical art of Qi Duanjia. However, during their cultivation of yin-yang arts, the 9 chrysanthemums faction diverged sharply from orthodox onmyoji practices. The 9 chrysanthemum school advocates using any means necessary, including harming others and taking lives, believing that all things in the world are permissible tools. This stance frequently drew persecution upon the sect. Yet in this generation, the 9 chrysanthemums faction proactively sent their most gifted disciples to be trained within the Saimai clan. Thus, Kyukyoku Saimai could be considered the culmination of Japanese onmyoto, a truly supreme genius. Facing this young man who appeared to be in his 20s, every onmyoji's expression bore nothing but awe. For they knew the terrifying extent of this youth's abilities. He was the sort who would kill without batting an eye. Indeed, the measures left by our master have taken effect. Yet, by our estimation, even the emergence of a single one of the 3 great demons would be sufficient to plunge all eastern lands into utter devastation. Now that all 3 have emerged, it must mean an insurmountable crisis has arisen, which is precisely why I've gathered you all here.
I must know who disrupted the plan our master laid out.
As QQ Saimai finished speaking, a group of disciples dressed in onmyoji robes pushed a massive bronze mirror out from within the house. Engraved upon its surface were patterns representing the dual forces of yin and yang. This was the supreme treasure of Japan's onmyoji clans.
The yin-yang mirror.
Legend held that this mirror could discern the yin and yang, observe the grand trends of heaven and earth, reaching from the depths of the underworld to the heights of the celestial realm. The only mirror-type artifact capable of matching its power was likely the legendary 8-span mirror, one of the 3 sacred treasures. Seeing QQ Saimai actually bring out this artifact, every onmyoji present wore expressions of utter horror. They understood this matter had reached an extremely grave stage.
Everyone, begin. Let us see who dares to disrupt our grand scheme. As Kyokyo Saimai's words fell, the veteran onmyoji present all slit their fingers.
Squeezing forth a drop of vital blood, they traced a talisman in the air before pushing it toward the bronze mirror. As countless drops of essence blood converged, the intricate patterns on the bronze mirror gradually filled.
Then, a faint ripple began to form upon its surface.
A blurred image slowly materialized upon the bronze mirror.
The instant they recognized the figure within the mirror, a look of utter horror washed over Kyokyo Saimai's face.
The young man currently facing off against the great Tengu, he had seen him before. After his master had journeyed to the east, he returned having suffered immense losses. He never spoke of what had transpired at Fishleap Mountain. Sometimes, he would retreat to his room alone to paint. As a child, QQ Saimai had once sneaked in to peek. The man in that portrait bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure now reflected in the mirror. Judging by his appearance, this man must be at least 100 years old.
Why was he identical to the man from back then? Chapter 207, The Fierce Battle. This is the true power of a great demon. This man. Something is terribly amiss. My master once encountered him in the east.
QQ Saimai spoke coldly, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. In his eyes, Xia Hong had become a figure akin to the guardian deity of the east.
If not for that, why had he encountered this man's obstruction time and again? Did Senior Saimai of the West also see him? Then how old is he now? Legend has it that ancient eastern lands possess secret arts of rejuvenation. Could this fellow have mastered such techniques?
The elders of the other yin-yang clans murmured in astonishment. Whether in the east or Hua, the promise of eternal life was an offer no one could refuse. And Xia Heng's current appearance seemed to suggest he had already touched upon the realm of immortality.
We can't concern ourselves with such matters. In any case, if he stands in our way, he must be eliminated. No matter who he is. QQ Saimai gritted his teeth as he spoke.
From childhood, he had been taught that he was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the onmyoji lineage, bearing the future and destiny of the entire onmyoji clan on his shoulders. Thus, he had always been supremely proud and arrogant. Yet now, he witnessed someone his own age displaying such formidable power, someone who could actually trade blows evenly with the great Tengu.
How could he possibly accept this? Let's observe for now. After all, these are the 3 strongest demons of Japan's Heian era. These Easterners might not make it through this ordeal.
Kikuichiman, with his massive tumor, spoke in a cold, menacing tone.
Meanwhile, Xia Heng's battle had reached a fever pitch. His opponent, naturally, was the great Tengu wielding a katana.
Thanks to the wings on his back, the great Tengu possessed terrifying speed, far surpassing that of Shuten Doji.
Of course, its strength fell short.
Yet, with such terrifying speed, Xia Hong was the only one on the entire battlefield who could match him. This was the great Tengu's true terror. Any other opponent would likely be disemboweled before exchanging more than a few blows. Xia Hong, being a wandering corpse, could at least exchange a few blows with it. But it was an immense struggle. Precisely because the great Tengu had 2 wings to assist it, Xia Hong couldn't match its speed in the air. He must find a way to drag the great Tengu into a ground battle, only then might he gain a sliver of an advantage. But the great Tengu wasn't some pushover. He understood his advantage lay in the skies. Why would he ever grant Xia Heng's wish? Kid, you think you can make this old man fight you on the ground? Dream on. Do you really think these wings of mine grew for nothing? The great Tengu sneered coldly, yet his hands never paused, delivering blow after blow with ruthless precision. Xia Heng's golden sword was forged from condensed Taoist magic. In terms of hardness, it naturally couldn't compare to the opponent's katana.
Yet its strength lay in its unpredictable shifts.
At times, it would suddenly twist and transform into a golden rope, binding around the great Tengu's body and forcing him to hesitate.
You're only relying on your speed advantage. Watch me tear off your 2 chicken wings.
After a dozen exchanges, Xia Hong nearly suffered an injury, a bloody gash left on his cheek by the samurai sword.
Yet, thanks to the zombie body's formidable regenerative power, the wound healed instantly, rendering it insignificant.
Seeing his opponent dodging and refusing to engage in a direct confrontation, Xia Hong showed no mercy. A flash of golden lightning suddenly erupted from his hands. As he swung both swords in a double strike, he covertly unleashed the young 5th thunder from the 5 thunder orthodoxy. The golden lightning, already inherent in the golden lightsaber, surged along its length. Before the great Tengu could react, it instantly zapped him into complete paralysis.
Thunder magic? You brat!
The great Tengu cried out in shock. Yet, that brief moment of paralysis caused his evasion to falter for an instant.
In that split second, Xia Hong seized the opportunity.
He charged forward, grabbed the creature's wings from behind, and swung his blade down with brutal force.
In an instant, the wing was severed.
He casually tossed the severed wing to the ground like discarded trash. Then, the little demons summoned by Heian-kyo swarmed like they'd found the world's most exquisite delicacy, frantically tearing at the wing until only a half-skeleton remained. This flesh and blood, shed by a great demon, was a rare delicacy for these lesser spirits. Caught off guard by Xia Hang's sneak attack, the great Tengu hastily covered the wound on its back and retreated at top speed to a safe position. His gaze towards Xia Hong burned with venomous hatred. "I told you I'd tear off your chicken wing."
Xia Hong sneered coldly.
With one strike landed, the opponent's speed would surely be significantly reduced.
However, he had underestimated the great demon's regenerative abilities.
When the great Tengu lowered his left hand from covering the wound, a tiny flesh wing sprouted from the wound site barely 1/10 the size of its original massive wing. And it was growing at a terrifying rate.
"I was just careless earlier, you got the better of me. So it's just lightning magic? I know that too."
Then, Xia Han watched as the giant Tengu shot skyward at incredible speed. With each flap of its wings, countless bolts of lightning were born, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the ground below.
Witnessing this spectacle, Xia Hong couldn't help but mutter, "This giant Tengu is acting like some kind of thunder god? It actually knows thunder magic?"
But he felt no fear. After all, this was a man who had once withstood the heavenly thunder. He wasn't about to be intimidated by a few flashes and bolts of lightning. Xia Hong charged upward in a single burst of momentum, simultaneously unleashing various thunder techniques from his hands to clash head-on with the thunderbolts summoned by the great Tengu. Meanwhile, on the other two battlefronts, Shu Tendoji had already been severely wounded by Xia Hang's black lightning magic earlier. Thus, under the combined assault of Zhang Zhouhua and the others, they managed to hold their ground with some difficulty. But the situation on Xiao Bai's front was nothing short of dire.
Tamamo no Mae truly lived up to her reputation as a nine-tailed fox born of the very essence of heaven and earth.
Even dragged into the demonic realm, her power remained terrifyingly formidable. Without even transforming into her true form, she summoned 9 fox flames to possess her human body.
Within those fox flames, no magic could penetrate.
No matter what, Xiaobai found it nearly impossible to close in, making it impossible to inflict any damage.
"Ha ha ha.
You're nothing but a fledgling ghost who's just opened the demonic realm.
Do you truly believe you can stand in my way?"
With a coquettish laugh from Tamamo no Mae, the fox flames surrounding her instantly expanded dozens of times in size. In an instant, the malevolent aura within the demonic realm was scorched clean away.
Deprived of its protective shroud, Xiao Bai's form was left with nowhere to hide, exposed before Tamamo no Mae. Then, a massive foxtail suddenly emerged from the creature's back.
It coiled around Xiao Bai's body, dragging him before her, and clamped down hard on his throat.
"Everyone, stop right now,
or I'll wring this little ghost girl's neck."
Chapter 208, CS Xiaoxi, finally, my time to shine? This sudden turn of events came as a complete surprise.
No one had anticipated that Xiao Bai would be the first to fall.
But upon reflection, it made sense.
After all, this was Tamamo no Mae, one of Japan's 3 great demons. Xiao Bai was merely a ghostly specter, it was only natural he couldn't prevail. Driven to this point, they had no choice but to stop.
For a moment, Xia Han and Zhang Zhouhua both halted their actions.
Meanwhile, within the yin-yang mirror, the Japanese onmyoji who witnessed this scene all beamed with delight.
"Ha ha ha ha. Our great demons of Hua truly are formidable. Even the Eastern spiritual advisors are powerless against them. They're finished now.
These 3 great demons are no pushovers, each has blood on their hands.
Those Easterners are finished."
It was no wonder these onmyoji were so overconfident. The situation Xia Hong and his companions now faced was truly dire. Almost everyone had frozen in place. Shu Tendoji, the most savage of them all, delivered a brutal kick that sent Zhang Zhouhua flying. The old man's bones must have shattered in several places.
He cackled, "Keep fighting. Why did you stop? Weren't you enjoying yourselves just a moment ago?"
While bullying the other spiritual advisors into retreating, Shu Tendoji swiftly closed in on Xia Hang.
Truth be told, his deepest resentment was reserved for Xia Hang.
After all, it was this brat who had beaten him into a severe injury.
My Zono-chan, hold that brat tight for me.
If that brat dares to dodge once, crush that little ghost girl to pieces.
Let's see if he dares to run."
Shu Tendoji snarled, his expression twisted with malice. In his eyes, Xia Han was already as good as dead. He watched as Shu Tendoji strode toward him with an air of arrogant superiority.
And the great Tengu wore an equally sinister expression. Xia Hang's expression grew grave. He was now trapped in an extremely unfavorable stalemate.
Yet he had no better options.
After all, Xiao Bai was now in Tamamo no Mae's grasp.
If he made any rash moves, it would be extremely detrimental to Xiao Bai. In other words, no matter how the enemy treated him now, he couldn't easily resist.
This feeling of being bound hand and foot was utterly frustrating.
Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi caught sight of the situation unfolding.
Her expression instantly darkened as she urgently addressed Zhang Shun and Li Shui. Oh no! Grandpa Zhang is in trouble. I have to find a way to help him.
Xia Xiaoxi might seem a bit ditzy at times, but she was actually deeply emotional. Even though Xia Han constantly called her a pig, she never got angry.
Instead, she took it as a sign of affection.
Now that Xia Han was in trouble, she couldn't just stand by and watch. But Zhang Shun and Li Shui stepped in to stop her.
What are you planning to do? If these paranormal consultants can't handle it, what chance do we ordinary people have? I won't stop you from helping, but you must come up with a reasonable plan. If it's just a pointless suicide mission. As your police officer and best friend, I have a duty to stop you. They knew the situation had spiraled into extreme danger. But could they really stand by and watch Xia Xiaoxi walk into certain death? Protecting every citizen was their legal duty. Seeing the earnest expressions on their faces, Xia Xiaoxi finally voiced her thoughts. She glanced toward the cave on Yuya Mountain before lowering her voice. I need you two to distract those monsters for me. Just buy me a little time at the critical moment. I plan to make a trip into that cave. If there's any way to turn this situation around now, it's probably only by asking the other Grandpa Zhang inside the cave to step in. Xia Xiaoxi spoke with unwavering conviction. While others remained unaware of the cave's interior, she knew its secrets. Though Grandfather Zhang had warned that the cave was exceptionally dangerous. But at this point, there was no better option. As for Zhang Shun and Li Shui, Xia Xiaoxi hadn't originally planned to ask for their help. Though both were police officers by profession. But the enemy they faced wasn't just any criminal, it was a terrifying, monstrous demon. Xia Xiaoxi genuinely feared it might put them in harm's way. Understood. We'll try anything at this point. As long as you're not going to your death, we'll still support you. As for stalling for time and such, we'll play it by ear. This is the only option left. Otherwise, if anything happens to Mr. Xie and his team, none of us will escape unscathed. It's time for us to fight to the death. Zhang Shun and Li Shui declared with unwavering resolve, though they were no different from ordinary people when facing these monstrous creatures. But as dedicated public servants of justice, when the moment demanded sacrifice, they stepped up without hesitation. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi finally felt much more at ease. Now she could focus on her own tasks without worry. Crouching low, she jogged along the path. Their hiding spot was already on Fish Leap Mountain. The cave was only a few hundred meters away. The only problem was that these three powerful demons possessed extremely keen senses. If they were discovered prematurely, all their efforts would be wasted. Xia Xiaoxi remained extremely cautious throughout the journey. Despite the short distance, she maintained a crouching position the entire time. She dared not let her guard down for a moment. Maintaining this posture caused her legs to ache and her waist to go numb. This discomfort stemmed from poor blood circulation, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure it. She secretly applied a blood circulation talisman to her leg, which slightly alleviated the physical discomfort. Yet, despite all her careful planning, Xia Xiaoxi never imagined that just as she neared the cave entrance, she unexpectedly spotted several goblins creatures with oversized heads and sharp claws darting about near the cave entrance. Though Xia Xiaoxi knew little about Japanese ghost lore, these creatures clearly weren't harmless. What was even more terrifying was that even before Xia Xiaoxi approached the cave, these ghostly things seemed to sense something. Suddenly, their noses began twitching frantically. If Xia Xiaoxi wasn't mistaken, they had already caught the scent on her. So delicious. This is the scent of humans. Sure enough, as the leader, a large-headed little demon, finished uttering those words with a wide grin. In an instant, all the little ghosts turned their gaze toward Xia Xiaoxi's hiding spot, drool dripping everywhere. Then, like rabid dogs, they charged toward her position on all fours. Chapter 209, Xia Heng, release the others, I'll take on all three of you alone. Just as Xia Xiaoxi thought she was doomed this time. Suddenly, a massive tree's shadow flashed before her. Then, the old locust tree boomed out in a deep, resonant voice. You girl, you never let me rest easy. Thankfully, I've been hiding right by this cave entrance. What are you standing there for? Hurry inside. I can't hold them off much longer. Xia Xiaoxi was both shocked and overjoyed. She truly hadn't expected the old locust tree to come to her aid at this most critical moment. There was no time for words now. She hurriedly thanked it. Thank you. Once this is over, I'll speak highly of you to my great-grandfather. I'll make sure he properly thanks you. Just when it seemed there was no way out, a new path appeared. Xia Xiaoxi had almost forgotten that an old locust tree stood guarding the cave entrance all along. She dared not delay and immediately darted into the cave. Outside the cave entrance, several ghosts with large heads spotted Xia Xiaoxi attempting to escape. They let out shrieks and gave chase. But the old locust tree swiftly wrapped its branches around them, binding them tight and leaving them unable to move. But these big-headed little ghosts were vicious creatures. Since the old locust tree blocked their path, they began frantically gnawing at its branches. The pain made the old locust tree wince and grimace. The commotion naturally caught the attention of the other great demons nearby. They immediately glanced toward the cave entrance. Then they cried out in alarm, "Who goes there?"
In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted from Shutendoji's eyes, piercing through the dense forest barrier. Everything happening at the cave entrance was laid bare before their eyes. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoxi had already slipped into the cave by then, narrowly avoiding detection by Shutendoji. All he saw were a few little devils battling the ancient locust tree. Oomph! Nothing but a worthless tree spirit. With that thought, Shutendoji opened his massive maw, and a ball of ghostly fire began to brew within it. A single gulp would reduce the ancient locust tree to ashes. At that very moment, Zhang Shan had been holding his pistol steady for some time, aiming high. He knew this was the absolute best moment to strike. Having witnessed Shutendoji's formidable power, Zhang Shan feared that if the demon unleashed his ghostly flame, it might collapse the cave. That would ruin Xia Xiaoxi's plans, wouldn't it? Besides, the old locust tree wasn't exactly a villain. Zhang Shan felt it was worth saving if possible. The thought made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Truthfully, as a police officer, he rarely had opportunities to use his gun. His marksmanship was certainly superior to the average person's, but compared to SWAT officers, armed police, and soldiers who handled guns daily, he was in a completely different league. In that moment, Zhang Shan focused his sharpest concentration ever, locking the crosshairs firmly on one of Shutendoji's enormous eyes. He knew this creature was thick-skinned and tough. Only by shooting at the eye could he possibly inflict even the slightest injury. Hoo-oo. Hiss. He breathed steadily, adjusting himself to the best possible state. Then, he aimed and pulled the trigger. A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle as the bullet tore through the chamber. At that very moment, Shutendoji's ghostly flame had just finished gathering, poised to be unleashed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his eye, and his head jerked back violently. The ghost fire veered off course, shooting straight up into the sky. Close call. He barely made it. That could have been disastrous. In truth, a single bullet could inflict only negligible damage on Shutendoji. Even when aimed directly at his eyeball, it left not a single mark at most. It caused him a momentary discomfort. Yet even this minor irritation was enough to send Shutendoji into an instant rage. Who's there? Who is it? What kind of lowly insect dares to ambush this lord? In an instant, Shutendoji pinpointed the location from which Zhang Shan had fired. Fortunately, the two men were quick-witted. After firing the shot, they immediately fled and hid behind a large rock. Alas, it was futile. Shutendoji's eyes blazed with golden light, instantly piercing through any obstruction before him. He quickly pinpointed their location. At that moment, the great Tengu could no longer hold back. With a flap of his wings, a bolt of lightning struck down. Fortunately, Zhang Shan and Li Shui reacted swiftly, rolling away from the large rock. Had they been a split second slower, the shattering rock would have crushed them beneath the flying debris. The pursuit from the great demons showed no sign of ending. Both Shutendoji and the great Tengu were now attacking Zhang Shan and Li Shui. Xia Hong could no longer stand it. He punched one flying and kicked another to the ground before sneering coldly, "You call yourselves great demons? Attacking two ordinary people, don't you feel ashamed?" Xia Hong thought, if you have a problem with me, come at me. But if you dare attack two ordinary people, then he'd have something to say about it. Moreover, Xia Hong noticed only Zhang Shan and Li Shui fleeing, no sign of Xia Xiaoxi. His mind raced and he instantly guessed where Xia Xiaoxi had gone. That pig-headed girl was surprisingly clever when it mattered. Xia Hong guessed she must have gone to seek help from his other self in the cave. It was indeed a clever backup plan. If that other self was willing to intervene, the situation could turn around in an instant. Thus, Xia Hong's current actions were nothing more than a delaying tactic. Damn it! You dare attack? Don't you fear we'll crush that brat? As he spoke, Shutendoji shot a meaningful glance at Tamamo no Mei. The latter tightened her grip ever so slightly, and an expression of agony immediately twisted the little white face. Xia Hong, however, showed no sign of panic. He sneered coldly, "What's so great about the three great demons of Heian? They're nothing but a bunch of scum. Is threatening people the only dirty trick you know? Why don't you release Little Bai and the others first? I'll take on all three of you alone. Dare you?" At that moment, Xia Hong radiated unbridled arrogance and audacity. His attitude naturally drove Shutendoji and Tengu into a frenzy. After all, they were renowned great demons. Yet Xia Hong kept calling them scum and low-life scoundrels, showing them absolutely no respect whatsoever. And they couldn't even argue back, because what they were doing right now was truly rather unsavory. You. For a moment, both Shutendoji and Tengu were at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Tamamo no Mei suddenly spoke up, "Why waste words with him? Kill this guy. The rest of them are nothing but a plate of food to us. Don't fall for this brat's tricks." Chapter 210, Spirit Form. Xia Hong finally moved, revealing the true forms of the three great demons. The moment Tamamo no Mei uttered those words, the group of Japanese onmyoji, thousands of miles away, cheered in unison. Right on. Why waste words with this brat? He thinks he can take on three of us? Don't give him the chance, just finish him off. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi had already slipped into the cave. But the cave now looked vastly different from when she had first entered. It wasn't nearly as dark either, looking no different from an ordinary cave. There was no other choice. Xia Xiaoxi could only use her phone's flashlight as a makeshift torch, groping her way forward while calling out.
Grandpa Zhang. I know you're still in the cave. Grandpa Zhang is in trouble now. Could you please step in and help?
After all, they were both Grandpa Zhang. She couldn't just stand by and watch him die, Xia Xiaoxi thought. She didn't know that the spirit form of Xia Hong was currently struggling to resist the erosion of the Wheel of Rebirth. He simply couldn't spare the energy. But what could he do? After all, his great-granddaughter had come looking for him. Moreover, the spirit form Xia Hong had been constantly sensing the changes around Yuyue Mountain.
When the demonic energy surged skyward, he knew immediately that several demons had taken up residence around Yuyue Mountain. Even the spirit form Xia Hong hadn't anticipated that the despicable Japanese could go this far. Originally, he had considered whether to simply observe the situation unfold. After all, each time he intervened, it drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. What if something unexpected happened to the wheel of reincarnation in the future? That would spell utter chaos. But now that Xia Xiaoxi had come knocking, the spirit form Xia Hong had no choice. After all, she was his own granddaughter, wasn't she? Therefore, he could only reveal his true form, waving helplessly at Xia Xiaoxi. You silly girl, I just can't help you. Come here. Let great-grandpa borrow your body for a moment. My spiritual energy is severely depleted now. With just my soul form, it's becoming nearly impossible to leave this cave. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi was overjoyed. She finally saw once more the young great-grandfather she remembered from over a decade ago, dressed in his Zhongshan suit. It really is you. You saved me back then too, right? She exclaimed cheerfully, her pre-battle fear replaced by a nostalgic recounting of old memories with the spirit form of Xia Hang. In response, the spirit form of Xia Hong could only smile fondly, then ruffled Xia Xiaoxi's hair. Then, the spirit form of Xia Hong slowly drew closer to Xia Xiaoxi. Before long, the two merged into one. At that moment, the spirit form vanished. In its place, a deep blue glow began to radiate from Xia Xiaoxi's eyes. As grandmother and granddaughter shared the same lineage and bloodline, this fusion came naturally and effortlessly. Hurry! We don't have much time. Delay could lead to trouble. The spirit form of Xia Hong immediately urged in Xia Xiaoxi's mind. He was genuinely worried that if he stayed away too long, the Wheel of Rebirth might encounter problems. Meanwhile, on Xia Hang's side, after being reprimanded by Tamamo no Mei, the gazes of Shu Tendoji and Ah Tengu turned ruthless. They had come to realize that the greatest issue now wasn't whether they could defeat Xia Hong. Rather, it was to eliminate this detestable group of Easterners before them as swiftly as possible. After all, their true objective lay hidden within this land, a mysterious treasure. Only by acquiring immense power could they transform the entire Eastern Empire into a scorched hellscape. And at this moment, Xia Hong had undeniably become the greatest obstacle. Therefore, the most crucial task now was to eliminate this troublesome individual. Kid. No need to waste your breath with empty words. Give up your resistance, and I might spare you some suffering. Shu Tendoji cackled monstrously, rubbing his hands together. He'd made up his mind he'd crush this brat's skull. Though the great Tengu remained silent, he too gripped his katana tightly in his hand. To both of them, Xia Hong was as good as dead today, no chance of escape. But just as the two prepared to strike, a tiny figure suddenly appeared atop Fish Leap Mountain. A pair of blue luminous wings glowed behind him as he walked through the air, hands behind his back. With an incredibly arrogant expression, it appeared before everyone. The moment they recognized the face, they froze in shock. Wasn't this Xia Xiaoxi? How did she suddenly become so pretentious? Let go of my great-grandfather. If you have a problem, take it out on me. At that moment, Xia Xiaoxi had completely transformed into pretentious Xia. Empowered by the formidable soul energy of the spirit form Xia Hong, she felt invincible. Xia Hong nearly choked on his anger witnessing this. He lent her power, not for her to show off. And now she deconjured a pair of chicken wings? Wouldn't it have been easier to just leap over from Fish Leap Mountain? Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh. Alright, Pig Xia, stop showing off. Save little by first, this is serious business. After getting scolded by Xia Hong, Xia Xiaoxi quickly stuck out her tongue. Then, she slightly raised her hand. Then, a giant blue light shadow hand materialized out of thin air, instantly lunging toward Tamamo no Mei. Strangely enough, the moment the giant hand appeared, Tamamo no Mei reacted. 4 or 5 enormous fox tails instantly materialized behind her, attempting to block the attack. Yet the blue light hand seemed almost unreal. It passed right through the tails, grabbing hold of Xiao Bai and yanking him back. At that very moment, Xia Xiaoxi distinctly heard a startled cry echo in her mind from the spirit form of Xia Hong. That's a demon fawn? Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi was still somewhat confused and replied doubtfully, yes, Xiao Bai does have a ghost fawn in her mouth. It was even installed by Grandpa Zhang himself. But the latter didn't respond, because Tamamo no Mei, seeing her hard-won prey,
After witnessing it slip away so easily, she instantly descended into a frenzied state. Her expression twisted as she collapsed onto the ground. Then, her form rapidly swelled, transforming into a nine-tailed fox demon of colossal size nearly matching the scale of Fish Leap Mountain itself.
"You're courting death." Tamomo no Me boomed in a deep, terrifying voice, all traces of her earlier coquettish charm vanished.
Not only Tamamo no Me, but Shuten Doji and Otengu, seeing her adopt a desperate stance. They shed their disguises too. With a roar, both revealed their true forms, becoming colossal, monstrous demons. Shuten Doji's true form was a demon with a crimson face and fangs, similar to his previous transformed state, only hundreds of times larger. Owagami's true form was a massive, pitch-black dog with 3 eyes. The katana he'd wielded earlier had grown monstrously in size and was now clamped in his jaws, serving as his weapon. The true forms of these 3 great demons radiated terrifying pressure, each nearly as massive as Mount Gyukuzan itself.
Chapter 211, The Demon-Slaying Blade Qilanfong.
Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zhouhua and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined that all their previous fighting had been mere child's play. They hadn't even managed to force these great demons to reveal their true forms. Now, as the 3 great demons revealed their true forms, the oppressive aura they emanated was utterly unprecedented. How are we supposed to fight this? We're not even as tall as these big demons' toes. Are we supposed to be their footmen? Kong Tanny muttered gloomily. It wasn't about boosting their morale, the real issue was that with such a staggering difference in size. No matter what Taoist arts, techniques, or skills they employed, a single roll from them could crush this entire group of paranormal consultants flat. But it wasn't just them. Even on the distant yin-yang island, countless young onmyoji watching this scene had their defenses shattered. They'd heard elders speak of the Heian era and tales of nightly processions of 100 ghosts. They had never truly witnessed the terrifying nature of these legendary great demons. They had dismissed it as mere exaggeration from their elders. Only now did they finally grasp the horrifying monsters those ancient onmyoji had faced. "Haha, scared out of your wits, aren't you, kid? This is the true demon king of Heian Kyo. How do you think the legends came to be? Why can these demon lords swallow dozens of living people in a single gulp? Because this is their true, ultimate form. But forcing these demon lords to this point, you have to admire how formidable those Easterners are. Maintaining this true form consumes vast amounts of demonic energy. Even the mightiest demons can't sustain it for long." After uttering these words, a solemn expression crept onto the face of this elder from the onmyoji clan. He hadn't anticipated that even the great demons of the Heian era could be driven to such extremes. With this thought, he turned to Kyukyu Saimai and asked, "Young master, should we prepare to take action?" The 3 great demons revealing their true forms, even if they win, they'll be left severely weakened. By arriving then, we'll be perfectly positioned to reap the benefits. Hearing this, a flicker of internal conflict crossed Kyukyu Saimai's face. Originally, according to their plan, they needed more time to prepare before heading east to seek out those legendary divine sites. But clearly, their plans had been disrupted. Still, the elder's words held truth. It was time to strike proactively. Otherwise, they risked missing their chance entirely. "Let's move. Everyone, disperse immediately. Depart in separate groups from various cities across Wada, head east. We will regroup at Jie City." At Kyukyu Saimai's command, the onmyoji on Onmyo Island sprang into action instantly. Meanwhile, on Xia Heng's side, as the 3 great demons revealed their true forms, the situation on the battlefield grew dire. Much like the monsters appearing in Ultraman, each stood as tall as a small mountain. A single glance was enough to sap one's will to fight. Just as everyone was at a loss, even worse news arrived. It turned out that Xia Heng's prolonged absence as a spirit had caused the seal within Yuya Mountain to weaken. The entire mountain began to shake violently. From within the caves, intermittent shrieks and eerie cries echoed, as if something was desperately trying to break through the seal. Hearing these sounds, Xia Heng's spirit form instantly paled. He urgently communicated telepathically to Xia Xiaoxi, "This is bad. I must return to the cave immediately. If the gate opens, everyone will die." Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxi panicked instantly. If the spirit Grandpa Zhang fled, what would happen to the zombie Grandpa Zhang? With 3 such enormous monsters, wouldn't Grandpa Zhang be crushed into mincemeat? As if sensing Xia Xiaoxi's concern, the spirit Xia Hong continued, "Actually, there is a way out of this predicament. Little ghost, lend me your teeth." With that, the spirit Xia Hong took control of Xia Xiaoxi's body and yanked Little Bai over. Gripping its jaw, he plunged his hand inside and began digging for teeth. It didn't take much effort at all. He simply pried the ghost-slaying Fong right out of Little Bai's mouth. Xiao Bai, now missing a Fong, looked utterly aggrieved. Covering half his face, his eyes burned with resentment. Only then did the spirit form of Xia Hong, still controlling Xia Xiaoxi's body, forcefully hurl the ghost-slaying Fong at Xia Hong and declare, "This tooth is no ordinary ghost-slaying Fong. It seals within it a terrifying weapon. It can slay demons and ghosts, invincible in battle. Try activating it with the power of thunder." Hearing this, Xia Hong snatched the Fong into his hand. He hadn't expected this tooth to hold such immense significance. He had merely regarded it as a standard ghost-slaying tooth reward from the system, so he had fitted it onto Xiao Bai without a second thought. Now, upon hearing the spirit form Xia Hang's explanation, Xia Hong didn't hesitate. He immediately unleashed the Five Thunder Righteousness technique, striking the ghost tooth relentlessly. First came the Yang Five Thunders. Under the golden lightning, the ghost tooth emitted a few wisps of smoke but showed no other reaction. Next came the Yin Five Thunders. Red lightning flickered, and this time there was a slight reaction. The tooth wobbled a bit. With both Five Thunder Righteous methods proving ineffective, only the final one remained. Xia Hong clasped his hands together, shielding the ghost tooth within, then simultaneously unleashed both Yang Five Thunder and Yin Five Thunder from both palms. A flash of black thunder erupted, and the ghost tooth began to shake violently. Finally, its form rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive blade over 2 meters long. 3 characters were carved into the blade Qilin Fong. As Xia Hong grasped the Qilin Fong, energy surged between them. Soon, a strand of black lightning appeared on the blade, swirling around the entire edge. What a blade! Xia Hong gave it a light swing and couldn't help but praise it instantly. The very whistling sound it made as it sliced through the air proved beyond doubt that this blade possessed unmatched sharpness. Alright. With this Qilin tooth, you should be able to handle those 3 great demons on your own. I must return to the cave immediately, or else chaos will ensue. As the words fell, a burst of blue light shot out from Xia Xiaoxi's body, darting swiftly into the cave. After Xia Hong, her spirit form, departed, Xia Xiaoxi felt as though all her strength had been drained. Her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Bai reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell. Aside from appearing somewhat weak, she seemed otherwise unharmed. Now it was time for reckoning. Staring at the 3 massive demons, Xia Hang's lips suddenly curled into a cruel smile. Chapter 212, Tengu Devouring the Sun? I'll knock your teeth out. Even these 3 formidable demons hadn't anticipated such a sudden, earth-shattering turn of events. How had Xia Hang suddenly produced a weapon that crackled with black lightning, looking utterly terrifying? A few broken blades? You think that'll defeat us? You're asking for death. Shuten Doji boomed in his deep, resonant voice. Though he couldn't gauge Xia Hang's true strength, he had no choice but to charge headlong into battle. Thus, Shuten Doji struck first, bringing his massive hand crashing down toward Xia Hang. The palm was as large as a small truck. If hit, one would likely be crushed into mincemeat. Xia Hong, gripping the Kirin Fong sword with all his might, swung it fiercely at Shuten Doji's massive palm. To everyone's astonishment, the Kirin Fong proved incredibly sharp. With just one strike, it instantly cleaved the giant palm of Shuten Doji in 2. Witnessing this, Zhang Zhouhua and the others instantly widened their eyes. They had experienced firsthand just how resilient Shuten Doji's flesh was. Ordinary weapons couldn't cut through it, let alone. Even bullets fired directly at his eyes would struggle to leave a mark. Yet now, Xia Hong had severed the giant's massive hand with a single stroke. What incredible sharpness! What a fast blade! It can break through his defenses? Now we have a chance. Go, Xia! Otherwise, we're all done for here. The crowd couldn't help but cheer Xia Hang on. After all, he was now the village's last hope. One strike to the soul. After severing the giant hand of the demon Shuten Doji, the faces of the great Tengu and Tamamo no Mei instantly twisted with terror. Because this meant Xia Hong was no longer the insect or ant they had once regarded him as. This guy now possessed the genuine power to harm them. Damn it! There's something strange about that blade. Shuten Doji stumbled back several steps, genuinely panicking now. Yet Xia Hong had no intention of letting him off so easily. Seeing Shuten Doji retreat, Xia Hong immediately charged upward along the monster's massive arm. This time, he aimed straight for the enemy's head. The sight sent cold sweat pouring down Shuten Doji's back. He shouted urgently, "Fox! Tengu! Stop him! Or I'm done for!" Yamatsu and the great Tengu knew that if left unchecked, Shuten Doji would surely be in grave danger. Without a word, Otengu lunged fiercely at Xia Hong, the katana clenched between his fangs. His speed was blinding, the wind howling in its wake. Had an ordinary person met this blade, they would have been severed cleanly in an instant. But Xia Hong showed no fear. Facing the 40-meter blade as long as a power pole, he advanced instead of retreating. He raised the Kirin Fong sword to meet the blow. As blade met blade, dazzling sparks erupted in the air. No one could have imagined that in terms of raw strength, Xia Hong could match the colossal great Tengu, towering like a mountain. Lightning flashed. Under the lightning's glare, Xia Hang's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Whatever material this katana was forged from, its sharpness matched that of the Qilin Fong. But Xia Hong wasn't one to back down. Since he couldn't sever the opponent's weapon head-on, he swiftly pivoted the Kirin Fong in his grasp, sliding it along the edge of the enemy's blade. As the weapons ground together, dazzling sparks erupted in a brilliant display. Sliding all the way to the handle of the katana, Xia Hong leapt forward, swinging his blade fiercely toward the great Tengu's massive dog head. The opponent hadn't anticipated Xia Hang's ferocity, charging forward to strike even while bearing the brunt of his own blade. "You brat! You're asking for death. Tenko swallows the sun." The great Tengu suddenly opened its massive jaws, and a black hole began to form within its dog-like mouth. This move was the great Tengu's ultimate survival tactic. Few could ever push him to such desperation. Legend held that Tengu could devour the sun itself, giving rise to solar eclipses. In reality, however, the Tengu wasn't quite that terrifying. Yet it did possess a hidden trump card, the ability to condense a massive black hole within its maw. Under the influence of this black hole, all living creatures within hundreds of meters would be swallowed whole, transformed into sustenance. As the black hole materialized, Zhang Jiuhua and his companions were instantly pulled toward the giant Tengu's maw by its immense gravitational pull. The thought of being swallowed whole and likely digested into dog excrement by this giant beast instantly turned the faces of Zhang Jiuhua and the others pale. Clutching each other tightly, they summoned their divine powers, desperately resisting the immense pull. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxi, Zhang Shun, and Li Shui were also struggling. Being mere mortals, Xia Xiaoxi, Zhang Shun, and Li Shui found themselves utterly powerless against the pull. Only by transforming his clothes into white silk, Xiao Bai managed to bind the three tightly, barely holding them in place. Yet it was merely a stalemate. Xiao Bai's ghostly power alone was insufficient to counter a colossal demon like the Great Tengu. Just as Xia Xiaoxi and the others were about to collapse, several withered tree trunks suddenly appeared, yanking the trio back. Only then did they notice the ancient locust tree. The old creature had crept closer unseen, and it was only thanks to its intervention that the trio avoided being devoured by the Great Tengu. Ha ha! In the end, it all comes down to this old man, doesn't it? I am a tree spirit. What storms haven't I weathered? My roots run deep into the earth, hundreds of meters down. A mere Tengu swallowing the sun? With just a slight effort from me, he's powerless. This moment was tailor-made for the old locust tree to show off. Indeed, what element spirits held a natural counter to such techniques. Xia Hong, too, was affected by the suction of the Tengu swallows the sun. Being closest, he bore the brunt of its force. As the black hole began to form, he abandoned resistance. Yet the Qilin Fong in his hand remained active. He swung the blade horizontally. If this great Tengu dared swallow him whole, it would meet a fate of having its own guts ripped open. As Xia Hong entered the great Tengu's gaping maw, its terrifying jaws snapped shut instantly. It began chewing, intent on crushing and shredding Xia Hong. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after a few twitches of its lips, the great Tengu's face suddenly contorted with terror, its eyes widening in shock. Then, half a blade emerged from the great Tengu's mouth. Xia Hong slashed violently across the great Tengu's jaws, bursting free from its maw. Covered in blood, he emerged like a demon god. Chapter 213, The Past of Tamamo no Mei. Even fox demons can be passionately devoted. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. As Xia Hong emerged from the great Tengu's maw, the giant dog spat repeatedly, opening its massive jaws and spewing for a long while. Then, piece by piece, its canine teeth began spewing out from its maw. Only then did the crowd realize just how colossal a mistake it had been to swallow Xia Hong whole. Not only did Xia Hong fail to crush it. Instead, Xia Hong had rampaged inside, shattering every single canine tooth in its mouth. With both Shuten Doji and the Great Tengu defeated, only Tamamo no Mei remained capable of standing against Xia Hong. Watching Xia Hong advance step by step toward her, Tamamo no Mei, transformed into a nine-tailed fox demon, her expression shifted repeatedly. She stared warily at the great sword in Xia Hong's hand, her eyes filled with dread. She knew full well that if this blade could wound Shuten Doji and Tengu, tearing her apart would be no problem at all. After much hesitation, she finally made her decision. She could not engage Xia Hong in a direct confrontation. The treasure within the cave was the paramount concern. With that thought, flames erupted from all four of her hooves, and the entire fox charged toward the cave entrance. Once she obtained what lay within that cave, everything would be over. You stinking fox! Trying to stab me in the back, huh? Watching Tamamo no Mei charge headlong into the cave without a backward glance, Shuten Doji lost his temper and couldn't help but curse loudly. The great Tengu, without a word, followed closely behind, charging into the cave. However, surprisingly, Xia Hong showed no sign of urgency upon seeing the two great demons dash into the cave. Instead, he studied Shuten Doji with keen interest. He looked like a butcher sizing up a slab of pork, deliberating which cut to start with. You! What do you think you're doing? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Unnerved by Xia Hong's intense stare, Shuten Doji couldn't help but roar in anger. Xia Hong wasted no words. The moment Shuten Doji finished speaking, he struck. Without the interference of Tamamo no Mei and the Great Tengu, facing a single Shuten Doji was as easy as slicing through butter. With a single stroke, Xia Hong carved a deep, bone-exposing wound into Shuten Doji's body. Faced with Xia Hong's assault, Shuten Doji found himself powerless to retaliate. But his massive frame proved too cumbersome, unable to keep pace with Xia Hong's speed. Like a butcher dissecting an ox, Shuten Doji struggled for a while before Xia Hong sliced him into several pieces, one by one. Finally, he sacrificed his limbs to protect his core. His severed arms and legs gained independence, moving like four small mountains, desperately crushing Xia Hong beneath them in the center. Then, a massive demon head began hurtling toward the cave entrance. He couldn't just stand by and watch Tamamo no Mae and the Great Tengu reap the rewards. Shuten Doji demanded his share of the spoils. Meanwhile, Xia Hong found himself trapped within the flesh-bound restraints formed by the enemy's limbs. Xia Hong clenched his teeth and once again channeled the Five Thunder Righteous Law, simultaneously unleashing both the Young Five Thunder and Yin Five Thunder. As the black lightning gathered once more upon the Kirin Fong, the black lightning aura on the blade instantly surged to over 10 meters in length. It formed a black lightning blade aura enveloping the blade's surface. Empowered by this blade aura, Xia Hong swung his blade repeatedly, chopping the severed limbs into minced flesh. Only after confirming these things had lost all vitality and could no longer move did Xia Hong finally sheath the Qilin Fong, slinging it over his back as he slowly made his way into the cave. Xia Hong finally sheathed the Qilin Fong, slung it over his back, and slowly made his way into the cave. Do they really think this place holds some kind of treasure trove? Xia Hong muttered to himself, waving to Zhang Zhuo and Xie Xiaoxi to wait outside. He himself entered the cave once more. The scene remained familiar. A spirit form identical to Xia Hong, bound by chains, floated suspended in midair. The green door behind him appeared and disappeared intermittently. As for the three great demons who had barged in earlier, Tamamo no Mae and the others, they had now reverted to their original forms. Sake drinking child was the most amusing sight, transformed into a demonic head dangling from the shoulder of the Great Tengu. Perhaps it's because Tamamo no Mae despises him so much that she won't let him touch her. Well, everyone, did you find what you were looking for? Xia Hong asked with a light chuckle, his words dripping with teasing. As someone privy to the cave's secrets, he knew exactly what lay beyond that door. Though he couldn't fathom what these powerful demons were so fixated on, whatever lay beyond the door was far beyond their capacity to handle. Damn it! That bastard Saimai! He tricked us! Yamatsuheim stared at the massive door before her, her expression suddenly complex. Though she too had no idea what lay beyond it. But as a great demon, her innate senses allowed her to vaguely sense it. Beyond this door likely lay a terrifying world beyond imagination. Anyway, you guys aren't planning on going in right now. Let's just chat, then. I'm genuinely curious, what exactly did Seigo no Saimai promise you back then that made you willingly endure being sealed away for so long in this godforsaken place of our Xia village? Xia Hong stowed away the Kirin Fong. After all, these demons had initially sought the treasures within the cave. But now that their plans had fallen through, he saw no point in continuing the fighting. Better to talk it out and see if any misunderstandings remained unresolved. I've nothing to discuss with you. The Great Tengu growled hoarsely. With his teeth shattered by Xia Hang's blow, his speech now carried a whistling sound. A hint of sorrow flickered across the exquisitely beautiful face of Tamamo no Mae. Very well. I suppose I might as well tell you. The world knows I was once a nine-tailed spirit fox. They say fox demons are sentimental, but who could have known? I crossed the sea to Japan and endured all these years, hoping only for one day to see that person again. Even just one glance would suffice. Saimai of Nishikawa told me that an entrance to the Nine Hells lies buried within Xia village. If I agree to seal myself here for a time and kill someone for him when the seal is broken, he promises to send me through the gates of the netherworld when they open. I've wandered the mortal realm for far too long. What I can confirm is that person has never appeared again. He never entered the cycle of reincarnation. In this world, perhaps the underworld is the only place where he could possibly exist. I only wish to see him once, just once. Yamatsuheim spoke with sorrowful lament, her voice like a lament. Xia Hong hadn't expected this famed nine-tailed fox demon to be such a lovesick fool. After hearing these words, he fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "Then you should leave. This is not the entrance to the Nine Hells. This is the gate of reincarnation. Within it lie sealed the souls trapped in the cycle of rebirth, denied the chance to be reborn. Your beloved may be within, or he may not be. But I do not advise you to enter, for the horrors beyond this gate far exceed your imagination." Chapter 214, Sudden Mutation. Shuten Doji transforms. Xia Hong wasn't joking. He had fought the creatures within this gate before, so he knew exactly what lurked inside. All of them were malevolent spirits, trapped beyond the cycle of reincarnation for untold centuries. Under such conditions, they had likely long since lost their sanity, driven solely by primal, murderous instincts. That was precisely why the gate of reincarnation could not be opened. Damn that old ghost Saimai. Tricked by that old bastard again. He lured me here under false pretenses, claiming this fish-leaping mountain held immense fortune that would grant me immortality. Ascend to immortality? After hearing Tamamo no Mae's tale, the Great Tengu finally realized they might have been deceived. He spoke with bitter resentment. The phrase ascend to immortality, however, piqued Xia Hang's interest. Ever since becoming a zombie, he had only encountered dark and sinister matters, and the notion of ascending to immortality seemed utterly ethereal and elusive. At that moment, the Great Tengu spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Very well. I shall tell you. Perhaps I shall never have the chance to ascend to immortality in this lifetime. Truth be told, I am a descendant of the Tengu clan. Through a series of misfortunes, I was exiled overseas, becoming a demonic entity that wreaks havoc in Wa. Yet deep within our hearts, we never abandoned the glory of our ancestors. We yearned for the day we could ascend to immortality and escape this mortal realm of suffering.
This brat. He's getting more and more outlandish.
Xia Hong believed he was a descendant of the celestial dogs, but the notion of the path to immortality seemed too ethereal and elusive.
If immortals truly existed in this world, how could they stand idly by while these demonic creatures wreaked havoc upon humanity?
Xia Hong harbored no such expectations. Yet, as they chatted animatedly, none noticed that the dead ghost, Shuten Doji, was quietly slipping toward the gate of reincarnation. For Uzumatsuri and the Great Tengu, the reason they had been sealed here in the first place was because a lingering desire still burned within their hearts. Now, it was merely the desolation of those hopes dashed. As for Shuten Doji, he had scarcely anything left to lose. He had journeyed across the seas to the vicinity of this fish-leaping mountain precisely to become the peerless, world-shaking demon lord of heaven and earth. To become a being like the legendary Yamata no Orochi of Wa. But now, that hope had been utterly crushed. Even his body had been shattered to pieces by Xia Hong. All that remained was a half-severed demon head, utterly incapable of any action. In this state, forget returning to Wa. Even encountering a slightly stronger spirit within this Eastern Empire would mean certain humiliation. This was utterly intolerable to Shuten Doji. Unlike demons like Tamamo no Mae and the Great Tengu who had fled from the east, Shuten Doji was a native Japanese demon, inheriting certain traits of his people. When faced with uncertainty, he would take a huge gamble. Meanwhile, the spirit Xia Han was busy sealing the main gate, leaving him no time to spare. He hadn't noticed at all that a demonic head had already slipped into the crack of the wheel of rebirth gate. Just then, the gate began to crack open slightly under the relentless pounding of the demonic creature behind it. Shuten Doji instantly realized his chance had come. He hurled himself against the gate, somehow managing to wedge himself perfectly into the opening with a sharp click. Only then did everyone realize that Shuten Doji had somehow managed to reach the very front of the gate.
Damn it! Shuten Doji, what are you doing?
Seeing this, the Great Tengu's eyes widened in shock. Though they had yet to witness the horrors beyond this gate. But the aura seeping out was proof enough that beyond the wheel of rebirth lay a world of unimaginable bloodshed, slaughter, and cruelty. Even these blood-soaked great demons couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble with fear. And yet, that clever drunkard, Shuten Doji, dared to squeeze his head through the crack in the gate.
Tamamo no Mae's face darkened instantly. 9 foxtails shot out from behind her, attempting to yank Shuten Doji back. However, the latter burst into maniacal laughter. Who cares about terror? As long as he serves me, granting me unrivaled power in this world, even if 10,000 ghosts devour my heart, so be it. As he finished speaking, Shuten Doji's demonic head began to swell violently. His gaping maw opened wide, and before it, a swirling vortex of ripples materialized out of thin air. Witnessing this, the expressions of the Great Tengu and Tamamo no Mae instantly turned grave. As longtime acquaintances who'd dealt with Shuten Doji for years, they knew exactly what he was doing. This technique was similar to the Great Tengu's signature move, Tengu Devours the Sun. It was also one of Shuten Doji's ultimate trump cards. It was called Whale Devour. The key difference, however, lay in its primary targets. Tengu's Eclipse primarily consumed living beings. It primarily devoured flesh and blood. Whereas Shuten Doji's Whale Devour primarily targets devouring ghostly entities. Why did Shuten Doji become the foremost demon king of the Heian era, the leader of all ghosts? It was mainly because this creature was virtually invincible within Heian Kyo. Even when gravely wounded, he could instantly restore himself to full strength by opening his massive maw and devouring hundreds or thousands of lesser demons. And right now, Shuten Doji sought to devour the hungry ghosts dwelling within this gate of the 6 realms. The spiritual power of these hungry ghosts far surpassed that of the minor demons of the Heian era. As Shuten Doji opened his massive maw, countless hungry ghosts poured through the vortex behind the gate, surging into his gaping jaws. Then, after being swallowed by Shuten Doji, these countless hungry ghosts transformed into flesh and blood, beginning to repair his body. The scene was utterly revolting. One after another, the starving ghosts poured into Shuten Doji's belly, forming shapes resembling various internal organs. Then, perhaps having devoured enough, one after another, various animals began pouring through the door into Shuten Doji's belly. They formed his skeleton and torso. Next came the Azura realm. A giant hand, dozens of meters tall, was likewise sucked into Shuten Doji's belly, forming his limbs. At this moment, Shuten Doji had completely transformed into a monstrous creature. Countless hungry ghosts and demons fused together across his body. Even after forming a complete form, these hungry ghosts clung to Shuten Doji, ceaselessly tearing and biting. They greedily sought to devour everything within their grasp. The vermin were mostly repulsive creatures: toads, bats, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and the like. Centipedes wriggled in and out of his nostrils and mouth, a sight so horrifying it felt like one more glance would make your head explode. Power. Power. I feel I could tear you all apart. Chapter 215, The Path to Hell. The ancestral demon lord appears. No one could have imagined that Shuten Doji would undergo such a terrifying transformation. His actions truly defied the heavens. However, after absorbing so many demons, Shuten Doji himself was suffering greatly.
For trapped within this gate were only the most vicious and malevolent specters. Forcing such a multitude of demons into his own body inevitably triggered an intense rejection reaction. Suddenly, Shuten Doji's entire head began swelling rapidly,
as if something was ramming wildly inside. Damn it! This guy's condition is extremely unstable now, he could explode at any moment.
With that single bite, he swallowed at least hundreds of thousands of starving ghosts. If he can't handle it and explodes, those 100,000 starved, ravenous ghosts will tear us apart alive. We must act together, or we'll all die.
Xia Hong couldn't help but say coldly.
This was no longer a time for petty pride. They were now facing a life or death crisis.
If they couldn't eliminate Shuten Doji, every being present, human or demon,
would become fodder for the hungry ghosts. Yamatsu and the Great Tengu also grasped the gravity of the situation. The two great demons swiftly transformed into their most powerful true forms. Though merely scaled-down versions, their combat prowess remained entirely intact.
On the contrary, their speed now held an even greater advantage. Speak. What do you require of us? Tamamo no Mae demanded coldly.
Having contributed the least in the previous battle and sustained almost no injuries, now, it was only natural for her to step forward as the main force.
Only then did Xia Hong coldly declare, hold him off.
I'll seal this gate for myself first.
With that, Xia Hong raised the Kirin Fong and charged forward.
The gate had been forced open by Shuten Doji, creating a gap that needed to be sealed immediately.
Sure enough, before Xia Hong could make a move, several fingers emerged from the gate's crack.
Though called fingers, each nail alone was as tall as Xia Hong himself. Without hesitation, he raised the Qilin Fong and began hacking at the fingers. Fortunately, the Qilin Fong proved its legendary sharpness. Even against such an enormous finger, the Qilin Fong sliced through flesh with every strike, severing the colossal digit in just a few blows. Then, Xia Hong hoisted the chains onto his back once more and began dragging them frantically toward the rear. But how could the now mad Shuten Doji allow Xia Hong to close the gate so easily? Like a raging demon, he launched a frenzied assault towards Xia Hong.
Fortunately, Tamamo no Mae acted swiftly.
Her 9 foxtails instantly wrapped around Shuten Doji, dragging him backward and preventing him from getting anywhere near Xia Hong. What Tamamo no Mae hadn't anticipated was the sheer savagery of these hungry ghosts. As she bound Shuten Doji with her tails,
they went berserk, lunging to bite at the foxtails. The Great Tengu wouldn't stand idly by either.
Clutching his katana in his jaws, he charged toward Shuten Doji.
With a series of sharp clangs, he began hacking away.
Nearly every swing cleanly severed the heads of several hungry ghosts. Yet the damage proved minimal.
Both Otengu and Tamamo no Mae realized the creatures within this wheel of rebirth seemed immune to the laws of this world.
Physical attacks seemed to have little effect.
Left with no choice, Tamamo no Mae summoned her boiling foxfire.
9 beautiful foxtails spread like lotus petals, each wrapped around a blazing ball of flame.
The Great Tengu wasn't idle either.
Though incapable of breathing fire, his spellcasting skill was summoning lightning. With each flap of his wings, he unleashed a massive bolt of lightning that struck Shuten Doji with devastating force. Each thunderous strike instantly obliterated several hungry ghosts, reducing them to ashes. The foxfire attacks proved equally devastating after all. This was the blaze of a 9-tailed demon fox, rivaling the flames of a demon refining furnace. Seeing the two demons barely holding their ground, Xia Hong felt somewhat relieved and resumed dragging the massive chains. But Shuten Doji wasn't some helpless little darling waiting to be defeated. Seeing close combat was futile, he suddenly raised his hand. Then, countless arms formed by hungry ghosts instantly scattered in all directions.
At that very moment, the countless hungry ghosts seemed to find liberation.
With terrifying speed, they surged along the mountain wall toward Tamamo no Mae and the Great Tengu, gaping wide to devour them voraciously.
But it wasn't just hungry ghosts.
Hidden within these arms were many other creatures from the demonic realm.
Scorpions, centipedes, and others lurked concealed among the hungry ghosts, suddenly launching attacks on the two demons, Tamamo no Mae and the Great Tengu.
As the gate finally began to close, Xia Hong finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet, what he hadn't anticipated was that at the very instant the gate was about to close, suddenly, a head with twin horns emerged, bearing a resemblance to Shuten Doji.
But the aura emanating from this creature was utterly terrifying.
Anyone with weak resolve would likely go mad and lose their sanity just from catching a glimpse of it.
What is that?
Seeing this ghostly head emerge, everyone froze in shock.
It was hard to imagine that behind this gate lurked such an evil and terrifying entity. At that moment, Xia Hong's spirit form wore a solemn expression.
After a few seconds of hesitation, he spoke slowly, "This is the path of hell.
The Hell Realm."
The moment those 3 words were uttered, the group's faces instantly drained of color. They were all somewhat familiar with the legends of the 6 realms of rebirth. Even within the 6 realms of rebirth, the Hell Realm was an existence that inspired utter dread and terror. For it imprisoned only the most terrifying and vicious demons this world had to offer. Yet, to everyone's surprise, when this demon appeared, their first instinct was to retreat 3 steps. Only Shuten Doji approached with visible excitement.
Only then did the others sense something amiss. This demon bore an uncanny resemblance to Shutendoji. It was hard not to suspect some blood relation between the two. You unfilial descendant, outer path ball. Hail the return of the ancient ancestor of the demon clan. At that very moment, Shutendoji's fervent, almost fanatical declaration instantly revealed his connection to this ancient demon. Chapter 216, The Kirin Fong Shatters. The most terrifying enemy in history. Ancestral Demon Lord? Hearing these 4 words, the crowd finally understood why Shutendoji desperately sought to approach the gate of reincarnation. It turned out he was the last surviving descendant of the demon clan. The Oni clan was an immensely powerful alien race that flourished during Japan's ancient era. Legend held that its members bore twin horns upon their heads, possessed immense strength, and appeared ghostly in form. They most relished feasting upon the hearts and livers of the living. Later, their atrocities provoked divine wrath and human vengeance. They were ultimately vanquished by a coalition of heroes from ancient Japanese mythology. They were utterly annihilated. Yet no one could have imagined that this Shutendoji was an orphan of the Oni tribe. He appeared far too late in the Heian period, long after the great gods of Japanese mythology had ceased to exist in the mortal world. Though Shutendoji bore some resemblance to the Oni, no one connected him to their lineage. And only now has this fellow's true identity been fully confirmed. Who could have imagined that he was actually a member of the Ghost Clan? Where exactly the terrifying Ghost Clan had gone remained a mystery to everyone all along. Only now did they finally understand. It turned out the Ghost Clan had been banished to the Hell Realm within the 6 realms of rebirth. Quick! Stop him! He must not be allowed to escape. The spirit Xia Hong shouted loudly. He already had a vague premonition: if this Ghost Clan member were truly pulled out of the 6 realms of rebirth, it would spell utter catastrophe for this world. However, even when Tamamo no Mei, the Great Tengu, and Xia Hong combined their efforts, were all driven back by a single glance. It was terrifying. Merely a glance from him instantly froze Tamamo no Mei and Otengu in place. Then they were suddenly flung backward, spewing blood from their mouths. Xia Hong was the only one who managed to hold his ground, but only by using the Kirin Fong as a crutch, planting it into the ground as he painfully dragged himself forward step by step. This kid's got some potential. The elder demon couldn't help but praise Xia Hong, only to be met with a desperate leap and a slashing blow from the youth. Get back! Xia Hong roared, but the ghost elder effortlessly pinched the Qilin Fong from his hand with just 2 fingers. After examining it closely, he suddenly chuckled, not bad. It's a fine blade, but a pity it's too brittle. With a firm pinch from the ancient Ghost Clan elder, the Qilin tooth shattered instantly into several pieces. Correspondingly, outside the cave, Xiao Bai's face suddenly paled. He violently coughed up a large mouthful of blood before instantly falling unconscious. Xiao Bai's breakthrough to the Ghost Fiend stage was inextricably linked to this Ghost Fiend Fong. This tooth had contributed at least 70% of the effort. It was almost as if this tooth had become Xiao Bai's lifebound artifact. And now, his lifebound artifact had been damaged in such a terrifying manner. Xiao Bai was naturally severely weakened. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoxi was consumed with anxiety. Her concern extended beyond Xiao Bai. She deduced that the situation inside the cave must have grown even more perilous. Grandpa Zhang and the others must have run into serious trouble. And indeed, even with only half his body protruding from the cave entrance, the sheer presence and oppressive aura emanating from the ancient demonic elder sent shivers down the spine of every witness. Though his Qilin Fong had been shattered, Xia Hong refused to yield. His jaw clenched as 2 blinding flashes erupted between his palms. Yin-yang 5 thunders converged. A black bolt of lightning erupted from between Xia Hong's palms. Yet an even more unimaginable scene unfolded. The ghost elder opened his massive maw and swallowed the black thunderbolt whole. He even smacked his lips with relish, murmuring, "It's been ages since I last tasted black thunder. Alas, it's merely enough to satisfy my craving." In terms of flavor, the thunder god's purple lightning still surpasses it. Powerful, terrifying, invincible. These 3 words instantly flashed through everyone's minds. How the hell were they supposed to fight something that dared to swallow thunder? At that moment, Shutendoji finally limped forward, his battered body dragging behind him, until he reached the old demon. The elder gently placed his palm on Shutendoji's forehead. Instantly, the hungry ghosts, Azura demons, and all the other spirits from the Azura realm scattered. Now, like mice encountering a cat, they scrambled headlong into the gate of reincarnation without a second glance, terrified that even a moment's delay would invite the wrath of this ancient demon clan elder. Only after every hungry ghost, hell demon, and Azura demon had been stripped from Shutendoji's body. Only then did Shutendoji's vital energy finally begin to wane. Remember, he was famed as the demon clan member with the strongest regenerative abilities in all of Wa. Even such formidable vitality had been nearly exhausted, revealing just how much Shutendoji had risked to achieve this goal. Ancestor. I ask for nothing more, grandfather, than for the Oni clan to once again reign supreme over the world. With those words, Shutendoji charged headlong into the gates of hell. Drawing upon his last ounce of vitality, he unleashed boundless power, braced himself firmly behind the elder demon.
He attempted to use his last ounce of strength to liberate the elder completely from within the gates. The price was brutal.
Though a member of the Oni clan, in the eyes of those hungry ghosts, he remained an exquisite delicacy.
After all, he was a living member of the demon clan, brimming with boundless vitality.
In an instant, countless little demons swarmed onto Shuten Doji's head, tearing into him with abandon.
Yet Shuten Doji cared not for this now, pouring all his strength into freeing the elder. Finally, through his desperate efforts, he managed to force the old demon completely through the door crack. Shuten Doji's own state was pitiful beyond words. Half his face had been completely chewed away, and one eyeball had been gouged out by 4 or 5 little demons, swallowed whole.
Even more horrifying, once the eyeballs were gone, the little demons lost all restraint.
They plunged their claws directly into Shuten Doji's eye sockets, digging out and devouring his brain matter. Watching Shuten Doji being dragged away by these little demons, the elder of the demon clan wore a look of profound sorrow. Finally, after completely freeing himself, he swiftly struck back with a ghostly palm strike, slamming it into Shuten Doji's forehead and shattering his skull into a bloody pulp. With that, the elder was finally free. The last sliver of the gate's opening slowly closed.
The gate was finally shut. Yet not a single soul present felt any sense of relief.
For they understood that the greatest trouble had already arrived.
After a long moment, the elder of the demon clan seemed to finally snap out of his grief over Shuten Doji's death.
Then, he reached out casually into the void, and a ghostly blade suddenly materialized in his hand. Don't blame me, I only wish to fulfill my poor grandson's final wish.
Chapter 217, Soul Fusion. Xiahang's got it made.
After uttering these words, the elder casually swung his blade. With just that casual slash, Xiahang was swept away by the blade's energy, his entire body sent flying.
Yamatsu and the Great Tengu fared even worse. Not only were they unable to block the attack,
they were instantly torn apart by the blade's aura, their bodies covered in bloody wounds, plunging them into critical condition.
This was the true power of the Oni clan. Xiahang's expression darkened to the extreme. This guy's cultivation level had likely surpassed Rashiki and was advancing toward the level of a Ba. It's over. Looks like today's my last day.
I should never have listened to that old demon Saimai's lies. Who could have imagined that Shuten Doji would risk his very life to rescue the ancestor?
He's practically no different from a madman.
The Great Tengu snarled viciously. He truly hadn't anticipated Shuten Doji would be this deranged, sacrificing everything to dig the ancestor out of the gate.
He'd even thrown his own life away utterly beyond the pale. No use dwelling on this now. We need to figure out a solution. The East truly is an ill-omened place for me. If it weren't for searching for that person, I'd never have set foot on this land again. This is karma coming back to bite me. Yamatsu Haim sighed helplessly.
She had already made up her mind, if she survived this ordeal today, she would never set foot in the eastern lands again. Her life came first.
At this moment, the only ones who appeared even remotely composed were the two Xiahangs.
Amidst the frenzied assault of the elder demon, the zombie Xiahang and the spirit Xiahang suddenly exchanged a glance. Then, without a word, they both broke into laughter. In truth, they had understood each other's meaning. This was the tacit understanding between them. After all, they were practically the same person, sharing the same consciousness. A single glance was enough to know exactly what the other was thinking.
Then, the spirit form of Xiahang suddenly grinned and said calmly, "It seems there's no other way. Releasing this scourge would undoubtedly bring a catastrophe that would devastate all living things. Though I long ago foresaw this day, I never imagined it would come so swiftly. From now on, the task of guarding this gate of reincarnation falls to you." Before Xiahang could respond, the spirit form dissolved into a ball of blue light and shot into his body at terrifying speed. Only then did the ancient ghost clan elder notice this, his expression instantly turning grim. "No! How could I have been so blind?
You brat, you were merely an empty vessel all along. This spirit form is your true soul."
As the words left his mouth, he desperately tried to intervene. But how could he possibly stop the speed of the spirit form Xiahang? By the time he reacted, the spirit form of Xiahang had already entered Xiahang's body. Then, Xiahang heard a clear system prompt ringing in his ears. "Congratulations, host. The noble spirit of the 3 souls and 7 spirits has returned to its rightful place. Cultivation level increased by 500 years. Breakthrough to the corpse-lying realm. Acquired the spell, 3-fold true fire." For a moment, various system notifications began flooding Xiahang's mind. Simultaneously, a fragment of unfamiliar memory began to slowly awaken. There is a saying.
The world is a vast sea of suffering, where the physical body serves as the vessel, and the soul is the passenger within it. The boat carries the passenger, ceaselessly sailing toward the other shore amidst the sea of suffering. In the past, Xiahang possessed form but lacked spirit. Though consciousness had awakened within him, something still felt missing. Now, with one of his 3 souls and 7 spirits returning to its rightful place, even if it was merely the spirit of courage, instantly, his entire being felt grounded and stable. This was the benefit of a soul returning to its rightful place. Regardless of future cultivation advancements or breakthroughs in realm, at the very instant the heroic soul merged, Xia Hong felt a singular certainty: everything was within his grasp. His perception of everything around him had sharpened dramatically. He possessed the confidence that even without relying on the abilities of the corpse-lying technique, solely through the additional 500 years of cultivation and the powers of the wandering corpse, he might very well be able to defeat the ghost elder before him.
That was Xia Hang's thought, and he acted on it immediately.
The instant the spirit essence fused, he planted his feet and launched forward like an arrow released from its string. His fist slammed toward the ghost elder's face with brutal force. The elder's pupils suddenly contracted. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Xia Hang's speed increasing so dramatically. Even attempting to block it at the last moment was already too late. Blazing speed. You're no ordinary kid. The ghost elder couldn't help but praise. Unable to block the attack, he swung his blade towards Xia Hang's position instead. He intended to trade blows, relying on the ghost clan's formidable regenerative abilities, a strategy he was fully justified in employing. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that his slash hadn't even touched Xia Hang's body. Suddenly, the old man's body froze, his entire form swayed, and then he vanished.
When Xia Hong reappeared, he materialized behind the ghost elder, launching a flying kick that sent the old man hurtling dozens of meters away. This is interesting. After rolling midair to steady himself, the ghost elder couldn't help but give Xia Hong a few more appraising glances. He realized this kid was truly peculiar. Earlier, he couldn't even block his blade energy, yet now, he managed to evade his attack and inflict some damage. In terms of speed, Xia Hong had already demonstrated his advantage. Yamatsu and the Great Tengu watched this unfold, nearly overcome with excitement. No matter how tense the standoff had been moments before, at this very instant, Xia Hong was their sole hope. After all, none knew the brutality of the Oni clan better than those living in Wa. These creatures didn't just devour humans, they consumed demons without hesitation. The Oni's greed resembled an insatiable bottomless pit, and their temper was as unpredictable as the weather. The slightest displeasure at another would see them devour their prey without a shred of principle. No wonder the demon race was eventually eradicated. If you think speed alone will defeat this old man, then I can only say you're being naive. 100 slashes of the wicked ghost. As the ancient demon spoke, he swung his ghost blade wildly. Instantly, countless purple blade energies swept across the entire cave. Dense and thick, like a net spread across the heavens. Yamatsu and the Great Tengu, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly petrified. They fled for their lives toward the cave entrance. Xia Hong, however, remained composed. He casually flicked a handful of flames toward the cave entrance, then watched the two demons with a faint, mocking smile. Chapter 218, Corpses littered everywhere. Xia Hong, the epitome of brutal aesthetics. Though these two demons had previously helped him fend off a wave of attacks from Shuten Doji and the elder of the Oni clan, these two demons were no saints. They had earned their place among the three great demons of the Heian period for a reason. Their hands were undoubtedly stained with countless lives. Xia Hong himself wasn't afraid of them, but the real concern was whether Xia Xiaoxi and the others outside could truly subdue these two demons. Therefore, staying in this cave with him to confront the elder demon was acceptable. But escape? Not a chance. A sudden burst of flame erupted at the cave entrance, blazing fiercely and refusing to die down. Even from a distance, one could sense the destructive aura radiating from the flames, an aura no weaker than the blade light of the Ghost Clan elder. In fact, it felt even more potent. After all, while the blade's light was dense, as long as one wasn't struck directly by it or hit in a vital spot, there was at least no immediate danger to life. But this flame? A single touch would likely reduce you to ashes in an instant, wouldn't it? At this thought, the two demons exchanged glances. Then, in a deliberately high-pitched voice, Tamamo no Me called out, "Xia, little brother. This one comes to aid you." The Great Tengu also boomed in his deep, resonant voice, "Brother Xia, I'm here to help." Seeing the two demons charging toward him, Xia Hong froze. The Great Tengu was one thing, he was a dog, after all, but why did Tamamo no Me have to be so dog-like too? Still, Xia Hong couldn't be bothered to bully them. After all, he'd started this fire himself, effectively cutting off their escape route. Not turning against him was already commendable. Since they were now on his side, offering guidance wasn't out of the question. There's an old saying here, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Seems you two are pretty savvy after all. Watch my moves carefully. Whether you live or die depends entirely on yourselves. With that, Xia Hong dismissed the two demons and focused entirely on confronting the elderly ghost before him. The blade energy was incredibly dense, yet there remained a faint, barely perceptible gap within it. Witnessing Xia Hong's movements at that moment, anyone present would have thought they were watching a movie. His maneuvers were reminiscent of the protagonist dodging laser beams in Resident Evil. Only here, the lasers were replaced by purple blade energy. He darted through the gaps between the countless blades with the agility of an eel. Following behind, Tamamo no Me and the Great Tengu were struggling. Their speed couldn't match Xia Hong's, but at least they had him leading the way. Though slower, the two demons managed to keep pace, albeit not with the same crisp precision as Xia Hong.
Each time they rolled, they avoided the most lethal slashes, yet their bodies inevitably bore cuts and gashes. After several rounds, both demons were already covered in wounds, blood streaming down their bodies. Were it not for their potent demonic energy sustaining their recovery, they would likely have been hacked to pieces long ago. Xia Hong, on the other hand, moved with far greater precision. Nearly every evasion found him slipping into an impeccably timed position. It was truly like weaving through a sea of flowers without a single petal touching him. After dodging a dozen or so slashes, the evil ghost 100 slashes finally concluded. Seeing Xia Hong emerge unscathed from the array of blades, a faint trace of fear flickered across the elder demon's face. He hadn't anticipated that this enemy before him would prove far more troublesome than he'd imagined. Impressive, boy. Even my demon slayer 100 cuts couldn't touch you. I, Anajirai, acknowledge your strength. How about we make a deal? Together, we could conquer this world. You would rule the mortal realm, while I would govern the realm of the spirits. Sharing dominion over the world, it's not beyond consideration. Seeing that Xia Hong couldn't be easily defeated, the elder of the demon clan offered an extremely tempting proposition. Upon hearing these words, Xia Hong laughed. They say the ghost clan is cunning, now he understood. What a masterful scheme. If he could easily eliminate me, he wouldn't be wasting his breath with all this nonsense, would he? Now that he realized he couldn't easily defeat Xia Hong, he was forced to compromise, resorting to a different approach to save face. You old ghost, you think you're pretty clever. Even with my cultivation suppressed, you still couldn't defeat me. And you want me to join you in conquering the world? Dream on. As the words fell, crackling sounds erupted from Xia Hong's body as his form rapidly swelled to a massive size. But it wasn't the bulky physique of a muscle-bound brute. Instead, it was a perfectly streamlined form, radiating raw power yet retaining an undeniable aesthetic appeal. He was the epitome of someone who looked slim in clothes but had impressive muscles underneath. This was Xia Hong, now evolved into a Fushur. At this stage, such a zombie no longer required external weapons. Slowly, Xia Hong raised one arm. 5 razor-sharp claws emerged from between his fingers. Much like Wolverine. When the corpse rages, blood splatters for miles. At this level of undead, even a single fragment of its nail is as formidable as a divine weapon. Nothing could withstand its might, nothing could stand in its path. Witnessing this scene, even the elder of the ghost clan never imagined that Xia Hong, after his soul had returned to his body, had grown so powerful. He had deliberately held back his power during their earlier confrontation. In that instant, a wave of humiliation washed over him. He was a noble member of the ghost clan. Never before had he been so utterly disdained. In that moment, Ghost Jiru was consumed by rage. He swore he would make Xia Hong pay. He would rip out this brat's heart and devour it raw. Kid, don't get too cocky. Full power form. As the elder demon spoke, his muscles rapidly swelled. From his previously gaunt, aged form, instantly transforming into a fiery red, muscular demonic warrior with twin horns on his head, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary demon, Shuten Doji. This was the Oni clan's desperate secret technique. Originally, maintaining his elder form meant slightly reduced combat power but minimal vitality drain. But now, driven to desperation by Xia Hong, he had no choice but to unleash the secret technique. Upon activation, his physical prowess returned to the peak condition of his youth. His combat power surged over 5-fold instantly, but the side effect was that it further depleted his already nearly exhausted vitality. But at this moment, Kajiro couldn't afford to think twice. He had to finish this quickly and take down that brat Xia Hong immediately. Seeing Kajiro unleash his ultimate combat form, Xia Hong wasted no time. He planted his foot firmly and launched himself forward like a cannonball. If his previous wandering corpse state had been characterized by ethereal movements and an otherworldly aura, now, Xia Hong embodied the pinnacle of brutal aesthetics, every movement pulsing with raw, absolute power. A claw slashed viciously toward Anajiro's head, while the latter raised his sword to meet the blow. The battle erupted in an instant. Chapter 219, I'm a fox, and you want me to guard the house? Xia Hong's claw was undeniably sharp, grazing the edge of Anajiro's blade. Instant sparks erupted in a shower, revealing Xia Hong's bone claws were as hard as alloy. But Anajirai wasn't one to be pushed around. After blocking the claw, he swung his blade in a backhand strike, aiming straight for Xia Hong's midsection. Had Xia Hong still been at the wandering corpse level, he might have dodged. But now, he had reached the level of the fallen corpse. Xia Hong didn't even bother pretending. He didn't dodge at all, taking the blow head-on. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. On contact with Xia Hong's body, Anajiro's razor-sharp demon blade failed to pierce even his defense. It was as if it had struck the hardest substance in existence. With a loud clang, the demon blade shattered into several pieces. The quality of your crappy blade is beyond terrible. It can't even pierce my defenses? Is this the best the Oni clan has to offer? Pathetic! Xia Hong sneered coldly, inwardly startled. He couldn't help but marvel at the physical resilience of the Fushur realm. For the next tier beyond Fushur was the legendary Undying Bone, said to be indestructible. At that level, the body's hardness had nearly reached its peak. Ordinary weapons were useless. Even legendary artifacts would struggle to inflict meaningful damage on undead zombies of this rank. As the undead closest to the unbreakable bone stage, Fu Shi's physical resilience was naturally terrifyingly robust. Moreover, due to Xia Hang's lingering apprehension, he secretly channeled the power of 500 additional years of cultivation, nearly a millennium in total, into his skin. This directly resulted in Kijiro's slash not only failing to cause a single scratch but actually shattering the blade itself. For this blade was no ordinary weapon. It was the legendary demon blade Anakiri. Yet to his utter shock, even this divine blade was shattered by Xia Hang's bare fleshy body. Only then did Anakiri truly begin to panic. It seemed that risking his life to escape the gate of reincarnation might not have been such a good idea after all. But Xia Hang had no time for such thoughts. "You were acting so cocky just now, kid. Now it's my turn to show you what I've got." Earlier, relying on his weapon, Anakiri had managed to block a few blows. Now, the old man was left without even a blade. Xia Hang now had pure, unadulterated dominance. Claw after claw struck down, and no matter how Kijiro tried to defend, nearly every blow tore chunks of flesh and blood from his body. This wasn't a fight anymore, it was a living, breathing execution by slow torture. Tamomo no Mei and the Great Tengu had thought their suffering was already unbearable, but only now did they truly understand. Compared to what Kijiro was doing to them now, the injuries they'd suffered earlier felt like nothing more than a tickle. These two were, after all, demons among demons, once the fearsome king of 100 demons who struck terror into countless souls during the Heian period. Yet now, witnessing Xia Hang's methods, they finally grasped the true meaning of terror. Too cruel. If I were that Anajiro, I'd rather die in the gate of reincarnation. Better than enduring this torment, right? It's brutal. Nearly every claw swipes tears chunks of flesh from Onagaro. Yet strangely, each claw strike seemed meticulously calculated, designed to inflict unbearable agony and injury without actually killing him. And crucially, the demon clan's regenerative abilities are extraordinary. Almost every wound Xia Hang inflicted healed completely within a second. Kijiro couldn't fight back, couldn't escape. It was nothing but a futile drain on his demonic energy, no different from waiting to die. Tamomo no Mei and the Great Tengu cowered trembling in the background. Facing a psychopath like Xia Hang? Death would be a mercy. Meanwhile, Xia Hang remained immersed in his frenzied slashing, though he vaguely sensed something was amiss. He hadn't always been this bloodthirsty before. But since evolving to the level of a corpse-lying demon, it felt like some primal, bloodlusting desire within him had been unleashed. He couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Perhaps it stemmed from the incomplete restoration of his spirit essence. After all, humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, and he had only reclaimed 1 spirit essence thus far. Some irregularities were to be expected. Only when Xia Hang halted his assault did he realize that Kijiro had been hacked beyond recognition. The ground was littered with flesh fragments. His demonic energy was nearly depleted, and several deep, bone-exposing wounds on his body hadn't healed. He was barely breathing, his exhalations the only signs of life left. Seeing this, Xia Hang's expression turned cold. Without further ado, he activated the 3 flavors true fire spell, unleashing a fireball that struck Onagaro. A piercing scream echoed as Onagaro swiftly burned to ashes. The 3 flavors true fire, a fire-based Taoist spell, proved exceptionally potent against such malevolent demonic beings, proving even more terrifying than thunder magic. After dispatching Onagiro, Xia Hang slowly turned his gaze toward the gate of reincarnation. His spirit form had already transformed into a heroic soul and returned to his physical body. This meant the gate of reincarnation would henceforth remain unguarded. Having learned this, Xia Hang could not simply ignore it. Yet he could not sit here like a spirit essence, waiting idly for decades or centuries. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Hang made his decision, fixing his gaze upon Tamomo no Mei and the Great Tengu. "You, what are you doing?" Noticing Xia Hang's gaze suddenly fix on her, Uzumakari instantly panicked. The frenzied fury this man had displayed moments ago was now deeply etched into both demons' minds. In their minds, Xia Hang was now firmly classified as someone absolutely not to be provoked. After a brief hesitation, Xia Hang declared, "Shuten Doji and Onijiro are both dead. Now, it's time to settle the score with you two." Hearing this, both Tamomo no Mei and the Great Tengu's faces twisted into grimaces uglier than cries. "Brother Xia, Grandpa Xia, Ancestor Xia. This doesn't seem right. After all, we just helped you out. You can't just throw us under the bus like this, can you?" Tamomo no Mei and the Great Tengu spoke with fawning expressions. Having witnessed Xia Hang's battle with Onagiri, they now understood the chasm-like gap in power between the two sides. An unbridgeable chasm. Forget fighting Xia Hang, they couldn't even withstand a single casual blast of his 3 flavors true fire. They were utterly no match for him. What's the rush? Did I say I was going to kill you? But this gate of reincarnation still needs 2 gatekeepers. I think you two would be perfect. You've got the makings of a proper gatekeeper.